Mr. Zhou, this is a modified RV. Are you satisfied with it? Downstairs in the community, the salesman from the manufacturer who came to deliver goods proudly introduced Zhou Cheng. The salesman is indeed proud. The RV in front of him is not an ordinary thing, but a top-notch RV that the manufacturer has put all its efforts into building for its customers. The total cost reaches 600 million. The body, which is 5 meters high and 12 meters long, adopts a double-layer design. The whole vehicle is full of black technology. It looks like a beast lying on the ground. It is completely black, and the streamlined lines are full of beauty, making people forget to leave. Did everything change as per my request? After taking a look at the RV, Zhou Cheng asked calmly, with no expression on his face. Yes, Mr. Zhou, everything has been improved according to your requirements. According to your requirements, we reinforced the entire car body, installed bulletproof glass, increased the thermal insulation layer to 3 layers, a 1,200-liter fuel tank, an 800-liter water tank, and installed solar panels on the roof. It is equipped with 13,000 a lithium battery with 60 volts can store degrees of electricity. The car door also adopts a fingerprint lock design according to your requirements. The second floor has also been redesigned and improved, and some unnecessary facilities have been removed. Well, this change won't affect the off-road performance, right? Zhou Cheng walked around the RV and continued to ask. I struggled for a long time between choosing an off-road RV or a bus RV, and finally decided to choose a bus RV. After all, the bus RV is more comfortable. There is absolutely no impact. Your RV is equipped with an 1,800 horsepower diesel engine, which is very powerful. Moreover, the whole car uses 12-wheel drive in the front, middle, and rear, and the chassis is 1 meter high. It can easily travel over mountains and rivers, and is no worse than an off-road RV. The salesperson explained in detail. That's good. Give me the key, and I'll go up and try it. After listening to the sales report, Zhou Cheng nodded. Okay, Mr. Zhou. The salesman handed over the keys quickly. After taking the key, Zhou Cheng walked into the RV. Inside the RV, the layout is quite luxurious and the interior is very modern, simple yet tasteful. The internal space is also very large, with nearly 100 square meters of space on the ground floor alone. There are a row of sofas, coffee tables, wine cabinets, and other household items inside, making the space utilization rate very high. Buzz, buzz! Zhou Cheng walked into the cab, started the engine skillfully, and then drove around the community several times. This means that the area of the community is large. Otherwise, such a large RV would not be able to turn around at all. After the RV wandered around the community for more than half an hour, Zhou Cheng finally stopped. After some testing, the performance of the RV was basically in line with Zhou Cheng's expectations, so Zhou Cheng felt relieved. Not bad. Zhou Cheng smiled and nodded. You have taken the trouble. That's it. I'll pay you the balance later. Zhou Cheng said with a smile after getting off the car. You're welcome. This is all my responsibility. I'll take my leave now, Mr. Zhou. The salesperson waved his hand quickly. Well, goodbye. Zhou Cheng waved. After the salesman left, Zhou Cheng drove the RV to the southwest corner of the community and parked it. In order to park the RV, Zhou Cheng also specifically said hello to the property management of the community and paid an extra parking fee. The community where Zhou Cheng lives is called Jianghai Garden. It is one of the best high-end communities in Shanghai. Most of the people living there are rich. The parking fee is naturally not cheap. It costs Zhou Cheng 2 yuan to rent it for half a year. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng is not short of money. Otherwise, he would not be able to pay for the parking fee. After closing the door and locking the car, Zhou Cheng turned around and walked home. As an important part of survival in the apocalypse, the problem of RVs has now been solved. The next focus is on the storage of supplies and the renovation of houses and warehouses. Once these are done, Zhou Cheng's Doomsday plan will come to an end. Yes, the end of the world is coming. On August 2050, the end of the world suddenly broke out. Countless alien races invaded the planet. At the same time, a zombie crisis broke out in mankind. Suddenly, countless cities turned into hell on Earth. The originally prosperous human civilization was destroyed in an instant. The population has plummeted to less than 1 billion. and many countries have become desolate and barren lands, paradises for zombies and alien creatures. Today is August 2050, 2 weeks before the end of the world. Zhou Cheng is a reborn person who was reborn half a month ago. Facing rebirth, Zhou Cheng was extremely calm. With 10 years of experience in surviving the apocalypse, he naturally knows what to do next. Thanks to his good fortune in his previous life, Zhou Cheng's preparations for the end of the world have been proceeding in an orderly manner. Zhou Cheng is not worried at all about the impending apocalypse. After all, he had already experienced it once. Not to mention that Zhou Cheng was unable to prevent the outbreak of the apocalypse. Since you can't stop it, you can only face it correctly. In his previous life, Zhou Cheng was no ordinary person. He had a golden career and controlled one of the 7 major gathering places in the country. He enjoyed an emperor-like life on weekdays. But in this life, Zhou Cheng doesn't plan to live like this anymore. For Zhou Cheng, no matter how glorious his experience is, it is not as important as his own life. Zhou Cheng will never forget the scene when the gathering place was destroyed by mutated creatures. He will never forget how he was torn to pieces by a mutated creature. All glory and wealth are fleeting. Only living is the last word. After rebirth, the only thing Zhou Cheng has to do is to survive. If he wants to survive, Zhou Cheng must continuously improve his strength. Otherwise, he will eventually be killed by mutant creatures. Returning to the home on the top floor, the house is being renovated, and there are busy workers everywhere inside and outside the house. House renovation is also one of Zhou Cheng's plans. When the end of the world comes, building a strong and comfortable shelter is inevitable. Zhou Cheng will have to live here for at least the first half year of the end of the world. I said, Zhou Cheng, I'm afraid our project progress will not be completed as scheduled according to your requirements. You don't know that since the awakening happened, people are now in panic and workers are not interested in working. Zhou Cheng's classmate Su Weidong, who is also the manager of the decoration company, saw Zhou Cheng arriving and immediately came up to complain. It doesn't matter. Just tell them that your salary can be doubled. Zhou Cheng said with a faint smile. The workers were in panic and had no intention of working, and Zhou Cheng naturally knew the reason. There is only half a month left before the end of the world breaks out, and this period of time is precisely the critical period for human beings to awaken. It is conceivable that when an ordinary person suddenly acquires superpowers overnight, it is normal for him to be disinclined to work. The arrival of the end of the world not only brings mutant monsters, but also brings a general awakening of mankind. Since then, people have possessed various abilities. No, to be precise, they have various professional abilities, such as warriors, swordsmen, Amazons, mages, etc. No one knows why professionals appear. Of course, no one knew that this was a precursor to the end of the world. However, it is precisely because of the emergence of these professionals that mankind can continue the fire after the outbreak of the apocalypse. Otherwise, mankind will only be destroyed. Once ordinary people are awakened, their overall quality will increase dramatically. Even the lowest awakened person can defeat low-level zombies and alien creatures. Even some powerful awakened ones can defeat higher-level mutant creatures with their extraordinary strength. Zhou Cheng is an awakener, and he has awakened to the highest quality gold profession. In fact, there are only 36 golden professionals in the world, and Zhou Cheng is one of them. However, although it is a golden career, Zhou Cheng has never been satisfied with his career. Because Zhou Cheng's profession is a necromancer, which is not a very powerful profession. Compared with mages and warriors, the necromancer's attack power and defense power are obviously inferior to other professions. This made Zhou Cheng very depressed. But things are different now. After rebirth, Zhou Cheng has the opportunity to change everything, and Zhou Cheng already has a complete plan. Give workers double wages. Why double wages? When he heard that Zhou Cheng wanted to pay double wages to the workers, Su Weidong's eyes widened immediately, with surprise written on his face. Of course, he wouldn't understand why Zhou Cheng arranged it like this. Little did I know that the banknote would become a piece of waste paper in a month, or even worse than a piece of waste paper. You don't have to worry about it. Just arrange it like this. You don't have to bear the money. What are you worried about? Also, just saying that others are panicking. What about you? Have you awakened? Seeing Zhou Weidong's appearance, Zhou Cheng started teasing him. No, my son has awakened. But the warrior profession is awakened, and it is the most ordinary quality. Zhou Weidong replied depressedly. Human beings are waking up one after another. The whole world, including governments of various countries, cannot sit idly by. They immediately organize scientists to conduct in-depth research on arousal and develop detection methods and tools for arousal in a very short period of time. Therefore, once a human being awakens, his profession and quality can be detected immediately. Warrior is one of the most common professions. It would be great if you can awaken. How many people haven't awakened yet? Zhou Cheng comforted him with a smile. This is indeed the case. Not all humans can awaken. As far as Zhou Cheng knows, the rate of human awakening is only about 1/50th. And 95% of them are ordinary occupations, and the rest are higher quality occupations. These higher quality professions are usually named after black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. There are only 36 gold quality products in the world. There are about 1,000 silver quality products. There are even more bronze quality products, estimated to be tens of thousands. As for black iron, there are tens of thousands of people in the world. Different professional qualities represent different strengths, and their combat effectiveness is also extremely different. 10 ordinary awakened people often cannot defeat one black iron awakened person. In the same way, 10 black irons cannot beat one bronze, and 10 bronzes cannot beat one silver. So the bronze profession is already very good. If someone has a bronze profession, he can at least dominate one side in the end of the world and become the leader of a small settlement. Silver awakeners are of course more powerful. Each silver awakener can become the leader of a large settlement, a person who gives orders and enjoys an emperor-like life. Not to mention gold professionals. Every gold professional is the ceiling of mankind. Take Zhou Cheng, for example. In the last days, he controls one of the 7 major settlements in the country. He enjoys the best food and the most beautiful women. It can be said that Zhou Cheng has basically never suffered much in his 10 years of post-apocalyptic life. Of course, these are no longer Zhou Cheng's goals. In the 10th year of the apocalypse, the beast tide, led by level-mutated creatures, has become a nightmare that Zhou Cheng cannot get rid of. It can be said bluntly that if Zhou Cheng cannot change this in this life and have the ability to fight against level-mutated creatures, then there is still only a dead end waiting for Zhou Cheng. Old Zhou, what do you think is going on now? Why do so many awakened people appear inexplicably? You said there won't be any crisis, right? Who knows? Maybe not. What's more, even if a crisis breaks out, what can we do? Zhou Cheng replied disapprovingly. Then what are you doing now? It seems to me that you are preparing for something. Otherwise, why do you have to make your home so strong? This involves reinforcing the walls and doors, installing solar panels, and installing heating stoves and fireplaces? Tell me honestly, do you know something? Zhou Weidong is not stupid, so he can naturally sense something. If I said I knew something, would you believe it? Zhou Cheng asked with a smile. To tell you the truth, I also felt something was wrong, so I took precautions in advance. There's no harm in making more preparations, right? Zhou Cheng then added. Then do I have to prepare too? Zhou Weidong was convinced of this. Of course you can prepare if you want. As long as you're not afraid of spending money, it's up to you. Zhou Cheng said half-jokingly. Of course Zhou Cheng would not tell Zhou Weidong the truth, no matter how good the relationship was. After being reborn, Zhou Cheng was destined to live only for himself. Whoever else you love has nothing to do with Zhou Cheng. Remodeling the house is to prepare for the apocalypse, mainly to survive the most difficult first 3 months after the apocalypse breaks out. The outbreak of the apocalypse first starts with severe weather. A 3-month low temperature of -30 degrees, 40 degrees, or even 50 degrees will be the beginning of mankind's nightmare. After this, the terrifying mutated creatures appeared. After 3 months of severe cold, Zhou Cheng will only stay in this city for another 3 months at most, and then he will leave here and embark on his journey of wandering and upgrading. And this was exactly why Zhou Cheng wanted to buy an RV. Of course, he needed an RV to travel around the world, and Zhou Cheng didn't want to treat himself badly. Speaking of upgrading, all professionals need to kill monsters to upgrade, just like in online games. In addition to being directly related to professional quality, whether a professional is strong or not depends on the level gap. The higher the level, the higher the physical attributes and the more available skill points. The level of skill is also the key to strong strength. The Necromancer profession is no exception. If Zhou Cheng wants to level up and get skill points, he must go out and fight monsters all over the world to level up. As for why you should go out and kill monsters, that's because alien creatures in the apocalypse generally live in the wild and rarely appear in cities. In the apocalypse, there are not only alien creatures but also zombies. And zombies and alien creatures are mortal enemies. Although the alien creatures are powerful, their number is still too small compared to the millions of zombies in the city. Moreover, there are also powerful zombie kings among the zombies. Therefore, in the city, alien creatures are at an absolute disadvantage compared to zombies. I also have experience in killing zombies, and it is relatively easy. In the early stage, Zhou Cheng could use zombies to make up the numbers, but in the later stage, his experience would definitely not be enough. As for whether he will encounter the Corpse King in the early stage, Zhou Cheng is not worried. The Corpse King is not born with it and needs time to evolve. At least you won't be able to touch them until Zhou Cheng reaches level dash. Of course, there are other reasons why Zhou Cheng walked alone, but these are all for another day. Well, what you said makes sense. I will make some preparations later to avoid being blinded. After listening to Zhou Cheng's words, Su Weidong immediately had an idea in his mind. After Su Weidong left, Zhou Cheng took a look at the construction situation and then walked downstairs. The floor downstairs also belongs to Zhou Cheng, and Zhou Cheng has been living downstairs for the past few days since the upstairs was under construction. Although Zhou Cheng is young, his conditions are not bad. He inherited a large amount of inheritance and can be described as a standard rich man. In other words, Zhou Cheng is not short of money at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to buy an RV, let alone renovate his house and stock up on supplies. When it comes to material reserves, of course, the more the better. However, it is useless to store too much of some supplies, such as food, because they have a shelf life. Very few grains can be stored for more than 5 years. Over time, they will inevitably rot. Moreover, Zhou Cheng is alone and cannot use too much, so Zhou Cheng's principle is to use enough. Of course, other materials should be stored as much as possible, such as salt, sugar, tobacco, alcohol, medicine, various tools, etc. Materials such as salt and sugar can often be stored for decades, so they can be stored in large quantities. Regarding material reserves, Zhou Cheng also made plans immediately after his rebirth. Because there were so many supplies that needed to be stored, Zhou Cheng spent several days doing this. In the end, Zhou Cheng wrote several sheets of paper, and then he had a big difference in the supplies he needed. The orders for these supplies have now been placed, and they will be received in a few days. As for other scattered supplies, such as various condiments, toiletries, etc., Zhou Cheng planned to go back to the supermarket and buy it directly. The amount of these things was not large, and just buying a little was enough to cope with it. In addition, Zhou Cheng also needs to buy cigarettes in person. Cigarettes cannot be purchased online, and this thing is still exclusive. Zhou Cheng's purchase was so large that ordinary small supermarkets couldn't buy it all, so he could only find large tobacco and alcohol stores. On the one hand, Zhou Cheng bought cigarettes because he smoked. On the other hand, cigarettes, like food and other materials, were hard currencies in the apocalypse and could be exchanged for any material. Cigarettes, grain, liquor, salt, sugar, diesel, and medicine are known as the 7 hard currencies of the end of the world. Due to the storage period of grain, Zhou Cheng only had enough to buy -tons, including -tons of flour and -tons of rice. Zhou Cheng did not miss out on stocking up on liquor and salt. He ordered a total of -boxes of ergo, with 8 bottles per box for a total of dash bottles. In addition, Zhou Cheng also purchased several tons of bulk liquor. 100 tons of salt, 50 tons of sugar, and 200 tons of diesel were purchased. There is also no shortage of medicines, including not only common hemostatics and antipyretics, but also antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, analgesics, sleeping pills, etc. to treat colds and fevers. In addition, Zhou Cheng also bought a lot of hemostatic forceps, gauze, syringes, disinfectant, glucose, and scalpels. These are life-saving things, so the more the better. As for cigarettes, Zhou Cheng planned to buy only 1,000. No matter how many, they would become odorless. In fact, Zhou Cheng's largest reserves are not the above, but military compressed biscuits and individual soldier rations. Zhou Cheng purchased a total of dash boxes of compressed biscuits, each box weighing dash kilograms. Zhou Cheng even bought dash individual soldier rations, of which dash were domestic products and dash were imported. The shelf life of domestic individual soldier rations is 10 years, while the shelf life of imported individual soldier rations can be as long as 30 years. Zhou Cheng is not very good at cooking, so the individual soldier rations are easy to use, nutritious, and come in a variety of flavors, which is perfect for Zhou Cheng. Back downstairs, Zhou Cheng locked the door and then closed all the curtains. Snapped. Arriving at the living room, Zhou Cheng sat down on the sofa and then snapped his fingers with his right hand. As the finger snaps were made, a plume of smoke immediately erupted from the floor of the living room. Immediately afterwards, a skeleton warrior with crystal bones appeared in front of Zhou Cheng. The whole process was exactly the same as in the game. Look at the skeleton in front of you again. The head is triangular, the mouth is slightly open, and the teeth are sharp. He is at least 1.8 meters tall, and his pupils are flashing with red flames. It holds a shield in its left hand and a death scythe in its right hand. At first glance, it looks imposing. This skeleton is Zhou Cheng's summon. To be precise, it is one of the Necromancer's professional skills. Summon skeletons. After Zhou Cheng was reborn, his golden profession was still there, but for some reason his level returned to level 1. But what surprised Zhou Cheng was that all his skills, including skill points, were completely retained. I have to say this is a very big surprise. Perhaps because the apocalypse has not yet broken out, all skills are currently locked, the skill bars are all gray, and they cannot be used at the moment. Only the level 1 skill summon skeleton can be used. This is not surprising. Zhou Cheng's current level is level 1. Otherwise, Zhou Cheng would not be able to summon this skeleton. In his previous life, Zhou Cheng was at level 87 when he died and could summon up to 10 skeletons, including 4 skeleton mages. In addition, Zhou Cheng can also recruit steel golems, clay golems, and fire golems. This is the professional characteristic of the Necromancer, who relies on a group of juniors to conquer the world. Leading a group of younger brothers to conquer the world seems to be a wonderful thing. But in fact, the Necromancer profession is okay in the early stages, but becomes less effective in the later stages. Relying solely on summons, the Necromancer has no advantage against any profession in the later stages. If Zhou Cheng wants to become stronger, he must make changes. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng already had a plan, and the plan was already being implemented. Zhou Cheng did not live in this community in his previous life. The 2 houses upstairs and downstairs were just bought a few days ago. Zhou Cheng never does anything without purpose. The reason why he bought these 2 houses was naturally related to his plan. As far as Zhou Cheng knew, he was in the underground garage of this community after the apocalypse broke out. A gold-quality professional stone will appear, and the profession is still a paladin. In the previous life, this professional sacred stone was obtained by a lucky person in this community. This lucky guy's name is Li Ming, and he was also an extremely powerful being in his previous life. Zhou Cheng also heard about this incident accidentally later. The Paladin profession is obviously much more powerful than the Necromancer profession. Therefore, at the beginning of his rebirth, Zhou Cheng planned to capture this professional sacred stone. Otherwise, why would Zhou Cheng buy a house here? There are several houses in the city center of Zhou Cheng, and they are larger and more spacious. Stealing the professional sacred stone is just one of Zhou Cheng's many plans. In addition, Zhou Cheng also plans to replan the development direction of the Necromancer. We can no longer rely solely on our younger brothers to conquer the world as we did before. Otherwise, we will make the same mistakes again. Necromancers are divided into 3 systems, and the summoning system is only one of them. The other 2 systems are the curse system and the poison system. There is no doubt that the summoning system is the best in the early stage, and Zhou Cheng has always focused on cultivating the summoning system in his previous life. But it wasn't until later that Zhou Cheng understood that the poison and curse systems were the kingly paths of the Necromancer, so that the Necromancer's greatest power could be unleashed. Therefore, in this life, Zhou Achievements plans to focus on the poison system or curse system as the main development direction. But as a result, Zhou Cheng faced a problem. That is, there were not enough skill points. After rebirth, all of Zhou Cheng's skill levels were retained, and all skill points had been allocated long ago. Even if Zhou Cheng subsequently raised his level to level dash, he would only be able to obtain less than 20 skill points at most, and the 20 skill points allocated to the 2 systems would definitely not be enough. Not to mention 2 skills, more than 20 skill points, even 2 skills are not enough. However, Zhou Cheng always had a premonition that his skill points would most likely be recalculated after the apocalypse broke out. In other words, as Zhou Cheng upgrades again, Zhou Cheng is likely to obtain corresponding skill points again. It's not without reason for Zhou Cheng to think so, because Zhou Cheng's current level is indeed level 1. Otherwise, once you upgrade again, how will the skill points be calculated? To give or not to give? If Zhou Cheng's idea is correct, then all problems will be solved. In this way, Zhou Cheng will not only have enough skill points to use, but this will also become Zhou Cheng's biggest trump card in the future. The double skill points are no joke. It is enough to ensure that Zhou Cheng beats any opponent. But if this turns out not to be the case, the skill points are not recalculated. Then Zhou Cheng had no other choice but to shift his cultivation focus to the Paladin profession. After all, the professional characteristics of the Paladin are there. Not only does it have powerful attack power, defense, and healing effects, but it also has various auras. Each skill has its own unique effect, which is completely unmatched by the Necromancer profession. Zhou Cheng will focus on the Paladin profession in the future, and the Necromancer profession as a supplement. Even if the Necromancer profession cannot be re-established, the addition of the 2 professions will double Zhou Cheng's strength. Of course, these are far from enough. The strength of level-mutated creatures is unparalleled. Even if he mastered the dual professions, Zhou Cheng could not guarantee to compete with them. So Zhou Cheng must be stronger. Half an hour later, Zhou Cheng drove away from the community. Zhou Cheng's trip was going to a warehouse in the suburbs. This warehouse was rented by Zhou Cheng 10 days ago and is currently undergoing construction and renovation. Zhou Cheng must have a place to store the materials he purchases, and he also needs a good storage environment. So it is inevitable to carry out construction and renovation of the warehouse. The warehouse is specifically located in the western suburbs of the city, next to the highway, surrounded by wilderness, except for a village 2 kilometers away. This warehouse was actually developed and constructed by this village, but for some unknown reason, it was never put into use after it was built. Finally, it was rented by Zhou Cheng at a price of 80 yuan per year. It is said to be a warehouse, but in fact it is a standardized factory. The factory area is very large, with 2 standardized steel structure factory buildings, a spacious yard, and high walls around it. The wall was indeed very high, at least 5 meters. Zhou Cheng chose to rent it because of this. Since supplies are being stored, and Zhou Cheng cannot stay here for a long time, safety must be given top priority. Zhou Cheng does not want the supplies he has prepared so hard to be cheap for others. An hour later, Zhou Cheng drove to the factory area. When we arrived here, the factory area was also in full swing, with dozens of workers busy under construction. One of the key points of construction is the oil depot, and the other is to install insulation layers for the factory buildings. The oil depot is used to store diesel fuel, and the insulation layer is of course installed to keep out the cold. The low temperature of dozens of degrees below zero is no joke, and many supplies are not frost resistant. especially bottles of liquor, so insulation work must be done well. On the west side of the factory area, several workers were building kennels, and Zhou Cheng planned to buy a dozen wolf dogs to use for housekeeping and nursing homes. In addition, power generation and water supply equipment are also being installed and constructed. The water supply is simple. Zhou Cheng asked the construction team to drill 3 wells directly in the factory area, and they are all the oldest hand-operated water wells. As for power generation equipment, Zhou Cheng originally wanted to build a wind turbine, but due to time constraints, Zhou Cheng finally chose solar panels. After finding the project manager responsible for the on-site construction, Zhou Cheng chatted with him for a while and was relieved to learn that the project would be completed in 2 days. Only if it is completed as soon as possible can the materials purchased by Zhou Cheng have a place to store. In fact, many of the supplies ordered by Zhou Cheng have already arrived, but they are all being held back at the logistics department. Especially for Dongdong Logistics, it is estimated that the goods are almost piled up. Since there was no problem with the construction period, Zhou Cheng lost his mind and drove back. On the way, Zhou Cheng contacted several logistics companies and agreed to receive the goods in 3 days. When Zhou Cheng returned to the community, it was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhou Cheng then went to the top floor to take a look. Probably because they received double wages, the workers were very motivated. Zhou Cheng saw workers making final adjustments to the fireplace. The fireplace was naturally installed to keep out the cold. The severe cold weather in the early days of the apocalypse was unimaginably cruel. It is unknown how many people froze to death in this 3-month cold winter. It is definitely not possible to rely on electricity for heating. Once the severe cold comes, water and electricity will be cut off. Therefore, Zhou Cheng specially installed a fireplace in the room and purchased 2 diesel heating stoves. For the fireplace, Zhou Cheng had to purchase a large amount of firewood and charcoal, which were now piled downstairs. Seeing that everything was normal, Zhou Cheng turned around and returned downstairs. As soon as I entered the house, the phone rang. Hello? Hello, Mr. Zhou. I'm Xiao Zhao. Mr. Zhou, can I come to learn driving tomorrow? Yes, I will go there early tomorrow morning, Zhou Cheng replied very definitely. Oh, okay, Mr. Zhou. Then I will arrange a plane and coach for you. Yeah, okay, Zhou Cheng said and hung up the phone. The caller was the sales manager of an aircraft manufacturer. Zhou Cheng bought a plane and is currently learning to fly it. Of course, what Zhou Cheng bought was not a large plane, but a small plane that could only carry 3 people. Strictly speaking, it cannot be regarded as an airplane. It is more like a flying car. But just because it's small, it's easier to drive. Of course, Zhou Cheng bought a plane for the convenience of subsequent travel. There are many places that cannot be reached by car, so Zhou Cheng can fly there. Zhou Cheng has already ordered the aircraft. The manufacturer is currently working on it and will deliver it to his home once it is completed. Zhou Cheng also specially rented a conjoined parking space in the underground garage and planned to park the plane there. Parking on the ground is definitely not possible. Aircraft are different from RVs. RVs are thick and can withstand the cold, but airplanes cannot withstand it. Therefore, when purchasing the airplane, Zhou Cheng specifically asked the manufacturer to install a cover. The coat alone was not enough, so Zhou Cheng ordered a lot of felt to cover the plane and RV. Felt doesn't cost much, and Zhou Cheng doesn't need to do it himself. The manufacturer will be responsible for packaging the airplane and RV. With so many things going on, Zhou Cheng felt that he was really in trouble. Early the next morning, Zhou Cheng got up, washed up, and then hurried out to the aircraft manufacturer. In the next 2 days, Zhou Cheng has been learning flight driving at the manufacturer. Fortunately, the manufacturer is local and the factory is on the outskirts of the city. Zhou Cheng can go there in the morning and come back in the evening. Driving a small plane is very simple. The steering wheel is the joystick. It is basically not difficult to operate, and I can already operate it proficiently in less than 2 days. On the 3rd day after learning to drive, Zhou Cheng drove to the warehouse again. The warehouse renovation project has been completed, and Zhou Cheng will conduct acceptance inspection today. In addition, today is also the day scheduled to receive the goods. When he arrived at the factory, Zhou Cheng took a brief look and was generally satisfied. Then I handed it over to the project manager and paid the final payment happily. After the warehouse is built, the natural next step is to receive the goods. In fact, when Zhou Cheng came in the morning, the road in front of the warehouse was already lined with more than a dozen large trucks, and most of them were from Dongdong. Most of Zhou Cheng's orders were placed on Dongshang, including a large amount of imported food and various imported tools. All products sold on Dongshang are genuine and of guaranteed quality, and most of them are in stock and shipped quickly. After the project manager left, Zhou Cheng immediately opened the factory door, followed by a certain Dongfeng motorcade that drove in first. The two standard factory buildings are both very large, and vehicles can be driven directly into the factory buildings, which makes it convenient to unload goods. Mr. Zhou, this is your cargo list. Please take a look. We are unloading the goods for you here, and you can take inventory at the same time. As soon as he got off the bus, the manager of Dong, who delivered the goods in person, handed Zhou Cheng a stack of sufficient lists. Well, yes. Have you brought all the people who unloaded the goods? Zhou Cheng asked after taking the list. It was agreed before that Dong would be responsible for unloading the goods. Zhou Cheng could not unload so much goods. Here we come, Mr. Zhou. There are more than a dozen people here, including the driver. There are more than 20 people. The manager answered with a smile, and then asked the boys to start unloading the goods. There are two warehouses in the factory, and the goods are stored separately. One warehouse is responsible for storing food and daily necessities, while the other stores other supplies. With the manager's greeting, unloading began, and the boys began to get nervous and busy. First there are oils, grains, rice and noodles, then various canned foods, including wine, and finally the necessities of life. They say they need to do an inventory, but where can Zhou Cheng come over? And there are other delivery vehicles waiting outside. So after only staying for a while, Zhou Cheng walked out of the warehouse and went out to lead 5 oil tankers from the oil company into the factory. These 5 vehicles are all filled with diesel, and they are all number 30 diesel. Each vehicle has -tons, totaling -tons. The delivery workers of the oil company were also very agile. They started putting oil into the oil storage tank immediately after entering the factory. Zhou Cheng later directed other delivery vehicles to come in one after another and asked them to unload the materials in another warehouse. No one took a break at noon. Zhou Cheng ordered lunch boxes for them in advance, finished them quickly, and got back to work. I kept busy until evening and finally got all the supplies for today. Mr. Zhou, there will be about 8 trucks of goods tomorrow. We'll come back early tomorrow morning. Manager Dong told Zhou Cheng before leaving. Yeah, okay. I'll wait for you here tomorrow morning. Zhou Cheng nodded with a smile. When Zhou Cheng got home, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. After a simple meal, Zhou Cheng drove out again. It took Zhou Cheng 3 hours to visit 4 tobacco and alcohol stores before he purchased 1,000 cartons of cigarettes and agreed to pick them up in 3 days. The next day, Zhou Cheng came to the warehouse early to receive the goods, and then he was busy all day long. After 2 days, the supplies were finally in place. The only thing missing now is that the polar cold-proofing equipment and tools ordered from overseas have not arrived yet. The cold-proof equipment cannot be improvised, it must be the best, and Zhou Cheng also spent a lot of money for this. A set of cold-proof equipment. A complete set of cold-proof clothing alone costs 70. This is not to mention other things such as tents, snow boots, skis, etc. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng is not short of money, nor does he feel bad about it. If the money is not spent now, it is just a piece of waste paper. Of course, there are other scattered materials that Zhou Cheng has not yet completed purchasing. Zhou Cheng plans to go to the supermarket tomorrow, purchased all at once. In addition, Zhou Cheng also wants to go to the dog market to buy more than a dozen dogs to use for home care and nursing homes. According to Zhou Cheng's idea, no matter what kind of dog it is, as long as it is big enough and ferocious enough, buy a dozen of them and throw them into the factory yard, and most people won't dare to go in. After taking a look at the supplies in the warehouse, Zhou Cheng also let out a sigh of relief. In order to prepare these supplies, Zhou Cheng has been very busy these days. After looking around and seeing that there was nothing wrong, Zhou Cheng prepared to lock the door and leave. But at this moment, Zhou Cheng suddenly discovered that there was a man outside the factory gate, peering in. This man was probably in his 30s, and with that sinister look on his face, you could tell at a glance that he was not a good guy. Damn, it's only been 2 days and someone is already thinking about you. Zhou Cheng cursed secretly in his heart, and a cruel look appeared on his face. Zhou Cheng is not a kind person. In the end of the world, not only 1,000, but also 800 people will die in Zhou Cheng's hands. Now, someone is targeting Zhou Cheng. Isn't this looking for death? Zhou Cheng quickly came to the gate, ready to kill him. The funny thing is that this peeping man probably thought he was awesome, but he didn't leave quickly. Not only that, the look he looked at Zhou Cheng was full of provocation. Needless to say, this guy looks like an old fritter at first glance. Come here. When he came to the door, Zhou Cheng smiled and waved to him. What do you say? The man was stunned for a moment, completely confused about Zhou Cheng's intention. I told you to come here. I have something for you. Zhou Cheng continued to wave. Fuck, just come here. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The man said carelessly as he strode over. Come here. Zhou Cheng said as he returned to the factory area. This guy is probably a master who is fearless on weekdays. Zhou Cheng really dared to let him in without any hesitation. Boy, you have completely offended me. After entering the door, the man said viciously. Yes, I know. I can see it, Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? The man snorted coldly. The man was a villager from a nearby village. He was used to doing nothing. In the past few days, he saw trucks constantly coming in and out of the factory area, so he thought of coming over to extort some benefits. Oh, you want benefits? Haha, okay, I'm giving you a benefit. You can take it. Zhou Cheng sneered, and then pointed his right hand towards the ground. Immediately afterwards, a skeleton suddenly emerged from the ground. Kill him, Zhou Cheng ordered coldly. After receiving the order, the skeleton warrior's eyes flashed red, and he rushed forward waving his sickle. Whenever a man has ever seen such a scene, he was so frightened that he peed his pants, yelled, turned around, and ran away. Unfortunately, it was too late. There was only a whoosh sound, and as the sickle passed by, the man's head immediately rose into the sky. Blood gushed out from his neck as big as a bowl like spring water, and his body fell to the ground with a thud. Zhou Cheng watched with cold eyes from beginning to end. Zhou Cheng didn't want to kill anyone, especially before the apocalypse broke out. But if someone doesn't open his eyes, Zhou Cheng doesn't mind sending him to the west. And the guy in front of him must die. If he doesn't kill him, it will always be a problem. How can there be 1,000 days to prevent thieves? After taking back the skeleton, Zhou Cheng picked up the man's head as if nothing had happened and threw it into the well nearby. Zhou Cheng also threw the body into the well. It's just a pity that this newly drilled well will no longer be used. After disposing of the body, Zhou Cheng found a water pipe to wash away the blood on the ground, and then drove away as if nothing had happened. Zhou Cheng was not worried about the trouble that would come from killing someone. After all, there were only 7 days left before the end of the world broke out. In 7 days, it is basically impossible to find a missing person. Of course, Zhou Cheng is not afraid even if he is found out. Again, the end is coming soon. Zhou Cheng returned home and simply filled his stomach at the restaurant downstairs. While eating, Zhou Cheng called a nearby water store and ordered 200 barrels of bottled water, making an appointment to have it delivered to his home early the day after tomorrow. There is no water or electricity in the apocalypse, so it is necessary to reserve drinking water in advance. The renovation project on the top floor has been completed today, and Zhou Cheng can return to the top floor tonight. Unlike the top floor, the house downstairs has not been decorated. Zhou Cheng bought it more for the convenience of storing supplies. Zhou Cheng will have to live here for at least the first half year of the apocalypse, and he will also need to consume supplies. Early the next morning, Zhou Cheng drove to the largest supermarket nearby and purchased all the remaining supplies. They are said to be scattered supplies, but after purchasing, there are quite a lot of them. Zhou Cheng's 500 tank was so full that it couldn't fit in it. In desperation, Zhou Cheng had to pull it back and forth twice. After finishing these things, Zhou Cheng drove to the dog market and bought 11 wolf dogs, as well as some dog food. Finally, Zhou Cheng hired another car to take the wolf dogs to the factory. There are various breeds of these wolf dogs, including black clams, Tibetan mastiffs, and shepherd dogs. At least they all look quite ferocious. However, in front of Zhou Cheng, they all behaved very well behaved, or rather, they were more afraid. There is an old saying that no matter how ferocious a dog is when it encounters a butcher, it will tuck its tail between its legs. The reason is that the butcher has murderous intent. Zhou Cheng also has murderous intent and is even better. The butcher kills pigs, and Zhou Cheng kills people. When he arrived at the factory, Zhou Cheng let all the dogs out, spread the dog food evenly in each kennel, and then drove back without caring. Another night passed like this. On the morning of the next day, Zhou Cheng received 200 barrels of bottled water from the water store. In the afternoon, the cold warming equipment and imported tools Zhou Cheng ordered overseas finally arrived. Zhou Cheng really bought a lot of cold-proof equipment, a total of 20 sets of clothing, 20 pairs of cold-proof boots, and 5 sets each of sleds, snowshoes, and other ski equipment. The same is true for tools, each of which starts from 10 copies and has a complete range. This includes various axes, saws, shovels, machetes, etc. In addition, Zhou Cheng also purchased 5 diesel generators, and they were silent ones. As for why these materials have to be imported, the reason is simple, because the quality is good. The tools and cold-proof clothing were all left at home, and Zhou Cheng wouldn't need them all in a short period of time. Zhou Cheng kept 3 sets and loaded the rest of the warehouse. Zhou Cheng only kept 2 generators, and the remaining 3 units also had to be sent to the warehouse for storage. This trip lasted another 3 hours. On the way back, Zhou Cheng stopped by the Yantai Hotel. I brought back the 1,000 cartons of cigarettes I had ordered twice. The first cart of dash pieces was taken directly home by Zhou Cheng for storage. The 700 pieces of the second car were temporarily placed on the car by Zhou Cheng. The end is coming in 5 days, and Zhou Cheng has to make one last trip to the warehouse before the end comes. Zhou Cheng can then take the 700 cartons of cigarettes with him. With these things done, Zhou Cheng's material preparations are basically in place. Now only the plane has not arrived. Zhou Cheng immediately called the manufacturer and felt relieved when he learned that the manufacturer would deliver the goods tomorrow. Traveling in the post-apocalyptic world is a big problem. RVs, off-road vehicles, motorcycles, and airplanes are all necessary. After the phone call, Zhou Cheng called the merchant selling felts and agreed to deliver the goods to his door tomorrow and provide packaging services. On the afternoon of the second day, the manufacturer delivered the plane to the community as scheduled. Because the aircraft has a cover and is not very big, it is only about the size of a car. It didn't attract too much attention when entering the community. Otherwise, it would have caused a moderate sensation. Zhou Cheng arranged for the manufacturer to deliver the aircraft directly to the garage, and then asked the felt merchant to wrap the aircraft and RV tightly with felt, and finally covered it with 2 layers of rainproof tarpaulin. It's been another busy day. Fortunately, no matter what, Zhou Cheng's Doomsday preparations are now over. At this time, there are only 4 days left before the end of the world. After returning home, Zhou Cheng sat down on the sofa and turned on the TV. The news is playing on the TV screen. Dear viewers, as of around 5 a.m. today, the number of people who have registered to awaken worldwide has exceeded 1 million. According to international government estimates, the actual number of awakened people in the world may have exceeded 200 million. It is also reported that the number of registered awakened persons in our country has reached 30. It is worth mentioning that just yesterday, the relevant departments detected a silver awakened person. This is also the 3rd silver awakener discovered in the world so far. It is also reported that relevant departments have made a comprehensive interpretation of the recent sharp drop in temperature. According to meteorological experts, the temperature in northern my country dropped to freezing point in just 2 days. This is an extremely rare natural phenomenon. According to preliminary inference, the reason should be related to the continued cooling of the southern hemisphere of the North American continent. Experts recommend that residents pay attention to keeping warm in the near future and beware of colds. In addition, Experts predict that this cooling may last for a long time, and may even last for about a month. Residents are advised to pay attention to emergency preparations. The end has finally come. Watching the host's narration on the TV news, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but sigh. Although he had known that the end of the world was about to break out, Zhou Cheng still felt a little heavy. After the end of the world, humans will no longer be as happy as they were in the past. Not only do you have to face the threats of zombies and alien creatures, but you also have to face threats from the same kind at all times. Almost every day of your life is filled with fear and death. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, the deepest darkness in human nature was completely aroused, and the ugliness and greed of human nature were infinitely expanded. Someone once said, "Human nature is more cruel than ever in the last days." This is by no means groundless. In the end of the world, in order to snatch food and resources, humans will continue to kill each other, and even brothers will kill each other. There are even more people who are plotting against each other for power and desire. Zhou Cheng has personal experience of all this. From the day the apocalypse came, Zhou Chenggong has been adhering to an old saying, "My destiny is up to me and not God." Zhou Cheng chose his own path, survival of the strong. When others were hiding and working together to survive, only Zhou Cheng dared to hunt zombies alone, without fear even if there were many dangers. Zhou Cheng had only one purpose in doing this, and that was to survive. Once upon a time, he thought he had succeeded. Because of his unremitting efforts, his professional ranking has always been among the best. The level advantage, coupled with the fact that he is a golden profession, makes Zhou Cheng rarely encounter opponents in the apocalypse. He also founded Longshan City, one of the 7 major settlements in the country, and single-handedly developed it into the most prosperous settlement in the country. But he was still wrong. He overestimates himself. In the 10th year of the apocalypse, a sudden wave of beasts destroyed everything in an instant. At the same time, it also destroyed Zhou Cheng's belief. Facing the surging beast tide, facing the lizard man leader with a level up to dash levels, Zhou Cheng and his settlement didn't even survive a face-to-face encounter, and Zhou Cheng was torn apart alive by the lizard man. The moment he was torn apart by the lizard man, a picture suddenly appeared in Zhou Cheng's mind. In the picture, a woman is standing on the clouds, smiling at Zhou Cheng. "Zhou Cheng, you are the most outstanding boy I have ever seen. I hope you can stick to your heart and move forward courageously. Always remember that the world is not black, it is still bright. You have to believe that you will become stronger." The woman's face disappears, and the scene changes. When Zhou Cheng opened his eyes again, he was already reborn. Zhou Cheng didn't care about why or how he was reborn. Now that things have happened, let's make peace with them. Zhou Cheng didn't want to explore, nor was he too lazy to explore. Zhou Cheng just wants to know who is the woman who appears in his mind. At that moment, was it a dream or an illusion? And what does the phrase, "I hope you can stick to your heart," mean? This problem has troubled Zhou Cheng for a long time, but Zhou Cheng has never understood it. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng is not a troubled person. Since he can't think of it, there is no need to think about it anymore. The end of the world is coming, and what Zhou Cheng has to consider now is how to grab the professional sacred stone. Strength is the prerequisite for everything. Without strength, everything is just a cloud. Zhou Cheng clearly knows how tragic the fate of mankind will be after the apocalypse, and even more clearly, how terrifying alien creatures are. Only by becoming stronger can Zhou Cheng ensure that he can survive well in the days to come. Night. After dinner, Zhou Cheng came to the underground garage. The professional magic stone in his previous life was found in the underground garage. Zhou Cheng came here to get familiar with the terrain. The underground garage in the community is very large and has 2 floors, with a total area of at least square meters. This undoubtedly made it more difficult for Zhou Cheng to find professional sacred stones. Zhou Cheng had no other way to do this. He could only memorize the terrain so that he could respond quickly when the time came. Huh? No. Maybe we can start with that Li Ming. In his previous life, he was lucky enough to discover the professional stone. Zhou Cheng suddenly realized. But since that's the case, what's the best thing to do? Should we kill him now? Or should we follow him until the end of the world? Forget it, let's just follow him. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Cheng made a decision. Killing him right now is not a good idea. There are certain risks involved in doing so. Following him is the best choice. But if this is the case, Zhou Cheng must first find this Li Ming. Zhou Cheng had never met Li Ming in his previous life and had no idea what he looked like. However, this problem can be easily solved. Zhou Cheng can ask the property manager for help. In order to park the RV and renovate the house, Zhou Cheng had to deal with the property manager several times and even gave the property manager a big red envelope. Otherwise, the RV would not be able to enter the community. It wasn't that the property management was deliberately trying to embarrass Zhou Cheng. It was just that the RV was too big, bigger than a truck. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng immediately called the property manager and stated his intention directly. The property manager was also a cheerful person and agreed without saying a word. The two made an appointment to meet at the property tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Cheng showed a smile on his lips. It's as simple as that. However, to be on the safe side, Zhou Cheng later moved the entire underground garage twice. I didn't return home until I had memorized the topography of the underground garage. Silent all night. Early the next morning, Zhou Cheng came to the community property and found the property manager. 10 minutes later, Zhou Cheng successfully obtained Li Ming's room number and his license plate number. Then Zhou Li rushed to the target building immediately and rang the doorbell. After a while, the door was opened. "Who are you?" Li Ming stared at Zhou Cheng with a wary face. "Are you Li Ming?" Zhou Cheng asked. "And?" Li Ming nodded. "That's right." Zhou Cheng grinned, showing his white teeth. "What do you mean? Who are you?" Of course, Li Ming didn't know Zhou Cheng's intention of looking for him. He only thought that this guy was crazy. "I'm from a debt collection agency. When will you pay back the money you owe our bank?" You have to find a reason to come to your door rashly, and it's best to pretend to be a collection agency. "What debt collection agency? When have I ever owed money to a bank?" Li Ming suddenly widened his eyes. "Haha, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Today is the day you pay the debt anyway." "What the hell are you talking about? When did I ever owe money?" Li Ming suddenly became anxious. "No. Did I make a mistake?" Zhou Cheng pretended to be confused. "Fuck you." Li Ming was completely angered by these words. He raised his foot and kicked Zhou Cheng in the stomach. Zhou Cheng also didn't expect that Li Ming would have such a bad temper, and he would do anything at his request. However, Zhou Cheng naturally would not tolerate him. He easily dodged and then punched Li Ming on the bridge of the nose with his backhand. Li Ming hurriedly reached out to block, but unfortunately, he was half a beat too late, and his nose was hit by Zhou Cheng on the spot. "Ah!" Li Ming covered his nose and screamed. "Didn't you say you made a mistake? Why did you do it?" As Zhou Cheng spoke, he grabbed Li Ming's collar and pulled it down sharply. Li Ming was caught off guard, and his knee pressed against Li Ming's crotch. Severe pain struck, and Li Ming twitched all over in pain and fell to the ground wailing. "Are you an idiot for not knowing that all those we ask for debt are trained people? You dare to attack me. You are really overestimating your capabilities." Looking at Li Ming, who was in pain, Zhou Cheng mocked. "My grass and mud horse." Li Ming had quite a stubborn temper. He lay on the ground and cursed loudly, with even more resentment in his eyes. "Oh, you still dare to curse?" Zhou Cheng raised his eyebrows, raised his hand, and slapped Li Ming on the cheek. Snapped! The right side of Li Ming's face suddenly swelled up, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. "Try scolding again." "Pa!" Li Ming also received a slap on the left side of his face. "Swear again." Snapped! "Swear again." Snapped! Zhou Cheng slapped him 3 or 4 times in a row. Li Ming, who was originally handsome, suddenly turned into a pig's head, and his face became swollen even bigger than his father's. Stop fighting, Wu." At this moment, Li Ming really cried. It was not because Zhou Cheng was beaten that he cried, but because he was so unjust. He obviously never owed money, okay? Humph! Zhou Cheng snorted coldly and let go of Li Ming. "Boy, tell me your name if you dare." Li Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said fiercely. Sure, no problem. Remember, my name is Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng reported his name, then turned around and left. Zhou Cheng? I remember you, let's see. Looking at Zhou Cheng's back, Li Ming secretly vowed to never let Zhou Cheng go. To be fair, Li Ming's beating was indeed unfair. Zhou Cheng didn't have any other reason for visiting. He just wanted to see what he looked like so as not to get the wrong person later. Who knew that this guy would get violent if he disagreed with her? So how could Zhou Cheng pamper him? If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't gotten the professional sacred stone yet and couldn't be too harsh, Zhou Cheng guaranteed that he wouldn't have known how he died. As for Li Ming hating him, Zhou Cheng wouldn't even care. When the professional magic stone is obtained, it will be Li Ming's death. Zhou Cheng is a man who must retaliate for his flaws. If you offend Zhou Cheng, you will only die. Of course, Li Ming didn't know that his fate was already doomed, and this guy still wanted to regain his reputation. As soon as Zhou Cheng left, he started asking around about Zhou Cheng's origins. And soon Li Ming learned that Zhou Cheng also lived in this community and got Zhou Cheng's room number. But considering that his face was swollen like a pig's head, it was too embarrassing to go out. Li Ming finally decided to endure it for a while and wait for the injury to recover. On the other side, Zhou Cheng returned home directly. The preparations for the apocalypse were all completed, and Zhou Cheng hardly spent a day free after his rebirth. There was finally nothing to do today, and Zhou Cheng planned to have a good rest at home. After a comfortable sleep, Zhou Cheng woke up at noon and found that snowflakes were already floating in the sky. It's only October now, and Zhou Cheng City is in the south. This snowfall is inexplicable to many people. Of course, Zhou Cheng knew this very well. Where is this? The real winter will come in 3 days. By then, the entire city will see nothing but ice and snow, and the whole world will fall into an ice hell. Factories are shut down, schools are closed, and all production and life will come to a standstill. Secondly, the zombies that followed and the large number of alien creatures that entered the planet through wormholes were the real beginning of the human disaster. But none of this has anything to do with Zhou Cheng. At the beginning of his rebirth, Zhou Chenggong established a belief and lived only for himself. Zhou Cheng will not rebuild any settlements unless he has unrivaled strength. Otherwise, what if the settlement is rebuilt? In the end, wouldn't they just make the same mistake again and become a meal for alien creatures? After lunch, Zhou Cheng sat on the sofa and watched TV news to kill time. The news is still the same old thing, except for the awakening, it is the weather. Watching the news, Zhou Cheng suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something. He forgot to download the map and encyclopedia. I even forgot to download movies, TV shows, and online novels. These things are all necessities, and the importance of having an offline map after the apocalypse is self-evident. Encyclopedia is also very important. It will tell you a lot of knowledge. Movies, TV novels are also indispensable. When he has nothing to do, Zhou Cheng can study the plot or watch some bloody dramas to pass the time. As soon as he thought of it, Zhou Cheng immediately turned on his computer and started downloading offline maps and encyclopedias. Of course, whether it is an offline map or an encyclopedia, there is a fee to download. There are no free downloadable resources these days. As for movies, TV novels, Zhou Cheng has no plans to download them online, but plans to buy them directly. There are many online stores selling USB flash drives of movies and TV series. But now it was too late to shop online, so Zhou Cheng found a local merchant on a certain website. After some exchanges, Zhou Cheng made an appointment with the other party to pick up the goods. Zhou Cheng then went downstairs and drove out of the community without any delay. When Zhou Cheng went out, the snow was getting heavier and heavier, and the temperature dropped sharply below zero. Winter cannot be overcome overnight. It's just the beginning now. Fortunately, although it is snowing in the sky, the road conditions are relatively good and vehicles can still move smoothly. The merchant Zhou Cheng contacted was located in a computer mall in the city center, not far away, only an hour's drive away. Zhou Cheng quickly arrived at the mall and found the merchant's counter on the 3rd floor. There are many movie USB discs sold by merchants, including various types of foreign and domestic movies. Zhou Cheng didn't have time to choose one by one, so he simply packed up all the USB flash drives and bought them. Such generosity also makes merchants smile. But what the merchant doesn't know is that no matter how much money he makes, he probably won't be able to spend it. After paying the money, Zhou Cheng went to other stores and then bought 2 ebooks and 2 game consoles. After finishing everything, Zhou Cheng drove home immediately without stopping. As soon as the car entered the community, Zhou Cheng suddenly frowned. Zhou Cheng faintly felt a vague hostility shrouding himself. However, due to the long distance, Zhou Cheng could not detect where the other party was. Could it be Li Ming? Zhou Cheng wondered secretly. Zhou Cheng's guess was correct. This hostility came from Li Ming. Of course, Li Ming was not willing to accept being beaten by Zhou Cheng for no reason. After all, Li Ming is also a social person, and social people pay attention to revenge. Damn it, just wait for me. In the stairwell, looking at Zhou Cheng's retreating figure, Li Ming had a vicious look on his face. Zhou Cheng parked the car and returned home. Zhou Cheng ignored the hostility just now. Even if he knew it was Li Ming, Zhou Cheng didn't intend to touch him. After all, Zhou Cheng still counted on him to help find the professional magic stone. If you touch him now, if you accidentally kill him, Zhou Cheng will suffer huge losses. When he started yesterday, Zhou Cheng had deliberately suppressed his strength. Otherwise, Zhou Cheng could kill him with just one slap. Zhou Cheng is not talking big words, but because of his strength. Zhou Cheng is a professional, and after each professional awakens, his physical fitness will be greatly improved, far beyond what ordinary people can match. Not to mention 1 Li Ming. Even 10 Li Ming are no match. This is the difference between professionals and ordinary people. This is not all. As the level continues to increase, the physical fitness of professionals will continue to increase. Of course, depending on the occupation, the focus of subsequent growth will also be different. For example, a mage focuses on spiritual power, while a warrior focuses on strength. The level of professional quality has a greater impact on physical fitness. For example, for a gold professional, all physical attributes start out to be twice that of an ordinary professional. This is still not the point. The point is that the increase will be different for each subsequent level. For gold professionals, each level of physical attributes will increase by 50%. The increase rate for silver professionals is 40%. The increase rate for bronze professionals is 30%, and that for black iron is 20%. And ordinary professionals only have a -% increase. The difference in growth may not seem big, but that was in the early days. Accumulated over a long period of time, it makes a world of difference. The advantages of high-quality professionals are far more than that, and the increase in skill points is even more terrifying. As we all know, every profession has dozens of skills. Each skill can add up to 20 skill points. What do professionals rely on? It all depends on skills. It is conceivable that the power of the same skill with 1 skill point and 20 skill points are completely different. More importantly, there is no other way to obtain skill points. They can only be obtained through upgrading. Ordinary professionals can only get 1 skill point per level. Gold professionals can get 2, silver professionals can get 1.5, and the ratios of bronze and black iron are 1.3 and 1.2 respectively. As a result, the gap between professionals with different qualities becomes even greater. Therefore, high-quality professionals have natural advantages that they take for granted. Zhou Cheng's profession in his previous life was the Golden Necromancer. After rebirth, Zhou Cheng's job as a Golden Necromancer was still there. Although his level had changed to level 1, his original skill points, including skill levels, were retained. Zhou Cheng was at level 87 when he died, and had gained a total of 174 skill points before and after. There are 10 skills in total in the summoning department, and 174 skill points can almost be used to fill up all the skills. Now Zhou Cheng only hopes that when he upgrades again, he can still get new skill points. If this is the case, then Zhou Cheng can allocate the newly acquired points between the poison and curse systems. In this way, Zhou Cheng's necromancer profession is equivalent to a fellow practitioner of the third line, and his strength will definitely increase dramatically. And this will become Zhou Cheng's unique advantage. Regarding the upcoming Paladin profession, Zhou Cheng plans to focus on the guardianship system. If the offensive ability of the Paladin is not particularly outstanding, then its defensive ability can definitely kill any profession in an instant. As we all know, the defensive ability of the Guardian Paladin is the strongest among all professions. The ultimate goal of Zhou Cheng's choice of Guardian system was of course to deal with the level Lizard Man leader. Zhou Cheng needs stronger defense capabilities, instead of being instantly killed with one move like in his previous life. Of course the idea is good, but implementation is not that easy. Zhou Cheng has dual professions. Dual professions naturally require double experience to upgrade. This is a big challenge for Zhou Cheng. In the last life, there were many dual career people, and even 3 career people. The benefits of dual careers are obvious, because there are so many skills to choose from. But in fact, none of them can really succeed in the end. The ultimate reason is that it requires too much experience, and the upgrade speed is too slow, and the result is that it ends up being different. Of course, Zhou Cheng's choice of dual careers must have been carefully considered. Zhou Cheng was also well prepared mentally. Zhou Cheng's goal is very clear. That is, to upgrade both professions to level within 10 years. Even if he had to work double or even more times for this, Zhou Cheng would not hesitate. The reason why Zhou Cheng worked so hard was of course because of the lizard leader. That lizard man leader is now Zhou Cheng's obsession, and it is Zhou Cheng's nightmare that will never go away in his life. In fact, Zhou Cheng still couldn't figure out why a tide of alien creatures suddenly appeared. In the eyes of Zhou Cheng and many others, this is simply impossible. Alien creatures are never one. They are from different races. Since they are not of the same race, there will inevitably be fights between them. This is indeed the case. It is common for them to kill each other, and they cannot coexist at all. Therefore, this beast tide composed of different races exceeded everyone's expectations. There is also the level Lizard Man leader, whose appearance is equally surprising. Before this Lizard Man leader appeared, the highest level of alien creatures known to mankind was only level 80. Suddenly, a lizard man with a level of up to appeared, which was simply unbelievable. The appearance of this lizard man leader directly resulted in Zhou Cheng's settlement being destroyed in an instant. Everyone in the settlement has become a meal for the alien creatures, including Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng was not without resistance, but resistance was completely in vain. Not to mention facing a level 80 lizard man. Zhou Cheng didn't have the ability to kill even a known level creature. Even though Zhou Cheng is a gold professional with a level as high as 87, whether Zhou Cheng can protect himself against a level 80 alien creature is a question. In fact, there is no comparison at all between human professionals of the same level and alien creatures. When the two meet, human professionals are no match at all and cannot even protect themselves. Normally, there is at least a 10 to 15 level difference in actual combat power between human professionals and alien creatures. In other words, a level human professional can only deal with level alien creatures at most. Zhou Cheng, a level 80 creature, was no match, let alone a higher level lizard leader. Therefore, Zhou Cheng's death was not unjust at all. And with Zhou Cheng's strength, there is only one way to die in the end, let alone others. Speaking of level gaps, the mismatch in strength between the same levels has always been a major problem that plagues human professionals. Professionals need to upgrade, and upgrading requires experience. But the reality is that professionals are no match for foreign creatures of the same level. And killing foreign creatures that are 10 levels lower than yourself will give you very little experience. This creates an endless loop. That is, the higher the level, the more difficult it is to upgrade. Zhou Cheng also faced this problem, and the problem was even more serious. Because Zhou Cheng has dual professions, he needs double experience to upgrade. Of course, there are advantages to every disadvantage. The dual profession naturally brings Zhou Cheng's stronger combat power, which makes it possible for Zhou Cheng to deal with creatures of the same level. Speaking of alien creatures, there are more than a dozen alien creatures that have come to this planet after the apocalypse. They come from different races, and the numbers of different races are also different. There are hundreds of thousands in large quantities, and tens of thousands or even thousands in small quantities. Among all these races, there are three races that pose the greatest threat to mankind. They are werewolves, lizard men, and cyborgs. Speaking of werewolves, humans are all familiar with them, and they often appear in science fiction movies. But the werewolves here are different from the werewolves in science fiction movies. The werewolves in science fiction movies are all transformed from humans and have the same intelligence as humans. Not these werewolves. Although they also have intelligence, their IQ is very low. Strictly speaking, these werewolves should be called animals. The individual strength of the werewolf is not too strong, and it can only be ranked in the middle and lower reaches of all foreign creatures. However, the werewolf is a social animal, which is more terrifying. All werewolves are organized into groups, with each group having as few as a few and as many as a dozen. Fortunately, a dozen or so are the largest group. In the 10 years since the end of the world, no one has ever seen a pack of more than 20 werewolves. As the name suggests, the lizard men look like lizards that walk upright. They are huge and have scales as hard as steel. They also have sharp claws and teeth. Lizard men are extremely intelligent, and their intelligence is no less than that of humans, or even higher. Lizard men are cruel and cruel by nature. If a human being falls into their hands, it would be better to enter the 18th level of hell. Cyborgs are a combination of biology and machinery. Among all alien races, cyborgs are also the strongest, and their destructive power is simply terrifying. Cyborgs also have high IQs and have the same way of thinking as humans. As for other alien races, they all have their own characteristics. Of course, no matter what kind of alien creature it is, its strength is generally very powerful, far beyond what humans or even ordinary zombies can compare with. No one knows how these alien creatures arrived. This is a mystery that will never be solved, just like no one knew how zombies were created in the beginning. But one thing is certain, the emergence of alien creatures and zombies has almost destroyed the entire human race. Boom! Along with a loud noise, the originally dark sky suddenly burst into bright and dazzling light. This light lasted for about 10 seconds before gradually dissipating, followed by a deafening explosion. The explosion woke up Zhou Cheng, who was deep in thought. Zhou Cheng stood up and looked out through the window. He saw flames and thick smoke billowing into the sky at the end of the street, accompanied by violent explosions from time to time. Zhou Cheng was not surprised at all by what happened in front of him. He just watched calmly, with no trace of emotion on his face. Of course, Zhou Cheng knew the cause of the explosion, and even more what the explosion was. The explosion came from a meteorite falling from the sky, and meteorites from the sky are the precursors of the end of the world. Therefore, it was normal for Zhou Cheng not to panic. After all, he had already experienced it once 10 years ago. Now that the meteorite has landed, it has only confirmed his suspicion. The guess is that nothing has changed in this life, and history will continue to move along its original wheels. The end is coming. Call! Zhou Cheng sighed softly, turned around, and walked into the living room. Dear viewers, we are reporting on the scene of the explosion for you. According to the information we have received so far, the explosion has caused at least 30 casualties. Based on the conditions at the explosion site, experts concluded that the explosion should have been caused by a meteorite impact. According to the news we just received, similar explosions have occurred in other regions, including all over the world. Dear viewers, we have just received the recording of the meteorite crash. As the host on the TV announced, the screen quickly switched. In the picture, a meteorite was hitting a city below at an extremely fast speed, causing a violent explosion. Meteorite? Real or fake? Then we are bound to die? Damn it. Why don't you play with people like this? I've only lived for 27 years. How could something like this happen to me? Damn, God, are you kidding me? Stop making trouble upstairs. Do you think this is a joke? Let me strangle you. This is too exciting. Brothers, run quickly, or you will be dead if you don't run. As the news played, there was an uproar on the internet. For a time, the whole world was in chaos. Many people fled the city for fear of being hit by meteorites that landed again. But this is impossible. The meteor shower will only happen today. In the last life, there was only one meteorite falling in this city, and there was no second one. Zhou Cheng remembered this very clearly. The next day, Zhou Cheng went out again. Before the apocalypse breaks out, Zhou Cheng must go to the warehouse for one last look. Otherwise, Zhou Cheng will be worried. Snow is still falling in the sky, and it is getting heavier and heavier. The snow on the ground is at least 2 centimeters thick. The streets are full of passers-by in a hurry. It can be seen that yesterday's meteorite rain had a big impact on everyone. The road was also icy, so everyone drove carefully, including Zhou Cheng. But even so, vehicles still collide with each other from time to time. Zhou Cheng was not worried about the icy and snowy roads. When he went out, Zhou Cheng had already installed anti-skid chains on the car in advance. 2 hours later, Zhou Cheng arrived at the warehouse. As soon as we got off the bus, we heard the barking of dogs inside. But when Zhou Cheng walked to the gate, the manic barking immediately stopped and was replaced by bursts of whimpering. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but laugh. The dog's nose was really sensitive, and he could smell his breath. Opening the door, Zhou Cheng entered the factory area. More than a dozen wolf dogs immediately surrounded him. They kept rubbing Zhou Cheng's trouser legs and making whining sounds, obviously trying to please him. Zhou Cheng had no time to pay attention to them, so he walked straight to the warehouse and opened the door. Everything is normal inside. All supplies are neatly stacked, and there is nothing abnormal. Zhou Cheng then moved all the dash cartons of cigarettes in the car to the warehouse for storage. After scanning around again to confirm that there were no problems, Zhou Cheng closed the door and drove away. 3 hours later, Zhou Cheng returned home. The apocalypse will break out tomorrow, and Zhou Cheng will not go anywhere from now on. He will have a good rest to prepare for the night's action. After 12 o'clock tonight, Zhou Chenggong went to the underground garage to wait for Li Ming to show up. The importance of the Paladin professional sacred stone to Zhou Cheng is self-evident, and Zhou Cheng will never allow himself to miss it. Ding dong! At 11 o'clock in the evening, the alarm sounded on time. Zhou Cheng got up and got dressed. After a little tidying up, he walked out of the room and prepared to go to the underground garage. The moment he opened the door, a biting cold wind hit his face, causing Zhou Cheng to shiver. With the advent of winter, the temperature has been getting lower and lower these days, and the temperature has plummeted to -10 degrees. At some point, the windows were covered with a thin layer of white frost. Zhou Cheng turned around and returned to the house. When he came out again, he already had an extra set of cold-proof clothes on him. A few minutes later, Zhou Cheng took the elevator to the underground garage. The apocalypse has not yet begun. At present, the water and electricity supply are still normal, and the elevator can still be used. The garage was still brightly lit, which facilitated Zhou Cheng's next actions. Arriving at the underground garage, Zhou Cheng first inspected the underground garage and found nothing. Then Zhou Cheng came to the entrance of the underground garage. There is only one entrance to the underground garage in the community. Li Ming lives in the 3rd building of the community, and the 3rd building is right next to the entrance of the garage. Zhou Cheng only needs to keep an eye around here, so he doesn't have to worry about missing anything. It was early in the morning, and there was no one in the basement except Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng found a corner where he could not easily be noticed and hid it, then waited for Li Ming to appear. The wait is long, but this is not a problem for Zhou Cheng, who has plenty of patience. Time passed by minute, and it was 58 frowny-faced dash in the morning. At this moment, Zhou Cheng suddenly heard the sound of a car in the distance. Looking up, a car with a new energy license plate drove into the basement. The person sitting in the car was none other than Li Ming, whom Zhou Cheng had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Li Ming driving into the basement, Zhou Cheng showed a faint smile. After waiting for 3 hours, it finally came. Of course, Li Ming didn't notice Zhou Cheng in the corner. He drove the car into the basement and parked it. Li Ming got out of the car and then walked to the trunk to get something. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred, and the lights in the basement suddenly flickered on and off. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared in the basement, and coincidentally appeared next to Li Ming. Almost at the same time, Zhou Cheng also made a move, and he was seen rushing towards the white light at high speed. Zhou Cheng must not be in a hurry. The white light that appears is the professional magic stone that Zhou Cheng has been waiting for. Zhou Cheng will never allow his efforts to fall short at this time. Li Ming was obviously stunned by the sudden white light, but before he could react, he felt a stab of pain in his back. When he looked down, he saw that there was already a dagger stuck in his chest. Li Ming couldn't believe it and looked at his chest, then looked up, only to see Zhou Cheng standing next to him with an indifferent expression, his eyes full of murderous intent. Of course, Li Ming also saw the thumb-sized ball emitting white light in Zhou Cheng's hand. "Zhou Cheng, you?" Li Ming pointed his finger at Zhou Cheng unwillingly and died completely in the middle of his words. Looking at Li Ming, who was still dead, Zhou Cheng pulled out the dagger without expression, then dragged Li Ming's body aside. After getting this done, Zhou Cheng immediately couldn't wait to look at the professional stone in his hand. Looking at the dazzling professional sacred stone, Zhou Cheng couldn't hide the joy on his face. With this sacred stone, Zhou Cheng can successfully start the gold-quality Paladin career. Coupled with Zhou Cheng's original Necromancer profession, Zhou Cheng's strength will definitely increase several times more than before. Just thinking about it made Zhou Cheng extremely excited. Now that he has the professional magic stone, what are he waiting for? Zhou Cheng immediately threw it into his mouth. In an instant, a strong energy surged into the body and traveled throughout the body. Immediately afterwards, a piece of information suddenly appeared in Zhou Cheng's mind. Devouring successful. Occupation Mage. Quality Gold. Attributes: Strength plus 10, Agility plus 25, Vitality plus 10, Spirit plus 35. 7567444035. Fire Resistance 0%, Frost Resistance 0%, Lightning Resistance 0%, Poison Resistance 0%. Skills: Ice, Fire, Elemental. What? After getting the information, Zhou Cheng was suddenly stunned on the spot. His face was filled with disbelief and shock. Of course, Zhou Cheng was surprised, because what he obtained was not the Paladin profession at all, but the Mage profession. How is this possible? It should be a Paladin? Could it be that there is something wrong with my memory? Zhou Cheng's face is full of questions. Impossible. My memory has always been very good. It is well known that Li Ming was indeed a Paladin in his last life. But how to explain it now? Why the Mage profession? Where are the Paladin professional sacred stones? A series of doubts kept flashing through Zhou Cheng's mind, leaving him puzzled. But no matter what, this is the fact, and Zhou Cheng can only accept this fact. Moreover, he had already swallowed the sacred stone and obtained the Mage profession. It was too late to regret it now. But accept it, and the sudden change still made Zhou Cheng a little irritable. Sudden changes almost disrupted all Zhou Cheng's plans. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng quickly controlled his emotions. After all, there is no regret medicine in this world. Now that the matter has come to this, Zhou Cheng can only treat it rationally. What's more, the Mage profession is not impossible, and the power of Mage is also well known. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng stopped worrying and was about to turn around and return. As a result, as soon as he took 2 steps, Zhou Cheng suddenly stopped. Wrong! Can't just go back like this. What if there is another professional divine stone? Such an idea suddenly popped into Zhou Cheng's mind. If you think about it carefully, there is really such a possibility. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng quickly turned around without saying a word and then searched the underground garage again, not even missing the corners. But in the end, he found nothing. It would be false to say that Zhou Cheng was not disappointed because he did not find the professional magic stone. But there is nothing that can be done. Ugh! Forget it. If you can't find it, you can't find it. What's more, even if you find it, you can't use it. Zhou Cheng sighed softly and began to comfort himself. Zhou Cheng was right. Even if he found this professional sacred stone, he wouldn't be able to use it. Zhou Cheng now has a dual career and cannot have a third career. This is not to say that it is not allowed, but that Zhou Cheng simply cannot afford so much upgrade experience. To practice the third profession is simply to seek death. Of course, even if he couldn't practice the three professions, Zhou Cheng had no reason to let go of a possible professional sacred stone. Unwilling to be reconciled, Zhou Cheng walked around the basement a few more times, but still found nothing, so he had to give up completely. Since it was indeed not the case, Zhou Cheng could only turn around and go home. Zhou Cheng also wants to go back and study the mage profession. What Zhou Cheng didn't know was, not long after he left, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed again at the same location. And impartially, this white light happened to fall on the dead Li Ming. Then a bead flew out of the white light and went straight into the center of Li Ming's eyebrows. After the white light disappeared, Li Ming, who was originally unconscious, slowly opened his eyes. His pupils gradually expanded. His eyes were full of hatred, and he seemed to be roaring. Of course, Zhou Cheng doesn't know all this. Otherwise, Zhou Cheng might regret it to death. After returning home, Zhou Cheng couldn't wait to open the properties panel and check it out. Each professional has his or her own attribute panel. Professionals can view various body attributes and skills through the attribute panel and perform point-adding operations. In addition, professionals can also purchase the required professional equipment through the attribute panel. Of course, the property panel also has other functions, such as storage, synthesis, etc. Zhou Cheng was reborn and already understood the role of the attribute panel. Except for Zhou Cheng, who opened it once at the beginning of his rebirth. He never opened it again after that. Of course, what Zhou Cheng cares about now is not the attribute panel, but the mage skills. Zhou Cheng didn't know much about the mage profession. Since he got the mage profession, he must study it carefully. Zhou Cheng wants to avoid following the old path of a necromancer. The mage profession, like other professions, is also divided into three systems, namely the fire system, the ice system, and the element system. Zhou Cheng first needs to decide which department to major in, and then he can consider others. After carefully browsing all the mage skills, Zhou Cheng found that the fire and ice systems were both very good, and both were more suitable for Zhou Cheng. Especially the fire type, the attack power is off the charts. The ice type is not bad either, and the ice type also comes with its own control skills. If you can master the battle skillfully, you will definitely be handy. As for the elemental system, it was not within Zhou Cheng's consideration at all. The reason is very simple. Most of the elemental skills are auxiliary skills. In his previous life, Zhou Cheng had not heard of any mage who majored in the elemental system. In particular, none of the high-level mages majored in the elemental system. Of course, the choice is in Zhou Cheng's hands. After thinking for a long time, Zhou Cheng finally decided to major in the fire system because the fire system has the strongest attack power. After accidentally losing the Paladin profession, the defense that Zhou Cheng wanted before was in vain. In this case, let's just make a big reversal and strengthen the attack with all our strength. What is there to say? The most powerful defense is offense. Zhou Cheng was prepared to take this path. As we all know, the mage's attack power itself is the most powerful. Fire mages have a total of 10 skills. The main attack skills are Firebomb, Hellfire, Fireball, Flame Wall, Meteorite, and Hydra. Auxiliary skills include Warmth. After looking at all the skills carefully, Zhou Cheng immediately had a general outline in his mind. However, an outline is an outline. Zhou Cheng still needs to carefully consider how to choose and configure skills. At present, the only thing Zhou Cheng is sure of is the Flame Bomb. Firebomb creates flaming magic missiles. Mana cost 1. Firebomb is the primary skill of the Fire Mage, and it is also the only attack skill of the Mage before the 3rd level. No need to think about it. Firebomb must be learned. As for other skills, Zhou Cheng is not in a hurry. He has plenty of time to think about it. In fact, if the other 2 skills are not considered, the 10 skills of the fire system can be fully topped up. Of course, the premise is that Zhou Cheng reaches level dash. Gold professionals can gain 2 skill points each time they level up. You can get 200 skill points at level dash. Each skill requires 20 skill points to reach full level, and the 10 skills are no more and no less than exactly dash points. Of course, in reality, this is impossible to achieve. No professional will 100% major in one department. and more or less have to take into account the skills of the other two departments. For example, the Ice Shield of the Ice Mage is the strongest defensive skill of the Mage, and Zhou Cheng must learn it. Another example is the Elemental Healing technique, which is even more essential because this skill can save lives. Zhou Cheng's Necromancer profession in his previous life was also not a pure summoning system. Zhou Cheng also learned the other two skills. For example, the Poison Star of the Poison system. For example, the damage of the Curse system is deepened. Of these two skills, one can cause continuous poison damage, and the other can greatly increase attack damage. Skills like this are definitely indispensable and something Zhou Cheng must master. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng doesn't have to worry about the Necromancer. Zhou Cheng only needs to consider the professional skills of the Mage. As for how to choose and configure skills, Zhou Cheng believes that as long as he slowly explores and practices, he will definitely find the most perfect solution. After considering all the issues carefully, Zhou Cheng also let out a sigh of relief and felt that his whole person became much more relaxed. Since his rebirth, Zhou Cheng has meditated hard, prepared carefully, and been busy. In the final analysis, it is all to deal with this damn apocalypse. Now that the end of the world has finally come, he is finally free. This is not to say that Zhou Cheng is looking forward to the end of the world. Whether the end of the world will come or not is not something Zhou Cheng can decide. But the feeling of waiting is too uncomfortable. Now, Zhou Cheng finally completed all the preparations. Although there were some changes in the middle, it did not affect the overall situation. Zhou Cheng believes that with his wisdom and sufficient preparation, in this life, he will never make the same mistake again. Zhou Cheng's goal in this life is very clear, which is to kill the lizard leader. Zhou Cheng doesn't care about righteousness, and he has no interest in being a hero and saving the world. All he knew was that the leader of the lizard men had to die, and it must be killed by his own hands. He wants revenge. Looking up out of the window, it was already dark. After getting up and going to the kitchen, Zhou Cheng made himself something to eat and then got ready to go to bed. Zhou Cheng needs to be mentally alert to cope with the upcoming fight tomorrow morning. Today is the day when the end of the world officially begins, and the wormhole will also appear tonight. Of course, there are also zombies appearing tonight. These zombies were Zhou Cheng's early targets. It takes a month for the wormhole to open from opening to opening, and no alien creatures will appear within a month. Speaking of zombies, if alien creatures can be considered natural disasters, then zombies are a man-made disaster, caused entirely by human beings themselves. This is not Zhou Cheng's arrogance, but this matter has been fully confirmed in the previous life. Zhou Cheng remembered that it was the 5th year of the apocalypse, and a team of professionals opened a biological laboratory on the other side of the ocean. They discovered an under-researched virus in the biological laboratory zombie virus, thus revealing this long-standing secret. In other words, the zombie virus was actually developed by humans. Therefore, the emergence of zombies is purely caused by human beings, and their appearance has undoubtedly aggravated the suffering suffered by mankind. It is conceivable that if there are no zombies, humans only have to face alien creatures. Can they at least have an easier time? If there were no zombies, would humans be able to concentrate their efforts on dealing with alien creatures? Is it even possible that one day humans can drive back all alien creatures? Thinking like this, Zhou Cheng gradually fell asleep. Evening. Zhou Cheng woke up from his dream with a shrill scream. But even though there were screams outside, it didn't affect Zhou Cheng in the slightest. After getting up, Zhou Cheng washed, cooked, and ate as usual. The whole process was as if nothing happened. It wasn't until he finished eating and put everything away that Zhou Cheng slowly walked to the window and looked out. At this moment, the world outside was already in chaos. The whole city was full of flames. Even if it was still snowing heavily, it could not stop the spread of the fire. On the streets, people were crying, screaming, and running away crazily. Behind them were dozens of particularly eye-catching zombies. They were completely black and exuded a strong, rotten smell. Completely different from the zombies in zombie movies, These zombies are not only extremely fast, but their skin is extremely tough, and they also have sharp claws. Zhou Cheng witnessed with his own eyes a girl being penetrated directly by sharp claws. Zhou Cheng saw a man lying on the ground, his chest cut open by zombies. The flesh and blood were blurred, and the intestines mixed with the internal organs flowed out. This was a massacre, a one-sided massacre. Under the siege of these zombies, few people can survive for 3 seconds. As time goes by, signs of chaos in the city are increasing and getting worse. In the community, screams were also heard at this time. Needless to say, someone had a mutation in the family, and the family members suffered. Zhou Cheng didn't pay any attention to this. He just stood quietly by the window and watched the zombies wreaking havoc. Of course, Zhou Cheng was calm. He was already used to this kind of incident. In the apocalypse, this kind of thing happens every day. Zhou Cheng stood by the window and watched for a long time, until there was a rumbling sound in the distance. Looking up, I saw a dazzling white light suddenly shining in the distant sky. The intense white light made Zhou Cheng couldn't help but squint his eyes. The next second, the white light suddenly disappeared, replaced by a huge wormhole. A wormhole to another world. Oh, it's here after all? Watching the wormhole appear, Zhou Cheng sighed slightly. It won't take long, at most a month, for a large number of alien creatures to arrive through these wormholes. And the moment they arrive, it also means the beginning of mankind's tragic fate. On August 2050, the end of the world has arrived. This day is destined to be extraordinary. Zhou Cheng took a deep breath and turned back to the living room. Half an hour later, Zhou Cheng walked out of the house. At this time, he was wearing a set of simple and smart casual clothes and holding a machete in his hand. This machete was specially ordered by Zhou Cheng. It was forged from pure alloy and cost Zhou Cheng 200 million. Professionals can assemble professional equipment, but these professional equipment can only be purchased through the attribute panel at the cost of the professional's experience points. Zhou Cheng was unwilling to waste experience, especially in the early stages. Professionals level up quickly in the early stages, and Zhou Cheng can choose a suitable set of equipment after level 10. After all, experience is earned through hard work, so you should save it if you can. Zhou Cheng bought this machete just for transition, so he could use it before level 10. When Zhou Cheng has professional equipment, this machete will naturally be eliminated. The quality of professional equipment, even the first-level professional equipment, is not comparable to that of this machete. Speaking of equipment, professional equipment also has qualities. It is also divided into 5 levels: ordinary, black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. Of course, the experience points required to redeem equipment of different qualities are also different. For the same set of equipment, gold quality equipment costs 5 times as much experience as ordinary quality equipment. In the same way, the attributes of gold equipment are definitely much stronger than ordinary equipment. The two are not on the same level at all. While the elevator still had power, Zhou Cheng took the elevator to the underground garage. As a result, as soon as the elevator door opened, he ran into the first zombie he encountered after rebirth. Seeing Zhou Cheng appear, the zombie immediately rushed towards him with its claws and teeth bared. This is a male zombie with a muscular body and tangled muscles, like an iron tower. If an ordinary person encounters such a zombie, it will basically be a dead end. To be honest, if Zhou Cheng is not a professional, even if Zhou Cheng has rich combat experience, it would be difficult to deal with a zombie under normal circumstances. It's a pity that Zhou Cheng is not an ordinary person, and Zhou Cheng also has a skeleton brother. Before Zhou Cheng could take action, the skeleton warrior rushed forward bravely. Oh! The two collided together, and there was a burst of energy. The skeleton warrior took several steps back, but the zombie remained motionless. Courage and strength can never be compared. Obviously, compared to the zombie in front of him, the skeleton boy's strength is still a bit inferior. This can't be blamed on the incompetence of the skeleton boy. It's really that the eldest brother Zhou Cheng's level is too low, which drags down the younger brother. If this were the case in the past, if Zhou Cheng summoned a skeleton warrior at random, he would be an instant kill against this zombie. Not to mention one head, even 10 heads would be an instant kill. But that was before, when Zhou Cheng's level was still there. Zhou Cheng is only at level 1 now, so it's normal that his younger brother can't handle a zombie. But it doesn't matter. If the younger brother can't beat him, isn't there still an older brother? Without saying a word, Zhou Cheng fired 2 fire bombs, easily blowing away the zombie's head. The headless zombie immediately fell to the ground, with only its limbs still waving. Of course, this is just its nerves. Zhou Cheng was sure that it was dead. No matter who had no head, he would die, and zombies were no exception. Taking a look at the experience value, Zhou Cheng found that the experience had only increased by about -%. Calculating this, he needs to kill at least 10 zombies before he can reach level 2. In the previous life, he only needed to kill 5 zombies. But there is nothing we can do about it, because Zhou Cheng is now dual professional. Arriving at the zombies, Zhou Cheng bent down and picked up a crystal core from the ground. Zombies will drop crystal cores after they die, which are very useful to professionals. Professionals can attach it to equipment to enhance the equipment's resistance. Crystal nuclei can also be synthesized. After synthesis, the properties will be higher and the inlay effect will be better. Putting the crystal core away, Zhou Cheng began to look for the next target. The mutation has just begun, and there are not many zombies in the underground garage. Zhou Cheng walked around the huge garage several times before finding both ends one after another. After getting rid of them, there will be nothing but cars in the entire underground garage. Zhou Cheng then came to the basement exit. If there was nothing in the garage, it did not mean that there was nothing in the community. Sure enough, as soon as Zhou Cheng walked to the garage exit, he found 2 zombies not far away. Roar! Sensing the approach of a living person, the 2 zombies roared and rushed over with their teeth and claws bared. Oh! As a result, as soon as the 2 zombies started to activate, a flame bomb roared over and accurately hit one of them. However, this fire bomb did not directly send him to the west, but only injured it. This is not surprising. The first level flame bomb is really too weak, and it takes 2 to kill it. Zhou Cheng ordered the skeleton warrior to go up and deal with it, and then turn around to deal with the remaining one. The younger brothers fight bravely to kill the enemy. Of course, the elder brother cannot be vague and must set an example. Of course, Zhou Cheng would definitely not be stupid and tough with it. Although professionals also have a health attribute, everyone knows that it only has a symbolic meaning. As long as he is hit in a vital point, he will die regardless of his health value. Not to mention that one of Zhou Cheng's professions is a mage and the other a necromancer, both of which are very fragile. And Zhou Cheng is only at level 1 now, so there is no way he can fight against zombies. Zhou Cheng dodged sideways to avoid the claws swung by the zombie, and then kicked out hard on the zombie's back. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and Zhou Cheng was forced back 3 or 4 steps by the force of the countershock, and the zombie was kicked into the nearby trees by Zhou Cheng. However, this rough-skinned guy was not injured at all. He quickly climbed up from the bushes and rushed over. Too bad it no longer had a chance. The reason why Zhou Cheng kicked it was to increase the casting distance. Although the distance between the two is only a few meters at the moment, a few meters is enough. 2 fire bombs came out in response, hitting the zombie's head accurately, sending it directly to the west. At this time, the younger brother also got rid of the half-broken zombie. Grass! After dealing with the 2 zombies, Zhou Cheng glanced at the ground and found that no crystal cores had fallen. He couldn't help but curse. Not every zombie will drop a crystal core. This is entirely a matter of probability. To put it bluntly, it just depends on luck. Who can you blame for bad luck? Of course, Zhou Cheng knew this, so he quickly put the matter behind him and continued to look for the next target. After some searching, Zhou Cheng finally found a zombie again. This is a female zombie that looks like a pig, has a bloated body, a mouth full of fangs, and is wobbling when walking. Not far behind it, there were 4 other zombies. This is your suitor. Looking at the maternal zombie, Zhou Cheng cursed secretly. Ouch! Seeing Zhou Cheng, the maternal zombie immediately let out a sharp and piercing cry, and then led a group of younger brothers to rush over. Haha, it's true that men and women are different, Even their voices are different. No wonder there are so many suitors. It doesn't matter, you run at the front, then you die first. Call out. Flame. As Zhou Cheng's wrist shook, a flame bomb shot out quickly. The fire bombs are extremely fast, covering tens of meters in an instant, and hit the maternal zombies accurately. The fire bomb accurately hit its neck and then sent it flying to the west. Every creature has a vital point. Even a zombie, as long as it hits the vital point, it will still die. Although the mother zombie died, the 4 zombies behind it did not stop. They roared crazily and rushed toward Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng didn't hesitate and ran to the underground garage. Zhou Cheng must run away. With his current strength, he simply cannot deal with 4 zombies. It's okay to say that there were 2 of them, but if all 4 of them swarmed forward, Zhou Cheng would definitely be dead. Zhou Cheng ran ahead, and the 4 zombies followed him. I have to say that these guys are really not slow, they run like sprinters. However, Zhou Cheng was not slow in running. After all, the physical fitness of a professional was there. Running wildly, Zhou Cheng quickly ran back to the underground garage and found a stairwell to hide. Of course, hiding is only treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. It doesn't take much time for the zombies to find Zhou Cheng with their keen sense of smell. Zhou Cheng didn't intend to hide, he just needed a chance to breathe. Not to mention that zombies are all experienced babies. How could Zhou Cheng let them go? Zhou Cheng is now eager to be promoted to level 2. Let's not talk about what the strength will be after the upgrade. The main thing is that Zhou Cheng has to determine what the upgrade will be like. Whether his Necromancer profession can still obtain new skill points is Zhou Cheng's biggest concern. Just as he was thinking about it, Zhou Cheng heard rapid footsteps coming from outside. Needless to say, the zombies are here. Zhou Cheng carefully looked outside, and sure enough, 2 zombies were walking this way. As for the other 2 ends, Zhou Cheng said he didn't see them. Of course, Zhou Cheng doesn't want to see it either. If all 4 parties still come together, then Zhou Cheng will still have to run away. There is no problem at both ends. Zhou Cheng can handle both ends. Shadash! Seeing 2 zombies entering the building, Zhou Cheng suddenly jumped out and fired a flame bomb, aiming directly at a zombie on the left. At the same time, Zhou Cheng raised his machete high and jumped up to grab the zombie on the right. Zhou Cheng's knife was aimed at its throat. If it hit, it would be dead. Of course, even if it doesn't die, the little brother following it will do the last hit. As a cold light flashed, blood splattered, and a head flew out immediately. This zombie hiccuped without even letting out a scream. Zhou Cheng also didn't expect that the effect of this knife would be so good. But he doesn't have time to think about this now. There is still a zombie that has not been solved. Zhou Cheng then changed his target and easily killed the remaining zombie. After dealing with the 2 zombies, Zhou Cheng picked up a crystal core on the ground. Although there was only 1 crystal core, a fly's legs were also meat, and Zhou Cheng would not dislike it. After putting away the crystal core, Zhou Cheng picked up a mineral water bottle on the ground and threw it away. After a while, the sound of footsteps was heard again. This time, only 1 appeared, and the other was still missing. 1 end would be better to solve. Without the younger brother having to do anything, the 2 flame bombs were fired out and sent directly to the west. For zombies killed 3, and now only 1 remains. What does Zhou Cheng have to fear if there is only 1 left? The one who killed them all. Zhou Cheng then swaggered out of the building and began searching the basement for the remaining 1. Soon, Zhou Cheng found the remaining zombie and got rid of it. This time, Zhou Cheng had better luck and got a crystal core. After putting the crystal core away, Zhou Cheng decided to take a rest. Professionals need to consume mental energy to cast spells, and Zhou Cheng now only has less than 1/3 of his mental energy left. You can't wait until your mental energy is exhausted before resting. Otherwise, if an unexpected situation occurs and Zhou Cheng has to cast a spell, the consequences will be very serious. Excessive consumption of mental energy can cause severe headaches, and in serious cases, life-threatening injuries. As for the place to rest, Zhou Cheng had already arranged it. Zhou Cheng's 500 tank is parked in the basement, and you can rest in the car. Zhou Cheng even put food and sleeping bags in the car early. Zhou Cheng didn't want to go back and forth. Although there was still power supply, Zhou Cheng didn't dare to take the elevator again. In the event of a sudden power outage, Zhou Cheng would be trapped in the elevator. And if he didn't take the elevator, Zhou Cheng would have to climb 30 flights of stairs to get home. Although Zhou Cheng's physique is not bad and climbing stairs is not strenuous, it is better not to climb. And even if he wants to go back, Zhou Cheng has to upgrade his level to level 2 before going back. Zhou Cheng has always been thinking about skill points. Without a clear answer, Zhou Cheng wouldn't be able to sleep well even if he went back. Soon, Zhou Cheng found his Tank 500 and quickly got in. The rear seats of the car had been folded down in advance, and there were thick mattresses on them, and of course sleeping bags. As winter approaches and the weather gets colder, sleeping bags and mattresses are a must-have. I didn't feel anything good when I was killing monsters. As soon as he stopped, Zhou Cheng could immediately feel the biting cold. Of course, there is no shortage of food and drink, including mineral water, chocolate, and individual soldier rations. Zhou Cheng ate a chocolate bar, added some water, and then lay in his sleeping bag with his eyes closed to rest. As for the skeleton brother, let him stand guard outside. The skeleton has no vital signs, so there is no need to worry about it being attacked by zombies. Sleeping in the car is also very safe. Zhou Cheng deliberately sprinkled toilet water around the outside of the car, which can effectively hinder the zombie's sense of smell. Zhou Cheng took a nap for a while, then woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, Zhou Cheng's ears perked up. He heard footsteps coming from outside, and the footsteps were very light. Obviously, these are not zombies but humans. Zhou Cheng looked out through the car window and soon saw several panicked figures. There were 5 young men and women, 3 of whom were armed with steel pipes, wooden sticks, and other weapons. The 2 girls were carrying backpacks and holding various self-defense tools in their hands, looking like they were always ready for battle. From the looks of them, they seemed to be preparing to run for their lives. Zhou Cheng's guess was correct. He saw them arriving in front of a nearby off-road vehicle. Someone took out the key and opened the door, and then the men quickly got into the car. After the door closed, the vehicle immediately started and drove towards the garage exit. Zhou Cheng watched the car leave with cold eyes. Even though he knew they were seeking death, he had no intention of stopping them. First of all, Zhou Cheng couldn't stop him. Even if he barely stopped him, these people wouldn't listen to him. More importantly, in the apocalypse, good people cannot do anything. Behind this sentence are countless bloody lessons. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, 3 of the young men ran back with frightened faces. Behind them were dozens of zombies chasing after them. Help! Help me! Don't kill me! Wu dashed. Seeing the zombies getting closer and closer, several young people screamed in fear. They completely failed to consider that their loud screams would only attract more zombies. Zhou Cheng was too lazy to pay attention to these idiots, and of course he had no intention of saving them. Who dares to save someone in a situation like this? Whoever goes has to risk his life. Not to mention that they are simply seeking their own death and are not worthy of pity at all. What is a brain defect? This is a typical brain defect. What a blessing it is not to be infected by the virus and become a zombie. At this time, as long as you stay at home and close the door, regardless of what happens next, at least you can save your life for now. Nowadays, there are high-rise buildings, and it is generally difficult for zombies to get into them unless you keep trying to lure them. Even if they could get up there, it would be difficult for zombies to break through the door and cause harm to them. After all, the zombie wave has just broken out, and all zombies are only level 1 and do not have the strength at all. Under such circumstances, if you have to go downstairs and escape, is this not seeking death? Such a brainless person, even if he is saved, he will only cause trouble for himself. Not to mention that Zhou Cheng is only at level 1 now. Zhou Cheng couldn't deal with dozens of zombies at all. In the end, Zhou Chenggong watched helplessly as they were overwhelmed by zombies without doing anything. Bang! Bang! At this moment, bursts of explosions suddenly sounded in the distance, and the sound was deafening. Fierce gunshots followed soon after, accompanied by the roars and roars of zombies. Hearing the sound of gunfire, Zhou Cheng knew that the army was dispatched, and they were fighting the zombies. Zhou Cheng was not surprised by the arrival of the army. After the zombie craze appeared, governments and militaries of various countries could not just sit back and ignore it, and would inevitably send troops to rescue. Shen City, where Zhou Cheng is located, is one of the largest cities in the country and is the focus of military rescue. Although 5 hours had passed since the zombie outbreak, the army was here after all. Of course, regardless of the past few hours, even if the military responds immediately at the beginning of the outbreak, the final result will not change. Zhou Cheng is also very clear about this. There is no way, there are too many zombies and the army can't handle them at all. As far as Zhou Cheng knows, on the first day of the apocalypse alone, about 50% of the world's people mutated into zombies, and this proportion was finally fixed at 80%. 80% of the world's population, you can imagine how much that is. The military alone is simply not enough to deal with this disaster. Besides, soldiers are also human beings, and they may become zombies even if they are human beings. The military is also facing a zombie crisis, and they themselves are overwhelmed. But the end is the end. The army came after all. Zhou Cheng also hopes that the army will arrive as soon as possible so that more lives can be saved. In fact, at least in the early days of the end of the world, the army still played a big role. Not only did they save a lot of lives, they also recaptured many cities and restored order. Unfortunately, with the advent of alien creatures and the gradual loss of effectiveness of thermal weapons, the army soon withdrew from the stage of history. With the decline of the military, most cities fell one after another and were reoccupied by the zombie army. The few cities that did not fall were gradually taken over by senior professionals. Of course, none of this has anything to do with Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng had no intention of rebuilding the settlement. What's more, the future will be discussed in the future. It's too early to say anything now. Zombies and alien creatures are not so easy to deal with. The army can't handle it, and there are so many professionals who can't handle it. How can we still count on Zhou Cheng? Zhou Cheng believed that he did not have this awareness or the ability. Zhou Cheng wants to live well. Of course, Zhou Cheng still wanted to take revenge and kill the Lizard Man. Unlike Zhou Cheng, the arrival of the army naturally made the survivors cheer. They take it for granted that with the protection of the army, they will be safe from now on. This ecstatic mood became even more intense when the army arrived and opened a safe zone in the south of the city a few hours later. It's a pity they were happy too soon. It's not just zombies they have to face. What followed was a 3-month-long winter. The appearance of winter brings the whole world to a standstill, with no transportation, no logistics, no water sources, no food. All resources are cut off. How can you survive if you have nothing? This is just the surface. The real worst is yet to come. After winter, the ice and snow melt, and the Earth's crust changes. The originally calm ocean suddenly surged, forming huge waves that swept through coastal cities. The scene was extremely horrifying, like a scene of world destruction. Subsequently, melting ice and snow formed floods, inundating villages along the way and destroying countless farmlands. Human beings began to kill each other in order to compete for food. The ugliness of human nature is also vividly displayed at this time. In addition to eating and sleeping, people basically spend the rest of their time looking for supplies. Of course, they also have to avoid the threats of zombies and alien creatures at all times. Zombies and alien creatures also need food, and humans are their food, and in their eyes humans are delicacies. In this environment, one can imagine the suffering suffered by human beings. It can be said that if it were not for the sudden rise of human professionals, mankind would have perished long ago. Professionals have great strength and can effectively protect human beings. They establish settlements to give the human survivors a home. They have even resumed some production in life and can provide small amounts of food and necessities to survivors. But as the saying goes, if you pay, you must be rewarded. If professionals provide protection to survivors, survivors need to pay them. As for what the reward is, you can imagine. Either life or body. Beyond that, what else can survivors have? So those professionals, especially those high-level professionals who founded large settlements, they are often emperor-like existences, enjoying the best life and the most beautiful women. They say that you can do whatever you want without any scruples. Ordinary humans are slaves in their eyes and can be beaten, scolded, or even killed at will. To put it bluntly, they are the real emperors, holding all the power of life and death in the settlement. All this is very similar to the class system of historical dynasties, where the weak are bullied and the strong dominate everything. But even so, the human survivors still regard them as their only hope. They long to save the world and never gave up even if they endured humiliation. But reality is often cruel. Later facts prove that even if human professionals appear, at most it will only prolong the time of human destruction and cannot change the final outcome at all. And this outcome is that mankind will eventually perish. Of course, Zhou Cheng did not see this ending with his own eyes, because Zhou Cheng died midway, but this did not affect his conclusion on the ending. The moment Zhou Cheng died, he saw fireworks. That's right, they are fireworks. Countless fireworks rise into the sky, and they are so clearly visible even during the day. Fireworks are a distress signal agreed upon by the leaders of all large and small communities in the late apocalypse. The fact that so many fireworks were launched into the sky at the same time meant that not only Zhou Cheng's Longshan city settlement was attacked by the beast tide that day, but also other settlements. Zhou Cheng could infer from this that this attack must have been an organized action. After all, a beast wave like this has never happened before. Since it happened, it must have been premeditated and organized. There are also level-mutated creatures leading the team. There must be far more than the one Zhou Cheng encountered. There must be more. After all, the leaders of other large settlements are also extraordinary in strength, and they are also gold professionals. If you want to destroy their settlement, it will be impossible unless you use level-alien creatures. Zhou Cheng can be sure that the fate of several other large gathering places will be the same as his, and they will all end up dead. This speculation shocked Zhou Cheng for a time, but this was the ultimate fact. Therefore, in this life, if humans are not capable of dealing with level-alien creatures, there will still be no change in the final outcome. And this is the main reason why Zhou Cheng planned everything after his rebirth. Zhou Cheng wants to change all this and not let the incident happen again. Zhou Cheng is not a saint, and changing all this is not to save all mankind. Just for himself, he wants to live. Only in this way will his rebirth not be in vain. Of course, Zhou Cheng would not do all this stupidly by himself. Zhou Cheng knew very well that relying solely on his own strength could not change anything. There are far more than one leader of level-alien creatures. Zhou Cheng can only deal with one at best. He may be able to hold back two, but what about 3 and 4? Zhou Cheng must rely on the strength of others to complete this task with him. Zhou Cheng had no friends in his previous life, and he didn't want to have any in this life. In this case, Zhou Cheng came up with a solution, and this method is to give early warning and spread the word. At the beginning of his rebirth, Zhou Cheng posted a post online. The content of the post contained almost everything about the end of the world. In the most prominent position of the post, Zhou Cheng specifically mentioned that level-alien creatures would appear in the 10th year of the end of the world. If an ordinary person posts a post on the internet, it may quickly disappear. But Zhou Cheng has money. He bought a lot of advertising space and countless traffic. In addition, he spent a lot of money to hire a large number of Navy troops to carry out propaganda. I have to admit that it is fun for rich people to do things. In less than half an hour, this post reached the top of every major forum. The post quickly became popular as it spread to tens, hundreds, and thousands. Many people read this post, and some couldn't help but leave messages. Of course, more people choose not to believe it. But Zhou Cheng doesn't care whether they believe it or not, even if they don't believe it when the end of the world comes. What Zhou Cheng does seems simple, but it can have the greatest effect. As long as a survivor survives the apocalypse, no matter who he is, as long as he has read the post, as long as he is not stupid, he will naturally prepare in advance. There is far more than just Zhou Cheng in this world. None of the 36 golden professionals in the world is an ordinary person. Zhou Cheng's post was mainly for them to see. Zhou Cheng needed their efforts to jointly defend against level-foreign creatures. Instead of being like the previous life, after reaching level or so, there is no motivation to upgrade anymore, and all I can do is enjoy myself all day long. Of course, Zhou Cheng will definitely not put his eggs in one basket. He has other plans. But that's all for later. After resting for a while and feeling his mental state improved, Zhou Cheng got out of the car. Zhou Cheng had already killed 9 zombies before. Now he only needs to kill 1 more, and Zhou Cheng can successfully advance to level 2, and then Zhou Cheng can go home and have a good rest. Mental strength is not so easy to recover, and high-quality sleep is the best way. At this time, gunfire continued outside. But these have nothing to do with Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng is only thinking about how to upgrade. One advantage now is that as far as Zhou Cheng knows, this area has not been designated as a safe zone by the military. The military generally will not enter areas that have not been designated as safe zones. In other words, these areas have actually been abandoned by the military. This is just right. It can just provide convenience for Zhou Cheng's upgrade. In the later stage, Zhou Cheng can kill monsters in the community and upgrade at will without worrying about anything else. Zhou Cheng can even take advantage of this opportunity to find some available resources to increase his own foundation. To be honest, Zhou Cheng admired the person who issued this order, and even more admired his courage to cut off his wrist. It is conceivable that if it is not irreversible in the end, he will definitely be held accountable in the future. Of course, this also has nothing to do with Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng carefully walked along the wall to the stairwell of the 5th building, and then walked slowly to the 1st floor. I looked up and saw that there was nothing on the stairs. I went up the stairs and searched all the way to the 5th floor, but found nothing. The group of young people just attracted 30 or 40 zombies, and now these zombies are wandering in the basement. Zhou Cheng is only at the 1st level now and cannot deal with so many zombies. The stairs are narrow and can only accommodate 2 zombies at most. With the skeleton warriors supporting them in front, Zhou Cheng will be safe. Zhou Cheng searched to the 5th floor to ensure that there was no way out. Otherwise, if zombies come down from above, Zhou Cheng will be attacked from both sides. Returning to the entrance of the stairwell, Zhou Cheng saw a trash can next to him. Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng directly picked up a bag of garbage and threw it out. With the sound of the garbage bag falling, several zombies were immediately attracted to it. Zhou Cheng then deliberately exposed himself to the sight of zombies. Roar! Several zombies discovered Zhou Cheng and rushed over without hesitation. Zhou Cheng immediately retreated to the stairs and began to prepare. As Zhou Cheng expected, the zombies couldn't rush up due to the narrow stairs. The skeleton brother played a huge role at this time. With it blocking the front, Zhou Cheng could safely release the firebomb from behind. Soon, Zhou Cheng got rid of the 3 zombies. And Zhou Cheng finally got his wish and was promoted to level 2. After the upgrade, Zhou Cheng couldn't wait to open the properties panel. Occupation, Necromancer. Grade, Secondary. Quality Gold. Attributes, Strength plus 15, Agility plus 25, Vitality plus 15, Spirit plus 25. Fire resistance 0%, Frost resistance 0%, Lightning resistance 0%, Poison resistance 0%. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng immediately showed a joyful smile on his face. As expected, Zhou Cheng's previous inference was correct, and he could regain skill points after upgrading. At this moment, there are 4 more skill points in the Necromancer's professional skill column. As for why 4? That's because Zhou Cheng is a gold profession. Gold professionals can get 2 skill points every time they level up. Now that Zhou Cheng has been promoted to level 2, he naturally has 4 skill points. But for some unknown reason, the 2 skill points I deserved at level 1 were not displayed before. In order to further confirm the authenticity, Zhou Cheng added a skill point to the Poison skill Poison Quenching Dagger. Poison Dagger. After stabbing an enemy with a dagger, the poison attached to the dagger will be injected into the opponent's body, causing continuous damage. Seeing that the Poison Quenching Dagger was indeed lit up, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but smile up to the sky. Although Zhou Cheng had already inferred this, he still couldn't contain his excitement when it actually came true. Having double skill points is a huge bug. It took Zhou Cheng a long time to suppress his excitement and recheck the poison-quenching dagger skills, and found that the attack distance of the poison-quenching dagger was only 5 meters. This attack was too close, which meant that Zhou Cheng had to fight hand-to-hand, and he also needed a powerful dagger. Zhou Cheng's profession is a mage and a necromancer, not a melee profession. This skill is not suitable for Zhou Cheng. However, although this skill has no effect, it does not affect Zhou Cheng's mood. Zhou Cheng had no intention of using it at first, and lit it just to transition his subsequent skills. Now that he has been promoted to level - today's mission is completed, and Zhou Cheng then walks home. I definitely don't dare to take the elevator anymore. I have to climb the stairs to get home. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng is in a good mood now and is not afraid of being tired. Within a few minutes, Zhou Cheng returned home. As soon as he entered the door, Zhou Cheng quickly took off his coat, threw it into the washing machine while there was water and electricity, and then took a comfortable hot shower. When taking a bath, don't forget to fill the bathtub with water. Although the water in the bathtub is not drinkable, it can still be used to wash your face and flush the toilet. Although Zhou Cheng had already prepared 200 barrels of bottled water, he still had to save money if he could. After taking a shower, Zhou Cheng went to the kitchen again and made 3 rice cookers in one go. It's winter now, and the cooked rice won't spoil even if it's left for a week. Taking advantage of the break from making rice, Zhou Cheng washed all the vegetables he had prepared in advance to avoid wasting bottled water on washing vegetables later. After finishing all these, Zhou Cheng started to cook and eat. The dishes are also simple: tomatoes and eggs, a fried steak, and a musu pork. While eating, Zhou Cheng poured himself a glass of red wine. Red wine helps sleep, and good sleep helps restore mental strength. With good wine, delicious food, and a warm room, Zhou Cheng felt that such a small life was quite good. After having enough wine and food, Zhou Cheng simply tidied up and went downstairs. When he came back, he dragged back 2 sacks of cooking materials. The end of the world has begun, and the power supply may be interrupted at any time. Zhou Cheng is preparing to raise the fireplace to ensure the temperature of his home. It's not cold at home now because the air conditioner is always on. After putting away the burning materials, Zhou Cheng went to the guest bedroom, where the diesel generator and battery were placed. Turn on the engine and connect the battery, and then connect the battery to the distribution box at home. The batteries are all high-performance lithium batteries that can store 15 kilowatt-hours of electricity. In the event of a power outage, the batteries will automatically supply power. Once the battery power drops below 10 degrees, the generator will automatically generate electricity to replenish the battery. The whole process is completely automated, and there is basically no need for Zhou Cheng to operate. Zhou Cheng only needs to be responsible for refueling. After finishing these things, Zhou Cheng unplugged the refrigerator again. Refrigerators also consume electricity, so you should save it if you can. What's more, the refrigerator is no longer used, and the temperature outside is lower than the temperature in the refrigerator. Zhou Cheng took out everything from the refrigerator and placed them in another second bedroom for storage. When Zhou Cheng renovated his house in order to reduce energy consumption, the fireplace only supplied the living room, kitchen, bathroom, and Zhou Cheng's bedroom, and not other rooms. The temperature in these rooms is slightly stronger than outside, so there is absolutely no problem in refrigerating food. After thinking that there was nothing missing, Zhou Cheng went back to his room to sleep. Silent all night. The next morning, Zhou Cheng woke up early. When I came to the bathroom to wash up, I found that the water was out of service. Sure enough, the water supply was still out. Zhou Cheng sighed secretly. Since the water supply is cut off, the power outage is inevitable. After washing, Zhou Cheng went to the second bedroom to check. Sure enough, the battery has started to work, the power consumption shows 10 degrees, and the generator is charging the battery. This is also considered to be the fact that the power outage is confirmed. With water and power outages, the next days for mankind will be even more difficult. Returning to the living room, Zhou Cheng turned off the air conditioner and lit the fireplace. The air conditioner will definitely not work, and no one can afford to consume 10 kilowatt hours of electricity a night. As the flames in the fireplace grew stronger, the room began to get warmer. Sure enough, in terms of heating effect alone, the fireplace is much better than the air conditioner. Seeing the fireplace burning, Zhou Cheng came to the kitchen, heated up yesterday's leftovers and rice, filled his stomach briefly, and was ready to go out. The great cause of upgrading cannot be delayed for a day. Fuck! I forgot to add some. Just as he was getting dressed and about to go out, Zhou Cheng suddenly remembered that he hadn't added any skill points after upgrading. Yesterday, I only consumed 1 skill point, leaving 3 useless skill points. Zhou Cheng quickly opened the Properties panel and looked at the Necromancer interface. As expected, the second-level summoning skill Skeleton Domination has been automatically lit. Skeleton Dominance. Passive. Skeletons and monsters you resurrect have increased health and damage. Sure enough, the Necromancer's summoning skills will automatically recover as the level increases. In this case, Zhou Cheng no longer needs to worry about the summoning system in the future. Turning his attention to the poison system, Zhou Cheng spent a few skill points to light up the poison system's second-level skill, Poison Control. Like Skeleton Domination, Toxic Domination is also a strengthening skill. Skeleton Domination can increase the attack power, health, and defense of summoned skeletons. Poison Dominance can increase the toxicity of all poison skills. The poison system is the focus of Zhou Cheng's future development, and this skill must be ignited. After lighting up Poison Domination, there are only 2 skill points left. However, due to level reasons, these 2 skill points cannot be used yet. Since it can't be used, just keep it for now. Zhou Cheng then turned his attention to the Mage interface. Occupation Mage. Grade. Secondary. Quality Gold. Attributes. Strength plus 10, Agility plus 25, Vitality plus 10, Spirit plus 35. Fire Resistance 0%, Frost Resistance 0%, Lightning Resistance 0%, Poison Resistance 0%. Without thinking about it, Zhou Cheng first lit up the Mage's second-level skill Fire Control. Like the previous 2 skills, Fire Domination is also an enhanced skill that can increase the fire damage of all fire skills. After lighting up the Fire Control skill, the Fire skill can no longer be upgraded, and the remaining 2 skill points can only be left. For professionals, the increase in strength from level 1 to level 2 is not significant, and what can be lit up are enhanced skills. It's different when you upgrade to level 3. After level 3, you'll have more options. First, the Skeleton Summon can be upgraded to level Dash, and Zhou Cheng can summon 2 Skeleton Warriors. Fire Bombs can also be upgraded to level 2, which not only increases their power, but also changes from a single shot to a continuous shot. Strengthening skills such as Skeleton Dominance and Fire Pair can also be upgraded to level 2. Zhou Cheng's goal today is to reach level 3. After adding points, Zhou Cheng closed the attribute panel, turned around, and walked downstairs. 10 minutes later, Zhou Cheng arrived at the underground garage. There were a lot of zombies in the basement, more than 10 of them with inside alone. These zombies were all attracted by those stupid young men yesterday. However, it is a good thing that there are many zombies, and Zhou Cheng said that he is still looking forward to it, so that he can gain enough experience. Of course, just because there are many zombies doesn't mean you can hunt them casually. At level 1, Zhou Cheng can deal with 2 heads, but at level 2, Zhou Cheng can only deal with 3 heads at most. Zhou Cheng decided to use the old method and find a way to lure zombies to the stairwell and kill them by taking advantage of the terrain. However, Zhou Cheng planned to change the place to do it, not downstairs of his house, because the smell was too unpleasant and too boring. The smell was okay. Zhou Cheng definitely couldn't smell it at home. After all, Zhou Cheng lived on the -th floor. The key is that it was too late. When Zhou Cheng passed by just now, he had to walk with his feet crossed. After taking a look around, Zhou Cheng decided to change the location to building not far away. Soon, Zhou Cheng arrived at the 4th building. There were no zombies in the stairwell. He searched all the way up to the 6th floor. After confirming that the upstairs was safe, Zhou Cheng returned. It is Zhou Cheng's consistent style to ensure a retreat first before doing anything. Moments later, a wine bottle was thrown from the stairwell. Zhou Cheng picked up the wine bottle from the trash can. As the wine bottle rolled to the ground, the roars of zombies immediately came from all around, and Zhou Cheng also instantly felt a fishy stench coming to his nostrils. In less than 10 seconds, 7 or 8 zombies appeared in Zhou Cheng's sight. After seeing Zhou Cheng, they rushed over quickly, and Zhou Cheng immediately ran back to the second floor to occupy the favorable terrain. 7 or 8 zombies were in hot pursuit, following Zhou Cheng towards the stairwell. When they entered the stairwell and saw Zhou Cheng on the stairs, they immediately roared and rushed up. Unfortunately, it was impossible to rush up. The stairs had long been blocked by the skeleton boy. Unable to rush up the stairs, the zombies suddenly became angry. They opened their mouths, exposed their fangs, and tore at the skeleton warrior crazily, trying to push it aside and move forward. But it's not that easy to break through the skeleton warrior's blockage. Today's skeleton boy is different from the past. Thanks to the bonus of skeleton control, his strength is much stronger than yesterday. He directly blocked the stairs from a high position. Zhou Cheng used the cover of the skeleton warrior to continuously release flame bombs from the back row. Following a violent explosion, instead of knocking down the skeleton warrior, the zombies were hit one after another. For a time, the zombies were blown up and screamed everywhere. However, they did not flinch and still fiercely hit the skeleton warriors in an attempt to charge forward. Zhou Cheng sneered and released 7 or 8 firebombs one after another. Boom, bang, bang. As the firebomb exploded again among the zombies were immediately blown away in all directions. Seeing that the zombies were either dead or injured, Zhou Cheng immediately stopped releasing firebombs, pulled out his machete, and rushed down. Releasing so many firebombs in one breath consumes a lot of mental energy, so Zhou Cheng must use them sparingly. With the strong physical fitness of a professional and his rich combat experience, Zhou Cheng would have no problem facing off against a zombie even without using any skills, not to mention that he had a skeleton warrior to cooperate with him. With the sword raised and lowered, Zhou Cheng easily killed a zombie. Another zombie in the front row also had his head chopped off by the skeleton warrior wielding a sickle. The cooperation between the big brother and the little brother was perfect. In less than 3 minutes, Zhou Cheng killed all the zombies in the stairwell. Zhou Cheng killed a total of 8 zombies in this battle, which took almost half an hour. Below the 10th level of a professional, the experience is doubled for each level. Zhou Cheng needs to kill 20 zombies to upgrade to the 3rd level. If you calculate it this way, Zhou Cheng can easily achieve his goal today. But there is a prerequisite, that is, the mental power must be sufficient. At this stage, the biggest factor restricting Zhou Cheng's upgrade is actually his mental strength. Zhou Cheng's current mental power is only enough to fire 28 firebombs, and Zhou Cheng must reserve some of them to meet unexpected needs. But generally speaking, there should be no problem. After inserting the machete into the scabbard, Zhou Cheng sat on the steps and rested for a while. Half an hour later, Zhou Cheng stood up again. Next, Zhou Cheng followed the same pattern, attracting 7 or 8 zombies and killing them all. After 2 battles, Zhou Cheng not only gained a lot of experience, but also gained 5 crystal cores. At this time, most of the zombies in the garage were also eliminated by Zhou Cheng. Next, Zhou Cheng needs to take a good rest. After 2 battles, most of his mental energy has been consumed. Back in the car, Zhou Cheng ate something simple and quickly got into his sleeping bag to rest. Zhou Cheng is busy killing monsters and working hard for the great cause of upgrading. At the same time, the whole city was a different scene. The once bustling city is now completely covered in ice and snow, and there is a vast expanse of white everywhere. There was no one on the streets, only zombies wandering around. The severe cold does not have no effect on zombies, but it only affects their mobility and reaction capabilities. They are not afraid of the cold. On the other hand, humans are shivering from the cold even if they are hiding at home, and they have no choice but to wrap themselves in thick quilts to keep out the cold. Cold is one thing, but how to eat and drink is the biggest problem facing the survivors. Those who have reserves at home can make do for the time being, but those who don't have any reserves can only live in despair. Some survivors had no choice but to venture out of the house, preparing to look for a chance of survival. But the end that awaits them is often not very good. Either they get nothing, or they become food for zombies. Of course, there are lucky ones too. For example, many survivors were rescued by the military. At this time, on a street in the south of the city, hundreds of soldiers were braving the severe cold and continuing to reinforce fortifications. There were several tanks parked not far behind them. From time to time, a puff of smoke would come out of the rear of the tank, and it was obvious that the engine was still running. This is normal. The tank does not dare to turn off in severe cold weather. Once it turns off, it may be difficult to start again. Behind the soldiers is the safety zone that the military has just opened in the north of Shin City. After a day and night of fighting, the military has basically eliminated the zombies in the safe zone, and then the military set up several lines of defense outside the safe zone. On the main road leading to the safety zone, a huge crowd of people was evacuating here under the protection of soldiers. These people are all survivors who were rescued by the military in time and came here in a bumpy and thrilling way. There were all kinds of people in the crowd, including old people and children, young people and middle-aged people. But all of them were pale and dull, like puppets on strings. The sudden outbreak of the zombie crisis plunged them into extreme panic. Of course, these people are also lucky. After all, they all survived. Phew, it's so cold. Your sister. Who else is not cold? Damn it. Why are you so excited? Are you looking for a fight? Ah, let me tell you, I am never afraid of fighting. Do you believe that I will beat you? Fuck, come and try. Various voices kept coming from the crowd. But more people still had expressionless faces, and no one was willing to say anything if it had nothing to do with them. Even the soldiers next to them had no intention of stopping them. The soldiers were too lazy to speak. They were already exhausted from a day and night of fierce fighting. There is another reason why the soldiers are reluctant to speak, and that is that they saw too many cruel scenes during the rescue process, which made them fully aware of the ugliness of human nature. Knowing that these so-called survivors are driven into a desperate situation, they can do anything. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of gunfire was heard in the distance. Oops! When they heard the sound of gunfire, everyone's expressions changed. It was obvious that there were zombies chasing behind them. Quick, speed up! The leading officer shouted loudly without hesitation, but unfortunately no one paid attention. It's not that the survivors don't want to speed up, but that they really can't walk anymore. They generally wore thick clothes and carried large and small bags. There was ice and snow under their feet, and they couldn't go fast even if they wanted to. Damn it! You didn't hear what I said, did you? Hurry up. Don't give me a hard time. Are you going to die? If you don't want to leave, just stay. I can leave you alone. When the other officer saw this, he immediately became angry and cursed loudly. Finally, under the urging of the officers and soldiers, the crowd began to slowly accelerate. Hurry up. Our brothers are stopping the zombies for you. If you are slower, countless soldiers will pay their lives for it. Hurry up, hurry up. The officer kept shouting until his voice became hoarse. However, his words had some effect after all, and the crowd finally began to move forward desperately. Finally, amid a flurry of curses, the survivors arrived at their destination. This is a long and narrow street, with unfinished buildings on both sides of the street, and these buildings will be their future settlement. Although these buildings have not yet been officially delivered, they can barely provide shelter from wind and rain, and can be regarded as giving survivors a place to stay. At both ends of the street, hundreds of soldiers were distributing food to each survivor. There was not much food, only 7 days' worth of compressed biscuits for each person. After queuing up to receive the food, the staff assigned them a house to stay in. What? I'm on the 16th floor? Are your special codes crazy? How can I climb to the 16th floor without electricity? Are you sincere? Seeing that he was assigned to the 16th floor, a strong man suddenly became angry and cursed. Yeah, I'm still on the 20th floor? How can we climb up? I am on the 7th floor, but the 7th floor is too high. At my age, you should at least give me the 2nd floor. I am the hashtag leader, and I ask for special treatment. Yes, preferential treatment. Preferential treatment must be given. Among the survivors, some wailed and complained, while others took the opportunity to bargain. Please don't make any noise. This is an extraordinary period. Please stay calm. Don't worry. The housing allocation is temporary, and we will make adjustments based on the actual situation. An officer explained loudly. No, you have to solve it for us now. It just needs to be solved now. There are also food and bedding. These must also be dealt with. People were shouting, "Deal with your mother." How many comrades have sacrificed to save you? Looking at your moral character, I shouldn't have saved you if I had known better. A senior military officer stood on the truck and cursed loudly in the wind and snow. Now listen to me. Anyone who is assigned a house will leave immediately. Anyone who is not satisfied can just leave. I'm going to tell you the ugly thing first. Anyone who dares to stir up trouble or do anything illegal or disciplined, in accordance with the wartime laws, they will be shot immediately upon discovery. You all listen up, this is not a joke. If you don't believe me, you can try it. The officer was still upset and continued to curse. Faced with the officer's strong words, everyone fell silent for an instant, not daring to say anything more, and could only head towards their assigned houses. No matter what, it's better than sleeping in the open air. Hey, let's go. It's too cold here. A woman pulled her husband and said with a bitter look on her face. Well, let's go. The man sighed. At the same time, on a nearby building, a meeting is being held, attended by some Shin City leaders and military leaders. Commander Liu, we can't delay it any longer. The rescue operation must start immediately. Fong Hao said to a soldier beside him with a serious face. Fong Hao is the executive deputy mayor of Shin City. He is in his 50s. He looks bookish, but he speaks very powerfully. That's right, if we continue to delay like this, it will be too late. Deputy Mayor Lu Changshuo also spoke at this time. Immediate rescue? Are you right? What to use for rescue? I have more than 4 soldiers, but less than half are left in 2 days. With no fuel and no ammunition replenishment, what can I do for rescue? I tell you the truth. Rescue is impossible, let alone impractical. This is tantamount to asking my soldiers to die. Commander Liu glanced around coldly and refuted loudly. Commander Liu, we really can't wait any longer. As you can see, there are more and more zombies now. It's really too late to delay any longer. A senior government cadre continued to persuade. I think I've made it clear enough. If you want to rescue, you can go to support yourself. I have no control over this. My soldiers can't die in vain anyway. Commander Liu snorted coldly. You. Enough! Lin Tao, who was at the top of the list, shouted loudly, and everyone present immediately shut up. As the secretary of the Shun Municipal Party Committee, Lin Ting Tao's prestige is quite high. Commander Liu, I can understand what you just said. As you said, we currently cannot supply either supplies or ammunition. But these are not reasons. No matter how difficult it is, we will still try our best to save survivors. In this case, you can think of a solution over there. The city will solve the oil problem for you. There is our refinery in the north of the city, and there is enough diesel there. As for ammunition, I wonder if Commander Liu knows about the Lushan Arsenal? Lin Tingtao asked. Lushan Arsenal? Commander Liu was stunned. Yes, it's the Lushan Arsenal. Secretary Lin means that he plans to use the combat readiness warehouse. But we don't have this power. It's directly under the combat reserve. Commander Liu then said, Lushan Arsenal is a first-level combat readiness warehouse located northwest of Shin City, which stores a large amount of weapons and ammunition. But it is a national first-level war-ready warehouse, and its use must be approved by higher-ups. Well, it's that arsenal. I've asked the superiors for permission. We can use it, Lin Tingtao said word by word. Okay, as long as I have enough fuel, weapons, and ammunition, I'll have no problem here. But Secretary Lin, I only have these few soldiers left. Secretary Lin had better figure out how to use it and where to use it, Liu Hengli reminded. I understand what you mean. These soldiers are our last strength in Shin City. You can rest assured that our first priority is still to stabilize the existing safety zone, and there will be no change to this established policy. As for rescue, It will definitely be carried out within our capabilities. Besides, I have another idea. Since we can use the Lushan arsenal, can we also recruit reservists to join the army? No matter how much it is, even if it's only a few hundred or a few thousand, it can at least add some combat power to us. Okay, no problem. Since Secretary Lin said so, then just follow Secretary Lin's instructions. Secretary Lin, tell me, where should we rescue first? Commander Liu made his position clear. My opinion is to save the west side of the city first, because it has the largest population. Secretary Lin, I think we should save Qingdong first. Fong Haosher suggested. Qingdong? Yes, it's the east of the city. Of course, the population in the east of the city is not as large as that in the west. But precisely because of the smaller population, there is less resistance to rescue efforts and the possibility of success is higher. And we have a port in the east of the city. More importantly, there is a grain depot in the east of the city. We need food. Grain depot? Lin Tingtao looked at Fong Hao doubtfully. He had just arrived in Shin City and took office not long ago, and he didn't know that there was a grain depot in the east of the city. Yes, it is a grain depot, and the reserves are huge. How big? Lin Tingtao immediately became energetic. Of course, he knew the significance of the grain depot. It's very big, enough to feed everyone in Shin City for a year, and there are a lot of supplies in the port. Secretary Lin, I know my proposal may be a bit unkind, but I still firmly advocate taking back the east part of the city first, and I am willing to take responsibility for this matter. As long as I'm here, you don't have to be responsible. Then it's settled. We'll take back the east side of the city first. Without any hesitation, Lin Tingtao made a decision immediately. Of course, he had a clear idea of how to choose between Lin Tingtao and Lin Tingtao. In fact, it was Lin Tingtao's opinion to abandon other areas and first establish a safe zone in the south of the city. Being able to make the right decisions at critical moments is what leadership does. Mayor Fong, you can do your best to deal with the aftermath with peace of mind. Do it with confidence and boldness. If any problems arise, I will take care of you. Lin Tingtao patted Fong Hao on the shoulder. Thank you, Secretary Lin. I feel relieved with your words. The leaders reached a consensus, briefly discussed a few details, and then left. The whole process takes no more than half an hour. And this short half hour also determines who lives and who dies. Originally, the survivors in the west of the city had a chance to survive, but in the blink of an eye, they became the ones in the east. This is really an impermanence. While leaders held meetings, another conversation was taking place. The conversation took place in Zhou Cheng's neighborhood, room 1504 on the th floor of building dash. The homeowners are a young couple, newly married. The man's name is Zhao Qingdong, and the woman's name is Lu Wen. Both of them were lucky not to mutate into zombies. Not only that, Zhao Qingdong also naturally awakened to become a warrior professional. Husband, what do you think we should do? Lu Wen curled up on the bed, wrapped in a thick quilt, and asked blankly. I don't know either. Zhao Qingdong shook his head silently. But don't worry. Don't be afraid. I will be with you no matter what. Zhao Qingdong then said. I'm not afraid. I'm just a little worried about my parents and Grandpa. Grandpa is so old. After Lu Wen finished speaking, she couldn't help crying. Don't cry when my parents and Grandpa will be fine. Zhao Qingdong hugged his wife tightly and comforted her softly. Really? Yeah, really. Yeah, my husband is so kind. Lu Wen broke into tears and smiled. Husband, I'm hungry. Lu Wen then said coquettishly. Are you hungry? Then I'll get you potato chips. Zhao Qingdong quickly got up and went to get the potato chips. In the underground garage, lying in a comfortable sleeping bag, Zhou Cheng quickly fell into a deep sleep. I slept for a full hour and a half. After waking up, Zhou Cheng's mental state recovered a lot. After stretching his muscles, Zhou Cheng continued to clean up the zombies in the garage. After spending almost 2 hours, Zhou Cheng eliminated all the remaining zombies and collected 3 crystal nuclei. More importantly, Zhou Cheng finally got his wish and was promoted to level 3. Without any hesitation, Zhou Cheng quickly returned to the car and opened the properties panel to check. Zhou Cheng does not need to worry about the summoning system. As Zhou Cheng upgrades, the two skills of skeleton summoning and skeleton control will automatically become level 2, and the bone shield will also be automatically lit. After summoning the skeleton to the second level, Zhou Cheng can summon 2 younger brothers. As for skeleton control, as usual, it is still necessary to increase the attributes of the skeleton brother. The bone armor is very important. Its appearance means that Zhou Cheng finally has defensive skills and is no longer the blank slate he had before. Bone armor creates a rotating bone shield that absorbs melee damage. In terms of poison system, Zhou Cheng added a little bit to poison control. The poison quenching dagger is used for transition, so there is no need to add more points. The third level poison skill is Bone Wall, which plays a huge role in actual combat. Bone Wall. Use bones and debris to create an impenetrable barrier. This is a very practical skill, and Zhou Cheng lights it up without hesitation. As for the curse system, teeth and damage amplification have been learned in the previous life, so there is no need to spend additional skill points. Fong is a long-range skill, and its attack power is very weak. Lighting it is also for transition, so that the second level skill can be lit to reduce resistance and the third level skill can age. The real essence of the curse system is the 3 skills of damage amplification, resistance reduction, and aging. Zhou Cheng raised the damage amplification to level 2 and then lit up aging. The aging skill is mainly aimed at advanced creatures, such as the lizard man leader that Zhou Cheng will face in the future, and Zhou Cheng plans to fill it up later. Zhou Cheng did not master this skill in his previous life because he did not have enough skill points. In fact, in the entire curse system, Zhou Cheng used the 2 skills of lighting up teeth and damage amplification in his last life, and only added 1 point each. In this way, the Necromancer profession will be settled. Zhou Cheng added 1 point to each of the 4 skills of aging, bone wall, toxin control, and damage amplification. In this way, the 2 skill points obtained after upgrading and the remaining 2 skill points will be used up. Next is the Mage profession. After upgrading, Zhou Cheng also received 2 skill points. In addition to the 2 remaining points before, he also had 4 points available. Zhou Cheng first raised the Flame Bomb to the second level, and the Fire Control also raised it to the second level. The third level skill of the Fire Mage is Fire Shield. As the name suggests, this is a defensive skill. Zhou Cheng does not need this skill. In terms of defensive ability, the Ice Shield of an Ice Mage is the strongest among mage skills. Zhou Cheng's ultimate goal is also the Ice Shield. But even if you don't want it, Fire Shield Zhou Cheng must be lit, otherwise the subsequent skills cannot be added. Ice Shield is also a third level skill, and it also requires transition from first to second level skills. Now Zhou Cheng only has 1 skill point left, which is not enough. Since it is not enough, we can only keep it temporarily. It took more than 10 minutes for Zhou Cheng to distribute all the skill points, and his strength also increased exponentially. Not only does he have 2 stronger brothers, he also has bone armor and a bone wall. In addition, there are 2 auxiliary skills, damage amplification and aging. At the same time, Zhou Cheng's basic attributes also increased simultaneously after the upgrade. All this made Zhou Cheng very satisfied, and also gave Zhou Cheng more confidence. I looked at the time. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After thinking about it, Zhou Cheng decided to continue killing monsters and level up. Each time a professional upgrades, his attributes will be automatically filled, just like being resurrected on the spot. That of course Zhou Cheng couldn't waste his full mental power, and Zhou Cheng also wanted to try out how strong he would be after the upgrade. Not to mention that Zhou Cheng was destined to live for upgrades in this life. According to Zhou Cheng's idea, he must rise to level dash within 2 months and to level dash within 6 months. Once this goal is achieved, Zhou Cheng will leave the city and wander around, killing monsters and upgrading wherever there are many foreign creatures. As for why I had to wait until level dash before leaving, there are many reasons. On the one hand, after level dash, you won't get much experience from killing zombies. On the other hand, the storage space can be opened after level dash, so that Zhou Cheng can take away all the materials he has worked so hard to prepare. Thirdly, every professional will get a mercenary when he reaches level dash. The appearance of mercenaries will greatly enhance Zhou Cheng's strength. Leaving the city to kill monsters in the wild, Zhou Cheng will face terrifying alien creatures. Alien creatures are generally powerful, so having mercenaries to protect Zhou Cheng will provide greater security. Of course, it's too early to say this now. Zhou Cheng still has to work hard to upgrade. All the zombies in the garage have been killed by Zhou Cheng. If you want to continue upgrading, you can only go to the ground floor of the community. Each time a professional gains a level, his experience will be doubled. To upgrade from level 3 to level 4, you need to kill 40 zombies, and to upgrade to level 5, you need to kill 80 zombies. Zhou Cheng roughly calculated that there should be about 100 or 200 zombies in the community. This amount would almost get him to level 5, after which he would have to change locations. Arriving at the exit of the basement, there were indeed a lot of zombies in the community, dozens of them within sight. Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng immediately summoned the second little brother and started the upgrade process. However, although Zhou Cheng's strength has greatly increased now, he is still more cautious when facing so many zombies. Zhou Cheng still used the old method of luring the zombies into the underground garage in batches to deal with them. The whole process can be described as smooth and smooth. A wave of several zombies can be completed in less than 10 minutes. Of course, all this will benefit from the benefits brought by the upgrade. Needless to say, the two little brothers can now face a zombie alone. The second level flame bomb not only increases the rate of fire and power by 30%, but also improves the hit rate and penetration a lot, and it can be fired continuously. Damage amplification directly increases the damage bonus by 20%. The bone armor can ensure that Zhou Cheng can face 3 zombies alone without breaking his defense. All in all, these skills give Zhou Cheng great convenience and allow Zhou Cheng to enjoy the pleasure of killing. The killing continued until Zhou Cheng's mental power bottomed out again. During this period, Zhou Cheng killed nearly 30 zombies in total and also obtained 8 crystal cores. After packing the crystal core, Zhou Cheng turned around and headed home. Roar! Help! Zhou Cheng climbed the stairs happily, thinking about taking a shower and having a good sleep after returning home. Unexpectedly, just halfway up the climb, I suddenly heard the roars of zombies and the cries for help from humans coming from above the stairs. Zhou Cheng hurriedly rushed up the stairs. As soon as he turned around the stairs, he saw a zombie biting a survivor above the stairs. This zombie is thin and skinny, with a pale face and blood-red pupils, showing its bloodthirsty nature. The survivor was desperately trying to resist, thinking of escaping. But this is impossible. Ordinary humans are no match for zombies. Whoosh! Seeing that the zombie was about to bite the survivor's neck, Zhou Cheng threw the machete out in desperation. Because his back was to Zhou Cheng, the zombie was directly hit by the machete, and the sharp machete penetrated more than 2 inches into its back. The zombie immediately stopped biting in pain and turned to look at Zhou Cheng. Roar! Seeing Zhou Cheng attacking it, the zombie roared and rushed over. How could Zhou Cheng care about a zombie? If he wasn't afraid that the firebomb would affect the survivor, Zhou Cheng would have killed him directly, without Zhou Cheng's orders. Facing the zombie that rushed forward, 2 skeleton warriors immediately stepped forward to stop it and quickly dispatched it. 2 against 1, the zombies had no power to resist. After getting rid of the zombie, Zhou Cheng came to the survivor. The survivor was a man, about 20 years old, with a delicate appearance and quite handsome appearance. Unfortunately, his abdomen was already scratched by zombies, and this means that he will soon turn into a zombie. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but frown, but he didn't expect that he still couldn't save him. Thank you. Thank you, the young man said, trembling all over. You are welcome. Can you help me and send me home? The young man prayed. You live on this floor? Why did you run out if you didn't want to stay at home? Zhou Cheng asked. I came out to look for food. I didn't expect to meet zombies in the corridor. The young man murmured in reply. Is there anyone else at home? Zhou Cheng continued to ask. No, it's just me. This is the house I rented. I just moved here a few days ago. Please help me. I don't want to die. The young man begged. Sorry, I can't do it. Zhou Cheng shook his head. Please help me, you saved me. I will definitely repay you. Woo. The young man suddenly started crying. I can't save you, but I can help you. Do you need help? I need it, please help me. Hearing this, the young man immediately wiped his tears and looked at Zhou Cheng expectantly. Okay, then I'll help you. Zhou Cheng nodded expressionlessly. Thank you. I will definitely repay you. Puck. Before the young man finished speaking, a dagger suddenly penetrated the young man's heart. The dagger passed through his chest and blood spurted out. This scene happened so suddenly that the young man could not predict it. He looked at Zhou Cheng with an unwilling face, his lips trembled, and he wanted to say something, but he could no longer speak. The young man finally fell down slowly and looked at Zhou Cheng with wide-eyed eyes filled with resentment, doubts, and confusion. Zhou Cheng pulled out the dagger indifferently, looked at the body that was getting colder on the ground, then turned and left. Once a human is bitten by a zombie, he or she will be infected by the virus and turn into a zombie within a few minutes. All Zhou Cheng can help is to prevent him from turning into a zombie. Zhou Cheng walked upstairs silently, still thinking about the young man just now. Help! Help! As soon as we reached the stage floor, we suddenly heard another round of female screams and shouts. Fuck! Why do you have to rush into everything at the same time? Zhou Cheng cursed instantly, and then rushed in the direction of the sound without hesitation. At the entrance of the corridor, a woman was being chased by zombies. The woman ran down the stairs desperately, but ended up running into the arms of Zhou Cheng, who was rushing over. Oh shit! Faced with a sudden embrace, Zhou Cheng had no time to pay attention and hurriedly shot a firebomb while cursing. Boom! The firebomb accurately hit the chasing zombie, and the two skeleton warriors followed closely to kill it with a follow-up shot. Killing the zombies, Zhou Cheng quickly took back the two little brothers, and then looked at the woman in his arms. At this moment, the woman was lying on top of him, her arms hooked around his neck, her pretty face covered with tears. The woman is very beautiful, especially her bright eyes, as clear as a pool of spring water, and her figure is also excellent. Are you okay? Zhou Cheng asked. Woo. Zhou Cheng didn't ask if he was okay, but when he asked the woman, she immediately burst into tears with despair and sadness in her cries. Zhou Cheng frowned and then released the woman. The woman seemed to be still immersed in sadness and despair, unable to extricate herself, and was still sobbing. Okay, the zombies have been killed, and you are safe and uninjured. You can go back now, Zhou Cheng said lightly. The woman nodded blankly, but obviously had no intention of leaving. I advise you to go home quickly. Otherwise, you won't be so lucky if you encounter zombies again. Seeing that she had no intention of leaving, Zhou Cheng said again. I know, but I don't want to go back. I'm really scared, and I don't have anything to eat at home. The woman lowered her head, looking pitiful. Then what do you mean? Zhou Cheng asked. Can you give me something to eat? The woman looked at Zhou Cheng with a hopeful look. Food? Why should I give you food? Zhou Cheng frowned. I haven't eaten for 2 days, The woman pleaded again. No one is short of food now. Zhou Guo refused decisively. You? The woman was suddenly speechless. As long as you give me some food, I can do anything for you. You can do whatever you want. After a while, the woman finally gathered her courage. Huh? Are you sure you can do anything? Zhou Cheng looked at her with interest. Yes. The woman nodded shyly, and then she showed a delicate posture that was open to you. Scenes like this are common in the apocalypse, and Zhou Cheng is not surprised at all. People who have never been hungry can never imagine what it feels like. Judging from her appearance and dress, the woman in front of her is probably the target of many men on weekdays. But now, she would sell everything for a bite to eat. Okay. You stay with me all night, and I'll give you something to eat. Zhou Cheng nodded in agreement. Zhou Cheng is not aloof from the world, and he needs to relax occasionally. Moreover, this woman was indeed good-looking, with good looks and a good figure, so Zhou Cheng had no reason to refuse. The woman was slightly startled, then exclaimed in surprise. What? Don't want to? Zhou Cheng asked with a frown. Oh? The woman replied hurriedly. A few minutes later, Zhou Cheng took Lu Yacheng upstairs and went home. Lu Yacheng is the woman's name. According to her introduction, she is an executive of a listed company. Zhou Cheng could only laugh it off. What time of day is it now? Isn't it sheer nonsense to mention senior executives? Not to mention a senior executive. So what if he is the richest man? The richest man also has to get down. Lu Yacheng probably realized that she shouldn't have said this and felt a little embarrassed afterwards. The two of them walked in silence, not speaking during the process. Soon, the two returned to Zhou Cheng's home. As soon as she entered the door, Lu Yacheng was immediately shocked by what she saw. She really couldn't imagine that Zhou Cheng's home would be so warm. Not only did it have a fireplace, but it also had a heating stove. The most important thing was that his home actually had electricity. What was even more surprising was that before she could react, Zhou Cheng arranged for her to take a hot bath again. In such a cold weather, every household had no water or electricity, but she was still able to take a hot bath. This simply overturned her imagination. Lu Yacheng hadn't taken a shower for several days. Today she finally had the chance to take a good shower. How could she not be excited? Later, the sound of running water came from the bathroom, which sounded very beautiful and sweet. In the kitchen, Zhou Cheng is cooking. After the meal was ready and Lu Yacheng was about to finish washing, Zhou Cheng found some underwear and pajamas to give to her. The bathroom door was unlocked, so Zhou Cheng pushed the door open and went in, only to see her wiping herself. The white skin and the snowy skin formed a strong visual contrast, and Zhou Cheng felt his heart beat faster in an instant. When Lu Yacheng saw Zhou Cheng come in, she screamed and quickly picked up a towel to cover her body. Why did you come in?" Her face turned red, like a ripe apple. "Ahem, sorry, I brought you some pajamas." "Oh, and I want to remind you that the food is ready. If you want to eat it, hurry up." After Zhou Cheng explained, he turned and left. After Zhou Cheng walked away, Lu Yacheng lowered her arms. Although she and Zhou Cheng had reached an agreement and knew what would happen next, she was still a little shy just now. "But then I thought about it. If I could tie this man tightly, wouldn't everything here be my own? From now on, she doesn't have to suffer from cold, let alone starvation." Thinking of this, Lu Yacheng suddenly became interested. After walking out of the bathroom, Lu Yacheng looked at Zhou Cheng with tender eyes. Of course Zhou Cheng noticed her gaze, but Zhou Cheng didn't care at all. All he cared about was this transaction. So when Lu Yacheng had just finished eating, Zhou Cheng immediately pounced on her. It was around 8 o'clock the next morning. Zhou Cheng, who was sleeping, opened his eyes in a daze and saw Lu Yacheng still sleeping soundly next to him. Zhou Cheng had tormented her a lot last night, and she was probably very tired. Without waking her up, Zhou Cheng got up and dressed, washed up, and went to make breakfast. Then I found a plastic bag and filled it with a few bottles of mineral water and a few bags of bread and compressed biscuits. These were all prepared for Lu Yacheng. Since the other party fulfilled the transaction, Zhou Cheng would of course have to pay them. "Food and water are ready for you, and you've finished your breakfast. You can go now." When Lu Yacheng got up and the two had eaten, Zhou Cheng said coldly, "You want to drive me away?" "Why?" "No, I won't leave. I want to stay with you." Lu Yacheng was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then begged. She never expected that Zhou Cheng would really drive him away. In Lu Yacheng's opinion, Zhou Cheng should beg her to stay based on her appearance. And her performance last night was perfect. She felt that she had conquered Zhou Cheng. "With me? You're overthinking it. We're just each taking what we need." Zhou Cheng shook his head. Hearing this, Lu Yacheng's expression dimmed instantly, but she quickly raised her head again. "But I am already yours." "Ah, you think that after sleeping with me, I will control you for the rest of your life?" Zhou Cheng couldn't help but sneered. "You?" Lu Yacheng was immediately speechless. "Okay, stop talking nonsense, take your things and leave immediately." Zhou Cheng became impatient. Although Lu Yacheng felt resentful when she saw this, she did not dare to say anything more. Bang bang. As the door was slammed shut, Lu Yacheng was kicked out of the house by Zhou Cheng. "Humph!" Standing at the door of Zhou Cheng's house, Lu Yacheng gritted her teeth and snorted, with a look of resentment on her face. Then he quickly left with the food, mineral water, and compressed biscuits prepared by Zhou Cheng. Not long after Lu Yacheng left, Zhou Cheng also left the house, intending to continue going downstairs to kill monsters. Before leaving, Zhou Cheng did not forget to lock the door of the stairway to prevent anyone from coming up. This door was specially installed by Zhou Cheng to prevent people from coming up, but it has not been used in the past few days. The reason why it is used now is more to prevent Lu Yacheng. Zhou Cheng now feels a little regretful, regretting the deal he made with Lu Yacheng and letting her see everything at home. Knowing people, but not knowing her heart, who knows what kind of woman she is. Zhou Cheng wanted to kill her just now, but after careful consideration, he finally gave up. She is a woman after all. Arriving at the underground garage, Zhou Cheng summoned 2 skeleton warriors and walked toward the exit. After upgrading, Zhou Cheng's monster-killing efficiency has been greatly increased. He had already killed more than 30 zombies yesterday, and he only needed to kill a few more to reach level 4. To upgrade from level dash to level dash, you need to kill dash heads. The total of the two is less than dash. Zhou Cheng plans to work hard to level up to level dash today. Thinking in his head, Zhou Cheng walked out. As he walked, Zhou Cheng suddenly felt that something was wrong. Hey, why are there so many zombie corpses in the garage? Looking at the dense zombie corpses on the ground, Zhou Cheng suddenly realized that something was wrong. There were too many zombie corpses in front of us, and there were probably close to 200 of them. Zhou Cheng spent a total of 2 days killing monsters in the basement, and he only killed more than 100 monsters in total. So now the question is, who killed these extra ones? Could it be other professionals in the community? But even if there are other professionals in the community, how can they be so efficient? Dozens of them overnight. I am afraid this speed cannot catch up with Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng frowned and kept thinking in his mind. It's a pity that after thinking for a long time, I couldn't figure out the reason. The only thing Zhou Cheng was sure of was that there were indeed other professionals in the community, and they were of extraordinary strength. It's not surprising that there are professionals, but it's not that simple with such strength. What made Zhou Cheng even more confused was that these zombies were obviously killed last night, and the time happened to be staggered with Zhou Cheng's time. He went out specifically to kill monsters at night, which made Zhou Cheng even more suspicious. If it was unintentional, it would be easy to say. If it was intentional, Zhou Cheng would have to think about it carefully. After thinking for a long time, Zhou Cheng decided to come down tonight to see who this person was. If you don't like it, arriving on the ground of the community, Zhou Cheng looked around. Compared with yesterday, the number of zombies in the community has obviously decreased. Obviously, this is all caused by the mysterious professional. Of course, killing a lot of people depends on their ability. But in this way, it may be a little difficult to complete today's task. Damn, there are still monster snatchers these days. Zhou Cheng cursed secretly, and then rushed towards the nearest zombie. Since you want to rob it, I will rob it with you. Zhou Cheng also has a stubborn temper, and no one can stop his temper. He must kill all the zombies in the community today. However, Zhou Cheng did not know that he had been targeted. Perhaps Zhou Cheng did not feel that he was in danger at all. At this moment, on the third building not far from Zhou Cheng, a man was lying on the windowsill staring at Zhou Cheng. This person was none other than Li Ming, who had been killed by Zhou Cheng. After Li Ming died that day, he accidentally absorbed a professional sacred stone. Not only did he come back from the dead, he also became a gold professional. That's right. What Li Ming got was the Holy Knight professional stone that Zhou Cheng had always been thinking about. In his last life, Li Ming became a golden paladin because of this sacred stone. In this life, even under Zhou Cheng's calculations, he was still able to obtain this professional sacred stone, and he also came back from the dead because of it. It must be said that this luck is indeed incredible. But at this time, Li Ming was not happy at all. His eyes were full of coldness, his fists were clenched, the veins on his arms popped out, and his heart was filled with overwhelming anger. All this was just because he saw Zhou Cheng and the man who had killed him. Zhou Cheng, you must die. Wait one more day, just one day. When I reach level 4, I will cut you into pieces. Li Ming roared in his heart. Since starting the paladin profession, Li Ming has learned a lot about professionals. We know how powerful professionals are, and we also know that professionals need to kill zombies to upgrade. But I know that after getting the professional magic stone, Li Ming did not kill monsters and upgrade immediately. The reason is that he is deeply afraid of zombies. Yesterday, I finally plucked up the courage to walk out of the house, but I saw Zhou Cheng in the basement. Only then did he realize that Zhou Cheng was also a professional, and a very capable one at that. By observing Li Ming, he could probably guess that Zhou Cheng's level should be level 2, or maybe level 3. As the saying goes, enemies are extremely jealous when they meet each other, but Li Ming is not stupid and knows that he cannot be Zhou Cheng's opponent, so he can only tolerate it for the time being. He needs to upgrade his level first, and then look for opportunities to take revenge after his strength improves. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. I'm a gold professional. I'm definitely better than him. Just wait, it will only take a few days to get revenge. Li Ming kept comforting himself. Although he spoke lightly, the resentment in his heart was already about to overflow. I wish I could rush downstairs to find Zhou Cheng to fight for my life. But reason told him that attacking rashly would only cost him his life. At the same time, Zhou Cheng finally felt something strange, as if someone was spying on him. But after feeling it carefully, Zhou Cheng was not so sure. Zhou Cheng frowned and continued killing monsters, but became more vigilant. Sure enough, not long after, Zhou Cheng keenly caught a breath again. Although this breath was fleeting, it was still clearly felt by Zhou Cheng. And Zhou Cheng was very familiar with this breath. Li Ming? Feeling that aura, Zhou Cheng was stunned and his face instantly darkened. He would never mistake that familiar scent as Li Ming's. This guy is actually not dead, and he was still monitoring himself in the dark. Hasn't he already been killed by himself? How could he still be alive? Zhou Cheng couldn't believe this was true, but he could be sure that the breath was indeed Li Ming's. However, although he was shocked in his heart, Zhou Cheng pretended as if nothing happened and continued killing zombies. It wasn't until noon that Zhou Cheng stopped killing monsters and returned to the underground garage. By this time, Zhou Cheng had already reached level 4 and had finished allocating the skill points. There are no new skills for professionals at level dash. The mage profession Zhou Cheng upgraded Fire Bomb and Fire Pair to level dash, respectively. For the Necromancer profession, Zhou Cheng only upgraded Poison Control to level 3, leaving the remaining skill points untouched and planning to use them after level 5. Entering the garage, Zhou Cheng was out of Li Ming's sight. Zhou Cheng then ran all the way to the location where Li Ming was killed. After a closer look, sure enough, Li Ming's body was gone. Really not dead? How is this possible? Did this guy get the Holy Knight Professional Stone, and then he was resurrected? It was common knowledge in the previous life that the Professional Sacred Stone could bring the dead back to life. Of course, coming back from the dead is not as simple as imagined. There are many restrictions, such as the death time cannot be too long, the body must remain intact, etc. And not all professional sacred stones can bring the dead back to life. Only gold and silver quality professional sacred stones can do this. Black iron and bronze quality professional sacred stones do not have this function. Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, there is no other explanation. Looking at it this way, he killed those zombies in the basement. Zhou Cheng instantly connected the things. Fuck, why is he so lucky? The more Zhou Cheng thought about it, the angrier he became, and he cursed on the spot. But after all, he was a man who had experienced strong winds and waves, and he quickly calmed down. No matter whether Li Ming was resurrected because of the professional sacred stone, no matter what quality professional sacred stone he got, even if he is just an ordinary person now, Zhou Cheng must kill him. There is no need to consider this at all. However, in Zhou Cheng's view, there is a high probability that the professional sacred stone Li Ming obtained is the Paladin professional sacred stone. This can be inferred from the number of zombies that died last night. Only gold professionals can kill dozens of zombies in one night. There's nothing wrong with that considering the number of zombies before. Zhou Cheng speculated that he had started upgrading last night and had killed 50 to 80 zombies. If calculated this way, then his current level was at most level 3, and there is a high probability that it will not exceed level 3. Zhou Cheng's mind was sharp, and he quickly surmised the matter to a close. Just thinking about this made Zhou Cheng feels scared. It is conceivable that if he had not discovered it in time, the consequences would have been absolutely disastrous once Li Ming grew up. As for now, since Zhou Cheng discovered it in time, Li Ming is destined to die. An hour later, Zhou Cheng returned to the ground and continued killing monsters. According to Zhou Cheng's plan, he planned to upgrade to level 5 tonight and then kill that guy Li Ming. After level 5, the strength will be greatly increased, which will be safer. Anyway, as long as he didn't go back, Li Ming didn't dare to come out. Li Ming went out to kill monsters at night just to avoid Zhou Cheng, so there was no need to worry about him using this time to level up. Plop, plop, boom! As zombies continued to fall one after another, Zhou Cheng's experience value continued to soar and soon reached 50% of level 4. I looked at the time and saw that it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so I definitely had enough time. After resting for a while, Zhou Cheng started killing monsters again. Finally, when it was getting dark, Zhou Cheng got his wish and was promoted to level 5. After the upgrade, Zhou Cheng immediately returned to the underground garage without any hesitation. Back in the car, Zhou immediately opened the properties panel and started adding points. There are new skills to learn after level dash. The level dash summoning skill is to summon the skeleton mage. Zhou Cheng has long since learned to ignore it. The 5th level skill of the poison system is Poison Blade. Poison Blade is the core skill of the poison system Necromancer and is also the focus of future development. The skill unlocked at level dash of the curse system is Weakening. Similarly, Weakening is also the core skill of the curse system. The mage's 5th level skill is Hellfire, which is a group attack skill. Compared with single target fire bombs and fireballs, the appearance of Hellfire will undoubtedly greatly increase the efficiency of killing monsters. Zhou Cheng spent 3 skill points to light up these 3 skills respectively. After finishing it, there were only 1 skill point left for the Necromancer and the Mage, and Zhou Cheng decided to save it until level 7. Including the next level skill points, Zhou Cheng will not use them anymore. Zhou Cheng plans to light up the Ice Mage's Ice Shield after level 7. As for the Necromancer, after level 7, Zhou Cheng is ready to light up the Curse-type Corpse Explosion and upgrade the Bone Wall technique at the same time. Ice Shield is Zhou Cheng's main defensive skill, and Corpse Explosion combined with Fireball and Bone Wall is the perfect killing array. After upgrading his skills, Zhou Cheng got out of the car and walked to Li Ming's house in the 3rd building. It's better to get rid of this guy as soon as possible, otherwise it will always be Zhou Cheng's worry. Soon, Zhou Cheng entered the 1st floor of the 3 buildings and walked up the stairs. A few minutes later, Zhou Cheng arrived outside Li Ming's house. Because it was already evening, the corridor was dark. Zhou Cheng stood at the door and listened for a while and could vaguely hear some movement in the house. Zhou Cheng guessed that this guy might be preparing to come out to kill monsters. Bang! The next moment, Zhou Cheng raised his hand and released 2 firebombs. With a loud noise, the door was blown open by a firebomb, followed by 2 skeleton warriors who rushed into the room first. Zhou Cheng gripped the machete tightly and followed up, and behind him was the newly summoned skeleton mage. The skeleton mage is about 1.8 meters tall. He wears a black robe and holds a scepter. His overall appearance is also majestic. What? As Zhou Cheng broke into the door, Li Ming was immediately frightened and screamed in horror. But before it could react, 2 shining sickles were already slashing at him. Holy shield! Li Ming shouted in a hurry, crossing his arms in front of his chest to form a shield wall. Clang! A series of sparks flashed, and the scythe hit the sacred shield, producing a harsh collision sound. Taking advantage of the brief opportunity, Li Ming also retreated to the corner. Although Li Ming was timid and scared, he did not lose his mind. The moment Zhou Cheng appeared, Li Ming knew that today would probably be unlucky. The only solution now is to rush out to have a chance of survival. Zhou Cheng didn't rush forward. It was not a wise choice to engage in close combat with a paladin. Instead, he raised his palm and hit Li Ming with a fireball. At the same time, the damage intensified, and Poison Nova's various spells were cast as if they were free. Holy Shield! Li Ming used the holy shield again to parry. Boom! Boom! With a loud noise, Li Ming was directly hit by the fireball technique, but the Paladin's defensive ability was indeed outstanding. And in the end, he blocked Zhou Cheng's attack. I'll fight you fucking hard. Holy charge. Li Ming was worthy of being a ruthless character in the apocalypse. After being cornered, he finally burst out with powerful fighting power. A single charge skill withstood all Zhou Cheng's attacks, and was about to break through Zhou Cheng's blockade. Wanna run? Let me lie down. Chill. Boom. How could Zhou Cheng let him escape easily? This guy had to die. Throw in a bone wall at the last moment, followed by an inferno. Boom. Roar. As expected, the charge skill is not enough. Even if the crossbow is at its weakest, it can still destroy the bone wall. But it was too late now, as a blazing fire exploded in the narrow space. Li Ming was instantly swallowed up by the flames, and he let out a heart-rending roar. Ow! Ow! With each roar, Li Ming's screams became weaker and weaker, until finally there was no sound at all, except for the occasional wisps of white smoke coming out of the corpse. You are really a little strong person. You will only be unlucky if you meet me. After taking a look at Li Ming's body, Zhou Cheng sneered. After saying that, Zhou Cheng looked at the professional sacred stone that fell to the ground and exuded a dazzling light. Ah, it's finally mine now. Zhou Cheng picked up the bead with a satisfied smile on his lips. This professional sacred stone was discovered after Li Ming's death. Professionals are divided into two types. One is awakened naturally, and the other is awakened through professional sacred stones. There is almost no difference between the two, except for the different opening methods. Another difference is that when a naturally awakened person dies, he or she dies. The professional divine stone will be dropped after the unnatural awakening person dies. In other words, whoever can kill the unnatural awakener will get his professional sacred stone. Zhou Cheng killed Li Ming and naturally obtained this professional sacred stone. It's a pity that I can't use it even if I get it. Looking at the sacred stone in his hand, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Paladin is the most powerful and popular profession among all professions. The profession Zhou Cheng wanted most was also a paladin, but due to a strange combination of circumstances, he could only hope and sigh. Shaking his head, Zhou Cheng put away his thoughts and turned to leave. Li Ming's body has been burned to charcoal and will never be resurrected. From now on, there will be one less golden paladin in this world. To say that this world is really magical. I don't know why, but the awakening of professionals always exists in duplicate. In other words, the proportion of naturally awakened people and unnatural awakened people is half and half. This is true regardless of quality or occupation. Take gold professionals as an example. There are a total of 36 gold professionals in the world, with 2 people in each of the 18 professions. One of these 2 people awakened through nature, and the other awakened through professional sacred stones. What's even more amazing is that the number of professionals seems to be constant. A simple understanding is that as much as you die, you replenish as much as you need. After the unnaturally awakened person dies, it only takes a while for others to replenish him through natural awakening. For those who are not naturally awakened, the professional sacred stone will drop after death, just like Li Ming. And whoever gets it will naturally become a new awakener. And now, this Holy Knight professional stone is in Zhou Cheng's hands. As long as Zhou Cheng is not used, the world will lose a golden paladin professional. Of course, being less has nothing to do with Zhou Cheng, and Zhou Cheng won't care. Zhou Cheng only needs to know that he has this professional stone in his hands. Even if you can't use it, you will feel refreshed just by looking at it. When Zhou Cheng got home, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. He quickly washed up and made himself a mutton hot pot. Zhou Cheng had a delicious meal. After having enough wine and food, Zhou Cheng played some single-player games and then went to bed to rest. Silent all night. The next day, Zhou Cheng set out early in the morning. Almost all the zombies in the community have been killed by Zhou Cheng. Today, Zhou Cheng plans to change places to upgrade and explore the nearby situation. As a result, Zhou Cheng discovered that someone was peeping at him again just after he had gone downstairs. Oh, it can't be that Li Ming is resurrected again. Zhou Cheng smiled and shook his head, then walked out of the community. As for peeping, Zhou Cheng ignored it at all, because it has no malicious intent. It's more of curiosity than voyeurism. Zhou Cheng felt right. Someone was indeed spying on him. The voyeur came from building 1504, the young couple Zhao Qingdong and Lu Wen. Husband, look, he's out again. Oh my God, he actually left the community. Lu Wen pointed at Zhou Cheng's back and shouted excitedly by the window. Yeah. Zhao Qingdong hummed lightly, with a gentle and doting smile on his face. Where is he going? Oh, I understand, he's going out to kill zombies. Lu Wen patted her head in sudden realization. Well, it must be true. All professionals need to upgrade. Zhao Qingdong continued to smile. Husband, you are also a professional. You should kill zombies like him. Lu Wen looked at Zhao Qingdong expectantly. No, it's too dangerous. What will you do if something happens? Zhao Qingdong touched Lu Wen's hair and said softly. But don't all professionals need to upgrade? And we can't stay at home all the time? Look, we don't have much food at home. If we continue like this, we will starve to death. What do you mean? After hearing Lu Wen's words, Zhao Qingdong frowned slightly. Husband, I think we have to get out. Even if you can't go outside, you can just stay in the corridor. There are definitely not many zombies in the building, and it will be safer this way. Then we can find a lot of supplies. Looking for supplies? Where to find supplies? Zhao Qingdong didn't react for a moment. You're stupid. Of course it's a neighbor's house, or someone else's house in the building. Lu Wen glared at Zhao Qingdong with an irritated look. Neighbor's house? Oh, I understand. Zhao Qingdong suddenly realized. Okay, then I'll give it a try. If there's any danger, I'll come back immediately. Well, I'll do as my husband says, but we need to be well prepared before going out. Safety comes first. I don't want anything to happen to you. Also, I want to go with you. No objection is allowed. Even if I die, I will die with you, Lu Wen said firmly. Okay. Zhao Qingdong smiled helplessly and agreed. Thank you, husband, I love you. Lu Wen happily kissed Zhao Qingdong and then ran to the kitchen to find a kitchen knife. There were no suitable weapons at home, only kitchen knives. At the same time, Zhou Cheng came to the neighborhood next door. This community is only separated from the community where Zhou Cheng lives by one road. Although the scale is slightly inferior, this is a resettlement community, which is better because of the large number of people. From a distance, you can see a mass of black zombies. Zhou Cheng was secretly happy it saved trouble. After climbing over the fence, Zhou Cheng carefully ran along the fence to the southwest corner of the community. There is a 2-story building with no buildings around it. Zhou Cheng plans to kill monsters here. As long as the door is blocked, with Zhou Cheng's current strength, no matter how many zombies come, they won't be able to rush in. If it doesn't work, Zhou Cheng can still go to the roof of the second floor. The zombies haven't been upgraded yet, and they can't jump as high as the second floor. The only thing Zhou Cheng was worried about was resting in the middle. He should have brought a sleeping bag if he had known earlier. This damn weather makes it impossible to rest without a sleeping bag. But now that he's here, Zhou Cheng doesn't bother to go back. He could just bring it over tomorrow. Coming closer, it turns out to be a community office building. The door is open, and the inside looks messy, with tables, chairs, and benches scattered everywhere. And there are no zombies inside. When we came to the house, the floor was full of messes. Coming to the second floor, there are several offices and warehouses on the second floor. Seeing that everything was okay, Zhou Cheng turned around and went downstairs to the gate, ready to start the task of clearing monsters. No need to say hello, the zombies have already come by smell, and there are quite a lot of them. Ah, you are rushing to your death. Zhou Cheng laughed loudly, and then put his posture into shape. 2 skeleton warriors were arranged to block the door, with Zhou Cheng and the skeleton mage standing behind them. Roar! Soon, the zombies rushed forward, roaring and rushing towards Zhou Cheng. The 2 skeleton warriors took the lead in wielding their sickles and started harvesting. The skeleton mage also opened his hands violently, and a huge ball of lightning condensed and formed instantly. The lightning ball rotated in midair, and finally turned into a basketball-sized ball and blasted forward. The lightning was extremely fast, and it hit a zombie in just a split second. Ow! The unlucky ghost screamed. Smoke erupted from his body, and he died instantly. The power of the skeleton mage is still acceptable, and the attack power is much stronger than that of the skeleton warrior. Of course, its defense power is definitely not comparable to that of the skeleton warrior. As the saying goes, each has its own strengths. Seeing the zombies rushing up, of course Zhou Cheng couldn't stay idle. For a time, various skills such as Hellfire, Damage Aggravation, and Aging were thrown out one after another. Boom! As the Hellfire fell to the ground, the flames suddenly exploded among the corpses and ignited a raging fire. The fire was extremely fierce, burning the zombies within the range until they roared with rage. They struggled desperately to escape from the flames. But at this moment, there are so many people of the same kind all around that they can't move at all. In the end, they can only be burned into charcoal by the flames. Zhou Cheng was secretly happy. Hellfire was indeed a magical skill for group farming, so it was much easier. The more Zhou Cheng thought about it, the happier he became, and he couldn't help humming. You are the treasure in my heart, my little treasure. Let me cherish, let me pity. You are all the elves in my heart, my little darlings. Let me hold your hands. Zhou Cheng sang happily while continuously releasing spells. Although there were a large number of zombies, under Zhou Cheng's violent output, they were swept away before they could even get close. Even if someone slips through the net, the skeleton boy will hit him in time. This feeling was so good that Zhou Cheng couldn't help but want to sing a few more lines. Soon, there were piles of corpses at the door. Zhou Cheng didn't feel tired at all, but was in high spirits. Of course, Zhou Cheng is not tired. He just needs to cast spells easily. An hour later, all 70 or 80 zombies were killed, except for a few zombies that were still coming. Of course, these zombies are not all. There are many in other locations in the community. But they were all out of sight and did not see Zhou Cheng. And this just gave Zhou Cheng time to breathe. Lack of mental strength has always been a big problem that has troubled Zhou Cheng. Before learning skills and vitality, there was no other way to restore mental strength except rest, and Zhou Cheng was helpless about this. After the killing is over, the next step is to pick up the crystal core. Crystal cores are indispensable for survival in the apocalypse. No matter what professional equipment, crystal cores are indispensable. Especially in the late post-apocalyptic period, crystal cores are even rarer items. The little boy couldn't do this job, so he could only work hard. Zhou Cheng bent over and stuck out his, but to dig out the zombies bit by bit. Plop, tap. Zhou Cheng threw one crystal nucleus after another into his backpack. Zhou Cheng roughly counted a total of more than 20 crystal nuclei, which was quite a harvest. After picking up the crystal core, Zhou Cheng decided to return to the underground garage to rest. Zhou Cheng was originally worried about not being able to go back, but now it seems that his worries are completely unnecessary. In this case, it's better to go back to the car and have a good sleep before coming back. It's only a few steps away anyway. Back in the car, Zhou Cheng ate something briefly, then got into his sleeping bag to rest. An hour later, Zhou Cheng woke up on time and prepared to go to the next door community again. But at this moment, Zhou Cheng accidentally discovered two survivors. A man and a woman, both in their 20s. The man has a crew cut, is quite handsome, and is at least 1.8 meters tall. The woman has long hair and looks good, but she is wearing a thick down jacket, and her figure cannot be seen. When Zhou Cheng saw them, they were running out of the building in panic. Zhou Cheng noticed that the woman's feet seemed to be crooked, and she was always being supported by men while running. Of course, the two of them were panicking for a reason. There was a zombie chasing them behind them. This zombie was not in very good condition either. His body was almost gone for a long time, and there was a kitchen knife hanging around his neck. But no matter how bad the zombie's condition is, it will not be affected as long as the head is still there. Run! Seeing that the zombies were about to catch up, the woman turned pale with fear and quickly urged the man to run away. You're crazy. What will you do if I run away? Leave me alone. Run away. The woman urged again. No, even if we die, we will die together. You wait here, I'll fight it. The man threw the woman away, turned around and rushed towards the zombie. Zhou Cheng, come back. Please don't go, run away. Seeing that the man was about to fight the zombie, the woman suddenly cried out in anxiety. Can you please let me worry a little? How could I ignore you? While saying this, Zhou Cheng punched the zombie's head hard. Ding! The fist collided with the zombie's head, and the sound of metal and iron was heard. Zhou Cheng was angry and punched the zombie directly to the ground. Taking this opportunity, he quickly stepped forward to pull out the kitchen knife. But after pulling it out for a long time, the knife did not move at all. The zombie seemed to be stimulated. It looked up to the sky and howled, and then its claws roared towards him. Zhou Cheng had no choice but to give up the kitchen knife and roll and crawl to hide. The zombie's claws dug into the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Zhou Cheng, you go first, go quickly, I beg you. The woman limped over, took Zhou Cheng's arm, and begged. Leave? If I don't leave, even if I die, I will die in front of you. Zhou Cheng shook his head firmly. Zhou Cheng. The woman was distraught and knew that persuasion was ineffective, so she gritted her teeth and ran towards the zombies. As a result, he was swatted away by the zombie's claws and hit the ground hard and passed out. 1-1. This scene immediately made Zhou Cheng's eyes wide open. I'll fight you fucking hard. With red eyes, he rushed towards the zombies. Hey, if I ask you to run, you could just run away. Why do you have to show off? Zhou Cheng, who was watching the battle on the sidelines, couldn't help but lamented, and then fired a flame bomb to accurately hit the zombie. Oh! The violent explosion blew the zombie away instantly, and then the zombie died beyond death. 1-1. Wake up. 1-1, please be sure nothing happens to you. After the zombie died, Zhou Cheng quickly picked up his unconscious girlfriend without caring about others, crying with tears streaming down his face. Dude, stop crying, she's not dead. Zhou Cheng couldn't stand it anymore and comforted him. Hearing this, Zhou Cheng raised his head and looked at Zhou Chengdao. Really or not, my wife? Is she okay? Of course it's okay. Look at her chest. Isn't she still breathing? Hearing what Zhou Cheng said, Zhou Cheng quickly took a closer look. Seeing that the woman was still breathing, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. Zhou Cheng quickly stood up and thanked him. You're welcome. It's just a matter of raising your hands. Okay. As long as it's okay, you can go back as soon as she wakes up. I'll leave first, Zhou Cheng said with a smile, and then prepared to leave. Brother, can you tell me who you are? Zhou Cheng suddenly asked. Forget the name. Zhou Cheng waved his hand. No, I can't be ungrateful. Zhou Cheng looked like he would never give up. Okay. Zhou Cheng shrugged, then pointed to his nose. Remember, my name is Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng. Oh, okay. Thank you, brother. My name is Zhou Cheng. I will repay you if I have the opportunity in the future. Zhou Cheng quickly thanked her again, picked up his girlfriend, and walked home. Looking at the two people leaving, Zhou Cheng also sighed slightly. Zhou Cheng didn't want to meddle in other people's business, and he really wasn't prepared to do so at first. It was actually the behavior of the young couple in this critical moment that moved him a little. People say that husband and wife are like birds in the same forest, and they fly apart when disaster strikes. This sentence still makes sense. In the apocalypse, Zhou Cheng saw many scenes of couples betraying trust and even killing each other. Young couples like them are really rare. Only then did Zhou Cheng decide to help them. It was a casual thing anyway, so it was enough to help. As night fell, Zhou Cheng returned home exhausted. After fighting zombies for a day, Zhou Cheng finally raised his level to level 6 before going home. Although tired, Zhou Cheng was still in a happy mood. According to the advanced plan, the skill points at level - were reduced to 1 for several weeks and were planned to be reserved for use at level - After washing and rinsing, Zhou Cheng went to bed early after dinner. I have to get up early tomorrow to continue killing monsters, and I can't delay upgrading for a moment. It becomes more difficult for professionals to upgrade as they go up. After reaching level 6, Zhou Cheng killed a total of 160 zombies. To level up to level 7, you need to kill 320 zombies. From level 8 to level 10, 640 heads, 280, 560 heads, and dash heads are required respectively. Thinking about this number, it felt scary. Zhou Cheng estimated that it would take half a month to reach level 10. Fortunately, this situation will not last forever, because the zombies will also mutate and upgrade in a few days. The experience of killing high-level zombies will naturally increase, and by then the upgrade speed will be faster. In fact, there are not only mutated zombies, but also the Zombie King will appear next. As the name suggests, the Zombie King is the leader of the zombies, and the specific birth process is unknown. There is not only one Corpse King, but many. Generally, a corresponding number of Zombie Kings are born according to the number of zombies. At the beginning of its birth, the Corpse King's level was usually around level 10. However, the Corpse King upgrades very quickly. In the late apocalypse, the level of the Corpse King is generally between level dash and dash. Zhou Cheng and the Corpse King are old rivals, and they know how to deal with the Corpse King very well. So, dealing with them is easy. After all, 10 years of apocalyptic experience is not for nothing. So the Corpse King is Zhou Cheng's next target. In addition to the Zombie King, Zombie Warriors and Zombie Generals are also Zhou Cheng's targets. Zombie Warriors and Zombie Generals are the names given to them by professionals in the previous life. They belong to the high-end power among zombies, and their level is usually around level 5 when they are born. Like the Corpse King, their upgrade speed is also very fast, especially in the early stage. They often upgrade at a level speed of 2 days, and the speed will not slow down until level dash. Zombie Warriors and Zombie Generals are both born of the Corpse King. In other words, they are both children of the Corpse King. As for how the Corpse King conceived them, it is unknown. But because of this, they will obey the Corpse King's orders. The Zombie King, Zombie Warriors, and Zombie Generals will form a zombie group called the Zombie Army. The emergence of the Zombie Army will undoubtedly bring greater disaster to mankind. Of course, the biggest threat facing human survivors is alien creatures. Calculating the time, they will arrive in 20 days. Fortunately, at least in the early stage, the foreign creatures had little impact on Zhou Cheng and other survivors, because the alien creatures that come to the city simply cannot gain a foothold in the city. The reason is that they and zombies are mortal enemies, and their mutual hatred even exceeds that of humans. At the beginning of their arrival, the level of alien creatures was generally not high, probably around level dash, and there were not many in number. Facing a large number of zombies, especially after the Zombie King appeared before them and formed large and small zombie legions, the alien creatures were no match at all. Since they cannot gain a foothold in the city, the alien creatures have no choice but to move to the suburbs. The next morning, Zhou Cheng got up early, tidied up briefly, and walked out of the house. There are still many zombies in the neighborhood next door. Zhou Cheng can still harvest for one more day. Zhou Cheng will change the location tomorrow. There is still heavy snow falling in the sky, and the snow has reached the ankles, and the ground will make a crunching sound when stepped on. Zhou Cheng walked silently in the snow, walked out of the community, crossed the road, and climbed over the fence to the next community. The surroundings were quiet, without a sound. Only Zhou Cheng's arrival broke the silence. Yesterday, Zhou Cheng killed the zombies in the southwest corner of the community. The zombies that were basically cleaned up. Zhou Cheng chose the southeast corner today. The two skeleton warriors were in front, the skeleton mage was behind, and Zhou Cheng was walking swaggeringly. The zombies that rushed up along the way were eliminated by the younger brother in minutes, without Zhou Cheng even having to take action. Thanks to the improvement in level, dozens of zombies no longer pose much of a threat to Zhou Cheng. The only bad thing is that heavy snow will reduce the power of fire spells, and the efficiency of killing monsters will also be reduced. But there is nothing that can be done about it. Zhou Cheng is a fire mage. If he is an ice mage, the weather will be more suitable. As more and more zombies came upon hearing the sound, Zhou Cheng did not dare to be too careless and quickly entered a nearby residential building. With his back against a residential building, at least he won't be attacked from both sides. Zhou Cheng can also go upstairs to escape at critical moments. Soon, a group of corpses surrounded them, and the killing officially began. Fireball, firebomb, aging. Relying on the favorable terrain, Zhou Cheng continued to release various spells, and various attacks were directed at the zombies. Of course, zombies are not vegetarians. They roared and howled and rushed towards Zhou Cheng, not knowing what retreat meant. Soon, Zhou Cheng felt a lot of pressure. He didn't expect there to be so many zombies. There were probably more than 200 of them densely packed. Boom, bang, bang. However, Zhou Cheng did not panic. He released several fireballs to blow up the zombies in front of him, and then fought back to the stairs on the first floor. The stairs are narrow, so no matter how many zombies there are, they can only queue up to die. Oh! A fireball landed among the zombies and exploded, immediately igniting several zombies. Boom, bang, bang. As more fireballs fell, the raging fire instantly spread throughout the stairwell, turning the stairwell into a sea of fire. Ouch! The zombies surrounded by the sea of fire kept screaming in agony, and after a few struggles, they turned into charcoal. The pungent smell constantly tested Zhou Cheng's nerves, but fortunately Zhou Cheng had already gotten used to it. He continued to release the fireball technique, trapping the zombies pouring in from the outside into the sea of fire again. After almost 2 hours, Zhou Cheng finally killed all the zombies in front of him. At this time, the stairwell to the hall was already filled with zombies, and Zhou Cheng could only break the window to get out. What the hell? How do you pick up the crystal core? Coming back from the outside, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but frown as he looked at the piles of corpses in front of him. The crystal cores must not be wasted and must be picked up. But the zombies in front of him were almost piled up into a mountain. In desperation, Zhou Cheng had to pick it up himself. It took almost 2 hours for Zhou Cheng to pick up all the crystal cores of the zombies. It took 2 hours to kill the monsters and 2 hours to pick up the crystal cores. This was no one else. But complaints are complaints. Everything is worth it. The crystal core will be of great use in the later stage. After putting away all the crystal cores, Zhou Cheng turned around and returned. It was already noon, and Zhou Cheng needed to go back to rest. Zhou Cheng killed more than 200 zombies in the morning. There is absolutely no problem in reaching level 7 today. Dozens of crystal cores were also harvested, so the work was not in vain. Zhou Cheng returned to the community and just entered the underground garage when he saw the young couple from yesterday again. The young couple attracted a zombie from nowhere and were busy there. Perhaps due to their high concentration, they did not notice Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng ignored it and went straight back to the car to sleep. Zhou Cheng woke up and set off again. When he came back in the evening, he had reached level 7. After completing the upgrade, Zhou Cheng couldn't wait to open the attribute panel and immediately lit up the cursed skill corpse explosion and then upgraded the bone wall technique. The remaining 3 skill points are added to aging, damage amplification, and resistance reduction, respectively. After finishing this, Zhou Cheng spent 3 more skill points to light up the Ice Shield. Ice Shield is Zhou Cheng's most important defensive skill in the later stage, and it must be topped up in the later stage. As for the remaining 2 skill points, Zhou Cheng added them to Fire Pairing and Fireball. In this way, the 4 skill points obtained by upgrading 2 levels in a row, including the remaining skill points from before, were all consumed. Of course, skill points are meant to be used, and there's nothing to say about this. With the Ice Shield, Zhou Cheng's future defense will be guaranteed. The emergence of Corpse Explosion will enrich Zhou Cheng's offensive methods. And there is an additional benefit of Corpse Explosion. That is, Zhou Cheng no longer has to work so hard to pick up crystal cores from the pile of corpses. He can just use the Corpse Explosion technique to explode them directly. After returning home and having dinner, Zhou Cheng slowly came to the window. The wind has picked up outside, and the falling goose feather snow has turned into white snow. The strong wind was mixed with the whistling of white snow, and the vibrating glass was shaking. Zhou Cheng estimated that the temperature outside was now -degrees, which was at least 10 degrees lower than yesterday. If ordinary people stay outside in such bad weather, they can freeze into popsicles in 3 minutes. Of course, it's not much better indoors, but fortunately, at least you can avoid freezing to death indoors. Not far away, the roars of zombies could be faintly heard. Unlike humans, zombies are not afraid of the cold, and winter has no major impact on them. Looking out the window, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but frown. The weather has no effect on zombies, but it has an impact on Zhou Cheng. Heavy snow and cold wind will seriously affect Zhou Cheng's efficiency in killing monsters. Zhou Cheng even wondered whether the fire spell would be extinguished instantly in such weather. Opening the window, a chill hit his face the moment he opened it, making Zhou Cheng couldn't help but shiver. Zhou Cheng released a fireball and quickly closed the window, staring at the fireball. Sure enough, the fireball only lasted for a second before extinguishing. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng's brows tightened. It seems that it does affect the power of fire spells. I wish I had known that I could major in Ice Mage. Of course, this is impossible. Zhou Cheng has long-term considerations in choosing the fire element, and it is impossible to give up long-term interest for temporary gain. And winter is not always there. It will naturally stop when the time comes. Even though the weather is still extremely cold after the dead of winter, it is already within the tolerance range. But what to do now? Zhou Cheng began to think. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration occurred, and Zhou Cheng thought of a way. Zhou Cheng can go to the subway station to kill monsters. The subway stations are all built underground. Although the temperature may not change much, it will be fine as long as there is no wind. Moreover, the number of zombies in the subway station will definitely not be small. The key is that there is a subway station not far from home. But in this case, how to get to the subway station is a problem. The subway station is right on the road, so you can imagine how many zombies there will be on the road. It's not that Zhou Cheng is afraid of these zombies, but that once he gestures, he will definitely attract more zombies. The bad weather and the severe limitations of fire spells will put Zhou Cheng in danger. Zhou Cheng wants to find a way to enter the subway station. As long as he enters the subway station, he doesn't have to worry. It wasn't until he went to bed at night that Zhou Cheng finally thought of a way. Early the next morning, Zhou Cheng got up, washed up, put on cold-proof clothes, and walked out of the house. When he arrived downstairs, Zhou Cheng immediately walked to the southeast corner of the community, where his RV was parked. Zhou Cheng was going to drive the RV to the subway entrance. The RV was carefully designed to adapt to the apocalyptic environment. The entire car body is made of alloy, and the glass is also bulletproof. Zombies below level dash, including alien creatures, are absolutely immune to it. Moreover, this car is 5 meters high, and the zombies sitting below in the cab cannot see Zhou Cheng at all. Even if he was discovered and surrounded by zombies, at worst, Zhou Cheng would just stay in the RV. Zombies have no memory, especially low-level zombies. They will disperse automatically over time, and then Zhou Cheng will have the opportunity to sneak into the subway station secretly. Soon, Zhou Cheng arrived at the parking lot in the southeast corner of the community. Looking up, the RV in front of me was wrapped tightly like a rice dumpling, with a thick layer of snow on the roof. When he came to the car door, Zhou Cheng took out his dagger and cut a slit in the tarpaulin and felt along the side of the cab, so that Zhou Cheng could open the door and enter the cab. Zhou Cheng then cut open the felt on the windshield, but the upper part did not move. Use a rope to roll the felt to the roof of the car and secure it so it can be lowered at any time. After doing this, Zhou Cheng entered the cab and started the car. The car started smoothly and was not affected by the low temperature at all. This is normal. After all, this RV is expensive to build and has been specially modified. After arriving in the car, Zhou Cheng turned on various electrical switches and checked the power in the car. The electric meter showed kilowatt-hours of electricity, which was enough electricity for Zhou Cheng to use for 10 days and a half. Of course, this is without air conditioning, but there was no need to turn on the air conditioner. Zhou Cheng could only come back at noon and take a nap. Just place an electric blanket to ensure it's not cold when you sleep, and there's a wood stove in the car. Wood stoves provide significantly better heating than air conditioners. Seeing that everything was normal, Zhou Cheng returned home. When I came back, I brought back an electric blanket, a bag of food and drink, and a large woven bag of firewood. After finishing everything, Zhou Cheng drove the RV slowly out of the community. Abandoned vehicles were seen everywhere along the way. In this situation, any other car would not be able to get out at all. However, The horsepower of Zhou Cheng's RV is comparable to that of a tank, and it also has a specially installed bumper in front of the front. No matter what the obstacle is, you can push it to both sides. After the zombie crisis broke out, the whole world was in chaos. You can imagine how many vehicles were abandoned on the highway. This is the purpose of installing bumper corners. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for, and this is true. A RV weighing more than 10 tons makes almost no sound when driving, especially when driving at low speeds. This also facilitated Zhou Cheng's next actions. Soon, Zhou Cheng drove the car out of the community and onto the road. Zhou Cheng's community is located in a prosperous area of Xin City, so there are naturally many zombies. Looking around, I saw zombies wandering everywhere. When I discovered the moving RV, nearby zombies couldn't help but approach it. Zhou Cheng was not worried at all and continued to drive as usual, even if a zombie was sucked into the bottom of the car and made a crunching sound. Of course, Zhou Cheng wasn't afraid. The cab was at least 4 meters above the ground. Not to mention that the zombies couldn't see Zhou Cheng. Even if they could see them, they wouldn't be able to take advantage of the RV. In less than 10 minutes, Zhou Cheng drove the RV to the subway entrance. Curbs that are more than 10 or 20 centimeters are not an obstacle at all to a RV with a chassis as high as 1 meter. Turning off the car, Zhou Cheng looked around. The subway entrance has been covered with snow, and the whole slope is like a ski resort. I don't know how deep it is, but this is not a problem. As long as it does not go above your head, you can get down. It will only take a little effort at most. That's not the point. How to deal with the dozens of zombies surrounding the car is the point. These dozen zombies were in hot pursuit of the RV, and Zhou Cheng would not be able to get out of the car until they were dealt with. Of course, this is also not a problem for Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng has a younger brother who can help. While talking, Zhou Cheng pointed out the window, and 2 little brothers appeared out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, they waved their scythes and slashed at the zombies around them. Skeleton warriors are not living beings. They do not actively attack zombies, and zombies will never actively attack them. The 2 skeleton warriors instantly killed 2 zombies with a sneak attack, but then other zombies immediately surrounded them. Of course, more than a dozen zombies and 2 skeleton warriors were no match. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng was there to help. Although Zhou Cheng couldn't use fireball and other spells to avoid making too much noise. But he can use bone prison and other spells to help. In the end, after more than 10 minutes of fighting, the 2 skeleton warriors died 3 times before all the zombies were eliminated. After taking his younger brother back, Zhou Cheng stayed in the car for a while, and then got out of the car when nothing happened. After getting off the bus, Zhou Cheng first put on his snowshoes. Snowshoes are like big futons that you put on to avoid getting stuck in the snow. Soon, Zhou Cheng got down to the subway station. Looking sideways, I saw that the platform was indeed densely packed with zombies. There were at least 200 to 300 of them. I glanced around and saw that the door to the control room of the subway station not far away was open. Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng directed the 2 skeletons to rush towards the zombies, while he ran towards the control room. Before anyone could reach the control room, 3 fire bombs and a large fireball fell in, killing several zombies inside instantly. Zhou Cheng ran in immediately, then turned around and closed the door. The door of the control room is an iron door that zombies cannot open, so Zhou Cheng only needs to defend the windows. Needless to say, what happened when 2 skeleton warriors rushed into a group of zombies? They were overwhelmed by the zombies without even a splash. Zhou Cheng summoned them again, including the skeleton mage, and then began to prepare for them. At this time, the black zombies roared and rushed to the window. Crack! With a crunching sound, the glass in the control room was crushed by zombies in an instant. Regardless of Sanchi 21, Fireball Technique, and Bone Wall Technique, Zhou Cheng also took action instantly. It doesn't matter if the glass breaks, the Bone Wall Technique can stop them. It is difficult for low-level zombies to break through the bone wall composed of 7 or 8 huge bone spurs, let alone the power of hellfire. In less than 5 seconds, the control room was filled with fire. Watching the zombies being burned until they howled like ghosts and wolves, Zhou Cheng felt quite relieved. It's such a cool feeling. Killing you while you're sick is Zhou Cheng's consistent style, and now it's time to perform the corpse explosion technique. Boom, boom, boom. With loud, rumbling noises, the dead zombies were instantly detonated by the corpse explosion technique. A powerful wave of air suddenly swept over, blowing up the zombies all around. Countless body parts were flying everywhere, and more than a dozen zombies were killed instantly. Ha! Looking at the spectacular scene caused by the corpse explosion technique, Zhou Cheng couldn't help laughing wildly. The power of the corpse explosion technique is really terrifying. It would be awesome if there were more similar skills. Unfortunately, this is impossible. Among the skills that have not yet been learned, there are no skills like corpse explosion. Just as Zhou was about to get angry, more zombies heard the sound and came from a distance. This is exactly what Zhou Cheng wants. Isn't Zhou Cheng here just to kill monsters? Looking at the swarming zombies, Zhou Cheng was as happy as if he had won the lottery. More than 2 hours later, Zhou Cheng had basically cleaned up the zombies in the subway station. Zhou Cheng picked up the crystal cores one by one and then continued exploring along the subway tunnel. Continue to explore because there is a train in the tunnel and there are zombies in the train. Sure enough, Zhou Cheng didn't go far when he saw a train in front of him. Under the illumination of a strong flashlight, Zhou Cheng was surprised to find that the carriage was crowded with zombies. It seems that this train is of good quality and all the zombies are trapped in the carriage. This is a great gift delivered to your door. How could you miss it? As a result, a flame bomb instantly smashed open the rear window, and 3 flames followed closely. The flames fell into the car, igniting a raging fire and swallowing all the zombies instantly. Looking at the zombies shrouded in flames, Zhou Cheng felt extremely comfortable. Killing monsters like this is so cool. The fierce fire lasted for 5 to 6 minutes before slowly dissipating. As the flames gradually extinguished, the scene inside the carriage was gradually revealed. Apart from the burnt ground and the uneven carriage, there were only charred zombie corpses. Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng immediately got in the car and pushed along the car toward the rear despite the pungent smell and scorching heat. Every few steps forward, Zhou Cheng releases a few fireballs, sweeping away the zombies in front of him. When individual zombies burst out of the flames, Zhou Cheng used the bone prison technique to stop them, and then his younger brother took care of them. The whole process was extremely easy. As he continued to advance, Zhou Cheng's experience also increased rapidly, reaching level 20.00% in the blink of an eye. Zhou Cheng was very happy at this speed. If he continued at this speed, he might be able to reach level 8 today. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but speed up his advancement. Half an hour later, Zhou Cheng killed the last zombie, and his experience reached level 50.00%. With joy, Zhou Cheng began to pick up the crystal nuclei. In half an hour, Zhou Cheng harvested more than 60 crystal nuclei from the pile of corpses. Jumping out of the car window, Zhou Cheng continued walking along the railway track to the next station. It wasn't until 2 hours later that Zhou Cheng returned successfully. Just now, Zhou Cheng cleaned up another subway station and a subway train, and his experience increased to level 80.00%. Back in the RV, Zhou Cheng took off his dirty coat and added some firewood to the wood stove. As the firewood burned, the temperature inside the RV also increased rapidly. After a few minutes, Zhou Cheng could walk around in the RV wearing only his autumn clothes. After warming up his body, Zhou Cheng made himself a cup of coffee and heated up a portion of individual soldier rations. Sitting at the dining table, Zhou Cheng ate his lunch comfortably. After finishing the meal, Zhou Cheng simply tidied up and went to the bedroom to rest. Zhou Cheng had turned on the electric blanket before, and the bed was warm and comfortable when he fell asleep. Afraid of feeling too comfortable, Zhou Cheng deliberately set the alarm clock before going to bed. Time flies. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. In the past 2 days, Zhou Cheng has been killing monsters in the subway station. In 2 days, Zhou Cheng cleaned up a total of 5 subway stations and 4 trains, centered on the subway station in front of his home. Of course, the harvest is also full. Zhou Cheng's level has also been raised to level 70.00, with -%. There is no problem in rising to level today. In the morning, Zhou Cheng went downstairs as usual. By coincidence, I met Zhou Cheng and his wife again downstairs. The young couple are still busy killing monsters. Zombies are everywhere, and Zhou Cheng has not killed all the zombies in the community. There are always fish that slip through the net, and this just provides them with an opportunity. In fact, similar scenes happened everywhere, with survivors walking out of their homes all over the city. On the one hand, these survivors are seriously short of food and come out looking for food. On the other hand, there are also professionals like Zhou Cheng who take the initiative to kill zombies and upgrade them. This is an inevitable phenomenon and a human survival instinct. Because the temperature was extremely low, the young couple were also bundled up tightly. Even the mouth and nose are wrapped in it, and only the eyes are exposed from the whole body, making it look like a big bear. Seeing Zhou Cheng, the two of them quickly waved to Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng nodded slightly and turned around to leave regardless of whether they saw him or not. The RV is parked outside the community, and Zhou Cheng drives the RV back every night these days. After getting on the bus, Zhou Cheng took out a subway map from his pocket. Centering on the subway station in front of his home, all nearby subway stations have been cleaned up. This distance is also the limit that Zhou Cheng can reach on foot. Zhou Cheng planned to find a new subway station and then use the new subway station as the center to kill monsters and upgrade. Soon, Zhou Cheng chose the target, Shinshu Guomao subway station. Guomao building can be regarded as one of the most prosperous areas in Shanghai, and there must be a lot of zombies there. Moreover, the Guomao building is also outside the military safety zone, which is more suitable for Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng didn't want to have anything to do with soldiers or the government. There is no other reason than that I don't want to create any bonds. After the end of the world, there is no water or electricity, and network communications are also interrupted. Only the radio worked, and Zhou Cheng had prepared a radio early. Through the radio, Zhou Cheng could listen to some official broadcasts. At the same time, we also learned that the military has now recaptured the east and north of the city. We are also vigorously recruiting reservists, including professionals. Of course, there are also other messages, such as calling on survivors to go to safe areas on their own. Encourage professionals to go out as soon as possible to kill monsters, upgrade, etc. Needless to say, Zhou Cheng is more active than anyone else in killing monsters. As for joining the military, forget it. Again, Zhou Cheng doesn't like to deal with anyone. Not to mention that the military will be finished in a year. Start the RV and set off for a new destination. The Guomao subway station is 10 kilometers away, so Zhou Cheng needs to hurry up, otherwise he won't be able to return that day. Moving along the road, there are still many zombies on the road. However, facing a behemoth that is 12 meters long and -meters high, no matter how many zombies there are, they can only look away and sigh. Zhou Cheng does not need to consider them at all. The only thing is that there are too many abandoned vehicles on the road, which is a little troublesome. Zhou Cheng had to drive his RV to drive away these blocking vehicles. It turns out that Zhou Cheng also planned to take the elevated route, which would have fewer vehicles. But considering that the RV was too heavy, Zhou Cheng finally gave up the idea and the ground floor was safer. The suspension of the RV is very good and it is very comfortable to drive. Zhou Cheng hummed a little tune and drove towards his destination, not forgetting to look around on the road. The city in front of us can be described as a world of ice and snow. The snow is so thick that it can reach your knees. Everywhere was deserted, with nothing but zombies, not even a cat or dog to be seen. It wasn't until he drove about 5 kilometers that Zhou Cheng discovered something. Zhou Cheng saw someone jumping out of a shopping mall not far away. Zhou Cheng couldn't see clearly because of the heavy wind and snow, but Zhou Cheng was sure that it was a person. While Zhou Cheng was still wondering, 2 more people jumped down from the building. This time Zhou Cheng finally saw it clearly. The ones who jumped down were 2 women, 2 naked women to be exact. Seeing this scene, Zhou Cheng's face instantly turned gloomy. Needless to say, why the woman jumped down and why she was naked. As the apocalypse breaks out, the ugliness of mankind also emerges, and various crimes are performed all the time. However, Zhou Cheng has seen this kind of thing a lot, and Zhou Cheng doesn't intend to take care of it. Soon, Zhou Cheng drove by. Looking out the window, there were indeed 2 women on the ground. They were already bleeding to death from their orifices. Zhou Cheng noticed that the hands of the 2 women were tied and knew that they must have been thrown down from upstairs. I looked up and saw that this was a shopping mall building with about 6 floors. They were thrown from the 5th floor window. When Zhou Cheng looked up, someone happened to peek down from the window. Zhou Cheng ignored him and drove away. Don't. Wow. At this moment, a shrill cry reached Zhou Cheng's ears again. Before Zhou Cheng could react, another woman fell from the 5th floor with a thud. At the same time, a baby's cry also sounded. Zhou Cheng looked back and realized that there was a baby thrown down with him. At this moment, Zhou Cheng finally became angry. Zhou Cheng admits that he is not a good person, and he does many bad things, but he does not think he can do anything to a baby. How unconscionable is this? Stopping the car, Zhou Cheng got out and took a look. Sure enough, a woman with a baby in her arms was lying naked on the ground. She was obviously not breathing, but the baby in her arms seemed to be fine. The mother protected her with her body, and the baby's whole body was wrapped tightly in quilts. Zhou Cheng didn't have time to think too much and hurriedly picked up the baby and returned to the car before the zombies arrived. The strong smell of blood and the sound of a baby crying will attract a large number of zombies. After returning to the car, Zhou Cheng immediately opened the quilt and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the baby was not injured. This is a baby girl who looks just over 1 month old. She is very well behaved and has stopped crying since being carried back to the car by Zhou Cheng. He just kept smacking his lips and looking at Zhou Cheng with his big eyes, looking quite curious. To be honest, Zhou Cheng regretted it a little after getting in the car. Regret saving the baby girl because doing so would drag down Zhou Cheng. But it's useless to regret now. Zhou Cheng can't throw her away anymore and can only find a way later. Putting the baby girl on the bed, Zhou Cheng made a cup of sugar water from a bottle to feed her. The milk bottle was found in the luggage. There was no milk powder in the car, so I had to make do with sugar water. The baby girl was relieved and fell asleep quickly after drinking. It was only then that Zhou Cheng turned around and came to the cab. The zombies outside have left, and the 4 corpses, including the girl's mother, have been swept away, leaving only a pile of debris on the ground. Looking up at the mall, Zhou Cheng then got out of the car and walked towards the mall, ready to kill these scum. Zhou Cheng could ignore murder, swindling, and rape, but not even sparing the children was a bit too much. In the previous life, even the leaders of various large and small settlements who had always been domineering, no one would be so crazy as to attack a baby. Of course, this was only one of the reasons why Zhou Cheng took action. Zhou Cheng also went to the mall to buy baby milk powder. There is no baby milk powder in the supplies he has stored. How can he feed the baby girl without baby milk powder? More importantly, Zhou Cheng was running for the professional sacred stone. The guy who stuck his head out just now was an unnatural awakening professional, and Zhou Cheng would never be mistaken about this. Distinguishing between those who are naturally awakened and those who are not naturally awakened is a technical task, and only an experienced veteran like Zhou Cheng can do it. Specifically, it depends on intuition or induction. Kill that guy, and Zhou Cheng can explode his professional magic stone. The role of the professional sacred stone is self-evident. It can turn ordinary people into professionals. Its popularity in the last days even exceeds that of food in some cases. In the apocalypse, an ordinary professional sacred stone can often be exchanged for 100 kilograms of grain and a few beautiful women. Zhou Cheng doesn't mind making a fortune on the way. Soon, Zhou Cheng broke through the window and entered the first floor of the shopping mall. The situation inside was worse than Zhou Cheng imagined. It was not bad because there were zombies. On the contrary, there were no zombies in the mall. What's worse is that there are hundreds of survivors inside. There are men and women among them. Everyone is unkempt, covered with clothes and quilts, and looks miserable. There were several men not far away from them, and these people felt much more comfortable. They all wore thick fur coats, and some even wore minks. Not only that, there was a mattress and a thick mattress underneath him. Surrounding them were more than a dozen graceful women. When Zhou Cheng broke in, They were doing indescribable things to these men. The scene was extremely shocking. They are said to have graceful figures because they are not wearing any clothes. One can imagine how they would freeze in such weather. But compared with life, they still want to live, even if they are shivering from the cold. Among the men, the leader was a burly middle-aged man with a square face and a face full of flesh, which looked quite scary. At this moment, he was also enjoying the service, and a woman was working hard on his crotch. Zhou Cheng's arrival broke their interest, and they all turned their attention to stare at Zhou Cheng. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man pushed the woman away and stood up suddenly. The other people also stood up and glared at Zhou Cheng. "I'm here to kill you," Zhou Cheng replied coldly. Hearing Zhou Cheng's words, the middle-aged man burst out laughing, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. "Kill us? How ridiculous! How old are you to say such a thing? Brother Aaron, don't talk nonsense to him. Just kill him and count the balls." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a thin young man stood up next to him. "Well, since you are looking for death, then I will send you to the west." The middle-aged man nodded when he heard this, and after speaking, he waved his fist and rushed towards Zhou Cheng. I really don't know who is looking for death." Seeing this, Zhou Cheng snorted coldly and summoned the three-headed skeleton boy without saying a word. The man in front of him is a bronze professional, and his profession is a warrior. The other four people include 2 black iron and 2 ordinary professionals. A bronze professional is actually good enough. Normally, he is the leader of a small community, but of course he is not enough in front of Zhou Cheng. As for this guy's level, it won't be higher than level 2 at most. A guy who hasn't even learned how to charge can be killed by the three-headed boy. "Bone wall! Fireball!" Zhou Cheng shouted loudly and used the bone wall technique and several fireballs instantly. When the younger brother goes into battle, the elder brother cannot be idle either. However, Zhou Cheng's target was not the strong man who rushed up, but the remaining scum. Before the few scum could react, they were trapped by the bone wall rising from the ground and were immediately hit by fireballs. Boom! What? In an instant, the 4 scum were engulfed in flames and kept making piercing howls. Zhou Cheng's actions shocked all the survivors at the scene, and they all looked at it in disbelief. It wasn't until this moment that they realized that the man in front of them might save them from their misery. The middle-aged man was also stunned, but at this time he had no time to think more. He was busy parrying the attacks of the skeleton warrior and the skeleton mage. The man's name is Wu Long, a prisoner who has just been released from a labor camp. His 4 younger brothers are also from the labor camp. When the apocalypse broke out, Wu Long and his 4 younger brothers were checking into the mall, preparing to rob the jewelry store in the mall. Wu Long was also very lucky. By chance, he got a randomly appearing warrior professional stone, and it was a bronze quality. The 4 younger brothers were also very lucky, and each received a professional sacred stone, and thus became professionals. In fact, a total of 7 professional sacred stones appeared in the mall that day, and the other 2 were obtained by others. But these 2 people were unlucky, and the ruthless Wu Long killed them immediately. Wu Long then took his younger brother to clean up all the zombies in the mall, and from then on he took control of the mall and started to dominate. Not a single beautiful woman was left behind. Wu Long took care of them all and gave them to his younger brother to enjoy. As for what happened this morning, it was because those women plotted to escape, but he found out. Of course, Wu Long was so cruel that he couldn't let them go, so he threw several women down the stairs. This included the mother and son. Wu Long thought the child was crying too noisily, so he threw the mother and son down together. Originally, Wu Long thought this was nothing, who could do anything to them in the end of the world. But now he is really scared. "Who are you? I haven't offended you." While Wu Long was busy parrying, he questioned Zhou Cheng with a sullen expression. "Didn't I tell you to kill your people?" Zhou Cheng responded calmly. Although the tone was calm, the killing intent contained in it was undisguised. This made Wu Long's hair stand up immediately, feeling as if he was being targeted by a ferocious beast. Wu Long knew that he would definitely be unable to be kind today. Wu Long is not a fool. He may dare to fight against ordinary people, But the powerful person in front of him is too strong. The only way to go now is to escape. Thinking of this, Wu Long suddenly ran away. However, as soon as he took a step forward, a burst of heat suddenly came from behind him. When he turned around, he saw a fireball roaring towards him and drowning him in an instant. Zhou Cheng had let him go a long time ago. How could he let him escape? What? Wu Long screamed loudly, rolling and struggling in the hot flames, but he didn't last for a few seconds before his voice completely disappeared. After Wu Long died, the hall was silent for a while, and all the survivors were stunned. They never expected that Wu Long, who was aloof and wreaking havoc on all living beings, would die so easily. This is simply ecstasy. Where can I find baby formula? These people didn't wake up until Zhou Cheng's questions reached their ears. Oh, yes, I'll get it for you right away. A woman stood up and said. After a while, buckets of baby milk powder were delivered to Zhou Cheng. Not enough. Do you have any more? Also, are there any baby rice noodles and baby supplies? Zhou Cheng continued to ask. Yes, I will take you to get it. The woman replied quickly. So, under the envious and jealous gaze of a group of people, Zhou Cheng followed the woman to a supermarket not far away. Soon, Zhou Cheng returned with a large amount of baby supplies. What about diapers, baby rice cereal, pacifiers, clothing, and even a baby cradle? After packing everything up, Zhou Cheng picked up the 7 professional sacred stones that fell on the ground, and then left them all, leaving only a group of people looking at each other. It wasn't until Zhou Cheng left for a long time that these people gradually calmed down. Oh my God has eyes. We no longer have to live like animals. Yes, this is really sinful. Whoa! A group of people hugged each other and started crying, especially the dozen or so women who had been humiliated. They were crying even more heartbreakingly. Okay, don't cry. Let's pack up and run away. No matter what, we should save our lives first. Run away. There are zombies outside, and we are not professionals. How can we escape? That's it. Are you going out to die? In my opinion, we don't need to go anywhere to stay in the mall. Yes, we will stay in the mall. Anyway, there is everything in the mall. The survivors were talking a lot. When Zhou Cheng returned to the RV, the baby girl was already awake but still not crying. Zhou Cheng was afraid that she was hungry, so he made another bottle of milk powder for her and fed her to drink. It seemed that she was full, and the baby girl fell asleep again after a while. Looking at the baby girl, Zhou Cheng was also worried. How could Zhou Cheng kill monsters in this situation? You can't leave your child in the car all the time, right? After thinking for a long time, Zhou Cheng came up with a brilliant idea. He did whatever he thought of, and Zhou Cheng then drove back. After returning to the community, Zhou Cheng drove the car directly to the 4th building and honked the horn wildly. The loud horn sound could be heard clearly throughout the neighborhood. Zhou Cheng honked the horn to find Zhao Qingdong and his wife, and Zhou Cheng was going to give the baby girl to them to raise. This couple has a deep love for each other in times of crisis, and they are definitely the best people to raise their children. Sure enough, within a few minutes, Zhao Qingdong and his wife came downstairs. Of course, they knew that the RV belonged to Zhou Cheng, and the savior who was honking the horn frantically downstairs was definitely looking for them. Which floor do you live on? Take me to your house. Oh, and bring all these things. When the two came to the car, Zhou Cheng immediately got out of the car and said to them, completely ignoring Lu Wen's strange look. Of course, Lu Wen was surprised, wondering why Zhou Cheng suddenly brought back a child. But since Zhou Cheng didn't explain, she couldn't ask anything. Lu Wen's family lives in building 1504-8, and it only takes minutes to go upstairs. This is a child I picked up. Her mother is dead, and I can't take care of her. So I want to ask you to help take care of her. Arriving inside the house, Zhou Cheng got straight to the point. After listening to Zhou Cheng's explanation, the young couple understood what was going on. Brother, it's okay to take care of children. But we... Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's request, Zhao Qingdong showed some hesitation. What did you say? Before Zhao Qingdong finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Wen, who was holding the child. Brother, no problem. If you are really in trouble, the child will be left to us. Lu Wen agreed without saying a word. Brother, I don't have any other intention. I'm just worried that I can't take good care of this child. Don't be angry. You also know that it's the end of the world now, and we can't even protect ourselves. But since Wen agreed, I can rest assured that this child will be our child from now on. Upon seeing this, Zhou Qingdong quickly expressed his position. I understand what you said, and it's not your fault. I'm very happy that you agreed. This proves that I saw you right. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about food or anything. I will take care of it. Not only that, I also have a big gift to give you. Zhou Cheng looked at the two of them with a smile, and then took out a handful of professional sacred stones from his arms. Looking at the professional sacred stone in Zhou Cheng's hand, Lu Wen and Zhou Qingdong were stunned as they did not recognize the professional sacred stone. This is the professional sacred stone. You can become a professional by taking it. Lu Wen, you pick one first, Zhou Cheng said with a smile. Since the children are left in the care of the young couple, it is natural to improve their strength. Without strength, it is empty talk to take good care of children. Brother, is it true? There is such a magical thing. You can become a professional by taking it. Zhou Qingdong first expressed disbelief. You talk a lot. Can I still lie to you? Brother, I believe you. Lu Wen glared at Zhou Qingdong, and then said with a smile, What career do you like? Well, let me see. There are warriors, mages, assassins, and hey, there's even a priest profession here. Zhou Cheng nodded, and then introduced the professional sacred stone in Lu Wen's hand. Brother, I will choose whichever one you tell me to choose. I will listen to you. Then let's be a priest. The priest profession can save lives and heal the wounded, so you two can take care of each other in the future. And this professional sacred stone is of black iron quality. Well, then listen to my brother. I will choose this pastor. Lu Wen replied happily. Not being able to kill zombies with her husband has always been Lu Wen's biggest regret. Now that she has the opportunity, she is certainly happy. Handing the priest professional stone to Lu Wen, Zhou Cheng then handed Wu Long the warrior professional stone to Zhou Qingdong. This is for you. Take it. Give it to me. Brother, I am already a professional. Zhou Qingdong was a little confused. It's true that you are a professional, but you are just an ordinary professional, not even a black man. This is also a warrior profession, and it is of bronze quality, which is much better than ordinary quality. Don't worry, the quality will be automatically replaced after taking it, and you will be bronze quality from now on. Can it still be like this? Zhou Qingdong was shocked when he heard this, but Lu Wen on the side was already extremely happy. Stop dawdling, use it quickly, and then you come with me. Where? They both asked in unison. Of course I came back with me to get food and heating supplies. I'm afraid your child will freeze to death in this house. An hour later, looking at the room full of food, Lu Wen and his wife said that they were lying. Of course, what was even more confusing was what he had just seen at Zhou Cheng's house. How can this be? Heaven on earth is nothing more than this. But the young couple is not bad now. Not only do they have food, but they also have all kinds of daily necessities. Zhou Cheng also gave them a wood stove and a generator, and even a key to the warehouse downstairs. If you run out of diesel, firewood, and food, you can just grab them. This undoubtedly made the couple even more confused, considering that it was already noon and it was too late to go back to brush monsters. Zhou Cheng decided to take a day off today. In the afternoon, Zhou Cheng helped Zhou Qingdong connect the generator lines. Zhou Cheng knew how to do this in his previous life. Later, Zhou Cheng took the two of them to the community to kill monsters. Zhou Qingdong is still at level dash until now. He can upgrade by killing 5 zombies. It has been several days, and he has not yet reached level dash. I don't know how he did it. Of course, the child must not be left at home. So Lu Wen wrapped her in her arms and brought her out. There are still scattered zombies in the community. Next, Zhou Cheng will be responsible for maiming the zombies, and Zhou Qingdong will be responsible for the final kill. In this way, the experience will belong to them. In less than an hour, the couple reached level 2. While there was still time, Zhou Cheng took them for a tour of the neighborhood next door. When they came back in the evening, the couple had already reached level 3. Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. After returning home, Zhou Qingdong and the two were extremely grateful. This was simply a good thing falling from the sky. You're welcome. If you want to thank you, just treat your children well. Zhou Cheng waved his hand indifferently. Definitely, definitely. Brother, don't worry, she's our child. Brother, the child doesn't have a name yet. Give him a name. Lu Wen suddenly spoke. Name? Then let's call her Zhao Min. What do you think? No, no. How can the surname be Zhao? It should be after my brother's surname. Lu Wen objected on the spot. No, of course you have to have your last name. Zhou Cheng refused with a smile. Seeing what Zhou Cheng said, the two of them said nothing more. That night, Zhou Cheng invited them to his home. Lu Wen was in charge of cooking, and the three of them had a good meal. Zhao Qingdong and his wife have been hungry and full these days, trying to survive by searching for other residents, so this meal is really not enough. Seeing them wolfing down the food, Zhou Cheng's mood inexplicably improved a lot. Zhou Cheng planned to leave this house to them after he left. The next day, Zhou Cheng set out again. On this trip, Zhou Cheng brought a lot of food with him. After all, the Guomao subway station is a bit far away, so Zhou Cheng doesn't plan to go back and forth. When will you clean up the area, and when will you come back? At least it must be upgraded to level 10. 5 days later, Zhou Cheng returned successfully. When he came back, his level was already level 10. After returning, Zhou Cheng first found Zhao Qingdong and his wife to see how they and their children were doing. In the end, everything was fine, nothing bloody happened. The child is also doing well. Lu Wen said that the child is very well behaved. He sleeps when he is full, eats when he is full, and never cries. This puts Zhou Cheng at ease. After returning from Lu Wen's house, Zhou Cheng went directly upstairs to go home, only to meet Lu Yaqing at the door. However, Lu Yaqing was not the only person Zhou Cheng encountered. Beside her was a strong man as strong as an ox. At this moment, Lu Yaqing was being held in the arms of a strong man, and a big hand was playing wantonly in her clothes. Although Lu Yaqing caters to her on the surface, everyone can see that she is also extremely annoying. But after all, this man is the new supporter she has found, and no matter how much she hates him, she can only bear it. As for why they appeared here, it was clear from the fierce look in the strong man's eyes. Of course I came here to find food, but rather than looking for it, it would be more appropriate to say snatching, because the strong man held a butcher's knife in his hand. Of course, it was impossible for the strong man to know that Zhou Cheng had food here. Lu Yaqing could only tell him. It can be seen that Zhou Cheng was right in wanting to kill Lu Yaqing, but now he is really in trouble. What? Is something wrong? Zhou Cheng looked at the two of them calmly, with a hint of ridicule on his face. You are quite smart. Boy, if you are sensible, please open the door quickly and let us in. Don't ask for trouble, the strong man said with a sinister smile, as if he couldn't wait any longer. Sorry, this is my home, Zhou Cheng replied coldly. Chow Mu Ma, don't be so shameless. I'm a professional. I can kill you in minutes. The strong man cursed angrily, then raised his butcher knife and rushed over. How dare you, a loser like you, call yourself a professional? Zhou Cheng snorted coldly. Oh! The next second, Zhou Cheng kicked him out, and the strong man flew backwards. An ordinary professional with only level 1, Zhou Cheng could kill him without any skills. The strong man was kicked hard by Zhou Cheng's kick. He lay on the ground for a long time and couldn't get up, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Ah! Seeing this scene, Lu Yaqing couldn't help but scream. You woman, what can I say about you? It's true that good people don't get rewarded. Zhou Cheng glanced at Lu Yaqing mockingly, and then walked towards the strong man. I was wrong. Please let me go. I don't dare to do it anymore. I won't dare to do it again. Please let me go. Let me go, okay. Seeing Zhou Cheng approaching, the strong man quickly begged for mercy. Let you go, why? Beasts like you don't deserve to live. Zhou Cheng snorted coldly, then slapped him away. Snapped. There was a crisp sound, and the strong man fainted instantly. Without hesitation at all, Zhou Cheng then stepped forward to pick him up, opened the window, and threw him out. Ah! Seeing the strong man being thrown away by Zhou Cheng, Lu Yaqing was so frightened that she squatted on the ground holding her head. Give me a reason not to kill you. Zhou Cheng turned back and looked at her coldly. Please let me go. I don't mean anything else. I just can't bear the hunger and want to find something to eat. Really, please believe me. Lu Yaqing was extremely scared. She didn't expect Zhou Cheng to be so cold-blooded and throw the man away without hesitation. But now, Lu Yaqing knew that Zhou Cheng had murderous intentions. Oh, Zhou Cheng responded lightly. I promise I won't come again. Absolutely not. Lu Yaqing continued to beg. Zhou Cheng still didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly. I can sleep with you, and I can do whatever you want me to do. Lu Yaqing raised her head in panic and said, You think you can impress me just by saying this? Zhou Cheng sneered and pulled out the dagger. No, you can't kill me. Please let me go. I will do anything for you. Lu Yaqing shouted in horror. It's too late to talk about this now. While Zhou Cheng was speaking, the dagger suddenly inserted into Lu Yaqing's abdomen. Puck! Blood spurted out. Lu Yaqing covered her wound and looked at him with wide eyes, her face full of disbelief. Looking at Lu Yaqing's pale and painful expression, Zhou Cheng felt no emotion at all. Why? I just want to live. Is this wrong? Lu Yaqing murmured. No, you are not wrong. The only thing that is wrong is this world. I'm just too hungry. Lu Yaqing's eyes were blurry. You can collude with others to kill me when you're hungry? Push. As soon as the words fell, another stab was stabbed. What? Lu Yaqing screamed and fell down. Before he died, he stared at Zhou Cheng with his eyes wide open, full of doubts and confusion. She couldn't understand why this man could be so heartless. Looking at the body lying on the ground, Zhou Cheng showed no expression. Lu Yaqing was responsible for all this. If she was the one who came up today, Zhou Cheng might help her. But she happened to bring a helper, and her intentions were terrible. One can imagine what would have happened to Zhou Cheng if he was just an ordinary person. In this case, how could Zhou Cheng be polite? After throwing Lu Yaqing's body from the window, Zhou Cheng returned home. After level 10, Zhou Cheng has a lot to do. For example, the exchange of equipment and the distribution of skill points. Calculating the time, the zombie upgrade has begun, and the zombie king will appear in a few days. Facing upgraded zombies, Zhou Cheng would have a hard time without equipment. But after all, experience is not brought by strong winds, and Zhou Cheng is not prepared to exchange for a full set of equipment. According to his idea, he only needs 2 weapons to cope with it for the time being. As for other equipment, we will talk about it later depending on the situation. From level 7 to level 10, Zhou Cheng gained 6 skill points for each of his 2 professions. As for the Necromancer, Zhou Cheng added 1 point each to poison control, damage amplification, aging, and resistance reduction, and the remaining 2 points were used to light up Poison Explosion and Poison Nova respectively. Poison Nova spouts an expanding ring of concentrated poison, poisoning enemies it touches. Poison Nova is the core skill of the poison system. The poisonous damage is not very large, but its coverage is wide. Especially in open areas where enemies are densely packed, Poison Nova can exert great power. Poison Explosion. Release on the corpse of the dead target, releasing highly toxic gas, poisoning nearby targets. Poison Explosion and Poison Nova are similar in nature. They both release poisonous gas to cause damage to the target. But compared with Poison Nova, neither the toxicity nor the release range can be compared, and the mana consumption is still high. Zhou Cheng lit up this skill purely because Poison Explosion is the prerequisite skill of Poison Nova. As for the Mage, he added 1 point each to the Fire Match, Flame Bomb, Hellfire, and Ice Shield. With the remaining 2 points, Zhou Cheng lit up the Warm-Up technique and the Elemental Healing technique. Warm-Up, passive skill that can increase the speed of mana recovery. This skill is very important and can greatly alleviate Zhou Cheng's current dilemma of insufficient mana. Healing, release a healing aura to heal the target. Healing is also very important. Its appearance means that Zhou Cheng can heal himself in the future. Moreover, healing techniques can also speed up the recovery of physical strength and endurance, greatly enhancing survivability. The original summoning skills were gradually unlocked as Zhou Cheng continued to upgrade. Skeleton Domination is upgraded to level dash. Bone Armor is level dash, and Bone Wall is level dash. Zhou Cheng can now summon 4 skeleton warriors plus a skeleton mage. More importantly, the clay golem is lit, so that a clay golem can be summoned. Clay golem. Create a golem out of clay to fight alongside you. The importance of the clay golem to the Necromancer is self-evident. It can act as a human shield. With it carrying Zhou Cheng in front, the safety will be greatly improved. After adding the points, Zhou Cheng opened the Properties panel. Occupation Mage. Quality Gold. Rating 10. Attributes. Strength plus 10, Agility plus 25, Vitality plus 10, Spirit plus 35. Fire Resistance 0%, Frost Resistance 0%, Lightning Resistance 0%, Poison Resistance 30%. Skills. Skeleton Summoning plus 4, Skeleton Dominance plus 4, Bone Armor plus 2, Summon Skeleton Mage plus 1, Clay Golem plus 1, Poison Dagger plus 1, Poison Blade plus 1, Poison Dominance plus 4, Bone Wall plus 2, Poison Explosion plus 1, Poison Nova plus 1, Teeth plus 1, Damage Bonus plus 4, Aging plus 3, Resistance Reduction plus, Corpse Explosion plus 1. Occupation, Necromancer. Quality Gold. Rating, 10. Attributes. Strength plus 15, Agility plus 25, Vitality plus 15, Spirit plus 25. 5351391531671665. Fire Resistance 30%, Frost Resistance 0%, Lightning Resistance 0%, Poison Resistance 0%. Skills. Fire Bullet plus 3, Fire Combination plus 4, Fireball plus 2, Hellfire plus 2, Warm-Up plus 1, Economic Entangle plus 1, Healing plus 1, Ice Thorn plus 1, Ice Blade plus 1, Ice Shield plus 1. Thorn Coil is the prerequisite skill for healing, and Ice Thorn and Ice Blade are the prerequisite skills for Ice Shield. Generally speaking, Zhou Cheng's strength after level 10 can be described as a rapid improvement. To put it bluntly, Zhou Cheng is not afraid even if he meets the 10th level Corpse King. Zhou Cheng is also quite satisfied with this, and his hard work in killing monsters and upgrading has finally paid off. After checking it, Zhou Cheng opened the equipment options and prepared to exchange for 2 staffs. The equipment that professionals can wear include weapons, offhands, helmets, gloves, armor, pants, belts, shoes, necklaces and rings, etc. Not only are there many varieties, but they also vary in quality, and they even come in sets. Sets are generally difficult to collect, and the quality is divided into ordinary, black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. Of course, exchanging high-quality equipment requires more experience. But regardless of the quality, there is no doubt that as long as the equipment is used, it will greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of professionals. Zhou Cheng was reluctant to give up so much experience and only planned to exchange it for 2 ordinary staffs, 1 for each profession. There are not many level dash equipment available in the system, and there are only a dozen professional weapons. After all, they're all transitional equipment. There was no need to choose at all. Zhou Cheng quickly selected 2 staffs. Short Staff, one-handed damage, attack plus 170, plus 30% bonus damage, mana plus 60, plus 1 to Firebomb. Wand, one-handed damage, attack plus 185, plus 25% bonus damage, mana plus 60, plus 1 to Summon Skeletons. The attributes of these 2 staffs are pretty good. Not only do they increase attack power and extra damage, but they also come with skills, which are enough for the current stage at least. There are better equipment, but the price/performance ratio is obviously not high, and the improvement in strength is limited. The key is that the price is too expensive. A gold quality staff is more than 3 times the price of an ordinary staff. Zhou Cheng's choice of these 2 staffs only cost about 1/5 of the level 10 experience. After the exchange was completed, 2 staffs appeared out of thin air in Zhou Cheng's hands. The 2 staffs are of different colors. The one on the left is green, and the one on the right is red. They are engraved with various patterns and look very beautiful. With a thought in Zhou Cheng's mind, The two staffs automatically entered the equipment slot. When I opened the attribute panel, I saw that the attack power had increased a lot from the previous 500 to more than 600. The levels of the two skills of summoning skeletons and fire bombs have also changed to +5 and +4, one level higher than before. In this way, 5 skeleton warriors can be summoned in this week's achievement. Looking at the properties panel, Zhou Cheng showed a satisfied smile. Sure enough, strength has a lot to do with equipment. After finishing everything, Zhou Cheng simply washed up and had a delicious meal, and then went to bed early. Although the RV is also very comfortable, Zhou Cheng hasn't slept well these past few days, probably because he's not used to it. At night, Zhou Cheng had a dream. In the dream, he traveled to another world where there were many undead monsters, each of which was very terrifying. Some of them can cast wind magic, some can shoot fireballs, and some can release cold currents. They were very powerful, but Zhou Cheng was not afraid at all. In the early morning, Zhou Cheng opened his eyes and felt refreshed and full of strength. After stretching, Zhou Cheng found that the scene in his dream last night was still vivid in his mind. It's amazing. Zhou Cheng shook his head and then came to the living room. Zhou Cheng doesn't plan to go out today. The zombies will start to evolve today, and the second and third level zombies will appear tomorrow morning. From level 4000 to level dash, more than 2 zombies need to be killed under normal circumstances, which is too many. Killing level dash zombies will reduce the number by half, so going out to kill monsters today is totally outweighing the gains. It is better to rest at home for a day. When he came back last night, Zhou Cheng had already made an appointment with Zhao Qingdong and his wife and invited them to his home for a get-together. They were invited because Zhou Cheng couldn't cook and it was a rare day off. Zhou Cheng really didn't want to eat individual soldier rations. In addition, Zhou Cheng also wanted to see Xiao Min. Zhou Cheng likes little Xiao Min very much and always feels that she has an inexplicable closeness to him. Moreover, Xiao Min is very obedient, neither noisy nor fussy, and is very lovable. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Zhou Cheng knew that it was Zhao Qingdong and his wife who were coming, so he quickly got up and opened the door. Sure enough, Zhao Qingdong and Lu Wen were standing outside the door, wearing thick down jackets. Xiao Min was held in Zhao Qingdong's arms, staring at Zhou Cheng with her big round black eyes, as if curious about why this person suddenly appeared from behind the door. "Brother, we are here," Lu Wen said with a smile. While coming quickly, Zhou Cheng nodded with a smile and greeted them into the house. As soon as she entered the house, Xiao Min couldn't wait to be hugged by Zhou Cheng, and her little hands kept grabbing and grabbing. Zhou Cheng quickly held her in his arms, his face full of kindness and warmth. "Lu Wen, I have prepared everything. If you're missing anything, you can go to the storage room and get it. Today it depends on your craftsmanship." After carrying Xiao Min to the sofa and sitting down, Zhou Cheng shouted to Lu Wen, "No problem, I'll take care of it." Lu Wen responded with a smile, and then ran to the kitchen to work. "How is it? What level is it?" After Lu Wen left, Zhou Cheng asked Zhao Qingdong, "Hey, don't be afraid of my brother's jokes. I haven't reached level 5 yet." Zhao Qingdong rubbed his hands, obviously a little embarrassed. "It's too slow. We need to speed up. Zombies are not static. They will also evolve and upgrade. What if we don't seize the time to upgrade?" Zhou Cheng was immediately unhappy when he heard this. Will zombies be upgraded? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingdong was stunned. Humans can upgrade. Why can't zombies? Zhou Cheng asked rhetorically. "Hey, that's true. Brother, I understand. I will step up my efforts later," Zhao Qingdong promised quickly. "Well, it's best if you think so." Zhou Cheng nodded and said nothing more. You can just stop talking about some things, and it's useless to say too much. "Brother, can I make you a cup of coffee?" Zhao Qingdong then said. "And?" Zhou Cheng nodded. Zhao Qingdong got up and went to make coffee, while Zhou Cheng played with little Xiao Min for a while. After a while, Xiao Min felt sleepy and fell asleep on Zhou Cheng's shoulder. Zhou Cheng put her on the sofa and covered her with a quilt, and then chatted with Zhao Qingdong. "Brother, when do you think this apocalypse will end?" Zhao Qingdong suddenly asked. "Haha, who knows, maybe it will never end. If this is really the case, then we... Zhou Qingdong hesitated to speak. Just because you don't know when it will end, you have to work hard to upgrade to protect yourself. Otherwise, if you die midway, even if the apocalypse is over, won't you be able to see it? What I said is true, I understand. Brother, I heard on the radio that the military is recruiting professionals. What? Do you want to go? If you don't want to go, Lewin won't let you go. It's right not to go, but what will happen if you go? Will your life be better than what you are doing now? You have to think clearly. If you go there, you will have to obey their orders. They may send you to die. Yeah, Lewin said the same thing. Zhou Qingdong laughed twice. Even though you are a man, you are not as far-sighted as Lewin in this regard. Zhou Cheng teased with a smile. Lewin was very nimble with her hands and feet, and she cooked a large table of dishes in a short time. There are braised abalone, steamed sea bass, stir-fried chicken wings, pan-fried pig's trotters, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, stir-fried diced radish, and cold fungus. It's not bad. There are so many dishes. After taking a bite, Zhou Cheng immediately praised it. If brother likes to eat, you can ask me to cook it any time in the future. Lewin said happily. You okay? Zhou Cheng nodded with a smile, and then asked the two of them to sit down and eat. After lunch, the three of them chatted for a while, and then Lewin and Zhou Qingdong left. After listening to Zhou Cheng's words, the young couple also realized that they had to speed up the upgrade, so they went to clear monsters in a hurry. As for little Zhao Min, Zhou Cheng will take care of her in the afternoon. Zhou Cheng has nothing to do in the afternoon anyway. Little Zhao Min was indeed very obedient. She didn't cry or fuss after drinking the milk powder, and was held in Zhou Cheng's arms obediently. Zhou Cheng held her in his arms all afternoon and watched TV dramas on the computer. Until evening, Zhou Cheng handed Zhao Min to Lu Wen to take home. Early the next morning, Zhou Cheng left home again, preparing to continue upgrading. Zhou Cheng didn't plan to go to the subway station today, so he would kill on the road near the community. After level 10, Zhou Cheng's strength increased greatly, and now he was no longer afraid of the number of zombies. Even if today's zombies have reached level 2, they will not have much impact on Zhou Cheng. After all, Zhou Cheng's level is level 10, and the level difference is huge. If the zombie level exceeds level 5, be careful with that week's achievement. Not only the attack power of level 5 zombies has been greatly enhanced, but their IQ has also been improved a lot, which is a complete qualitative change. To kill them instantly, Zhou Cheng must reach at least level dash. Level dash is also one of Zhou Cheng's short-term goals. Zhou Cheng must strive to reach level dash within 10 days to enhance his ability to protect himself. Because foreign creatures will arrive in 10 days, and every foreign creature that descends will be at least level 10. Zhou Cheng must be careful. What is the concept of level 10? According to the standards of the previous life, only professionals above level 20 can kill them. Below level dash, it is absolutely impossible unless the quality and equipment are outstanding. The arrival of alien creatures is random, and no one can guarantee whether they will arrive nearby. Although it will be difficult for them to gain a foothold in the city due to zombies, that will happen in the future. Stopping on the side of the road, Zhou Cheng looked around. There were probably hundreds of zombies within his visual range. Most of these zombies are level dash, and there are about a dozen level dash zombies. Zhou Cheng didn't see the Corpse King, so he was probably lying in a corner to accumulate strength. It's best not to use them. Zhou Cheng doesn't want to run into them at this stage. Level dash and dash zombies are pretty good. They have a lot of experience and are easy to kill. Zhou Cheng only needs to kill 2,000 level 2 zombies to upgrade. If it is level 3, the number will be reduced by half. As Zhou Cheng appeared, the zombies on the road immediately took action. They rushed towards Zhou Cheng with long strides. Even if the snow under their feet was up to their knees, it did not affect their speed at all. These zombies are all strong, with thick limbs, dark cyan skin, scarlet eyes, sharp mouths, and exposed fangs. They look extremely terrifying and ferocious, and these are all manifestations after upgrading. At the same time as the zombies moved, Zhou Cheng also took action. He pointed his right hand towards the ground, and a clay golem condensed out instantly. This demon statue is at least 5 meters tall, with arms as long as 2 meters. It exudes a strong smell of sulfur, just like a King Kong, which is intimidating. The clay golem has level defense, and ordinary zombies cannot break through its defense. Pointing to the ground, for skeleton warriors and a skeleton mage appeared. The clay golem had just condensed and formed, and then it took big strides to head towards the zombies. The 4 skeleton warriors followed closely behind, and the skeleton mage returned to Zhou Cheng. Oh! The clay golem hit a zombie in the face with its right fist, sending the zombie flying and falling heavily several meters away. Bam! Boom! Bam! The clay golem swung its fists at the rushing zombies while pushing forward. The surrounding zombies couldn't get close to the golem and were repulsed one after another. Some zombies were even thrown into the air, knocking over the zombies behind them and falling into a heap. The skeleton warrior did not show any weakness, wielding his scythe and constantly harvesting. Zhou Cheng was not idle either, constantly throwing out various spells. Fireballs, weapons, vines with green light, and hellfire fell on the zombies one after another. Once a fish slips through the net and rushes towards Zhou Cheng, the skeleton mage will not hesitate to hit him. In less than an hour, all the zombies were slaughtered. Zhou Cheng also paid the price for this, with less than 1/3 of his magic value left. Insufficient mana is a major problem faced by all professionals. Even if Zhou Cheng learns the warming technique, the recovery speed of magic power cannot keep up with the consumption speed, especially under high-intensity combat conditions. But there is nothing that can be done about it, and Zhou Cheng is also clear about this. After throwing a few corpse explosion techniques to blow up the pile of zombies, Zhou Cheng began to pick up crystal cores and return to the community before more zombies arrived. 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye, and there are still 2 days before the end of the cold wave, and 1 day before the arrival of alien creatures. During this period of time, Zhou Cheng was not idle even a day apart from killing zombies. After 10 days, Zhou Cheng finally achieved his set goal and reached level dash. At this time, it was less than a month before the end of the world began. Zhou Cheng remembered that in his last life, it took him 1 month to reach level dash. However, Zhou Cheng had a single career in his previous life, and Zhou Cheng had a dual career in this life. The two are completely different. Overall, this speed satisfied Zhou Cheng. Of course, this is just the beginning, and the road to upgrade will only become more and more difficult in the future. Zhou Cheng has always maintained a clear understanding of this. There are no new skills at level dash, and all the skill points gained during this period were used by Zhou Cheng on the original skills. Now Zhou Cheng can summon level 2 clay golems, and the number of summoned skeleton warriors and skeleton mages has reached 6 and 2 respectively. Other major skills such as fire control, bone wall, and ice shield have also been enhanced. In short, Zhou Cheng's current strength is at least doubled compared to before. Standing on the rooftop and looking down, the whole city was blindingly white, and other than that, there was only solemnity and dullness. The sound of gunfire that can be heard on weekdays rarely disappears today. Only zombies are still active on the streets. Zhou Cheng occasionally saw zombies entering the building. This phenomenon had never happened before. This all stems from upgrades, which give zombies a sharper sense of smell. And with the increase in strength, ordinary doors are no longer an obstacle to zombies. In fact, it has been no longer safe for survivors to stay at home since 10 days ago. Unless you live very high up or your door is very strong, it will only be a matter of time before you are found by zombies. Fortunately, with the military's vigorous crackdown and more professionals like Zhou Cheng taking the initiative to step out of their homes, more or less, some hope has been brought to the survivors. For example, near Zhou Cheng's community, there were almost no zombies and they were all killed by Zhou Cheng. With the zombies gone, a safe zone naturally formed nearby. The survivors living nearby also saved their lives. Of course, this is certainly not the result of Zhou Cheng alone. There are many talented people in this world. As long as they can survive the cold winter and survive until now, excluding those who live in the safe zone, none of them are good people. They all have their own abilities, otherwise they would have died long ago. After watching it on the rooftop for a while, Zhou Cheng turned around and went downstairs. At home, Zhao Qingdong, Lu Wen, and little Zhao Min were all there. Alien creatures will arrive tonight, and Zhou Cheng deliberately keeps them by his side just in case. Otherwise, with their 7th level strength, any foreign creature could easily kill them. After dinner, Zhou Cheng invited them to sit down on the sofa and then explained to them in detail the types, habits, and characteristics of foreign creatures. Of course, it also includes zombie kings, zombie generals, and zombie warriors. Zhao Qingdong were very confused about what Zhou Cheng mentioned. I wonder why Zhou Cheng knows so much. But seeing that Zhou Cheng had no intention of explaining, they wisely did not ask further questions. In short, one thing they can be sure of is that Zhou Cheng will not harm them. Zhou Cheng was well aware of this, but for Zhao Min's sake, just be suspicious. After chatting until late at night, Zhao Qingdong and Lu Wen went to bed first, but Zhou Cheng was still standing in front of the window with great interest, seeming to have forgotten to sleep. Suddenly, Zhou Cheng's ears perked up and he heard a strange noise coming from the sky in the distance. He knew that the wormhole had finally opened completely. This time the wormhole opens. How many alien creatures will flow in? Zhou Cheng couldn't help but feel excited as he thought about it, preparing to witness the grand occasion. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a huge cold aura to hit overwhelmingly. Zhou Cheng felt cold all over his body, as if he was in an ice cave. Zhou Cheng quickly adjusted his posture to avoid losing his composure. At this moment, Zhou Cheng saw the wormhole slowly opening in the sky. Immediately, a huge and ferocious head poked out. This is a spider demon. Spider demons were a common species in the previous life, and they appeared in large numbers. They have triangular heads, cylindrical abdomens, and circles of texture all over their heads, making them look particularly ugly. Their skin is extremely tough, and ordinary bullets hitting their bodies will only spark bursts of sparks on the surface, and they can also spray venom, which can kill people instantly. Therefore, spider demons are also included in the category of extremely difficult creatures. In the early days of the end of the world, spider demons once swept across human gathering places and caused great damage. The spider demon in front of him was obviously the leader, and his level was at least 70. The 70-level spider demon leader, Zhou Cheng, could only barely cope with it when he was at his peak. But Zhou Cheng is not worried about this spider demon, because this spider demon is not able to survive at the moment. The most it can do now is peek over its head and take a look. Those who entered this world first are its descendants. Sure enough, after a while, the spider demon retreated. After a while, countless smaller spider demons emerged from the wormholes and then flew in all directions, looking for prey. After the spider demons, others such as werewolves, lizardmen, and cyborgs also poured in. For a time, the sky was filled with alien creatures. Seeing these foreign creatures, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but sigh to himself. What was supposed to come had finally come. Although he was ready to fight, Zhou Cheng was still a little uneasy. The scale of this disaster was so great that he could not even imagine it. Boom! Soon, the earth-shattering sound of gunfire came from not far away. Immediately afterwards, countless roars spread from all directions in the city, including zombies, alien creatures, and humans. It was obvious that many alien creatures had descended on the city, causing panic. When Zhou Cheng saw the three-headed spider demon landing not far from the community, Zhou Cheng also tensed up. Although Zhou Cheng is now at level dash, and the level dash spider demons do not pose much threat to him, it will be troublesome if there are more spider demons nearby, and Zhou Cheng thinks he cannot deal with them. Brother, what's wrong? Are alien creatures coming? Lu Wen and his wife heard the sound and hurriedly came closer with little Zhao Min in their arms. Yeah, Zhou Cheng nodded. Seeing Zhou Cheng's serious expression, Lu Wen didn't know what to ask and quickly looked outside. Then I noticed that there were 3 spider monsters moving in the distance, and they were getting closer and closer. Brother, are they alien creatures? It's so scary. What should we do? Lu Wen suddenly turned pale. It doesn't matter. They can't get through. Can't get through why? Lu Wen and Zhou Cheng asked in surprise. The zombies will deal with them. There is no need for us to take action. Zhou Cheng explained. What? Can zombies deal with them? Lu Wen and Lu Wen were even more confused. Yes, alien creatures and zombies are mortal enemies. Hearing what Zhou Cheng said, Lu Wen and Lu Wen breathed a sigh of relief, although they still had doubts in their hearts. Boom! At this moment, a violent explosion suddenly came, frightening Lu Wen and the two of them, and hurriedly hid behind Zhou Cheng. Brother, look, the zombies are fighting with them, Zhou Cheng then said in fear. While I see it, Zhou Cheng stared not far away with burning eyes. At this moment, a zombie army consisting of hundreds of zombies appeared on the streets. The leader is a zombie king, and beside it are 4 zombie generals and 11 zombie warriors. This was the first time Zhou Cheng saw the Corpse King and his zombie army after his rebirth. This Corpse King is about 6 meters tall, with muscles all over its body. Its skin is like steel armor, and its scarlet eyes are filled with bloodthirsty and cruelty. The zombie general is shorter than the zombie king, but he is also quite terrifying, at least 4 meters tall. The zombie warrior is even worse, about 3 meters tall. Among them, the level of the zombie king should be level 10. As expected, the level of the zombie general is level 7, and the level of the zombie warrior is level 5. On the other hand, although there are only 3 spider demons in number, their strength cannot be underestimated, because these 3 spider demons are all at level 10. 3 level 200 spider demons are not without power against an army of more than zombies. As the saying goes, you will be jealous when you meet someone who is worried. There is a deadly feud between zombies and alien creatures. Roar! Seeing the spider demon, the zombie king roared angrily, and then led his zombie army to attack the 3-headed spider demon. The spider demon showed no sign of weakness and rushed straight towards the zombie army. Soon, the two sides collided. In an instant, the fighting started. The spider's sharp claws continuously scratched the zombie's body, and the zombie's fangs tore the spider's body apart. The most terrifying thing was that when the zombie's claws scratched the spider demon's body, thick green smoke actually emitted from the spider demon's body. Green smoke floated and spread instantly. The zombies immediately became crazy after inhaling the green smoke and fell into a state of poisoning one by one. The Corpse King was not afraid at all. It roared angrily and then disappeared suddenly. Then he appeared out of thin air behind a spider demon, and his sharp claws suddenly pierced the body of the spider demon and lifted it up in the air. A zombie general took the opportunity to attack and bit off the spider demon's neck without hesitation. The spider demon whined and fell to the ground. In less than a minute, the zombie army killed the first spider demon. The other 2 spider demons were also surrounded by corpses at this moment. After killing this spider demon, the Corpse King's eyes were scarlet red, and it was so excited that it roared to the sky and then aimed at the remaining 2 spider demons. There is no comparison between alien creatures and Corpse Kings at the same level. In other words, the Corpse King is an invincible existence at the same level. Even the most powerful cyborg among alien races is no match for the Corpse King. With the addition of the Corpse King, the remaining 2 spider demons were quickly torn into pieces. At this time, as if he felt Zhou Cheng's aura, the Corpse King suddenly turned around and looked at Zhou Cheng. A touch of excitement appeared in the scarlet pupils. Roar! After a moment, the Corpse King roared angrily and immediately led his army towards Zhou Cheng community. Fuck, let him find out. Seeing the Corpse King targeting him, Zhou Cheng's expression changed slightly. Corpse Kings are not easy to deal with, not to mention there are so many of them. Fortunately, just when Zhou Cheng made a move, another roar suddenly came from not far away. Hold head high! Along with the roaring sound, several more alien creatures happened to land nearby. These are 5 lizard men. Each of them is more than 5 meters long. Their bodies are dark green, their heads are as thin as cones, and their sharp claws are shining. As soon as they landed, the 5 lizard men discovered the Corpse King not far away, and at the same time, the Corpse King also discovered them. Who? Who? After discovering the lizard man, the corpse king immediately roared. Then he gave up on Zhou Cheng and led the corpse group towards the lizard man. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides started fighting instantly. The combat power of lizard men is roughly the same as that of spider demons. Not only are they strong in size, they are also flexible, extremely fast, and have strong defense. On the other hand, looking at the zombie horde, except for the zombie king, the other zombies are no match for the lizard man. Fortunately, regardless of defense or attack power, the corpse king completely crushed the lizard man. In addition, zombie generals and zombie warriors can also start to play a role, and the two sides are basically evenly matched. Seeing this scene, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Just now, Zhou Cheng even prepared to fight to the death. You two stay in the house with your children and don't go out no matter what happens. This room has been specially renovated, and both the walls and the door are very strong. Looking out the window, Zhou Cheng gave instructions to Lu Wen. Brother, what are you going to do? Lu Wen asked worriedly. I want to go out and kill monsters to level up. Kill monsters and upgrade? Yes, they will definitely lose both sides in a while. I'm going to pick up the slack, Zhou Cheng said with a smile. This is too dangerous. Lu Wen and Lu Wen were immediately shocked by Zhou Cheng's words. It's okay, I know what's on my mind, and even if I don't look for them, they will come to me later. Rather than wait until then, it's better to strike first. Just take care of yourselves and don't cause trouble for me, Zhou Cheng said calmly. After speaking, Zhou Cheng went straight out and quickly went downstairs. At this moment, the zombies and the lizard men are still fighting fiercely, and as time goes by, the zombies gradually gain the upper hand. It's just that the lizard men have rough skin and thick flesh. Although the zombies attack fiercely, it will take some effort to truly defeat them. After Zhou Cheng went downstairs, he first took out a bottle of toilet water and sprayed it all over his body. Toilet water can effectively mask the smell. Otherwise, Zhou Cheng could be spotted hundreds of meters away with the Corpse King's keen sense of smell. Sure enough, with the help of toilet water, Zhou Cheng easily lurked to a position less than 100 meters away from both parties. At this time, the group of corpses had completely surrounded the lizard men and were launching the final attack. Poochie, Poochie. The lizard man's limbs were constantly being torn apart. Blood flowed across the area, and green mist filled the air. Click! The Corpse King finally seized the opportunity and twisted off the head of a lizard man, but the claws wielded by the lizard man before dying also penetrated into the Corpse King's chest. His green liquid splashed out, and a bloody wound was torn out on the Corpse King's chest, which was extremely hideous. The Corpse King screamed in pain. His eyes filled with ferocity, and he swung his sharp claws, aiming directly at the other lizard man. In an instant, a huge head was cut off, hit the ground, and rolled around before stopping. The Corpse King killed 2 lizard men in a row, leaving 3 on the field. It was obvious that they could not hold on for long. However, the zombie army is not having a good time either. The low-level zombies are almost exhausted, with less than 50 remaining. There are only 2 zombie generals left and 3 zombie warriors left, and they are all injured. Ow! At this time, the Corpse King looked up to the sky and roared, as if ordering the corpse group to launch a final attack. In an instant, the corpses swarmed away like wolves and tigers. Pooch! Of course, the 3-headed lizard men were not willing to sit still and wait for death, and they all started struggling to their death. Roar! A lizard man was bitten on the leg by a zombie and screamed in pain. Another lizard man hurriedly came to the rescue, but was quickly stopped by other zombies. Boom! The next second, several zombies jumped behind the injured lizard man and opened their mouths to bite, trying to eat the lizard man's brains. Snapped! The lizard man slapped several zombies away, then grabbed a zombie with one arm and threw it heavily, knocking over several zombies immediately. Seeing the casualties and injuries on both sides, Zhou Cheng knew it was time for him to take action. If he didn't take action, he would gain experience. Why did Zhou Cheng take the risk? Of course it was for experience. Brush! Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng immediately summoned his younger brother. In a moment, 6 skeleton warriors and a clay golem appeared in front of them, and then under Zhou Cheng's command, they attacked the 2 warring parties. Zhou Cheng was not idle either, throwing out various auxiliary skills one after another, and 6 huge flame bombs roared out later. Boom, 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 boom. A violent explosion sounded. Fires were blazing and smoke was billowing. The power of the firebomb was extraordinary, and an injured lizard man and 2 zombie warriors were killed instantly. The Corpse King and the remaining 2 lizard men were also hit by firebombs. Their bodies burned with blazing flames, and they were howling nonstop. While you are sick, I will kill you. Zhou Cheng released several firebombs again, aiming directly at the injured Corpse King. The clay golem also seized the rare opportunity, rushed to the side of the Corpse King, and punched the Corpse King hard with one punch. The Corpse King reacted quickly and raised his giant claw to meet him. Oh! There was a muffled sound. The Corpse King's giant claws collided with the clay golem's iron fist. Pushed. The Corpse King's huge claw was instantly broken, and blood spurted out. The clay golem took a few steps back but didn't care and attacked again in the blink of an eye. The Corpse King quickly dodged regardless of the pain, but the clay golem was already prepared and kicked the Corpse King in the waist, knocking him down hard to the ground. Boom! The Corpse King's huge body fell to the ground and created a deep pit. Hiss! The Corpse King screamed in pain, struggled to stand up, and roared furiously. If it hadn't been injured before, how could the other party succeed? Other zombies discovered the situation and wanted to rescue them, but were blocked by 5 skeleton warriors. Shoo! At this moment, a black shadow passed by like lightning, and the sharp dagger instantly penetrated the Corpse King's neck, leaving a terrifying bloody hole. The Corpse King's pupils widened, and he slowly lowered his head to look at the blood hole in his chest, his eyes filled with deep reluctance. Oh! In the end, the Corpse King's huge body fell heavily to the ground, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. The black shadow is of course Zhou Cheng, who used the poison-quenching dagger to complete a one-hit kill. The death of the Zombie King immediately frightened the remaining zombies, and they lost their minds for a moment. But they did not retreat or run away. After the panic, they quickly launched an attack again. Of course, even if Zhou Cheng wanted to run away, he would not give them a chance, and Zhou Cheng then started harvesting. Various spells were thrown out as if they were free, and the focus was on taking care of the remaining 2 lizard men. At this moment, the 2 lizard men were suppressed by the clay golem. They were already scarred and could only parry the violent attacks of the clay golems. Several zombie generals and zombie warriors were also tightly entangled by the skeleton warrior. As for the other zombies, Zhou Cheng could completely ignore them. With the blessing of the ice shield, they couldn't break through the defense at all. The clay golem waved its fists and smashed at the 2 lizard men crazily. The 2 lizard men were unable to stop the clay golem's ferocious attack. Roar! A scream was heard, and a lizard man was crushed to death. Whoosh! At the same time, Zhou Cheng also came closer, and the dagger instantly pierced the forehead of the other lizard man. Before the lizard man could realize what was going on, his soul was wiped out and his body lay straight on the ground. There was no time for joy. Zhou Cheng put away the dagger and quickly changed the target. Soon another zombie general was killed. At this time, there were only 3 zombie warriors and a dozen zombies left on the field. With Zhou Cheng's help, they were completely wiped out in less than a few minutes. After the battle, Zhou Cheng immediately cleaned the battlefield and picked up all the crystal cores and crystal stones, especially the crystal core dropped by the Corpse King. The level of crystal cores dropped by the Corpse King is much higher than ordinary crystal cores. Zombies will drop crystal cores, and killing foreign creatures will drop crystal stones. Crystal stones and crystal nuclei are 2 completely different substances. They are condensed from the energy contained in foreign organisms. It is silvery white and about the size of a thumb cap. Unlike crystal cores that can strengthen equipment, the main role of crystals is reflected in mercenaries. After taking them, they can improve the intelligence of mercenaries. In addition, Crystals also have some other functions, such as opening opportunities. After the wormhole is opened, not only alien creatures enter this world, but also various opportunities come together. Chance is actually a small space, just like a copy of the game. Not only does it contain various treasures, but you can also get additional rewards after clearing the level, such as attribute rewards and experience value rewards. Of course, opportunities are not yet open at this stage. Even if it was opened, Zhou Cheng didn't plan to go in because going in would basically mean a narrow escape. In the last life, when the opportunity first appeared, countless professionals flocked to it. But in the later stage, even if the opportunity is right in front of them, few professionals are willing to enter because the risk factor is too high. After all, this is not a game. If you die, you will die. After finishing planning the battlefield, Zhou Cheng quickly left the scene. The battle just now seemed easy, but Zhou Cheng had already shown 100% of his strength, and at this moment he had no mana left. If he didn't leave quickly, Zhou Cheng wouldn't dare to guarantee his own safety if he encountered any danger. 10 minutes later, Zhou Cheng returned home. "Brother, you are so mighty." As soon as she entered the door, Lu Wen said excitedly to Zhou Cheng, and Zhao Qingdong next to him also looked admiring. The young couple had witnessed the entire battle just now, and Zhou Cheng's performance shocked them both. Not only do they have skeleton warriors and clay golems, they can also unleash all kinds of magic, which is an eye-opener for them. Moreover, Zhou Cheng's spellcasting speed is also extremely fast, as if he can do it at his fingertips without any effort. In short, Zhou Cheng's performance completely subverted their perceptions. It was not until this moment that they learned that Zhou Cheng had dual careers. After hearing the compliments from the two of them, Zhou Cheng just smiled lightly without giving an explanation, and then went back to his room to rest. The battle just now was very exhausting, and Zhou Cheng needed to rest as soon as possible. When Zhou Cheng woke up, it was already the next morning. After washing up, Zhou Cheng came to the living room and saw that Lu Wen had already prepared breakfast, and Zhao Qingdong was playing in the living room with little Zhao Min in his arms. "Brother, you're awake. Hurry up and eat." Seeing Zhou Cheng walking out of the room, Lu Wen greeted with a smile. "Ah." Zhou Cheng nodded slightly, then sat down to eat. Breakfast is just ordinary rice porridge with side dishes, but Lu Wen's cooking skills are really good and the taste is very sweet. "By the way, how was it outside last night? Did anything unusual happen?" Zhou Cheng went to bed early after coming back yesterday, and had no idea what was going on outside. "It's nothing. It's just that the sound of gunfire lasted all night, and there was no movement until the early morning. It's very quiet near us, probably because I showed off my power yesterday." Lu Wen looked a little excited when she spoke. "Oh." Hearing this, Zhou Cheng nodded slightly. "If nothing else happens, there should be no foreign creatures in the city," Zhou Cheng then said. Hearing this, Lu Wen couldn't help but look at Zhao Qingdong. Regarding Zhou Cheng's foresight, Lu Wen and his wife said they were not surprised that it was false. The two of them discussed this issue privately. Lu Wen believed that Zhou Cheng was the chosen one, while Zhao Qingdong believed that Zhou Cheng might be a time traveler. But no matter how they guessed, as long as Zhou Cheng remained silent, no one knew the answer. After breakfast, Lu Wen and Zhao Qingdong left with their children in their arms. The danger has been resolved, and they naturally want to return to their homes. After they left, Zhou Cheng tidied up a little and then went out. Don't waste a moment killing monsters and upgrading. Zhou Cheng gained a lot of experience from yesterday's battle, and his level has reached 70% of level dash. Zhou Cheng plans to reach level dash today. Half an hour later, Zhou Cheng arrived at a shopping mall 1 kilometer away from home. This shopping mall is very big, and there must be a lot of zombies, enough for Zhou Cheng to upgrade to level dash. Zhou Cheng did not enter the mall from the entrance, but climbed directly to the roof and started cleaning from top to bottom. There were also a lot of zombies on the top floor of the shopping mall. Zhou Cheng spent half an hour cleaning up the top floor. Then he went all the way down, cleaning up zombies while paying attention to useful products. Since it is a shopping mall, all kinds of products must be available. Of course, among these products, Zhou Cheng is most concerned about food. Food is a necessity for human survival, especially in the event of an apocalypse. It's a pity that Zhou Cheng can only look at these products now and cannot take them away at all. You can take it away if you want, but you have to wait until the level-storage space is opened. It took Zhou Cheng 2 hours to clean up all the zombies above the second floor. Zhou Cheng didn't plan to clean up the zombies on the first floor, so he just let them serve as mall guards for the time being. With them around, no one would dare to come in, so the supplies could be preserved. Although the first floor cannot be cleaned, Zhou Cheng's task for today has been completed. Zhou Cheng has just been promoted to level dash. Considering that it was only noon, Zhou Cheng decided to rest in the mall and change places to continue killing monsters in the afternoon. Zhou Cheng's short-term goal is very clear. That is, to reach level dash within 5 days, and then to level dash in 1 week. There will be new skills to learn after level dash, and after level dash, you can recruit 2 mercenaries with weekly achievements. Mercenaries are indispensable to every professional. A powerful mercenary can help you resist most dangers. According to Zhou Cheng's idea, he wanted 2 human shield-type mercenaries to protect his fragile small body. Mercenaries are divided into 3 professions, namely mages, paladins, and archers. Mercenaries are also divided into qualities, which are divided into gold, silver, bronze, black iron, and ordinary. Different mercenaries have different skills. Usually, ordinary quality mercenaries generally master 2 skills, while gold quality mercenaries can master 5 skills. And the number of skills mastered naturally means different combat effectiveness. One good thing now is that Zhou Cheng's 2 professions are of gold quality, so of course his mercenaries in the future will also be of gold quality. Zhou Cheng didn't need to worry about this, since the ceiling was at the beginning. The only thing Zhou Cheng has to do is to further improve their intelligence in the later stage and eventually turn them into human beings. Of course, this process is not simple and requires a lot of crystals and time. But all the efforts are worth it, and mercenaries who unlock spiritual intelligence are crucial to Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng is also very confident in this, and there is no big problem in doing this with his strength and experience. In the previous life, Zhou Cheng's mercenaries had activated their spiritual intelligence, but they ended up dying in battle with Zhou Cheng. The name of Zhou Cheng's mercenary in his previous life was Nina, a very beautiful name, and she was also very beautiful. Zhou Cheng has always been nostalgic for her. Now that Zhou Cheng is reborn, he will not let tragedy happen again. After resting in the mall for about an hour, Zhou Cheng changed his position and ran towards another nearby mall. There are also a large number of zombies gathered there. If you are lucky enough, you can harvest again in the afternoon. In this life, Zhou Cheng's mission is to upgrade and nothing else. Right now, a large-scale melee is breaking out somewhere in the south of the city. Bang, bang, bang. Da-da-da. Fierce gunshots continued to pierce the sky, and zombies had their heads smashed one after another. This area is called the Survivor Base No. 1 in the north of the city. There are more than Dash residents in the area. Excluding the elderly, young, women, and children, there are about Dash adults. Responsible for protecting this base is a garrison battalion with probably less than 500 troops. Last night, the base was first attacked by alien creatures falling from the sky. After paying a heavy price to finally eliminate them, the base was suddenly attacked by zombies early this morning. This group of zombies was led by a zombie king and numbered several thousand. Faced with a sudden attack, the defenders could only rely on their defense lines to launch a counterattack. But after a night of fighting, the defenders became increasingly exhausted. Fortunately, reinforcements finally arrived in time. An armored vehicle quickly stopped at the defense line, and a man jumped out of the vehicle. This man looks thin, but his cheeks are sharply angular. His eyes reveal perseverance. He is wearing a camouflage training uniform and looks extremely brave and handsome. His name was Li Guodong, a regimental commander of the garrison. After receiving the distress signal, he personally led a battalion to come for support. After getting out of the car, he didn't panic at all and immediately directed the supporting soldiers to enter the battle. Although there are many zombies, their levels are generally low, and they are not strong enough to resist bullets at this stage. Under the leadership of Li Guodong, the soldiers cooperated tacitly and quickly stabilized the front. Roar! The corpse king neighed when he saw that something was not going well, and the corpse group then swarmed to retreat. But the mortal corpse kings all have certain wisdom and know how to advance and retreat. Especially after Li Guodong appeared, the corpse king decisively chose to retreat. Li Guodong is a warrior professional with level 11. The 11th level professional is already on the ceiling of humanity at this stage. The corpse king is unwilling to start a war with him, so it is natural that he chooses to retreat. In fact, there were about 50 professionals who came with him. However, the levels of these professionals are generally low, with most only being at level 7 or 8. Captain, thank you. Major Battalion Commander burst into tears of gratitude to Li Guodong. If Li Guodong hadn't arrived, they would have been annihilated once the defense line collapsed. You're welcome. Hurry up and reorganize the defense line. I have to go elsewhere to provide support. Li Guodong didn't have time to exchange greetings. Why? Is this happening at other locations as well? The Major Battalion Commander frowned. Yeah. Li Guodong nodded heavily. Commander, hurry up and leave this place to me. The battalion commander, the Major, pondered for a second and said. After Li Guodong left, the Major Battalion Commander immediately arranged for manpower to clean up the battlefield. From last night to now, his battalion has suffered heavy losses, with more than 100 casualties. In fact, similar things happen all over the safety zone. All night long, the sound of gunfire inside and outside the safety zone did not stop. The 5th floor of the mall. Zhou Cheng stood quietly in front of the window, looking north of the city. There was so much gunfire over there that you knew what was going on without saying anything. The appearance of the corpse king heralds the beginning of disaster. Zhou Cheng had nothing to do about this. Zhou Cheng was not a god and could not save the world. The only thing he can do is to work hard to improve his strength so that he can survive better. In the evening, Zhou Cheng returned home. I simply took a shower and went to bed early. In the next few days, Zhou Cheng not only killed monsters every day, but also sometimes went out at night. The hard work paid off, and 5 days later Zhou Cheng finally reached level dash as he wished. There are new skills to learn at level dash. For the Necromancer, the 2 skills of Golem Mastery and Summoning Resistance are automatically lit. Golem Mastery increases the speed and health of all golems. Summon Resistance, passive, increases the resistance of all summoned creatures. These 2 skills are very important and can further enhance the combat effectiveness of summon objects. In terms of poison system, Zhou Cheng lit up 2 new skills, Bone Spear and Bone Spirit. Bone Spear summons deadly bone spikes that impale your opponents. Bone Spirit unleash the tireless undead to track or search for targets. Before getting the mage profession, the Bone Spear was actually the most powerful attack skill of the Necromancer. But now this skill has become a bit useless. Zhou Cheng now has no shortage of attack methods. Bone Spirit is an auxiliary skill, only useful for searching. These 2 skills only need to be lit up, and Zhou Cheng will not continue to strengthen them later. The same is true for the curse system. You can learn 2 skills, Fear and Weakening. Weaken, curse a group of enemies, reducing the damage they deal. Fear, curse a group of enemies, causing them to flee in fear. These 2 skills are also not very useful, and they only need to be lit. Although Zhou Cheng has double skill points, since the summoning skill points have been fixed, the remaining skill points are not very generous to take care of both the curse and poison systems, so he must make a choice. As for the mage, Zhou Cheng only lit up the skill Flame Wall. Wall of Fire creates a violent, exploding ball of death that devours your enemies. This skill is a combination of Bone Wall and Hellfire, which is quite useful. As for other skills such as the Ice Element's Frost Nova, Ice Spike Pillar, and the Fire Element's Heal and Fire Zhou Cheng, I don't plan to learn them. The skill points of the Mage were even more tense than that of the Necromancer, and Zhou Cheng did not have so many points to waste. The limited points are better spent on the 2 skills of Ice Shield and Warming. Ice Shield is Zhou Cheng's most powerful defensive skill, and Warm-Up Technique means the speed of mana recovery. These 2 skills are crucial. Moreover, Zhou Cheng also had to leave enough points to learn the ultimate fire skills Hydra and Meteor Rain. Hydra Summons a multi-headed fire monster to burn enemies to ashes. Meteor Rain. Summons meteorites to fall from the sky and hit the enemy, igniting them. Since it is an ultimate skill, its power goes without saying. Zhou Cheng chose the Fire Mage because of these two skills. Not only do you need to learn these two skills, but you also need to fill up your points as much as possible in the future. Otherwise, why would Zhou Cheng choose a Fire Mage? Of course, Zhou Cheng can't learn these two skills yet. Like the Necromancer's ultimate skills, Monster Rebirth, and Flame Golem. If you want to learn them, you need to wait until Zhou Cheng reaches level dash. In addition to skills, Zhou Cheng's own attributes have also been improved to a certain extent after upgrading. Open the property interface. Occupation, Necromancer. Quality Gold. Rating, 18. Attributes. Strength plus 25, Agility plus 35, Vitality plus 25, Spirit plus 35. 975439594597350. Skills, Skeleton Summoning plus 6, Skeleton Dominance plus 6, Bone Armor plus 2, Skeleton Mage Summoning plus 2, Clay Golem plus 2, Golem Mastery plus 1, Summoning Resistance plus 1, Poison Dagger plus 1, Poison Dominance plus 5, Bone Wall plus 2, Poison Blade plus 1, Poison Explosion plus 1, Poison Nova plus 1, Teeth plus 1, Damage plus 4, Aging plus 4, Resistance Reduction plus 3, Corpse Explosion plus 1, Bone Spear plus 1, Bone Spirit plus 1, Fear plus 1, Weakness plus 1. Fire Resistance 0%, Frost Resistance 0%, Lightning Resistance 0%, Poison Resistance 30%. Occupation Mage. Quality Gold. Rating, 18. Attributes. Strength plus 20, Agility plus 35, Vitality plus 20, Spirit plus 45. AT 54035945604050. Fire Resistance 30%, Frost Resistance 0%, Lightning Resistance 0%, Poison Resistance 0%. Skills. Fire Bullet plus 4, Fire Combination plus 6, Fireball plus 2, Hellfire plus 4, Warm-Up plus 4, Economic Entangle plus 1, Healing plus 2, Ice Thorn plus 1, Ice Blade plus 1, Ice Shield plus 3, Firewall plus 1. Although the newly learned skills after upgrading are not of much use. However, the original skills have been further improved, which still made Zhou Cheng's strength increase significantly. Zhou Cheng can now summon 7 skeleton warriors, 2 skeleton mages, and a clay golem. As for the main means of attack, fire bombs and hellfire have also been upgraded to level 4. The defensive skill Ice Shield has been upgraded to level 3, and the warming skill has been upgraded to level 4. All major skills have reached the point where they cannot be upgraded. All in all, Zhou Cheng's current strength is at least double that of level dash. Next, Zhou Cheng's goal is to reach level dash so that he can recruit 2 mercenaries. The appearance of the 2 mercenaries will also lay a solid foundation for Zhou Cheng's next actions. It has been a month since the apocalypse broke out. According to the original plan, Zhou Cheng must reach level dash within 3 months, and then he will leave the city. But now it seems that this goal is difficult to achieve. Every level after level dash requires killing a large number of zombies, and by just killing ordinary zombies, it would be good if Zhou Cheng could level up in 10 days. This speed was obviously too slow, so Zhou Cheng was ready to find trouble with the Corpse King. Killing a zombie king is equivalent to thousands of ordinary zombies, and killing a zombie general is equivalent to hundreds of ordinary zombies. Zhou Cheng only needs to kill 3 groups of corpses to almost reach the next level. Of course, as the saying goes, the greater the gain, the greater the risk. The Corpse King is not that easy to kill. Otherwise, Zhou Cheng would not wait until level dash before taking action. The reason why we waited until level dash was, to put it bluntly, we were waiting for mercenaries. Mercenaries are different from summons such as skeleton warriors. They are real warriors, and their strength and IQ are not on the same level at all. Moreover, mercenaries do not need to be upgraded. Their level depends entirely on their employer. They are the same level as their employer, and they are born with 50% of their employer's combat power. This is equivalent to 2 mercenaries equal to 1 Zhou Cheng. Only in this way did Zhou Cheng have the courage to attack the Corpse King. In the following days, Zhou Cheng went out to kill monsters almost day and night. Finally reached level dash in 7 days. In the living room, Zhou Cheng closed his eyes and meditated. All my thoughts are immersed in the properties panel, and I will occasionally frown. After the upgrade, Zhou Cheng planned to recruit 2 paladins to serve as human shields according to the original plan. But when he was really faced with a choice, Zhou Cheng hesitated. A paladin is a must. After all, Zhou Cheng needs a human shield to protect himself, and the paladin also comes with various bonuses. But 2 paladins are really necessary. Zhou Cheng was a little undecided for a while. Mercenaries have 3 professions, namely paladin, archer, and mage. The mage profession was eliminated first because Zhou Cheng himself was a mage. Needless to say, there must be at least 1 paladin. Zhou Cheng was troubled by the archer. Archers have ultra-long range attack capabilities, which is an ability that neither of Zhou Cheng's current professions possesses. It is very necessary to have long-range attack methods, and Zhou Cheng knows this well. Moreover, the efficiency of archers in killing monsters far exceeds that of other professions, which will also be of great help to Zhou Cheng in his later upgrades. After thinking for a long time, Zhou Cheng finally decided to hire a paladin and an archer. 1 human shield is enough. More is useless. Zhou Cheng's future enemy is the leader of level dash alien creatures. Expecting mercenaries to resist their attacks is a complete fantasy. If one can't stop it, neither can 2. If you want to defeat level dash alien creatures, there is no shortcut except desperately upgrading. In the end, you still have to rely on Zhou Cheng's own strength. From this point of view, it is more appropriate to choose an archer. Now that he had thought about the problem clearly, Zhou Cheng no longer struggled, and then turned his attention to the paladin interface. There are 3 gold-quality paladins to choose from in the recruitment interface, including 2 men and 1 woman. The 3 of them are all of golden quality, so naturally there is no difference in strength. It just depends on which one Zhou Cheng chooses. There was no need to think about it at all. Zhou Cheng naturally chose the female paladin among them. As Zhou Cheng's choice was successful, a white light flashed, and a female paladin appeared in the living room. This female knight wore a full set of silver armor, held a double-edged sword, wore a scabbard inlaid with crystals and gems around her waist, and wore high silver combat boots. Her long blonde hair was tied high behind her head, revealing her exquisite and impeccable face, her deep and bright blue eyes shining like gems, her nose bridged straight, and her red lips delicate. "Catherine, I have met the master." After appearing, Catherine immediately bowed to Zhou Cheng. "Welcome," Zhou Cheng said to her with a smile. "Please wait a moment. You have a companion." "Yes, master." Catherine stood up and stood aside. Turning to the archer interface, there were also 3 mercenaries standing in it. Only this time, it was 2 women and 1 man. Zhou Cheng chose a female archer, as usual. "Elena, I have met the master." As the golden light flashed again, a heroic female archer came into Zhou Cheng's sight. She carries a long bow on her back, wears short silver armor on her upper body, a war skirt on her lower body, white boots on her feet, and a sword hanging on her waist, making her look heroic. Her appearance is not to mention. Her hair reaches her waist, her skin is as delicate as jade, her legs are long and strong, her chest is tall and firm, her buttocks are round and graceful. As expected, they are both great beauties. Looking at Elena and Catherine, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Gold-quality mercenaries are indeed second to none in terms of appearance and strength. The key is that they are all loyal, and this is what satisfies Zhou Cheng the most. "Ah, very good. Now, take off your clothes." "Yes, master." Silent all night, Zhou Cheng woke up early the next morning, while Elena and Catherine were still asleep. Looking at their sleeping faces, Zhou Cheng inevitably showed a lewd smile. Zhou Cheng went crazy last night and tormented the 2 of them quite a lot. Don't think it's strange why you can sleep with mercenaries? The reason is simple. They are mercenaries, but they are also women. There is no difference between mercenaries and normal humans, except for their IQ. In the previous life, sleeping with one's own mercenaries was something every professional would do. Not only male professionals, many female professionals also choose male mercenaries. This is not surprising. After all, everyone has physiological needs. Mercenaries are young, beautiful, and obedient. Who doesn't like such a partner? Of course, Zhou Cheng is no exception. This is why he chose 2 female mercenaries. Different from the previous life, Zhou Cheng had a large settlement, and any woman he wanted could be found at a moment's notice. In this life, Zhou Cheng is destined to walk alone, and he can't just grab a few people on the road when needed. Let's not talk about how it looks. First of all, whether it is clean or not is a big problem. Not to mention that Zhou Cheng doesn't trust anyone at all. In this case, their presence is particularly important. It can not only solve physiological needs, but also be Zhou Cheng's best helper, so why not do it? What's more important is that they will not betray Zhou Cheng, which is what Zhou Cheng values most. Of course, Zhou Cheng will not treat them badly. It is necessary to treat them well. Not only that, Zhou Cheng will also find ways to improve their intelligence and make them real humans. The so-called spiritual wisdom is just a simple expression, but it actually means enlightenment. Every mercenary is not weak in intelligence and has no problems with normal life and communication. The only difference is that they don't understand. For example, they don't know how to joke, and they can't understand Zhou Cheng's jokes. The difference probably lies in this. Zhou Cheng did not wake them up when he woke up. After simply washing up, he went to the kitchen to make breakfast. The mercenaries also need to eat, and Zhou Cheng has to make breakfast for them. Mercenaries are born with a blank slate. They know nothing except fighting, eating, and dressing. Everything needs to be learned from scratch. Of course, Zhou Cheng will teach them these later. First of all, they must learn to cook, and in addition, they must learn to drive. Zhou Cheng was not very good at cooking, so the so-called breakfast was just 3/4 of heated individual soldier rations. After it was warmed up, Zhou Cheng wanted to get them a few more sets of clothes. They can't be allowed to go out wearing their own clothes, not to mention whether they will be exposed. The key is that they can't stand such a cold weather. The clothes are all complete sets, from underwear to coats. Zhou Cheng has prepared them in advance. 10 minutes later, Elena and Catherine, freshly dressed, walked out of the bedroom. Zhou Cheng smiled and greeted them to eat. Perhaps it was the first time they saw food, and both Elena and Catherine were very curious. But after tasting it, they were amazed at how ordinary the taste of even the most common individual soldier rations was. Not only is it delicious, but it also whets your appetite. 1 day's worth of individual soldier rations were eaten in one meal. Zhou Cheng is not surprised by this. After all, he had Nina before. Unfortunately, Nina will never come back. Are you full? After they finished eating, Zhou Cheng asked with a smile. Well, I'm full. Thank you, master. Elena and I quickly replied. Okay then, start working when you're full. But before you start working, please report to me the skills you have mastered. Zhou Cheng laughed. It is necessary to ask them about the skills they have mastered, so that Zhou Cheng can know what they know. Master, Catherine is a paladin, has skills, resistance, charge, power aura, prayer aura, resistance aura. Master, Elena is an archer. Skills, explosive arrow, frost arrow, multiple arrows, aiming halo, thorn halo. Catherine and Elena then reported to Zhou Cheng. Well, not bad. After listening to the report, Zhou Cheng nodded with satisfaction. As a gold-quality mercenary, it is expected to master 5 skills. To Zhou Cheng's satisfaction, the 2 of them actually mastered 5 halo skills. Aiming aura and power aura can increase hit rate and attack power. The prayer aura can automatically restore blood, and the resistance aura can increase the defense value. Thorn's aura can automatically counterattack, and these skills are quite good. The most important thing is that these halos are group skills. Not only can it have a blessing effect on Zhou Cheng, but it is also effective on Zhou Cheng summons. Personal skills are also very good. Catherine has resistance and charge. Resistance is a defensive skill that can have a very good defensive effect. As the name suggests, charge is an offensive skill, which happens to be both offensive and defensive. Elena masters explosive arrows and frost arrows. plus multiple arrows. Explosive arrows and frost arrows have fire and freezing effects and are extremely powerful. Multiple arrows are a group attack skill, which can definitely be regarded as a weapon for killing monsters. The only bad thing is that Zhou Cheng needs to replenish arrows for Elena all the time. Because Elena brought a limited number of arrows, she only had 3 quivers with 90 arrows. The consumed arrows can be restored automatically, but only 30 arrows can be restored per day, which is obviously not enough for actual combat. Of course, these are not problems. There is no reason why you cannot afford to buy a car and fill it with gas. Zhou Cheng can still afford it with a little experience. After asking, Zhou Cheng took them downstairs. Before going out, Zhou Cheng did not forget to put on thick winter clothes and snow boots for them. Although winter has passed now, the temperature outside is still more than -degrees below zero. In such cold weather, it is impossible not to wear cold-proof clothing. Catherine and Elena felt a little strange at first, and suddenly wearing so many thick clothes made them obviously uncomfortable. Such thick clothing will affect their combat. But as Zhou Cheng opened the door, the howling cold wind rushed towards them, and the two of them immediately understood. Then the two of them cast a grateful look at Zhou Cheng. Mercenaries also have emotions and can distinguish between good and bad. Zhou Cheng didn't care about this. Everything will take a long time. Soon, the 3 of them came downstairs. Walking out of the lobby on the first floor, seeing the world for the first time, everything immediately caught the eyes of Catherine and Elena. Especially the snowflakes falling from the sky made them even more excited. Then the 2 of them ran to play in the snow like children, laughing like silver bells from time to time. Zhou Cheng didn't stop or rush them. He just waited quietly. After all, it was their first time seeing this world, and these were inevitable phenomena. When you come to this world, everything needs to be adapted again. Speaking of adapting, they have to adapt to much more than that. They also have to adapt to zombies and foreign creatures. They have never seen zombies or alien creatures either. Because of this, Zhou Cheng didn't plan to drive an RV when he went out today. If they adopt the walking method, they will encounter a small number of zombies along the way. Zhou Cheng plans to let them practice their skills on the way. Otherwise, suddenly facing the Zombie King and his zombie army, something like this will inevitably happen. Zhou Cheng's goal today is a subway station 5 kilometers away, where there is a Corpse King. When he went out to kill monsters these days, Zhou Cheng had already investigated the surrounding situation and discovered more than a dozen Corpse Kings one after another. Now these Corpse Kings are Zhou Cheng's targets. At this stage, the levels of Corpse Kings are generally not very high. Most of them are around level -. Now is the best opportunity to make a move. The Corpse King automatically upgrades at a level speed of 2 days and will not slow down until level -. More importantly, after level -, the Corpse King will master skills, which will pose a great threat to Zhou Cheng. Therefore, the longer the time drags on, the greater the difficulty will be. Zhou Cheng must seize the time. In addition, there are also quantitative reasons, because the number of Corpse Kings will decrease in the later stages. There is also competition among Corpse Kings, and they will kill each other. When they were born, their strength was almost the same, so there was no question of who would eat whom. But as time goes by, conflicts will inevitably arise between the Corpse Kings. There will be a phenomenon of big fish eating small fish, until finally there is only one Corpse King left in the whole city. In the last life, Shin City was ruled by an 80-level Corpse King. Of course, there are still a lot of Corpse Kings at this stage, with at least 1,000 in the entire Shin City. As long as Zhou Cheng seizes the time, he can still make a big harvest. Stepping on the thick snow, the 3 people moved forward on the road. In front are 7 skeleton warriors opening the way, and behind are clay golems and 3 skeleton mages. They are like a group of tireless younger brothers, fearing life and death to protect Zhou Cheng at all times. Catherine and Elena still maintained strong curiosity and kept looking around along the way. Whoosh! With a soft sound, a feather arrow accurately hit a zombie 200 meters away. The arrow was shot by Elena. As a mercenary, it is necessary to remain vigilant at all times. Upon discovering the zombies, Elena opened her bow and shot without hesitation. Zhou Cheng cast an admiring look at Elena and led them forward without saying anything. Now it seems that recruiting Elena is undoubtedly the right choice. Super long-range attacks can solve a lot of troubles for Zhou Cheng. Continuing forward, there are not many zombies encountered along the way, just a few here and there. This is not surprising because this area has been cleaned by Zhou Cheng a long time ago. But no matter what, Zhou Cheng's goal was achieved. Let Elena and Catherine have a basic understanding of zombies. Soon, Zhou Cheng arrived near the subway station. There are more zombies here, and you can see dense groups of corpses at the subway entrance from a distance. There are at least several hundred of them, including several zombie generals and zombie warriors. Over time, both ordinary zombies and zombie warriors and generals. Their levels are also improving. Nowadays, zombies are generally at level 5. The zombie generals and zombie warriors are both around level 10. Zhou Cheng stopped and watched, but did not see the Corpse King. He was probably at the underground station. After taking a look around, Zhou Cheng decided to place the battlefield in a bank building on the side of the road. Of course, Zhou Cheng would not rush into the subway station stupidly, unless the Corpse King would not come out even after he died. With your back to the building, you don't have to worry about being attacked from both sides, and you can retreat upstairs if necessary. But before taking action, Zhou Cheng first had to clean the building. He did whatever he thought of, and Zhou Cheng then broke in. A group of skeleton warriors and clay golems rushed into the building first. Catherine originally wanted to rush in, but was stopped by Zhou Cheng. The situation inside the building is unclear, so it would be best for me to let my younger brother explore the way. You can continue to summon the mercenary after he dies, but the mercenary will not be so beautiful after he dies. Mercenaries can be resurrected after death, but at a cost, and can only be resurrected a maximum of 3 times. If he dies for the 4th time, it will be completely over, and there is nothing God can do to save him. Nina is like this. Otherwise, Zhou Cheng will definitely summon her again. It is an indisputable fact that mercenaries are powerful, but it is also easy for them to die in battle. After all, their duty is to protect their employers and charge into battle. Therefore, many situations must be avoided as much as possible to avoid wasting the chance of resurrection. 3 chances may seem like a lot, but don't forget that they are 3 times in a lifetime. Mercenaries are born to fight. It is almost impossible to fight without casualties for many years, unless they are never allowed to participate in the battle, which is also impossible. There were not many zombies in the building. After a burst of thunder and banging sounds, there was soon no movement inside. Zhou Cheng walked in and saw a dozen zombies lying dead on the ground. Looking around, I saw that the whole hall on the 1st floor was in a mess. Without pausing, Zhou Cheng then swept the entire building until it was confirmed that there was no threat in the building before returning downstairs. When everything was ready, Zhou Cheng ordered Elena to release an arrow. The arrow drew an arc in the air and accurately hit a zombie. As the zombie fell to the ground, the group of corpses 300 meters away was finally alerted. Led by several zombie generals, the zombies rushed over in darkness. Facing the group of corpses rushing over, Elena still took the lead in firing. Only Elena can attack from such a long distance, which also reflects the benefits of having long-range attack capabilities. As arrows continued to shoot out like meteors, zombies fell to the ground one after another. In less than 30 seconds, a pot of arrows was shot by Elena. Only then did Zhou Cheng think of the arrow problem and quickly exchanged 10 pots of arrows for Elena. At this time, the group of corpses had rushed within 100 meters, and their stinky smell could be smelled from a distance. Of course, Zhou Cheng has no time to pay attention to this now. The 100-meter distance was already within the range of the spell. Without Zhou Cheng's orders, the skeleton mage took the lead in firing. Several large fireballs suddenly fell into the group of corpses, causing violent explosions. Of course, Zhou Cheng would not be idle, and he kept throwing out various spells, first various negative states, and then Hellfire. Facing a large number of zombies, the group attack skill Hellfire is most suitable. When Zhou Cheng made the move, Catherine and Elena also activated their skills, and several halos of light instantly appeared at everyone's feet. The skeleton warriors and clay golems who received status blessings then joined the battle. They were neatly arranged in front, firmly protecting Zhou Cheng behind him. Boom, boom, boom. Ho, ho, ho. As the two sides formally came into contact, roars and explosions were heard for a while. There are 300 to 400 zombies, and there is no zombie king. How can Zhou Cheng be his opponent? Zhou Cheng now has strong soldiers and horses, and his subordinates are not what they used to be. A skeleton warrior can easily deal with 3 to 4 zombies. The clay golem was even more powerful. Zhou Cheng saw a zombie general having his head smashed by a slap from the violent clay golem. Kathleen's performance was even more impressive. As a two-handed sword kept passing by, the zombies in front of her fell to the ground one after another. There was no enemy at all. In less than 10 minutes, more than 300 zombies were wiped out. Roar! At this time, the Corpse King finally appeared. This Corpse King is more than 7 meters tall, and its huge body gives people a strong sense of oppression. The level is not low either, at least around level dash or dash. Behind it were at least 2,000 zombies, including dozens of zombie warriors and zombie generals, most of whom were around level 10. We retreat inside and go to the 3rd floor. Without any hesitation, Zhou Cheng immediately issued the order. With such a large group of corpses, Zhou Cheng would not fight them in a wide space. The best choice is to go to the 3rd floor. Standing high is not only convenient for performance, but you can also take advantage of the narrow stairs. Soon, Zhou Cheng came to the 3rd floor. Boom! Wow, wow, wow! Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng smashed the window on the 3rd floor and then launched an attack on the approaching corpses through the window, followed closely by Elena and the skeleton mage. At the same time, Zhou Cheng arranged the 4 skeleton warriors to the stairs. Catherine, the clay demon, and the remaining skeleton warriors were left by Zhou Cheng. The 3rd floor of the building is 7 meters high from the ground, which is exactly the height of the Corpse King, but the Corpse King cannot enter because of its size. However, the zombie generals and zombie warriors are smaller and can break through the window directly, so Zhou Cheng needs the protection of his younger brother. A moment later, a large number of zombies poured into the hall and rushed up the stairs to the 3rd floor. More than a dozen zombie generals and warriors also broke in through the windows. Although the Corpse King couldn't get in, he could reach his claws in due to his height. However, Zhou Cheng was not panicked. The Corpse King was just doing useless work, so he didn't need to worry about it at all. Zhou Cheng only needed to greet the zombie generals and zombie warriors who broke in through the window. Zhou Cheng threw 7 or 8 bone wall techniques in succession to surround several zombie generals on the left. Then he releases various spells to greet them, and the skeleton mage and Elena also join the battle. As for the right side, there are clay golems and 3-headed skeleton warriors on defense to ensure there are no problems. In single combat, the clay golem can take on 3. Catherine is specifically responsible for dealing with the Corpse King, of course, dealing with the 2 big hands that the Corpse King has stretched out. In an instant, explosions were heard, and hot flames were burning. The furious zombie general on the left roared, smashing bone walls one after another in an attempt to break out of the flames. But this is impossible. Once a bone wall is shattered, a new bone wall will appear in an instant. In this way, no matter how tenacious their vitality is, they cannot withstand the flames for a long time. Not long after, one zombie general after another turned into black charcoal and fell to the ground. However, even though they fell, more zombie generals still poured in from the windows. Zhou Cheng didn't panic at all, and still trapped them in the same way. As for the zombie generals rushing in from the right, no matter how much they rushed in, they could not break through the clay golem's defense. After all, the corridor is only 3 meters wide, and the waist of the clay golem is 2.5 meters, not to mention the help of a 3-headed skeleton warrior. The stairs are also crowded with zombies at the moment, but they can't rush up under the tight defense of the 4-headed skeleton warriors. For a time, the 2 sides fell into a stalemate. Roar! Boom, boom! The Corpse King was obviously a little anxious. It looked up to the sky and roared, then retracted its arm. Immediately afterwards, the entire building shook violently. Needless to say, the Corpse King wanted to smash the wall to make more space to rush in. Zhou Cheng didn't care at all. The idea was good, but his strength didn't allow it. Not to mention how strong the bank building is. Even an ordinary building cannot be built with the strength of the Corpse King of less than level dash. It would be about the same if it were level dash or dash. The Corpse King kept roaring, and the battle continued. As time passed, zombie generals and zombie warriors were the first to suffer casualties. No way. Who lets them charge at the front? The faster you rush, the faster you die. Bang, bang. Boom. Seeing that the situation was under control, Zhou Cheng later targeted the Corpse King and led Elena and the Skeleton Mage to attack the Corpse King through the window. For a time, various spell arrows continued to fall, and negative statuses also appeared one after another. In the blink of an eye, the Corpse King was covered in scars, but there was nothing he could do against Zhou Cheng. This Corpse King has not yet reached level dash. Apart from the teleportation skill, he has no other skills. Teleportation is a good skill, but Zhou Cheng is currently in a building, and the building cannot hold the 7-meter-tall Corpse King. Of course, you can't teleport if you're not high enough, and it's not impossible to do it forcefully, as long as you're not afraid of getting stuck in the concrete. Therefore, apart from being beaten, this Corpse King had no means of counterattack and had no choice but to retreat. It's a pity that it can't leave now, even if it wants to, as dozens of bone walls have tightly surrounded it. Normally, these bone wall Corpse Kings wouldn't care at all and could be destroyed with a wave of their hands. But at this time, the Corpse King had been hit by too many negative effects, and he had no strength at all. Moreover, it was injured, and there were no intact parts of its body. There were wounds everywhere, and there were more than a dozen arrow feathers hanging on his body. In fact, if Zhou Cheng had not taken into account that there were many zombies outside, Zhou Cheng would have rushed down and killed them. Zhou Cheng might not have dared before, but now he is Catherine and Elena. Of course, he would have to die sooner or later, and Zhou Cheng was too lazy to take the risk. A few minutes later, under Zhou Cheng's fierce blow, the Corpse King could no longer bear it, and his huge body collapsed to the ground. Without any hesitation, Zhou Cheng immediately targeted the remaining zombies. These are more than 2,000 zombies, all based on experience. Half an hour later, everything finally calmed down. Regardless of his dignity, Zhou Cheng sat down on the ground. The battle just now seemed easy, but Zhou Cheng spent a lot of money. Catherine and Elena were also panting from exhaustion, their towering chests rising and falling. At this moment, the bank building was almost covered with zombie corpses from the inside out. The broken limbs and arms, mixed with dark green blood, seemed to be entering hell on earth. The smell is even more unpleasant, and people who have never experienced it will never understand it. If Zhou Cheng hadn't had this experience countless times, he might not have vomited gall right away. Catherine and Elena obviously couldn't stand the smell. It was better during the battle. After all, their mental power was highly concentrated. As soon as the fighting stopped, the two men immediately ran to the side and vomited. While vomiting, he did not forget to look at Zhou Cheng for help. Zhou Cheng smiled when he saw this, and then called them to the street. There is actually a smell on the street, but at least it is stronger. After resting for about half an hour, Zhou Cheng began to clean the battlefield and pick up the fallen crystal cores. Catherine and Elena were also called to help. Only then did Zhou Cheng remember that he still had crystal stones in his hand that could be given to Elena and the two of them. Crystal stones can improve their intelligence, but there is no rush in this matter. Let's pick up the crystal cores first. An hour later, Zhou Cheng finally picked up all the crystal cores. According to rough statistics, he harvested more than 400 crystal cores. This is an ordinary crystal core. The quality of the Corpse King's crystal core must be higher. One is equivalent to 1,000. As for zombie generals and zombie warriors, their crystal nuclei are the same as ordinary zombies. Calculating this, Zhou Cheng was equivalent to harvesting crystal nuclei. In addition to the crystal core, there are of course experience rewards. Zhou Cheng originally estimated that killing 3 zombie legions would probably lead to a level up. But after this battle, Zhou Cheng's experience value increased by more than 40%. I have to say this is a real surprise. After cleaning up, Zhou Cheng was ready to go to the next target. It is not yet noon. Zhou Cheng has time to harvest another wave, or even 2 waves is not impossible. At worst, he will go back later today. The next target is 1 kilometer away. The specific location is Shunshur Library. Less than 2 kilometers northwest of the library, a Corpse King is also entrenched in the Provincial Museum. If possible, this Corpse King is also Zhou Cheng's target today. In addition to these 2 Corpse Kings, there are more than a dozen Corpse Kings around, but those are the targets in the next few days. Since they didn't drive, the 3 of them walked as usual. Fortunately, the distance was so close that they wouldn't be tired. Of course, Catherine and Elena didn't care about this at all. Everything along the way has already attracted their attention. On the way, Zhou Cheng gave them the 8 crystal stones he got last time, dividing them evenly between them. Crystals have a natural attraction to mercenaries, and they are innately aware of the efficacy of crystals, and they are very happy after getting the crystals. Then the 2 of them ate the crystals like jelly beans. Zhou Cheng is not surprised by this, let alone cares about it. Along the way, Zhou Cheng also kept observing the surroundings, wanting to see if there were any survivors. As the zombies continue to upgrade, all places except the safe zone are no longer safe. In the past, survivors could basically ensure their own safety as long as they stayed at home and did not go out. But that doesn't work anymore. Zombies can smell their scent from a long distance away. Doors are no longer so indestructible. Zombies may not be able to break through concrete walls, but breaking through doors is no longer a problem. Unless the survivors live on the 15th floor and have strong doors, they will basically not escape death. Not even professionals. After all, no professional can face endless zombies. However, the situation in this area is better now, and the survivors have a greater chance of survival. After all, Zhou Cheng had basically killed all the zombies in this area. Except, of course, the Corpse King and his zombie army. However, the Zombie King and its zombie army are different from scattered zombies. They often act in groups. Upgrading is their first priority at this stage, and it will not pose much threat to survivors at the moment. Speaking of zombie upgrades, no one knows how zombies upgrade, and this question remains a mystery to this day. To many people, they seem to upgrade naturally without doing anything. Some people have speculated before that they devour humans, or even their own kind, but it later turned out not to be the case, because someone had done such an experiment in the previous life. Since it was not devouring, someone later proposed the idea of natural upgrade. Zhou Cheng agrees with this statement. In Zhou Cheng's opinion, zombies are naturally upgraded. Of course, no matter how the zombies are upgraded, it has nothing to do with Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng only cares about how to upgrade himself and who else he loves. As he walked and looked around, Zhou Cheng found nothing. Although he did not see the survivors with his own eyes, he found many traces left by the survivors. For example, the snow on the roadside shows signs of being shoveled, or there is fresh garbage on the roadside. When the apocalypse comes, water and electricity are cut off, and snow is the only source of water. The snow was shoveled, and it was obvious that survivors were fetching snow and turning it into water. Needless to say, the garbage must have been thrown down from upstairs by survivors. It is too risky to go out, and throwing objects at high altitude is the only option. In addition, Zhou Cheng also saw some traces of battle and many scattered zombie corpses. Of course, these zombies were not killed by Zhou Cheng. If not Zhou Cheng, they could only be other professionals. It is obvious that no matter how difficult it is, there are still survivors who are tenaciously alive. This is a good thing. Although Zhou Cheng is selfish, he does not want mankind to perish. They were all destroyed, and Zhou Cheng alone was probably not that interesting. If Zhou Cheng is really left alone, Zhou Cheng will most likely not live long. It's not that Zhou Cheng will commit suicide, but that foreign creatures will come to his door soon. Alien creatures have this ability. As long as you are targeted by them, they can still find you even if you run to the end of the world. Zhou Cheng learned this lesson personally in his previous life, and many other professionals also learned it. Otherwise, why would Zhou Cheng be busy upgrading? It would be nice to just find a small island to spend the rest of his life. Things are not as simple as imagined. Not to mention the small island, even running to Antarctica is useless. Shinshur Library is located in the center of Shinshur City. As a landmark building in Shinshur City, it looks quite tall from the outside. The entire building is oval in shape, 50 meters high and as big as a football field. In the same way, only such a large building can accommodate the huge size of the Corpse King. Stopping and watching from a distance, the library was filled with black zombies. Roughly speaking, there are probably more than dash of them, and that doesn't include those in the library. It was obvious that this group of corpses was very large, at least 3,000 to 4,000 in size. But this is a good thing. The more zombies there are, the more Zhou Cheng likes it. Zhou Cheng didn't take action immediately. It was almost noon now, so it was more important to eat to fill his stomach and restore his mana. He found a store nearby and killed 2 zombies inside. Zhou Cheng then occupied it. Then he took out 3 portions of self-heating rice from his backpack and started heating them under the surprised eyes of Catherine and Elena. In less than 10 minutes, the rice will be heated. The whole process looked amazing to both Catherine and me. After tasting it, the two of them were even more happy. There is no way. Who makes them short-sighted? While eating, Zhou Cheng was also looking at the situation in the library opposite. The entire library is surrounded by open areas, and the terrain is not very good. After thinking for a long time, Zhou Cheng decided not to fight with the zombies on the outside, but to go directly into the library. The outside is too empty, and it would be very troublesome if it was surrounded. It's easy to do it once you get inside. You can always find a way no matter if you use stairs or other terrain. As for how to sneak into the library, of course, by climbing the wall, Zhou Cheng was not troubled by this trivial matter. The 10 years of the apocalypse were not in vain. Zhou Cheng often did this in the past, and it was necessary to carry tools when going out. Zhou Cheng's backpack is complete with ropes and climbing equipment, so these are not problems. Of course, before taking action, Zhou Cheng must first lure the surrounding zombies away. Otherwise, he will not be able to rush past them at all. This problem is easy to solve. Just find a way to lure the zombies away. As for who will lure the zombies, of course it is Catherine and Elena. The skeleton brothers cannot bear this task, and they cannot leave Zhou Cheng too far. 500 meters is the limit. If it exceeds 500 meters, it will automatically bounce back to Zhou Cheng. Catherine and Elena are fine, as long as the range does not exceed 2 kilometers. Just do it as soon as you think of it. After dinner, Zhou Cheng immediately gave Catherine and Elena a task. After Catherine and the two left, Zhou Cheng quickly sprayed toilet water all over his body. Then he carefully lurked under a sculpture less than 100 meters away from the corpses. When everything was ready, Zhou Cheng gave orders to Catherine and the two. A moment later, Catherine and Elena appeared in front of the corpses. The moment the two appeared, the entire group of zombies immediately became restless, and then a large number of zombies rushed towards Catherine and the two. Zhou Cheng seized the opportunity and suddenly stood up and rushed to the west side of the library. Of course, it was impossible to attract all the zombies in the square, but all Zhou Cheng needed was a little gap. Zhou Cheng was so fast that the zombies along the way had no time to stop him. Occasionally, he would be stopped by his younger brother if zombies blocked him. Soon, Zhou Cheng rushed to the west wall. Without any hesitation, Zhou Cheng immediately took out his shooting gun and aimed at a window more than 10 meters high. With a bang sound, the hook accurately broke through the window and entered. Zhou Cheng pulled the rope to make sure the hook was secure, and then began to climb upward. The zombies chasing him could only sigh with excitement. In less than a minute, Zhou Cheng reached the top floor window and entered the library through the window. The landing location is a corridor, which is circular in shape and surrounded by a circle of offices. The entire central part is suspended in the air and is surrounded by railings. At first glance, it looks like a grand theater. Quickly reaching the railing, Zhou Cheng lowered his head and glanced down. Sure enough, the hall on the first floor was filled with dense zombies, at least 1,000 of them. Of course, Zhou Cheng also saw the Corpse King in the center of the corpse group. This Corpse King is larger than the Corpse King in the morning and has a higher level, but it is obviously less than level dash. Zhou Cheng could see the Corpse King, and the Corpse King naturally saw Zhou Cheng. Roar! Upon discovering Zhou Cheng's intrusion, the Corpse King immediately roared angrily. The next moment, the entire library was like a pod exploding, and countless zombies rushed up the stairs. Without any time to think, Zhou Cheng immediately recalled Catherine and Elena, and then all the younger brothers. Looking around, there were 2 stairwells on the entire floor, and Zhou Cheng immediately divided his troops to defend them. Zhou Cheng and his younger brother were responsible for one area, while Catherine and Elena were responsible for the other area. The width of the stairs is only 3 meters, so it is easy to block them. Zhou Cheng is also familiar with this. And one good thing now is that this Corpse King can't come up at all because the stairs are not wide enough. And since the floor where Zhou Cheng was located was 17 or 18 meters from the ground, the Corpse King couldn't reach Zhou Cheng. What is Zhou Cheng afraid of? It's the one who kills it. The upgraded zombies were very fast. As soon as Zhou Cheng's front feet reached the stairs, they rushed up. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. Roar. The next moment, the 2 sides started a fierce battle. Explosions and roars continued. For a moment, the entire staircase became covered in flesh and blood. Although there are many zombies, they do not pose a threat to Zhou Cheng. After all, Zhou Cheng's younger brothers are not what they used to be. Even though the zombies are all rough-skinned and fleshy, and their attacks are very powerful, they are no match for my little brother. In the blink of an eye, zombies fell down one after another, and the corpses were piled up layer after layer. Hoo ho ho! Seeing this scene, the Corpse King also roared angrily, as if venting some resentment. However, no matter how angry it was, it couldn't hurt Zhou at all. Of course Zhou Cheng wouldn't care about it. He would kill whenever he needed to, and he would chop down when he needed to, with various skills emerging one after another. Not only that, Zhou Cheng then drew out his machete and went into battle himself. The last 10 years of Zhou Cheng's life were not in vain, and there were countless occasions when he personally went into battle. Every time a sword is wielded, a zombie dies. It can be said that it is deadly, simple, and crude, and not sloppy at all. Half an hour later, except for the Corpse King, there was no one alive in the entire library, leaving only broken limbs and broken flesh on the floor. At this moment, the Corpse King looked at Zhou Cheng with eyes that were almost bursting with fire. Don't worry, I'll take care of you next. Zhou Cheng sneered. Zhou Cheng spent a lot of mana in the battle just now, and the Corpse King is not that easy to deal with. Zhou Cheng must ensure that he has enough mana. Not only Zhou Cheng needs to recover his mana, but Catherine and Elena also need it. Their mana consumption is only higher than Zhou Cheng's. After half an hour, he felt that he was almost rested, so Zhou Cheng got up and went downstairs. The Corpse King couldn't wait any longer and kept roaring when he saw Zhou Cheng coming down. Zhou Cheng was too lazy to talk nonsense. After stopping on the second floor, he immediately called for a group of younger brothers to rush up. At the same time, Zhou Cheng also held up the ice shield. He held up the ice shield to prevent the Corpse King from launching his teleportation skills. Zhou Cheng is not a warrior, let alone a paladin. If his small body is approached by the Corpse King, he will not be able to withstand the full blow of the Corpse King. Roar! Boom! Seeing the other party rushing forward, the Corpse King roared and rushed forward as well. Then he collided with the clay golem that was rushing forward. The clay golem was immediately knocked away several meters away, while the Corpse King only took a step back. It was obvious that the clay golem was not strong enough to fight against the Corpse King. But it doesn't matter. Besides the clay golem, there is Catherine and a bunch of younger brothers. Catherine jumped high in the air and slashed down with her two-handed sword, aiming directly at the Corpse King's neck. At the same time, the skeleton warriors waved their scythes and greeted the Corpse King. The Corpse King was anxious and hurriedly raised his hands to resist. Crack! Catherine's two-handed sword fell first and struck the Corpse King's arm. During the collision, the Corpse King's arm was instantly broken into two pieces. Roar! The Corpse King screamed, and with a wave of his big hand, he immediately knocked the skeleton warrior 10 meters away, but several sickles still hit the Corpse King one after another. Whoosh! At this moment, several arrows arrived instantly and hit the Corpse King's head and chest respectively. Ouch! Being attacked by the arrow rain, the Corpse King wailed in pain and disappeared from the place in a flash. The next moment, the Corpse King appeared next to Zhou Cheng, opening his bloody mouth and heading toward Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng had known that it was going to do this, and had already summoned the clay golem to his side in advance. Boom! The clay golem collided with the Corpse King again. This time, the Corpse King did not gain any advantage, and both sides retreated 4 to 5 meters. Stabilizing his body, the Corpse King's figure began to blur again, and it was obvious that it was about to teleport again. But it was too late. Catherine's two-handed sword suddenly fell down and hit the Corpse King again, and made a gash in the Corpse King's neck. At the same time, a heavy punch hit the Corpse King's stomach, directly forcing the Corpse King's skills to stop. Immediately afterwards, Elena's arrows struck again, hitting the Corpse King's face one after another. Ouch! The Corpse King screamed. His body flew backwards and fell to the ground. The skeleton boy took the opportunity to follow, and the sickle kept falling like chopping vegetables. In a matter of moments, the Corpse King was chopped into several pieces, and the blood flowing down his body was dyed red. In less than 5 minutes, the battle was successfully resolved. Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng immediately began to clean the battlefield and count the harvest. After final statistics, Zhou Cheng harvested more than 600 crystal cores. Counting the crystal stones dropped by the Corpse King, the total is 1,600. He also gained more experience than in the morning, and Zhou Cheng's level was directly raised to level 90.00 with -%. Overall, everything was quite satisfactory to Zhou Cheng. After the inventory was completed, Zhou Cheng immediately went to the provincial museum without stopping. The battle just now was not too easy. Zhou Cheng had enough mana to support the next battle. Thinking that he could reach level 21 today, Zhou Cheng's heart was filled with excitement. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Cheng returned home exhausted. Although tired, Zhou Cheng was still in a happy mood. Just an hour ago, Zhou Cheng killed the Corpse King in the provincial museum and was promoted to level 21 as he wished. This battle is more difficult than the previous 2 battles because the previous location is no longer favorable. Zhou Cheng killed the Corpse King purely by fighting hard, and the process was quite laborious. But everything is worth it. Zhou Cheng dares to challenge any difficulty as long as he can upgrade it. After returning home, Zhou Cheng quickly washed up. It was impossible to take a bath. Although Zhou Cheng had stored a large amount of water, it was for drinking and not for bathing. Zhou Cheng could only wipe his body with a towel. Catherine and Elena were treated better, and Zhou Cheng allowed them to use the water heater. Of course, the water in the water heater is also pure water, but Zhou Cheng stipulated that they were only allowed to use 2 buckets. To be fair, Zhou Cheng treated Catherine and Elena with care. Zhou Cheng finished washing first, and then went to the kitchen to cook. Today we have hot pot. Hot pot is relatively simple, and all the ingredients are ready-made. After eating Ma Lu, it's better to rest early. While cooking, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but think of Lu Wen. Thinking of Lu Wen was not because Zhou Cheng had any bad intentions, but because Zhou Cheng wanted to eat the food she cooked. Zhou Cheng was really tired of eating hot pot and individual soldier rations every day. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng decided to say hello to Lu Wen tomorrow and ask her to come over to help cook in the evening. Everyone says that beauty comes out of the bath, and this is indeed true. Elena and Catherine coming out of the bathroom gave Zhou Cheng this feeling. Her fair skin, brimming smile, and water-like eyes always attracted Zhou Cheng's attention. Zhou Cheng was also a hot-blooded man. He couldn't hold it back for a moment and pulled the 2 girls into the bedroom. Eating can wait for a while, and we could take care of our needs first. It wasn't until an hour later that the 3 of them came out of the bedroom. When he came out, Zhou Cheng looked very proud. Elena and the 2 looked shy. Seeing the shy look of the 2 girls, Zhou Cheng also felt relieved. Men all like to conquer women, especially a beautiful and obedient woman should not be too happy. After eating and drinking, the three of them lay on the sofa and chatted. It's not accurate to say they were chatting. To be precise, Zhou Cheng was imparting knowledge to them. For example, what is an eyebrow pencil, what is lipstick, what is toner, and how to use these things. Another example is what is a thong, what is a bra, what are their functions, etc. Although Elena and Catherine are already Zhou Cheng women, they will inevitably blush when they hear this. In the end, it didn't matter that she was blushing. It was indescribably beautiful. As a result, Zhou Cheng was very disappointed. The next day, Zhou Cheng came to see Zhao Qingdong and his wife early in the morning. After opening the door, they saw Zhou Cheng coming. Zhao Qingdong and Lu Wen quickly greeted Zhou Cheng into the house. At the same time, the young couple did not forget to look at Elena and Elena behind Zhou Cheng with doubtful eyes. "Brother, are they?" Lu Wen couldn't help but ask curiously. "Oh, they are my mercenaries," Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. "Brother, are you already level dash? Also, how come they are exactly like us?" After listening to Zhou Cheng's explanation, Lu Wen immediately covered her mouth in surprise, with a look of disbelief on her face. Lu Wen knew about the mercenaries, and Zhou Cheng had mentioned it to her before. But Lu Wen never expected that the mercenaries were exactly the same as real people. This is not a mercenary. There is no difference at all from normal people. There's nothing strange about this. What do you think a mercenary is like? Can he be the same as Ultraman? Zhou Cheng said, half-jokingly. No, I just think it's incredible. Lu Wen stuck out her tongue playfully. You don't have to worry. You can have your own mercenaries after level dash. Come on, let me introduce you first. This is Catherine, and this is Elena. Zhou Cheng chuckled, and then introduced several people to each other. Hello, my name is Catherine. Nice to meet you. Hello, my name is Elena. Nice to meet you. The two Catherines bowed slightly and said hello to Lu Wen and Zhao Qingdong. Oh, hello. Well, my name is Lu Wen, and this is my husband Zhao Qingdong. Lu Wen quickly responded with a smile. Where's the child? After the introduction was completed, Zhou Cheng asked. Zhou Cheng has a natural affection for Xiao Zhaomin, and he doesn't know why. Maybe this is the so-called fate. Oh, still sleeping? Well, I'll go over and take a look. Zhou Cheng nodded. When we came to the bedroom, the child was sleeping soundly. Seeing that everything was fine, Zhou Cheng turned around and left the bedroom without staying too long. That's right. I've been eating individual soldier rations every day for the past few days, and I'm almost vomiting. I came to you because I want to improve my life. If you have time, come to my place tonight and help me cook a meal. Back in the living room, Zhou Cheng directly stated his intention. No problem. Lu Wen, with her cheerful personality, agreed on the spot. Well, here's the key. You know where the food is. Just watch and do it yourself. Okay, just leave it to me. Lu Wen took the key with a smile. After a brief chat, Zhou Cheng left. A few minutes later, Zhou Cheng took Catherine and the two downstairs to the RV. Opening the car door, Zhou Cheng greeted the two of them to get in the car. When Catherine and Elena got into the car, they were immediately stunned by what they saw. The interior of the car is luxuriously decorated and has all kinds of configurations, such as living room, kitchen, and bedroom. Wherever there is a car, there is clearly a home, which is beyond their imagination. The look between the two of them was no longer enough. Zhou Cheng was not surprised by this and gave them a brief introduction with a smile. After they understood it they drove away from the community. Of course, Zhou Cheng didn't forget to teach them how to drive along the way. It was necessary for the two of them to learn to drive. Zhou Cheng could not be allowed to be the driver every day. So who is the master? Zhou Cheng's goal today is at Shinshu Railway Station, where there are 3 Corpse Kings. The Corpse Kings will not coexist peacefully, so of course these 3 Corpse Kings are not in the same group. The reason why they are all entrenched in the train station is because the train station is big enough to accommodate the 3 Corpse Kings. This would be more convenient for Zhou Cheng and save him from having to travel here and there. The community is not far from the train station, less than 8 kilometers. There weren't many zombies along the way, and even if there were, they were scattered here and there. The road conditions are pretty good, and the RV can barely pass. It took less than 10 minutes for Zhou Cheng to arrive at the subway entrance closest to the train station. This subway entrance is less than 1,000 meters from the train station square. After parking the car, Zhou Cheng looked toward the train station. As a national hub railway station, Shenzhen Railway Station is indeed not small in scale. The total construction area is nearly 80 square meters, and the huge, dome-style waiting hall shows its majestic temperament. The entire train station is divided into several floors above and below ground, and the underground floor is also connected to the subway station. The train station is already a crowded place, and coupled with the fact that it is connected to the subway, you can imagine how many zombies there are. Of course, Zhou Cheng likes to have a lot of zombies, but if there aren't a lot of zombies, how can he gain experience? As for how to deal with these many zombies, Zhou Cheng had already thought about it. Zhou Cheng originally planned to climb to the dome of the waiting hall and perfectly replicate the battle in the library. But then I thought it wouldn't work because the waiting hall was too big. With a waiting hall the size of 2 football fields and a height of more than 50 meters, the killing effect will obviously not be very good. Therefore, Zhou Cheng quickly rejected this plan. After some thought, Zhou Cheng decided to break through from the subway entrance, push forward along the subway, and kill a wave first. As for what to do next, we will just adapt accordingly. Zhou Cheng is no longer what he used to be, so even being tough is not a problem. Opening the car door, Zhou Cheng and the others got out of the car. Several zombies wandering nearby saw humans appearing and immediately pounced on them. Puff, puff. Without Zhou Cheng taking action, the younger brother took it upon himself to solve them. When I got closer, I saw that the subway entrance was already buried under thick snow. Zhou Cheng released a stream of hellfire, and the burning flames quickly melted the snow. Several more hellfires followed, and steps soon appeared under their feet. Consider the need to conserve mana and the fact that the snow gets deeper the further down you go. Zhou Cheng stopped releasing spells and handed over the job to the skeleton mage. Zhou Cheng's 3-headed skeleton mage is all fire-based and can release fireballs. Skeleton mages don't have a mana consumption problem. As long as the undead mana never runs out, it's perfect to leave this job to them. Boom, boom, boom. The skeleton mage received the order and immediately began to release fireballs without saying a word. As the flames continued to burn, the entrance was gradually cleared. Boom! A few minutes later, with a loud noise, the last piece of snow collapsed, and the entrance was finally opened. Zhou Cheng took a look and saw that it was indeed dark and full of zombies. A moment ago, they were motionless like good babies, as if they were sleeping. But Zhou Cheng's arrival broke the tranquility, and the next moment, the zombies woke up one after another. After waking up, they quickly discovered Zhou Cheng, and then roared and rushed over. Let's retreat. Just block the entrance and be careful to save mana. Zhou Cheng told Leatherin and the others. Ah! Catherine and the two nodded quickly, and then the 3 of them retreated to the back, while a group of younger brothers moved forward to block the entrance. The entrance is only a dozen meters wide, and the 7-headed skeleton warrior and clay golem can completely block it. Skeleton warriors and clay golems can be resummoned even after they die, so there is no need to worry about losses. Of course, the zombies on the opposite side are not vegetarian. Not only are they numerous, they are also mixed with many zombie generals and zombie warriors. The skeleton warrior's current strength is not enough to fight against the zombie general, and Zhou Cheng will have to take action if necessary. Zhou Cheng wanted to further improve the strength of the skeleton warrior, but this was impossible. All skills that enhance the strength of the skeleton warrior have reached their upper limits unless Zhou Cheng continues to upgrade. The clay golem was fine, but Zhou Cheng was unwilling to waste points on the clay golem, because after the clay golem, there are more powerful steel golems and fire golems. These 2 golems are the focus of Zhou Cheng's future cultivation. It is impossible for Zhou Cheng to waste points on clay golems. Of course, everything is not absolute. There is no other way to further improve the strength of the skeleton warriors and clay golems. The lack of skill points can be compensated by equipment. As we all know, equipment often has skill attributes, and its own skills are not limited by the skill upper limit. For example, Zhou Cheng's two staffs are like this. Zhou Cheng can further enhance his younger brother's strength by wearing equipment. In fact, Zhou Cheng does need a piece of equipment at this stage, especially a robe. Weapons, clothes, and shields are the three essential items for a professional. Compared with other equipment, these three pieces of equipment have the most obvious effect on improving the strength of professionals. In the previous life, many professionals often only equipped three major items in order to save experience. Zhou Cheng is now equipped with only two staffs, not even the three basic items. There is nothing wrong with saving experience, but you cannot blindly save without considering other things. Looking at the skeleton warriors fighting fiercely in front of him, Zhou Cheng thought for a long time and decided to exchange for a robe. As soon as he thought of it, Zhou Cheng immediately opened the equipment panel and quickly took a fancy to a robe. Exquisite robe. Defense plus 136, block plus 15, life plus 30, mana plus 35, skeleton dominance plus 1. Summon skeleton plus 1. This robe is very good. It not only has outstanding defensive capabilities, but also has a good mana-increasing effect. The most important thing is that it also comes with two skills, which solve Zhou Cheng's big problem at once. Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng immediately redeemed it and equipped it. The moment he equipped it, Zhou Cheng could immediately feel the increase in vitality and mana. The skeleton boy has also undergone some changes, becoming stronger and growing in size. In this way, Zhou Cheng would be satisfied. It would not be a problem if he was dissatisfied. At this stage, Zhou Cheng could only do this. Of course, you can improve if you want to. After all, there is still a lot of equipment that can be worn. However, exchanging a robe is already the limit that Zhou Cheng can bear at present. This robe alone consumes 21% of Zhou Cheng's level dash experience. Zhou Cheng couldn't afford to exchange more. After getting the equipment, Zhou Cheng opened the skill panel again, added 1 point each to the warming and healing skills. Warming up can increase the speed of mana recovery, not to mention healing injuries. In order to prepare for the next battle, it is also necessary to improve these two skills. The battle was still going on in full swing. Facing the onslaught of zombies, the younger brother, whose strength had been further improved, showed no sign of weakness. The two sides were killing each other inextricably. Catherine and Elena will also take action from time to increase the status of the younger brother. But that's all. They all strictly abide by Zhou Cheng's orders and maintain their magic power at all times. After recovering his mind, Zhou Cheng found that the entrance was already filled with zombie corpses. Without any hesitation, Zhou Cheng immediately threw out several corpse explosion techniques to detonate the pile of corpses. While killing many zombies, the entrance was also cleaned up. Zhou Cheng then moved the battle line forward to within 10 meters of the entrance. In this way, the contact range will be larger, and it will be easier for Zhou Cheng to cast spells. Half an hour later, with Zhou Cheng's continuous exertion, the zombies were quickly cleared away. Seizing the time to clean up the battlefield, Zhou Cheng continued to move along the track later. Further ahead is the train station and subway station, where Zhou Cheng's real goal is. A train was cleared along the way, and Zhou Cheng arrived at his destination shortly after. Here, Zhou Cheng discovered the first Corpse King. However, Zhou Cheng did not rush in rashly, but chose to retreat and rely on the narrow tunnel to fight the Corpse King. In this battle, ordinary zombies and the younger brothers are completely unable to intervene. It was completely a showdown between the Corpse King and Zhou Cheng. The ending can be imagined. In less than 5 minutes, the Corpse King collapsed miserably. Zhou Cheng has 10 years of experience in the apocalypse and has killed not only Dash but also Dash Corpse Kings. There is no problem in dealing with a Corpse King who is less than level Dash. What's more, there are two powerful thugs, Catherine and Elena, to help. The Corpse King fell, and a massacre ensued. Nearly 2,000 zombies soon followed in the Corpse King's footsteps. The next operation went relatively smoothly. Zhou Cheng forced his way into the waiting hall and killed the other Corpse King. There were no twists and turns in the whole process. The last Corpse King was more tragic. This Corpse King's lair was in a transformer room, but Zhou Cheng blocked it inside and burned it alive. Zhou Cheng didn't expect that today would go so smoothly. Of course, success is a good thing. Zhou Cheng wishes it would be so smooth every day. Now that the task has been completed, the natural next step is to go home quickly. After cleaning the battlefield, Zhou Cheng took a short rest and then drove back. When we returned to the community, it was just getting dark. After parking the RV, Zhou Cheng returned home in a happy mood. The moment you open the door, the fragrant aroma immediately hits your face. Zhou Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up when he smelled the aroma of the food. Not only Zhou Cheng, but Catherine and Elena were also attracted. "Brother, you are back." Seeing Zhou Cheng coming back, Zhao Qingdong hurriedly came forward to greet him, holding little Zhao Min in his arms. Zhao Min seemed to recognize Zhou Cheng and stretched out her little hand to hug Zhou Cheng. "Ha, little Zhao Min is good. Uncle is dirty and can't be hugged now." Zhou Cheng smiled and pinched Zhao Min's little face, then quickly went to wash up. Catherine and Elena were also attracted by Zhao Min, their eyes full of color. It's obvious that they also love children. Zhao Min seemed to be very curious about them, and she couldn't stop looking at them with her big eyes. This made Lethelin and Elena even more excited. The two of them really wanted to hold the baby, but unfortunately they were too dirty, so they could only do it in a hurry. In the end, it was Zhao Qingdong who helped them solve the problem. Zhao Qingdong brought wet wipes and asked them to wipe their hands clean so that they could at least touch them first. Zhou Cheng quickly washed up and changed his clothes, and immediately held Zhao Min in his arms after coming out. In this way, Elena and I reluctantly went to the bathroom to wash up. "Come on, let's see what delicious food your mother made today." Zhou Cheng smiled and carried Zhao Min to the kitchen, where Luan was busy working at the moment. "Brother, don't worry. There are 2 more dishes that will be ready soon." "Well, don't worry." Zhou Cheng smiled and nodded, then returned to the living room with the child in his arms. There was a smell of cigarette smoke in the kitchen, and Zhou Cheng was afraid of choking the child. After returning to the sofa and sitting down, Zhao Qingdong made Zhou Cheng a cup of tea. "How's it going? How many levels are you at?" Zhou Cheng asked with a smile after taking the tea and taking a sip. "It's level dash, and Xiaowen is also level dash." Zhao Qingdong replied sheepishly. "Level dash? Well, not bad, not too slow." Zhou Cheng nodded with satisfaction. Level dash is indeed enough. At this stage, professionals who can reach this level are almost rare. It can be seen that the young couple still listen to what they said before. However, we still cannot relax in the future. You have to understand that these are the end of the world, and tyrannical strength is your only guarantee. After thinking about it, Zhou Cheng warned again, "I understand this. Xiaowen and I have seen a lot these days and understand a lot." "Huh? What did you see? Did you see other survivors?" Zhou Cheng immediately became energetic. From the end of the world to the present, Zhou Cheng has not seen any survivors. Of course, those in this community do not count. Because of Zhou Cheng, the proportion of survivors in Zhou Cheng's community is estimated to be the highest in the world. Zhou Cheng often sees them when he goes out, but he has no communication with them. "Yes." Zhao Qingdong nodded heavily. Looking at his appearance, Zhou Cheng knew what he saw without even thinking. This is the end of the world. You must always remember that human nature is not useful in the end of the world. In the apocalyptic environment, even good people will become bad people, so don't be surprised by some things. You have to learn to get used to it yourself, and be cruel no matter what happens in the future. Otherwise, you will easily hurt yourself. Do you know why I saved you then? And why do I help you? Zhou Cheng felt that it was necessary to teach Zhao Qingdong a lesson, just for little Zhao Min. "I didn't know before, but I probably know now," Zhao Qingdong answered dully. "Well, it's good that you know. If you two hadn't stayed together until death that day, I wouldn't have bothered to save you. Brother, don't worry, neither Xiaowen nor I are like that. It was true before, and it will be true in the future. Even if we die, we will die together. Wrong, whether you can live or you have to live. If you think like this, doesn't that mean the human race is going to perish? Of course, don't misunderstand what I said. What I mean is that you have to make a choice when things cannot be done. You know what I mean? I understand, but I will still stick to my point of view. Xiaowen and I will definitely die together. He, Elmhead? Forget it. This is your own business. It's up to you. Zhou Cheng shrugged helplessly. The two continued to chat, and Elena and Catherine also finished taking a shower and changed clothes. When they came to the living room, the two of them immediately couldn't wait to hold little Zhao Min in their arms. Little Zhao Min was obedient and didn't cry or make trouble, which made Catherine even more excited. Brother, the food is ready to eat. Zhao Qingdong, why are you still sitting there? Why don't you hurry up and clear the table and serve the food? Lu Wen's voice rang in his ears. Oh, here we come. Hearing his wife's greeting, Zhao Qingdong stood up quickly. Zhou Cheng then took over Zhao Min, and then ordered Catherine and the two to help. Soon, the table was cleared and the dishes were served one after another. Lu Wen was very busy for today's dinner and cooked more than a dozen dishes. These include braised fish, spicy chicken wings, steamed Crucian carp, sweet and sour pork ribs, and braised lion head. In addition, there are cold shredded chicken, musu pork, fish-flavored shredded pork, etc. The color, aroma, and taste are all good. Zhou Cheng took a bite and immediately praised it. I have to say that Lu Wen is really good at cooking. I don't know if she is born with it or has learned it. When everyone was seated, the next step was naturally a glass of wine and a good time. Zhou Cheng drank beer, Zhao Qingdong drank liquor, and Lu Wen and Catherine drank drinks. Everyone had a great time eating, especially Catherine and Elena. You can come here every day if you have nothing to do. It's just the right time to teach them too how to cook. You know I can't cook, so I still have to leave the responsibility of cooking to them in the future. While eating, Zhou Cheng said to Lu Wen with a smile. Well, okay, as long as I don't dislike it. Lu Wen replied with a smile. Brother, you said you wanted to leave here before? Is that true? The few chatted for a while, and Zhao Qingdong suddenly asked. Well, I have to leave for up to 3 months. Then, brother, you can take us with you. Lu Wen immediately became energetic after hearing this. Come with me? Yes. Huh. How can that be done? What do you think I'm leaving for? Is it to enjoy my happiness? Wouldn't it be better to stay here like that? To tell you the truth, I'm going to kill those foreign creatures. I need to upgrade quickly. If you don't pay attention, you may lose your life. How can I take you with me? Brother, did you leave here just to upgrade? Lu Wen and his wife were stunned. They have never seen how terrifying alien creatures are. How come they come looking for them when they can't hide in time? Well, just to upgrade. You have to know that whether they are alien creatures or zombies, they're always upgrading. You all understand the principle of retreat if you don't advance. I don't need to say more. Zhou Cheng smiled lightly. But brother, even if this is the case, we can still stay with you. We are not afraid. Besides, I am also a pastor, so I can help you when the time comes. After a moment of silence, Lu Wen spoke again. Lu Wen obviously still refused to give up and wanted to leave with Zhou Cheng. Lu Wen's thoughts were simple. Zhou Cheng's strength was obvious, so it would be safe to follow Zhou Cheng. Moreover, Zhou Chengren was also very kind to the couple. Things are not as simple as you think. First of all, it's too dangerous outside. I can't take care of you all the time, and since you are going out, you have to consider all aspects of food, transportation, etc. More importantly, Zhao Min also needs to be taken care of at all times. So you should just stay here honestly. After I leave, this house will be left to you. You don't have to worry about supplies or anything else. I will leave some for you before I leave. I guarantee there will be no problem in 3 to 5 years. 3 or 5 years? Brother, do you have so many supplies? After hearing what Zhou Cheng said, Zhao Qingdong asked in surprise. Well, I still have a warehouse elsewhere and store some supplies, so you don't have to worry. Oh. Zhao Qingdong nodded when he heard this, and then said nothing more. Regarding Zhou Cheng, the young couple had discussed it a lot before. Zhou Cheng's performance was so prophetic that the young couple had to become suspicious. But Zhou Cheng didn't explain, and it was hard for them to ask. Zhou Cheng knew this very well, but he didn't care. So what if we don't explain it? But then again, Zhou Cheng really needs someone like Lu Wen who can cook and is a priest by profession. There are many reasons for Zhou Cheng's refusal, But in the final analysis, it is a matter of trust. Zhou Cheng has encountered and seen too many betrayals in his life. Although Lu Wan and his wife seem to be very good and reliable now. But time can change everything, and no one can guarantee whether it will change in the future. Zhou Cheng didn't want to take this risk, and he didn't dare to take it. On the other hand, Lu Wan was somewhat disappointed to be rejected by Zhou Cheng. However, Lu Wan is a cheerful person and quickly put this incident behind her. Zhou Cheng has been very kind to them and has arranged everything properly. People cannot be dissatisfied. After a short silence, everyone started eating and drinking in a lively manner, and no one mentioned the matter again. Time passed, and a week passed in a flash. During this period, Zhou Cheng killed all the known corpse kings, and his level also rose to level 25. This speed is really not slow. Zhou Cheng's single profession in his previous life did not reach this speed. But then, it will be difficult for Zhou Cheng to maintain this speed. First of all, there are no corpse kings to kill around here, and secondly, the level of corpse kings is now generally over level dash. Level dash is a hurdle for zombie kings. After level dash, they will master various skills such as venom, fire, frost, and so on. But no matter what skill it is, it will obviously pose a huge threat to Zhou Cheng. In addition, ordinary zombies are now generally upgraded to level 8 to 10, and the level of zombie generals is generally level 15 and up. Although Zhou Cheng has risen to level 25, his growth rate is far from comparable to that of zombies. And as the level continues to increase, Zhou Cheng will need more and more experience for subsequent upgrades. Of course, Zhou Cheng was mentally prepared for this. To put it bluntly, this was the reason why we made the plan to reach level dash in 4 months. There are now more than 2 months left, and there are still 5 levels left before level dash. The time should be enough, but the premise is not to stop for a moment. Since there is no corpse king nearby, Zhou Cheng can only search further afield. Zhou Cheng's community is located in the west of Xin City, and the north and east of the city are currently controlled by the military. Zhou Cheng didn't want to deal with the military, so Qingnan became the only option. But the south of the city was too far away, and Zhou Cheng couldn't waste his time on the round trip. Driving an RV to the south of the city is the only option, and this is why I bought an RV in the first place. After careful preparation, Zhou Cheng set off in his car early that morning. During this trip, Zhou Cheng brought a large amount of supplies, enough for 3 people to live for 1.5 months. Zhou Cheng has already planned to come back when all the supplies are used up. Compared with the west of the city, the population in the south of the city is larger. A large population means a large number of zombies, and the roads leading to the south of the city are not in very good condition. There were vehicles everywhere along the way. Fortunately, the RV was equipped with a bumper and was able to pass through. As for the zombies on the road, Zhou Cheng didn't need to worry about them. Zhou Cheng's RV has been specially modified. The body is entirely made of bulletproof steel plates, and the windows are also bulletproof glass and are thickened. In terms of pure physical attacks, the level dash zombie king can't even defeat a RV. At this stage, there is no level dash corpse king at all. Ordinary zombies can't stop the RV's progress. Of course, this so-called security will not last long. When the zombie king's level reaches level dash, the RV will no longer be safe. Shenzhen is a river city, and you need to cross a bridge from the south to the north. When Zhou Cheng came here, the situation on the bridge was very bad. Not only are zombies everywhere on the bridge, but the key is that there are too many abandoned vehicles, and it may take a lot of effort to get across. But now that we've come here, we definitely can't look back. In desperation, Zhou Cheng had to bite the bullet and get on the bridge. After a lot of effort and stumbling all the way, he finally reached the other side of the bridge. Zhou Cheng was not idle in the meantime, and the zombies on the bridge were also cleaned up by Zhou Cheng. Of course, the work of cleaning up the zombies was done by his younger brother, because Zhou Cheng had to concentrate on driving. After crossing the bridge, the road conditions are relatively better. After stopping for a moment, Zhou Cheng continued to move forward, his destination being the Bund building 5 kilometers away. In my memory, there was a corpse king there, and there seemed to be quite a few nearby. But these are all memories from the previous life, and Zhou Cheng is not sure of the specific situation now. The car traveled less than 3 kilometers, and Zhou Cheng had to stop the car. The reason for parking is simple. There are too many zombies in the south of the city. At this moment, the RV was surrounded by zombies on 3 floors inside and 3 outside. Judging from the number, there were probably tens of thousands of them. Fortunately, there is no Corpse King leading the team, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Of course, if there really was a zombie king Zhou Cheng, he wouldn't be so bold and continue to move forward even though he saw so many zombies ahead. Of course, Zhou Cheng would not be afraid if there was no Corpse King. As for ordinary zombies, they can only look away and sigh when facing the RV. Zhou Cheng's RV is 5 meters tall and has good ceiling performance. The zombies could only see the RV moving, but could not see Zhou Cheng at all, let alone smell Zhou Cheng's scent. Zhou Cheng only needs to stop the car, and the zombies will disperse sooner or later. Of course, Zhou Cheng understood this, otherwise he wouldn't be so bold. But then again, it doesn't matter if you're not very brave, because this is the only way to get to the Bun building. Seeing that the time had reached noon, Zhou Cheng decided to finish lunch first and let the zombies wait. Lunch is still individual soldier rations, in addition to vacuum-packed braised pork and eggs, and even a roasted chicken. Of course, Zhou Cheng would not treat himself badly when he went on a long trip. The most important thing he brought with him was food. Catherine and Elena have always been interested in food, and everything they eat is delicious. This is normal. As mercenaries, they have no other needs. Eating is probably their only hobby and yearning. After dinner, seeing that the zombies outside had not dispersed yet, Zhou Cheng decided to go back to the bedroom and take a nap. I can't walk or get down. What else can I do except sleep? The master bedroom of the RV is large enough for 3 people to sleep together. In fact, this RV has much more than just one bedroom, as it also has 2 smaller bedrooms. As for why 3 people sleep together, there is no need to explain the reason. You know everything. Zhou Cheng woke up and found that it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Zhou Cheng didn't expect that he could sleep for so long. Even if you do some exercise before going to bed, you shouldn't sleep for so long. It's going to be dark soon. Wouldn't today be in vain? This could no longer be done, so Zhou Cheng immediately criticized himself. But when Zhou Cheng glanced aside, he couldn't help but pounce on him again. Anyway, today is already useless, so let's just... Time soon came to evening. Perhaps due to the continuous exercise, Zhou Cheng felt a little hungry after getting up. After walking out of the bedroom, Zhou Cheng took out a few bags of instant rice and heated them in the microwave. In the heated space, Zhou Cheng looked out the window. At this moment, it was already impossible to see outside. It is hard for ordinary people to imagine how dark it will be at night in the apocalypse, especially when there is no moonlight at night. Even though he knew the zombies were outside, Zhou Cheng could only feel but not see them at the moment. Fortunately, of course the RV has electricity and the lights are brightly lit. Zhou Cheng spent a lot of money to buy the RV just for today. At this time, Catherine and Elena also packed up and walked out of the bedroom. Zhou Cheng smiled and stepped forward to hug them, and then kissed their cheeks affectionately. Regardless of their reaction, he quickly invited them to eat. After eating, Zhou Cheng poured himself another glass of red wine, and then sat down on the sofa. Lyslin and Elena massaged him on the side. My little life was so comfortable, but while enjoying it, Zhou Cheng's mind was not idle either. Zhou Cheng was thinking about the next step and what areas of the previous plans needed to be improved. As a result, I fell asleep without even realizing it. Elena and Catherine looked at each other and smiled, then helped Zhou Cheng back to the bedroom to sleep. Silent all night. Early the next morning, Zhou Cheng woke up early. When they woke up, Catherine and Elena had already prepared breakfast. The so-called breakfast is just milk and bread, and that's all they can make at the moment. When he came to the dining table and sat down, Zhou Cheng took a look outside. Sure enough, after a night, most of the zombies had dispersed, and now only a few zombies were still lingering nearby. This is an inevitable phenomenon. After all, zombies have no memory. After the RV stops, it becomes a dead object, and they naturally lose their target. After breakfast, Zhou Cheng was finally able to get back on the road. Because he was afraid of falling into a group of corpses again, Zhou Cheng drove very slowly, almost at a turtle speed. Fortunately, it was less than 1 kilometer away from the destination. It took more than 10 minutes for Zhou Cheng to finally arrive successfully. The Bund Building is a landmark building in Shanghai. The entire building has 110 floors and a building height of more than 500 meters. There are mostly companies and hotels in the building, especially the famous Bund Hotel, which is located here. The entire building above the -th floor belongs to the Bund Hotel. Zhou Cheng is no stranger to this place. He has been here countless times in his previous life. Of course, Zhou Cheng came here not to discuss business, but to open a room with a beautiful woman. In his last life, Zhou Cheng achieved financial freedom early. He was young and energetic, so it was normal for him to pick up girls. Parking the car 200 meters away from the building, Zhou Cheng looked out through the window. There were hardly many zombies on the road in front of the building, including nearby. Seeing this scene, Zhou Cheng immediately felt confident. There can only be one reason for the lack of zombies, and that is that there is a zombie king nearby, and all the zombies have been collected by the zombie king. And this corpse king is either on the first floor of the building or in the underground garage. The reason for this judgment is that other surrounding buildings can hardly accommodate the huge body of the corpse king. The Bund Building is fine. The lobby on the first floor of the building is very spacious. Of course, the corpse king might also be in the underground garage, but it's hard to say yet. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Cheng decided to start from the underground garage. If there is no underground garage, then the corpse king can only be found in the lobby on the first floor. The entrance to the garage is just 100 meters away. You can see it when you look up. There were also no zombies at the entrance, only a few cars lying at the entrance. After Zhou Cheng got out of the car, he immediately summoned the younger brothers, and then released a few more bone spirits. Bone spirits have no combat capabilities, and their only function is tracking and reconnaissance. They look like tadpoles, but they're transparent and can fly. As the bone spirit flew into the underground garage, Zhou Cheng quickly received the message from the bone spirit. As expected, there is a corpse king in the underground garage. In addition to the corpse king, there are about 4,000 zombies in the basement. Now that he has found his target, what are he waiting for? Zhou Cheng then steps into the underground garage. Sure enough, when I came to the underground garage, I saw that the entire garage was full of zombies. The corpse king was surrounded by many zombies, like stars over the moon. This corpse king has bronze-colored skin, eyes covered with red threads, and is at least over 6 meters tall. It was stronger than any corpse king Zhou Cheng had ever seen before, and his level must have exceeded level dash. Corpse kings above level dash begin to master skills and are often difficult to deal with. It is still unclear what skills the corpse king in front of him has, but no matter what it is, Zhou Cheng must be careful. For this reason, Zhou Cheng also immediately propped up the bone armor. Bone armor creates 3 hovering shields to absorb melee damage. Bone armor is different from ice shield in that it can exist for a long time after being activated and consumes little mana. The ice shield has outstanding defensive power, but it requires a lot of mana to maintain and can only be used at critical times. After the activation was completed, Zhou Cheng exchanged a shield for himself through the system. Ordinary shield. Defense plus 267, mana plus 46, block chance plus 30%. As corpse kings generally exceed level dash, it is necessary to exchange shields. The previous weekly achievements were supposed to be redeemed, but it has been delayed until now. Of course, in the final analysis, Zhou Cheng is reluctant to give up experience. Just such an ordinary shield costs 25% of Zhou Cheng's level 18.00 experience, which is really not cheap. There is no way to exchange it now. After all, the Corpse King's strength will only get stronger and stronger in the future. Counting the shield, Zhou Cheng now has 4 pieces of equipment. There are 2 staffs, a robe, and this shield, which seems to be basically enough for now. As for the other equipment, forget it. Save it if you can. Zhou Cheng's arrival naturally attracted the attention of the zombies. Roar! As the Corpse King howled, countless zombies roared, and rushed towards Zhou Cheng. The distance of tens of meters is reached in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Roar! Poochie, poochie. The next moment, the two sides were fighting fiercely. These zombies are actually not very high in level, but they are not afraid of death and do not flinch even if they are blown away by various spells. Of course, Zhou Cheng didn't care about them at all, and many of his younger brothers were not just for a living. The only thing Zhou Cheng needs to care about is the Corpse King. Only the Corpse King can pose a threat to Zhou Cheng. However, this Corpse King has not moved, but is watching the battle from a distance. It didn't move, and Zhou Cheng naturally didn't bother to care about it. So he took this opportunity to quickly clear out the corpses. As time passed bit by bit, half an hour had passed in the blink of an eye. After half an hour of fierce fighting, most of the corpse group was wiped out. Just when the corpse group was completely emptied, the Corpse King finally moved. Roar! It opened its mouth and let out a roar, striding towards Zhou Cheng, while bursts of black smoke were emitted from its body. What the hell, poison gas skill? Zhou Cheng immediately cursed secretly. Before, he was still guessing what the Corpse King's skill was, but now he no longer had to guess. It turned out to be a poison gas attack. The poisonous gas carried by the Corpse King is very strong, and most people would probably burp after inhaling it. But for Zhou Cheng, this was actually a good thing, because Zhou Cheng's profession is a necromancer, and the necromancer himself is a poisoner and has a high natural resistance to poisons. And all of Zhou Cheng's younger brothers are summoned objects, so they are not afraid of poison attacks at all. In comparison, Catherine and Elena were greatly affected, but Catherine's profession is a paladin, and the paladin has its own aura that can effectively resist toxin attacks. Elena is an archer and has long-range attacks. As long as she is out of the poison gas range, her performance will not be affected at all. If this Corpse King had awakened fire or ice skills, it would be much more troublesome to deal with it. The Corpse King was extremely fast, approaching Zhou Cheng in just 3 seconds, but then it was stopped by the clay golem and a group of younger brothers. The furious Corpse King punched out, knocking many of his younger brothers to the ground, and the clay golem was knocked back several steps. Seeing that the situation was not good, Catherine immediately held up her halo and stepped forward to help. Zhou Cheng stood there without moving at all, his hands flying, and various negative states were used towards the Corpse King. Zhou Cheng took his confidence in Catherine for granted, and the Golden Paladin was not given in vain. Bang! With a dull crashing sound, the Corpse King and Catherine collided heavily. But this time the Corpse King didn't take any advantage, and he and Catherine each took 2 or 3 steps back. Roar! The Corpse King was blocked by Catherine and roared angrily, then launched another attack. The fists and kicks are extremely fierce, and every punch and kick seems to be able to destroy everything. However, despite the joint resistance of the clay, golem, and Catherine, the Corpse King was still unable to get close to Zhou Cheng. Instead, he was hit by several fireballs and arrows one after another. The big fireball came from the skeleton mage, and the arrows came from Elena, who retreated far away. The skeleton warrior who was knocked away later joined the battle group, and for a while, the two sides were fighting inextricably. During this period, the Corpse King wanted to teleport, but was repeatedly interrupted by Zhou Cheng. There are precursors to the teleportation, and it takes time to activate. Zhou Cheng is so rich in combat experience that he can accurately destroy the Corpse King's teleportation every time. Of course, Zhou Cheng couldn't do it without destroying it. He was now without anyone to protect him. Although the ice shield could withstand a blow from the Corpse King, Zhou Cheng didn't want to take this beating. Just when the deadlock was hard to resolve, suddenly, a scream came from Catherine. Zhou Cheng looked around and saw that Catherine's right arm was accidentally scratched by a corpse claw, and blood spurted out. However, the Corpse King didn't fare well either. A large gash was opened on the left side of his abdomen by Catherine's two-handed sword. Zhou Cheng wanted to withdraw Catherine, but it was too late at this moment. The next moment, Catherine shouted, and her body suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Shoo! With a flash of golden light, the Corpse King's right arm was cut off instantly. This wasn't over yet. As the golden light swept across the Corpse King's body, it seemed to be corroded by the golden light, and bursts of blue smoke instantly appeared. Ah! The Corpse King couldn't help but howl in pain, looking extremely ferocious. At this time, purification? Seeing this scene, Zhou Cheng was also surprised. It is true that purification is a skill of the Paladin, but the problem is that this skill is not included in the 5 skills Catherine masters. Could it be that he made a breakthrough on the spot? Well, it seems that this is the only explanation. However, this skill is indeed powerful and can actually corrode the Corpse King's tough body. It seems like this is definitely a super skill. Thinking in his heart, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but swallowed. Ha! After discovering that she had made a breakthrough, Catherine couldn't help but scream to the sky. This girl is usually quite stable. Why is she like this now? It was the first time Zhou Cheng saw her so crazy, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. But it's normal to think about it. A breakthrough before the battle is indeed something to be happy about. Ho ho! The Corpse King, who was struggling in pain, kept roaring and tried to break through the obstruction again. But how could Zhou Cheng let it succeed? He quickly released several bone walls to trap it, and continued to control his younger brother to attack it. But in just a few moments, this Corpse King was already scarred. But Zhou Cheng still did not stop the offensive. Finally, the Corpse King fell to the ground with an unwilling cry. And with the fall of the Corpse King, the killing finally ended. Looking at the mess in front of him, Zhou Cheng also let out a sigh of relief. This battle can be regarded as the most difficult one after his rebirth. Fortunately, no matter what, Zhou Cheng won. Just win. Hard work and danger are nothing. How does it hurt? Zhou Cheng walked to Catherine and asked with concern. It's nothing, just a minor injuries? Catherine shook her head and said. Hearing this, Zhou Cheng also breathed a sigh of relief, and then used healing skills to treat her wounds. The wound was indeed not big and no bones were damaged, so it was indeed not that important. Did you achieve a breakthrough just now? Mastered the purification skill? Zhou Cheng asked while bandaging Catherine. Yes, master. I somehow managed to break through just now. Catherine replied with a smile. Yeah, not bad. Zhou Cheng was very happy to get the exact answer. It is very common for mercenaries to break through. There is nothing surprising about this. The so-called breakthrough is also within a certain range, either by increasing their own attributes to a certain extent or by mastering new skills. The growth in strength is certain, but there will definitely not be a sudden leap to the sky, let alone a qualitative change. Catherine, congratulations. At this time, Elena also stepped forward to congratulate her, with a slight look of envy on her face. Thank you, Catherine responded politely. The two women looked at each other and smiled, looking particularly harmonious. Elena, don't worry. Sooner or later you will break through. Seeing Elena's thoughts, Zhou Cheng comforted him with a smile. Well, thank you, master, for your encouragement. Elena's eyes lit up after hearing this. After taking a short rest, Zhou Cheng made up for the loss of the 3-headed skeleton boy and then began to pick up the crystal core. If you put in the effort, you will be rewarded. Zhou Cheng finally obtained a total of 25 crystal cores, and his experience increased to level -%. It has become increasingly difficult to upgrade now. Killing a zombie king and the zombie army Zhou Cheng can only gain -% of the experience. However, there was nothing that could be done about it, and Zhou Cheng had already been mentally prepared for this. Don't be in a hurry, you have to eat your food one bite at a time. Fortunately, there are still many targets. In the last life, there were more than a dozen zombie kings near the Bun building. But Zhou Cheng still needs to find the specific location. After cleaning the battlefield, Zhou Cheng did not leave directly, but walked up the stairs to the lobby on the first floor of the building. There are also many zombies in the lobby on the first floor, and Zhou Cheng plans to clear them all out. As the saying goes, fly legs are also meat. There are not many zombies in the lobby on the first floor, probably less than dash, and Zhou Cheng can easily get rid of them without Zhou Cheng having to do anything. The time to solve them all had already reached noon, so Zhou Cheng decided to go back to the car to finish lunch first, and then go find the next target in the afternoon. After putting away the harvested crystal cores, Zhou Cheng turned around and walked out the door. Ow! Roar! At this moment, bursts of howling suddenly reached Zhou Cheng's ears. Upon hearing the voice, Zhou Cheng's expression immediately changed. The roar came from the Corpse King, so Zhou Cheng couldn't hear it wrong. It doesn't matter if there is a Corpse King, and the Corpse King is not scary. The number of Corpse Kings Zhou Cheng has seen is not only 500, but also 300. But the problem now is that the roar does not come from one Corpse King, but at least 3 or 4, which is a bit troublesome. Before Zhou Cheng could take any action, the door of the building was suddenly knocked open, and then 5 people hurriedly ran in from outside. Among the 5 people, 4 were men and 1 was a woman, all in their 20s and looked like college students. These 5 people are all professionals, and their levels are all around level 15. The girl among them is a higher level, either 16 or 17. It was not without reason that several people ran in hastily, because they were followed by a large black mass of zombies, and their number covered the entire outer avenue. Several young people who rushed into the lobby were stunned for a moment when they saw Zhou Cheng, as if they did not expect that there were other survivors in the lobby. Don't be stunned. If you don't want to die, run upstairs. There's the Corpse King behind you. However, they reacted quickly. One of them reminded Zhou Cheng loudly, and then ran towards the stairwell deep in the lobby. How many Corpse Kings are there? Zhou Cheng asked loudly. At least 5, maybe more, one of them replied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng's face instantly darkened, but Zhou Cheng was not slow in his movements, and then he quickly ran towards the stairwell. The 5-headed Corpse King cannot be dealt with by Zhou Cheng's current strength. The only option is to go upstairs to escape temporarily. No matter how powerful the Corpse King is, it is impossible to demolish the entire building. At the same time that Zhou Cheng made a move, dozens of zombie generals had rushed into the lobby, followed closely by a zombie king who broke through the door. Ow! Roar! At the same time, Zhou Cheng heard more roars from the Corpse King. Fuck, what did you do? Attract so many Corpse Kings? Zhou Cheng quickly caught up with several young people and asked angrily while running. What can we do? Who knows what's going on? Do you think we are so full that we dare to provoke the Corpse King? Several young people also looked confused, and it was obvious that they did not understand the situation. You didn't do anything to attract so many Corpse Kings? Zhou Cheng was speechless. We really don't know, one person said, spreading his hands. Hearing this, Zhou Cheng became even more depressed. There has always been a competitive relationship between the Corpse Kings. It is obviously not normal to join forces to pursue these people. But now is not the time to get to the bottom of it. Let's get out of danger first. Although the Zombie King couldn't get up because of his size, the Zombie General had no problem. At this moment, these Zombie Generals are following Zhou Cheng and others, and they're already very close to the last Zhou Cheng. In desperation, Zhou Cheng had no choice but to summon the clay golem and Catherine. When several young people come in, Zhou Cheng will immediately take back all his younger brothers. This is a habit. Zhou Cheng is unwilling to reveal his strength for no reason, but now that he has no choice but to summon Catherine. Several young people also looked surprised when they saw Catherine. They were all professionals. It was not surprising that Zhou Cheng summoned the clay golem, but Catherine's appearance was obviously beyond their expectations. As we all know, professionals can only recruit mercenaries after reaching level dash, which also means that Zhou Cheng's level is at least level dash. But no matter how surprised they were, now was not the time to think. The few people continued to run upstairs. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Hold! Who the hell did this? Zhou Cheng was busy intercepting the zombies rushing up from behind, when he suddenly heard someone in front of him yelling a curse word. Turning his head to look, Zhou Cheng's face instantly darkened. It turned out that the staircase above was blocked, and the entire staircase was filled with refrigerators, color TVs, tables, chairs, furniture, and other miscellaneous things. Needless to say, this must have been done by other survivors in the building. Why are you still standing there? Move quickly, Zhou Cheng reminded loudly, and then quickly turn around to deal with the pursuers behind him. Zhou Cheng is really annoyed. This is really a fucking disaster. How could such a good person encounter such a thing? After hearing Zhou Cheng's words, several young people hurriedly took action. After everyone finally removed all the debris on this layer, They turned around and saw that the upper layer was still like this. It was obvious that everyone underestimated the desire of the survivors in the building to survive. Several young people suddenly became angry and cursed. Shit, are you sick? There are so many piles. Damn it. Let me know who did it, and I'll beat them till their teeth are all over the floor. Okay, what's the use of scolding? Hurry up and keep moving. Seeing several people scolding each other, the girl among them suddenly spoke. Although several boys still yelled and cursed after hearing this, they still obeyed the orders honestly. This scene immediately aroused Zhou Cheng's curiosity. Zhou Cheng was curious about why several boys were so obedient. Normally, this wouldn't be surprising. After all, this girl is indeed beautiful. But now is the end of the world, and beauty can no longer be used as food. Under such circumstances, there can only be one reason why several young people are willing to listen to her. It is this girl who is very powerful enough to convince everyone. You are students. Where do you come from? Safe zone. Zhou Cheng suddenly became interested when he saw these. Well, we are all medical university students and come from the safe zone. Someone replied. Are you a team of professionals? Are you here to kill monsters and level up? Zhou Cheng continued to ask. Of course, if it wasn't for the upgrade, who would have come here for nothing? You guys are quite courageous. Zhou Cheng chuckled. TCH, big or small, you are the same? A young man replied. Well, what you said makes sense. Zhou Cheng said nothing more. But the moment he turned back, there was a hint of joy on his face. Zhou Cheng was happy not because of anything else, but because Zhou Cheng suddenly thought that the reason why the Corpse King was chasing them must be that they carried items that could attract the Corpse King. And if nothing else goes wrong, this item should be kyanite. Thinking that it might be kyanite, Zhou Cheng's heart suddenly became hot. A few minutes later, the stairs were finally cleared, and Zhou Cheng and the others were able to continue running upstairs. Catherine and the clay golem were left behind by Zhou Cheng to block the pursuers. It wasn't until they ran up another 40 floors that everyone slowed down and recalled Catherine and the clay golem. Zhou Cheng and the others continued to climb up. It was impossible to stop. They were only temporarily getting rid of the pursuers. It wouldn't be long before the zombies would catch up. It would be okay to slow down a little. Xiao, do you want to keep running up? At this moment, a boy suddenly asked. Of course. The girl named Xiao nodded. But what's the difference between us going up and here? It's useless even if you run to the top of the building. Will you have to fight them sooner or later? I think we should just fight them here and fight to the death. The boy said dejectedly. Of course I'm going up. Is it possible that I'm going to die here? Xiao frowned and retorted. Xiao is right. Why do you want to give up on yourself? Another boy said. That's all I said. Okay, I won't say anything anymore. I'll listen to everyone. I will do what you tell me to do. The boy from before shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Okay, then let's keep going up. Do you want to come with us? Xiao said, and turned to look at Zhou Cheng. You go, I won't go with you. Zhou Cheng shook his head and refused. You're not coming with us? Xiao frowned, a little surprised. Of course. What good can I gain from being with you? It's so convenient for me to be alone. I can hide anywhere and have a better chance of survival than you. Zhou Cheng's words immediately left several people speechless. Of course Zhou Cheng is right. How convenient is it for him to run alone? Not to mention that Zhou Cheng was stronger than them in terms of level and strength. It was Zhou Cheng who was in charge of breaking up the rear just now. Well, since you don't want to, we won't force you. Let's go. Seeing this, Xiao stopped talking nonsense, took a deep look at Zhou Cheng, turned around, and led everyone away. After they left, Zhou Cheng turned around and came to the other side of the stairs without stopping. Not going with them doesn't mean that Zhou Cheng will stay here. Zhou Cheng will also go to the top floor. Not for anything else, but for the kyanite they carry. Zhou Cheng had to get it. The arrival of the end of the world will bring endless disasters to mankind, but it will also bring opportunities to mankind. In addition to the emergence of professionals, various opportunities also come to this world. The so-called opportunity is actually a secret space, and there will be all kinds of treasures in it. As for the thing that made the Corpse King give up the fight and get it at all costs. There was nothing else in Zhou Cheng's memory except kyanite. Kyanite, as the name suggests, is a blue crystal stone. Its function is to enhance the level of professionals. It is effective against human professionals, corpse kings, and even alien creatures. Kyanite has a powerful effect. After taking it, it can be immediately upgraded to a level regardless of the previous level. Because of this, you can imagine how precious kyanite is. In his last 10 years of wandering around, Zhou Cheng only got 2 kyanites. The reason why it is rare is also very simple, because kyanite only exists in the secret realm. And there are always huge risks in every secret realm. Basically, there is no return. Therefore, most professionals, and even Zhou Cheng, are generally unwilling to take risks easily. What's more, even if you come out alive after entering, you may not be able to get kyanite because not every secret realm will have kyanite. Under normal circumstances, one of the 10 secret realms may not appear. Zhou Cheng was very puzzled now, wondering how these young people could enter the secret realm and escape unscathed based on their strength. This was simply impossible in Zhou Cheng's opinion. But no matter how hard they figured it out, it was true that they had indeed obtained the kyanite. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to attract the covetousness of so many corpse kings. Zhou Cheng had the idea of snatching it directly just now. After all, the kyanite was very important to Zhou Cheng, but he gave up after thinking about it. It would be troublesome if they were forced to swallow the kyanite directly, and Zhou Cheng was unwilling to take this risk. Zhou Cheng could have used other methods to get them to hand over the kyanite obediently. As for whether they will take the kyanite during this period, there is no need to worry about it. Anyone who is not a fool knows that taking kyanite at this stage is a complete waste. Xiao, I think that guy is very powerful. Why don't you keep him and act with us? At this moment, several young people on the other side were talking about Zhou Cheng. He won't go with us? Xiao shook her head and replied with a very sure tone. Xiao is right. His level is at least 20. How can he hang out with us? Actually, I think it's good not to be together. As the saying goes, you know people but don't know their hearts. Who knows what kind of person he is? If he is not good for us, then we will suffer. Haha, if I had told you, if I had known earlier, we shouldn't have taken the risk here. Otherwise, Hai Tao and Xiaoyu wouldn't have died. Chu Tao, what do you mean by this? Why didn't you object when you decided to come here? Now you're doing this again? After hearing Chu Tao's words, a boy immediately said angrily, Why? Am I wrong? Chu Tao replied without any politeness. Of course it's not right. You're just thinking about it after the fact. Another boy also stood up at this time. That's enough. Everyone, please stop talking. This time it's all my fault. Seeing a few people quarreling, Xiao immediately stopped them, and her face became very ugly at the same time. Xiao's full name is Murong Xiao. She is 21 years old and a junior student at Moda Medical University. After the apocalypse broke out, Murong Xiao became a professional archer through natural awakening. Murong Xiao is naturally courageous. When she first awakened, she had the courage to walk out of her dormitory to fight zombies. Inspired by her, many classmates also joined her. For a time, Murong Xiao also became a famous figure in the school. Later, with the arrival of the army, the medical university was included in the safety zone. Murong Xiao responded to the call of the army and formed a professional team, and always fought on the front line. For this, he was repeatedly awarded by the military. The team members are all her classmates. At first, there were more than a dozen members in the team, but due to various reasons, there are only 7 left now. Now, there are only 5 people left in the entire team, and 2 members died in the secret realm an hour ago. For the sacrifice of the 2 team members, Murong Xiao also felt very guilty. It was she who proposed entering the south of the city this time. Although no one had any objection at the time, in the final analysis, it was still her responsibility. The secret realm was accidentally discovered by their team, and they rushed in without knowing the truth. As you can imagine, not only were 2 members killed, but the remaining 5 were also almost killed. But luckily, they escaped and harvested a kyanite. As for what happens after coming out, it goes without saying. How did Murong Xiao know that kyanite would emit an inexplicable smell that the Corpse King could smell from more than 10 miles away? Before they could rejoice at their escape, they were surrounded by corpses. Even the Corpse King appeared, and there were more than one. Seeing the guilty expression on Murong Xiao's face, several people immediately stopped arguing. As the leader of the team, Murong Xiao still enjoys the trust of everyone. On the other side, Zhou Cheng reached the top floor one step ahead of Murong Xiao. On the top floor of the Bun building is a revolving restaurant, where you can overlook the entire Shenzhen city. Zhou Cheng had been here before and was no stranger to it. The so-called scenery is just that. There is nothing interesting to see at all. After clearing out several zombies in the restaurant, Zhou Cheng checked the entire top floor and finally found a power distribution room as a hiding place. The switch room is large and sturdy, with a cast iron door that makes it absolutely safe to be inside. Sitting down against the wall, Zhou Cheng began to close his eyes and rest, preparing for the next battle. A few minutes later, Zhou Cheng heard movement outside. We moved tables and everything over and tried to block the 2 stairwells. Wang Hao, look around to see if there are any other ways to come up. Everyone, hurry up. The zombies are coming soon. Immediately afterwards, Murong Xiao's voice also reached Zhou Cheng's ears. Zhou Cheng didn't move, letting them mess around outside. Now was not the time to show up. Through the previous contact, Zhou Cheng had already figured out several young peoples. Among the 5 people, except Murong Xiao, who is an archer, the other 4 are 2 warriors, a mage and an assassin. Among them, Murong Xiao is a bronze quality, and the other 4 are of 2 black iron and 2 ordinary quality. The levels are all around level dash. Murong Xiao's level is higher, maybe level dash. The reason why Murong Xiao can become the leader is most likely because she has the highest level and the strongest strength. To be honest, the strength of such a small team is already quite good, at least first rate. You must know that Zhao Qingdong and Lu Wen are only at level dash now. But no matter how good the strength is, it depends on the situation and the opponent. It is simply impossible for the 5 of them to guard the 2 stairs leading to the top floor, not to mention that one of them is an assassin. Assassins are only suitable for sneak attacks and will not be of much use in this situation. Their opponents are zombie generals of the same level as them, and their numbers are almost endless, so this is destined to be a failed duel. Zhou Cheng's idea is very simple. Let them suffer a little first, then rescue them at the critical moment, and then take the opportunity to ask for the kyanite. In a life-or-death situation, they can't help but want to give it. Wang Hao, we 2 will guard this side. Chu Tao and you 3 will guard the other side. Everyone, be careful and save your mana. Murong Xiao's voice soon came again. At the same time, the roar of zombies could be heard downstairs, and they were about to rush forward. Bang! Ouch! A moment later, with the roars of various explosions, the battle officially began. Zhou Cheng's eyes flashed when he heard the fierce fighting outside. Judging from the sound, there should be a lot of zombies rushing up, and most of them are zombie generals and zombie warriors. From this point of view, Murong Xiao and the others could not hold on for long. Of course, Zhou Cheng will definitely not help now. It is not the time yet. As time passed, 20 minutes passed quickly and the battle continued. Guessing that time was almost up, Zhou Cheng walked out of the power distribution room. When I went out and looked to the left and right, the situation was indeed not very good. At this moment, facing the fierce attack of zombies, several young people could only resist with all their strength that IT will completely collapse in 10 minutes at most. This is not because their strength is too weak, but it is an inevitable result. It is impossible for any professional to fight at high intensity for a long time, including Zhou Cheng. The reason is simple, because the mana regeneration rate can never keep up with the consumption rate. Professionals rely on skills, and the use of skills relies entirely on mana. If you don't have enough mana to support it, defeat will happen sooner or later. Seeing that someone would inevitably be injured if he dragged on any longer, Zhou Cheng knew he couldn't wait any longer. How's it going? Do you need any help? Zhou Cheng walked slowly behind Murong Xiao and asked with a smile. Why are you here too? Murong Xiaoxiao was obviously startled by the sudden appearance of Zhou Cheng. She never expected that Zhou Cheng would also come to the top floor. She was surprised, and her tone was a little hurried. "Ah, I can come up if I want. Do I still need to report to you?" Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. "You hum." Angry at Zhou Cheng's attitude, Murong Xiaoxiao couldn't help but snorted. "Haha, it's a good thing you're here. Now that you're here, come over and help. Why are you standing still?" Wang Hao was very happy to see Zhou Cheng. "Aha, you can help if you want, but the help must not be in vain," Zhou Cheng said calmly. "What do you mean? There are conditions for helping?" Wang Hao was stunned by Zhou Cheng's words. "What do you think?" Zhou Cheng asked back. After hearing Zhou Cheng's words, Murong Xiaoxiao and Wang Hao realized that Zhou Cheng was not joking. "What do you want?" Murong Xiaoxiao frowned and asked while busy fending off the enemy. She had already disliked Zhou Cheng, but now she was even more displeased. "I want the kyanite in your hand." "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Zhou, and my name is Zhou Cheng." Zhou Cheng didn't talk nonsense, put forward the conditions straightforwardly, and took the initiative to state his name. How do you know I have a blue crystal? Have you been following us?" After hearing Zhou Cheng's words, Murong Xiaoxiao's face suddenly became extremely solemn, and Wang Hao's face was also full of doubts. Do you think you're qualified for me to follow you? I've been killing monsters here all the time. Why don't you come here yourself?" Zhou Cheng helplessly spread his hands. "Then how do you know we have kyanite?" Murong Xiaoxiao asked reluctantly. "You don't have to worry about it." Zhou Cheng shrugged. "No, Xiaoxiao, the crystal must not be given to him. What a despicable person. He actually dared to take advantage of someone's misfortune." Before Murong Xiaoxiao could speak, Wang Hao spoke first. It's okay if you don't give it, then I don't care," Zhou Cheng said with a smile, then turned around and left. "And many more?" At this moment, Murong Xiaoxiao suddenly called Zhou Cheng. "What? Have you figured it out?" Zhou Cheng stopped and turned to look at Murong Xiaoxiao. "I can give you the crystal, but how can you guarantee our safety?" Murong Xiaoxiao asked angrily. "I can't guarantee it, but you don't have a choice, right?" "You..." Upon hearing this, Murong Xiaoxiao was extremely angry again. But don't worry, of course I will try my best, otherwise I will die here, right? This is to the point. Zhou Cheng is now trapped here. Okay, I hope you keep your word. For you." Saying that, Murong Xiaoxiao glared at Zhou Cheng again, and then threw a cloth bag over. Zhou Cheng took it and opened it. As expected, there was a kyanite inside, exuding an alluring light. "Stop looking, the things have been given to you. Come over and help quickly." Seeing Zhou Cheng looking there endlessly, Murong Xiaoxiao shouted to Zhou Cheng, very dissatisfied. She has been fighting zombies, and she doesn't have much mana anymore. If Zhou Cheng doesn't take action, the zombies will rush forward soon. Good to say. "You two get out of the way." Zhou Cheng smiled and put away the kyanite, and then summoned Catherine and the younger brothers. Elena and Catherine were arranged to be responsible for the defense of the stairs on the left, while Zhou Cheng himself took the rest of his younger brothers to replace Murong Xiaoxiao. Now that the things have been obtained, Zhou Cheng naturally has no reason to regret it. As for killing people and silencing them, Zhou Cheng is not that bad. Firstly, it was unnecessary, and secondly, Zhou Cheng also needed their help. Getting a kyanite unexpectedly was like a piece of cake in the sky, and Zhou Cheng didn't mind putting in more effort. The difficulty for professionals to upgrade later is simply unimaginable. Especially after level dash, it often takes a year to level up, and a kyanite can save Zhou Cheng a year. How could Zhou Cheng be unhappy? The master's attack was really different. Zhou Cheng didn't need to take action at all. The clay golem directly blocked the stairwell. Not to mention Zhou Cheng, several skeleton warriors couldn't even intervene. Only the skeleton mage could help. On the other side, Catherine is a paladin herself, and her best skill is defense. With Elena's cooperation, she is even more foolproof. My dear, I didn't expect him to have two professions. Yes, otherwise why would he have two mercenaries? Doesn't that mean that both of his professions are level dash? Damn it, no wonder he's so arrogant. It turns out he is capital. Seeing Zhou Cheng's performance, Wang Hao and others who had taken a break were shocked. Dual professions at level dash are really awesome. TCH, what's the big deal? This guy is just a despicable person. That kyanite was something we worked hard for. Why should we give it to him? Discordant sounds will appear at any time. After learning that Murong Xiaoxiao had made the decision to give the spar to Zhou Cheng, everyone else was okay, but Chu Tao had the biggest objection. Seeing that everyone was praising Zhou Cheng for his greatness, Chu Tao questioned it on the spot. That's right, if he says anything, we will hand over the kyanite. Why? Yes, I don't accept it. That's right. Why should we give to others the things we exchange for our lives? Others responded to Chu Tao's words. After all, they had earned the kyanite through hard work, but it was picked up by Zhou Cheng. Okay, shut up. Seeing everyone chattering away, Murong Xiaoxiao couldn't help but angrily yelled. Xiaoxiao, why are you still defending this guy? Wang Hao was also a little angry. Yes, Xiaoxiao. He is clearly taking the opportunity to blackmail us. Chu Tao didn't hesitate. That's enough. Don't say any more. Don't you really understand? Without him, we could still be sitting here now. Is the kyanite more important? Or is our life more important? Murong Xiaoxiao became angrier as she spoke. Everyone fell silent after hearing Murong Xiaoxiao's question. Although they were very reluctant, they all knew that if Zhou Cheng hadn't come to the rescue, they would have died long ago. The reason why Murong Xiaoxiao was willing to give the crystal to Zhou Cheng was also for everyone's safety. After figuring out the key, everyone could only sigh and accept this fact. Okay, that's it for the crystal stone. No one should mention it again. If any of you still have any objections, we can talk about it after we go back. Now everyone should take the time to restore their mana. Although his mercenaries are powerful, they can't last long. I'm afraid we will have to make up for them soon. Murong Xiaoxiao finally looked at everyone and said. Everyone nodded when they heard this, and immediately found a place to recover. Even though Zhou Cheng was not in front of him, he could hear clearly the conversation between Murong Xiaoxiao and others. Zhou Cheng was still very satisfied with Murong Xiaoxiao's performance. Murong Xiaoxiao is a smart person and has very good leadership skills. Not only can he control the situation in time, he can also see problems accurately. Mercenaries are indeed different from other summons. Like professionals, they require mana to fight. Once the mana is consumed, the strength will immediately be reduced to 10%. Of course, Zhou Cheng knew this and had already planned for it. Now that Murong Xiaoxiao has this realization, Zhou Cheng is naturally happy to be free. While nothing was going on, Zhou Cheng turned around and went to the restaurant bar. After some searching, he found a piece of tin foil in the cabinet. Taking out the kyanite, Zhou Cheng wrapped the kyanite in layers with tin foil. Tin foil can effectively isolate the smell of kyanite. If you can't smell the smell of kyanite, the Corpse King will naturally lose its target. As time goes by, the Corpse King will inevitably leave. Of course, Zhou Cheng didn't think he could escape from the five-headed Corpse King. He wasn't that capable yet, let alone that he was trapped on the top floor. At this moment, the entire building is probably filled with zombies from top to bottom, making it impossible to get down. Only by completely cutting off the Corpse King's thoughts can Zhou Cheng have a chance to escape. Of course, it would be best if the Corpse Kings could fight each other. Then Zhou Cheng might still have a chance to take advantage of it, or even make a mistake. Murong Xiaoxiao was naturally watching Zhou Cheng's every move. Seeing Zhou Cheng wrapping the kyanite in layers of tinfoil so solemnly, the smart Murong Xiaoxiao immediately understood the general idea. Understand that the reason why they were chased and intercepted by the Corpse King was probably because of the blue crystal stone. But now I realize that it is obviously too late. The crystal stone that I worked so hard to obtain is already his. But even though she was a little upset, Murong Xiaoxiao could always afford to take it up and let it go. She won't get too entangled, not to mention that everything is secondary compared to life. Since she can get the first one, she can get the second one. Murong Xiaoxiao has this confidence. Of course, Zhou Cheng didn't know what Murong Xiaoxiao was thinking at the moment. And even if he knew, Zhou Cheng wouldn't care. Putting the kyanite away, Zhou Cheng turned around and came to the window. Looking down through the window, I realized that the corpse king downstairs did not have 5 heads, but 7. This was something I hadn't seen before. At this moment, the 7 corpse kings were occupying one side of each other, watching eagerly. At least it seems that there is no intention to disperse yet. But Zhou Cheng is not in a hurry. Just take his time. As time goes by, the corpse king will definitely leave. Otherwise, they will fight sooner or later. There is no possibility of peaceful coexistence between the corpse kings. They are destined to have a life-and-death relationship. As the battle progressed, Murong Xiao took the initiative to take over from Catherine and Elena half an hour later. Zhou Cheng was not polite and quickly told Catherine and Elena to take some time to rest. After more than half an hour, Murong Xiao and the others could no longer hold on anymore, so Zhou Cheng had no choice but to send the skeleton warrior over and arrange for Catherine to be ready to respond at any time. The skeleton warriors do not have the strength of the clay golems. If one of them fails, the other will break through. Only with Catherine keeping an eye on Zhou Cheng can he feel at ease. In this way, the time soon came to evening. During this period, Zhou Cheng had been waiting patiently. Zhou Cheng originally thought that the Corpse King would leave soon after losing his target, but now it seems that the situation has obviously not developed according to Zhou Cheng's vision. It is true that some Corpse Kings left during this period, but not all of them. At this moment, there are still 4 Corpse Kings downstairs who refuse to leave. It's not so beautiful anymore. Zhou Cheng has only 2 options now. Either continue to waste his money, or think of another strategy. Let's not talk about how to get out of trouble. At the very least, we must solve the problem at hand. You can't always guard the stairs, and you can't even rest. There is no way to do it. The simplest one is to blow up the stairs. Without the stairs, zombies will naturally be unable to get up. However, the stairs are not so easy to explode. Zhou Cheng's current level is not high, and the power of his skills is slightly insufficient. He cannot guarantee whether it will work, so he can only give it a try. He did whatever he thought of, and Zhou Cheng then came to the stairs. The clay golem is still fighting tirelessly, and the zombie corpses below have been piled up layer after layer. Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng immediately used the corpse explosion technique to explode the pile of corpses and clear the floor. Of course, if you want to blow up the stairs, corpse explosion will not work. You must use fire bombs and hellfire. Fire bombs are currently Zhou Cheng's most powerful single-target skill, and hellfire's continuous high-temperature burning can also have a very good effect. Later, as long as Catherine, a powerful thug, is arranged to take action, I believe it can still be done with a 3-pronged approach, but it will be more time-consuming for sure. After clearing the floor, Zhou Cheng immediately released 2 fire bombs and several hellfires. Bang bang, boom, hiss hiss. As the explosion sounded, the stairs below immediately turned into a sea of fire, and the zombies downstairs also suffered. They were instantly surrounded by raging fire and turned into black coal in just a few seconds. What are you going to do? Zhou Cheng made such a big noise. It was impossible for Murong Xiao and others not to react, and immediately came over to check. Zhou Cheng ignored them and continued to stare at the sea of fire. It seems it has some effect. It wasn't until the sea of fire was extinguished and the true appearance of the building was revealed that Zhou Cheng showed a satisfied smile. At this moment, the stairs below were completely dark, the railings were melted by the scorching heat, and several gaps appeared on the steps. What? After hearing Zhou Cheng's words, Murong Xiao and others didn't understand why at first, but then they immediately realized it. Are you going to break the stairs? Murong Xiao looked at Zhou Cheng with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief. At the same time, I was secretly sighing in my heart about how big a brain this guy had, that he could think of such a method. But no matter what, this is a good thing. If the stairs can be broken down, at least the immediate crisis can be resolved. Zhou Cheng nodded when he heard this and did not deny it. Is this okay? The stairs are so strong. Murong Xiao thought for a while and then said, There's nothing wrong with it, it just takes some time. Zhou Cheng chuckled and then continued to cast spells. This continued for more than half an hour, and Zhou Cheng's efforts finally saw results. At this moment, The stairs below were already crumbling, with cracks crisscrossing them like spider webs. If there were not steel bars attached, they would have broken long ago. But it is not that easy to break the remaining steel bars. Moreover, Zhou Cheng couldn't do this job and had to leave it to Catherine. You go and replace my mercenaries. I need her to come over and cut off the steel bars. Zhou Cheng turned around and ordered Murong Xiao. Murong Xiao did not hesitate when he heard this and led several people to leave quickly. Not long after, Catherine was replaced. The Paladin lived up to his reputation. In less than a few minutes, Catherine easily cut through several steel bars, causing the stairs below to collapse. Okay, well done. Zhou Cheng praised approvingly. Since the stairs are broken, this side is safe. The gap between the top floor and the bottom floor is at least 5 meters. Even if the zombie general can reach it, it will be impossible to come up. Zhou Cheng only needs to leave 3 skeleton warriors to ensure safety. Without stopping, Zhou Cheng then took Catherine to the other side of the stairs. When they arrived here, Murong Xiao and others were fighting fiercely with zombies. After replacing Murong Xiao, it took more than half an hour for Zhou Cheng to follow the same method and break the stairs on this side. At this point, the 2 passages were completely blocked, and Zhou Cheng and others could finally take a breath. Okay, it's basically safe now. I want to find a place to rest. You can do whatever you want, Zhou Cheng said with a smile, and then returned to the power distribution room without looking back. Everything that needs to be done is done. Zhou Cheng has fulfilled the transaction, and he doesn't care about the rest. This was also for Kyanite's sake. Otherwise, Zhou Cheng wouldn't have saved them. Back in the power distribution room, Zhou Cheng took out energy bars and mineral water from his backpack to replenish his energy. Without rest for most of the day, I became hungry early on. Of course, Zhou Cheng will definitely not forget Catherine and Elena. Carrying supplies with you is a habit Zhou Cheng has developed over a long time. Zhou Cheng usually carries a backpack wherever he goes. After filling his stomach, Zhou Cheng took the time to rest. On the other side, shortly after Zhou Cheng left, Murong Xiao and others also found a sofa to sit down. They haven't had a good rest since they came out of the secret realm, and they have long been exhausted. Fortunately, the supplies were not lost, otherwise I might still be hungry. It's said to be supplies, but there are no supplies in the apocalypse. They're just a few packs of compressed biscuits. But even these ordinary compressed biscuits were obtained with great difficulty by Murong Xiao's team. The safe zone is not a paradise, and it is not as good as imagined. Although the garrison had just recaptured a grain depot not long ago, the harvested food was far from enough to cope with the hundreds of thousands of survivors. Coupled with some well-known reasons, such as corruption and layers of expropriation, the lives of survivors are not so easy. Not having enough to eat or wear warm is basically the norm. Only professionals can live a better life. They either get a certain amount of remuneration by serving the military, or they are bolder and go out of the safe zone to search for survival supplies in the dangerous zone. Murong Xiao's operation, in addition to killing monsters and upgrading, also had the purpose of searching for supplies. Even if the materials found cannot be brought back for the time being, it is okay to bring back some of them. The key is that they can lay the foundation for future actions. Zhou Cheng woke up at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. Walking out of the power distribution room, the 6 skeleton warriors Zhou Cheng arranged on the stairs were still performing their duties faithfully. Whenever zombies try to charge up, they will be immediately hacked to death by them. Turning around to look at Murong Xiao and others, everyone except Murong Xiao was curled up on the sofa and fast asleep. The night of the apocalypse was very cold, and even though Murong Xiao and others were wearing cold-proof clothes, they were still shivering from the cold. Zhou Cheng actually didn't have a good time last night because he didn't bring a sleeping bag, so he had to make do with it for one night. Fortunately, the physical fitness of professionals is far beyond that of ordinary people, otherwise they might freeze to death. Seeing Zhou Cheng come out, Murong Xiao nodded slightly to Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng nodded slightly in response, and then slowly came to the window. Looking down through the window, the result is still not very good. The 4 corpse kings from yesterday have not left yet. Is it possible that they have to stay here forever? Zhou Cheng frowned slightly. Turning around and coming to the stairs, Zhou Cheng glanced down and saw that the number of zombies downstairs had not decreased either. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but feel distressed. If the zombies never left, wouldn't it be troublesome? It seems that we have to think of other ways. If it doesn't work, we have to kill out. Even if Zhou Cheng, the four-headed corpse king, can't be defeated, it's still not difficult to escape. Thinking in his mind, Zhou Cheng returned to the power distribution room. There is no rush now. You can wait. Maybe the corpse king will leave later? Shortly after Zhou Cheng came back, Wang Hao, Chu Tao, and others on the other side also woke up one after another. Xiao Xiao, are you awake early? Xiao Xiao, do you have anything to eat? I'm starving. Xiao Xiao, bring me a bottle of water. Xiao Xiao. Several people were probably starving. After waking up, they all asked Murong Xiao Xiao for food. Listening to everyone shouting, Murong Xiao Xiao couldn't help but feel helpless because there was not much food and water left. However, she still took out a few packs of compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of water from her backpack and handed them over. There's not much food left. Let's all save some, Murong Xiao Xiao said after passing the food. Ah! Everyone nodded, took the compressed biscuits and water, and started devouring them. Xiao Xiao, where is that guy? After eating and drinking, everyone was energetic and Chu Tao asked. The guy Chu Tao was referring to was of course Zhou Cheng, but he had always disliked Zhou Cheng. Oh, he came out in the morning, but now he's back, Murong Xiao Xiao replied. Oh. Chu Tao nodded slightly and then stopped talking. You guys chat first. I'll go find him to discuss what to do next. After Murong Xiao Xiao finished speaking, he stood up and walked towards Zhou Cheng's power distribution room. Looking at her beautiful figure, Chu Tao couldn't help but show a look of fascination. Chu Tao likes Murong Xiao Xiao. Otherwise, he would not join Murong Xiao Xiao's team. It's just that Murong Xiao Xiao has never felt anything about him, which makes Chu Tao depressed. Hey, why are you always staring at Xiao Xiao? Chen Wenlong on the side saw this and said with an unhappy expression, I like it. What's bothering you? Chu Tao snorted, not polite at all. As Chu Tao's classmate and teammate, Chen Wenlong knew that Chu Tao had been pursuing Murong Xiao Xiao. But in Chen Wenlong's view, Chu Tao's efforts were completely in vain. It would be strange if Murong Xiao Xiao could like him. Chu Tao spoke so rudely. Chen Wenlong's face changed, and he was about to get angry, but when he saw the look in Wang Hao's face, he endured it. Chu Tao is not an ordinary person. His uncle is a captain in the safe zone. If he angers him, the consequences will be quite serious. Murong Xiao Xiao entered the power distribution room and smiled slightly when she saw Zhou Cheng. What? Do you have a problem with me? Zhou Cheng raised his head and asked. Well, I want to ask you, what are you going to do next? What else can we do? If the Corpse King still refuses to leave, then we can only take the risk and rush out. Zhou Cheng replied nonchalantly. Riding out? Murong Xiao Xiao raised an eyebrow. Of course. Are you going to starve to death here? Zhou Cheng nodded matter-of-factly. But there are 4 Corpse Kings below. How can we rush out? Murong Xiao Xiao continued to ask in surprise. What's wrong with the 4 Corpse Kings? The 4 Corpse Kings also want to break in. Anyway, I won't wait to die here. Oh, and you seem to have forgotten one thing. I'm not a member of your team, so any of my decisions have nothing to do with you. Don't expect me to continue to help you in the future. Zhou Cheng solemnly expressed his attitude to Murong Xiao Xiao. What did you say? How could you do this? Don't forget that we have an agreement. Murong Xiao Xiao obviously didn't expect Zhou Cheng to say this, and immediately gritted his teeth and said, Agreement? Ha! I'm sorry, I think I have fulfilled the agreement, right? Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. You! Murong Xiao Xiao was speechless when he heard this. Zhou Cheng was indeed right. They had indeed fulfilled the agreement. Otherwise, they would have died by now. Seeing that Murong Xiao Xiao stopped talking, Zhou Cheng waved his hand to indicate that she could leave. Murong Xiao Xiao had no choice but to glare at Zhou Cheng fiercely, then turned and left. Looking at Murong Xiao Xiao's back, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but shake his head. Murong Xiao Xiao has good strength and is very beautiful, but these are worthless in Zhou Cheng's eyes. There are so many beautiful women in this world, and Zhou Cheng has seen countless beauties. Murong Xiao can only be regarded as one of the little flowers at best. How could Zhou Cheng take her seriously? Xiao, you're back. What? Did that guy make you angry? Seeing Murong Xiao returning angrily, Chu Tao quickly asked flatteringly, "How do you know?" Murong Xiao looked at Chu Tao displeased. "Hey, of course, Xiao. Your expression told me," Chu Tao said with a playful smile. "Let me tell you, there is no need for you to be angry with him. We are now bullied by dogs, but you can rest assured and wait until we get to the safe zone to see how I deal with him. Take care of him. Can you beat him?" Murong Xiao said disdainfully. This? Chu Tao was speechless. He didn't expect Murong Xiao to be so rude. Xiao, what exactly did you talk about with him? Wang Hao stepped forward and asked. Murong Xiao then recounted the conversation just now, and everyone couldn't believe their ears after listening. This damn bastard is just too much. That's right. You obviously promised to help us, but now you have to run away alone? Who does he think he is? It's so shameless. Okay, everyone, please stop talking. Since others are unwilling to help, we have to rely on ourselves. Seeing everyone's indignation, Murong Xiao then persuaded. After hearing what Murong Xiao said, no one could say anything else. Although they hated Zhou Cheng, they also understood that they had no right to accuse Zhou Cheng. Xiao, what should we do next? Should we stay here or... Let's check the situation first, but I have an idea. What's the idea? Everyone asked in unison. The idea is to follow him, and we will follow him wherever he goes. If he wants to break out, then we will break out with him and see what he can do to us. Murong Xiao said firmly. After listening, everyone thought this was a solution and nodded in agreement. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't agree. Leaving Zhou Cheng and the others is a dead end, unless they are willing to be trapped and die here. Time came quickly the next morning. The early morning sky gradually turned white, and the entire Bund building was shrouded in a gray mist. The first thing Zhou Cheng did after waking up was to go to the window to check the situation below. The result was still not very beautiful, and the Corpse King and the group of corpses still did not leave. Zhou Cheng was a little confused now. It had been 2 days since the incident. It was just that the Corpse King hadn't withdrawn for such a long time. Why hadn't they started fighting? This is obviously illogical. After thinking about it for a long time, Zhou Cheng couldn't figure out the reason, and then he stopped caring about it. Zhou Cheng came here to upgrade, not to take refuge. Time is extremely precious to Zhou Cheng. Since the Corpse King refuses to leave, Zhou Cheng can only risk a breakout. Having made up his mind, Zhou Cheng tidied up briefly and then walked out of the power distribution room. However, when he stepped out of the door, he saw Murong Xiao and others lined up neatly outside, waiting for him. What are you doing? Zhou Cheng asked confused. Of course I'll follow you. Murong Xiao replied without thinking. Why are you following me? Do you want to rush out with me? Zhou Cheng said with a playful smile. Of course. Murong Xiao replied matter-of-factly, with a hint of pride on his face. Okay, it's up to you, but the ugly words are ahead. I will not be responsible for anything that happens, and don't expect me to take care of you. Zhou Cheng did not refuse their following. What else could they do if they wanted to follow Zhou Cheng? You can't kill them all. If that's the case, then just follow it. Zhou Cheng doesn't care anyway. What's more, they can be used as cannon fodder at critical moments, so why not Zhou Cheng? Really? Zhou Cheng was so happy that Murong Xiao became a little suspicious. So what if it's true or false? You don't have to follow me. Zhou Cheng sneered and turned around to leave. When Murong Xiao and others saw this, they ignored Zhou Cheng's bad attitude and hurriedly followed Zhou Cheng. When he came to the stairs, Zhou Cheng lowered his head and looked down, only to see densely packed zombies below. Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng immediately threw down several hellfires, and while cleaning the bottom, he ordered Catherine and the clay golem to jump down first, followed closely by himself. Murong Xiao and others jumped down one after another when they saw this. After a brief confusion, the zombies downstairs immediately rushed up without hesitation. The battle between the two sides began immediately. During the battle, Catherine and the clay golem were at the front as always, while Zhou Cheng was responsible for releasing various spells from behind. Murong Xiao, Wang Hao, and others were not idle either, and they all volunteered to help. Due to the narrow terrain and the fact that Catherine and the clay golem were powerful enough to crush their opponents, the battle was one-sided from the beginning. After just one face-to-face encounter, the zombies that rushed up were either dead or injured. Zhou Cheng rushed to the next floor with almost no effort. There are a lot of zombies on this level, but they are still not enough in the face of Zhou Cheng's powerful strength. Soon, Zhou Cheng rushed to the 7th floor staircase of number 70. Once here, the number of zombies was obviously much less, and the pressure on everyone was instantly relieved. Damn, I'm so tired. Well, it's quite tiring. After following Zhou Cheng all the way down, Murong Xiao and others were also exhausted. Wang Hao and others were breathing heavily and shouting loudly. Everyone, please don't relax. Murong Xiao warned at the right time. Yes, everyone nodded after hearing this. Zhou Cheng didn't care whether they were tired or not. He had no intention of stopping and continued to push forward. Zhou Cheng just wants to leave here as soon as possible. If you feel tired, don't follow. Murong Xiao and the others were helpless and had no choice but to follow them in a hurry. Soon, Zhou Cheng and his party arrived at the 9th floor. There are even fewer zombies on this floor, with only a dozen or so on the entire floor. So everyone can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Roar! Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly came from outside. Then more roars filled the sky. What's going on? Wang Hao couldn't help asking. Who knows? Chu Tao replied with a shrug. Everyone immediately started talking after hearing the sound. But unlike Chu Tao, Wang Hao and others, Zhou Cheng was immediately overjoyed when he heard the howling. The howl came from the Corpse King, and Zhou Cheng certainly couldn't hear it wrong. With so many Corpse Kings howling at the same time, it goes without saying that there must be a conflict between the Corpse Kings. Zhou Cheng was still wondering why the Corpse King hadn't fought for so long, but now he finally did. Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng hurriedly came to the nearby window and looked down. As expected by Zhou Cheng, the 4 Corpse Kings below were fighting fiercely at the moment. Their respective groups of corpses were not idle either. They were also fighting each other, and the scene looked extremely chaotic. It turned out to be a fight. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but smile slightly. At this time, Murong Xiao and others also came up. Unlike Zhou Cheng, Murong Xiao and others had never seen such a scene. Holy crap! What's going on? Am I right? Will there be a fight between the Corpse Kings? Horrible! It's so fucking exciting. Looking at the melee downstairs, Murong Xiao and others couldn't help but exclaimed. They really didn't expect that there would be a conflict between zombies. I want to go downstairs to see the excitement. You can do whatever you want. Zhou Cheng greeted everyone, and then ran downstairs. I rely on... Seeing Zhou Cheng's leaving figure, Wang Hao and others quickly followed him. They also want to watch the fun. After all, battles between Corpse Kings are not common. This is simply more exciting than a short movie. Soon, Zhou Cheng came to the 2nd floor of the building. The 2nd floor of the building is probably less than 10 meters from the ground, which is just the right height. Not only is it convenient for Zhou Cheng to observe at close range, but it will also not be affected by both sides of the battle. Later, Zhou Cheng will also be able to act more quickly. After cleaning up the zombies on the 2nd floor, Zhou Cheng found a random room and walked in. This is an office with almost no furnishings except a desk and a sofa. When I came to the window and looked down, I saw that there was already chaos below. Countless zombies are fighting together, and the scene is extremely bloody. It can be called a zombie melee. The most eye-catching among them are the 4 Corpse Kings. The 4 Corpse Kings are covered with sharp teeth, and their mouths are open to reveal sharp fangs. Their 2 claws are also like blades, and they can tear the air with every swing. I have to say that the power of the Corpse King is really strong. I wipe. I'm going to choke you. It's really scary to death. Look, oh my God! Seeing the tragic scene below, Wang Hao and others also took a deep breath and felt even more horrified in their hearts. Zhou Cheng did not speak, but continued to observe. Zhou Cheng had seen this kind of scene so many times that it was not worth making a fuss about. Zhou Cheng waits a little longer, waiting for both the Corpse King to suffer losses, and then he can reap the benefits. These 4 Corpse Kings are all over-level dash, and their strength should not be underestimated. Normally, Zhou Cheng would not dare to confront them head-on, but now, seeing this, the corners of Zhou Cheng's mouth raised slightly, revealing a faint smile. Roar! Roar! Along with the roars of the 4 Corpse Kings, the battle situation became more and more fierce. I have to say that the battle between the 4 Corpse Kings is really shocking. But Zhou Cheng was unmoved at all and still stood quietly. As time went by, the battle downstairs gradually became more intense, and the 4 Corpse Kings were all scarred. Especially one of them. Half of his body was torn to pieces by his opponent, and the other 3 had a hard time, and they were all covered in bruises. Zhou Cheng did not take action because the time had not come yet. Roar! Ow! Hiss! At this time, a shrill scream came from downstairs, and Zhou Cheng saw a Corpse King having his right arm ripped off by his opponent, and bright red blood spilled all over the floor. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the giant palm of the other Corpse King also slapped his opponent away. The opponent was knocked back more than 10 meters in an instant, and his body fell to the street, leaving a big crater and a pool of blood flowing all over the ground. Ha ha ha! It feels so good. It feels so damn good. Looking at the scene in front of them, Wang Hao and others suddenly cheered excitedly. This kind of bloody slaughter scene is really too enjoyable. It is an indescribable enjoyment. It's so cool. It's so exciting. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng finally couldn't hold himself back. He knew the time had come. You can leave now. Now is the time to leave. Zhou Cheng turned around and said to Murong Xiaoxiao and others, "Ah, are you leaving now?" Upon hearing this, Murong Xiaoxiao and others were stunned and seemed quite reluctant to leave. What? You don't want to leave? Seeing the expressions of Wang Hao and others, Zhou Cheng questioned coldly. Upon hearing this, Murong Xiaoxiao and others immediately reacted. They really forgot about themselves and were just enjoying the showdown between the Corpse Kings, completely forgetting that they were in danger. After hearing Zhou Cheng's words, they suddenly realized that now was the best time to escape. Let's go right away. Thinking of this, Murong Xiaoxiao and others quickly replied, "What about you?" Murong Xiaoxiao suddenly looked at Zhou Cheng and asked, "Just take care of yourselves?" Zhou Cheng replied calmly. Hearing this, Murong Xiaoxiao didn't speak anymore, but nodded, and then asked everyone to leave. Soon, the backs of Murong Xiaoxiao and others disappeared from Zhou Cheng's sight. "Elena, get ready. We'll start taking action right away." After Murong Xiaoxiao and others left, Zhou Cheng issued an order to Elena. "Yes, master." Hearing this, Elena nodded immediately. There are too many zombies down there, and Zhou Cheng can't get down at all. The best way is to attack from a distance. Since it is a long-range attack, Elena is the main force. Of course, the range of Zhou Cheng and Skeleton Mage's spells can also be reached. As for Catherine, her mission is to protect Zhou Cheng. "Are you ready?" Zhou Cheng asked after a moment. "Master, get ready." "Okay. The first target is the one with the most serious injury, and the second target is the one with a broken arm." "Do it." Zhou Cheng didn't talk nonsense and took action before he finished speaking. Several flame bombs roared out first, followed closely by various auxiliary skills. Whoosh! Elena took action almost at the same time. One arrow after another shot out of the wind, shooting towards the target with a sharp whistling sound. The 3 skeleton mages were not idle either, and 3 fireballs roared away. Boom! 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 As a series of explosions sounded, all attacks hit their targets. Ow! Roar! Suddenly, the Corpse King let out bursts of painful howls, and its body burned with blazing fire. The Corpse King struggled hard, but unfortunately the fire was too strong, and he couldn't get rid of it. Boom! Boom! take advantage of your illness to kill you. The next second, countless more attacks fell. The wound on the body of this corpse king was deeper, and blood poured out as if it was free. Ow! Ouch! Soon, the corpse king cried out and fell to the ground dead. It had been seriously injured and had no power to resist the repeated blows. At this time, the remaining 3 corpse kings reacted and discovered Zhou Cheng on the second floor. Ow! Ow! Suddenly, the 3 corpse kings rushed forward. Humph! Seeing this, Zhou Cheng snorted coldly. Not panicking at all, he fired spells frequently, aiming directly at the corpse king, who was missing an arm. This corpse king was also seriously injured. In addition to a broken arm, his abdomen was also pierced by his opponent in the previous battle. This time, Zhou Cheng's attack was even more violent than last time. Zhou Cheng wants to grab time and cannot face the 3 corpse kings at the same time. Boom! The forward zombie king was immediately hit by dozens of spells. Ow! The corpse king let out a miserable cry, and his body was dripping with blood. Boom! The next moment, several more spells came, mixed with several bone spears. Bone Spear is the Necromancer's most powerful offensive skill and is extremely powerful. The Bone Spear whizzed out and instantly pierced the corpse king. Roar! Ow! After being hit one after another, the corpse king struggled painfully for a while and finally died. Ow! Ow! At this time, the remaining 2 corpse kings had already rushed forward, their huge palms roaring and slapping Zhou Cheng. At the same time, 2 huge bolts of lightning erupted from their mouths and struck towards Zhou Cheng. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng activated the ice shield technique without hesitation. Boom! The next second, lightning struck Zhou Cheng and the ice shield broke. Zhou Cheng felt a sharp pain coming from him, and his whole body was blown away. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng was fine. Although the ice shield broke, it eventually offset most of the attacks, otherwise it would have killed Zhou Cheng. After surviving the first lightning bolt, there will be a second one. However, Zhou Cheng did not need to carry this lightning. The clay golem was the first to stop in front of Zhou Cheng and used his body to carry the second lightning bolt, and the clay golem was destroyed in ashes. Master, are you all right? Elena also stopped in front of Zhou Cheng in time. Zhou Cheng shook his head, indicating that there was nothing wrong with him, and then climbed up from the ground and immediately summoned the clay golem again. At this time, Catherine was fighting 2 corpse kings through the window. It was said that it was a window, but in fact the wall of the building had been blown to pieces by the furious corpse king, revealing a large space, and half of the corpse king's body could even lean in. Although Catherine was powerful, she couldn't hold off the 2 zombie kings. She could only hold on with all her strength at the moment. This was with the help of 7 zombie warriors. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng summoned the clay golem in time to take some of the pressure off of Catherine. Zhou Cheng was hit by lightning just now, and he is still a little overwhelmed and feels weak. However, he had to grit his teeth and persevere. Now the 2 corpse kings had clearly mastered lightning skills. The interval between lightning skills is 10 minutes. Zhou Cheng doesn't want to suffer them again and must deal with them within 10 minutes. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng immediately joined the battle group. Elena, attack the left side, Zhou Cheng said to Elena while fighting. Elena nodded, then opened her bow and fired arrows again, focusing on the corpse king on the left. Ow! Ow! Soon, the corpse king was unable to bear the continuous blows from Zhou Cheng and Elena. Seeing that the situation was not going well, the corpse king let out a painful howl, turned around, and was about to retreat. But how could Zhou Cheng give it a chance? Several flame bombs mixed with bone spears roared in again. The next second, the corpse king fell to the ground, completely dead. Call! Seeing this, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then aimed at the last corpse king. Boom! Boom! After a series of attacks, the corpse king was quickly killed. Killing 4 corpse kings in a row consumes a lot of money for Zhou Cheng. At this moment, Zhou Cheng's face was pale, and he looked very weak. Elena and Catherine were also panting from exhaustion. But it's not time to rest yet because there is still a large number of zombies below. These are all experiences, and Zhou Cheng absolutely cannot let them go. Let's go down, Zhou Cheng immediately ordered. Boom! The clay golem jumped out of the window first, followed closely by the 7 skeleton warriors. Later, Zhou Cheng and Elena also jumped down. As soon as the 3 of them got off the ground, zombies immediately surrounded them. But this is exactly what Zhou Cheng hopes. Without the Corpse King leading the team and with his back against the wall, no matter how many zombies there were, they would not pose a threat to Zhou Cheng. And unlike other professions, the greatest advantage of the Necromancer is that it can continue to fight for a long time. It doesn't take much mana to summon the younger brother. As long as the mana is endless, it can be replenished endlessly. Therefore, Zhou Cheng is not afraid of these zombies at all and wishes to have as many as possible. After killing 4 Corpse Kings in a row, Zhou Cheng was just a little short of being able to level up. Now he was in urgent need of a lot of experience. Whoosh! Whoosh! The battle continued. Zhou Cheng held the staff and poured out auxiliary spells one after another, adding negative status to the surrounding zombies and reducing the pressure on the younger brothers. Elena and Catherine will also turn on various halos from time to time to bless their brothers in various states. One goes off the other. Facing the zombie brothers is like chopping melons and vegetables. There is no difficulty at all. Half an hour later, Zhou Cheng was promoted to level 26 as he wished. There are no newly opened skills in this upgrade, and the increase in strength is limited. But the meal must be eaten one bite at a time. The upgraded Zhou Cheng was equivalent to being resurrected with full health, and then Zhou Cheng also showed great power. In the end, after spending more than 3 hours, Zhou Cheng finally eliminated all the zombies. Looking at it at this moment, the whole street looked like a slaughterhouse, with piles of corpses piled up into mountains, broken limbs and arms everywhere, and blood flowing everywhere under the feet. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhou Cheng sighed. It's really not easy for me. Sighing, Zhou Cheng then glanced at the building opposite intentionally or unintentionally. Of course, there is a reason for looking at the building opposite, because there are people on the roof of that building. Of course, Zhou Cheng also knew who was on the roof, and there was no one else but Murong Xiao. Zhou Cheng's guess was correct. Murong Xiao and others were on top of the building opposite. They did not go far after leaving, but came to this building to rest. They also witnessed the entire battle between Zhou Cheng and the Corpse King. Tisk TSK, you are worthy of a master. You are really strong. Wang Hao looked at the battlefield and praised. Yes, it would be great if I could have this strength. Chen Wenlong agreed. It's just you? Go ahead and have your big-headed dream. Wang Hao chuckled. You? Chen Wenlong glared at Wang Hao, but did not refute. Wang Hao was right. He was absolutely inferior to Zhou Cheng, and he would never even think about it in this life. Damn, what's so big about it? If nothing else, our Xiao will definitely be better than him in the future. Chu Tao flattered him at the right time. What are you talking about? How can I compare with him? Murong Xiao glared at Chu Tao angrily. Okay, stop talking so much. Go downstairs and have a rest. We will leave tomorrow morning, Murong Xiao then said. Okay. Chu Tao touched the tip of his nose and agreed angrily. Wang Hao shrugged and followed downstairs. Here, Zhou Cheng spent more than 2 hours cleaning the battlefield. There was nothing we could do about it. There were too many zombies, and it was too difficult to pick up the crystal cores. In the end, Zhou Cheng only picked up a few, and at least -% were left behind. A total of more than 1,000 crystal cores were harvested, plus 4 crystal cores left by the Corpse King. Since it was getting dark, the remaining Zhou Cheng had to give up temporarily and prepare to take time to pick it up tomorrow. Returning to the RV, Zhou Cheng and the other 2 hurriedly washed up and then cooked and ate. There is limited water in the RV, so taking a shower is impossible, so you can only simply wipe yourself down. Today's dinner is hot pot, and it's beef hot pot. After relying on energy bars for 2 consecutive days, Zhou Cheng always felt as if his stomach was empty, as if he wasn't full. Although the beef hot pot tastes just average, it is at least much better than energy bars. Soon, the 3 of them devoured their dinner. After eating and drinking, the next step is to go to bed. The bed in the RV was big and comfortable, and since they hadn't had much rest in the past 2 days, the three of them fell asleep quickly after lying down. Silent all night. The next day, early morning, Zhou Cheng woke up early and had an in-depth exchange with the two girls before getting out of bed feeling refreshed. The moment I opened the car door, the cold wind immediately hit me. Feeling the cold air, Zhou Cheng felt refreshed. Now he is level 26, only 4 levels away from level dash. Once he reaches level dash and turns on the storage function, he could take Elena and Catherine away and wander around the world. It's quite a romantic thing to think about. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but grin, showing his white teeth. Master, what are you laughing at? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Forehead. Hearing this, Zhou Cheng was startled for a moment, and then he realized that Catherine had arrived beside him at some point. Nothing? Zhou Cheng smiled awkwardly. After breakfast, Zhou Cheng spent more than an hour picking up the remaining crystal cores from yesterday, and then drove away. Yesterday, Zhou Cheng killed 4 Corpse Kings in total, and 3 more Corpse Kings left early. These 3 Corpse Kings must be nearby, and Zhou Cheng wants to find them and get rid of them. In addition, the secret realm discovered by Murong Xiao is also Zhou Cheng's next target. This secret place is on another street next door, not far away. The secret realm is extremely dangerous. This is something everyone knew in the previous life. But nothing is absolute, and there are always a small number of secret realms that are relatively less dangerous. For example, the one discovered by Murong Xiao and the others. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for them to escape and ascend to heaven. They can all escape, and with Zhou Cheng's strength there will definitely be no problem. Zhou Cheng also asked them about the situation inside. According to Murong Xiao, there were lizard people in the secret realm. I don't know exactly how many there were, but they only encountered 5 at that time, and their level was probably less than 15. Under such circumstances, Zhou Cheng was no longer afraid. Afterwards, Zhou Cheng drove while searching for the whereabouts of the Corpse King. The Corpse King is not difficult to find. As long as you look where there are zombies or there are very few zombies, you will be able to find them 9 times out of 10. Any group of corpses gathered together must be the Zombie King's younger brother, and the same reason applies to the fact that there are very few zombies. This means that all nearby zombies have been recruited by the Corpse King, and the Corpse King must be nearby. Soon, Zhou Cheng found a Corpse King. This Corpse King is huge, about 6 meters tall. When Zhou Cheng found it, it was standing in the middle of the road, surrounded by a circle of younger brothers. Nowadays, zombie kings are generally at level dash, and level dash zombies can already cause effective damage to RVs. After discovering the Corpse King, Zhou Cheng stopped the car far away and walked towards the Corpse King. The Corpse King noticed Zhou Cheng's arrival and immediately howled. Roar! As the Corpse King roared, the younger brothers from all around rushed forward. The strength of these juniors is generally around level dash, although there are some zombie generals and zombie warriors around level dash. But in Zhou Cheng's eyes, they were nothing, not even qualified to tickle him. In less than 3 to 10 minutes, hundreds of zombies were killed, including the Zombie King just now. A Corpse King, with Zhou Cheng's current strength, it is impossible to take a fancy to him. After cleaning the battlefield, Zhou Cheng quickly drove away and looked for the next target. As the search progressed, time came unknowingly to night. Zhou Cheng had been looking for the Corpse King throughout the day and then killed him. By the evening, a total of 4 zombies had been killed, and the experience level had reached level 26 with 70%. Zhou Cheng is quite satisfied with this speed and is expected to complete the task ahead of schedule. At dinner time, Zhou Cheng and the 3 of them sat around the dinner table. While eating, Zhou Cheng told Catherine and Elena about the characteristics of foreign creatures. The 2 of them have never encountered any foreign creatures until now. Tomorrow, Zhou Cheng will explore the secret realm, where he will encounter lizard people. Zhou Cheng felt that it was necessary to educate them on science so that they could be safer after entering the secret realm. Catherine and Elena also listened very carefully to Zhou Cheng's explanation. They were born to fight, and it was their duty to understand their opponents. After dinner, Zhou Cheng continued to explain it in detail to the two of them. He didn't lie down to rest until they confirmed that they understood. Early the next morning, Zhou Cheng got up, washed up, and drove away, preparing to explore the secret place. The secret place was on the street next door, and Zhou Cheng arrived successfully in less than half an hour. From so far away, Zhou Cheng could see the portal emitting dazzling white light. This portal is almost 3 meters high, has an oval shape as a whole, and is shining with bright white light. The portal is the entrance to the secret realm. As long as you pass through the portal, you can enter the secret realm. There are large and small secret realms. The large ones cover hundreds of square kilometers, while the small ones only cover a few square kilometers. It contains various treasures. Of course, these treasures won't be some heaven-defying artifacts, just things that are useful to professionals. For example, professional equipment, various crystal stones, experience, etc. The so-called treasure is just a name. Because of this, secret realms are still very attractive to professionals. After all, these treasures can greatly improve the strength of professionals. Of course, Zhou Cheng came here for these treasures. But there are not only treasures in the secret realm, but also alien creatures. It is these alien creatures that make many professionals shy away from the secret realm. The reason is that it is still too dangerous, and its level of danger is no less than visiting the nest of alien creatures. In his previous life, Zhou Cheng only explored the secret realm twice. One of them was a joint operation with other senior professionals, and the other was an independent operation. The two endings were not very good. Zhou Cheng completely escaped death when he acted alone. The joint operation was relatively safe, but in the end there was a fight over the division of the spoils, and Zhou Cheng was also injured in the melee. Both explorations left a deep shadow on Zhou Cheng. From then on, Zhou Cheng never explored the secret realm again. But this time was different. Based on the experiences and narratives of Murong Xiaoxiao and others, Zhou Cheng believed that he could handle it. There are indeed a very small number of secret realms that are extremely dangerous. This was also known to everyone in the previous life. The secret realm in front of him is one of them. Otherwise, Zhou Cheng would not take this risk. After looking at it from a distance for a while, Zhou Cheng got out of the car and came closer. As soon as I got closer, I could feel a strange wave coming from the secret realm. Master, is this the secret realm? Elena looked at the portal curiously and asked. Well, this is the entrance. Go through and you will find the secret realm. Zhou Cheng nodded. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in quickly. Catherine was obviously eager to give it a try. Well, let's go in. Zhou Cheng nodded and then led Elena and Catherine into the portal. As soon as he entered the secret realm, Zhou Cheng felt dizzy. This dizziness didn't last long before disappearing, and his vision gradually adapted to the environment in the secret realm. This is a desert, surrounded by yellow sand and nothing else. The sand also dried up and turned dark brown, like boiling black water. Not far away, Zhou Cheng saw a huge pyramid. The huge pyramid was made of metal and was covered with cracks, as if there were many spider webs. There are 4 other small pyramids at the 4 corners of the desert, east, west, north, and south. The 4 pyramids are also somewhat damaged, but they are all still intact. Our target is those pyramids. Let's start with these small pyramids. After observing it, Zhou Cheng pointed to one of the small pyramids and said to the 2 girls, Yes. Elena and Catherine nodded immediately after hearing this. Remember, you must always be vigilant, although you may encounter foreign creatures here. Zhou Cheng summoned a group of younger brothers and continued to give instructions to the 2 of them. Yes, Master, we understand. Zhou Cheng didn't say anything else, and then took Catherine and the 2 of them to the small pyramid on the left. The internal layout of all secret realms, regardless of size, is basically the same. The treasure only exists in the 4 corners and the central pyramid, and Zhou Cheng certainly understands this. One of these 4 small pyramids is empty, and the treasure inside has been obtained by Murong Xiaoxiao and the others, and this treasure is the kyanite. But Zhou Cheng couldn't tell which one was empty at the moment, so he could only explore them one by one. Fortunately, this secret realm is not big, only about 10 square kilometers. If it were hundreds or even thousands of square kilometers, then Zhou Cheng might not have to walk for 10 days and a half. At first, everything was normal, and Zhou Cheng did not encounter any foreign creatures. Only the yellow sand under his feet was a little obstructive. "Master, there seems to be a situation ahead." But at this moment, Elena suddenly stopped and shouted. Hearing this, Zhou Cheng quickly calmed down and looked towards where Elena was speaking. Sure enough, there was a huge sand dune ahead, and 2 lizard men were entrenched there. These 2 lizard men seemed to be quite strong, with very strong auras, and are probably at level 15. It was obviously stronger than the ones Zhou Cheng encountered at the beginning of his last days. When the 2 lizard men saw the arrival of Zhou Cheng and others, they immediately showed a fierce look. The hair on his body stood on end, and his mouth opened to reveal sharp teeth. "Roar!" The next moment, the 2 lizard men let out a low roar, and then rushed towards Zhou Cheng as fast as the wind. "Court death!" Seeing this, Zhou Cheng just snorted and didn't even move at all. Of course, Zhou Cheng didn't need to move. There was no need for Zhou Cheng to take action against the 2 lizard men. A group of younger brothers had already stepped forward to greet them. Although these 2 lizard men are quite powerful, Zhou Cheng's younger brother is not bad either. A group of young men swarmed up and drowned the 2 lizard men in an instant, and were killed instantly. Elena and Catherine didn't even have time to take action. "Elena, see if there are any fallen crystals?" After the 2 lizards died, Zhou Cheng smiled and ordered Elena. "Foreign creatures have a chance to drop spar after death. The spar can be used to unlock the intelligence of mercenaries, and Zhou Cheng will certainly not let it go." Soon, Elena found 2 thumb-sized, crystal-clear crystal cores from the lizard man. "Master, the crystal core has been found." Elena happily returned to Zhou Cheng with the crystal core. "Ah, what are you doing for me?" "You and Catherine can share 1 piece each," Zhou Cheng said with a smile. "Well, thank you, Master." Upon hearing this, Elena and Catherine immediately beamed with joy. Half an hour later, Zhou Cheng arrived at the first pyramid. The pyramid is 20 meters high, and its surface is covered with a thick layer of dust, making it look a bit shabby. There is a door 3 meters high and 2 meters wide directly below. Through this door, you can enter the interior of the pyramid, and the treasure is in its inner hall. Zhou Cheng ordered a group of young men to go in and explore the way. After learning that it was safe, they went in. Through a corridor about 10 meters long and 1 meter wide, Zhou Cheng quickly arrived inside the pyramid. There is a hall inside, which is not large, only about 70 or 80 square meters. There are various murals carved on the surrounding walls. Because of its age, the content of the mural has long been unclear. There is a long case in the center of the hall. There is a box on the long case. The box is engraved with complex runes and emits a faint light. When he came closer, Zhou Cheng lowered his head and saw a fist-sized red crystal stone placed in the box. This red crystal stone is emitting a dazzling light, illuminating the hall extremely brightly. "Is this a ruby stone?" Looking at the crystal, Zhou Cheng suddenly smiled. Red spar and kyanite are both rare and good things. Red crystals can increase professional skill points. Although 1 red crystal can only increase 1 point, it is already very good. Not bad. Looking at the red crystal in his hand, Zhou Cheng nodded with satisfaction, then put it away and turned around to leave. There is only 1 treasure in each small pyramid. After harvesting the red crystal stone, there will naturally be no other treasures. Zhou Cheng does not have to worry about missing anything. After walking out of the pyramid, Zhou Cheng continued to walk towards the next goal. The second pyramid is empty. Needless to say, it must be the one that Murong Xiao and the others discovered. From the third pyramid, Zhou Cheng received a silver-quality ring with quite good attributes. But unfortunately, this is a druid's equipment, and neither Zhou Cheng nor Catherine can equip it. At the fourth pyramid, Zhou Cheng once again received a piece of equipment. This was a bronze-quality short bow, which was just right for Elena to equip. Elena and Catherine still have the initial equipment, so the appearance of this short bow is considered timely. After exploring the 4 small pyramids, the next step is the large pyramid in the center. But after that, things were not so peaceful along the way. Zhou Cheng was constantly harassed by lizard men along the way. Fortunately, the number was not very large, and they did not pose much of a threat to Zhou Cheng. After killing more than a dozen lizard men in succession, Zhou Cheng successfully arrived in front of the Great Pyramid. This pyramid is -meters high. Its entire body is red, and its surface is engraved with strange runes. It looks quite mysterious. In front of the Great Pyramid, more than a dozen lizard men were guarding the place. When they saw Zhou Cheng and others approaching, they howled immediately. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but snorted coldly. Zhou Cheng was not surprised at all by the appearance of these lizard men. Because every secret realm is like this, the central pyramid is guarded by alien creatures. Although there are many lizard men in front of them, their levels are far different from Zhou Cheng. Of course, this is because Zhou Cheng is relatively lucky, and this secret realm is a special case. Otherwise, what would appear in front of us would not be a dozen, but hundreds or even thousands. Roar! Roar! Seeing that Zhou Cheng had no intention of backing down, a dozen lizard men roared angrily and then rushed towards Zhou Cheng. Humph! You are really looking for death. Take action, Zhou Cheng ordered coldly. Yes, master. The 2 daughters, Elena and Catherine, immediately took the order after hearing this. Whoosh! The next moment, the 2 women took action at the same time, one holding a sword and the other holding a bow. At the same time, Zhou Cheng's younger brothers did not show weakness and killed the lizard man. A scuffle broke out in an instant. Obviously, a dozen lizard men were no match for Zhou Cheng. Faced with Zhou Cheng's siege, they were all killed in less than 5 minutes. Not only that, Elena and Catherine also harvested more than a dozen crystal stones. After killing all the lizard guards, Zhou Cheng entered the interior of the pyramid. All pyramids are similar internally. The only difference is their size. There is also a long case placed in the hall, with a box also placed on it. Zhou Cheng stepped forward and saw that the box contained a crystal skull. The skull is the size of a palm and is made entirely of unknown jade. It looks extremely delicate. It's just that the skeleton is covered with cracks and looks like it's been damaged. On the back of the skull, there is a row of sharp bone spurs which look like a pair of wings. Looking at the skeleton in front of him, Zhou Cheng was somewhat surprised. Zhou Cheng has been living in the apocalypse for 10 years, and he thinks there is nothing he can't recognize. But Zhou Cheng has never seen this skeleton before. What the hell is this? Could it be? Thinking in his mind, Zhou Cheng's eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that the skeleton is a specially summoned creature? This speculation once made Zhou Cheng excited. In the last life, a lucky person got a special summon, which was a giant wolf with extremely terrifying strength. Although Zhou Cheng has never seen it, he has heard of it. If the skeleton is really a special summon, then Zhou Cheng will make a lot of money. Zhou Cheng didn't know much about special summons, and his limited knowledge came from rumors. Zhou Cheng only knew that special summons were different from ordinary summons. It is true that they are summoned objects, but they all have their own intelligence and thinking, rather than having no intelligence at all like the skeleton warriors. Somewhat similar to mercenaries, but different from mercenaries. They often exist in the form of animals and are more powerful. It can be said without mercy that every special summoned object is an extremely powerful existence. Being able to get a special summon is undoubtedly an extra trump card for Zhou Cheng. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng immediately cut his finger. Whether it is a special summoned object or not, you only need to shed blood to identify its owner. All special summons require a drop of blood to identify their owner, which is what Zhou Cheng heard. As a drop of blood fell on the skull's head, Zhou Cheng immediately felt that the skeleton actually let out a low roar. Afterwards, Zhou Cheng felt dizzy, and then a piece of information poured into his mind. Special summon creature, white jade skeleton, elementary. Level 0. Status, severely weak, in urgent need of recovery. Skills, bloodthirsty fury, bite, charge, and flying. Special skills, furious flame, upgradable. Frost ray, upgradable. Haha, it is indeed a special summon. It actually comes with 2 innate skills, and they are also upgradable. After getting the information, Zhou Cheng immediately laughed. Master, are you okay? Seeing Zhou Cheng suddenly laughing wildly, Elena asked doubtfully. Oh, I'm fine. Zhou Cheng smiled and waved his hand, and then bled again. The white jade skeleton is now in a severely weak state. If you want it to recover, you must continue to feed it with blood. Just feed blood. A little blood is nothing. As a drop of blood quickly fell on the head of the white jade skull, the original cracks on the jade skull healed almost at a speed visible to the naked eye, and eventually disappeared without a trace. Boom! The next second, a huge aura emanated from the white jade skeleton, and a ball of red light also spat out from its mouth, instantly illuminating the hall. Ow! As a loud roar sounded, runes lit up on the white jade skeleton and quickly spread to the whole body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The white jade skeleton made a sharp, neighing sound again, and then fell from Zhou Cheng's palm. Immediately, a white skeleton suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Cheng. This white jade skeleton is 3 meters tall, and its entire body is crystal clear, as if it were made of beautiful jade. A pair of white wings on his back shone with a cold light, and a white jade sword hung on his waist. The moment the white jade skeleton appeared, a huge sense of oppression suddenly filled the entire hall. Even Zhou Cheng felt the pressure from this power. This made Zhou Cheng couldn't help but sigh. The special summons were indeed extremely powerful. Master, this guy is very dangerous. Looking at the white jade skeleton, Irina and I suddenly felt wary. Well, don't worry, it's one of our own. Zhou Cheng smiled and waved his hand. Sure enough, after the white jade skeleton appeared, it first roared and then slowly knelt down on the ground and swore surrender to Zhou Cheng. It was also at this time that Zhou Cheng discovered that this white jade skeleton actually had wings. Can you fly? So awesome. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but clicked his tongue. Just as Zhou Cheng was sighing, he once again received the message from the white jade skeleton in his mind. There are 2 messages. One is surrender, and the other is that it is eager to get more blood. It seems you are thirsty for blood. It's easy to say. Of course this requirement must be met. Zhou Cheng laughed loudly, then took out a dagger and slashed his wrist, and continued to feed the white jade skeleton. As drops of blood continued to fall on the head of the white jade skull. Soon, the white jade skeleton became larger and larger, and its height increased from 3 meters to 4 meters. At the same time as the body shape changes, more runes appear outside the body of the white jade skeleton. These runes are constantly flowing and look extremely mysterious. After adding about 200 milliliters of blood, the white jade skeleton was finally full, and Zhou Cheng then stopped feeding. Zhou Cheng was not idle during the feeding process and kept communicating with it. Eventually, Zhou Cheng learned that this guy needed to be fed blood every 7 days. Otherwise, he would revert to his original form. As for its strength, Zhou Cheng also had a general understanding. The special creature is indeed extraordinary, and its current strength is enough to compete with Catherine. And its current level is only level 0, and its strength will only become stronger as the level increases. The bad thing is that its current state is far from being restored, and it still needs further training, so it will not be able to participate in battles in a short period of time. Zhou Cheng didn't care about this, and Zhou Cheng didn't lack helpers now. The white jade skeleton quickly fell into a deep sleep after eating, and its body once again transformed into the size of a palm. Zhou Cheng put it away properly, then turned around and left. Half an hour later, Zhou Cheng left the secret realm through the portal. The moment he walked out of the portal, Zhou Cheng felt his experience increase significantly. The level was raised to level 27 by 50%, which was a full level higher than before entering the secret realm. This is the benefit of exploring the secret realm. Once professionals complete the exploration of the secret realm, they will receive various rewards, most of which are experience. Although Zhou Cheng didn't know where the reward came from, whoever it was always a good thing to have benefits. Unfortunately, This exploration is just a special case. Next time, even if a secret realm is placed in front of Zhou Cheng won't even look at it. Zombies all over the mountains and fields may be easy to deal with, but if they are alien creatures all over the mountains and fields, forget it. Zhou Cheng was not willing to lose his life. After all, this was no joke. With joy, Zhou Cheng returned to the RV. Shortly after Zhou Cheng left, the portal gradually disappeared. After the secret realm has been explored, there is naturally no need to exist, and it is reasonable for it to disappear. After returning to the RV, after a brief wash, Elena and the two were busy preparing dinner. Zhou Cheng took out the skeleton, then wrapped it with a red rope and hung it around his neck. This white jade skeleton will be Zhou Cheng's biggest killer weapon in the future. It cannot be lost and must be kept properly. After dinner, Zhou Cheng went to rest early. Zhou Cheng woke up the next morning feeling full of energy. Today's mission is still to find the whereabouts of the Corpse King. Currently, he is still 2.5 levels away from level dash, and Zhou Cheng's mood is even more urgent. I walked around the nearby streets and found nothing. No wonder. Most of the Corpse Kings nearby were killed by Zhou Cheng. In desperation, Zhou Cheng had to change places. Then we came to Shuaicheng Nanning Community, which is located by the lake in the south of the city. The reason why I came here is because Zhou Cheng's home is here and he is familiar with it. In addition, Zhou Cheng also wanted to go home and have a look. In his last life, when the apocalypse broke out, Zhou Cheng spent time here, and now he still feels nostalgic when he thinks about it. It was already noon when Zhou Cheng came to the community. The community was very quiet, and no zombies were seen. After parking the car, Zhou Cheng looked around. Everything I saw seemed so familiar. But now, shaking his head, Zhou Cheng then got out of the car and walked toward the villa area. Zhou Cheng's home is in the villa area, and the villa where he lives is located in the innermost part of the villa area, next to the lake. Thanks to this lake, Zhou Cheng was able to survive back then. After being discovered by zombies several times, Zhou Cheng finally ran to the lake to escape. Otherwise, Zhou Cheng would have died long ago. Soon, Zhou Cheng came to his villa. After clearing away a few zombies at the other door, Zhou Cheng opened the door and walked in. Coming to the living room, Zhou Cheng looked around. Everything is still the same as before. Not much has changed, except for a thick layer of dust. It's normal that there are no changes. After all, it's only been more than 2 months since he was reborn. After brushing off the dust on the sofa, Zhou Cheng sat on the sofa and closed his eyes to experience the previous feeling. After about a few minutes, Zhou Cheng got up and walked straight upstairs. When he came to the bedroom and looked at the empty room, Zhou Cheng was filled with emotion. I never thought I would come back. What a fate! With a sigh, Zhou Cheng turned around and went downstairs. After looking at his former home, Zhou Cheng also made some thoughts. What he should consider now is to find the Corpse King. After leaving the villa, Zhou Cheng returned along the original road. As a result, as soon as I walked out of the villa area, I saw a few sneaky people surrounding the RV. These were 4 men, ranging in age from 20 to 40. They were all wearing thick cotton clothes that were already dirty. The 4 people held various weapons in their hands, and they were all obviously professionals. This is not surprising. The living environment in the south of the city is definitely not good. Zombies are everywhere. Only professionals can survive in the harsh environment in the south of the city. The reason why they were interested in RVs was obviously because they were looking for survival supplies. Kill them. After giving a cold look, Zhou Cheng immediately gave instructions to Elena. Zhou Cheng is not a good person. These people dare to take advantage of his RV. Are they looking for death? Zhou Cheng would never be lenient when dealing with his enemies. After receiving Zhou Cheng's order, Elena immediately bent her bow and shot an arrow without saying a word. And many more. Just when the bow and arrow were about to leave the string, Zhou Cheng suddenly stopped Elena's movements. Although Elena was a little confused, she still took back her bow and arrow obediently. Of course, there was a reason why Zhou Cheng changed his mind, because he saw an acquaintance. And this acquaintance was none other than his old classmate Su Weidong. Zhou Cheng and Su Weidong were classmates for 6 years, from junior high school to high school. The two have always had a good relationship. Zhou Cheng asked him to help renovate his house before. Seeing that he was still alive, Zhou Cheng was surprised and very excited. Su Weidong, Zhou Cheng shouted to several people. Several people turned around after hearing the sound, only to find Zhou Cheng not far away. Surprised, several people immediately became vigilant. Zhou Cheng, it's you. Why are you here? The next moment, Su Weidong pointed at Zhou Cheng and exclaimed. Su Weidong's exclamation made the other three people stunned. Of course, they didn't know Zhou Cheng, and they didn't expect that the boss would meet an acquaintance. Why can't I be here? What are you doing sneaking around my RV? It's not a bad idea, is it? Zhou Cheng asked with a smile. Holy crap, this is your RV. How did I know? Su Weidong waved his hands awkwardly when he heard this, then turned around and said to the other three people, You three go back first. The three people looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, nodded, and then quietly retreated. I'll go and become the boss. Zhou Cheng joked immediately upon seeing this. TCH, there is no boss. It's just organizing a few people to protect themselves. Su Weidong explained with a smile. Zhou Cheng nodded when he heard the words and didn't bother with these anymore. There are too many such spontaneous small groups in the apocalypse. Are you a professional now? How are you doing? Zhou Cheng asked with a smile as he came closer. Well, I naturally awakened on the second day of the apocalypse, and I'm still a silver quality, and my profession is a warrior. Really? Silver quality? Are you lucky? Zhou Cheng was shocked when he heard this, and then congratulated with a smile. Silver professionals are rare, so Zhou Cheng had to lament Su Weidong's good luck. Hey, congratulations or not, that's all. You also know that the south of the city is not a safe zone. Zombies are everywhere. You might end up in trouble one day. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, even if I wake up, I wouldn't be alive now. Su Weidong waved his hand. Thanks to me? Why? Zhou Cheng asked in confusion. Of course, if you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have prepared the supplies in advance. Who would have thought that the preparations were really not in vain? Su Weidong replied with a smile. When Zhou Cheng heard this, he immediately understood that this was what happened. Okay, stop talking nonsense. It's not easy to live. Come home with me. Let's have a good time together. Su Weidong patted Zhou Cheng's shoulder enthusiastically. Zhou Cheng smiled slightly, but did not refuse, and then followed Su Weidong upstairs. Like Zhou Cheng, Su Weidong also lives on the top floor. As the safe roof building in the apocalypse is of course the safest, he must have been inspired by Zhou Cheng. When we got to the top floor, the entire corridor was like a shabby market, with all kinds of useful and useless things piled everywhere. As a small settlement, there are many survivors here. There are dozens of people in front of you. When these people saw Su Weidong, they immediately nodded and bowed. Needless to say, they relied on Su Weidong for survival. As the boss, Su Weidong's house is of course the biggest and best. Pushing the door open, the room is quite warm with a wood stove. The facilities are also quite complete, and there is no shortage of everything you should have. In addition, there were several good-looking women in the house, all in good shape and appearance. However, Su Weidong didn't take the initiative to introduce him, and Zhou Cheng didn't ask. It's not a problem to raise several women. Zhou Cheng had a harem of not only dash but also dash. This is the end times. Don't be stunned. Hurry up and cook. Remember to cook more dishes. As soon as he entered the room, Su Weidong immediately gave instructions to several women. Su Weidong then asked Zhou Cheng to sit down and began to boil water to make tea. Not long after, a pot of hot tea was ready. You kid is amazing now. You are living so comfortably. Zhou Cheng joked while sipping tea. He said, you better stop laughing at me. What am I doing? Mr. Liu across the street is living a comfortable life. I'm just making a small fuss. Su Weidong said with emotion. Boss Liu, are there other survivors nearby? Zhou Cheng suddenly became interested. Of course there are, and there are quite a few, especially Boss Liu. He is much more powerful than me. Su Weidong smiled bitterly. What? He bullied you? Zhou Cheng asked immediately upon seeing this. Bullying is for sure, but I'm not afraid of him either. One-on-one, He can't beat me. It's just that his younger brother is more powerful than me, so I think he's evenly matched. In addition to competing for supplies, we generally keep our distance. Oh, Zhou Cheng nodded. What's your current level? Level 23. Not bad. Zhou Cheng was shocked when he heard Su Weidong's rank. For now, level 23 is definitely considered a master. It's okay. I was forced to do this. If you don't work hard to upgrade, you will only die. What about you? What's your situation now, and what level are you at? Su Weidong smiled bitterly. My level is one level higher than yours, and my profession is the Necromancer. As for quality, it's also silver. Of course, Zhou Cheng would not reveal that he was of golden quality, not even to an old classmate. The quality of silver is pretty good, neither high nor low. Fuck. You are so awesome. Sure enough, even if it was silver quality, Su Weidong was in disbelief after hearing it. Su Weidong is not a novice who doesn't understand anything now. It is clear how precious the quality of silver is. What the hell? I'm just as lucky as you. Zhou Cheng waved his hand, pretending not to care. I'll go, isn't this awesome? It's just silver, the level is higher than mine. Su Weidong said dejectedly. Su Weidong thought he had worked very hard, but he was still one level behind Zhou Cheng. What the hell? I'm not forced like you. It's not like you don't know that the west side of the city where I live is not a safe zone either. How could I survive until now if I didn't work hard? Zhou Cheng said, pretending to be helpless. Well, that's right, we two brothers are pretty much the same. Su Weidong nodded in agreement. Hey, let's not talk about this anymore. By the way, what are you doing here this time? Why did you suddenly run from the west of the city to the south? Su Weidong suddenly asked. I'm going home to get something that my father left behind. Zhou Cheng casually found a reason. Oh, I forgot that your family lives here. Hearing this, Su Weidong suddenly remembered this. Where is your son? I remember he is also a professional. Zhou Cheng deliberately changed the subject. Hey, don't mention it, it's not because of that. He just had a problem with me. When he got angry, he moved downstairs with his mother. Su Weidong glanced at the women in the room and said sheepishly. When Zhou Cheng saw this, he immediately understood what was going on. This means that there is a harem, so the main palace is not willing. You don't have to worry, as long as your wife and children are here. Zhou Cheng comforted with a smile. Well, I thought so too. The two chatted for a while, and the food in the kitchen was ready. Su Weidong then invited Zhou Cheng to eat. During the meal, it was just Su Weidong and Zhou Cheng. The meal was quite sumptuous, with 5 or 6 dishes, as well as wine and meat. It was obvious that Su Weidong had a pretty good life as a child. After dinner, Su Weidong chatted with Zhou Cheng for a long time, and Zhou Cheng then prepared to leave. Su Weidong didn't try to persuade him to stay. He was still the boss after all, and he still had a lot of things waiting for him. And he also knew that even if he tried to save Zhou Cheng, he wouldn't be able to stay. As an old classmate, he knew Zhou Cheng's character very well. Time passed, and 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. By this time, Zhou Cheng had already left the villa area and moved to another area in the south of the city. Most of the corpse kings near the villa area were killed by Zhou Cheng, and Zhou Cheng was promoted by half a level when he left. And this new area has been almost cleaned up by Zhou Cheng, and it is about to change again. Fortunately, the south of the city is very large, so there is no need to worry about not having a target. The only trouble is that there are not many supplies, so we can only last for 10 days at most. It is really difficult to reach level 29 in 10 days. After all, Zhou Cheng is not yet level dash. Zhou Cheng didn't want to run back again for supplies. That wasn't troublesome enough. Therefore, Zhou Cheng planned to search for some supplies nearby, as there were many supermarkets nearby. Although food has a shelf life, there is basically no chance of it going bad as the temperature is always below 0. Having made up his mind, Zhou Cheng did not hesitate and went straight to a large supermarket in the south of the city. This supermarket is called Joy Supermarket. It is one of the largest supermarkets in the south of the city and has a complete range of goods. Zhou Cheng often shopped here before and knew a lot about supermarkets. Soon, Zhou Cheng drove to the vicinity of the supermarket. But when Zhou Cheng arrived near the supermarket, he suddenly discovered that someone had arrived one step ahead of him. And not just one person, but a group of more than 20 people. This group of people seemed to have just arrived as they were getting out of several trucks. It was obvious that this group of people was also heading for the supermarket. Zhou Cheng then parked the car on the side of the road and observed carefully. Zhou Cheng was not surprised that this situation occurred. Searching for supplies is something every survivor will do in the apocalypse. Zhou Cheng noticed that most of these people were professionals, but their levels were not high. The leader was a burly man, about 1.9 meters tall, with dark skin. It looks like a black bear, with a strong smell all over its body. The strong man carried a heavy sword with him, which weighed an estimated 20 kilograms and was 1 meter long. The heavy sword is also inlaid with a gemstone, which emits a soft light. TSK, this guy is really willing to exchange equipment for free? Zhou Cheng couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. The heavy sword in the hands of the strong man looks quite good. At least it is a piece of bronze-quality equipment, and the experience required to redeem it must not be less. And since he is equipped with a heavy sword, his profession is either a paladin or a barbarian. Warriors can also be equipped with heavy swords, but it is unlikely that a strong man will be a warrior. Zhou Cheng guessed that he was probably a barbarian. Looking more closely, Zhou Cheng found that the strong man's level was not low, at least level dash and above. Thinking about it, this is normal. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to show up blatantly. The zombies in the south of the city are not vegetarians. Seeing this group of people walking into the supermarket, Zhou Cheng was not in a hurry. The supermarket is so big, and with a dozen or 20 people and a few trucks, they can't move it all in 10 days. What's more, this group of people is even more anxious for fear of accidentally attracting the Corpse King and the Corpse Group. Sure enough, after a while, the group of people hurriedly pushed the cart out. There were various supplies piled in the car, mostly food. Haha, there are so many things, it looks like we can have a good meal tonight. The strong man stood beside the car and laughed. Well, it's just a pity that we can't move too much in this trip. A thin man next to him nodded. It doesn't matter. We will come again tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Anyway, there's no one else around here except us. Hearing these words, the strong black bear man narrowed his eyes and said proudly, "That's what Boss Lu said. Boss is wise." The younger brothers around him all agreed. "Okay, keep moving quickly. Don't waste time." The strong black bear man waved his hand proudly. Everyone heard the words and took action one after another. Boss Lu. Hearing the words Boss Lu from afar, Zhou Cheng immediately thought that Su Weidong had mentioned this person before. Looking at this person's arrogant and domineering appearance, it must be him. After a change of thought, Zhou Cheng laughed. If it were anyone else, Zhou Cheng might be able to ignore it. But since Boss Lu is Su Weidong's mortal enemy, Zhou Cheng doesn't mind doing a favor to his old classmate. After thinking about it, Zhou Cheng got up and went back to the living room. When he came back, he had a few fireworks in his hand. The fireworks were given by Su Weidong. Before leaving that day, Zhou Cheng saw fireworks in the corridor and asked Su Weidong for a box. Boom! Boom! Whoosh! A moment later, a series of fireworks exploded at the entrance of the supermarket, and the violent explosion instantly attracted the zombies nearby. Holy shit, who did this? What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Hearing the explosion, the group was immediately stunned. Fuck, run, run. The zombies are coming soon. Run away. Oh, wait for me. Immediately afterwards, these guys reacted and fled in a hurry. At the same time, the surrounding zombies also rushed in crazily. Zhou Cheng closed the car window and waited for the show to begin. Quick, get in the car and get out. Calm down, don't panic. Seeing the zombies appear, Boss Lu shouted angrily and got into the car in a hurry to escape. The off-road vehicle he was riding in was also modified, and its body was reinforced with steel plates. Get in the car quickly. After Boss Lu got on the bus, he immediately urged the younger brother behind him. But the younger brothers were so flustered that they couldn't control themselves at all. Two of them who were timid couldn't even open the car door. Seeing this scene, Boss Lu suddenly became furious. Seeing that it was too late, Mr. Lu did not dare to stop and drove away directly. When the others saw this, they didn't care anymore. They quickly climbed into other cars and fled in a hurry. But they are fast, and the zombies are not slow either. Boss Lu didn't drive very far when he was stopped by a dense crowd of zombies in front of him. Boss Lu braked suddenly and almost fell down. What? I don't want to die. I don't want to die yet. Please let me go. I'm not married yet. I'm only 23 years old. My life is over before it even begins. Seeing that the front and rear were blocked by zombies, a group of people were so frightened that they cried for their fathers and mothers. Shut the hell up. If you don't want to die, just fight your way out with me. Seeing the cowards of these people, Boss Lu roared angrily. Boss Lu now knows very well that it is impossible to break out of the encirclement. They have been surrounded by corpses. The only way to survive is to rush to a building not far away. As long as they rush into the building, they still have a way to survive. Hearing Boss Lu's scolding, everyone shut up. Although they were very scared, they all knew that if they didn't fight, they would all die. As a result, these people got out of the car one after another and followed Boss Lu towards the building next to him. Boss Lu took the lead, waving his heavy sword to clear the way, and everyone behind him swarmed to follow. Boom! Roar! Ah! Along the way, screams and roars were heard endlessly. From time to time, someone would be scratched by the claws of the zombies, or their necks would be bitten off. Bright red liquid flowed from their bodies, staining them red. And the blood made the zombies even more excited, and they rushed towards everyone crazily. Boss Lu slashed away several zombies, blocking the road with one knife, his eyes flashing with ferocity and bloodthirsty. Quick, cheer up, we'll be here soon. Don't be frightened by the zombies. Come to me. Boss Lu roared and ran towards the building at the lead. Go ahead. Rush out and you'll live. Go ahead. Everyone roared hysterically, followed Boss Lu with weapons in hand, and ran towards the building as hard as they could. Boom! Crack! Finally, a group of people rushed to the building. When he came to the door, Boss Lu kicked it down, revealing a huge hole. Fast forward. Boss Lu gave the order and immediately entered the entrance first, and the rest of the people filed in one after another. The zombies behind him rushed in after hot pursuit. Zhou Cheng had been watching from a distance. Seeing the numerous casualties among these people, a smile appeared on his face. It's a pity that Boss Lu escaped into the building anyway, which is a bit regretful. Hey, as expected, there is no one stupid. Zhou Cheng shook his head. Boss Lu is a smart man and knows that it is impossible to break through the zombies' defense line. He decisively chooses the simplest and most effective method and prepares to rely on the building for on-site defense. It was easy to harm Boss Lu. Now that he had escaped, Zhou Cheng didn't bother to chase him anymore. Zhou Cheng was not that free yet. Seeing Boss Lu fleeing into the building, Zhou Cheng did not get out of the car immediately. Zhou Cheng no longer looked down on ordinary zombies, and going down now would be like helping Boss Lu. Zhou Cheng decided to wait a while. Maybe the Corpse King will appear soon. Otherwise, the 3 fireworks wouldn't have been in vain. Zhou Cheng releases fireworks to harm Boss Lu on one hand, but mainly to attract the Corpse King. Now it seems that this thing is still very useful for attracting zombies. Zhou Cheng regretted why he hadn't thought of it before. At this time, Boss Lu was leading everyone to climb to the top of the building desperately, with zombies chasing after them. This building is hundreds of meters high, but since we are running for our lives, why should we care about this? Boss Lu's idea now is very simple, that is, get to the top and then stick to it. The Corpse King cannot enter the building. As long as there is no Corpse King, with his strength and the help of his younger brother, it will not be a problem to hold on to the roof. Soon, a group of them arrived at the top of the building. There is an iron door leading to the rooftop. The iron door is rusty and cannot stop Boss Lu's kick. After kicking open the door, Boss Lu and his group entered the rooftop. Then Boss Lu called on his younger brother to quickly block the door. At this time, zombies also rushed up. Boom, boom, boom. Boss Lu kept swinging his heavy sword, killing zombies one after another. I have to say that Boss Lu still has some tricks up his sleeve. Under his leadership, the zombies can't rush in at all. Boss Lu, whose real name is Liu Peiying, was a member of a mixed society before the end of the world. making a living by loan sharking. After the end of the world, Liu Peiyin awakened through nature and became a barbarian with the quality of bronze. With her ruthlessness and ruthlessness, Liu Peiyin quickly rose to prominence and quickly became the boss in the neighborhood. From then on, he became domineering in this area, and many survivors nearby were oppressed by him. The survivors in this area also hated him. The reason why he took the risk and came to the supermarket this time was because he had no choice but to do so. There are so many people under him who need to be fed, and the supplies he previously collected have long been used up. Who would follow him without supplies? Liu Peiyin never expected such a thing to happen. He is not a fool, and what happened just now was obviously someone trying to harm him. When Liu Peiyin thought of this, she gritted her teeth with hatred and vowed to make this guy pay the price. But now is not the time to think about this matter. We should save our lives first. Roar! At this moment, a roar suddenly came from not far away. Fuck you, Corpse King. Upon hearing the roar, Liu Peiyin immediately cursed. Ordering his men to continue blocking the door, Liu Peiyin quickly ran to the rooftop and looked down. Sure enough, two Corpse Kings were coming here, one from the south and the other from the north, with more younger brothers following them. Seeing this scene, Liu Peiying's expression suddenly changed. Zhou Cheng also heard the roar of the Corpse King, but Zhou Cheng was more happy. It seems that fireworks are really effective. Let's go back to Su Weidong to order more. Seeing that the Corpse King had indeed appeared, Zhou Cheng thought to himself. However, although the Corpse King had appeared, Zhou Cheng had no immediate plans to take action. Two Corpse Kings appeared. The Corpse Kings were mortal enemies. Zhou Cheng wanted to wait until their fight was over. I have to say that Zhou Cheng really guessed it right. When the two Corpse Kings met, a fight broke out immediately, leading their respective younger brothers to fight fiercely. Ouch! Roar! For a time, all kinds of roars and screams were deafening. The fighting between the two sides was as fierce as a battlefield fight. Damn it, it's really a two-headed Corpse King. As expected of the Corpse King, he is really awesome. We are simply not qualified for a monster of this level. Look, they're about to decide the winner. Damn it, what are you talking about? How can we decide the outcome in just a few minutes? Liu Peiyin and a group of younger brothers were also stunned by the battle between the two sides. They never dreamed that there would be a battle between the Corpse Kings. This was simply amazing. And luckily, all the zombies that were chasing them during this battle retreated, allowing them to save their lives. Here, Zhou Cheng has been waiting patiently. He will never take action before the Corpse King loses both sides. As time passed by, half an hour passed in an instant. The two Corpse Kings are still fighting fiercely, but they are obviously at the end of their fight. After such a long period of fighting, most of the corpses in each group were lost, and the rest were all scarred. It's time for me to take action. Seeing that the time was right, Zhou Cheng got out of the car immediately without saying a word, with a crazy light shining in his eyes. At this moment, Zhou Cheng's body was filled with overwhelming fighting spirit, as if a tiger had awakened. Kill! Zhou Cheng shouted loudly, and then rushed forward with a group of younger brothers. Boom! Boom! Crack! Roar! For a time, Zhou Cheng was unrivaled wherever he went. Boom! Catherine punched out, and a Corpse King was hit in the chest with a punch. The whole chest was instantly sunken, and the body flew backwards. The other Corpse King also had a hard time, being suppressed by the clay golem. Zhou Cheng was surrounded by a group of younger brothers, constantly releasing various negative spells. Elena was not idle either, shooting arrows like crazy as if she wanted no money. Hey, who is this guy? Damn it. Is he still a human? So fierce. Holy shit, I feel like my heart is shaking. Seeing this scene, not only Liu Peiyin who was watching the battle was stunned, but the younger brothers were also stunned. That was the Corpse King, and there were two of them, and he was beaten so hard by a human that he had no power to resist. Liu Peiyin became more and more shocked the more she thought about it. He now understands that it must be this guy who framed him just now. Before, Liu Peiyin was thinking about how to take revenge on others, but now it seems that she should think about how to save her life. Boom! Puff! The battle below is still continuing, but the two Corpse Kings are obviously dead. It wasn't that the Corpse King was so incompetent, but that they had been seriously injured in the previous battle, and their strength had been greatly damaged, and they were unable to withstand Zhou Cheng's violent attack. Boom! Puff! As streaks of blood mist splashed up, the two Corpse Kings fell to the ground, wailing one after another. After the Corpse King died, Zhou Cheng didn't hesitate and immediately started massacring the remaining zombies. Half an hour later, there was no longer a living zombie in the entire street. How did they do that? Liu Peiying, who was watching the battle from a distance, stared at everything in front of him with his mouth open, his face extremely ugly. He never expected that the other party would be so powerful. No, I have to run away quickly, Liu Peiying thought to herself. Although he didn't know Zhou Cheng's specific identity, he witnessed Zhou Cheng's terrifying strength with his own eyes. More importantly, since this person framed him just now, he must have ill intentions towards him. Don't even look at it and leave quickly. Thinking of this, Liu Peiying dared to stay any longer and hurriedly called for her younger brother to evacuate. Boss, are we leaving like this? Yes, we came out this time to get supplies. Wouldn't it be a loss if we just left like this? That's right. We have a large number of people and are afraid of him. Seeing that the boss was about to leave, all the younger brothers immediately started shouting. Fuck you, you can die if you want, but don't take me with you. They're all stupid things, they don't understand anything, and they still yell about it. Listening to the discussion of the younger brothers, Liu Peiying immediately cursed. They're all gangsters. They usually bully the weak just because they have more people, so they don't have any brains. Upon hearing the boss's anger, the younger brothers were so frightened that they quickly shut up. Humph! Liu Peiying snorted coldly, then turned around and went downstairs without caring about anything else. He must leave here as soon as possible, otherwise there will be only death. Liu Peiying went downstairs very quickly, and it only took her less than 5 minutes to get downstairs. Whoosh! Stepping out of the door, Liu Peiying didn't hesitate and was ready to run away immediately. Unfortunately, at this moment, several figures in front blocked his way. These people are none other than Zhou Cheng, Catherine, and others. Zhou Cheng didn't come to block him specially. After the battle, Zhou Cheng took Catherine and Elena to clean up the battlefield. As a result, just after cleaning here, I happened to meet Liu Peiying, who was about to run away. Liu Peiying could only be blamed for his bad luck. If he hadn't come down at this time, Zhou Cheng really might not have done anything to him. Zhou Cheng didn't have to solve his problem. What happened just now was purely casual. If he didn't come down, Zhou Cheng, a building more than 100 meters high, wouldn't bother to climb up. But now, this guy actually appeared in front of him, so there was nothing he could do. He couldn't let him run away if he caught the duck in his mouth. Who are you? Liu Peiying asked in horror. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you must die. Zhou Cheng gave Liu Peiying a cold look. Before she finished speaking, Catherine's figure disappeared instantly behind her. Boom! The next moment, Catherine appeared in front of Liu Peiying, that a heavy punch suddenly hit Liu Peiying's abdomen. Boom! At the critical moment, Liu Peiying caught Catherine's punch with both hands. After all, Liu Peiying is also a bronze professional, and her strength is much higher than that of Catherine. Catherine cannot solve it with one move. Who are you? I have no enmity with you. Why are you attacking me? Liu Peiying took 2 steps back and asked in surprise. There is no injustice. Even if a scum like you died 10,000 times, it would not be a pity. Zhou Cheng smiled contemptuously. What did you say? Who did you call a scumbag? When Liu Peiying heard this, he was so angry that he wanted to cut Zhou Cheng into pieces. You know whether you are a scumbag or not. Zhou Cheng snorted coldly. Fuck, you really think I'm scared of you? Come to me and kill them. After hearing Zhou Cheng's words, Liu Peiying knew that the matter could no longer be rectified and immediately shouted at her subordinates. After hearing this, all the subordinates immediately responded and then launched attacks on Zhou Cheng and others. Unfortunately, before they could take action, Zhou Cheng had already started. In an instant, various spells and arrows fell one after another, aiming directly at Liu Peiying and his subordinates. At the same time, Zhou Cheng held up the ice shield. Liu Peiying was still very strong, and all of his younger brothers were also professionals, so Zhou Cheng had to guard against them. Of course, good strength also depends on who you compare with. With Zhou Cheng's current strength, it would only take a matter of minutes to deal with them. Not to mention, after killing the 2 corpse kings just now, Zhou Cheng had already reached level 29. At level 29, Zhou Cheng can summon the steel golem he has been waiting for. Steel golem. Summons a steel golem to fight for you. Requires level 29. Life, 501. Hit value, 160. Defense, 430. Level 86. Convert 13% damage into life. Mana cost, dash. Compared with the clay golem, the steel golem is obviously much stronger, and its appearance has undoubtedly greatly enhanced Zhou Cheng's combat effectiveness. Without any hesitation, Zhou Cheng then summoned the steel golem. The steel golem that appeared was 5 meters tall, with thick limbs and a huge head. Holding a giant axe in his hand, just standing there looked like a steel giant, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Ah, what kind of monster is this? Boss, I can't do it anymore, run away. The sudden appearance of the steel golem immediately frightened Liu Peiying and all the younger brothers, and they wanted to run away immediately. Of course, Liu Peiying wanted to run away, but he couldn't. The female paladin on the other side was haunting him like a ghost, not to mention there was a clay golem to help. Liu Peiying is level 25. He also has mercenaries and archer. Not surprisingly, this archer is also a woman. At the beginning of the battle, Liu Peiying summoned the mercenaries. But unfortunately, there is also an archer on the opposite side. Then it became even more tragic. In less than a minute, his mercenary was shot dead by the opponent. The mercenary only had 3 chances to be resurrected. Of course, Liu Peiying felt heartbroken when he was shot. But in order to survive, he had to summon the mercenaries again. Liu Peiying couldn't run away, and the other younger brothers couldn't run away either. At this moment, they were surrounded by skeleton warriors. Boom! Ah, help! Boom! As the screams continued, a group of younger brothers fell down one after another. Hearing her younger brother's screams, Liu Peiying suddenly turned pale. He knew in his heart that he was probably going to have to explain it here today. We surrender. In desperation, Liu Peiying shouted. Liu Peiying did not want to die, and the only way to survive was to surrender. Surrender? What a beautiful thought, Zhou Cheng said coldly. Upon hearing this, Liu Peiying immediately lost all hope. I fought with you, Liu Peiying shouted and rushed towards Zhou Cheng. If surrender fails, the only option is to fight to the death. But it was impossible to rush to Zhou Cheng because there were 3 mountains in front of him. Boom! As a giant steel fist came towards him, Liu Peiying's body flew directly backwards 7 or 8 meters away, and then fell heavily to the ground. The iron golem's punch was so powerful that it smashed Liu Peiying's entire face. Needless to say, Liu Peiying will definitely not survive. Hurry up and take care of everything. Looking at Liu Peiying from a distance, Zhou Cheng gave cold orders. Yes. After receiving the order, Catherine and others immediately joined the siege on the remaining brothers. In a short time, the remaining few brothers were eliminated. Clean the battlefield and see if any career stones are dropped. After the battle was over, Zhou Cheng gave another order. Yes, master. Catherine and Elena quickly accepted the order. Unnatural awakeners will drop professional divine stones after death. Although the professional quality of these guys cannot be too high, the legs of flies are also meat, so Zhou Cheng certainly has no reason to let them go. Soon, the 2 Catherines returned to Zhou Cheng and handed him 6 professional sacred stones. Zhou Cheng took it and saw that there was only one of black iron quality and the others were of ordinary quality. Sure enough, it's all rubbish. Zhou Cheng shook his head and then put it away. Let's go to the supermarket. After taking a look at the supermarket not far away, Zhou Cheng ordered. Joy Supermarket is divided into 6 floors. The 5 above-ground floors are shops, and the basement is the supermarket. Zhou Cheng urgently needs supplementary water and food, so he doesn't have to go to the 5th floor. When we came to the underground level, the entire supermarket was basically well preserved, and there were no zombies in the supermarket. There were more than a dozen zombie corpses on the ground, obviously killed by Boss Lu and his group. Strolling in the supermarket, Zhou Cheng looked at the products on display along the way. When he encounters something he wants, Zhou Cheng will throw it into the cart. Catherine followed behind, also pushing a trolley. It was their first time entering the supermarket, and they were overwhelmed by his son's numerous products. They wanted to take everything they saw. Zhou Cheng didn't care about this. It was normal. And Zhou Cheng had just told them to take whatever they like. Zhou Cheng could still satisfy this small wish. Soon, their shopping carts were filled to the brim. Not surprisingly, most of the things they chose were snacks. 10 minutes later, Zhou Cheng walked out of the supermarket pushing a cart of mineral water. Back in the RV, Zhou Cheng opened the fresh water tank and started pouring water into it. The fresh water tank in the RV has a capacity of 1,200 liters. It had already bottomed out before. Zhou Cheng had to go back and forth 3 times to fill it up. Zhou Cheng only moved the food twice. Just make sure there is enough. After everything was settled, Zhou Cheng invited Catherine and the two to take a bath. Taking advantage of the abundant water supply, taking a comfortable hot bath is a must. Of course, Zhou Cheng inevitably had other thoughts behind his move. The RV bathroom is large and has a bathtub, so some enjoyment is inevitable. By the time the 3 of them came out of the bathroom after finishing their troubles, it was already getting dark. Zhou Cheng quickly went to the supermarket to refill the water. In this way, the supply work is completed. Zhou Cheng only needs to upgrade to another level before he can go home. Time passed by, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past few days, Zhou Cheng has been killing monsters nearby. After unremitting efforts, Zhou Cheng finally got his wish and reached level dash. When a professional reaches level dash, his strength does not increase much. But this is not the point. The point is that after a professional reaches level dash, he can turn on the storage function. Zhou Cheng worked so hard to reach level dash because he was waiting for the storage function. Only by turning on the storage function can he take away all the supplies he had previously stored. Since Zhou Cheng's professional quality is gold, the storage space is also large, enough to be the size of a basketball court. And since Zhou Cheng has a dual career, it is natural that he has 2 storage spaces. The storage space is the size of 2 basketball courts, enough for Zhou Cheng to take away all the supplies and still have some left over. The benefits of having storage space go without saying. Zhou Cheng no longer has to worry about supplies. The only bad thing is that time does not stand still in the storage space. In other words, the materials in the storage space will deteriorate over time. This was also the main reason why Zhou Cheng didn't store more supplies in the first place. Of course, this is nothing compared to the convenience of storage space. Now that he has completed his mission, Zhou Cheng will naturally go home. After returning, he only needed to make some preparations and bring all the stored supplies with him. And then Zhou Cheng could leave the city. Of course, before that, Zhou Cheng still had a few things to deal with. First, Zhou Cheng wants to go to Su Weidong and kill Boss Lu. Su Weidong will naturally become the overlord of this area. In fact, even if Zhou Cheng didn't take action, Boss Lu would die in Su Weidong's hands sooner or later. Su Weidong is a silver quality professional, and there is probably no other silver quality professional in the entire Shanghai market. Therefore, Su Weidong's future rise is inevitable. Of course, the premise is that Su Weidong doesn't burp midway. Zhou Cheng is not looking for him because of this, and Su Weidong's rise has nothing to do with Zhou Cheng, but because of Lu Wen and his wife. Once Su Weidong rises, Zhou Cheng hopes that he can take care of Lu Wen and his wife. Su Weidong's character is still not bad, and his relationship with Zhou Cheng is also good, so he will still be given this face. The reason why Zhou Cheng helped Lu Wen and his wife so much was mostly because of Xiao Zhaomin. Otherwise, Lu Wen and his wife were well-versed, both were professionals, and their levels were not low, so Zhou Cheng wouldn't bother with this. In addition, searching for more supplies is also one of Zhou Cheng's next tasks. Zhou Cheng's existing reserve materials can be stored in one storage space. Zhou Cheng will naturally not let the remaining storage space sit idle. Taking advantage of the fact that the supermarkets and shopping malls have not been ransacked by survivors at this stage, Zhou Cheng wants to store as much as possible. Whatever is empty anyway. There's one more thing that needs to be done before Zhou Cheng leaves. In the last life, there was a person who saved Zhou Cheng's life. This person currently lives in the safe zone. Zhou Cheng doesn't like to owe others, so he plans to repay his kindness before leaving. As for how to repay his kindness, although Zhou Cheng has an idea in his mind, he can't say exactly how. He can only take it one step at a time. The supermarket was nearby, and Zhou Cheng spent half a day searching for most of the supplies in the supermarket. The main ones are various foods, rice, flour, grains, and oils, as well as drinking water. As for the others, don't do it at all. I didn't raid all the supermarkets, mainly because of Zhou Weidong's consideration. This supermarket is the largest supermarket nearby. After Zhou Cheng plundered it, Zhou Weidong's life would be difficult. Since he was looking for help from others, Zhou Cheng had to leave some for them. After coming out of the supermarket, Zhou Cheng drove away immediately. An hour later, Zhou Cheng found Zhou Weidong. When I saw him, this guy was very busy. Since the inexplicable death of Boss Liu, Zhou Weidong has become the boss of the neighborhood without hesitation. But no matter how busy he was, Zhou Weidong was still as cordial as ever to Zhou Cheng's arrival. I came to tell you a few things, then leave immediately. After rejecting Zhou Weidong's invitation to go upstairs, Zhou Cheng said straight to the point. What's the matter? You're so busy that you can't even sit upstairs for a meeting. Zhou Weidong asked in surprise. It's really urgent, and we can't delay, Zhou Cheng said deliberately. Okay, just tell me if you have anything to do, Zhou Weidong said. That's it. As Zhou Cheng slowly came, the expression on Zhou Weidong's face kept changing. You mean you killed Boss Liu? After Zhou Cheng finished speaking, Zhou Weidong immediately asked. Of course, otherwise, who do you think it would be? Yes, I was thinking before that it might be you. Zhou Weidong nodded clearly. Boss Liu suddenly disappeared. It would be a lie to say that Zhou Weidong was not surprised. Zhou Weidong did wonder if Zhou Cheng did it because no one else had this ability. Okay, don't talk about this as long as he dies. You just need to remember the two things I told you. Zhou Cheng was too lazy to tell him. Well, no problem. It's a piece of cake. Don't worry. Your friends are my friends, Zhou Weidong assured Zhou Cheng, patting his chest. Well, I'm relieved if you can say that. Zhou Cheng smiled and nodded. TCH, what are you talking about? We two brothers can't handle this matter. Upon hearing this, Zhou Weidong suddenly became anxious. Well, I know you can handle it. Okay, that's all. I have to leave. Zhou Cheng smiled. Leaving now? Are you really in such a hurry? Zhou Weidong asked in surprise. Well, it's quite urgent. Okay, stop inking. If you have time, hurry up and go to Joy's supermarket. Don't blame me if someone else takes away the supplies after a long delay. Zhou Cheng finished speaking with a smile, then turned around and left. You guy! Zhou Weidong laughed and cursed behind him. Zhou Cheng was really anxious. It was already afternoon, and he wouldn't be able to get home at night if he didn't leave. 2 hours later, Zhou Cheng returned to the community before dark. The community is still the same as before. Nothing much has changed. Parking the car under the fourth building, Zhou Cheng got out of the car and walked to Lu Wen's house. Brother, you are back. The moment the door opened, a sound of surprise came. Hearing Zhao Qingdong's voice, Zhou Cheng smiled happily. After being away for more than a month, Zhou Cheng was really worried about what would happen to the young couple and their child. Now it seems that it is completely overwhelmed. At this moment, a family of 3 is right in front of them. Not only are the young couple doing well, but so is little Zhao Min in Lu Wen's arms. The little guy was looking at Zhou Cheng curiously with his big eyes wide open, as if he wanted to recognize him, but didn't dare to recognize him. Well, I'm back. Come, uncle, give me a hug. Zhou Cheng smiled and greeted Lu Wen and his wife, then took Xiao Zhao Min and held her in his arms. The child seemed to recognize Zhou Cheng. He didn't cry and just lay tightly in Zhou Cheng's arms. Brother, sit down quickly. I've been out for such a long time. Is everything okay? Inviting Zhou Cheng into the living room, Zhao Qingdong kept asking questions. Brother, let me get you some water. Lu Wen quickly went to make tea for Zhou Cheng. Well, it went pretty well. Zhou Cheng sat down with a smile and then replied, Brother, have you reached level dash? Well, it's level dash. Ah, that's great. Congratulations, brother. When they heard that Zhou Cheng had reached level dash, Lu Wen and his wife quickly expressed their congratulations. What's so congratulatory? Sooner or later you will reach level dash. Brother, how can we compare with you? Zhao Qingdong giggled. What level are you at? Level 24. Hey, so you also have mercenaries? Well, there is. Mine is a paladin, and Qingdong is a mage. Brother, this arrangement is right. Lu Wen said proudly. Well, not bad. Zhou Cheng smiled and nodded. Lu Wen is a priest, so having a paladin as a human shield is definitely the best choice. Zhao Qingdong's profession is a warrior, so choosing a mage is also complimentary. Brother, you haven't eaten yet? Lu Wen asked suddenly. You haven't eaten yet? Brother, just wait. I'll cook it for you right now. It'll be quick. Lu Wen said quickly, and then ran to the kitchen. Of course, Zhou Cheng didn't need to be polite to Lu Wen, so he just let her go. Brother, when you reach level dash, will you leave soon? After Lu Wen left, Zhao Qingdong asked seriously. Yes, I want to leave. It's only a matter of a few days. Zhou Cheng nodded. Brother, why don't you take us with you? Zhao Qingdong said cautiously. You really want to follow me? Brother, to tell you the truth, we are more secure if we go with you. And Lu Wen and I have agreed that even if we follow him, we will never hinder him from doing things. Brother, didn't you see an RV parked downstairs? That was brought about by the two of us. We just wanted to leave with my brother. You actually got an RV? Just to follow me? Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng immediately couldn't laugh or cry. Yes, there is a RV, so it won't affect my brother. Zhao Qingdong rubbed his hands and said sheepishly, You guys, it's not that I don't want to take you, but there are many things that you don't know at all. Anyway, it's definitely not possible to go with me. Zhou Cheng sighed and rejected Zhao Qingdong's proposal. Oh! When Zhao Qingdong heard this, he nodded with some disappointment. Lu Wen, who was busy in the kitchen, had been eavesdropping. When she heard Zhou Cheng's words, her face instantly darkened. Okay, you guys stay here for now. After waiting for a while, maybe things will change. At that point, I might consider picking you up. Seeing that Zhao Qingdong and his wife were depressed, Zhou Cheng thought for a while and then said, Real? Before Zhao Qingdong could speak, Lu Wen jumped out of the kitchen first. When I came out, I couldn't hide the joy on my face. Well, really? But before that, you have to listen to my arrangements. It just so happens that I also need your help with something. Okay, brother, no problem. Whatever I say is whatever I say. After receiving the confirmation reply, Zhao Qingdong and Lu Wen were extremely happy. I have to think about this carefully and tell you later. Now hurry up and cook. Zhou Cheng waved Lu Wen to cook quickly. It is impossible to take Lu Wen away now, but if Zhou Cheng has a stable place to stay in the future. For example, it would be okay to have your own gathering place. Regarding the gathering place, Zhou Cheng had not planned to rebuild it before, but now Zhou Cheng's idea has changed. After all, no matter where he goes, Zhou Cheng must have a home. Even if Zhou Cheng only goes back to this home once a year, it is still a home. However, Zhou Cheng still needs to think carefully about how to do it. I planned to leave the house here to you after I left, but now that I think about it, staying here might not be such a good thing. While eating, Zhou Cheng spoke slowly. So, what do you mean? Lu Wen raised her head and asked. Remember I told you that I have a factory outside the city? I'm considering whether to let you move there. No problem. We will do whatever my brother says. Zhao Qingdong said carelessly. As long as they could leave with Zhou Cheng, he and Lu Wen didn't care about this. Forget it, that's it. I'll take you there to see it tomorrow. If there's no problem, you can move here before I leave. But again, it's the end of the world, and there are risks everywhere. That factory is in the suburbs after all, and you may encounter foreign creatures at any time. So your level must not fall, and you must raise it as soon as possible. Zhou Cheng warned him word for word. Well, brother, we get it. Zhao Qingdong nodded quickly. We'll talk about the rest later. Before I leave, I have to go to the safe zone to do some errands. I won't be able to leave for 3 to 5 days. Now, I have a few things to explain to you. First of all, I have a friend in the south of the city named Su Weidong. Secondly, brother, we understand. After listening to Zhou Cheng's narration, Lu Wen nodded quickly. At the same time, their gratitude to Zhou Cheng was beyond words. It turned out that Zhou Cheng had already planned for them. How could this not move them? Zhou Cheng also considered arranging for Lu Wen and the others to live in the factory area. On the one hand, it really isn't very safe to stay here. In the last life, the entire Shin City ended up being a world of zombies. Although Shin City was controlled by zombies only 3 years later, Zhou Cheng had to guard against it. On the other hand, Zhou Cheng also considered his benefactor. Zhou Cheng's benefactor was just an ordinary person. If you want to repay a favor, the best way is, of course, to take him out of the safe zone. Then arrange for him to live with Lu Wen and his wife, so that all problems can be solved. Once he has his own settlement in the future, Zhou Cheng will pick them up together. Regarding this benefactor, Zhou Cheng also had an explanation for Su Weidong, and believed that his care would not be a big problem. Zhou Cheng values Su Weidong so much, of course, because Su Weidong's professional quality is silver. As long as a silver quality professional can grow smoothly and not die midway, his rise will be a matter of time. Zhou Cheng didn't know the specific situation of Su Weidong in his previous life. But one thing Zhou Cheng is sure of is that Su Weidong in his previous life was not even a professional. As for why such changes occurred in this life, Zhou Cheng speculated that it was probably related to his rebirth. After rebirth, Zhou Cheng was like a butterfly wing, quietly changing something. Su Weidong's change is an example. If he was lucky, he might be able to kill the Corpse King first and then control the entire Shin City. Don't underestimate any silver professional. As they are second only to gold professionals, they also have great strength. Of course, these are Zhou Cheng's speculations. No one can predict what the outcome will be. Zhou Cheng did this just to be prepared. What's more, no matter how good Su Weidong is, he can't take better care of Lu Wen than Zhou Cheng. Once Zhou Cheng establishes a gathering place, he will definitely pick them up as soon as possible. Of course, all this is just Zhou Cheng's idea. When it comes to actual implementation, no one can say for sure. For example, now, whether the benefactor can live with him in the factory is a question. After all, they're in a safe zone now. No matter how bad the safe zone is, they can at least survive. Little did he know that the safe zone would cease to exist within a year. What's more, when he saved Zhou Cheng's life, it happened in the previous life, and it never happened in this life. In other words, he doesn't know Zhou Cheng at all now. Under such circumstances, how could he easily obey Zhou Cheng's arrangement and live in the suburbs? Moreover, this benefactor is still a very stubborn old man. The few of them chatted and ate, and Zhou Cheng told the young couple all his plans and arrangements. Zhao Qingdong and Zhao Qingdong naturally agreed. After eating, Zhou Cheng chatted with the young couple for a while before returning home. The house is still the same, nothing has changed. After cleaning the house, Zhou Cheng went to bed early. Early the next morning, Zhou Cheng went downstairs early. When he came down, Lu Wen and Zhao Qingdong were already waiting for him downstairs, and little Zhao Min was also held in Lu Wen's arms. Zhou Cheng made an appointment with him yesterday to take them to the factory for a look today. Brother, you're here? Seeing Zhou Cheng's arrival, Lu Wen and Lu Wen quickly greeted him. Yeah. Zhou Cheng smiled and nodded. Brother, look, that's our RV. After saying hello, Zhou Cheng was ready to ask them to get in the car. Zhao Qingdong suddenly pointed to a RV not far away and said to Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng looked up and saw a RV parked not far away. It was an off-road RV, 4 meters high and at least 7 or 8 meters long. It had a steel body and a very high chassis. Where did you get it? Zhou Cheng asked funnily. Brother, we got it at the Convention and Exhibition Center. There happens to be an RV show there before the end of the world. Brother, there are a lot of RVs there. Lu Wen replied proudly. Ha, it's pretty good. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but feel happy. To be honest, this RV was indeed pretty good. It's quite convenient to have an RV. But just having an RV is not enough. You will need to buy an off-road vehicle later. Zhou Cheng then said, "Yeah, I understand, brother." The two nodded in succession. "Okay, let's get in my car today," Zhou Cheng said, beckoning them to get in the car. As soon as the two entered the RV, they were blinded by the light. Inside the car, leather sofas, airline seats, audio systems, and entertainment systems are all available. It's really unimaginable that an RV can be so luxurious. This is normal. Zhou Cheng's RV cost 600 million. Of course, Zhao Qingdong and Lu Wen were not new to the world, and they quickly returned to normal. Zhou Cheng ignored all this and quickly drove out of the community towards the suburbs. On the way, Zhou Cheng did not forget to chat with the young couple. The factory is in the suburbs, so your biggest threat in the future will be foreign creatures. In terms of individual strength, there is no doubt that alien creatures are much more powerful than zombies. Except, of course, the Corpse King. Fortunately, the factory is in the suburbs, so there shouldn't be many foreign creatures. I will also clean up the area before leaving. But you must still be careful. Speaking of 1,000 words, in the final analysis it is your own strength, so you cannot stop upgrading for a moment. Well, we get it, brother, don't worry. Zhao Qingdong nodded solemnly. Brother, since you left here to kill monsters, then aren't there also many foreign creatures that can be killed around Shin City? Lu Wen suddenly said. Well, you said it, so I said I would clean up the area before leaving. Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. Of course Zhou Cheng could guess what Lu Wenshun was thinking. Of course she hoped Zhou Chengwan would leave one day at a time. The car quickly left the city. Although winter has passed, the temperature is still below zero and the snow has not melted. Looking around, the entire suburb is covered in white. There was also half a meter of snow on the road, and many abandoned cars were buried under the snow. As a result, the RV stops and goes and needs to get out of the car from time to clean it. Most of the road conditions in the apocalypse are like this, and Zhou Cheng is not surprised by this. Ow! Just when Zhou Cheng had just cleared an obstacle and was about to get into the car, a wolf howl suddenly came from not far away. Haha, we bumped into each other just after we came out. Zhou Cheng chuckled upon hearing this. Brother, what is this sound? Zhao Qingdong asked quickly when he heard the wolf howling. Fool, since it's a wolf howling, it must be a werewolf. Lu Wen glared at Zhao Qingdong, dissatisfied. Yeah, it's a werewolf. It's just right. Seeing is worth hearing 100 times. You can see it later, Zhou Cheng said with a smile. Brother, I remember you said that werewolves are social animals. Then, there won't be many people coming, right? Lu Wen asked. Yes, you are right. Werewolves live in groups. But even though they live in groups, their number will not exceed 20 at most. And at this stage, the level of all foreign creatures will not exceed level dash, so you don't have to be afraid. Seeing that Lu Wen and Zhao Qingdong were somewhat nervous, Zhou Cheng comforted them with a smile. Lu Wen and Zhao Qingdong are both level 25 now, 10 levels higher than the alien creatures. Moreover, they also have their own mercenaries, so there is no problem in dealing with 3 or 2 werewolves together. Of course, if the number is too large, it will definitely not work. As the 3 of them were talking, 5 werewolves appeared on the hillside, not far away. Werewolves are one of the most numerous races among all alien creatures. In appearance, they are similar to werewolves in science fiction movies. They are tall, long-armed, and covered with fur. They are generally over 2.5 meters tall, with thick limbs and sharp claws. However, they look terrifying, but in terms of individual strength, werewolves are basically at the bottom of all alien creatures. As expected, the werewolves in front of him were all above level 15. So Zhou Cheng didn't have to worry. Remember, werewolves are intelligent. Although their intelligence is not high, it should not be underestimated. You have to remember that when a werewolf appears in the front, there will most likely be a werewolf in the back. Do you understand? Seeing the werewolf appear, Zhou Cheng gave timely guidance to Zhao Qingdong. Ah, there's more later? Lu Wen was surprised when she heard this. Well, there must be. Okay, now that you've caught up, you two can practice and practice. Give me the kid and we'll get out of the car. Zhou Cheng smiled and nodded. then took the child from Lu Wen and got out of the car. Although Lu Wen and the two were scared, they could only bite the bullet and follow. After getting off the car, Lu Wen glanced behind her. Sure enough, 3 werewolves were not far behind him, and he suddenly became more nervous. After Zhou Cheng got out of the car, he immediately summoned a group of younger brothers and Catherine. The other boys were fine, but when the huge steel golem appeared, Zhao Qingdong and his wife were startled. "Good boy, brother. Is this the steel golem?" Zhao Qingdong reacted and looked at the steel golem with envy. "Well, it's the iron golem. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. The werewolves are already here. Quickly summon all your mercenaries and prepare to fight. You two deal with the ones behind you, and I'll deal with the ones in front. Catherine, stay with them and pay attention to their safety." Zhou Cheng finished giving instructions to the two of them, and then gave orders to Catherine. The strength of the young couple is still a bit low, and Zhou Cheng is worried that something will happen to them. "Yes, master." Catherine quickly accepted the order. Upon hearing this, Lu Wen quickly summoned their mercenaries. Not surprisingly, their mercenaries are also women. One is a paladin and the other is a mage. Whether a mercenary is strong or not depends firstly on his quality and secondly on the strength of his employer. Compared with the gold mercenaries, the black iron quality mercenaries are completely on the same level as the sky and the earth. They are not on the same level at all. The strength of these two mercenaries is at best stronger than the 2 skeleton warriors. But no matter what, having mercenaries is better than having none. As Zhou Cheng and others got ready, the werewolf quickly approached. "Don't be afraid. Just play normally. Catherine will ensure your safety." Seeing that the two of them still looked a little nervous, Zhou Cheng comforted them with a smile. "Yes." The two nodded solemnly. "Ow!" As the werewolf leader howled, the battle began. The 5 werewolves in the front attacked Zhou Cheng first, and the 3 werewolves in the rear followed closely and charged at Lu Wen and the 2. The 5 werewolves didn't need Zhou Cheng's effort at all. A group of younger brothers easily stopped them without Zhou Cheng taking action. Zhou Cheng focused more on Lu Wen. It's not that Lu Wen has no combat experience, but their combat experience comes from zombies. This is the first time they face alien creatures. For this reason, Zhou Cheng also immediately threw a few status spells on the 3 werewolves behind him to relieve Lu Wen's pressure. Looking back at Zhou Cheng, his current strength is completely different from before. The steel golem alone can easily crush a werewolf, and the clay golem has a clear advantage against a werewolf. As for the remaining 3 werewolves, they will naturally be dealt with by 7 skeleton warriors and 3 skeleton mages. Thanks to the continuous improvement of levels and the continuous unlocking of skills, the skeleton control skill has been unlocked to level 8, and the combat effectiveness of the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages has also skyrocketed. 3 skeleton warriors can fight against a werewolf, not to mention the help of a skeleton mage. Therefore, after just one encounter, the 2 werewolves died immediately. One of them was chopped to death by the steel golem. The other end died under the joint attack of the clay golem and the skeleton mage. Only another 3 minutes passed, and the remaining 3 werewolves soon died. Zhou Cheng didn't even make a move during the entire battle. Compared with Zhou Cheng's side, Lu Wen and Zhao Qingdong's performances were not so beautiful. Except for Catherine, who was sure to win, the two of them showed signs of panic. But even so, Zhou Cheng didn't step forward to help. He would never grow without experiencing a life-and-death struggle. Except for throwing a few spells at the beginning, Zhou Cheng had been watching the battle while holding little Zhao Min. Zhao Min's performance was obviously much better than that of her parents. Not only was she not afraid, but she stared attentively with her big eyes. It can be seen that this little girl's mind is far beyond that of ordinary people. After a few more minutes, Catherine took the lead in ending the battle. After Lu Wen and Zhao Qingdong experienced the initial panic, they gradually gained the upper hand. With the cooperation of their respective mercenaries, their respective opponents were finally eliminated without any danger. When the battle ended, Zhao Qingdong and Lu Wen immediately let out a sigh of relief, with joy on their faces. It would be false to say that they were not afraid of the battle just now, but after this battle, their confidence increased greatly. And what Zhou Cheng wants is this effect: How can you see a rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? How are you? Are you okay? Zhou Cheng asked with a smile. I was a little nervous at first, but then I became less nervous. Lu Wen stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Ha! You'll get used to it if you experience more battles. Okay, now that the battle is over, let's leave quickly. Zhou Cheng smiled and greeted the two of them to get in the car. Of course, Zhou Cheng would not forget the spar dropped by the werewolf after his death, and had already ordered Elena to pick it up. After getting in the car, Zhou Cheng continued to move forward. Everything went smoothly after that, and I never encountered any foreign creatures again. 10 minutes later, several people arrived at the factory. When he saw that the factory gate was still intact, Zhou Cheng's originally worried heart finally let go. With so much material stored here, it would be false to say that Zhou Cheng is not worried. Wow, woof! Arriving near the gate, Zhou Cheng felt even more relieved when he heard the long-lost barking of a dog. When I opened the door and took a look, sure enough, everything in the factory was still the same. The 11 wolf dogs roaming freely were all safe and active. When they saw Zhou Cheng, they immediately swarmed around him and circled around Zhou Cheng in a flattering manner. Brother, this is your factory? So big. Looking at the factory area in front of her, Lu Wen couldn't help but exclaimed, Well, this is my factory area, and the materials are also stored here. Brother, don't those two factories store supplies? Lu Wen asked, pointing to the two factories. Ah, you guessed it right. Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. Wow! Oh my God! After getting the answer, Lu Wen and Zhao Qingdong exclaimed again, and even more admired Zhou Cheng. It's hard to imagine how Zhou Cheng did all this, and how he could have predicted it. Zhou Cheng ignored the two's surprise and went directly to the warehouse to open the door. Stepping inside, Zhou Cheng glanced around and saw that all the materials in the warehouse were intact. Without any hesitation, Zhou Cheng then began to collect supplies from the storage space. Collecting supplies is easy. All it takes is a thought. In less than 10 minutes, all the materials in the two warehouses were collected by Zhou Cheng. Seeing so many supplies disappear out of thin air, Lu Wen and his wife were both surprised and envious. Brother, how big is your storage space? Can it hold so many supplies? But why is mine only 10 cubic meters and Qingdong's only 100 cubic meters? Is it related to quality? Lu Wen asked enviously. Although Lu Wen has not opened the storage space yet, it does not hinder her understanding of the storage space. Everything about professionals is introduced in detail in the system panel. Well, it has something to do with quality. When it comes to quality, Qingdong is okay, but the quality of your black iron is still too poor. Although I still have a bronze-quality professional sacred stone in my hand, it's a pity that it's not a priest. Zhou Cheng felt a little uncomfortable when he thought of Lu Wen's professional qualities. He wanted to help Lu Wen improve her professional quality, but unfortunately he didn't have it. Oh! Lu Wen was somewhat disappointed when she heard this. It doesn't matter. There is a black market in the safe zone. I'll go to the safe area later, and I'll keep an eye on it for you. If there is one, I'll change it for you. Seeing Lu Wen so disappointed, Zhou Cheng comforted him with a smile. Oh, thank you, brother. Brother, it doesn't matter if not, I've actually stopped now. Lu Wen said with a smile. Don't worry. Even if there isn't one on the black market, I will help you get one. Zhou Cheng waved his hand indifferently. Brother, please don't. Lu Wen's expression suddenly changed when she heard this. Of course, Lu Wen could understand what Zhou Cheng meant by this sentence. He was preparing to kill people and gain goods. You don't have to worry about that. Seeing what Lu Wen said, Zhou Guo replied decisively. Zhou Cheng has never done this kind of thing like killing people and stealing goods, and he doesn't have any psychological burden. People do not kill themselves for their own sake. After walking out of the warehouse, Zhou Cheng took the two of them to the office building located in the southwest corner of the factory. This office building will be their future residence. The entire office building is 6 stories high, and the overall layout is like a student dormitory. Each floor has a corridor running from north to south, and a dozen rooms are neatly arranged on one side. Arriving on the second floor, Zhou Cheng pushed open a room and entered. This is a bedroom with an area of about 40 square meters. It has all the furniture and beds. This is not surprising. When the construction and renovation were carried out, this office building was also included in the renovation. And all this was due to Zhou Cheng's precautions. Wow, there's a bedroom here? Lu Wen was surprised when she saw the bedroom. Of course. How can you live without a bedroom? Not only does it have a bedroom, but there is also a kitchen and bathroom next door. And there is electricity here. I specially installed solar power equipment. The control room is downstairs. I'll take you down later and teach you how to use it. Brother, will it be difficult? As soon as Lu Wen heard about operating machinery, she immediately had a headache, fearing that the operation would be too complicated. It's not difficult. It's just a few switches. I took this into consideration at the beginning and use an intelligent control system. You can learn it once you learn it. In addition, there is a generator room downstairs. The 2 large tanks outside are filled with diesel. If necessary, a generator can be used to generate electricity. You can always use the generator. Yeah. Lu Wen nodded repeatedly. She now uses a generator at home. The only bad thing here is that water is inconvenient. The well is in the yard, and you need to fetch water yourself. Well, we understand this is not a problem. Zhao Qingdong said quickly. Oh, I almost forgot the westernmost opening in the yard cannot be used. It is not clean. Zhou Cheng suddenly remembered that there was a dead person in the well. He took Lu Wen and the 2 of them around upstairs and downstairs. Seeing that there was no problem, the 3 of them drove back. Even if they were sure to move here, Lu Wen and his wife would have to go back to make preparations, and Zhou Cheng would take advantage of these few days to continue searching for more supplies. There is still a lot of open space in Zhou Cheng's storage space, which of course cannot be left empty. In addition, he also has to leave some for Lu Wen. After dinner, leave the child to me. You can go back and clean up, pack the things you want to take away, and I will receive storage space later. After returning home, Zhou Cheng immediately gave instructions to Zhao Qingdong. You okay? The 2 nodded quickly. Lunch was eaten at Zhou Cheng's house. After finishing the meal, Zhou Cheng hugged little Zhao Min and went out, while Lu Wen went back to pack their things. Zhou Cheng went out to the supermarket, so it was no problem to take his children with him. But before leaving the community, Zhou Cheng first came to the underground garage. He put his 500 tank, planes, and 2 off-road motorcycles into the space. Half an hour later, Zhou Cheng arrived at a nearby large supermarket. Zhou Cheng had been to this supermarket before. In order to prevent the supplies from being looted by other survivors, Zhou Cheng deliberately did not clean up the zombies on the first floor. Now it seems that the effect is still there. The supermarket has not been damaged, and the zombies on the first floor are still there. The next step is much simpler. First clean up the zombies and then collect supplies. The whole process is completed in one go. The supplies are mainly food and daily necessities, and nothing else is needed. Zhou Cheng did nothing else throughout the afternoon and looted 3 large supermarkets nearby. But these are far from enough. Zhou Cheng still has a lot of spare space, and he will continue to search for it tomorrow. This stage is actually the last chance. In a few days, when the professional levels come up, all supermarkets will be raided soon. When they came back in the evening, Lu Wen and his wife packed everything. There were not many things, just some personal belongings. Zhou Cheng then put them all into the space. As for the remaining supplies, they will be transferred to your own home. Although I will live in a factory area in the future, it is still necessary to keep this house so that I can have a place to stay when entering and exiting Shenshur City in the future. That night, Lu Wen and his wife stayed at Zhou Cheng's home. On the second day, Zhou Cheng continued to go out to search for supplies, while Lu Wen and Zhao Qingdong were arranged by Zhou Cheng to kill monsters and upgrade. The level of both of them must be further improved, otherwise it will be difficult to protect themselves in the future. It was another busy day, and when he came back in the evening, Zhou Cheng's storage space was basically full. Lu Wen and the 2 of them were monsters who had been killing each other for a whole day. That night, the 3 of them had a hearty meal. Early the next morning, Zhou Cheng and the others left the community and officially moved to the factory area. Naturally, there was another period of busy work. Lu Wen was responsible for decorating the rooms, which of course included Zhou Cheng's room. Zhou Cheng took Zhao Qingdong to familiarize himself with the factory environment and then went to the control room to teach him how to control and use solar power generation equipment. The systems are all intelligent systems and are not very difficult to operate. Zhou Cheng learned it quickly after some operations. After that, the factory also soon had electricity. With electricity, everything is much more convenient. After coming out of the power distribution room, Zhou Cheng took Zhou Cheng to tidy up the kennel again and spread the dog food again. Zhou Cheng plans to keep these dogs so that they can be of some use in the future. Anyway, there's a lot of dog food. Zhou Cheng raided at least several thousand packs of dog food yesterday. After working in the kennel, the two finally went to the top floor. It was necessary to leave enough supplies for the young couple before leaving. These supplies cannot be placed in a warehouse, and it is safer to put them on the top floor of an office building. Arriving here, Zhou Cheng took out a large amount of supplies from the storage space and filled the dozen or so rooms on the top floor to the brim in the blink of an eye. After finishing everything, Zhou Cheng returned to the second floor. Zhou Cheng's bedroom is also on the second floor. Zhou Cheng will stay here until he leaves. Zhou Cheng is not sure when to leave. Everything depends on the attitude of the benefactor. If everything goes well and the benefactor is willing to move here, Zhou Cheng can leave soon. But if he doesn't want to, that week's achievement will take a little more effort. Since he is a benefactor, of course Zhou Cheng cannot use force. Otherwise it will not be repayment of kindness, but revenge. Speaking of saviors, Zhou Cheng's benefactor was an old man, a university professor in his 70s. In the last life, it was almost the same time. Because of an accident, Zhou Cheng was injured by the Corpse King. He was seriously injured and fled into a safe area in a hurry. Due to his serious injuries, Zhou Cheng fell unconscious on the roadside just after entering the safety zone. Zhou Cheng was unconscious for more than 2 hours. During this period, no one came to save him until his benefactor appeared. It can be said that if it weren't for him, Zhou Cheng would definitely have died. Of course, Zhou Cheng would repay such a great favor, even if it didn't happen in this life. Thinking in his mind, Zhou Cheng decided to go to the safe zone tomorrow and then find a way to bring him here. From now on, let Lu Wen and his wife take good care of him and let him enjoy his old age. After dinner, Zhou Cheng took a walk with Lu Wen and Zhou Cheng in the factory area with his child in his arms. After Zhou Cheng leaves, everything here belongs to the two of them, and they will have to face everything by themselves from now on. There were many things that Zhou Cheng had to explain clearly to them before leaving, especially foreign creatures. Zhou Cheng took advantage of the opportunity of walking to explain them in detail. In addition, it is about the future development direction. For example, the military will completely collapse within a year. For another example, the second batch of alien creatures will arrive in 3 months, and so on. Zhou Cheng also explained everything one by one. Regarding Zhou Cheng's explanation, that of course Lu Wen had nothing to say. They just did whatever Zhou Cheng said. They both also knew that after Zhou Cheng left, they would really have to rely on themselves. Therefore, the two of them listened very carefully to Zhou Cheng's narration, for fear of missing something. Lu Wen and Zhou Cheng were not surprised by Zhou Cheng's foresight. Okay, that's all I can think of right now. I will go to the safe zone tomorrow. I hope everything goes well. When I come back, I'm afraid it will be the time for us to say goodbye. After telling the story, Zhou Cheng said to the two of them with a smile. Oh. Lu Wen nodded depressedly, their expressions obviously a bit reluctant. Don't do this. When I find a place to stay, I will come back to pick you up as soon as possible, Zhou Cheng said with a smile. Silent all night. Early the next morning, Zhou Cheng drove to the safe zone. Zhou Cheng did not drive a RV on this trip, but drove his Tank 500. The RV was too ostentatious. From the factory area to the safety zone, you need to pass through the urban areas south of the city. Of course, these are not problems. After spending more than 2 hours, Zhou Cheng successfully arrived at the safety zone in the north of the city. As expected, there were soldiers guarding the intersection in the safety zone. It's not surprising that there are soldiers. After all, the military must always be on guard against zombies. As for the survivors and defenders entering and exiting, they didn't care at all. Stopping the car far away, Zhou Cheng put it into the space and walked towards the checkpoint. There are many people coming out of the checkpoint, and there are all kinds of people, and most of them are professionals. There is only one purpose for so many professionals to go out, and that is to search for supplies. When the end of the world comes, materials are everything. Having materials means having everything. No one wants to live a better life. Zhou Cheng successfully entered the checkpoint, and the defenders didn't even look at him. Entering the safe area, you can see a dilapidated scene everywhere in front of you. It was impossible to even step on the muddy roads, and there were countless shacks on the streets, where countless survivors struggled to survive. They were all wearing tattered clothes, dirty, and their eyes were dull. This is the safe zone, a place full of dirt and extremely dirty. Zhou Cheng knew that these people were survivors abandoned by the authorities. The so-called abandoned people refer to ordinary people who are officially determined to be unable to make any contribution to the safe zone. Apart from receiving 10 kilograms of grain every month, these people received no other benefits, not even a place to live. In contrast, those survivors who are officially classified as useful are treated relatively better. Not only do they have housing, they can also get 30 pounds of food every month. Of course, these people are second-class citizens at best. Those who truly enjoy the highest treatment are military personnel and official personnel. After all, they are the masters of the safe zone. Zhou Cheng's benefactor was a university professor. Thanks to his outstanding academic achievements, he was still classified as a second-class citizen despite his retirement. The benefactor lives in the university family area of Xin City, near the checkpoint. Otherwise, he would not have encountered Zhou Cheng, who was seriously injured and unconscious in his last life. Relying on his memory, Zhou Cheng quickly came to a dilapidated community. This is not the place where the benefactor lives, but the location of a black market. Zhou Cheng has always been obsessed with Li Ming's professional qualities. He plans to settle this matter first, and then go to his benefactor's house. It is not surprising at all that in any safe zone or settlement, a black market must exist. All kinds of shady commodities and materials are often traded on the black market. Entering the community, there are stalls selling goods everywhere on both sides of the road in the community. Of course, these are all small traders and hawkers. Really big businesses all have a strong reputation. Zhou Cheng strolled into a store. In his memory, this trading firm named Sini Tang was the largest black market trading firm in Xin City. If there is nothing Zhou Cheng wants here, then there is basically no need to go anywhere else. Zhou Cheng could only find a way to find a bronze priest and then kill people and steal goods. The business office is small, with a total of 2 employees and 3 customers inside. Sir, what do you intend to trade? We accept and sell everything here. We can't do it unless you think of it. Seeing Zhou Cheng entering the door, the salesperson rushed to greet him. You have everything? Zhou Cheng asked with a smile. Of course. The salesman raised his neck. Okay, I want the professional divine stone. Do you have any here? Professional sacred stone? Upon hearing this, the salesperson immediately became serious. The 3 surrounding guests also looked at Zhou Cheng in unison. It is common knowledge that professional sacred stones can only be exploded from professionals. It is not surprising that they look like this. Sir, do you really want the professional magic stone? That thing is very expensive. The salesperson reminded carefully. Yeah, I really want it. Zhou Cheng nodded. Okay, sir, come with me. The salesman took a deep look at Zhou Cheng, and then took Zhou Cheng to the back room. There was a middle-aged man sitting in the back room, who seemed to be the boss or the manager. After the sales report was completed, the middle-aged man waved the salesman out, and then politely asked Zhou Cheng to sit down. Hello, sir. Let me introduce myself first. My surname is Wang, and my name is Wang Mingqiao. I am the manager here. When Zhou Cheng sat down, the middle-aged man introduced himself first. Hello, Manager Wang. My surname is Zhou. Zhou Cheng then announced his name. Hello, Mr. Zhou. The guy just said that Mr. Zhou wants to buy a professional sacred stone. It's not a purchase, it's a trade. Hey, what Mr. Zhou means is that you have a professional magic stone in your hand. Wang Mingqiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, but I advise you not to make other plans. I can only exchange my professional sacred stone, not sell it. How could Zhou Cheng not know what Wang Mingqiao was thinking and immediately blocked the hole? I understand. Mr. Zhou, please tell me what quality of professional sacred stone is needed and what profession is it? I want gold, and I guess you don't have the quality of silver. I need someone with bronze quality and a priest profession. Zhou Cheng mocked. Priest? Bronze quality? Wang Mingyang hesitated when he heard this. Yes, do you have it here? If not, don't waste your time. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. There must be some, and that's the price. Wang Mingqiao chuckled. I have a warrior professional stone, bronze quality. Of course, I know this is definitely not enough, so I am willing to add 2 more ones of black iron quality. Zhou Cheng was too lazy to argue with him and went straight to the point. Is this, Mr. Zhou? Your quotation seems not enough. Wang Mingqiao decisively showed his trait of a profiteer. Then what do you want? 3 more? And we can seal the deal. 1 bronze, 5 black iron. You're really good at calculating. Zhou Cheng mocked. Hey, you can't say that. Business is all about calculation. Wang Mingqiao was neither shy nor annoyed. You're right. But unfortunately, I don't have that many in my hand. Zhou Cheng said. Zhou Cheng was not lying. He really didn't have 5 black irons in his hand. Only 3. Does Mr. Zhou have anything of ordinary quality? I think Mr. Zhou is a real person. If so, then 3 coins count as 1. What do you think? Seeing that Zhou Cheng didn't look like he was lying, Wang Mingqiao then made suggestions. Where's the goods? Take them out for me to see first. Don't discuss it for a long time. You won't be able to deliver the goods in the end. Zhou Cheng did not express his position immediately, but said that he wanted to see the goods first. Sure, no problem. Wang Mingqiao smiled and nodded, then returned to the desk and took out a professional sacred stone from the drawer. Zhou Cheng took it and took a look, and he really wanted it. 1 bronze, 3 black iron, 5 ordinary. Zhou Guo was set out the conditions. No, this price is definitely not good. Wang Mingqiao shook his head after hearing this. Let's do this. Mr. Zhou, you just need to add 2 more coins, and we will seal the deal. Just think of it as making a friend. If Mr. Zhou has any goods in the future, please take care of me. After thinking for a moment, Wang Mingqiao made another bid. Wang Mingqiao could naturally guess where the professional sacred stone in Zhou Cheng's hand came from. Being able to kill so many professionals, one can imagine Zhou Cheng's strength. Wang Mingqiao's abacus was also very good. Leaving favors, Zhou Cheng would also come to trade a lot in the future. Okay, since Manager Wang is so happy, I won't do anything. After Zhou Cheng said this, he took out the professional sacred stone from his arms, counted it, and handed it over to complete the transaction. Since he was not prepared before, the few extraordinary sacred stones in his pocket were naturally seen by Wang Mingqiao. This also made Wang Mingqiao regret that the price was too low. Of course, the deal is done, and it's too late to regret now. On Zhou Cheng's side, since the deal had been completed, there was no need to stay. Zhou Cheng then said goodbye and left. After Zhou Cheng left, Wang Mingqiao immediately recruited his assistants and then gave him face-to-face instructions. There are no rules in the last days, and Wang Mingqiao wants to find out the details of Zhou Cheng. If Zhou Cheng doesn't have any background, he doesn't mind doing something. Zhou Cheng, it's not that he didn't think of this, but he didn't care at all. He will leave the city in a few days, and he will be nowhere to be found. Leaving the black market, Zhou Cheng went to his benefactor's residence. Zhou Cheng's name is Qiu Jianxi, a professor in the Department of Biology of Shinshu University, and he is about 71 years old this year. An old man with a somewhat stubborn temper, but a good heart. During those days, when Zhou Cheng was recovering from his injuries, he often quarreled with him. It's quite interesting to think about it now. Thinking in his mind, Zhou Cheng came to the Shun family area unknowingly. The Shunda family area is very large, with at least 30 buildings. Most of the people living there are teachers and school staff. When he reached the gate of the community, a military vehicle just came out of it, and Zhou Cheng quickly gave way. Nowadays, the safe zone belongs to the military, and Zhou Cheng does not want to cause trouble for himself. When we arrived at the community, it looked like a vegetable market with chaos everywhere. There are vendors, hawkers, beggars, everything. The environment is also dirty and messy, with rubbish everywhere and sewage flowing across the street. In the small central square, residents were queuing up to receive supplies. Several community members were standing on the truck with bullhorns and shouting loudly, trying to maintain order. The trucks are loaded with food and other living supplies. When the apocalypse comes, government rations are the only source of livelihood for ordinary survivors. But no matter how much the staff shouted, they could not stop the survivors' urgent mood. They scrambled for the first place, fearing that they would not receive the rations. Zhou Cheng stared at the spot for a while, then turned and left. Zhou Cheng had seen a lot of the situation in front of him, and there was nothing to see. The reason why Zhou Cheng stopped just now was entirely because he was moved by the scene. In his previous life, he distributed supplies to the survivors in this way. Soon, Zhou Cheng arrived at Building 13, where his benefactor lived. As soon as Zhou Cheng stepped into the building, he suddenly saw several strong men walking out of the building cursing. These strong men were all professionals, and Zhou Cheng noticed that they were still carrying sticks in their hands. As time goes by, the proportion of professionals appearing is getting higher and higher. It was just a few professionals that he met, so it wasn't worth making a fuss about. Zhou Cheng didn't care. The two sides just passed each other, and Zhou Cheng then walked into the building. As soon as he came in, he saw a young man lying on the ground with blood on his head. Needless to say, this situation must be related to those people just now. Zhou Cheng just glanced at it, and then walked to the second floor where his benefactor's house was. The young man only had superficial injuries and was not seriously injured. Zhou Cheng had no intention of rescuing him or causing trouble for himself. But when Zhou Cheng turned the corner and was about to go upstairs, what he saw made him furious. At this moment, an old man was lying under the stairs, looking very angry. And this old man was none other than Zhou Cheng's benefactor Qiu Jianxi. "Old man Qiu," Zhou Cheng shouted, quickly stepped forward to help the old man up, and then quickly used healing techniques on him. As the white light entered the old man's body, the old man finally woke up. "Who are you?" My granddaughter. Give me back my granddaughter." After waking up, Qiu Jianxi looked at Zhou Cheng blankly, and then began to mutter. "Granddaughter? What granddaughter?" Zhou Cheng asked loudly. In his last life, Zhou Cheng lived with the old man for half a month and never heard that he had any granddaughter. "Give me back my granddaughter. Give me back my granddaughter." Faced with Zhou Cheng's question, Qiu Jianxi didn't give an answer and still muttered in confusion. It was obvious that he was stimulated. Zhou Cheng had no choice but to pick up the old man and prepare to take him home. If there is anything else, we can only wait until his spirit improves a little before we talk about it. "Boss Zhou." At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Zhou Cheng turned around and saw that it was the young man on the ground who came behind him at some point. "You are?" "Chen Wenlong." Zhou Cheng looked at the young man in front of him in surprise. Chen Wenlong was a member of Murong Xiaoxiao's team, so Zhou Cheng certainly remembered him. Zhou Cheng really didn't notice that it was him lying on the ground just now. "It's me, Boss Zhou." "Boss Zhou, please save the old man. Please save Xiao Xiao." Seeing that Zhou Cheng recognized him, Chen Wenlong knelt on the ground with a plop and begged bitterly. "Do you know the old man?" No. What did you say?" "You said Murong Xiaoxiao is his granddaughter?" Zhou Cheng suddenly reacted. "Well, he is Xiao Xiao's grandfather." "Grandfather? How is this possible? The old man's surname is Qiu, not Murong." Zhou Cheng asked with a frown. "Boss Zhou, the old man is indeed Xiao Xiao's grandfather, and he is his biological grandfather. Xiao Xiao's father's surname is Qiu, and her mother's surname is Murong." Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng immediately understood everything. Murong Xiao Xiao's feelings were based on motherhood. What's wrong with her? What happened just now? Humph, it's not that Chu Tao. When Chen Wenlong heard this, he immediately said bitterly. As Chen Wenlong came one by one, Zhou Cheng understood everything immediately. It turns out that all this was Chu Tao's fault. Chu Tao has always had a crush on Murong Xiao, but Murong Xiao has no feelings for him at all. Chu Tao held a grudge after being rejected several times when he expressed love. Chu Tao's uncle is a regimental commander of the garrison, and he is an absolutely powerful figure in the safe zone. Because he could not have children, Chu Tao's uncle always regarded Chu Tao as his own son. Unable to withstand Chu Tao's pleas, he sent someone to kidnap Murong Xiao. Did Murong Xiao be taken away just now? Was it the same military vehicle just now? Zhou Cheng suddenly thought of the military vehicle just now and asked immediately. Yes. Chun Wenlong lowered his head. You are still professionals. Don't you know how to resist? Boss Zhou, let's not mention that the people here are all professionals, and there are a lot of them. The key is that the old man is not a professional. They threatened Xiao with this, but Xiao didn't dare to resist. She had no choice but to go with them. Boss Zhou, I know you are brave and powerful. Please save Xiao. Chun Wenlong begged again. The matter of rescuing people will wait until we help the old man back first. After Zhou Cheng finished speaking, he carried the old man back to the house, and Chun Wenlong quickly followed. After putting the old man on the bed and lying down, Zhou Cheng originally wanted to say a few words to the old man. But the old man's mental state was still not very good, and he had no reaction to Zhou Cheng's questions. Are you sure Murong Xiao is his granddaughter? Zhou Cheng turned to Chun Wenlong and asked. This happened so suddenly, Zhou Cheng had to ask clearly. If Murong Xiao is really Qiu Jinshi's granddaughter, then Zhou Cheng will rescue him no matter what. But if not, then Zhou Cheng will never take action. Yes, I'm sure. Look, boss, the photos are all here. Chun Wenlong pointed to a photo on his desk and said. Zhou Cheng took a look and found that the photo was indeed a group photo of Murong Xiao and Qiu Jinshi. One of the middle-aged men and women should be Murong Xiao's parents. Do you know where Chu Tao lives? After seeing the photo, Zhou Cheng had to believe it even if he didn't believe it. In this case, Murong Xiao must be saved. Yes, he lives with his uncle. Chun Wenlong replied quickly. Where are the rest of you? Why are you here alone? Zhou Cheng then asked. Murong Xiao's team is not only Chun Wenlong, but also Wang Hao and another young man. Oh, they went out early in the morning and don't know what happened here. Go find them and ask them to come back quickly. Zhou Cheng immediately ordered after hearing this. Boss Zhou means, I'm going to rescue people, and I need you to lead the way. What will I do if everyone is gone? And once you rescue people, there will definitely be a commotion. You can't stay here anymore. You can only leave the safe zone. Get them back quickly and ask them to take the old man away quickly. Zhou Cheng explained. Oh, okay, I see. Thank you, Boss Zhou, for coming to the rescue. Chun Wenlong breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that Zhou Cheng was willing to take action. Okay, time is tight, let's go quickly. Oh, by the way, are they too unreliable? Stop being like Chu Tao. Zhou Cheng suddenly asked. Reliable? Of course reliable. The three of our families are from other places. After the apocalypse broke out, we were unable to return to our families. It was the old man who took us in and took care of us. Chun Wenlong answered quickly. Well, that's okay, then go quickly. Zhou Cheng nodded when he heard this. But it doesn't matter if it's unreliable. As long as you leave the safe zone, even the military can't do anything. And looking at this from another angle, it is actually a good thing. Zhou Cheng was originally worried that the old man would not follow him, but now he didn't have to worry. He couldn't even think about leaving. As for rescuing people, that's a piece of cake. With Zhou Cheng's current strength, unless he stood still and let the heavy machine gun fire, ordinary firearms and bullets would not be able to hurt him at all. After Chun Wenlong left, Zhou Cheng glanced at Mr. Qiu. The old man had fallen asleep and seemed to be fine. He must have been angry just now. After tucking the old man in a bed, Zhou Cheng stood up and looked around. In his last life, Zhou Chenggong spent half a month recovering from his injuries here, and he still has a lot of affection for this place. Everything in the room has basically not changed. It is still the same. The only thing that has changed is the people and things. In his last life, Zhou Cheng had never met Murong Xiao at all, let alone knew that she was the old man's granddaughter. Not to mention Qin Wenlong and a few others. It seems that after rebirth, the world has changed to some extent, and it is not unchanged. Zhou Cheng didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. But who cares? No matter what good or bad things happen, we still have to work hard for survival. Zhou Cheng didn't wait for long. Qin Wenlong and Wang Hao came back in a hurry. Boss Zhou, we are back. Just give your orders if you have anything to do. For Xiao Xiao, we are willing to do anything. This was Wang Hao's first words after meeting Zhou Cheng. It can be seen that Wang Hao is also impatient and is very concerned about Murong Xiao Xiao's affairs. But whether it was sincere or fake, Zhou Cheng didn't know. The most valuable thing in the last days is friends. Of course, Zhou Cheng didn't care about this at all. Zhou Cheng didn't know the name of the other person among the three. Through the introduction, Zhou Cheng learned that his name was Sun Di. Now that you're back, act quickly. Who knows what will happen if it's too late. Qin Wenlong will take me to find Chu Tao later, and I will rescue Murong Xiao Xiao. The task for both of you is to clean up immediately, and then take the old man away immediately. Then wait for me at the exit of the safe zone. When I rescue Murong Xiao Xiao, I will take you out of the safe zone together. Remember, I said immediately, understand? Yes, I understand. Wang Hao and Wang Hao nodded quickly. They are not stupid either. They know that once Murong Xiao Xiao is rescued, there will definitely be no room for him in the safe zone. Okay, let's take action now. Qin Wenlong, lead the way. Chu Tao's uncle is named Chu Qingdong. As a military boss, Chu Qingdong naturally enjoys the best treatment. The place to live is not bad either. My home is located in the best villa area in the north of the city. In fact, the entire villa area is filled with respectable people. Privilege will exist no matter where it is, and the end of the world is certainly no exception. Worried that the longer the delay was, the worse it would be for Murong Xiao Xiao, Zhou Cheng and Qin Wenlong also ran all the way and arrived at the villa area in less than 10 minutes. There were sentries outside the villa area, so Zhou Cheng and the two could only climb over the railing on one side secretly. There are many villas inside, more than hundreds of them, large and small. Fortunately, Qin Wenlong has been here, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Boss Zhou, this is the building. Soon, Qin Wenlong took Zhou Cheng to a villa. Are you sure it's this building? Looking at the villa in front of him, Zhou Cheng asked. Yes, it's this building. Chu Tao has been living with his uncle. We have all been here before. Qin Wenlong replied affirmatively. Okay, you can go back now. Don't delay. Meet Wang Hao and the others immediately after you return, and then wait for me to find you. Boss, do you want my help? Need not. Okay, boss, I'm leaving. Well, leave quickly and don't get in the way. Zhou Cheng waved his hand impatiently, then jumped over the villa wall. In the living room of the villa, Chu Tao was talking to a middle-aged woman. The woman's name is Fong Shouting, and she is Chu Tao's aunt. I am probably in my 40s this year, and I am in good shape and appearance. Thank you, aunt, this time. If aunt hadn't asked, uncle wouldn't have agreed. On the side of the sofa, Chu Tao said flatteringly to his aunt. Of course, Chu Qingdong would not agree to rape Murong Xiao Xiao. After all, he was a respectable person, and he couldn't do such a thing as robbing a girl. But I couldn't help my wife coming forward, so I had no choice but to turn a blind eye. The reason why Fong Shouting was willing to help Chu Tao was simple, because she could not have children and always regarded Chu Tao as her biological son. Hey, you kid, I spoiled you. I'm telling you, just this once, don't do it next time, otherwise your uncle will be really angry. Fong Shouting looked at Chu Tao dotingly, sighed and said, Don't worry, Annie. There won't be a next time. Chu Tao quickly assured. Well, I think that girl is quite nice. Once you enter the door, you become a family. You have to treat others well in the future. Yes, and don't worry. And if nothing happens, I want to see Xiao Xiao. Chu Tao stood up quickly as he spoke. Well, go ahead, you kid. Fong Shouting rolled her eyes at Chu Tao. Chu Tao has been scratching his head since he snatched the girl back. As a person who has been there, how could Fong Shouting not know what she was thinking? Aren't you worried about the trivial matter of men and women? Zhou Cheng listened to the entire conversation between the two. Although the villa area is full of dignitaries, Chu Qingdong is also the leader. But apart from the symbolic guard at the gate, there are no guards in the villa area. Zhou Cheng easily climbed over the wall and entered the villa, and then overheard the conversation between the two. Zhou Cheng immediately felt relieved when he learned that Murong Xiao was indeed here. Then Zhou Cheng didn't hesitate and pushed the door open directly. "Who are you?" When Fang Xiaoting saw an outsider breaking in, she panicked and quickly stood up to question. Whoosh! The next moment, a bone spur was nailed into her neck, and Fang Xiaoting could no longer make a sound. Looking at the woman slowly falling to the ground, Zhou Cheng showed no expression. This woman simply deserves to die. Fang Xiaoting was not the only one in the villa, but there were also servants and chefs. When they heard the noise, they all came out to check, but they were all dealt with one by Zhou Cheng. Of course, Zhou Cheng didn't kill them, but knocked them unconscious. On the second floor, looking at Murong Xiao, who had been tied into a large fawn on the bed, Chu Tao lost his mind almost instantly. Ignoring Murong Xiao's angry eyes, she took off her clothes and pounced on him. Although Murong Xiao was filled with grief and anger, she was helpless. Although she is a professional, she was given an inhibitor and is now just like a normal person. Hiss! Chu Tao tore off Murong Xiao's clothes 3 times and then started. Boom! At this moment, the door was kicked open and Zhou Cheng finally arrived in time. Hearing the sound, Chu Tao quickly turned around. Pfft. As a result, before he could see who it was, he was stabbed in the throat with a poisonous blade. Zhou Cheng used the knife very well, and it did not kill him. Chu Tao subconsciously covered his throat and looked up, only to realize that the person in front of him was Zhou Cheng. Looking at Zhou Cheng, Chu Tao tried hard to say something, but unfortunately he could no longer speak, so he could only stare at Zhou Cheng with vicious eyes. Why? Still not convinced? Look at me like this? Okay, I'll show you. Pfft. Zhou Cheng sneered and stabbed Chu Tao's eye with a sharp knife. Followed by another knife. Chu Tao's other eye was also blinded. What? Both eyes were stabbed blind, and Chu Tao screamed loudly. Murong Xiao was completely confused at this moment. She had already accepted her fate just now, but she didn't expect that she could still survive. Unexpectedly, it was Zhou Cheng who came to save her. You? Murong Xiao subconsciously wanted to say something, but suddenly stopped. Her fair face turned even red. The blush was, of course, because she was naked now, and her whole body was being seen by Zhou Cheng. Accepting one's fate is one thing, but being seen by Zhou Cheng is another. Cut! There's nothing to be ashamed of. Women, isn't that what happened? Seeing Murong Xiao's embarrassed expression, Zhou Cheng said disdainfully. Then he found a sheet and covered her. You! Hearing this, Murong Xiao was so angry that he wanted to explode. Immediately, Murong Xiao looked at Zhou Cheng angrily. What are you looking at? Am I right? Looking at you. Can you still lose some meat? Do you think I've never seen a woman? Let me tell you, the number of women I have slept with in my life ranges from 1,000 to 800. Of course, Zhou Cheng didn't care what Murong Xiao thought. As he spoke, he broke the rope that tied Murong Xiao. Find something to wear quickly and get out of here. Breaking the rope, Zhou Cheng immediately ordered. Why? Unexpectedly, Murong Xiao didn't seem to hear Zhou Cheng's words, but asked suddenly. What why? Zhou Cheng was also stunned by these words. Why did you come to save me? Murong Xiao looked at Zhou Cheng with complicated eyes. Oh, this one? Don't get me wrong, I don't have any thoughts about you. The reason why I saved you is because of your grandfather. Zhou Cheng shrugged and said, My grandpa? Yes, it's your grandfather, because I owe your grandfather a favor. Do you understand now? What kind of favor? Murong Xiao continued to ask relentlessly, and her eyes became more complicated when she got the answer. I said, Why are you like this? A favor is a favor. Do you want to explain it so clearly? I finally rescued you. Why don't I quickly put on my clothes and leave? Are we waiting to be arrested again? Zhou Cheng felt that Murong Xiao's brain was rusty, so he immediately urged loudly. After taking a deep look at Zhou Cheng, Murong Xiao said nothing more. After getting up and finding some clothes to put on, Murong Xiao then found a pair of scissors in the house, and then came to Chu Tao's side. Chu Tao is not dead yet, but he is already as angry as a gossamer. He took a deep look at Chu Tao. The next moment, Murong Xiao wielded the scissors and stabbed Chu Tao an unknown number of times. It wasn't until Chu Tao's chest was stabbed into a pile of rotten flesh that he felt relieved. Okay, your revenge has been avenged. Let's go quickly. Seeing Chu Tao completely burping, Zhou Cheng urged. Zhou Cheng deliberately didn't kill Chu Tao just now, just to let Murong Xiao vent his anger. Now that my anger is gone, of course I have to run away quickly. Ah! Murong Xiao nodded, and then the two of them went downstairs. Zira. Unexpectedly, the two of them had just stepped downstairs when they suddenly heard the sound of a car stopping outside the door. Then someone got off the car and walked towards the door, and there were quite a few of them. Needless to say, Chu Qingdong must be back. Hold! Hearing the sound, Zhou Cheng suddenly cursed. Then Murong Xiao didn't allow Murong Xiao to refute, picked her up, and ran to the backyard. The moment she was picked up by Zhou Cheng, Murong Xiao was about to have a seizure. But the next moment, the raised fist was quietly lowered. The reason why Zhou Cheng wanted to run with Murong Xiao in his arms had no other intentions at all. It was just to run fast. Murong Xiao was injected with inhibitors, and now she is not even as good as an ordinary person. If you don't hold it and run, what else can you do? As soon as Zhou Cheng ran away, the door of the villa was opened, and then Zhou Cheng's figure was discovered. Oh! Stop! Upon discovering that someone had broken in, the soldiers who came back with Chu Qingdong immediately shouted loudly. Of course Zhou Cheng would not stop, but ran faster. Bang, bang. As a result, before he ran very far, gunshots were heard from behind. Zhou Cheng looked back and saw a dozen soldiers chasing after him. Obviously, the other party had seen the crime scene and launched a pursuit. Because he was always in the sight of the pursuers, Zhou Cheng had no chance to stop and change cars, so he had no choice but to run forward as hard as he could. It's not that Zhou Cheng can't deal with them, but once he takes action, things will get out of hand. Killing Chu Tao and her aunt doesn't matter. At most it is a personal grudge. But if you kill soldiers, you will be in big trouble. Zhou Cheng doesn't have to worry about himself, but he has to worry about Murong Xiao and his grandson, and even more, Lu Wan and his wife, so he can't leave trouble to them. There were several professionals among the pursuers behind him. This meant that Zhou Cheng had a high level, and his agility attributes were far higher than ordinary people. Otherwise, he would have been overtaken long ago. But even so, the pursuers were getting closer and closer. After all, Zhou Cheng was still holding someone in his arms. Zhou Cheng deliberately turned to a corner and hid, but Wang Hao and the old man were still waiting at the exit of the safe zone. Zhou Cheng didn't dare to stay, otherwise something might happen over time. As a regiment leader, Chu Qingdong is definitely not stupid. His wife and nephew were killed, and Murong Xiao disappeared. You don't need to think about it to know what's going on. He will definitely block the entrance and exit of the safe zone. Zhou Cheng felt a little regretful now. He should have let them leave the safe zone first. Thinking in his mind, Zhou Cheng knew he couldn't go on like this. Immediately, Zhou Cheng summoned Elena and Lysolin. Block the pursuers from behind. Remember, only hurt, not kill. After Elena and Irina appeared, Zhou Cheng immediately gave them orders. Yes. The two women took the order and stopped the pursuers behind them. Bang, bang. What? Soon, bursts of gunfire and screams came from behind. Zhou Cheng continued to run forward without looking back. Zhou Cheng was not worried about Irina's safety at all. With their current strength, professionals below level 25, unless they are bronze or above, are no match for them. As for bullets, like Zhou Cheng, they are useless unless they are large-caliber heavy machine guns. Soon, Zhou Cheng carried Murong Xiao to the entrance and exit of the safe zone. Looking around, I found Wang Hao and others waiting anxiously at the intersection. The entrance and exit were now completely blocked by soldiers, and no one was allowed to enter or exit. It seems that no matter how fast you run, it's not as fast as calling. It's not surprising that wired telephones will still be available after the apocalypse. Su Wenlong's sharp eyes saw Zhou Cheng from afar, and then he waved in this direction. Zhou Cheng did not go over, but motioned for them to come over. Now, it is impossible to pass the level normally. Zhou Cheng didn't dare to charge the card rashly. The old man was an ordinary person, and Murong Xiaoxiao was also an ordinary person now. The effect of the inhibitor is 24 hours, and the risk is too high once the card is overturned. But this is not a problem for Zhou Cheng, because Zhou Cheng has a RV. The RV is bulletproof and powerful, and a little barbed wire can't stop it. Get in the car. When they came over, Zhou Cheng immediately took out the RV. Ignoring Wang Hao and Murong Xiaoxiao's shocked eyes, he quickly greeted them to get in the car. Although Wang Hao and others were shocked, now was not the time to ask questions, so they quickly got in the car. After carrying Murong Xiaoxiao into the car, Zhou Cheng entered the cab. With the roar of the engine, the huge RV rushed towards the checkpoint. At the same time, Zhou Cheng also took back Irina. Parking. Stop it quickly. The checkpoint soldier saw someone crossing the checkpoint and shot decisively after the warning failed. But the bullets hit the car body and were bounced away. Fuck, it's bulletproof, an officer yelled angrily. Company commander, do you want to use a rocket launcher? A soldier asked. Fart. Return the rocket launcher. Bazookas are used to save lives and kill zombies, not to kill people. Damn it, I really can't figure out what trouble a bunch of students can cause. As for so much effort, you still need to block the card? After finishing his rant, the officer looked thoughtful as he watched the RV leave. Grandfather, Grandpa, how are you? In the car, seeing Xiao Jianqi still unconscious, Murong Xiaoxiao suddenly lost her composure. Xiaoxiao, Grandpa is fine. He's just angry. I just checked it for Grandpa. Sun Di said aside. Sun Di is from the Department of Medicine at Shenshu University, and his words are still credible. Murong Xiaoxiao felt relieved after hearing this. Can anyone tell me what happened? Why did he appear, and what is his relationship with my grandfather? After wiping the corners of her grandfather's mouth, Murong Xiaoxiao suddenly asked. Zhou Cheng's sudden appearance. Murong Xiaoxiao said he was not surprised that it was fake. We don't know either. He only said that he knew your grandfather and didn't say anything else. We don't know anything, Chen Wenlong replied. Oh. Murong Xiaoxiao nodded in disappointment, then looked at Zhou Cheng, who was driving. Here you go, the master gave it to you. At this time, Elena walked out of the back bedroom, holding some girl's clothes in her hand. Murong Xiaoxiao is still wearing Chu Tao's clothes. So as soon as he got in the car, Zhou Chengqing asked Elena to find some clothes for her. Go to the bedroom and change. Elena continued to say understandingly. After a while, Murong Xiaoxiao changed her clothes and came out, then came to the front row and sat down. What's going on? Murong Xiaoxiao asked immediately as soon as she sat on the passenger seat. Nothing happened. It's just a normal relationship. Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. What kind of favor? How did you and my grandfather meet? Murong Xiaoxiao continued to ask reluctantly. Why do you ask so clearly? Isn't saving you still a bad thing? Zhou Cheng asked back. No, I'm just curious. Upon hearing this, Murong Xiaoxiao lowered his head in embarrassment. Okay, to be honest, your grandfather and I don't know each other. He's a friend of mine. He was once favored by the old man. I am repaying his kindness. Your friend? Yes, he is my friend. We have a very good relationship, just like brothers. Today's events are just in time. I was asked by a friend to come over and see the old man, who knew something like this would happen. Zhou Cheng explained to Murong Xiaoxiao while thinking about it in his mind. Zhou Cheng can't do it without careful consideration, otherwise he will let it slip. Then who is your friend? After hearing this, Murong Xiaoxiao nodded doubtfully, and then asked again. Okay, stop it. That's all I can tell you. Don't ask about anything else. I won't tell you if you ask. Seeing Murong Xiaoxiao continue to ask questions, Zhou Cheng quickly interrupted. This thing was made up in the first place, and the more lies you tell, the more lies you will get. Oh! Murong Xiaoxiao snorted slightly and said nothing, but couldn't help but glance at Zhou Cheng. Are we going there? After a moment, Murong Xiao asked again. Go to the western suburbs of the city. My friend has a factory there that can be used as a shelter. You know, even if I don't tell you, you definitely can't stay in the safe zone any longer. Is this the friend you mentioned? Murong Xiao asked. No, it's another friend. Zhou Gua answered decisively. Then you mean we'll live there from now on? Ah, oh. Murong Xiao nodded. I forgot something. How are your 3 classmates? Are they like Chu Tao? Also, are they willing to come with you? If you don't want to, you can ask them to get off now. Zhou Cheng suddenly asked. They should be fine. Murong Xiao replied hesitantly. What do you mean there should be no problem? Okay, you go ask them now. If you want to leave, it's still too late. Zhou Cheng looked at Murong Xiao and said, Well, I'll go right away. Murong Xiao nodded, then stood up and left. Zhou Cheng is reluctant to bring others to the factory because it will increase many variables. But if you don't bring it, it probably won't work given Murong Xiao's personality. They are all willing. After a while, Murong Xiao returned to the cab. Okay, got it? Sit down. I have something to tell you. No matter how unwilling he was, Zhou Cheng had no other choice at the moment. Even for the sake of the old man, Zhou Cheng had no choice but to admit it. In this case, there are some things that need to be explained clearly to Murong Xiao. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for Lu Wen and his wife. In the simplest terms, Lu Wen is 2 people, and Murong Xiao is 5 people. At that time, who has the final say in the factory? Stop trying to be anti-customer. After listening to Zhou Cheng's narration, Murong Xiao understood immediately. He immediately assured Zhou Cheng that as long as she was there, everything would be no problem. Murong Xiao's guarantee is still credible. That's how her character is. Okay, that's it. I won't say any more. You can take care of yourself. Zhou Cheng took a deep look at Murong Xiao, which made Murong Xiao panic. An hour later, the RV successfully passed through the southern part of the city and arrived in the west part of the city. The old man was already awake at this time, and Murong Xiao returned to the car to take care of him. Zhou Cheng was busy driving and didn't go to the back to take a look. Anyway, the old man doesn't know him now, so it doesn't matter whether he goes or not. As long as the old man is fine, Zhou Cheng will finally repay his kindness. More than an hour later, near noon, Zhou Cheng and others finally returned to the factory. Lu Wen and Zhao Qingdong were also surprised to see Zhou Cheng suddenly bring so many people back. After some introduction, Lu and Wen finally understood what happened. At the same time, the 2 of them began to beat drums in their hearts. According to Zhou Cheng's original statement, Zhou Cheng just brought his benefactor back and they helped take care of him. This is certainly no problem. But now, he actually brought so many people back, and they will all live here from now on. It is impossible to say that Lu Wen and Zhao Qingdong have no ideas. Of course, Zhou Cheng understood what they were thinking, and immediately gave Lu Wen a comforting look, indicating that he would explain to her later. Murong Xiao also found a problem. After all, she had been reminded or warned by Zhou Cheng before. Seeing this, Murong Xiao immediately got close to Lu Wen as a sister, and kept her posture very low. After getting Zhou Cheng's signal and Murong Xiao's low profile, Lu Wen's mood improved. Later, Zhou Cheng arranged accommodation for them. Lu Wen still lives on the 2nd floor, Murong Xiao and Qiu Jinqi live on the 3rd floor, and Qin Wenlong lives on the 4th floor. There are plenty of rooms and complete furnishings, so this is not a problem. After arranging the room, Zhou Cheng arranged for Zhao Qingdong to greet Qin Wenlong and the others. Then Lu Wen and Murong Xiao were called aside alone. Then in front of the 2 of them, Lu Wen's power over the factory was reconfirmed. Of course, Murong Xiao had no objection to this, and assured Lu Wen in person that Lu Wen would take priority in everything from now on. Although Lu Wen was still a little worried, she could only accept it. This is not because Lu Wen is petty, but an inevitable phenomenon. If Zhou Cheng had been there, Lu Wen wouldn't have to worry. But once Zhou Cheng leaves, Lu Wen really can't guarantee it. Zhou Cheng was well aware of this, but the fact was that he could no longer drive Murong Xiao and others away. After the conversation, Zhou Cheng went to see Qiu Jianxi. After Qiu Jianxi woke up, he was no different from ordinary people. The previous coma was just anger and anger. Of course, Qiu Jianxi was surprised by Zhou Cheng's inexplicable appearance and the friend Zhou Cheng mentioned. During the conversation, Qiu Jianxi kept asking about Zhou Cheng's origins and asked who Zhou Cheng's friend was. Zhou Cheng had no choice but to use confidentiality as an excuse. Zhou Cheng could only do this because he couldn't explain it at all. After finally escaping, Zhou Cheng handed Murong Xiaoxiao a professional magic stone before leaving. She asked her to give it to the old man. She didn't expect the old man's team to kill monsters and upgrade. It would be good to improve her physical fitness. Murong Xiaoxiao did not refuse. He had received such a great favor and did not care how much he owed. Turning around and coming out, Zhou Cheng came to Lu Wen's room again. Brother, when they met, Lu Wen's expression was obviously aggrieved. Okay, I know you feel uncomfortable. Don't worry. I've thought about everything for you. Take a look, what is this? Seeing Lu Wen's aggrieved look, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but feel happy, and then took out the professional stone. Lu Wen's character is indeed very lovable, lively, straightforward, and never pretentious. What is this? Oh my God! The professional magic stone, brother. Did you really get it? Looking at the professional magic stone in Zhou Cheng's hand, Lu Wen couldn't understand why. Needless to say, this must be a bronze-quality professional sacred stone. Well, Zhou Cheng smiled and nodded. Oh my gosh, that's great. Thank you, brother. Lu Wen shouted. Don't worry about it now. Handing the professional sacred stone to Lu Wen, Zhou Cheng joked with a smile. Yeah. Lu Wen blushed when she heard this and nodded quickly. With this professional sacred stone, the young couple are both bronze-quality professionals. Murong Xiaoxiao and several other people, except for Murong Xiaoxiao, who is of bronze quality. Among the other three, only Wang Hao is of black iron quality, while Sun Di is of ordinary quality. In contrast, Lu Wen no longer has to worry about the decision. Okay, stop looking and take it quickly, then hurry up and cook. We will have dinner together tonight. I will give them another vaccination then, Zhou Cheng ordered with a smile. When Lu Wen came to the kitchen, Murong Xiaoxiao was already there. Of course, Murong Xiaoxiao must behave well if she eats like someone else and lives like someone else does. Murong Xiaoxiao still has this awareness, and it is also determined by her character. Lu Wen felt much better when she saw Murong Xiaoxiao taking the initiative to help. The previous worries were immediately thrown away. After Lu Wen left, Zhou Cheng had another private conversation with Zhao Qingdong. Zhou Cheng couldn't just focus on Lu Wen and throw Zhao Qingdong aside. After all, men have self-esteem. Zhou Cheng is so good to Lu Wen. It is impossible for ordinary men not to be jealous. Even though Zhao Qingdong knew that Zhou Cheng had no distracting thoughts about Lu Wen. But if you don't enlighten him, it is inevitable that he will have some ideas. In the end, everything went well. Zhao Qingdong still trusted Zhou Cheng as always and did not show any dissatisfaction. When he learned that Zhou Cheng had changed his mind and planned to leave at a later date. After preparing to take the two of them to upgrade, Zhao Qingdong's gratitude to Zhou Cheng was even more indescribable. Improving the level of their young couple was not Zhou Cheng's impromptu idea. Ever since Zhou Cheng planned to rebuild the settlement, the young couple had been included in Zhou Cheng's plan. A small settlement may have a few thousand people. A large one may have tens of thousands or even 10,000 plus people. Of course, so many people need management, and the young couple will be Zhou Cheng's best assistants. If you want to manage the settlement well, it is necessary to have strong strength. For this reason, it is not unacceptable to sacrifice a little time to bring them up. This is only one of the reasons, and Chu Qingdong is also one of the reasons. After his wife and nephew were killed, it was certain that Chu Qingdong would never let it go. Stay for a few more days to see the situation, so that Zhou Cheng can leave with peace of mind. The dinner was held in a friendly and warm atmosphere, with everyone sitting around and having a drink. The dining table is filled with more than a dozen dishes of various kinds, as well as various fine wines, and most importantly, electricity. To be able to enjoy these in the last days is simply unbelievable to Xiao and others. The treatment of the safe zone bosses is nothing more than this. Therefore, while everyone was surprised, they also expressed their gratitude to Zhou Cheng. Of course, Zhou Cheng doesn't take it seriously. Where is this? In his last life, he lived in a huge villa like a palace, with hundreds of people serving him. There are a lot of beauties around you, and you can use them at your call. That's what you enjoy. Of course, if a hero doesn't mention his former bravery, that's all in the past. Everyone chatted while eating, and Zhou Cheng also took this opportunity to set rules for everyone. The rule is that here, everything must obey the command of Lu Wen and his wife. If you violate it, get out immediately. Chun Wenlong and others quickly agreed with this. After all, they're the hosts and they're the guests. There is nothing to say about it. After 3 drinks, Zhou Cheng left first. Everything that needs to be explained has been done, and Zhou Cheng will not care about the rest. Back inside, Zhou Cheng took a bath and then went to bed early. Early the next morning, Zhou Cheng handed the child to Xiao to take care of, and then took Lu Wen out. Zhou Cheng's idea is very simple. While cleaning up the surrounding foreign creatures, he can also upgrade them. Of course, it was not Zhou Cheng who was upgraded, but Lu Wen. Lu Wen and Lu Wen are currently at level 25, and Zhou Cheng intends to raise their level to level dash before leaving. At level dash, their storage space can be opened. As long as they have all the reserve materials under control, Lu Wen and the two will naturally be able to control everything. But it's not that easy to advance to level dash, and Zhou Cheng can't wait that long. Zhou Cheng will only stay for 10 days at most, and it is unlikely that he will reach level dash within 10 days. Anyway, do your best. This time out, the target is of course alien creatures. The experience gained from killing alien creatures is far greater than that of zombies. The ratio between the two is often 1 to 30, or even higher. Of course, the risk is also higher. But these are not problems because Zhou Cheng is there to protect them. Alien creatures aren't everywhere, and that's not a problem either. The 3 of them drove to the bottom of a mountain and then walked to the top of the mountain. Zhou Cheng then took out the fireworks from the space. As the fireworks soared into the sky, they exploded in the air and made a loud noise. Not long after, alien creatures appeared in the distance, and they appeared in both directions. To the east are 3 lizard men, and to the west are a group of werewolves, about a dozen of them. Lu Wen and Lu Wen were still a little panicked when they saw so many foreign creatures. Don't panic. You have already seen werewolves. Lizardmen's combat power is only a little stronger than them. As long as you perform normally, there will be no problem. Zhou Cheng consoled him upon seeing this. Well, Lu Wen nodded solemnly. Zhou Cheng was willing to sacrifice his own time to help them upgrade, which was already good. They couldn't help but be timid. Soon, the 3-headed lizard men reached the top of the mountain first. The battle is imminent. Without any instructions, Lu Wen and Zhao Qingdong immediately faced each other, and Zhou Cheng naturally greeted the other ones. Since this was their first time facing a lizard man, Zhou Cheng was also worried that something might have happened, so he specially arranged for Elena and Catherine to help. Plus their own mercenaries, it's 3 against 1. The two did not disappoint Zhou Cheng and quickly solved their opponents. On Zhou Cheng's side, the remaining lizard man had no power to fight back under the combined forces of the steel golem and the clay golem, and was killed early. At this time, more than a dozen werewolves had just reached the top of the mountain. 3 of them were left to Lu Wen and the other 2, and the remaining werewolves were led into the battle circle by Zhou Cheng. One-on-one, Lu Wen will definitely have no problem, and Zhou Cheng is ready to gradually increase their dosage. According to Zhou Cheng's idea, they must at least be 1-on-2. In the end, everything turned out okay, and Lu Wen and she withstood the test. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, the opponent was still successfully killed. Zhou Cheng did not kill the remaining werewolves, but maimed them, and finally handed them over to Lu Wen and 2 others to deal with them. In this way, the experience is theirs. During this trip, Zhou Cheng mainly led the 2 of them to upgrade. Zhou Cheng could not afford to lose some experience. The 3 of them went out all day, and did not return until evening. Throughout the day, Lu Wen and the two of them killed more than 70 foreign creatures, and their level also reached level 26. This speed was also expected by Zhou Cheng. After all, he had much more experience in killing foreign creatures. When the three of them came back, Murong Xiaoxiao had already prepared dinner. It can be seen that Murong Xiaoxiao still pays great attention to the identity of his guests. Although Zhou Cheng didn't say anything, he still cast an appreciative look at her. As a result, Murong Xiaoxiao blushed. Murong Xiaoxiao is now very afraid of Zhou Cheng's eyes. As long as Zhou Cheng looks at her, she will be reminded of that day. I always feel that Zhou Cheng can see through and see everything about her. Boss Zhou, can we go out and kill monsters to level up? While eating, Wang Hao suddenly asked, have you ever dealt with foreign creatures? Zhou Cheng asked, no. Then you are not afraid? You have to face it even if you're afraid. Wang Hao replied matter-of-factly, since you're not afraid, of course you can. But we can't all go out. We still have to keep people at home. This is easy to handle. We can just take turns staying here. Chen Wenlong said at this time. Yeah, okay. Zhou Cheng nodded. If someone wants to upgrade, of course Zhou Cheng can't stop him. If he wants to, then go ahead. For the next 3 days, Zhou Cheng took Lu Wen out to upgrade every day. In 3 days, Lu Wen and Lu Wen were promoted 2 more levels, reaching level 28. Such speed also made Zhou Cheng satisfied. Murong Xiaoxiao and others are also doing the same these days. But there is one person left behind every day who is responsible for looking after the house and taking care of the old man and little Zhao Min. Of course, they must be going out alone, and Zhou Cheng wouldn't worry about taking care of them. With the improvement of Lu Wen's level, they no longer lack combat experience. In the following days, Zhou Cheng no longer went out with them, but stayed at home to look after the children. If Zhou Cheng does this, Lu Wen's upgrade speed will naturally slow down. But what Zhou Cheng considers is that they must learn to face it on their own. As for whether they can reach level dash before leaving, this is no longer within Zhou Cheng's consideration. At the current rate, even if Zhou Cheng leaves, it won't take them a few days to reach level dash. After a few more days, seeing that everything was fine, Zhou Cheng began to prepare to leave. Boss Zhou, what do you think we found? That evening, as soon as Murong Xiaoxiao and others came back, Chen Wenlong excitedly ran to Zhou Cheng. Looking at the other people, they also looked very excited. What did you find? Zhou Cheng asked curiously. Boss, we discovered a secret realm. Wang Hao answered first. Secret realm? Yes, it's the secret realm, the same as the one we discovered last time. But we didn't dare to go in this time. Sun Di said. Well, it's right not to go in. Zhou Cheng nodded after hearing this. Zhou Cheng really had no interest in the secret realm. It's not that Zhou Cheng doesn't like the treasures inside, but that the secret realm is too dangerous. The secret realm last time was a special case. Otherwise, Zhou Cheng would not have entered. That's what the boss said, and Xiao Xiao said the same. Don't worry, boss, we won't go in. Seeing what Zhou Cheng said, Chen Wenlong and others quickly expressed their stance. Where is the secret place? Is it far from here? Have you seen Lu Wen and the others? Zhou Cheng suddenly asked. Not far, just 30 miles away. Sister Lu Wen is not far from us. I saw them from a distance when I came back. Wang Hao replied quickly. Then have you told them that the secret realm is too dangerous to enter? Zhou Cheng asked immediately. After hearing Zhou Cheng's question, Murong Xiaoxiao and others were still confused at first, but then their expressions changed instantly. They were not stupid, and Zhou Cheng's words immediately made them realize that something was wrong. Lu Wen and the two don't know the danger of the secret realm. What if? No, I forgot to mention that. I'll go find them right now. Murong Xiaoxiao said with an annoyed look on her face, then turned to leave. At this moment, Murong Xiaoxiao felt very guilty. As the leader of the team, she should have thought of this. Xiaoxiao, wait for me. I'll go with you too. I'll go as well. Chen Wenlong and others followed after seeing this. Chen Wenlong, you stay. Zhou Cheng shouted to stop Chen Wenlong. Shall I stay? Chen Wenlong turned around in surprise. Yes, you stay and look after the house while I go. Zhou Cheng said, and handed the child to Chen Wenlong. Oh! Although he was a little reluctant, Chen Wenlong still obeyed the order honestly, took the child from Zhou Cheng, and then watched Zhou Cheng and others get into the car. Sorry. On the way, Murong Xiaoxiao bowed his head and apologized to Zhou Cheng. Forget it. Remember not to have it next time. Zhou Cheng replied coldly. To be honest, if Zhou Cheng didn't know much about Murong Xiaoxiao, Zhou Cheng would really think that she did it on purpose. Once Lu Wen and his wife really enter the secret realm, you can imagine what the consequences will be. Once something happens to them, the entire factory, including the materials, will naturally become Murong Xiaoxiao's. Seeing Zhou Cheng's cold attitude, Murong Xiaoxiao also had mixed feelings in her heart. She knew that this was Zhou Cheng's dissatisfaction with her. And what's more, Zhou Cheng might have misunderstood her. Thinking in his heart, Murong Xiaoxiao felt regretful. With all the conscience in the world, she really had no other thoughts. She just forgot about it. But obviously, it's too late to regret now. Hopefully, nothing will happen to them. Murong Xiaoxiao secretly prayed in her heart. As the saying goes, fear what comes. When Zhou Cheng and others arrived at the entrance to the secret realm, they searched all around the portal. Then Zhou Cheng released another firework, but Lu Wen and his wife were still not seen. Zhou Cheng knew something was wrong, and if nothing else happened, the two of them must have entered the secret realm. Thinking about it, this is normal. Faced with the sudden appearance of the portal, anyone will be curious when they see it. How to do? To save, or not to save? Looking at the portal with dazzling light in front of him, Zhou Cheng was a little embarrassed for a moment. Logically, they should be rescued. After all, Zhou Cheng and them had already developed a relationship. But entering the secret realm is basically a narrow escape, and Zhou Cheng knows this even more clearly. In the two secret realms Zhou Cheng entered in his previous life, there were almost thousands of alien creatures in them. Not just those two, almost all secret realms are like this. Are there any that are less dangerous? Of course there are. It was the one that Zhou Cheng and Murong Xiaoxiao entered before. But that's luck. The probability of happening is 1 in 1,000. Of course, Zhou Cheng didn't think he could still be so lucky. I'll go in and save them. Just when Zhou Cheng was struggling, Murong Xiaoxiao suddenly said something, and then plunged into the portal without looking back. Xiaoxiao, let's go too. Sun Di and Wang Hao followed in without hesitation. Zhou Cheng didn't even have time to stop them, and the three of them had already entered the gate. Hold! Zhou Cheng cursed angrily when he saw this, and then rushed in. Murong Xiaoxiao and the other three are not afraid of death and are willing to sacrifice their lives to save each other. Is Zhou Cheng not as good as them? That's all. The worst-case scenario is death. If you think about it, there's nothing to be afraid of. With the world spinning, Zhou Cheng quickly entered the secret realm and then fell to the ground with a plop. After landing, Zhou Cheng didn't hesitate at all. He immediately summoned the community and then stood up. But everything was fine. Zhou Cheng was not attacked by foreign creatures. Zhou Cheng looked up and saw that except for the grass under his feet and Murong Xiaoxiao and the others who had also just gotten up from the ground, everything was quiet, and not even a shadow of a monster could be seen. What? Seeing all this, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Is it just luck? Another special case? Zhou Cheng thought to himself. Boss, didn't you say that the secret realm is very dangerous? Why is this place different from what you said? At this time, Wang Hao couldn't help but ask. Zhou Cheng's idea is very simple. As long as he clears the passage and breaks in, it will be easy. Without thinking, Zhou Cheng immediately summoned his younger brother and arranged for the steel golem to take the lead and rush in. At this moment, the passage is filled with foreign creatures, and they are rushing in frantically. Lu Wen, Zhao Qingdong, push out of the passage. Zhou Cheng commanded the steel golem to charge in, and shouted inside, informing Lu Wen that the two should cooperate inside and outside. Brother, it's you. After a while, Lu Wen's voice came. From the sound, Lu Wen seemed to be crying. She probably never expected that Zhou Cheng would come to save them. Well, it's me. Don't worry. Zhou Cheng responded loudly. The passage is very narrow, and can only accommodate one of the Iron Golem's younger brothers. But this is enough. The golem wielded a giant axe, and when the sword fell, an alien creature was killed. The current strength of the steel golem can crush any foreign creature. It's not that the steel golem is too strong, but that the level of alien creatures is generally too low at this stage. Zhou Cheng had rich combat experience. Seeing that the steel golem was enough to handle the situation, he immediately ordered his other brothers to help behind him. Behind them, Murong Xiao and the other three were under great pressure, and they were already a little stretched in the face of the attacks of many foreign creatures. Through these days of interaction and today's performance, they have initially won Zhou Cheng's trust. Zhou Cheng didn't want anything to happen to them. After all, not everyone could sacrifice themselves for others. With the addition of a group of younger brothers and the help of Elena and Catherine, the defense line behind them was quickly restabilized. At this time, the steel golem had already burst into the passage 10 meters. Lu Wen and Zhao Qingdong inside were also exerting their strength, and they were only 5 meters away from the steel golem. Murong Xiao, the passage will be open soon. I will let the skeleton warrior stand in front, and you guys will retreat. Seeing that the meeting was imminent, Zhou Cheng immediately shouted to Murong Xiao and others. Okay. Murong Xiao responded, and then the three of them retreated while fighting. Zhou Cheng also gave the skeleton boy an order to defend, including the clay golem. If the younger brother dies, he can be recruited again. Of course, Zhou Cheng won't feel bad. Roar! As the last spider demon in the passage was killed by the giant axe of the steel golem, the passage was opened. Zhou Cheng then rushed into the passage to join Lu Wen and others, while Murong Xiao and others also fought and retreated. Elder brother. Seeing Zhou Cheng, Lu Wen immediately burst into tears and threw herself into Zhou Cheng's arms. Facing Lu Wen's embrace, Zhou Cheng was also embarrassed, and Zhao Qingdong was even more so. If Zhao Qingdong hadn't known that Zhou Cheng and Lu Wen were just siblings, I'm sure something would have happened. Okay, no matter how old you are not afraid of your husband being jealous, Zhou Cheng said with a smile. He doesn't know how to do it, and we have nothing to do. Lu Wen replied awkwardly, but quickly let go of Zhou Cheng and returned to Zhao Qingdong. At this time, Murong Xiao and others also withdrew in, and they were relieved to see that Lu Wen and Lu Wen were fine. Especially Murong Xiao. A big stone finally fell from her heart. If something happened to Lu Wen and Lu Wen, Murong Xiao would probably die of guilt. As Murong Xiao and others retreated, the passage was once again occupied by foreign creatures. Without any time to say anything else, Murong Xiao and the others immediately turned around and blocked the entrance. You said you are really brave. You dare to enter the portal without understanding anything. Have you ever thought about the danger? After Murong Xiao and the others left, Zhou Cheng asked, pretending to be angry. Brother, don't blame me for this. It's all Lu Wen. She insisted on coming in. If she wants to come in, I can't stop her. Zhao Qingdong explained with a wry smile. Humph. Brother, I didn't do it on purpose. I was just curious. Lu Wen snorted, glanced at Zhao Qingdong dissatisfied, and then said coquettishly to Zhou Cheng. Don't you understand why curiosity killed the cat? I saved you this time. Who will save you next time? Zhou Cheng continued to scold. Brother, I know I was wrong. I won't do it next time. Lu Wen quickly admitted her mistake when she saw this. You're also lucky. Forget it, don't talk about it. You two hurry up and help. Remember to thank them properly. I risked my life to save you. Looking in the direction of Murong Xiao, Zhou Cheng signaled to Lu Wen. Yes. Lu Wen and Zhao Qingdong nodded quickly. After the two left, Zhou Cheng looked around. The interior space of this pyramid is not large, only about the size of a basketball court. As usual, there's a long case in the center with a box above it. The box was open, and it was obvious that Lu Wen and his wife had obtained the contents. Zhou Cheng didn't care who got the things. What he cared about was what to do next. The entrance and exit of the passage are very small and can only accommodate one foreign creature at most. Blocking the door is not a problem. Zhou Cheng can block it for as long as he wants. Rushing out is also not a problem. Since Zhou Cheng can rush in with a RV, he can rush out with a RV. But Zhou Cheng felt it was a pity to leave like this. After all, he had already arrived. After his rebirth, all plans Zhou Cheng made revolved around upgrading. Upgrading is Zhou Cheng's obsession, everything. Since there are so many foreign creatures outside now, Zhou Cheng certainly doesn't want to let them go. And Zhou Cheng knew very well that this stage was actually the best time for him to upgrade. Nowadays, foreign creatures are generally only at level dash, while Zhou Cheng's level is level dash. There is a 15-level difference between the two, and it would be a complete crushing force against them. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity, you will reap the rewards. Once the second batch of alien creatures arrives 3 months later, the chance will be gone. Because the level of the second batch of alien creatures coming will be level dash. The level of foreign creatures in the secret realm will also be synchronized to level dash. Zhou Cheng can reach level dash at most in 3 months, and by then the gap will be greatly reduced. So, now is the best opportunity. After thinking for a long time, Zhou Cheng finally decided to stay in the secret realm. This opportunity is not to be missed. Not only can he level up as soon as possible, but he can also obtain the treasures in the secret realm. It can be said that he kills 2 birds with 1 stone. And Zhou Cheng doesn't have to worry about supplies. He has storage space, and the stored supplies are enough for him to consume for 10 years. Doing what he thought of, Zhou Cheng then went to the back of the hall and took out the RV, then several tents and a lot of pots and pans. Since he decided to stay, it wouldn't be a matter of a day or 2. Of course, Zhou Cheng couldn't treat himself badly. After doing this, Zhou Cheng summoned his younger brother again, preparing to take over from Murong Xiao and others. Except for the steel golem, all the other boys sacrificed their lives heroically just now in order to cover the retreat. With the 8-headed skeleton warrior, the 3-headed skeleton mage, plus the clay golem and the steel golem, Zhou Cheng confirmed that he could defend it until the end of the world. Everyone, please come down and take a rest. Arriving at the entrance of the cave, Zhou Cheng arranged for his younger brother to block the door, and then gave instructions to everyone. Murong Xiao and others were actually very tired, so they quickly left after hearing this. Turning back, a few people saw the RV and tent. "Brother, do you plan to stay here forever?" Lu Wen was the first to ask, and everyone else looked at Zhou Cheng in surprise. "Well, I plan to stay and kill monsters to level up." Zhou Cheng nodded. "Brother, killing monsters is okay, but how long do we have to kill so many monsters? What should I do at home, and what should I do with my children after such a long time?" As soon as Zhao Qingdong said this, Murong Xiao also believed it deeply. Not only is Xiao Zhaomin at home, but Murong Xiao's grandfather and Qin Wenlong are also present. It doesn't matter. The passage of time in the secret realm is different from that in the outside world. Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. "Time passes differently?" Everyone asked in unison. "Well, no matter how long we stay in the secret realm, we won't be outside for more than a day at most." Zhou Cheng nodded to confirm. "So this is that's good. There should be nothing wrong for the day." Zhao Qingdong nodded, and everyone else suddenly realized. "Those tents are yours. One for each of you. Hurry up and take care of yourselves. Come back when you're done, and we'll discuss how to kill monsters. Don't you always think that your level is low? Now the opportunity has come." Zhou Cheng then ordered with a smile. Everyone can pitch a tent, and within a short time, everyone had the tent set up. Lu Wen also turned up the wood stove and prepared to cook for a while. After it was done, everyone gathered around Zhou Cheng again. They said they were discussing how to kill monsters, but in fact there was nothing to discuss at all. The safe way is to stick to the channel, but this is naturally very inefficient. The bolder way is to rush out, which is definitely more efficient, but the risk is equally huge. After final discussion, everyone unanimously decided to rush out. As long as you are cautious, you can still rely on the safety of the pyramid behind you. In the worst case, if you can't hold on, you will retreat. Zhou Cheng then divided the team into 2 groups. He and Lu Wen were in a couple, and Murong Xiao was in a group of 3. Of course, Zhou Cheng didn't want to share his experience with so many people. The purpose of bringing Lu Wen along is to get them to level dash as soon as possible. Murong Xiao and the other three certainly had no objections to this, even though Murong Xiao was somewhat disappointed. As the saying goes, gentlemen are fond of fair ladies, but the opposite is also true. Zhou Cheng is young, has a good appearance, and has good strength. His own conditions are there. After spending so many days together, and what happened that day, it was inevitable that Murong Xiao would have a good impression of Zhou Cheng. But Murong Xiao also knew very well that Zhou Cheng might not have any thoughts about her. Her weight in Zhou Cheng's heart is even less important than that of Lu Wen and Zhao Qingdong. She may even have no weight at all. Therefore, it is inevitable that Murong Xiao feels disappointed. As the saying goes, falling flowers are intentional, but flowing water is ruthless. Of course, Zhou Cheng didn't know all this. And of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't consider Murong Xiao. Not only Murong Xiao, no matter who it is, Zhou Cheng will not consider or accept it. Because Zhou Cheng doesn't trust anyone, let alone him, Elena and Catherine. They are the only people Zhou Cheng can trust. Considering that everyone had just finished fighting and it was evening, Zhou Cheng planned to start the operation tomorrow morning. Then Zhou Qinggong ordered everyone to cook and eat, and then everyone had a good sleep. Dinner is simple, self-heating rice, which Zhou Cheng has plenty of in his storage space. After dinner, Zhou Cheng arranged duty for everyone. Although there are a group of boys guarding the entrance of the passage and the possibility of being broken in is almost zero, it is still better to be careful. After finishing everything, Zhou Cheng returned to the RV to rest. As a result, as soon as Zhou Cheng entered the RV, Lu Wen and his wife followed him. What? Is something wrong? Zhou Cheng looked at the two of them curiously. Brother, this is for you? Zhao Qingdong mysteriously handed something to Zhou Cheng, and then the two turned and left. Zhou Cheng looked down and saw that it was a rune. Runes function like equipment and have various attributes of their own, but they do not occupy the equipment slot and will be effective as long as they are placed in the backpack. This thing was very common in the previous life, and you would get it by killing foreign creatures, but that was in the later stages. In the early stage, because the level was too low, foreign creatures would only drop crystals after death. It is precisely because of this that runes are very popular among professionals. In his previous life, Zhou Cheng had at least a dozen runes of various kinds in his backpack. The rune in front of me should, not surprisingly, be the treasure in this pyramid. Lu Wen and his wife were quite thoughtful enough to hand it over on their own initiative. Since they were willing, Zhou Cheng would just accept it. As the saying goes, Zhou Cheng will definitely not treat them badly in the future. Moreover, Zhou Cheng also wanted to see if the rune was of any use to him. If it was useless, Zhou Cheng would return it to them. Runes come with various attributes. Different runes have different attributes, and of course the matching professions are also different. If this was a rune used by warriors or priests, it would naturally be useless to Zhou Cheng. Of course, it cannot be said that it is completely useless, but it cannot be used to its best advantage, and it is somewhat wasteful. After coming to the sofa and sitting down, Zhou Cheng looked at the rune. Mysterious runes. Life plus 100, mana plus 30, number of steel golems plus 1. When Zhou Cheng read the rune attributes, he was immediately stunned. Number of steel golems plus 1? What's happening here? As we all know, necromancers can recruit many skeleton warriors, including a large number of skeleton mages. But all golems are unique, and there cannot be another one. But what's going on now? How could the number of steel golems appear plus 1? While Zhou Cheng was delighted, he was also a little confused for a moment. But if this is true, its significance must be self-evident. First of all, having one more steel golem will undoubtedly enhance Zhou Cheng's strength. More importantly, its appearance completely subverted Zhou Cheng's previous understanding. This means that the golem is not unique, but you can have a lot. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng immediately got up and got out of the car and came to the back of the car. Since this is an experiment, we should try to avoid it as much as possible. A moment later, following Zhou Cheng's call, a steel golem appeared. Holy shit, it actually works. Seeing the second steel golem appear, Zhou Cheng was overjoyed and could not help but complain. It seems that the secret realm can really bring unexpected surprises, Zhou Cheng thought to himself. If this is the case, then if the secret realm is discovered again in the future, do you want to? Thinking in his heart, Zhou Cheng suddenly became very excited. Taking the golem back, Zhou Cheng returned to the RV with excitement. Except for the steel golem, all the other boys sacrificed their lives heroically just now in order to cover the retreat. With the 8-headed skeleton warrior, the 3-headed skeleton mage, plus the clay golem and the steel golem, Zhou Cheng confirmed that he could defend it until the end of the world. Everyone, please come down and take a rest. Arriving at the entrance of the cave, Zhou Cheng arranged for his younger brother to block the door, and then gave instructions to everyone. Murong Xiao and others were actually very tired, so they quickly left after hearing this. Turning back, a few people saw the RV and tent. Brother, do you plan to stay here forever? Luwen was the first to ask, and everyone else looked at Zhou Cheng in surprise. Well, I plan to stay and kill monsters to level up. Zhou Cheng nodded. Brother, killing monsters is okay, but how long do we have to kill so many monsters? What should I do at home, and what should I do with my children after such a long time? As soon as Zhao Qingdong said this, Murong Xiao also believed it deeply. Not only is Xiao Zhaomin at home, but Murong Xiao's grandfather and Qin Wenlong are also present. It doesn't matter, the passage of time in the secret realm is different from that in the outside world. Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. Time passes differently? Everyone asked in unison. Well, no matter how long we stay in the secret realm, we won't be outside for more than a day at most. Zhou Cheng nodded to confirm. So this is that's good. There should be nothing wrong for the day. Zhao Qingdong nodded, and everyone else suddenly realized. Those tents are yours. One for each of you. Hurry up and take care of yourselves. Come back when you're done, and we'll discuss how to kill monsters. Don't you always think that your level is low? Now the opportunity has come. Zhou Cheng then ordered with a smile. Everyone can pitch a tent, and within a short time everyone had the tent set up. Luwen also turned up the wood stove and prepared to cook for a while. After it was done, everyone gathered around Zhou Cheng again. They said they were discussing how to kill monsters, but in fact there was nothing to discuss at all. The safe way is to stick to the channel, but this is naturally very inefficient. The bolder way is to rush out, which is definitely more efficient, but the risk is equally huge. After final discussion, everyone unanimously decided to rush out. As long as you are cautious, you can still rely on the safety of the pyramid behind you. In the worst case, if you can't hold on, you will retreat. Zhou Cheng then divided the team into 2 groups. He and Lu Wen were in a couple, and Murong Xiao was in a group of 3. Of course, Zhou Cheng didn't want to share his experience with so many people. The purpose of bringing Lu Wen along is to get them to level dash as soon as possible. Murong Xiao and the other 3 certainly had no objections to this, even though Murong Xiao was somewhat disappointed. As the saying goes, gentlemen are fond of fair ladies, but the opposite is also true. Zhou Cheng is young, has a good appearance, and has good strength. His own conditions are there. After spending so many days together, and what happened that day, it was inevitable that Murong Xiao would have a good impression of Zhou Cheng. But Murong Xiao also knew very well that Zhou Cheng might not have any thoughts about her. Her weight in Zhou Cheng's heart is even less important than that of Lu Wen and Zhao Qingdong. She may even have no weight at all. Therefore, it is inevitable that Murong Xiao feels disappointed. As the saying goes, falling flowers are intentional, but flowing water is ruthless. Of course, Zhou Cheng didn't know all this. And of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't consider Murong Xiao. Not only Murong Xiao, no matter who it is, Zhou Cheng will not consider or accept it. Because Zhou Cheng doesn't trust anyone, let alone him, Elena, and Catherine. They're the only people Zhou Cheng can trust. Considering that everyone had just finished fighting and it was evening, Zhou Cheng planned to start the operation tomorrow morning. Then Zhou Qinggong ordered everyone to cook and eat, and then everyone had a good sleep. Dinner is simple, self-heating rice, which Zhou Cheng has plenty of in his storage space. After dinner, Zhou Cheng arranged duty for everyone. Although there are a group of boys guarding the entrance of the passage, and the possibility of being broken in is almost zero, it is still better to be careful. After finishing everything, Zhou Cheng returned to the RV to rest. As a result, as soon as Zhou Cheng entered the RV, Lu Wen and his wife followed him. What, is something wrong? Zhou Cheng looked at the two of them curiously. Brother, this is for you. Zhao Qingdong handed something to Zhou Cheng mysteriously, and then the two turned and left. Zhou Cheng looked down and saw that it was a rune. Runes function like equipment and have various attributes of their own, but they do not occupy the equipment slot and will be effective as long as they are placed in the backpack. This thing was very common in the previous life, and you would get it by killing foreign creatures, but that was in the later stages. In the early stage, because the level was too low, foreign creatures would only drop crystals after death. It is precisely because of this that runes are very popular among professionals. In his previous life, Zhou Cheng had at least a dozen runes of various kinds in his backpack. The rune in front of me should, not surprisingly, be the treasure in this pyramid. Lu Wen and his wife were quite thoughtful enough to hand it over on their own initiative. Since they were willing, Zhou Cheng would just accept it. As the saying goes, Zhou Cheng will definitely not treat them badly in the future. Moreover, Zhou Cheng also wanted to see if the rune was of any use to him. If it was useless, Zhou Cheng would return it to them. Runes come with various attributes. Different runes have different attributes, and of course the matching professions are also different. If this was a rune used by warriors or priests, it would naturally be useless to Zhou Cheng. Of course, it cannot be said that it is completely useless, but it cannot be used to its best advantage, and it is somewhat wasteful. After coming to the sofa and sitting down, Zhou Cheng looked at the rune. Mysterious runes. Life plus 100, mana plus 30, number of steel golems plus 1. When Zhou Cheng read the rune attributes, he was immediately stunned. Number of steel golems plus 1? What's happening here? As we all know, necromancers can recruit many skeleton warriors, including a large number of skeleton mages. But all golems are unique, and there cannot be another one. But what's going on now? How could the number of steel golems appear plus 1? While Zhou Cheng was delighted, he was also a little confused for a moment. But if this is true, its significance must be self-evident. First of all, having one more steel golem will undoubtedly enhance Zhou Cheng's strength. More importantly, its appearance completely subverted Zhou Cheng's previous understanding. This means that the golem is not unique, but you can have a lot. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng immediately got up and got out of the car and came to the back of the car. Since this is an experiment, we should try to avoid it as much as possible. A moment later, following Zhou Cheng's call, a steel golem appeared. Holy shit, it actually works? Seeing the second steel golem appear, Zhou Cheng was overjoyed and could not help but complain. It seems that the secret realm can really bring unexpected surprises, Zhou Cheng thought to himself. If this is the case, then if the secret realm is discovered again in the future, do you want to? Thinking in his heart, Zhou Cheng suddenly became very excited. Taking the golem back, Zhou Cheng returned to the RV with excitement. Silent all night. When Zhou Cheng woke up in the morning, Lu Wen and others had already made breakfast. After a quick meal, Zhou Cheng and others made some preparations before taking action. Don't go too far after you get out, otherwise I won't be able to take care of you. Looking at Murong Xiao, who was getting ready to go, Zhou Cheng warned. Hearing Zhou Cheng's instructions, Murong Xiao couldn't help but feel warm in her heart and nodded quickly. Zhou Cheng didn't say anything else, then came to the passage, then raised his hand and threw out several hellfires. Boom! With a roar, hot flames immediately filled the entire passage, and the foreign creatures in the passage were immediately burned to the point of howling like ghosts. As Zhou Cheng's main attack method, Hellfire is now at level 6 and is extremely powerful. Foreign creatures of more than 10 levels cannot be resisted at all. There was no need to hesitate. Before the flames were extinguished, the steel golem took a long stride and rushed out. With the sword in hand, there was no enemy in the first round. Zhou Cheng followed closely behind the steel golem and kept throwing spells in his hands. Soon, a group of people rushed out of the passage. Outside the passage, there are densely packed alien creatures everywhere. Zhou Cheng, Murong Xiao, and others immediately opened up their firepower and quickly cleared a large open space together. Then everyone was divided into two. Zhou Cheng and Lu Wen were in charge of the left side, and Murong Xiao and the others were in charge of the right side. Facing the sudden blow, the alien creatures reacted quickly after a brief panic. Immediately, they roared and charged forward. Boom, boom, roar. The next moment, explosions and roars could be heard. In terms of the strength of the two groups, there is no doubt that Zhou Cheng's side is much stronger. Not to mention that Zhou Cheng now has a second steel golem. Facing the foreign creatures that surrounded him, Zhou Cheng was always more than flexible. In comparison, the pressure on Murong Xiao and the others was even greater. However, there is still no problem in a short period of time, and if it fails, you can retreat at any time. At most, Zhou Cheng could take a few steps back to shrink his defense line. Brother, you can recruit a second golem. Seeing the second steel golem appear, Lu Wen immediately asked with a smile. Lu Wen certainly knew why the second demon statue appeared. She had already checked the properties of the runes. Ah, thank you more for that. Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. Why are you so polite? Lu Wen stuck out her tongue playfully. Stop talking and focus more. Zhou Cheng reminded her in time. Oh. Lu Wen agreed and then concentrated on fighting. Compared with zombies, the combat effectiveness of alien creatures is obviously much higher. And there are many types of them, including the hard-armored spider demons, the agile werewolves, and the flying winged men. It is not that easy to deal with them. Winged people are the only race of all alien creatures with the ability to fly, the other being the gargoyles. They look a bit like angels with wings behind them, but they are much uglier than angels. At first glance, it looks like a plucked native dog. They have sharp canines and claws, and their weapons are spears. The spears up to 3 meters long are extremely threatening. Fortunately, there is only one spear. If it could be thrown infinitely like the Amazon warriors, it would be a big problem. Even so, Zhou Cheng must always be careful about them. After all, they can fly. For this reason, Zhou Cheng also specifically asked Elena to deal with them specifically. As time went by, the battle became fierce. Murong Xiao and the others were unable to withstand the crazy attack at first, so they had no choice but to retreat. Upon seeing this, Zhou Cheng immediately retreated while fighting, covering their retreat while further narrowing the defense line. After you go back, take the time to recover your mana. Zhou Cheng warned Murong carefully when he came to Murong Xiao's side. Yes, Murong Xiao nodded and then walked into the passage. After the 3 people left, the pressure was all on Zhou Cheng's side. After continuing to fight for more than half an hour, Zhou Cheng had to retreat into the passage. You haven't upgraded yet? After returning, Zhou Cheng immediately asked everyone. No, it's still a little bit worse. Wang Hao scratched his head. Me too. Lu Wen said. Me too. Murong Xiao and others also responded one after another. Yeah, Zhou Cheng nodded after hearing this. In the previous battle, Zhou Cheng and the others killed almost 100 heads. Murong Xiao and the others also killed more than 40 animals. Lu Wen and Zhao Chendong had just reached level 26 before, and now they are just a little short of leveling up. The speed is no longer slow. Of course, this is also related to the difference in experience gained. Killing one alien creature is equivalent to 30 or 40 zombies, so it is normal. In contrast, Zhou Cheng didn't gain much from this battle, and his experience only increased by 30%. On the one hand, this is because his level is too high, and on the other hand, he also intends to be humble during the battle in order to allow Lu Wen and Zhao Chendong to reach level dash as soon as possible. Anyway, there are many foreign creatures in the secret realm, so this is just a small pyramid. There are 3 other small pyramids and 1 large pyramid waiting for Zhou Cheng to harvest, but Zhou Cheng is not in a hurry. Not to mention, the experience that can increase 30% in one battle is already very good. Unlike Zhou Cheng's calmness, Murong Xiao and the others were extremely happy because of this. They could never dream of upgrading at such a speed. Everyone chatted for a while, and then each found a place to restore his mana. Zhou Cheng also needed to restore his mana. But unlike others, his experience points will continue to grow even during the period of recovering mana. Because the younger brother was blocking the door, foreign creatures would die on the spot from time to time. This is also the greatest advantage of the Necromancer profession. Restoring mana has always been the most troublesome problem for professionals, and there is almost no solution to this problem. It wasn't until launch that everyone's mana recovered to almost -%. But -% is enough. Li Ming and the others will upgrade soon. Once upgraded, their mana will be filled up immediately, just in time to catch up. The next battle went very smoothly. During this period, everyone except Zhou Cheng was promoted to a level. Li Ming and Zhao Qingdong were promoted to level 27. Murong Xiaoxiao was promoted to level 26. And Sun Di and Wang Hao were promoted to level 25. After upgrading, their strength has increased more or less. Coupled with the fact that all mana is replenished after the upgrade, this battle will last longer. Murong Xiaoxiao and the others persisted for a full hour and a half, and Zhou Cheng and the others persisted for 2 hours before retreating. In this battle, Zhou Cheng and others killed almost 200 foreign creatures. Of course, this number is not even 1/10 compared to the thousands outside. But this is exactly what Zhou Cheng hopes. Zhou Cheng also wished that the more the better. After this battle, Zhou Cheng's experience increased to level 70.00 with -%. At this rate, Zhou Cheng will be able to upgrade tomorrow. This made Zhou Cheng feel more and more that the secret realm might be his blessed place. At night, Zhou Cheng lay in bed and meditated. The accidental entry into the secret realm and what happened after entering the secret realm made Zhou Cheng realize that the upgrade plan he made after his rebirth needed to be revised. As considered before, at least until the next batch of alien creatures arrives, using the level advantage to kill alien creatures in the secret realm is actually the only choice. This not only saves Zhou Cheng from searching everywhere, but also allows him to obtain various treasures in the secret realm. Why not? Speaking of treasures, the most abundant treasures in the secret realm are actually equipment. And Zhou Cheng really needs equipment now, because he is now level dash. Zhou Cheng now only has 4 pieces of equipment, so he has already planned to change the equipment at level dash. No matter how reluctant you are to part with it, you must change it when it's time to change it. If you can explore the secret realm more, maybe the equipment problem can be solved. Even if there are only 1 or 2, it will save Zhou Cheng a lot of experience. After all, experience does not come with strong winds. You should save it if you can. Thinking in his heart, Zhou Cheng secretly made up his mind. I decided to go into the secret realm next. Early the next morning, Zhou Cheng woke up early. Seeing that it was still early, Zhou Cheng and Elena did some morning exercises, and then got up and dressed with satisfaction. I have to say that it is really convenient to have the 2 of them by my side. Moreover, Elena and Catherine responded to every request, which made Zhou Cheng extremely happy just now. After getting off the car, Zhou Cheng saw Murong Xiaoxiao cooking porridge. The secret realm is self-contained and is different from the outside world. The secret realm always maintains a normal temperature. Therefore, everyone took off their thick cotton clothes, and Murong Xiaoxiao was no exception. Murong Xiaoxiao was wearing a sportswear today. Since she was bending over to cook porridge, her body naturally formed an arched shape, so her figure was clearly revealed. Don't tell me it's really attractive. But looking back, to be fair, Zhou Cheng really didn't have any thoughts about her. As long as a woman has a good body shape, she will not be bulging forward and backward. Not to mention that Zhou Cheng has seen so many beauties that he is almost immune to them now. Women are naturally more sensitive, and this is absolutely true. Even with her back to Zhou Cheng, Murong Xiaoxiao seemed to be able to feel the eyes behind her. Murong Xiaoxiao quickly stood up and then looked back. When she discovered that the person behind her was Zhou Cheng, a blush immediately appeared on her face. The porridge is ready and ready to drink. After leaving a few words in a hurry, Murong Xiaoxiao turned around and left in a panic. Haha, Seeing Murong Xiao leaving in panic, Zhou Cheng almost couldn't help laughing. Of course, this is just a small episode. As everyone woke up one after another, everyone had a meal together, and then began today's task of killing monsters. There are at least -alien creatures outside, so everyone is prepared for a long-term battle. Time passed, and 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. For 7 days, Zhou Cheng and others went out to kill monsters every day, just like clocking in at work. Finally, on the 7th day, all foreign creatures were killed. Everyone has gained a lot from this, and their levels have skyrocketed. Lu Wen and Zhao Qingdong were the first to reach level -. Murong Xiao was promoted to level 29, and Sun Di was promoted to level 28. Zhou Cheng himself rose to level 32 with 60%. Such a speed is really gratifying. Everyone was very happy about this. Of course, in addition to experience gains, there are also crystal gem rewards. After counting, everyone harvested about 1,000 crystal stones in total. Everyone knows the role of crystal stones, which can unlock spiritual intelligence for mercenaries. However, no one wanted the crystals, and instead took the initiative to give all the crystal cores to Zhou Cheng. Everyone knew clearly that Zhou Cheng deserved this. How could Zhou Cheng have gained all this without using it? What's more, turning on spiritual intelligence requires a large amount of crystals, and they simply can't get them together. Zhou Cheng didn't have to be polite. He happily accepted it and gave it all to Elena and the two. This made Elena and the two extremely happy. This pyramid has been cleaned, and then there are the remaining pyramids. Everyone has no objection to this. Where can I find such an opportunity? Only Murong Xiao proposed that she would leave after cleaning the next pyramid. Zhou Cheng was originally a little curious as to why. After some questioning, it turned out that it was because of Chen Wenlong. Murong Xiao wanted to go out and replace Chen Wenlong. This result immediately made Zhou Cheng dumbfounded. This silly woman was really sacrificing herself for others. Of course, Zhou Cheng didn't bother to care about her if she insisted on doing it, and immediately agreed. After that, Zhou Cheng spent another 10 days cleaning the second pyramid. After cleaning up, Zhou Cheng's level rose to level 34. Sun Di and Wang Hao reached level 31. The couple Lu Wen and Murong Xiao have both reached level 32. At the second pyramid, Zhou Cheng got a staff as he wished, which saved Zhou Cheng a lot of experience. After that, Zhou Cheng and his party returned to the portal. Murong Xiao wanted to go back and let Chen Wenlong in. This was what was agreed before. But what surprised Zhou Cheng was that it was not Murong Xiao, but Wang Hao who left in the end. Zhou Cheng didn't know the specific reason, but they probably renegotiated it. Of course, Zhou Cheng didn't bother to care. It would be the same if anyone left. However, Wang Hao's ability to come forward still made Zhou Cheng look at him with admiration. Being able to make sacrifices in the face of such interests is really something that most people can't do, at least Zhou Cheng can't. Before leaving, Murong Xiao and Lu Wen inevitably gave Wang Hao some advice. Lu Wen was worried about her children, and Murong Xiao was naturally worried about her grandfather. Wang Hao responded one by one and then left. After waiting for almost an hour, Chen Wenlong entered the secret realm. Everyone exchanged a few words and then rushed to the next pyramid. More than half a month later, Zhou Cheng and others came out of the secret realm with full harvest. Within half a month, everyone, under the leadership of Zhou Cheng, successively cleaned up the remaining 2 small pyramids. When he came out, Zhou Cheng's level was already level 36. Lu Wen and the 3 others have also been promoted to level 34, and even Chen Wenlong, the lowest level, has been promoted to level -. In addition to the experience gain, the other was the crystal stone harvest. In the end, more than 2,000 crystal stones were accepted by Zhou Cheng. One of the treasures obtained from the 2 small pyramids was priest equipment, which was given to Lu Wen by Zhou Cheng. The other piece was Paladin equipment. Because no one was a Paladin, it was left behind by Zhou Cheng. The central Great Pyramid was not cleaned, of course because Zhou Cheng had selfish motives. After leading Lu Wen and others to level 30, Zhou Cheng can be regarded as the most benevolent and righteous person. Zhou Cheng can't always give. he himself has to upgrade. Therefore, Zhou Cheng does not intend to share the central pyramid with everyone. No one could say anything about Zhou Cheng's move. Everyone understood that without Zhou Cheng, they would not be able to survive in the secret realm. They were already satisfied that Zhou Cheng could achieve this level. Everyone then returned to the factory happily. When I came back, everything was normal in the factory. It's not surprising that everything is normal. After all, it's only been one day. So what can happen? Entering the factory gate, Zhou Cheng saw Wang Hao walking in the yard holding little Zhao Min. The old man was also walking in the yard and seemed to be in good spirits. This was, of course, due to the professional sacred stone given to him by Zhou Cheng. Wang Hao and the old man were also very happy to see Zhou Cheng and others, and little Zhao Min immediately reached out for a hug. Zhou Cheng quickly took Zhao Min over and kissed her affectionately several times on the face. Zhou Cheng didn't have to leave the secret realm. The reason why he came out was just to see little Zhao Min. Zhou Cheng didn't know why, but he just liked her. Maybe this is fate. That night, everyone gathered together and had a great time. After dinner, Zhou Cheng took Lu Wen to the top floor warehouse. The young couple is now at level dash, and the storage space has been opened. The collection of materials on the top floor is also urgent. Zhou Cheng divided all the supplies into 3 and ordered Lu Wen and Zhao Qingdong to each take 1/3 and keep the remaining 1/3. It would be unsightly to take them all away, and it would easily cause misunderstandings by Murong Xiaoxiao and others. All the supplies have been collected. What if Lu Wen and the others are not here? What will Murong Xiaoxiao and others do? What to eat and drink? Because Lu Wen and Zhao Qingdong are both of bronze quality, their storage space is 100 cubic meters. After collecting the supplies, there is still a lot of space left. Considering that the more material reserves are of course the better, and Murong Xiaoxiao and the 3 of them also have space to use. Zhou Cheng then told Lu Wen that the next few days would be mainly about searching for supplies, and the sooner he acted, the better. Lu Wen was convinced of this and immediately said she would take action the next day. With the current strength of Lu Wen and others, there is almost no risk in going deep into the city. 5 professionals in their 30s are enough to defeat any opponent, even the Corpse King. In fact, there are currently no more than 100 people in the world who are above level dash. And all of this is, of course, thanks to Zhou Cheng. Early the next morning, Zhou Cheng returned to the secret realm. Lu Wen and others set off for the city, leaving Sun Di to look after the house. The most dangerous place in the secret realm is, of course, the central pyramid. When Zhou Cheng arrived here, he saw this scene. At this moment, about 3,000 alien creatures are entrenched around the pyramid. The number is similar to that of the small pyramid, 3,000 to 4,000, but the reality is different. Because the alien creatures in front of them are all at level dash, which is 5 levels higher than what they encountered before. The difference in level 5 may not seem big, but the combat effectiveness is completely different. Of course, this difficulty cannot stop Zhou Cheng. He wouldn't come in because he was afraid of difficulties. Still using the old method, Zhou Cheng took out the RV from the space and drove towards the pyramid. Naturally, we encountered obstacles from foreign creatures on the way, but they were still not enough to see in front of the RV. It only took a few minutes for Zhou Cheng to rush to the foot of the pyramid. Then with a beautiful drift, Zhou Cheng stopped the car steadily at the entrance of the passage. Without the assistance of Lu Wen and others, Zhou Cheng could only use RVs to reduce the defensive area. Next, as usual, the steel golem was responsible for advancing into the passage, with Zhou Cheng following closely behind, and the remaining younger brothers, including Catherine and Elena, were responsible for breaking up the rear. The passage is very narrow and can only accommodate 1 person in front of the steel golem. Therefore, Zhou Cheng, who is following the steel golem, can only use every opportunity to release spells. Fortunately, the steel golem was so powerful that it simply built a bridge across mountains and rivers. Foreign creatures were immediately killed or injured under repeated impacts, and Zhou Cheng basically didn't need to take action. Soon, Zhou Cheng advanced more than 30 meters along the passage. Elena and others also retreated into the passage while fighting, and the last person responsible for breaking up the rear was another steel golem. This passage is very long, at least 50 meters. Considering that he didn't know what was going on inside, Zhou Cheng didn't dare to rush in rashly. If there were too many foreign creatures inside, Zhou Cheng might not be able to eat them all. Zhou Cheng decided to fight a war of attrition in the passage, at least to consume all the foreign creatures inside. Immediately, Zhou Cheng ordered the steel golem to stop advancing, and even risked his own life to come to the front. The steel golem is very powerful, but its attack surface is too narrow and its efficiency is too low. Zhou Cheng didn't want to waste time, so he had no choice but to take action himself. Call! Roar! With the hellfire and flame bombs being thrown out continuously, the front of the passage suddenly turned into a sea of fire. A dozen foreign creatures in the passage were immediately surrounded by flames and screamed. If Zhou Cheng hadn't been a fire mage with a naturally high flame resistance, he wouldn't have been able to stand such a close distance. In less than a minute, when the flames extinguished, only a few charred bodies were left on the ground. But then more alien creatures poured into the passage. Zhou Cheng then followed the same pattern and continued to harvest. After repeating this for about 10 rounds, no foreign creatures emerged from the pyramid. Seeing this scene, Zhou Cheng knew that he was almost done. Immediately, Zhou Cheng stepped inside. But just as Zhou Cheng stepped inside the pyramid and began to look around, a sudden change occurred. A black shadow suddenly pounced on Zhou Cheng from above his head. The black shadow is a wingman, a level dash wingman. The wingman has always been known for its fast speed, but what is faster than the wingman is its spear. When Zhou Cheng saw the spear, it was already close at hand. Master, be careful. Before Zhou Cheng could react, he heard Catherine shout. Then I saw Catherine standing in front of Zhou Cheng regardless of her own safety. Puff! The next moment, the spear suddenly penetrated Catherine's body and continued to stab Zhou Cheng's chest without losing any strength. Seeing Catherine's miserable condition, Zhou Cheng was so filled with grief and anger that he couldn't care less and hurriedly released the ice shield. Dang! The sharp spear penetrated the ice shield and then pierced Zhou Cheng's chest. Zhou Cheng felt a stabbing pain in his chest and then lost consciousness. Court death! Roar! Before falling in a coma, Zhou Cheng vaguely heard an angry shout and an inexplicable roar from Elena. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Cheng slowly woke up from his coma with Elena's call. After waking up, Zhou Cheng looked down and found that the wound on his chest was not serious. Although the ice shield was shattered, most of the force was neutralized, and the spear finally penetrated less than half an inch. He looked up and saw that at this moment, apart from Elena, there was only a steel golem with one arm missing and 3 skeleton warriors left in the hall. At this time, they were fighting fiercely with the alien creatures in the passage. Needless to say, the other younger brothers must have all been killed. Turning to look at him, Catherine was lying next to her, obviously no longer breathing. The wingman who attacked Zhou Cheng was also lying not far away, also lifeless. You guys killed it? Seeing Iren's body, Zhou Cheng asked in confusion. The level, dash, wingman is far beyond what Elena and a group of younger brothers can handle. Zhou Cheng knew this clearly. Return to Master. It's not us. It's your special summons, Master. It appeared just now. Elena replied in a deep voice. Oh, no wonder. Zhou Cheng suddenly realized after hearing this. Although the white jade skeleton is recovering from its injuries, it cannot leave its master alone at a critical moment, so it is inevitable that it will show up. Now it seems that it is a good thing, otherwise, hey, it's my fault this time, I was too careless. After being silent for a while, Zhou Cheng sighed. It's Elena's fault in guarding. Hearing Zhou Cheng blame himself, Elena said quickly, I don't blame you. It has nothing to do with you. Okay, help me up. Zhou Cheng comforted her with a smile. Hearing this, Elena quickly helped Zhou Cheng stand up. After Zhou Cheng got up, he immediately summoned the fallen brothers again, and then ordered them to block the door. Afterwards, Zhou Cheng came to Catherine again. Catherine was lying on the ground, already cold, and her left chest was completely penetrated by a spear. Zhou Cheng looked at it silently for a while, then cast a spell to revive it. Each mercenary only has 3 chances to be resurrected. After this time, Catherine only has 2 chances left. Sorry. Seeing Catherine open her eyes again, Zhou Cheng knelt down and hugged the newly awakened Catherine into his arms, and said affectionately, "Master, it is Catherine's duty to protect you." Catherine looked at Zhou Cheng equally affectionately. Mercenaries are all intelligent, and they certainly know how good Zhou Cheng is to them. For Catherine, Zhou Cheng was not only her master, but also her relative and lover. "Don't worry, I will pay attention to it in the future." Looking at Catherine, Zhou Cheng took a long time to say this. Zhou Cheng couldn't say anything else because he couldn't guarantee that similar things wouldn't happen again in the future. "Sister Catherine, you're awake? That is really good." Elena's timely appearance resolved Zhou Cheng's embarrassment. After resurrecting, Catherine would be weak for 24 hours. Zhou Cheng handed Catherine over to Elena to take care of, and then turned around and came to the winged man. Zhou Cheng had never expected that winged men would appear at this stage. Otherwise, Zhou Cheng would definitely not be so careless. The maximum level of the alien creature that comes for the first time will not exceed level -. However, the impossible happened eventually, and Zhou Cheng paid the price for it. If the white jade skeleton hadn't appeared in time, Zhou Cheng would definitely have died this time. Zhou Cheng was a little confused. Why did he change so much after his rebirth? Is it really just the butterfly effect, or other reasons? Unfortunately, after thinking for a long time, Zhou Cheng couldn't figure it out. Zhou Cheng only understood one thing now, and that was that he was going to start bleeding again. The white jade skeleton was already in the period of cultivation, and this so-called cultivation, to put it bluntly, meant digesting and absorbing Zhou Cheng's blood. These days, Zhou Cheng has been feeding it a lot. This time it was forced to appear, and needless to say, the training time would definitely be extended indefinitely. Accordingly, Zhou Cheng needs to prepare more blood for it to absorb. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng prepared to check the status of the white jade skeleton to see what was going on with it. But when Zhou Cheng opened the system panel, an accident happened suddenly. In an instant, a powerful energy suddenly poured into Zhou Cheng's body. Before Zhou Cheng could react, a piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Devouring successful. Occupation, Paladin. Quality gold. Attributes, strength plus 35, agility plus 15, vitality plus 15, spirit plus 10. 1251367483030. Fire resistance 10%, frost resistance 10%, lightning resistance 10%, poison resistance 10%. Skills, guardian system, offensive system, elemental system. What? After receiving the information prompt, Zhou Cheng was stunned on the spot. I quickly touched my breast pocket. The next moment, Zhou Cheng's face turned gloomy. The Holy Knight professional stone in his pocket was indeed missing. Ever since he got the Holy Knight professional stone, Zhou Cheng had been carefully keeping it in his underwear pocket. Now that he has disappeared, and combined with the hints he just received, you can figure out what happened without having to guess. It must have been Iren's spear that injured Zhou Cheng. The professional stone absorbed Zhou Cheng's blood and was automatically activated. After confirming this result, Zhou Cheng really wanted to die at this moment. It's not that Zhou Cheng doesn't like the paladin profession, but he already has dual professions, and upgrading with dual professions is inherently difficult. Even the dual cultivation was a decision made by Zhou Cheng after careful consideration and various considerations. Zhou Cheng made careful plans for this and had to put in a lot of effort. Even so, Zhou Cheng was not very sure that he could reach level - before the alien creatures rioted. It is so difficult to practice dual cultivation, and it is even more impossible to cultivate 3 ways. There is a reason why Zhou Cheng is so persistent in reaching the full level. Professionals can change jobs after reaching level - After the job transfer, the professional's strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. Only in this way can Zhou Cheng be able to compete with the leader of the 100-level alien creatures. Otherwise, he will be dead in the end. According to Zhou Cheng's assessment of the alien creature leader, if he has a single profession, Even if he changes jobs, he is still no match for the alien creature leader. That's why Zhou Cheng took the risk and chose dual careers. To put it bluntly, Zhou Cheng did this out of necessity. But now, three professions, God, are you kidding me? If I had known this, why would you let me be reborn? Zhou Cheng really didn't know what to say at this moment. Everything he had worked so hard and painstakingly prepared was all in vain because of this accident. At this moment, Zhou Cheng was at a loss, not sure what to do next. Regardless of dual or multiple cultivation, they are all upgraded simultaneously, and there is no separate major in any profession. I'm not sure about changing jobs in two professions, so how can it be possible in three professions? But if you can't change jobs, how do you deal with the leader of alien creatures? What should I do? Are you running away now? Which nook and corner do you run to, lingering, and then wait to be found? For a moment, Zhou Cheng's mind was completely confused. Hey, let's take a step and see. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Cheng sighed. In fact, there is no need to consider this problem. There is no solution at all. Since there is no solution, we can only accept our fate and live one day at a time. After all, Zhou Cheng still had 10 years to live, and if he hit it well, he might live a few more years. When it comes to who will be the last survivor of mankind, Zhou Cheng believes that it will be no one else but him. Opening the system panel, Zhou Cheng checked the situation of the white jade skeleton. The answer is that it will continue to sleep. It is not yet certain how long it will be dormant, but it will be at least half a year or a year. As long as everything is fine, it doesn't matter if it takes a long time. After checking the white jade skeleton, Zhou Cheng then opened the Paladin panel and checked the Paladin professional skills. Now that the three professions have become a fact, there is no point in continuing to dwell on them. What is important right now is to determine the Paladin's professional skills and development direction as soon as possible. As for the rest, we can only take a step at a time. The Paladin profession is also divided into three series, namely the Guardian series, the Offensive series, and the Elemental series. For Zhou Cheng, his biggest shortcoming is his lack of defense. Faced with the Winged Man Spear, the Ice Shield had already proved its inability. Zhou Cheng now urgently needs more powerful defensive skills to make up for his lack of defense. As the ultimate defensive skill, Holy Shield is undoubtedly the best choice. No need to think about it. This skill is definitely the first choice. Holy Shield is a Guardian skill, and there are other skills in the Guardian system, such as Holy Light Bullet, Fist of Heaven, etc. The Holy Light Bullet is somewhat similar to the Fire Bullet, and the Fist of Heaven is similar to the Bone Spear. These repeated skills can be dispensed with. With the saved skill points, Zhou Cheng was ready to learn the offensive system's Shield Strike, Charge, Fanaticism, and Holy Light Transformation. Elemental Sacred Ice, Sacred Thunder, Prayer, Meditation, Salvation including Purification. These skills are very good, and Zhou Cheng must learn them. Especially Prayer. This skill can speed up the recovery of mana and must be cultivated with emphasis. In addition, Meditation and Charging will also be the focus of training. Next are the two group attack skills of Holy Ice and Holy Thunder. After mastering them, Zhou Cheng's offensive methods can be further enhanced. There is also a Sacred Fire skill in the Elemental system, but Zhou is a Fire Mage, so he doesn't need this skill. Of course, all of these skills cannot be learned by Zhou Cheng now, except for the initial skill Shield Bash. After all, Zhou Cheng's Paladin level is now only level 1. But if you want to upgrade quickly, the level is low after all. Just by studying skills for a while, Zhou Cheng's Paladin level has been raised to level 4. Although Zhou Cheng didn't do anything, his younger brother couldn't help but still killed the enemy. After completing the planning, Zhou Cheng closed the system panel, stood up, and walked to the long desk in the center of the hall. There was a box on the long desk as usual, but the contents in the box really gave Zhou Cheng a surprise. There is another rune in the box. It is not surprising that there is a rune. What surprises Zhou Cheng is that the skill of this rune is +1 for all skills. Independent profession, skill +1, or even +2. Zhou Chengdu has seen and had these before. But all skills are +1. Zhou Cheng said that he had never seen it before, let alone heard of it. This means that all three of Zhou Cheng's skills can benefit from it at the same time, which is quite awesome. I have to say, this is really an unexpected surprise. Of course, no matter how big a surprise it is still a mirror image to Zhou Cheng. Because Zhou Cheng has given up, everything he does now has no purpose at all. It is all done for the sake of doing. After equipping the rune, sure enough, all skills were increased by 1 level. With this level, Zhou Cheng can summon 1 more skeleton warrior and 1 more skeleton mage. It is now possible to summon 9 skeleton warriors and 4 skeleton mages. This is also a small surprise. Of course, Zhou Cheng still couldn't be happy. After equipping the runes, Zhou Cheng had no intention of killing monsters, and then summoned the RV to sleep in the car. What else is there to do? Just barely alive. Thinking like this, Zhou Cheng fell asleep in a daze. It was already midnight when Zhou Cheng woke up. After rubbing his head, Zhou Cheng got dressed and walked out of the RV. As he walked outside, he recalled a dream he had just had. Zhou Cheng confirmed that he had just dreamed, but he could not remember the specific content clearly. He only remembered that there was a woman who kept saying something to him in the dream. Moreover, Zhou Cheng had seen this woman before. She was the woman Zhou Cheng saw in a trance when he died in his previous life. Damn, I'm so nagging. After not recalling it for a long time, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but complain. After getting off the car, the boys still blocked the door dutifully, while Elena watched from the side. Catherine had been sent to the RV to rest. After sleeping for a few hours, Zhou Cheng's Paladin level had risen to level 10 without even realizing it. This is the benefit of having many younger brothers who have experience in sleeping. It can be predicted that Zhou Cheng will add a younger brother next. To be precise, he is not a younger brother, but a younger sister. She is Zhou Cheng's 3rd mercenary. Of course, each of the 3 professions has 3 mercenaries. Elena, what profession would you choose for the next mercenary? Arriving in front of Elena, Zhou Cheng asked with a smile. What? Master let Elena choose? Elena looked at Zhou Cheng in surprise. How could the master leave the choice to her in such an important matter as choosing a mercenary? How did Elena know that Zhou Cheng was completely ruined now? Go to hell, love so and so? This is Zhou Cheng's current mentality. Well, I just let you choose. Zhou Cheng nodded. Then what profession does the master think is good? Elena asked back, as Zhou Cheng harvested a large number of crystal nuclei one after another. They were consumed by Elena and the 2. Elena and Catherine's intelligence is also constantly changing, and now they know how to kick the ball. Anyway, there are only 3 professions. Just help me choose one. Zhou Cheng kicked the ball back again. Then choose a mage. This time Elena had no choice but to hesitate for a while and said, well, then choose the mage. Zhou Cheng smiled and accepted Elena's opinion. There are only 3 mercenary professions in total, and it would be good to recruit a mage as well. 3 professions are the same, which can be considered a full job. Okay, you go and cook, I'll watch from here. The 2 chatted for a while and felt a little hungry. Zhou Cheng asked Elena to cook. Yes, master. Elena took the order and left. After Elena left, Zhou Cheng sat on the ground boredly watching his younger brother kill monsters. Looking at it, Zhou Cheng felt that it was a bit unsatisfying, so he prepared to go into battle himself. Being bad doesn't mean giving up on upgrading. There are always benefits to being higher level and stronger. It's just not that urgent anymore. Moreover, Zhou Cheng also planned to rebuild the settlement, so he needed the support of strength. As for the purpose of rebuilding the settlement, so needless to say, for enjoyment of course. Zhou Cheng had to enjoy himself before he died, right? To charge in a battle personally, of course it is best to use the Paladin, and it is more enjoyable to use. Just when Zhou Cheng was about to take action, he discovered that he had not equipped a weapon yet. Don't be afraid if you don't have weapons, just exchange them. Zhou Cheng then opened the system panel and started looking for suitable weapons. This time Zhou Cheng not only had to exchange weapons, but also armor, shields, and even shoes and helmets. This is just Paladin equipment. Zhou Cheng also needs to exchange equipment for the other 2 professions. Since it's bad, let's do it to the end. Experience doesn't matter anyway. Not to mention, Zhou Cheng really should wear equipment. Zhou Cheng had previously obtained a piece of Paladin equipment, an armor, which was just right for use. In this way, armor is saved. Later, Zhou Cheng chose a one-handed sword, a shield, shoes, and a helmet for himself. As for the necklace, Zhou Cheng did not exchange the ring. It's not that Zhou Cheng is reluctant to give up experience points, but that the price/performance ratio is too low and it doesn't add much to his strength. After some operations, Zhou Cheng's experience value dropped directly from level 35 to 80.00%. This was just the Paladin profession. Next, Zhou Cheng exchanged 2 staffs and 2 robes for the Necromancer and Mage professions respectively. Zhou Cheng didn't ask for any other equipment, because it was also unnecessary. After accidentally acquiring the Paladin profession, Zhou Cheng already had the defense he wanted. From now on, the Mage profession only needs to build up attack power, while the Necromancer profession only needs to build up the number of followers and support. After exchanging 4 pieces of equipment, Zhou Cheng's level plummeted to level 34 again. But Zhou Cheng didn't feel distressed at all, and felt that the experience was like falling from the sky. One can imagine what Zhou Cheng's mentality is now. After getting the equipment, it's time to vent. Yes, just vent. Zhou Cheng had an indescribable feeling when he thought that all the hard preparations had come to nothing. It felt like it was going to explode. I feel countless grievances and resentments. What? Zhou Cheng looked up to the sky and shouted, then rushed into the battle group without hesitation. Hearing Zhou Cheng shout, Elena, who was cooking, was startled and quickly turned back to check. It turned out that Zhou Cheng was like crazy, hacking and killing among the monsters. Owner. When Elena saw this, she immediately got up and rushed over without even caring about cooking. Leatherine, who was resting in the RV, was also awakened. Half an hour later, Zhou Cheng collapsed on the ground covered in blood. The whole person was motionless, and his face was expressionless. Elena and Catherine carefully accompanied him. Zhou Cheng didn't speak, and they didn't dare to say anything. Zhou Cheng's behavior just now clearly scared them. Hi. It wasn't until an unknown amount of time passed that Zhou Cheng let out a long sigh. Master, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Zhou Cheng finally made some movement, Elena tentatively asked. Oh, nothing. Looking at Elena and the two, Zhou Cheng smiled bitterly. But, Master, Elena looked at Zhou Cheng in disbelief. It's really okay, don't worry. I was a little hard to think about it just now, but now I'm fine and I've thought about it. Is the meal ready? I'm hungry. Zhou Cheng patted the two of them on the shoulders and said with a smile. After venting his anger, Zhou Cheng felt much better indeed. Besides, now that the fact has happened, Zhou Cheng can only accept his fate. Besides, everyone eventually dies. It doesn't really make any difference whether you die early or die late. What's more, Zhou Cheng has already died once. If you are lucky enough to be reborn and live a few more years, you will earn money. That being the case, so be it. From now on, it's okay to kill monsters and level up. Then build a settlement and enjoy your life. This life is not in vain. Just now, because she was worried about Zhou Cheng's safety, Elena only finished half of the meal and ran away. Naturally, the result was that the rice was burnt and there was no choice but to make it again. Zhou Cheng was not in a hurry. He just sat aside and watched the two girls busy with a smile. In a daze, Zhou Cheng felt that this kind of life was quite good and warm. By the time the three of them had finished eating, it was already midnight. Elena took the initiative to stay on duty, while Zhou Cheng and Catherine continued to go back to the RV to sleep. Of course, sleeping was sleeping. Zhou Cheng did nothing else. Catherine has not yet passed the recovery period and cannot do it even if she wants to. Returning to bed and lying down, Catherine quickly fell asleep. Probably because he slept too much before, Zhou Cheng tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. In desperation, Zhou Cheng had to get out of the car, and then replaced Elena and went back to rest. Since he's not sleepy, he should be on duty. To be fair, it is rare in reality for someone like Zhou Cheng to treat mercenaries as favorably. It's not that professionals are generally unfavorable to mercenaries, but that the conditions are not met. If you don't have enough food and clothing, you can imagine the treatment of the mercenaries. Therefore, they are lucky to follow Zhou Cheng. Coming to sit down near the entrance of the passage, Zhou Cheng continued to watch his younger brother kill the enemy. Zhou Cheng now has a strong army, with a total of 9 skeleton warriors, for skeleton mages, 1 clay golem, and 2 steel golems. Thanks to Zhou Cheng's continuous improvement in level, coupled with the improvement in skill level, the combat effectiveness of the younger brothers has also risen sharply. 2 skeleton warriors can defeat an alien creature. As for the clay golem and the steel golem, it goes without saying that they are absolutely crushing against foreign creatures. Of course, the main reason is that the level of alien creatures is generally too low at this stage. When the second batch of alien creatures arrives, this advantage will no longer exist. In fact, as Zhou Cheng had previously judged, the current stage was the best time to upgrade. Zhou Cheng had the same plan before. He planned to finish solving the secret realm, and then go find the next secret realm. But now it's all over. It's not that Zhou Cheng doesn't work hard, it's that trying hard is useless. This is simply an impossible task. This is like having to grow 3 acres of land when you only have 1 acre of land. How can this be? Thinking in his mind, Zhou Cheng sat there for several hours without realizing it. By the time Zhou Cheng recovered his mind, the Paladin level had risen to level dash. Leveling up in the early stage is relatively fast, and you get a lot of experience from killing foreign creatures, so this is not surprising. After reaching level 3, Zhou Cheng can recruit mercenaries. Opening the recruitment interface, 3 mages stood among them, 2 men and 1 woman. Of course, you have to choose a female mage. There is no need to consider this at all. What a wonderful female mage, with fair skin and beautiful legs. What man doesn't like that? As Zhou Cheng clicked on recruitment, a female mage appeared in front of Zhou Cheng. She's at least 1.8 meters tall, has long hair and a delicate face. Under the mage's robe, a pair of big white legs are looming. Sure enough, it was another beautiful woman. From then on, Zhou Cheng had another partner. Naxia has met her master and is willing to serve her. The beautiful mage announced her name and immediately swore allegiance to Zhou Cheng. Well, hello? Zhou Cheng smiled and nodded. Report your skills. Zhou Cheng then ordered. Good host. Master, Naxia is an ice mage. Has skills. Frost bullet, ice spike, ice shield, blizzard, ice ball. Do you have the ability to freeze balls? After listening to the report, Zhou Cheng asked in surprise. Freezing ball is the ultimate skill of the ice mage and is extremely powerful. Naxia had this skill, and Zhou Cheng made a lot of money that week. Back to the master, yes. But Naxia's current mana can only be used once. It doesn't matter. Once is enough. After receiving the confirmation, Zhou Cheng laughed loudly. Having the ultimate skill, even if it can only be used once, is enough. In his previous life, Zhou Cheng had never heard of anyone's mercenaries mastering ultimate skills. Needless to say, Naxia's quality is definitely higher than Elena and the other 2. Even if they're all gold, they're high and low quality, which is not surprising. Hey, it would be great if this damn incident didn't happen. After the joy, Zhou Cheng inevitably lamented again. However, if there were no changes, we wouldn't be able to get Naxia. Zhou Cheng then comforted himself. Here you go. This is a gift for you. After gathering himself, Zhou Cheng took out a bag from his pocket and handed it to Naxia. The bag was filled with crystal stones. Knowing that Zhou Cheng was going to have the number 3 mercenary, Elena took the initiative to give the remaining crystals to Zhou Cheng. Is this a spar? Naxia took it and opened it. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Sure enough, there is no mercenary who does not know crystal stones. Yeah. Zhou Cheng nodded. Master, are these all for Naxia? Naxia obviously couldn't believe it, because there were so many crystals in the bag, at least 700 or 800. Well, it's all yours if you want it. See, that's not all. Zhou Cheng pursed his lips in the direction of the passage entrance. The boys were still fighting near the entrance of the passage, and the corpses of foreign creatures were piled up layer after layer. Naxia turned around and understood immediately. Master, do you want Naxia to take action? After receiving an unexpected reward, Naxia naturally had to perform well. Of course can. Zhou Cheng smiled and nodded. as he also wanted to see Naxia's fighting power. Yes, master. Naxia bowed and accepted the order. Call. The next moment, Naxia suddenly waved her staff. A series of frost bullets were fired instantly, accurately hitting 7 or 8 foreign creatures. 3 of them were hit in the vital organs and died directly, and several others were also injured. Fuck! Can you fire so many frost bombs at one time? When Zhou Cheng saw this, he immediately cursed. It's not surprising that the spell is cast instantly, nor is it surprising that it is cast continuously. But it is abnormal to be able to fire 7 or 8 frost bombs continuously. Zhou Cheng could only fire 5 fire bombs at most at one time. Master, Naxia is capable of firing so much. Naxia looked at Zhou Cheng doubtfully, as if it was difficult to understand Zhou Cheng's question. Oh! After getting the answer, Zhou Cheng nodded subconsciously. Master, Naxia is afraid of accidental damage, so she can only use single-target attacks. If it is a group attack, the effect will be better. Naxia thought Zhou Cheng was not satisfied with her performance, so she quickly explained to Zhou Cheng. Well, I see. It's pretty good, very good. Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. Is Naxia's performance good? Of course. Simply wonderful. Looking now, Zhou Cheng really found a treasure. When they heard the explosion, Elena and Irina, who were sleeping in the RV, thought something had happened and hurriedly came out to check. When the two of them saw Naxia, they immediately understood what was going on. Obviously, she is the master's third mercenary. Seeing Irina and I just coming out, Zhou Cheng then introduced them to each other. After the 3 of them got to know each other, they quickly became known as sisters. This is normal. The mercenaries are not jealous at all, otherwise they would be in trouble. After staying up for half the night, Zhou Cheng felt a little sleepy. You guys are on duty, I'm going to take a nap. Without saying a word, Zhou Cheng pulled Naxia back to the RV without looking back. The 2 Elena behind them couldn't help but smile at each other when they saw this. Zhou Cheng was so anxious to go back and what he was going to do. How could the sisters not know? At noon, Zhou Cheng walked out of the RV proudly, followed by Naxia. Looking at Naxia's shy expression and fair and rosy skin, everything is clear. In the next few days, apart from killing monsters, Zhou Cheng spent the rest of his time with the 3 of them, totally enjoying himself. Zhou Cheng is not in a hurry anyway. If it is bad, then it will be bad. Of course, it doesn't matter if it's too bad. You still have to maintain a certain level. Zhou Cheng also plans to rebuild the settlement and enjoy the corrupt life again. How can it be done if the level cannot keep up? A few days later, Zhou Cheng finally made his way out of the passage and began to face the alien creatures outside the pyramid. During the battle, Zhou Cheng also saw the Ice Mage's ultimate move, the Ice Ball, for the first time. The huge ball like a hill kept spinning in the air, exuding bursts of cold air. Wherever it went, whether it was alien creatures or plants, they were instantly frozen into blocks of ice, and even the ground was frozen solid. In less than 10 seconds, hundreds of foreign creatures were frozen to death. This is only the primary power. According to Naxia, the ice ball is divided into 5 levels. Knowing this fact, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was really too powerful. The only regret is that according to Naxia's existing mana, she can only release it once. If you want to cast it again, you have to wait until your mana is replenished. But this is already very good, and Zhou Cheng is already satisfied. With joy, Zhou Cheng killed all the foreign creatures in only 10 days. During this period, the Paladin's level also rose to level 34, and Zhou Cheng's level could finally be raised simultaneously. After killing the last foreign creature, Zhou Cheng's level was finally fixed at level 37, which was even higher than the previous level. Of course, this does not mean that Zhou Cheng will have a chance. It is simply impossible for fellow practitioners of the third system to reach level dash. Zhou Cheng knew this very well. After the entire secret realm was cleaned up, Zhou Cheng naturally had no need to stay. After briefly cleaning up, Zhou Cheng left the secret realm. The moment he walked out of the portal, Zhou Cheng received another reward. The generous reward this time was something Zhou Cheng never expected. Zhou Cheng actually upgraded 4 levels in a row, directly to level 41, which was simply ridiculously high. Zhou Cheng was stunned for a time. How could this be possible? Zhou Cheng is not a novice who doesn't understand anything. He has 10 years of apocalyptic experience, and it's not like he has never entered the secret realm. Although it wasn't many times, he knew exactly how many rewards he would get after clearing the level. Under normal circumstances, it is generally about 1 level, and 2 levels are not impossible. But Zhou Cheng said he had never heard of even upgrading to the 4th level. Are you trying to give me hope again? Let me continue to work hard for the great cause of upgrading? Zhou Cheng was pleasantly surprised and thought to himself at the same time. No wonder Zhou Cheng thinks so. If upgrading to 4 levels in a row becomes the norm, then he really has hope. Don't talk about level 4. Even if it's level 3, Zhou Cheng still has hope. Even if one secret realm is upgraded 1 more level, 10 can be upgraded 10 more levels. In this way, the losses caused by the Paladin profession can naturally be compensated. Although this calculation is a bit general, it is still pretty much the same. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng decided to give it a try no matter what. There is no reason to see hope but not give it a try. This is not Zhou Cheng's character. He wants to find another secret realm and determine the truth of the matter as soon as possible. Once the results are confirmed, it goes without saying that Zhou Cheng will regain his confidence. Even if it fails, there is no loss. The worst is that Zhou Cheng will continue to mess up. After clearing the level, in addition to the experience reward, Zhou Cheng also received 3 green crystals and a druid equipment. The function of green crystal is to instantly restore mana, which can be said to be a very practical treasure. The druid equipment was of no use to Zhou Cheng and was thrown into space by Zhou Cheng. With hope, Zhou Cheng walked down the mountain to the factory area. Just when Zhou Cheng received the reward, Lu Wen and others also received rewards at the same time. Lu Wen, Zhao Qingdong, and Murong Xiaoxiao were promoted to 3 levels in a row. The levels of Wang Hao and the 3 others were also upgraded by 2 levels in a row. Facing the sudden reward, Lu Wen and others almost went crazy. Lu Wen even jumped up with joy, and so did everyone else. Inexplicably, the level has increased so much at once, which is simply a blessing from heaven. The secret realm is cleared, and all professionals who have entered the secret realm and made certain contributions will receive corresponding rewards. Just depending on the contribution, the amount of the reward will be different. Lu Wen and others did not know about this, so it was not surprising that they were so excited. Half an hour later, Zhou Cheng returned to the factory. As soon as he entered the factory, he saw Lu Wen and others excited. Zhou Cheng was a little strange at first, but then he realized what was going on. "Brother, you're back." Seeing Zhou Cheng's return, Lu Wen shouted in surprise and hurriedly greeted him. "Well, I'm back. Seeing that you are so happy, have you all been upgraded?" Zhou Cheng smiled and nodded, then asked, "Brother, how did you know that we have all upgraded?" Lu Wen asked in surprise. This is not easy because I have also upgraded," Zhou Cheng replied with a smile, and then told everyone about the extra rewards for clearing the secret realm. Only then did Lu Wen and others understand why they had been upgraded inexplicably. As excited as he was, he felt even more grateful to Zhou Cheng. It is conceivable that without Zhou Cheng, where would they be today? Since arriving here, everyone has almost reached 10 levels in just a few days. Such speed is simply unimaginable. "Tell me, how many levels have you upgraded?" Zhou Cheng then asked. "Brother, I've been promoted to level 3. "Me too. Boss, we have upgraded 2 levels." Several people replied one after another. After hearing the answer, Zhou Cheng was secretly happy because it further confirmed his previous judgment. "Brother, you haven't eaten yet." The crowd was lively for a while, and Lu Wen asked, "Well, I haven't eaten yet." Zhou Cheng nodded. "Brother, you go back and rest for a while. I'll do it for you soon," Lu Wen immediately said with a smile, then turned and left. "Sister Wen, I'm going too." Upon seeing this, Murong Xiaoxiao hurriedly followed, but she couldn't help but glance at Zhou Cheng one more time before leaving. Whenever Murong Xiaoxiao sees Zhou Cheng now, she feels like carrying a deer in her heart, and she seems to be in love with Zhou Cheng. Of course, Zhou Cheng noticed Murong Xiaoxiao's gaze, and Zhou Cheng could roughly guess some of Murong Xiaoxiao's thoughts. But Zhou Cheng could only laugh it off. If it was just for fun, of course Zhou Cheng would not object. After all, Murong Xiaoxiao is also fair-skinned, beautiful, and has long legs. But if it comes true, it is simply impossible. Can Murong Xiaoxiao be allowed to play? Of course not. With her character, she can have fun if she wants, but she has to be serious about it. That being the case, what else to say? Lu Wen was really fast at cooking, and Zhou Cheng had just finished washing his front feet. Lu Wen and Murong Xiaoxiao came in with a tray containing 8 dishes and 1 soup. The aroma is fragrant and tastes great when you smell it. Not only that, it is also a combination of meat and vegetables with balanced nutrition. It's done so quickly? Zhou Cheng couldn't help but admired when he saw this. So, cooking isn't easy? Lu Wen replied proudly. Brother, sit down and eat quickly. Lu Wen took Murong Xiaoxiao and sat down beside her, calling Zhou Cheng to eat quickly. Murong Xiaoxiao looked shy and did not dare to look at Zhou Cheng, looking particularly charming. Zhou Cheng shook his head when he saw this, and then asked Elena and the 3 of them to sit down and eat together. I have to say, it tastes really great. Brother, who is this one? At the dinner table, Lu Wen glanced at Nashia and asked doubtfully. Of course, Lu Wen was familiar with Elena and Leatherin, but this was her first time seeing Nashia. Seeing another woman next to Zhou Cheng, it was inevitable to be a little curious. Oh, I forgot to introduce her. Her name is Nashia, and she is my mercenary. Another mercenary? Brother, are you starting another career? Upon hearing the answer, Lu Wen was immediately surprised. Murong Xiaoxiao looked at Zhou Cheng in disbelief. It is well known that it is difficult to upgrade multiple professions. Weekly cost is dual profession, and now there is an additional profession. Lu Wen and Murong Xiaoxiao couldn't figure out what Zhou Cheng was thinking. Haha, do you think I am willing? It's just that it happened suddenly, and there's nothing I can do about it. Zhou Cheng smiled bitterly. Brother, what happened in the secret realm? Seeing Zhou Cheng say this, Lu Wen was shocked and asked quickly. Well, something happened. Zhou Cheng nodded. Then, Lu Wen was about to continue asking, but when the words reached her lips, she suddenly swallowed them back. Lu Wen is not stupid, and Zhou Cheng obviously doesn't want to say more about the situation in front of him. It doesn't matter, it's just about working harder in the future. Seeing Lu Wen hesitate to speak, Zhou Cheng said with a smile. Oh. Lu Wen nodded silently. Brother, when you come back this time, will you leave soon? After a long time, Lu Wen asked. Yes. Get ready tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I will leave the day after tomorrow. I have to leave the day after tomorrow. Lu Wen was obviously reluctant to leave. Well, I'll leave the day after tomorrow. You're almost catching up with me now. What if you don't hurry up? Zhou Cheng said half-jokingly. Zhou Cheng was right. Lu Wen's current level has reached level 37, only 4 levels behind him, and Zhou Cheng is now a 3rd-level professional. We've been upgraded so quickly, so we've benefited from my brother's credit, Lu Wen said gloomily. Of course, Lu Wen didn't want Zhou Cheng to leave, but she couldn't delay Zhou Cheng's upgrade. Have there been any suspicious people around in the past 2 days? Zhou Cheng did not answer Lu Wen's words, but changed the topic. Of course, Zhou Cheng had to leave. He was going to find a secret place to confirm his guess. There was no need to consider this at all. No, everything is fine. Brother means... Lu Wen looked at Zhou Cheng with some confusion. It's fine. I'm just worried that Uncle Chu Tao will come to visit. It seems like the problem shouldn't be big now. Zhou Cheng glanced at Murong Xiaoxiao as he spoke, which made Murong Xiaoxiao panic for a while. That's what brother is talking about. Don't worry, brother. Even if something happens, we can handle it. Knowing that this was what Zhou Cheng was worried about, Lu Wen immediately patted her chest and assured her. Well, your current levels are not low, so it stands to reason that there will be nothing wrong with you. But it's always right to be careful in everything. Don't be too careless. Well, brother, I understand. Don't worry. It's good to know. Here, this is the green crystal stone. It can restore mana instantly. You two each have one. Save it for critical moments. With that said, Zhou Cheng took out 2 green crystal stones and handed them to the 2 of them. Thank you, brother. Of course, one would not be polite to Zhou Cheng, so she happily put the green crystal away. I don't want it. It's better that you keep it. Murong Xiao refused. Here you go. Just take it. Why are there so many things? Zhou Cheng said, pretending to be angry. Oh. Hearing what Zhou Cheng said, Murong Xiao accepted the green crystal stone. At the same time, a warm current surged through her heart. She never thought that she still had a share. On the other hand, Zhou Cheng had no other idea at all, just to give them another way to save their lives. After finishing the meal, Wen and the others cleared the table and left. After the two left, Zhou Cheng arranged for Elena and the three of them to take a bath. Zhou Cheng had already washed it just now, but they hadn't washed it yet. When the three of them came out, Zhou Cheng couldn't wait to exercise with them, and then fell asleep hugging each other. The next morning, Zhou Cheng walked out of the room. When we arrived at the restaurant, breakfast was already prepared on the table. Wen and Murong Xiao were busy clearing another dining table. Where are they? Seeing this scene, Zhou Cheng asked. Brother, they went to the city to search for supplies. Wen replied with a smile. Is there any material left now? I'm afraid they've all been looted. Zhou Cheng asked in surprise. No matter how hard we plunder everything, there will always be some leftovers. Murong Xiao said at this time. Oh. Zhou Cheng nodded and said nothing more. Immediately, Zhou Cheng invited Elena and the three of them to sit down and eat. Breakfast is millet porridge, fried dough sticks, tea, eggs, and a few side dishes. You can also fry fried dough sticks. Zhou Cheng was surprised when he saw that there were fried dough sticks. Of course, Wen raised her neck proudly. Not bad, it's really good. Zhou Cheng praised Wen and then started to eat. Not to mention it was really delicious. Not only Zhou Cheng ate a lot, but Elena and the three of them also ate too much. Wen was also very happy for this. Brother, look after the house today. Xiao, and I will also go to the city to search for supplies later. Our space isn't even full yet. After dinner, Wen said to Zhou Cheng with a smile. Well, go ahead, and remember to be careful. Zhou Cheng nodded. Brother, let's go then. The child is still sleeping and will probably wake up in an hour. Lunch is also ready. Just heat it up at noon. Wen warned before leaving. Well, go ahead. Zhou Cheng smiled and waved his hand. After the two left, Zhou Cheng stood up and took a look at the old man. After chatting with the old man for more than half an hour, Zhou Cheng came to Wen's room. Little Zhao Min was still sleeping. When she woke up, Zhou Cheng fed her some baby rice cereal and then took little Zhao Min for a walk in the factory area. In the afternoon, Zhou Cheng left the child to Elena and the others to take care of him, inspected the RV, and then did some maintenance. We are about to travel far, and these are all necessary. The day passed so quickly. In the evening, Wen and Murong Xiao were the first to return. Judging from how happy they were when they came back, I guess they gained a lot. Some inquiries. Sure enough, Wen found a grain and oil food store and harvested dozens of tons of rice, flour, grain, and oil. Dozens of tons of rice, flour, grain, and oil are not a small amount. No wonder they are so happy. After chatting for a while, Wen and Murong Xiao hurriedly went to cook. They are the only two women in the factory. If they don't do it, who will? More than an hour later, the meal was ready, but Zhao Qingdong, Wang Hao, and others had not returned yet. Why aren't you back so late? Nothing will happen, right? Wen said worriedly. What nonsense are you talking about? What could happen to four professionals in their 30s? Zhou Cheng comforted her. Just as they were talking, several people heard the sound of a car. When I came to the corridor, I saw that Zhao Qingdong and others drove back to the factory. When Wen saw this, she felt relieved. Where are Wang Hao and Chen Wenlong? Murong Xiao suddenly sounded surprised at this time. Zhou Cheng heard the sound and took a look, and sure enough, only two people got out of the car, and Wang Hao and Chen Wenlong were not there. Sunday, where are Chen Wenlong and Wang Hao? Murong Xiao shouted immediately. Don't worry, Xiao. They'll be back later if they are fine. Sunday replied. Why don't you come back together? What happened? Murong Xiao was still worried. We found a secret place, and they stayed to observe the situation. What? Discovered another secret realm? Hearing this, Murong Xiao was shocked on the spot. What kind of secret realm? How many days has it been there? Has anyone entered it? Zhou Cheng immediately became energetic when he heard the word secret realm and asked quickly, "Brother, that secret realm has appeared for 2 days. Not far from the exit of the safe zone, the military and many professionals have entered." Zhao Qingdong replied loudly, "Come up quickly, I have something to ask you." After receiving the confirmation, Zhou Cheng was overjoyed. Zhou Cheng was worried about not being able to find the secret realm. Now that he got the news about the secret realm unexpectedly, he was of course very happy. You must know that secret places are not found everywhere. After a while, Zhao Qingdong and Sun Di came to the second floor. Zhao Qingdong then told Zhou Cheng how he discovered the secret realm. It was said to be a discovery, but in fact it was just an accidental collision on the way back. Are many people from the military entering? What's going on inside? Has anyone come out? Zhou Cheng asked hurriedly after listening to the narrative. Brother, there are a lot of people from the military entering, at least 300 people. Other professionals entered even more, estimated to be at least 400 to 500. Of course, these are all things we have heard, and I cannot guarantee whether they are true or not. As for whether anyone has come out, it seems that there is no one at the moment. We don't know anything about what's going on inside. Zhao Qingdong replied. Wang Hao and Qin Wenlong are still staring? Zhou Cheng continued to ask. Yes, they're still watching there. We came back specially to report to my brother. Brother, do you want us to go in too? Zhao Qingdong asked immediately after answering the question. Do you want to go? Zhou Cheng asked with a smile. Of course I do, but I still have to make the decision on this matter. Zhao Qingdong replied. Of course Zhao Qingdong wants to go in. It's all based on experience. But he knew that without Zhou Cheng's leadership, he would probably die if he went in. When will Wang Hao and the others come back? In about 2 hours? Well, then wait until they come back and you go prepare first. Brother, do you mean to go? Lu Wen asked excitedly. Nonsense, what do you think? Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at Lu Wen. Oh yeah? Lu Wen jumped up excitedly, and everyone else also looked happy. Don't be too happy too early. There are many dangers in the secret realm. Be mentally prepared. Seeing Lu Wen, who was extremely happy, Zhou Cheng couldn't help pouring cold water on her. I'm not afraid. Brother, I believe you will protect us. Lu Wen responded without fear. She admires Zhou Cheng very much. On this trip, I still need to leave one person to look after the house. You can decide who will stay. After leaving a few words, Zhou Cheng turned and left. I'll stay this time. After Zhou Cheng left, Zhao Qingdong took the initiative. It is everyone's responsibility to look after the house. Previously, it was Qin Wenlong and Wang Hao, but this time Zhao Qingdong must take a stand. No, I'd better stay. Sun Di shook his head and refused. Brother Zhao, there's no need to argue. Let Sun Di stay this time. We will take turns from now on. Next time it will be me, and the next time it will be Sister Wenwen and Brother Zhao. That's it. Zhao Qingdong wanted to fight again, but was eventually interrupted by Murong Xiao. Seeing what Murong Xiao said, Zhao Qingdong didn't insist anymore, and then made up his mind. 2 hours later, Wang Hao and the others returned to the factory and reported the situation to Zhou Cheng immediately. You said someone came out inside? Yes, boss, there are some soldiers. Shortly after they came out, the military sent more than 200 additional soldiers to the secret realm again. And a few tanks arrived. Tank? Yes, that's the tank. And not long after the tank arrived, it was taken away by 3 soldiers who came out of the secret realm. So, someone in the military has reached level dash and opened the storage space? Ha! What a generous move. Zhou Cheng chuckled. The military brought all the tanks in, so you can imagine what happened inside. Of course, we encountered great resistance and the situation was not good. Boss, when will we go in? Wang Hao asked anxiously. It's not like you don't know how big the secret realm is, so why are you so anxious? Have a good night's rest, and we'll set out again tomorrow morning. Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. Okay. After hearing this, Wang Hao and Qin Wenlong left happily. Early the next morning, Zhou Cheng and others set out for the city. There were 2 cars for 6 people, one for Zhou Cheng and Lu Wen, one for Murong Xiao and 3 others, and Sun Di stayed behind to look after the house. In less than an hour, Zhou Cheng and others successfully arrived near the secret realm. The secret realm is less than 1 kilometer away from the safe zone, and the entrance is on a road. It is precisely because of the close distance that the military has such big moves and courage. That's why many professionals are flocking to it. If it were in a place like the south of the city, at least it wouldn't be so convenient. Zhou Cheng and others got out of the car far away, and then Zhou Cheng took the car back. Looking from a distance, many people gathered near the portal, including soldiers and various professionals. These days there are some who are bold and some who are timid. These professionals wandering outside obviously belong to the latter. They are cautious. I was afraid that if I went in, something bad would happen and my life would be lost. Little did they know that they were right to be so cautious, as any professional who entered the secret realm would not end well. In the end of the world, only cautious people can live longer. The soldiers near the portal only maintain order and do not prohibit professionals from entering the secret realm. When they came closer, Zhou Cheng and others did not encounter any obstacles and entered the portal easily. Presumably, the military also hopes that more cannon fodder will go in to share some of the pressure with them. After a while, Zhou Cheng entered the secret realm. After landing, what came into view was the dark sky and dozens of soldiers close at hand. This secret place belongs to a plateau environment. There is bare land everywhere and few plants are seen. The secret realm is very large. Compared with the previous secret realm, you can't see the central pyramid from where you stand. Are you here for adventure too? Seeing the professionals arriving, an officer immediately stepped forward and asked. Yes, Zhou Cheng replied. There are really some people who are not afraid of death. The officer chuckled. I'd like to remind you that this place is very dangerous. If you don't want to lose your life, it's too late to leave now. The officer then took the initiative to remind him, and it was obvious that he had good intentions. Since you dare to come in, we are not afraid. Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. Oh, well, in that case, it's up to you, but you can only explore to the right, not the left. The officer nodded. Why? Because we're already operating on the right. We can't just work our butts off, and you can pick the fruit in the end. The officer directly explained the reason. Oh, you're right. That's the truth. Then let's go to the right. Zhou Cheng answered with a smile, and then led everyone to the right. There are 5 pyramids in a secret realm, 4 large and 1 small. The military monopolizes 1 pyramid and 4 more. There is really no need for Zhou Cheng to argue with the military. Not to mention that so many people have entered this secret realm now that it is impossible for Zhou Cheng to monopolize it. According to Zhou Cheng's plan, it would be good to get 3. Brother, are we going to the little pyramid on the left? If you ask me, we might as well go directly to the central pyramid. Seeing Zhou Cheng leading everyone to the left, Lu Wen couldn't help but speak. Oh, why? It goes without saying that since the right side is occupied by the military, professionals can only go to the right side. You can imagine how many people are there. Why should we fight with them? Haha, you're not stupid. Zhou Cheng joked after hearing this. Hey, I'm not stupid to begin with, okay? Lu Wen said, pretending to be angry. Wen, stop talking nonsense? Zhao Qingdong next to her glared at her. No wonder Zhao Qingdong would stop him. Who among the people present dared to talk to Zhou Cheng like this? Tisich, look at how anxious you are, so I won't be angry. Brother, don't you think so? Lu Wen took Zhou Cheng's arm and said coquettishly. Well, I'm not angry. Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. Of course Zhou Cheng would not be angry with Lu Wen. He always had an inexplicable feeling towards Lu Wen. This feeling is of course not the love between a man and a woman, but rather like the love between a brother and a sister. Look, I told you that I won't be angry. Lu Wen stuck out her tongue at Zhao Qingdong in a triumphant manner. You! Zhao Qingdong immediately lost his temper when he saw this. Murong Xiao and others present were envious when they saw this scene, especially Murong Xiao. Seeing that Lu Wen and Zhou Cheng were so close, Murong Xiao was lying if he said he wasn't jealous. Even though he knew that Zhou Cheng and Lu Wen were fine, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Okay, don't make trouble. You're right, but I didn't want to go to the left. I just wanted to get out of the military site. Let's walk a little further and go straight to the central pyramid. After we get it done, we only need to acquire the other two pyramids, and our initial goal will be completed. What happens after that? Lewin asked. It depends on the situation later. If the remaining two pyramids are not finished, we will go and grab them again. If it's taken care of, there's nothing you can do about it. Boss, do you think they can handle it? At this time, Wang Hao suddenly asked. There is a high probability that the professional side will not be able to handle it, but the military side is still very likely. After thinking for a while, Zhou Cheng replied. The strength of the military is not necessarily much higher than that of professionals, but the advantage is that they can conduct unified command. This is something that professionals simply cannot compare with. Ignore them. Let's hurry up and try to arrive as early as possible. If someone else gets there first, we won't even be able to drink the soup. Zhou Cheng said seriously. Yeah, let's go quickly. I'm afraid it'll be too late. Zhao Qingdong agreed. Upon hearing Zhao Qingdong's words, Lu Wen and others looked excited, wishing they could fly over. We walked forward for about 3 or 4 kilometers until we completely disappeared from the military site. Zhou Cheng immediately took out the RV from the space and called everyone to get on. Because there were too many people, Zhou Cheng had 6 people plus 8 mercenaries, a total of 14 people. Therefore, Zhou Cheng could only arrange Elena and other mercenaries to the second floor, otherwise they would not be able to sit there at all. Murong Xiao and others also have vehicles in their space, but their cars are ordinary off-road vehicles, and Zhou Cheng's RV is safer. As soon as the RV started, it quickly drove away into the distance. This secret place is a plateau terrain with undulating mountains everywhere, and there are no roads, making it difficult to travel. If it weren't for the high chassis and strong power of the RV, it would be really troublesome. Along the way, Zhou Cheng did not encounter any foreign creatures. Apparently, the alien creatures are concentrated around the pyramid. This is also convenient for Zhou Cheng, not only reducing trouble, but also catching everything in one go. As for danger, it doesn't exist. At least until the second batch of alien creatures arrived, Zhou Cheng was invincible. But counting the time, the second batch of alien creatures will arrive in 2 months. By then, Zhou Cheng's level advantage will no longer exist. Of course, that's not what Zhou Cheng cares about now. What he cares about is whether after clearing the secret realm this time, he will win 4 levels in a row like last time. This is the most important thing. If so, then needless to say, Zhou Cheng will continue to fight. If not, then Zhou Cheng could only lie down completely. The secret realm is huge. After driving all day, Zhou Cheng didn't see the central pyramid tip until evening. Of course, seeing it is one thing, but it will take at least half a day to get there. This is what the proverb says about running to death in Wangshan. Seeing that it was getting dark, Zhou Cheng did not continue moving forward, but chose to stop and rest, planning to continue setting off tomorrow morning. Driving in a secret area at dark is not a good idea. After finding a piece of high ground, Zhou Cheng stopped the car, then got out of the car and got busy cooking. Although there is a kitchen in the RV, it is not realistic to cook meals for more than a dozen people. Zhou Cheng took the pots and pans out of the space, then handed them to Lu Wen and others and left them alone. Slowly reaching the high place, Zhou Cheng looked into the distance. At this moment, the night has not completely fallen, and the tip of the pyramid is still visible in the distance. Zhou Cheng has always been curious about the origin of the secret realm, including the pyramid in the secret realm. Zhou Cheng never understood why these secret realms appeared. And what is the significance of their appearance? What's in the secret realm? Of course, there are all kinds of so-called treasures. As long as these treasures are obtained, the strength of the human survivors will be greatly increased. There is no doubt about this. But it doesn't make sense to say that their appearance has brought benefits to human survivors, because there are not only treasures in the secret realm, but also countless alien creatures. Therefore, these treasures are effectively invisible to human survivors, not available at all, or very difficult to obtain. If so, what is the meaning of its existence? Is it just showing off? Or if you think about it more carefully, they are actually traps that lure professionals to lose their lives? If you think about it carefully, it is not impossible. What are you thinking about? Thinking in his mind. Zhou Cheng fell into confusion until Murong Xiao came to his side. Haha, it's nothing, I just want to think about this troubled world again. Zhou Cheng responded with a wry smile. Oh. Hearing this, Murong Xiao said nothing more and had no expression on his face. Come here. What do you want? Zhou Cheng was also quite surprised by Murong Xiao's sudden appearance and didn't understand what she was doing. It's nothing, it's just... Murong Xiao hesitated. Okay. Zhou Cheng looked at her in surprise, always feeling that she was a little weird, as if she had something on her mind. I want to go with you, is that okay? After pondering for a moment, Murong Xiao finally summoned up the courage to speak. Zhou Cheng was stunned. He never expected that Murong Xiao would actually make such a request. Little did Zhou Cheng know that since he rescued her that day, Murong Xiao's heart suddenly opened up, completely in love with Zhou Cheng. But unfortunately, Murong Xiao also knew that Zhou Cheng didn't seem to have any feelings for her. This feeling made her very painful and even confused. After careful consideration, Murong Xiao decided not to wait any longer, and she wanted to express her feelings to Zhou Cheng. Otherwise, when Zhou Cheng leaves, there may be no chance again. Why do you want to come with me? Looking at Murong Xiao's expectant eyes, Zhou Cheng was confused for a while. It's nothing, I just want to go with you. Murong Xiao lowered her head and twisted her clothes, not daring to look at Zhou Cheng, and felt even more uneasy. If you leave with me, what will happen to your grandfather? My grandfather, Sister Wenwen can take care of him. Murong Xiao lowered her head and replied. Do you know that it's easy for people to misunderstand you if you do this? I know, but it's not a misunderstanding, it's just what you think. I just want to follow you and be your woman. Murong Xiao lowered her head and bit her lips, her cheeks flushed. Hearing this, Zhou Cheng was stunned and didn't react for a long time. Having said this, Zhou Cheng would be a fool if he still didn't understand Murong Xiao's intentions. But no matter how clear he was, Zhou Cheng couldn't take her away. No, I won't take you away. Why? Murong Xiao was shocked when she heard this and raised her head and asked. No reason. You're a good girl, but I am not a good man. I will not fall in love with any woman, and I don't want to be bound by anyone. And I'm destined not to have only one woman in this life. Do you understand what I'm saying? I understand, but I don't care. You can have more women, as long as they can be with you. Murong Xiao insisted. After hearing what Murong Xiao said, Zhou Cheng was immediately speechless. This little girl also has a rather domineering personality. Why didn't you see it before? Is that okay? Don't talk about this anymore. In short, this is impossible. It's getting late, let's go down. After Zhou Cheng finished speaking, he turned around and rushed down, leaving Murong Xiao alone with a lonely face. Facing the aggressive Murong Xiao, Zhou Cheng could only choose to escape. To be honest, Murong Xiao looks pretty good, both in body and appearance. She can open up her heart so much that Zhou Cheng wouldn't mind taking her in under normal circumstances. But the problem is that she is the granddaughter of her benefactor, and she cannot agree to it based on this alone. Otherwise, how could Zhou Cheng explain to his benefactor? She's sleeping with someone's granddaughter, and she doesn't even have a name or status. And Zhou Cheng was destined not to be the only woman in his life. Will this make the old man angry to death? Luwen, come here. After coming down, Zhou Cheng greeted Luwen. Brother, what's the matter? Luwen came forward with a smile. Well, Murong Xiao is still on the mountain. Go and persuade her to come down. Zhou Cheng pointed to the top of the mountain and said, Oh, I'll go right away. Luwen understood immediately. But brother, you are so cruel. You are willing to refuse such a beautiful woman. Of course Luwen knew Murong Xiao's feelings for Zhou Cheng. Seeing this scene in front of him, it didn't take much thinking to know that Zhou Cheng had rejected him. What do you know? I just don't want to be tied up. Zhou Cheng defended. But they haven't tied you down yet? Luwen immediately retorted. You know this as well? Of course, she has talked to me about this before. Luwen replied proudly. Even if you don't tie it up, it won't work. Isn't this enough? Why? Lu Wen was stunned. No reason, it just doesn't work. Okay, stop talking, hurry up and take her down. Zhou Cheng waved his hand impatiently. Oh. Lu Wen agreed and left with regret. After a while, Lu Wen and Murong Xiaoxiao came down from the mountain. When she came down, Murong Xiaoxiao's tears were still wet. Murong Xiaoxiao felt aggrieved. She was a beauty after all. She shamelessly expressed her feelings to Zhou Cheng, only to be ruthlessly rejected. This made her feel extremely embarrassed. When they returned to the camp and saw that Zhou Cheng was not there, Murong Xiaoxiao knew that Zhou Cheng was deliberately avoiding her. Seeing that he couldn't stop his tears immediately, Duda's tears fell down, attracting everyone's attention. In order to avoid embarrassment, Zhou Cheng just took a few bites and quickly returned to the car to lie down. At this moment, Zhou Cheng was lying comfortably on the bed, enjoying Naxiao's massage. To be honest, Murong Xiaoxiao took the initiative to express his love, and Zhou Cheng would be lying if he said he was unmoved. But considering his benefactor's feelings, Zhou Cheng could only give up. Brother, how are you going to sleep tonight? Should I put up a tent, or should I take out the RV? After finishing the meal, Lu Wen shouted outside. The tent is not safe, so sleep in the RV. Zhou Cheng replied. Oh, I know. Lu Wen responded, and then there was no movement. After Lu Wen left, Zhou Cheng was a little worried, and then walked out of the bedroom and outside. When she came out, Lu Wen had already taken out not one, but 2 RVs. Zhou Cheng knew that the other car also belonged to Lu Wen. This girl seems to be influenced by Zhou Cheng and has a soft spot for RVs. Brother, there are only 3 RVs in total. 1 for Wang Hao and Qin Wenlong, and 1 for us. Xiao Xiao can only sleep in your RV tonight. Your RV is big enough anyway. Seeing Zhou Cheng come out, Lu Wen immediately came up and whispered, You girl, are you asking for a beating? Zhou Cheng pretended to be angry when he heard this. Are you kidding me? I just rejected someone, and now I want to sleep with them again? Otherwise, what should I do? You can't sleep with us too. That would be too inconvenient. Wang Hao and Qin Wenlong are 2 grown men, so it would be even more inconvenient. Lu Wen continued to smile and said that she was not afraid of Zhou Cheng at all. Okay then. Zhou Cheng glanced at Murong Xiaoxiao from a distance. This girl was sitting in a daze in the distance. Considering that what Lu Wen said made sense, I felt soft and agreed. He had settled then. I'm going to call her over right now. Brother, I told you something. Don't be angry. I know why you don't accept Xiao Xiao. Logically speaking, my brother's idea is right. I don't want to wrong others. But brother, have you ever thought about whether Xiao Xiao will be happy if she is with someone else? What if she is acquired by another man, but is not cherished and abandoned in the end? After leaving a few words, Lu Wen turned and left. Drink, you girl. Are you trying to teach me a lesson? Looking at Lu Wen's leaving figure, Zhou Cheng scolded with a smile. But don't say it yet. There is still some truth to what she said. Not long after, Murong Xiaoxiao was half pushed in front of Zhou Cheng by Lu Wen. Brother, I brought you someone. You guys chat, I have to leave. After handing Murong Xiaoxiao to Zhou Cheng, Lu Wen ran away, fearing that Zhou Cheng would regret it. Come on, get in the car with me. Looking at Murong Xiaoxiao, who was at a loss, Zhou Cheng sighed and then grabbed her hand. The moment he was held in hand, Zhou Cheng felt Murong Xiaoxiao's body trembling. Go take a shower and get some rest. There are bedrooms upstairs. You can choose one. Zhou Cheng said to Murong Xiaoxiao after returning to the car. Yes. Murong Xiaoxiao nodded silently, but he didn't see any movement from her for a long time. I'll go down and come back in half an hour. Zhou Cheng knew she was embarrassed when he saw this. No. Just when Zhou Cheng was about to turn around, Murong Xiaoxiao suddenly stopped him. Then, in front of Zhou Cheng, Murong Xiaoxiao. You said, you silly girl. Why are you bothering? I'm so good. Is it worth your efforts? After an unknown amount of time, a sigh came from the bedroom. I just want to be with you. If one day you don't like me anymore, I can leave and I will never pester you. Forehead? What are you talking about? Zhou Cheng, I'm not that bad. Then will you take me with you? Without. Oh, don't get me wrong. I won't take you because it's too dangerous outside. Not for anything else. When I find a suitable settlement, I will come back to pick you up as soon as possible. I'm afraid there will be many women who will come back together by then, right? Forehead, let's not talk about whether these are good or not, Zhou Cheng said with shame. Well, don't say that. It doesn't matter as much as you want. As long as you don't forget me. How is that possible? Zhou Cheng assured. Xiao. What else do I want to do? I am your woman. What do you want me to do? The next morning, the sun shines on the bed through the window. Zhou Cheng opened his eyes in a daze, and next to him was Murong Xiao, whose jade-like body was lying around. The pure white jade body is dazzlingly white under the sunlight. I have to admit that Murong Xiao is the fairest woman Zhou Cheng has ever seen in his life. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng got her, otherwise Zhou Cheng might regret it to death. Last night, Zhou Cheng still couldn't withstand the temptation and did something good with Murong Xiao. In this case, treat her well in the future. It is impossible to expect Zhou Cheng to be consistent. But there is still no problem in ensuring that she can live a life without worries about food and clothing. You're awake. When Murong Xiao opened his eyes, Zhou Cheng asked with a smile. Murong Xiao did not answer the question, but smiled and opened her arms to embrace Zhou Cheng. Half an hour later, Zhou Cheng walked out of the RV refreshed, followed by Murong Xiao. After yesterday's nourishment, Murong Xiao seemed to have become a different person, becoming mouth-watering. Luwen had sharp eyes. When she saw the two people coming out, she immediately came forward to greet them, and then she kept looking at them with a scrutinizing gaze. You girl, what are you looking at? Zhou Cheng couldn't help scolding him. It seems something happened last night. Giggle, congratulations, Xiao. Luwen was not afraid of Zhou Cheng at all. Instead, she circled Zhou Cheng and Zhou Cheng several times. Finally, Luwen confirmed that something must have happened between the two of them last night. Xiao, don't talk nonsense, others are watching. Murong Xiao said with a red face because she couldn't bear it. Don't say it. Actually, it's nothing special. It's not something shameful. Brother, don't you think so? Well, you're right. Zhou Cheng couldn't do anything against Luwen. There's nothing I can do about it. Zhou Cheng didn't spoil her. Luwen can spot problems, and so can Zhao Qingdong, Wang Hao, and others. But even if they found out, a few people didn't say anything, and they didn't dare to make a fuss. After breakfast, Luwen took the RV back, and then everyone got into Zhou Cheng's RV. A few minutes later, the RV started driving towards its destination. In the cab, Zhou Cheng was in charge of driving, and Murong Xiao sat in the passenger seat as a matter of course. Husband, I have a small request. Please promise me. What request, you say? When I get back this time, I want to tell Grandpa about our affairs. Is that okay? I don't mean anything else. I just want Grandpa to feel at ease. Of course, what kind of request is this? Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. Thank you, husband. Murong Xiao looked at Zhou Cheng tenderly and said, Speaking of your grandfather, where are your parents? Where are they? Is it safe now? Zhou Cheng suddenly remembered Murong Xiao's parents and asked immediately. Murong Xiao fell silent instantly when she heard Zhou Cheng ask this. Before the apocalypse broke out, my parents worked in the imperial capital. I don't know what the situation is now. What about you, husband? Are your parents safe now? My parents have passed away a long time ago. Zhou Cheng smiled bitterly. Zhou Cheng's parents died in a car accident when Zhou Cheng was 12 years old. From then on, Zhou Cheng lived alone until now. I'm sorry for bringing up your sadness. Murong Xiao apologized quickly. You don't know what I'm sorry for. Zhou Cheng smiled and shook his head. Husband, after leaving this time, how long will it take to come back? After a long time, Murong Xiao asked again. It's hard to say. Right now, it will probably take about a year. I already have a plan for the settlement, but the specific situation needs to be further confirmed. Once I confirm there is no problem, I will come back to pick you up. Well, don't worry, everything is about safety. I will wait for you no matter how long it takes. Murong Xiao said firmly. Are you really not in a hurry? Zhou Cheng asked with a smile. It's annoying. There's no point in being anxious. And it's for our happy future. Well, for future happiness, Zhou Cheng murmured. Zhou Cheng hadn't heard the word happiness for an unknown amount of time. When he first heard these two words, Zhou Cheng was filled with emotion. I remember you are of bronze quality, right? After a moment of silence, Zhou Cheng suddenly asked, Yeah, why are you asking this? Murong Xiao looked at Zhou Cheng curiously. It's nothing, your professional quality is too poor. It just so happens that this secret realm is an opportunity. If you are lucky, your quality may be improved. Husband means... Murong Xiao suddenly swallowed the words as they reached her lips. Of course, Murong Xiao understood what Zhou Cheng meant. Zhou Cheng is trying to kill people and get goods. You are right, I just intend to kill people and steal goods. Husband, isn't this good? It doesn't matter if you are a bad person. But what if you're a good person? Besides, I'm already in bronze now. And if I upgrade to silver, it's so hard to find silver quality professionals, and the professions need to match. Murong Xiao said hesitantly. Don't worry. Your husband doesn't have no bottom line. He will naturally have a sense of proportion. Besides, how many good people do you think there are left now? Zhou Cheng's next question immediately left Murong Xiao speechless. Murong Xiao is not a flower in the greenhouse. Her weakness is only directed at Zhou Cheng because she loves Zhou Cheng. The real Murong Xiao was one of the first professionals who dared to face zombies head-on, have a strong character and perseverance. In her previous experience of living in the safe zone, Murong Xiao had seen too much darkness and the ugliness of human nature. Zhou Cheng is right. There are indeed not many good people in this world. Don't think too much. Just leave this matter to me. The quality of your current bronze is definitely not good, and it must be replaced. As for what you said about being difficult to find, I already have a target, Zhou Cheng said without refutation. Oh, I understand. Murong Xiao nodded quickly. Then husband, can Wang Hao and the others also change? Wang Hao and Qin Wenlong are both of ordinary quality. After a moment, Murong Xiao suddenly asked, Do you think they can use it with confidence? If you don't worry, then of course it's no problem. We can just handle this later together. You can rest assured. After hearing what Zhou Cheng said, Murong Xiao was a little unsure for a moment. Although from the current point of view, they are still trustworthy. But who can say what will happen in the future? No need to hesitate. Just do whatever you want. It's just black iron quality. It's not a big deal. Seeing Murong Xiao in trouble, Zhou Cheng then said, The quality of black iron is really not a big deal. 1 bronze can easily kill 10 black irons. Well, then give it to them. After hearing what Zhou Cheng said, Murong Xiao made up her mind. Seeing that Murong Xiao agreed, Zhou Cheng didn't say anything else. Now that she has become his own woman, Zhou Cheng naturally wants to help her. As the leader of the team, it is normal for Murong Xiao to seek benefits for his team members. In the future harem battles, Murong Xiao will also have his own team. The key players, Wang Hao and others, are indeed good. At least for now, Zhou Cheng can't find any faults. As the two chatted like this, the time quickly came to noon. At this moment, Zhou Cheng was probably less than 20 miles away from the pyramid. After thinking about it, Zhou Cheng decided to eat first and then start taking action in the afternoon. Zhou Cheng hasn't decided to lie down completely yet. He still needs to have the sense of urgency he deserves. If you don't get the results you want, let's talk about it another time. Lunch was military rations as usual. After a brief meal, Zhou Cheng got back on the road. After setting out on the road, Zhou Cheng immediately assigned tasks to everyone. In this operation, Zhou Cheng was still responsible for clearing the passages and monsters inside the pyramid. The others were fully responsible for the defense in order to buy time for Zhou Cheng. Considering that clearing the passage only requires 1 steel golem and Nasha alone, it is enough to deal with it. Zhou Cheng planned to send Irina and a group of younger brothers to defend. This ensures nothing goes wrong. An hour later, Zhou Cheng drove to less than 3 kilometers away from the pyramid. Looking up and looking out, there are at least 4,000 alien creatures gathered around the pyramid. Their levels are the same as the previous secret realm, level dash. Zhou Cheng then felt relieved. As long as the level remained unchanged, there was no risk. Immediately, Zhou Cheng drove forward and rushed forward. Everything went smoothly after that. and Zhou Cheng rushed to the entrance of the passage in only 5 minutes. After getting off the car, taking advantage of the brief panic of the foreign creatures, Lu Wen, Murong Xiao, and others quickly formed a line of defense based on the RV, while Zhou Cheng ordered the steel golem to attack into the passage. When the foreign creatures reacted, Lu Wen and others were already in their positions, and then the two sides started a fierce battle. From the beginning of the battle, Lu Wen and others firmly controlled the battlefield situation, and the foreign creatures were killed one after another before they could even get close. This is not surprising. Lu Wen and the others have all experienced the secret realm once, and they are certainly familiar with it now. In fact, if it weren't for the restriction of mana, they could kill indefinitely. Zhou Cheng's side is even simpler. After reaching level 41, the strength of the steel golem has been enhanced again, and the foreign creatures in the passage cannot resist it at all. Zhou Cheng and Naxia didn't need to take action at all, they just needed to follow the steel golem. Zhou Cheng also had some considerations when taking Naxia. Zhou Cheng did not want to make the same mistake as last time and was attacked and killed by a high-level wingman. Once at the entrance of the passage, Zhou Cheng will order Naxia to release her ultimate move. The space inside the pyramid is limited. Once the ice ball is used, no matter who it is, everyone will be frozen to death. This saves Zhou Cheng trouble and risk. If I don't go in, how can you attack? In just a few minutes, the steel golem rushed to the entrance of the passage. Naxia, it's up to you. Seeing that the time was right, Zhou Cheng immediately gave the order. Yes, master. Naxia then took a step forward and linked her hands. Not long after, a frozen ball the size of a football emerged. As the frozen ball continued to rotate and grow in size, an icy chill hit the face. Seeing that Naxia's preparations were completed, Zhou Cheng immediately ordered the steel golem to make a final breakthrough inward. Roar! The steel golem roared angrily, smashed a lizard man in front of him, and stepped into the pyramid. At this moment, Naxia suddenly threw the frozen ball inside. Immediately, Zhou Cheng and Naxia turned around and left. At the same time, Zhou Cheng also released several streams of hellfire behind him. Zhou Cheng did this to block the cold air that followed. The freezing ball was released by Naxia. Of course she wasn't afraid, but Zhou Cheng was. Zhou Cheng retreated to the entrance and then stopped. When he turned around and looked around, the flames behind him had long been extinguished. More cold air was pouring out along the passage, and Zhou Chengdu, who was more than 10 meters above the ground, couldn't bear it. Zhou Cheng marveled at its power and quickly released the hellfire again. Honey, what are you doing? Seeing Zhou Cheng suddenly come out, Murong Xiao thought something had happened and asked quickly. It's okay, we'll get it done right away. Zhou Cheng waved his hand to signal her not to worry and continued to release the hellfire. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that there was finally no more cold air coming out of the passage that he stopped. But even so, Zhou Cheng still didn't dare to go in. He could only summon a steel golem and order it to go in with Naxia. The steel golem that rushed in just now is dead. Master, everything is cleaned inside. After a few minutes, Naxia returned from the passage and reported to Zhou Cheng. Oh, I see. You need to rest for a while to recover your mana. We'll go in later. After Zhou Cheng said this, he turned around and jumped onto the RV to join the defensive formation. Although the inside of the pyramid has been cleaned, the temperature inside is still very low and cannot be entered now. Of course, Zhou Cheng couldn't be idle before that. He was bound to make a harvest. With the addition of Zhou Cheng, the defense line became more solid, and the monsters were less able to rush forward. But even so, they continued to rush forward without fear of death. The intelligence of low-level alien creatures is still much worse, but the intelligence of high-level alien creatures is much scarier. The killing continued for more than an hour, until everyone's mana was almost exhausted and the temperature in the passage rose again. Zhou Chengkai called on everyone to retreat, leaving the steel golem behind. Entering the passage, Zhou Cheng could still feel the chill, but it was obviously within the tolerance range. Although Murong Xiao and others were surprised, Zhou Cheng didn't tell them and they couldn't ask more questions. When they entered the interior and saw the ice sculptures all over the floor, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed, "Brother, when did you learn the ice method? It's the ice element and the fire element. Do you have enough skill points?" Luwen asked curiously. The scene in front of him must have been caused by ice spells. There was no doubt about it. "It's not me, it's Nashia," Zhou Cheng explained with a smile. It's not that Zhou Cheng didn't expect to hide the fact that Nashia could use her ultimate move, but killing monsters was the top priority right now. Since there is no need to hide it like this, unless Zhou Cheng is willing to sacrifice the upgrade speed. "My God, brother, are your mercenaries so powerful?" Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and Lu Wen was even more surprised. Lu Wen and the others also have mercenaries, so they naturally know a lot about mercenaries. It is really unimaginable for a mercenary with the ultimate spell to kill hundreds of alien creatures in an instant. Their mercenaries can at best deal with 2 foreign creatures. Wang Hao and Chun Wenlong's mercenaries could only deal with 1. "Brother, why are your mercenaries so powerful?" "Hey, brother, is your paladin profession of golden quality?" Lu Wen suddenly reacted. No wonder Lu Wen would guess like this, because there is no other possibility. "Ah, that's right." Zhou Cheng smiled and nodded. Zhou Cheng doesn't mind exposing his strength a little. After all, he is gold in all 3 professions, and now he's only exposing 1. "Oh my God, why are you so lucky? 1 gold, 2 silver? Wow, why am I so pitiful?" Lu Wen said exaggeratedly. "Ah, you're lucky. You can't help it." Zhou Cheng smiled and touched Lu Wen's head. How did Lu Wen know that Zhou Cheng's 3 professions were actually gold? If you knew that, wouldn't you go crazy? Lu Wen and Zhao Qingdong are pretty good. At least they already know that Zhou Cheng's other 2 professions are silver. Murong Xiao and the others knew nothing about this at all. After learning about Zhou Cheng's professional qualities, the 3 of them were stunned. 2 silver and 1 gold? What is this concept? It's almost invincible. Okay. "Boss, you are so awesome," Sun Di said with a thumbs up. Chun Wenlong also had a look of admiration on his face, and Murong Xiao looked at Zhou Cheng in surprise. "Okay, don't talk about that. It's not like quality can't be improved. As long as your strength improves, everyone will have a chance. Okay, let's not talk about this. Lu Wen will take out the RV and let everyone get settled. Everyone, please remember not to touch these ice sculptures. If they melt, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay here any longer. Xiao, come with me." Zhou Cheng didn't want to dwell too much on this topic, so he simply said a few words of encouragement, then took Murong Xiao's hand to one side, and then took the RV out of the space. "Husband, your professional quality is so high." Alone together, Murong Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Is this strange? Haven't you guessed it before?" "I guessed it, but I didn't expect that both professions are silver. And now there's 1 more gold," Murong Xiao said with a smile. How about it? My husband is awesome," Zhou Cheng said half-jokingly. Murong Xiao nodded repeatedly with admiration. "I said before that your professional quality was too low, and I wanted to replace you. That's why. Of course my woman's strength cannot be too bad." "Well, I understand. Thank you, husband." "Husband, I will work hard and I will not hold my husband back," Murong Xiao said firmly. "Well, you're right to think so. Don't worry. You will become a silver professional soon," Zhou Cheng said confidently. "My husband is so confident. Does he have a goal?" Murong Xiao asked in surprise. "There is a goal, but it's not certain whether he can come to the secret realm. But don't worry, I can find him even if he doesn't come," Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. Zhou Cheng was not innocent. There was indeed a silver professional in Shunshi in the previous life, and he was an archer, which happened to match Murong Xiao's profession. It's just that this person has always kept a low profile, and few people know about him, but Zhou Cheng happens to be one of the few. Now that the secret realm is open, Zhou Cheng thinks that there is a high possibility that he will participate. If he encounters him, Zhou Cheng will kill him as soon as possible. Anyway, this guy is not a good bird. In the last life, I don't know how many girls were harmed. Of course, even if he doesn't come in, Zhou Cheng can find him after he goes out, because Zhou Cheng knows his address. After taking out the RV, Zhou Cheng went to the case office to collect the treasures. Open the box, and inside there is a kyanite and a piece of warrior equipment. Ah, it's another kyanite. It seems that the time has come. Zhou Cheng felt so happy when he saw it was kyanite. What he is most worried about now is his level, and this kyanite appears at the right time. Counting this one, Zhou Cheng has 2 kyanites in his hand, which can upgrade him to 2 levels in a row. Of course, Zhou Cheng would definitely not take it stupidly now. He would definitely save it until the end. After putting the kyanite away, Zhou Cheng returned with the equipment and gave it to Zhao Qingdong. Zhao Qingdong's profession is that of a warrior, so it is just right for him. The equipment is a pair of combat boots, which mainly increase agility and endurance, which are pretty good. Zhao Qingdong was also very happy after getting the equipment. Zhou Cheng didn't care, he didn't need it anyway. After everyone settled down, they started killing monsters. It's not dark yet, so we can still kill a wave. According to Zhou Cheng's idea, he would try to clean up this place within 4 days, and then move to the next target. There are not only a few of them in the secret realm, but also military and other professionals. Zhou Cheng must seize the time. This time Zhou Cheng no longer divided into groups, but everyone formed a group. Zhou Cheng couldn't help grouping them together. Murong Xiaoxiao had become his woman. He definitely couldn't leave Lu Wen and his wife to upgrade alone and leave Murong Xiaoxiao aside. Likewise, he couldn't take Murong Xiaoxiao alone. If that's the case, then let's just do it together. Then everyone just depends on their abilities. Whoever kills more will benefit. It's that simple. Everything was fine after that. After an hour of fierce fighting, Zhou Cheng and others successfully harvested about 200 foreign creatures and returned to the passage before dark. After coming back, everyone immediately got busy cooking. After dinner, the night shift was arranged, and everyone went to bed early. Of course, Zhou Cheng is an exception. As the saying goes, newlyweds are happy. It is always necessary to exercise before taking a break. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of natural resources? How do you add your skill points? After the passion, Zhou Cheng asked happily, looking at Murong Xiaoxiao who was dripping with sweat. Now that Murong Xiaoxiao has been taken in, Zhou Cheng must be responsible for her. Of course, professional skill points cannot be added randomly. Whether the points are added correctly or not will affect the level of combat effectiveness in the later stage. Zhou Cheng had a clear understanding of this, and it was even more necessary to give guidance to Murong Xiaoxiao. I just added it casually. Murong Xiaoxiao's answer was indeed not what Zhou Cheng had expected. He didn't take the extra points seriously at all. This is a mistake that most professionals make. In the last life, didn't Zhou Cheng add the wrong point? You silly girl, you can't just add skill points casually. What? Murong Xiaoxiao exclaimed when he heard this. Don't panic, it's still too late to change. Tell me how you added some. Zhou Cheng comforted her with a smile. Oh well. After a while, when Murong Xiaoxiao finished speaking, Zhou Cheng suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Murong Xiaoxiao's skill direction was basically correct, and only 2 skill points were wasted. I will give you a plan to add some points, and you will follow this from now on, Zhou Cheng then said. Oh, okay. Murong Xiaoxiao nodded obediently. Apart from the Necromancer profession, Zhou Cheng is most familiar with the archer profession. In his previous life, his best friend was an archer. Unfortunately, early the next morning, Zhou Cheng got up very early. When he got up, Murong Xiaoxiao was no longer around. When Zhou Cheng walked out of the RV, he saw that everyone was preparing. Murong Xiaoxiao and Lu Wen were busy cooking. It can be seen that everyone is very active and aware of the urgency of time. After a quick meal, Zhou Cheng led everyone to attack again. Next, Zhou Cheng only spent 5 days to clean up all the foreign creatures. In 5 days, Zhou Cheng killed almost foreign creatures in total, and everyone, including Zhou Cheng, also gained a level. Afterwards, Zhou Cheng immediately went to the next pyramid. Because the secret realm was too big, it was already the afternoon of the second day when Zhou Cheng arrived at the second pyramid. But luckily, this pyramid was not preempted by other professionals. The next step is simple, just harvest it. The small pyramid is surrounded by level-monsters, which are generally 5 levels lower than the central large pyramid. Therefore, it was more efficient, and Zhou Cheng completed it in only 3 days. After this battle, everyone was promoted to 1 level, but Zhou Cheng was only promoted to half a level. The shortcomings of the 3 professions were clearly revealed at this moment. Of course, there was nothing that could be done about it, and Zhou Cheng had already been mentally prepared for this. The treasure in this pyramid is a piece of equipment and a ring. Zhou Cheng was lucky. This ring happened to be the equipment of the Necromancer, and he could use it. After finishing this pyramid, Zhou Cheng immediately rushed to the next one without stopping, looking forward to another perfect harvest. But things didn't go as planned. When Zhou Cheng arrived here, he found that someone had already arrived first. About 200 professionals have gathered here, and they're currently fighting with alien creatures. The levels of these professionals are generally above level 25, and they still have considerable strength. Brother, what should we do? Seeing this scene, Lu Wen immediately asked anxiously. Ignore them, let's just do it the old way. Rush in and do it. Then let's see who is faster. Zhou Cheng said nonchalantly. More than 200 professionals may seem like a lot, but there are more than 4,000 alien creatures, and they can't kill them all in 10 days. Not to mention that most of these people are mainly professional teams and have no organization at all. They're just a ball of loose sand. Zhou Cheng naturally does not need to worry. If you're a military professional, that's pretty much it. After listening to Zhou Cheng's words, everyone agreed. Then Zhou Cheng didn't hesitate. After a little preparation, he started the RV and rushed forward. Oh! Many professionals were having a heated fight when a RV suddenly appeared. The sudden change surprised them. Before they could react, the RV roared closer. When they got closer, the RV showed no intention of slowing down and then rushed into the inner circle with great momentum. Damn it, stop it. Damn, they're too fierce. Damn it, don't let them rush over, stop them. Someone is trying to steal our treasure. The professionals shouted when they saw this, and many people wanted to stop it. But the RV was so fast that it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the RV rushed directly under the pyramid. Then I saw several people getting out of the car. These people were all young, both male and female. After getting out of the car, they quickly relied on the RV to fight the monsters, and one of them even entered the pyramid. Asshole, leave the stuff behind. No, they are absolutely not allowed to take away the treasure. Seeing someone entering the pyramid, the professionals yelled and cursed. Unfortunately, their shouts did not elicit any response. Brothers, don't panic. There are many more of us than them. Yes, there are only a few of them. Brothers, don't give up hope. They can figure it out. As long as everyone works together, we will definitely kill them when they come out. All the professionals were shouting. Little did they know that they were doing absolutely nothing. Let's not talk about whether they are Zhou Cheng's opponents or not. Just because they have their own agendas, they are destined to fail. There were more than 200 people present. How many treasures were there? Even if you kill Zhou Cheng and a few others, how to divide the treasures? It's impossible to think about it. They just say a few angry words. At this moment, Zhou Cheng has entered the passage. The one leading the way was still the steel golem, followed closely by Zhou Cheng and Naxia, and the others were responsible for breaking up the rear. It is said that the queen is cut off, but why is there still a need to cut off the queen now? It's more like killing monsters directly. With Lu Wen's current strength, as long as their magic power is endless, they can fight monsters that are more than 20 levels lower than themselves, and they can kill them forever. Lu Wen and the others are strong, and Zhou Cheng is even stronger. In less than 5 minutes, Zhou Cheng cleaned up the inside of the pyramid. 100 or 200 monsters inside were frozen into ice sculptures. Lu Wen and others were also shocked when they felt the cold air coming from the passage. Of course they knew what the cold was about. Wasn't it the mercenary named Naxia who did it? Gold-quality mercenaries are so powerful that they can easily take down 100 or 200 monsters. If it were their mercenaries, there wouldn't even be any blisters when they go in, right? Thinking in her heart, Lu Wen secretly decided to hold Zhou Cheng's thigh tighter in the future and never give up. Although other people do not have this awareness, most of them also have such thoughts. This is simply an invincible existence, okay? Of course, it's worth them to fawn over and get closer to. Of course, Zhou Cheng didn't know all this and joined the battle after coming out of the passage. At this moment, all the professionals in the periphery were stunned. Although they were on the outside, they could still see what was going on inside. Is this still human? They worked hard to kill a monster. Look at people, you can kill one or even several with a wave of your hand. This is simply a slap in the face, okay? No wonder they dare to rush in. It turns out they really have this strength. Fuck, who are they? This is so awesome. Let me put it in perspective. Have you seen that even their mercenaries are that bad? For a time, many people could not help but feel envious and jealous. Half an hour later, when the cold air dissipated, Zhou Cheng withdrew from the battle and returned to the pyramid alone. Zhou Cheng wants to come back to collect the treasure. When we came to the long case, there was a box on the long case as usual. When he opened the box, he saw a rune inside. Mystical rune. Summons a dragon. Description. Dropping the blood essence will activate the dragon's seal and wake it up. Effect. Release it to help the host fight. Can only be summoned once every 360 days. What the hell is this? When will runes be able to summon dragons? Is this still a rune? After getting the detailed information, Zhou Cheng was immediately stunned. Runes are actually a different kind of equipment. They just don't occupy the equipment slot. Zhou Cheng has been living in the apocalypse for 10 years and has seen all kinds of runes, but he has never seen or heard of the runes that can summon dragons. Zhou Cheng really couldn't figure out how such a rune could appear. After frowning and thinking for a moment, Zhou Cheng decided to confess his master with blood first. You'll know if it's true or false once you try it. Zhou Cheng cut his finger and dripped blood on the runes. In an instant, Zhou Cheng came to an inexplicable space. Immediately afterwards, countless lines appeared on the walls around the space, gradually forming a pattern. And the pattern was a huge black dragon. There is a red bead inlaid on the dragon's head, and the red bead is shining with a strange light, as if it is spiritual. Hiss! The giant dragon slowly opened its mouth, exposed its fangs, and let out bursts of neighing sounds. Boom! Suddenly, the space began to shake violently, and bursts of thunder were heard. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderclap. The next moment, a giant dragon jumped down from the wall, and huge pressure instantly filled the entire space. Then the giant dragon crawled on the ground, showing a respectful posture. Seeing a giant dragon really appear, Zhou Cheng was suddenly surprised and happy. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Cheng discovered that this giant dragon was not a real life form, but was made of condensed energy. A giant dragon with concentrated energy? This discovery shocked Zhou Cheng again. But no matter what, there is indeed a dragon in front of us. I own a dragon? Zhou Cheng couldn't believe his eyes. But the facts are right in front of you, and you can't even believe them. Holding back the excitement in his heart, Zhou Cheng tried to communicate with the dragon according to the information in his mind. Soon, information about the giant dragon poured into Zhou Cheng's mind. The giant dragon is a member of the Dragon Clan in ancient times. He once led thousands of troops to conquer Kyushu and was a great hero of his generation. Unfortunately, unexpected events occurred and the Dragon Clan encountered misfortune. The Dragon King fell and the dragon disappeared. Until billions of years later, the spirit reappears. It turns out to be a dragon. After receiving the confirmation, Zhou Cheng was immediately excited. Dragon Clan, this is a divine beast. It's so cool to have a dragon. Although this giant dragon has fallen for who knows how many years, its strength has long been reduced. But that's enough, isn't it? Even if it has no strength, it is still a dragon. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh. With the giant dragon, why is he afraid of a bird? What kind of level Lizard Man is still lying down for me? As for why giant dragons appear in this world, why did the world change so much after rebirth? Zhou Cheng Kai was too lazy to worry. No matter how the world changes, what does it have to do with Zhou Cheng? Zhou Cheng just needs to be strong. Others love so and so. After gathering his mood, Zhou Cheng put away the runes properly and then walked out. When they came outside the passage, everyone was still fighting fiercely. Seeing that it was getting late and everyone's mana had been almost exhausted, Zhou Cheng then called them back. After hearing this, everyone stopped attacking and retreated to the pyramid one by one. How about it? Are you tired? When everyone came back, Zhou Cheng asked with a smile. The battle just now lasted for 2 hours, and it had already created the best result in history. It's okay. Murong Xiao replied with a smile. Boss, I think I can last 15 minutes. Me too. Everyone replied one after another. Haha, don't just think about perseverance. You must remember to retain some mana at all times. Otherwise, if there is an emergency, we will be in a dangerous situation. Seeing everyone saying this, Zhou Cheng immediately warned. Well, boss, we get it. Everyone nodded quickly. Okay, let's not talk about that. Everyone is tired today. I don't think we should cook tonight. Let's just eat instant rice. Everyone should finish eating early, so that we can rest early. After saying that, Zhou Cheng took out instant rice from the space and distributed it to everyone, and then greeted Murong Xiao back to the RV. Instant rice can be eaten in the RV. There is no need to gather it together. Of course, Zhou Cheng also had other thoughts. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but feel so happy when he unexpectedly harvested a giant dragon. It feels so good. How can we not celebrate? As for how to celebrate, of course it's to celebrate with Xiao. After a while, a gentle gasp came from the RV. The sound is inflated and even more imaginative. Of course, the RV is soundproof, so you can't hear it from outside. It was just a pain for Nashia and others in the RV. How could such a loud voice make them feel so embarrassed? I hate it. I know how to bully people. After the passion passed, Murong Xiao's voice came from the bedroom. Ha! Immediately, Zhou Cheng laughed loudly from the bedroom. Men are tired cows. Women are plowable soil. Passion cannot always be there. After sitting in the bedroom for a while, Zhou Cheng walked out of the bedroom satisfied. As soon as the results came out, they saw Nashia and the other three looking at him. There was tenderness and attachment in the eyes of the three people, as well as envy and a little jealousy. And all this shows that the intelligence of Nashia and the others has been open to a considerable extent. They have been able to fully express their emotions and know what envy is. Of course, Zhou Cheng is happy about this. Unlocking their spiritual intelligence is what Zhou Cheng has always been looking forward to. And their current performance made Zhou Cheng realize it immediately. These days, I've been hanging out with Murong Xiao every day, and I am afraid I have left them out in the cold. In other words, Nashia and the others are a little jealous. That's all. I'll risk my life tonight. I have to satisfy them, even to the death. Isn't it just a sore back and leg pain? What a big deal. Looking at the three people in front of him, Zhou Cheng secretly made up his mind. Of course, Zhou Cheng couldn't just do what he said. After all, Murong Xiao was still in front of him. Zhou Cheng had to tell her no matter what. Although Murong Xiao said before that she is not jealous, everyone knows that a woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. You can't believe what the woman said. What if we don't communicate in advance? Of course, even if they communicated in advance, Murong Xiao would still be jealous. Which woman can truly not be jealous? But Zhou Cheng could only do this step at best. If it really doesn't work, Zhou Cheng can't do anything. Of course, Zhou Cheng would not give up the entire forest for just one tree. There is no need to mention what happened next. Although Murong Xiao was really unwilling in her heart, she finally nodded. After all, she had promised Zhou Cheng before. That night, Zhou Cheng also successfully completed the task. Of course, it also made Zhou Cheng extremely tired. In order to appease Murong Xiao, Zhou Cheng quickly returned to Murong Xiao afterwards. When she came back, Murong Xiao was still awake and still in tears. Zhou Cheng inevitably comforted her again before putting her to sleep. Early the next morning, Murong Xiao was still in a low mood after getting up. Zhou Cheng didn't say much when he saw this. He just got used to everything. When they walked out of the bedroom, Nashia and the other three were also there. After last night's moisturizing, all three of them were white and rosy. Master, morning, madam. Seeing Zhou Cheng and Murong Xiao coming out, Nashia and the other two quickly saluted. "It's early for you too." Zhou Cheng smiled and greeted several people. When Murong Xiao heard the word madam, her pretty face suddenly turned red. The originally depressed mood instantly felt much better. Of course, she knew what the word madam meant. Although he didn't like Na Xia and the others competing with him for a man, the title madam made Murong Xiao very useful. Murong Xiao also smiled and nodded to the three girls. Murong Xiao is not stupid, the wife has called her, and as a mistress, she still has to behave as she should. Zhou Cheng is also happy with this. Harmony with each other is the truth. Let's go down and eat early to kill monsters. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Zhou Cheng then led the four women out of the car. Brushing monsters is the first priority and cannot be delayed for a moment. Originally, Zhou Cheng had the mentality of giving it a try, and was prepared to lie down completely if it didn't work. But now he has a dragon. Even if he does not reach level dash in the future, Zhou Cheng will still have the confidence to fight the Lizardman leader. In this case, of course Zhou Cheng must continue to work hard and strive to reach a higher level. Everything went smoothly next. There were more than 4,000 monsters outside. Zhou Cheng and others were in the inner circle, so the battle was not affected by the professionals in the outer circle. Of course, it's inevitable to get scolded. There was no way who made Zhou Cheng and others kill monsters too fast, killing more than 1,000 monsters in one day. Zhou Cheng didn't take the professional scolding seriously at all. Of course, there is no need to pay attention to a group of Xiao Zhou Cheng. Lu Wan and others were a little indignant at first, but seeing how calm Zhou Cheng was, they all calmed down later. It was just that after I came back in the evening, I inevitably muttered a few words. Zhou Cheng just smiled and said nothing more. The next day, Zhou Cheng and others were still practicing in the inner circle. However, as the number of monsters gradually decreased, the distance between them and the professionals became closer and closer. If we continue like this, we will meet them tomorrow morning at the latest. It is conceivable that conflicts will definitely occur by then. Zhou Cheng is naturally not afraid of conflicts. In the past 2 days, Zhou Cheng has been observing them while killing monsters, and he also knows a lot about these professionals. There are quite a few of them, but their levels are too low. None of them are above level dash. On the other hand, Zhou Cheng is almost level 43 now. Lu Wen, Zhao Qingdong, and Murong Xiao are all level 41. Sun Di and Qin Wenlong are at level dash. Zhou Cheng is certainly not afraid of such a level gap. To put it bluntly, even if they stand and let them attack, they can't break Zhou Cheng's defense. Husband, do you think they will join forces to cause trouble for us? Murong Xiao also discovered the problem and asked immediately. Definitely, but there probably won't be too many people actually doing it. Our strength is obvious, and they are not all fools. Zhou Cheng responded with a smile. But no matter what, we still have to guard against it. Murong Xiao was still a little worried. Of course, tell everyone about this, so everyone can pay attention tomorrow. When the time comes, just let everyone look at me and act accordingly. Yes, I understand. Murong Xiao nodded. As evening approached, Zhou Cheng called it a day as usual. Today's results are even better than yesterday, with a total of more than 500 monsters killed. Zhou Cheng also rose to level 43, and everyone else also gained something. After returning, Murong Xiao immediately called Lu Wen and others together, explained Zhou Cheng's explanation to everyone, and asked everyone to be careful. Zhou Cheng came to a corner and prepared to summon the Flame Golem. After reaching level 43, Zhou Cheng can summon the Flame Golem. As the strongest summoning skill of the Necromancer, the strength of the Fire Golem is far more than 10 times that of the Steel Golem. Its appearance also greatly enhanced Zhou Cheng's combat effectiveness. Zhou Cheng casually pointed to the ground, and a vortex slowly formed in the open space, and then a tall demon statue with a body burning with fire appeared. This Flame Golem is nearly 7 meters tall, as big as a giant, and exudes a scorching aura. Fire Golem. Attribute: Strength plus 1,220. Attack plus 1,530. agility plus 150, movement speed plus 10%, fire resistance plus 100, HP recovery speed plus 30%, fire damage plus 40%. Skill, Flame Jet. Fire skills are released after use. The damage is related to the caster. Roar! As soon as the flame golem appeared, it let out a deafening roar. The sound resounded through the space like an earthquake. Zhou Cheng and others were shocked to the point where their eardrums were ringing. Hiss! What a terrifying coercion! As expected of the flame demon statue, its aura alone is enough to make people feel chilled. I feel like I'm almost unsteady on my feet. The sudden appearance of the flame golem naturally attracted the attention of Murong Xiao and others. Everyone gasped when they saw the violent aura exuded by the flame golem. Husband, your flame golem is so powerful, Murong Xiao said in amazement. It's indeed amazing. Sun Di also praised. Lu Wen and the other two also looked envious. Although the flame golem is strong, it is not invincible. Every profession has awesome skills. You don't need to envy them. As long as you level up, your strength will naturally come with it. Zhou Cheng smiled and shook his head, turned around, and said to everyone, Well, don't worry, boss. We will definitely work hard. Sun Di nodded heavily and assured. So are we. Zhao Qingdong, Chen Wenlong, and others also spoke one after another. Seeing everyone's attitude, Zhou Cheng nodded with satisfaction. As night fell, Zhou Cheng and Murong Xiao sat side by side on the roof of the car, holding Murong Xiao's slender waist and gently sniffing the fragrance coming from the tip of his nose. Zhou Cheng was filled with happiness. This is the beautiful life he has been pursuing, ordinary, simple, warm. It's a pity that the peaceful life will never come again because of the end of the world. I didn't feel that guy's breath today. After a long time, Zhou Cheng said something abruptly. Husband, what did you say? Murong Xiao didn't understand. I mean, the Silver Archer, he is not among those people outside. Either he was near another pyramid, or he didn't enter the secret realm at all. Oh, so that's what my husband was talking about. This matter can't be rushed. Murong Xiao suddenly realized, and then said, Well, that's what you said. Anyway, a monk who can run away can't run away from the temple. Zhou Cheng nodded slightly. One more thing. After a moment of silence, Zhou Cheng said again, What's up? If there's anyone who doesn't have a good eye tomorrow, don't be polite. Don't you want to replace Sun Di's professional quality? Tomorrow is your chance. Zhou Cheng said, Well, I listen to my husband. Hearing this, Murong Xiao nodded solemnly. The next morning, when Zhou Cheng woke up, Murong Xiao was nestling in his arms. The two hugged and kissed, then got up to wash and dress. Good morning, boss. Seeing Zhou Cheng stepping out of the RV, Sun Di and others quickly stepped forward to say hello. It's early for you too. Zhou Cheng smiled and nodded. Brother, come over for dinner. Lu Wen greeted not far away. Well, I see. Let's go right away. Zhou Cheng responded and then walked towards Lu Wen. There are not many monsters outside. We will definitely run into other professionals today. Once someone among them provokes a provocation, you will act according to my eyes. After dinner, Zhou Cheng said something to everyone. Yes. Everyone agreed. After a little preparation, Zhou Cheng and others came outside again. As Zhou Cheng said, there are indeed not many monsters outside, less than 1,000. Many professionals are getting closer and closer to them, only less than 100 meters away. If this continues, the two sides will meet soon. However, Zhou Cheng was not panicked at all. There was even a faint smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. If someone insists on seeking death, Zhou Cheng certainly doesn't mind sending them to the west. And even if they don't take action, Zhou Cheng will force them to do it. Otherwise, where would the professional sacred stone come from? Sure enough, the battle raged for more than an hour. After Zhou Cheng and others killed all the monsters, dozens of professionals appeared in front of Zhou Cheng. The leader was a man wearing black leather armor and holding a scimitar. He was a warrior by profession and about level 28 The dozen or so people around him had different professions, including mages, archers, and priests. In short, it was very messy. In addition to them, There are many professionals around who are also watching. Hey, boy, hand over the treasures in the pyramid, and I will spare your life, the warrior with a scimitar in his hand shouted coldly. I see who dares. If you want to steal our things, you have to step on my dead body. When Zhou Cheng was about to speak, Sun Di took the lead and scolded him angrily. Step on your body? That's ridiculous. You are nothing. Your weakling is not enough to tickle me. If you are sensible, leave your things immediately, otherwise none of you will survive. The scimitar man looked at Sun Di mockingly. You? Sun Di gritted his teeth, wishing he could rush up and kill him immediately. Haha, don't accept it? If you don't accept it, then come over and let me try your strength. The scimitar man smiled playfully. Haha, since you are so anxious to die, then I will help you. Hearing the sound, Zhou Cheng slowly took a step forward and said in a cold tone, Oh, you're pretty tough. The scimitar man sneered. Come on, I want to see what you are capable of. The scimitar man continued to shout. You're really looking for death. Take action. Zhou Cheng was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Come on, brothers. Kill them. Kill out.Zhou. The scimitar man also shouted low and rushed towards Zhou Cheng and others with his weapon, followed closely by dozens of professionals. You don't overestimate your own capabilities. Zhou Cheng snorted coldly and drew his sword instantly. In an instant, fierce murderous intent filled the air. Holding the hilt of the sword tightly, Zhou Cheng kicked the ground with the soles of his feet and rushed out at an extremely fast speed. Shoo! In the blink of an eye, Zhou Cheng appeared in front of a soldier. Without any hesitation, Zhou Cheng swung his long sword with his right hand and struck the warrior's neck with a slash. The sword glow flashed with cold light, and blood spurted and splashed. The soldier didn't even have time to scream before he was instantly killed by the sword. Hiss! How is it possible? How come his strength is so terrifying? I think this guy has definitely reached level dash. This man is terrible. Seeing Zhou Cheng burst out with such terrifying strength, everyone suddenly took a breath of cold air. The strength Zhou Cheng showed was beyond their expectations, and they were unable to resist at all. When Zhou Cheng took action, others were not idle either. Boom! Sun Di was the first to find the scimitar man. With one kick, the man with the scimitar was kicked away more than 10 meters. Even an ant-like thing dares to yell at our boss. Sun Di said proudly, I'm going to kill you. The scimitar man struggled to get up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, roared and charged forward again. Brush! But he had only taken half a step when he saw a flash of white light suddenly, and his head jumped high. It was Catherine who took action. The whole battle was over long ago, and everyone except the scimitar man was dead. Zhou Cheng couldn't wait any longer, so he ordered Catherine to get rid of him quickly. Well done, Catherine. After Leatherin came back, Zhou Cheng praised with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Catherine immediately smiled sweetly at Zhou Cheng. Boss, Catherine, as she turned on her spiritual intelligence. Seeing this scene, Luwen was suddenly in disbelief. No wonder Luwen asked this question. Normal mercenaries are not like this. They never smile, just like robots or NPCs. The only explanation for Catherine's expression is that she has activated her spiritual intelligence. It's not all turned on yet, but at least most of it is. Zhou Cheng explained. Brother, you are so awesome. When Luwen heard this, she immediately couldn't help but give a thumbs up and then looked like she admired him. Our boss, that is definitely one of a kind. Sun Di and others also complimented. Okay, stop flattering. The matter is not over yet. Zhou Cheng waved his hand indifferently. Who else doesn't agree? After saying that, Zhou Cheng turned to look at the other professionals. Boy, are you too arrogant? That's right. Don't think that killing a dozen people is so great. There are more than 200 of us. Many professionals felt humiliated and reprimanded angrily. Although they were afraid of Zhou Cheng's strong strength, they still had more than 200 people. A bunch of rabble. Are they worthy of fighting with me? Forget it. Since you want to die so much, then I will make it happen for you. Kill me! Zhou Cheng shouted loudly and rushed out first. Xiao and others immediately followed. Brothers, kill them. Kill them. The treasure will be ours. The professionals on the opposite side showed no sign of weakness and raised their weapons to attack. In the blink of an eye, the two sides were fighting together. Suddenly, the shouts of killing shook the sky. The swords clashed with clanging sounds, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. But this is ultimately a battle without suspense. Although there are many professionals, their highest level is only level 29. However, Zhou Chen's level is all above level dash, and the gap is too big. In less than 5 minutes, more than 100 professionals were killed by Zhou Cheng and others. Other professionals who were not involved turned around and ran away when they saw the situation was not good. Zhou Cheng didn't bother to chase them, but let them leave. Soon, as the last few resistors were killed, the battle came to an end. Immediately, Zhou Cheng called on everyone to clean up the battlefield. After final statistics, Zhou Cheng received a total of 21 professional sacred stones, 5 of which were of black iron quality, in addition to some messy equipment. Zhou Cheng's main purpose in this battle was for the professional sacred stone, and nothing else mattered. Zhou Cheng also looked down upon these tattered equipment. Among the 5 black iron professional sacred stones, 2 are warrior professions, and the remaining 3 are archers, mages, and druids. Sun Di and Qinwen Long are both warriors, and they happen to have 1 each. After that, Zhou Cheng did not stop, but immediately drove to the next pyramid, hoping to harvest another wave. There are 2 pyramids left in the secret realm, one controlled by the military and one controlled by professionals. Of course, Zhou Cheng will not compete with the military, and his next target can only be the professional one. However, Zhou Cheng did not have high hopes for this pyramid. It has been half a month since the secret realm was opened. Even if the pyramid has not been captured during this time, it is probably about the same. Even if we don't win, the military might get involved. The military strength is not bad, and they still have organized actions, so taking down their pyramid is not a problem. Now that the mission is completed, the only remaining one must be their next target. Therefore, Zhou Cheng just had the attitude of giving it a try. If you can grab it, consider it a profit. In order to gain time, Zhou Cheng and others did not rest at night, but rushed all night, and finally arrived at the destination the next morning. After parking the car, Zhou Cheng climbed onto the roof. Looking around, I saw nothing but flatness ahead. At the end of the field of vision, a pyramid stands tall. Under the sunlight, it exudes a charming and strange red light. Under the pyramid, as expected by Zhou Cheng, the place was densely packed with soldiers and professionals. There were at least 900 people watching, half of whom were soldiers and professionals. At this moment, they're conducting the final round of suppression against the monster, and their opponents only have less than dash left. The emergence of the military means that they have succeeded in the previous pyramid. Nowadays, these few monsters have become the last targets for everyone to hunt. But the foreign creatures are not so easy to deal with. Although they are at a disadvantage, they still defend the pyramid fearlessly. What interested Zhou Cheng the most was that he saw a familiar face. And this person was none other than the silver archer that Zhou Cheng was looking for. This guy's name is Zhao Gang, a guy who does all kinds of evil. Not only did he kill many innocent survivors, he also forced many girls to be his toys. Zhou Cheng once saw with his own eyes that a little girl was whipped by him with a whip until her skin and flesh were split. But Zhou Cheng didn't care at that time because he didn't provoke Zhou Cheng. But now, Zhou Cheng's lips curved into a cold arc. Although you didn't offend me, the common man is guilty of carrying a jade without any guilt, so it's bad luck for him to be remembered. After a while, you will be divided into 2 groups, Lu Wen and you will be in 2 groups, and Xiao and you will be in 3 groups. You just pretend to be ordinary professionals and sneak in. Once you get close to the passage, don't hesitate to attack immediately. Remember, there are monsters inside the pyramid, so be careful. After making up his mind, Zhou Cheng immediately gave instructions to everyone. What about you? Xiao asked curiously. You're lucky. I found that guy and am going to kill him, Zhou Cheng said with a smile. What? That person is here? Husband, have you discovered him? Murong Xiaoxiao asked in surprise after hearing this. Of course, Murong Xiaoxiao understood who Zhou Cheng was talking about. Yeah, Zhou Cheng nodded. Okay, then pay attention to your safety, Murong Xiaoxiao warned. Although the others didn't understand the conversation between the two, they didn't ask. Afterwards, everyone started taking action. At this moment, there were corpses everywhere in front of the pyramid. In addition to monster corpses, there are also many human corpses. The alien creatures are still resisting tenaciously, but they are obviously at the end of their game. Zhao Gang was at the forefront, frantically killing the foreign creatures. He holds a short bow, and every arrow must take away the life of an alien creature. Worthy of being a silver-level archer, his strength is quite terrifying. As a silver professional, how could Zhao Gang not get a share of the secret realm? However, Zhao Gang is cautious by nature and knows better how to make a big tree attract the wind. Therefore, he hid his strength from the beginning and only started to show strength at the last moment. A bunch of rubbish. Are they worthy of fighting against me? The treasure can only be obtained by me. Zhao Gang had a ferocious look on his face, as if he would kill anyone who dared to block the way. Whoosh dash! At this moment, a cold, long arrow broke through the sound barrier and shot hard at Zhao Gang's neck. Zhao Gang dodged quickly and perfectly avoided the incoming arrows. The strength of the silver professional was indeed extraordinary. Who? Zhao Gang exclaimed, turned his head suddenly and looked to the right, only to see a tall figure standing not far away. Damn, do you want to court death? Zhao Gang roared angrily and fired his bow without hesitation. Even a mere silver archer dares to be so arrogant. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Then Zhao Gang felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and he flew out. He struggled to turn around, only to see a young figure standing proudly. It was Zhou Cheng. Who are you? Zhao Gang's eyes widened, as if he didn't believe that anyone could defeat him. You must know that he is a silver-quality professional. How can this be? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you deserve to die. Zhou Cheng slowly walked towards Zhao Gang, who was lying in a pool of blood. Zhao had just been hit by Zhou Cheng, and his entire abdomen was pierced, and he could no longer survive. Hearing this, Zhao Gang was trembling and wanted to beg for mercy, but couldn't. Little brother, are you going too far to bully others? We are all professionals and the fire of our humanity. How can we kill each other? At this moment, a soldier stood up and looked at Zhou Cheng with a stern face. Too much bullying? Tinder? Ha! Zhou Cheng shook his head disdainfully. If you knew what he had done, wouldn't you say that? What did he do? Hearing Zhou Cheng's words, the soldier frowned and looked at Zhou Cheng. His home is in the southern suburbs of the city. There's a pig farm there. It is easy to find. If you are interested, you can go and take a look. I guarantee you will be surprised. Have you ever seen a human meat enema? Not at all. He has a lot of them at home. Zhou Cheng smiled indifferently, and then told the truth that made everyone's hair stand on end. Human meat enema? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that Zhao Gang would be so heartbroken. Beast, you are worse than a beast. The soldier gritted his teeth angrily. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Ha! Zhao Gang looked up to the sky and laughed, with a ferocious expression on his face. If I don't eat people, are I waiting to starve to death? You soldiers have food and drink, so of course you don't have to worry about it. Why do you blame me? Hey, don't you know my enema skills are the best in the world? Do you want to try it? Knowing that he would not survive, of course Zhao Gang had no scruples. Pause. As soon as Zhao Gang finished speaking, a dagger suddenly pierced his chest. Blood spurted out instantly, covering Zhou Cheng's body and face. I'm going to eat you. Zhao Gang looked at the sharp blade inserted into his chest reluctantly, with a look of resentment on his face. Bang! Zhou Cheng raised his foot and kicked him to the ground. He pulled out the dagger and stabbed Zhao Gang in the neck again. Zhao Gang's throat rolled, and finally his head tilted, and he refused to close his eyes. Bang! As Zhao Gang died, a silver-white bead rolled out immediately after. Zhou Cheng had quick eyesight and quick hands, and he grabbed the bead in his hand first. Damn it, That can't be a silver-quality professional sacred stone. Of course, everyone is familiar with the professional sacred stone, and someone immediately shouted loudly. That's right, it's a silver-level divine stone. Damn, that's silver qualities. Boy, hand over the sacred stone. Yes, hand it over quickly. The surrounding professionals were in commotion, clamoring for Zhou to deal with the magic stone. After all, the silver professional divine stone is too tempting. However, how did they know how powerful Zhou Cheng was? Bang bang! Zhou Cheng didn't even bother to use weapons and rushed into the crowd with his bare hands. In just a moment, he knocked everyone to the ground, then turned around and left without looking back. Only a few people were left who were trembling with fear on their faces. Zhou Cheng did not want to kill people in front of the military, otherwise these people would have died just now. The other side. The siege of monsters has entered its final moment, with only the last few dozen monsters left in the encirclement. Murong Xiao, Lu Wen, and others were also mixed in the crowd at this moment, less than 20 meters apart. Seeing that time waits for no one, Murong Xiao and Lu Wen no longer hesitated. The two looked at each other from a distance. The next moment, 5 figures rushed towards the entrance of the passage. They were so fast that they seemed to turn into 5 phantoms and rushed into the passage in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately afterwards, fierce explosions and fighting sounds came from the passage. No, stop them, don't let them steal the treasure. Only then did everyone react. They rushed towards the passage, trying to catch up with Murong Xiao and others. Hey! However, before they could take a few steps, a huge wall of flames suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The wall of flames was 3 to 4 meters high, and the blazing temperature made people's hair stand on end. Go back quickly, let's take a detour. Being blocked by the wall of fire, everyone panicked and then tried to bypass the wall of fire. Bang bang! However, just after taking a few steps, more flame walls fell, directly blocking the entrance of the passage. Damn it, who did this? Someone yelled. It must be the fire mage, Grandma. Stand up for me? Stop shouting, break the fire spell quickly. It's too late if it's too late. Of course, the wall of fire was released by Zhou Cheng, who was hiding in the crowd, but he could only release so much secretly, and any more would definitely be discovered. However, Zhou Cheng's goal has obviously been achieved. Lu Wen and the others have already gone into the passage an unknown number of meters at this time. As long as there is enough casting space behind you, no one can even try to rush in. Sure enough, after finally waiting for the flames to extinguish, someone immediately rushed into the passage. But the next moment these people all flew out again, and several of them still had arrows stuck in their bodies. Zhou Cheng knew that Murong Xiao must have shown mercy. This girl is still a little softer. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely confused. How to do? You can't just give up. I don't believe it. How many people can stop all of us? After all, some people can't hold back their anger. At his greeting, another group of people rushed into the passage. As a result, within 10 seconds, these people were beaten out again. This time it was even worse. Several people were clearly in distress when they came out. Forget it, let's go. Their level is too high. We can't rush in at all. Someone wise will speak up at this time. Fuck, what's wrong with the high level? I don't believe that so many of us are afraid of him. Aren't you afraid? The person who made the voice snorted coldly and turned around and left. Everyone else also looked confused when they saw this. Some people take the lead, and more people choose to leave. The reason is obvious. Let's not talk about whether we can rush in. Even if there are so many people rushing in, who will get the treasure? What's more, the military forces are also there, but they haven't spoken out until now. After all, life is more important. As for treasures, it doesn't matter if they don't have that fate. Soon, most of the professionals present were gone. Zhou Cheng wished they could all leave to save him the trouble of turning back. Of course, whether they leave or not, trouble will definitely remain. Just look at the hundreds of soldiers not far away, and you will know that the military cannot sit back and watch the treasure be obtained by others. It will definitely take action later. But Zhou Cheng was not afraid at all. With his current strength, would he still be afraid of a mere army? Captain, what should we do? Opposite, an officer asked the regiment leader for instructions. The treasure is very important to us, and we cannot let them take it away. Seal the cave entrance immediately and wait for them to come out, and ask them to hand over the treasure." The leader ordered in a deep voice. "Yes." The officer responded and then began to direct personnel to block the passage to prevent anyone from escaping. At the same time, Murong Xiao and others had rushed into the pyramid. Oh! What came into view were hundreds of huge spider demons with sharp fangs and covered in black armor. "Be careful. They are very dangerous." Lu Wen's pretty face changed slightly, and she immediately warned. "Yes." Murong Xiao nodded gently, a cold light flashing in his beautiful eyes. Then she spread her arms, and a majestic elemental power gathered in the palm of her hand. Exploding arrows. In an instant, Murong Xiao shouted softly. Several sharp arrows shot out from their strings, creating streaks of bright light. Crack! Roar! In an instant, screams were heard everywhere. One spider demon was killed on the spot, and several others were also injured. Zhou Cheng and others also rushed forward, and together they quickly eliminated the 6 or 7 spider demons in front of them. But then more spider demons rushed up, and the battle between the two sides officially began. But strength is king. Although there are many spiders, their levels vary greatly. After a fight, Murong Xiao and others finally gained the upper hand. Soon, hundreds of spider demons were killed. After the battle, Murong Xiao and others were exhausted and panting. With no time to rest, Lu Wen quickly came to the long case and put away the treasures. The treasure is a citron. The effect is to add 1 to all skill levels and ignore the upper limit. The attributes cannot be said to be incredible, but they are quite good. Ha! It's topaz, it's really great. Lu Wen laughed excitedly. Yes, I finally got the treasure. Sun Di and others also cheered. Okay, now that we have the baby, let's go. Everyone, please be careful. There will definitely be people blocking us outside. Before leaving, Murong Xiao warned everyone. Everyone nodded to express their understanding, and then rushed out. Stop! Sure enough, everyone was stopped by a group of soldiers before they took 2 steps out of the door. What are you doing? Murong Xiao asked with a frown. No matter what you get, hand it over before you leave, an officer said solemnly. Sorry, this is impossible. Murong Xiao said firmly. This is what we got. Why should we give it to you? Lu Wen was also very angry. The reason why you were able to go in and get the treasure is because of everyone's joint efforts. You are not qualified to keep the treasure for yourself, but should give it to the state. I advise you to hand over your things quickly. Otherwise, after the officer finished speaking coldly, he was ready to let the soldiers take action. Get in the car. At this moment, a voice suddenly came. Before the voice could finish, a huge RV suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Before the officer could react, Lu Wen and others, who had been prepared, immediately got into the car, and Zhou Cheng even jumped into the cab. Then, Zhou Cheng started the RV and rushed out with a roar. The sudden change stunned everyone. Stop them and shoot them. The officer reacted quickly and shouted sternly. Bang, bang, bang. Da-da-da. In an instant, intensive gunshots suddenly sounded. But what they didn't expect was that this RV was very strong. Even with such intensive attacks, it was not damaged. Instead, it drove faster and faster, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. What the hell? Is this special code? Bulletproof? Everyone was extremely shocked when they looked at the RV that escaped from the distance. The officer in particular was stunned. People just ran away. Damn, this is so embarrassing. Notify us immediately and seal the entrance and exit of the secret realm. Damn it. Do you think you can escape like this? After being shocked, the officer became angry and ordered loudly. Yes. The soldiers under his command took the order and immediately started making arrangements. Call out. On the empty and silent land, the RV was speeding rapidly. Everyone in the car was very excited, with faces full of ecstasy. Zhou Cheng was also very happy. This trip was really worthwhile. First, he obtained the heaven-defying summoning rune, and then he obtained a topaz stone. It It was a full harvest. However, Zhou Cheng knew very well that this matter was definitely not over, and the military would definitely not give up. Brother, what if we run away like this and the military blocks our exit? At this time, Luan asked. We don't need to go out, they can't block us. Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. What? You don't need to go out? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Let me ask you, is that secret realm from last time still there? Zhou Cheng asked with a smile. But the next moment these people all flew out again, and several of them still had arrows stuck in their bodies. Zhou Cheng knew that Murong Xiao must have shown mercy. This girl is still a little softer. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely confused. How to do? You can't just give up. I don't believe it. How many people can stop all of us? After all, some people can't hold back their anger. At his greeting, another group of people rushed into the passage. As a result, within 10 seconds, these people were beaten out again. This time it was even worse. Several people were clearly in distress when they came out. Forget it, let's go. Their level is too high. We can't rush in at all. Someone wise will speak up at this time. Fuck, what's wrong with the high level? I don't believe that so many of us are afraid of him. Aren't you afraid? The person who made the voice snorted coldly and turned around and left. Everyone else also looked confused when they saw this. Some people take the lead, and more people choose to leave. The reason is obvious. Let's not talk about whether we can rush in. Even if there are so many people rushing in, who will get the treasure? What's more, the military forces are also there, but they haven't spoken out until now. After all, life is more important. As for treasures, it doesn't matter if they don't have that fate. Soon, most of the professionals present were gone. Zhou Cheng wished they could all leave to save him the trouble of turning back. Of course, whether they leave or not, trouble will definitely remain. Just look at the hundreds of soldiers not far away, and you will know that the military cannot sit back and watch the treasure be obtained by others. It will definitely take action later. But Zhou Cheng was not afraid at all. With his current strength, would he still be afraid of a mere army? Captain, what should we do? Opposite, an officer asked the regiment leader for instructions. The treasure is very important to us, and we cannot let them take it away. Seal the cave entrance immediately and wait for them to come out, and ask them to hand over the treasure. The leader ordered in a deep voice. Yes. The officer responded and then began to direct personnel to block the passage to prevent anyone from escaping. At the same time, Murong Xiao and others had rushed into the pyramid. Oh! What came into view were hundreds of huge spider demons with sharp fangs and covered in black armor. Be careful. They are very dangerous. Lu Wen's pretty face changed slightly, and she immediately warned. Yes. Murong Xiao nodded gently, a cold light flashing in his beautiful eyes. Then, she spread her arms, and a majestic elemental power gathered in the palm of her hand. Exploding arrows. In an instant, Murong Xiao shouted softly. Several sharp arrows shot out from their strings, creating streaks of bright light. Crack! Roar! In an instant, screams were heard everywhere. One spider demon was killed on the spot, and several others were also injured. Zhao Qingdong and others also rushed forward, and together they quickly eliminated the 6 or 7 spider demons in front of them. But then more spider demons rushed up, and the battle between the two sides officially began. But strength is king. Although there are many spiders, their levels vary greatly. After a fight, Murong Xiao and others finally gained the upper hand. Soon, hundreds of spider demons were killed. Who? After the battle, Murong Xiao and others were exhausted and panting. With no time to rest, Lu Wen quickly came to the long case and put away the treasures. The treasure is a citron. The effect is to add 1 to all skill levels and ignore the upper limit. The attributes cannot be said to be incredible, but they are quite good. Ha! It's topaz, it's really great. Lu Wen laughed excitedly. Yes, I finally got the treasure. Sun Di and others also cheered. Okay, now that we have the baby, let's go. Everyone, please be careful. There will definitely be people blocking us outside. Before leaving, Murong Xiao warned everyone. Everyone nodded to express their understanding, and then rushed out. Stop! Sure enough, Everyone was stopped by a group of soldiers before they took 2 steps out of the door. "What are you doing?" Murong Xiao asked with a frown. "No matter what you get, hand it over before you leave," an officer said solemnly. "Sorry, this is impossible," Murong Xiao said firmly. "This is what we got. Why should we give it to you?" Lu Wen was also very angry. "The reason why you were able to go in and get the treasure is because of everyone's joint efforts. You are not qualified to keep the treasure for yourself, but should give it to the state. I advise you to hand over your things quickly. Otherwise," after the officer finished speaking coldly, he was ready to let the soldiers take action. "Get in the car." At this moment, a voice suddenly came. Before the voice could finish, a huge RV suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Before the officer could react, Lu Wen and others, who had been prepared, immediately got into the car, and Zhou Cheng even jumped into the cab. Then, Zhou Cheng started the RV and rushed out with a roar. The sudden change stunned everyone. "Stop them and shoot them." The officer reacted quickly and shouted sternly. Bang, bang, bang. Da-da-da. In an instant, intensive gunshots suddenly sounded. But what they didn't expect was that this RV was very strong. Even with such intensive attacks, it was not damaged. Instead, it drove faster and faster, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. What the hell? Is this special code? Bulletproof? Everyone was extremely shocked when they looked at the RV that escaped from the distance. The officer in particular was stunned. People just ran away. Damn, this is so embarrassing. Notify us immediately and seal the entrance and exit of the secret realm. Damn it. Do you think you can escape like this? After being shocked, the officer became angry and ordered loudly. Yes. The soldiers under his command took the order and immediately started making arrangements. Call out. On the empty and silent land, the RV was speeding rapidly. Everyone in the car was very excited, with faces full of ecstasy. Zhou Cheng was also very happy. This trip was really worthwhile. First, he obtained the heaven-defying summoning rune, and then he obtained a topaz stone. It was a full harvest. However, Zhou Cheng knew very well that this matter was definitely not over, and the military would definitely not give up. Brother, what if we run away like this and the military blocks our exit? At this time, Lu Wen asked. We don't need to go out, they can't block us? Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. What? You don't need to go out? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Let me ask you, is that secret realm from last time still there? Zhou Cheng asked with a smile. I don't know, he must be gone. Oh, I understand what I mean. Brother, you mean that we will be automatically ejected after the secret realm disappears? Lu Wen reacted immediately. Not bad, quite smart. You guessed it right. Zhou Cheng praised. Of course. Hearing this, Lu Wen was very proud. But if that's the case, where will we be after we get out? Isn't it at the entrance? Murong Xiao asked at this time. Of course not. The places you go out are all random, but they usually don't exceed 5 kilometers. Oh, I see. Hearing this, Murong Xiao nodded. Boss, how long will it take for the secret realm to disappear? Sun Di asked. 3 days. Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. After clearing the secret realm, it will disappear within 1 hour under normal circumstances. But if there are still people inside who have not come out, the time will be extended by up to 3 days. When the time is up, the people inside will be automatically ejected. In the previous life, this was something everyone knew. Precisely because he knew this, Zhou Cheng was not worried about being blocked by the military at all. Zhou Cheng drove a full 30 kilometers and stopped the car after confirming that there were no pursuers behind him. After getting off the bus, everyone immediately prepared to set up camp. Lu Wen even took out the barbecue grill from the space and started preparing for the barbecue. Since we can't go out until 3 days later, and there's nothing else to do during this period, it's only right to treat ourselves well. Just think of it as an outing in the wild. Next, everyone started to get busy. Zhou Cheng did not participate in it, but found a deserted place to study how to add some points. From level 36 to now, Zhou Cheng's skill points have been almost useless. It's time to do some research now while I have nothing to do, and use it quickly. Open the system panel. Occupation, Necromancer. Quality Gold. Rating, 43. Attributes: Strength plus 525, Agility plus 435, Vitality plus 325, Spirit plus 335, plus 1975, plus 1439, plus 1594, plus 2597, plus 1350. Skills: Skeleton Summoning plus 9, Skeleton Dominance plus 9, Bone Armor plus 2, Summon Skeleton Mage plus 5, Clay Golem plus 2, Steel Golem plus 3, Fire Golem plus 2, Golem Mastery plus 5, Summon Resistance plus 5. Poison Dagger plus 1, Poison Dominance plus 6, Bone Wall plus 3, Poison Blade plus 1, Poison Explosion plus 3, Poison Nova plus 1. Teeth plus 1, Damage plus 6, Aging plus 6, Resistance Reduction plus 6, Corpse Explosion plus 1, Bone Spear plus 1, Bone Spirit plus 1, Fear plus 1, Weakness plus 1. Fire Resistance 0%, Frost Resistance 0%, Lightning Resistance 0%, Poison Resistance 60%. Occupation Mage. Quality Gold. Rating, 43. Attributes: Strength plus 420, Agility plus 435, Vitality plus 320, Spirit plus 445, plus 2885, plus 1403, plus 1594, plus 1560, plus 1450. Fire Resistance 60%, Frost Resistance 0%, Lightning Resistance 0%, Poison Resistance 0%. Skills: Fire Bullet plus 4, Fire Combination plus 8, Fireball plus 2, Hellfire plus 5, Warm-Up plus 5, Economic Entangle plus 1, Healing plus 4, Ice Thorn plus 1, Ice Blade plus 1, Ice Shield plus 3, Firewall plus 2. Occupation: Paladin. Quality Gold. Rating, 43. Attributes: Strength plus 620, Agility plus 405, Vitality plus 300, Spirit plus 345, plus 2585, plus 1803, plus 1894, plus 2560, plus 1050. Fire Resistance 20%, Frost Resistance 20%, Lightning Resistance 20%, Poison Resistance 20%. Skills: Shield Bash plus 4, Transmutation plus 3, Meditation plus 3, Purification plus 3, Prayer plus 3, Charge plus 4, Frenzy plus 2, Redemption plus 3, Purification plus 3, Holy Shield plus 7. As for the Necromancer, Zhou Cheng does not need to worry about the summoning system as usual, as skills are unlocked as the level increases. Zhou Cheng only needs to consider the poison and curse systems. After thinking about it, Zhou Cheng then added 4 points each to the damage amplification, aging, and resistance reduction skills, and 2 points to poison control. In this way, all 14 skill points of the Necromancer were used up. As for the Mage, Zhou Cheng has 9 skill points available. What the Mage pursues is attack power, which Zhou Cheng had planned before. The Fire Mage's ultimate move is Meteor, Hydra. Zhou Cheng is currently at level 43 and cannot learn these 2 skills yet. Zhou Cheng planned to keep these 9 skill points for the use of these 2 ultimate skills. As for the Paladin, Zhou Cheng had more skill points available, with a full 61 skill points useless. It goes without saying that what the Paladin profession pursues is defense. Zhou Cheng first increased the Holy Shield to 9 points, reaching the upper limit of the level, followed by 4 additional points each for Shield Bash, Charge, Fanaticism, and Holy Light Transformation. Meditation, Salvation, and Purification add 5 points each, and Prayer adds 7 points. After finishing it, Zhou Cheng still had 22 skill points left. Zhou Cheng is also prepared to retain these skill points, prepared to use it on the 2 group attack skills of Holy Ice and Holy Thunder. Zhou Cheng cannot learn these 2 skills at the moment. In this way, the skill points will be allocated. Zhou Cheng's strength has also been improved again. After finishing everything, Zhou Cheng returned to the camp. When I came back, the first wave of barbecue had already been cooked. 3 days later, when the sky turned white, Zhou Cheng and others were ready to go, making final preparations before leaving the secret realm. Not long after, as the space distorted, a group of people were teleported out of the secret realm. The moment they landed, all professionals participating in the secret realm received secret realm clearance rewards. Damn it. Why did my level increase by 1 level for no reason? Me too, I got half a level up. Why did I only increase by 30%? What's going on? Can anyone tell me what happened? For a time, the entire Shin City was filled with exclamations of surprise. Everyone was confused and couldn't figure out what was going on. Haha, I was promoted to 3 levels in a row. The moment he landed, Zhou Cheng also received a reward. After learning that he had been promoted to 3 levels in a row, Zhou Cheng couldn't help laughing loudly. He was promoted to 3 levels in a row, although it is 1 level less than last time. But it was enough to confirm Zhou Cheng's guess. That is, he can indeed level up quickly through secret missions. If so, what else can be said? As long as he continues to explore the secret realm in the future, even Zhou Cheng of the 3rd profession is expected to reach the full level. Haha, it's so exciting. God has indeed failed me. Feeling the joy in his heart, Zhou Cheng waved his fist excitedly. At the same time, at the entrance to the secret realm, a group of soldiers looked at each other in shock, especially the officer in the secret realm before. His face was ashen. After Zhou Cheng and others escaped that day, the officer immediately ordered the secret exit to be sealed. As a result, after waiting for 3 days, not only did I not see anyone, but now the secret realm has disappeared. How could this make the officer not angry? In desperation, the officer had to lead the team to withdraw. On the other side, Zhou Cheng had packed up and was ready to return to the factory. The location where Zhou Cheng landed was on the roof of a building in the south of the city, not far from the factory. However, Zhou Cheng did not leave immediately, but stayed on the roof for a while. After waiting for about 10 minutes and seeing that there were no fireworks in the sky, Zhou Cheng went downstairs with confidence. Because it was a random transmission, just in case, Zhou Cheng sent each person a firework before the transmission. In case of danger, they can release fireworks to call for help. The absence of fireworks for such a long time meant that no one was in danger, and Zhou Cheng felt relieved. Coming downstairs, Zhou Cheng took out a motorcycle from the space. He got on his motorcycle and drove towards the factory. An hour later, Zhou Cheng returned to the factory smoothly. When he came back, he saw Murong Xiao waiting for him at the gate. "Husband, you're back." Seeing Zhou Cheng back, Murong Xiao said happily. "Well, you're back. I didn't expect you to come back earlier. What about them? You're the only one who's back." Seeing that Murong Xiao was alone, Zhou Cheng asked. "They haven't come back yet. I just came back not long ago and haven't gone in yet." Murong Xiao said sweetly. "Well, they should be back soon. Come on, let's go back first." "Oh, I forgot to ask you. How many levels have you upgraded?" Zhou Cheng asked with a smile as he took the car back into space. Hubby, I've been promoted to level 3, and I'm now level 45. Hearing this, Murong Xiao immediately replied excitedly. "Ha, not bad, I'm almost catching up with my husband." Zhou Cheng nodded with a smile. "Honey, how many levels have you upgraded?" Murong Xiao asked curiously. "It's also level 3, now it's level 46. My husband is still great." Hearing this, Murong Xiao said with admiration on his face. Although they have both been promoted to 3 levels, she has a single profession and Zhou Cheng has 3 professions. There is no comparison between the two. Zhou Cheng smiled and didn't answer, took Murong Xiao's hand and walked back. "Husband, do you think I can pursue dual careers?" Walking to the door, Murong Xiao suddenly stopped. "You want to practice dual cultivation?" Zhou Cheng looked at her in surprise. "Well, I have this idea. I want to become stronger so that I can help my husband." Murong Xiao nodded heavily. "I will consider this matter carefully. You also know that dual cultivation is not that easy." Zhou Cheng touched Murong Xiao's head and said softly, "Yes." Murong Xiao agreed obediently. "Boss, are you back?" Wang Hao, who stayed behind, was quite responsible. As soon as the factory door was opened, Wang Hao came to check. Seeing that it was Zhou Cheng, he put away his staff. "Thank you for your hard work." Zhou Cheng smiled and patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. "No matter what you say, boss, This is what I should do. Wang Hao smiled honestly. By the way, boss, where are Sister Wenwen and Brother Zhao? Wang Hao asked doubtfully when he saw that only Zhou Cheng and Murong Xiao were back. We came back separately. They should be back soon. That's it, Wang Hao said clearly. Where are the old man and the child? Are they okay? Don't worry, boss. Everything is fine. The old man and Min are playing in the house. Wang Hao replied with a smile. Yeah. Zhou Cheng nodded, and then walked into the old man's room. When they came to the house, little Zhao Min was sitting in a stroller, and the old man was accompanying the child. Grandpa, we are back. Murong Xiao shouted sweetly. It's Zhou Cheng and Xiao who are back. The old man was very happy to see the two of them, and stood up happily. When Xiaomin saw Zhou Cheng, she was so anxious that she reached out for a hug. Come, let Uncle hug you. Coming to the stroller, Zhou Cheng happily picked up Min. Little Zhao Min was also very well behaved. She lay in Zhou Cheng's arms and hugged Zhou Cheng's neck tightly. Min is so good and so sensible. Zhou Cheng looked at her with affection. Seemingly understanding what Zhou Cheng said, Xiao Min chuckled. Afterwards, Zhou Cheng held little Zhao Min and chatted with the old man. After almost 20 minutes, Lu Wen and Sun Di also came back. Brother, Qingdong hasn't come back yet? When she came to the house and saw only Zhou Cheng and Murong Xiao, Lu Wen asked immediately. No, Qin Wenlong didn't come back either. Zhou Cheng replied. Why aren't you back? Nothing will happen. Lu Wen frowned suddenly. Don't worry, Brother Zhao will be fine. Murong Xiao comforted him. I hope so. Lu Wen nodded slightly. Old. Well, it's getting late, I'm going to cook. Seeing that it was getting dark, Murong Xiao was ready to cook. As soon as the word husband came out of my mouth, I suddenly realized something was wrong, so I quickly stopped. At the same time, my face turned red with embarrassment. Huh. Seeing this, Lu Wen on the side couldn't help laughing immediately. Xiao, brother, I think you should stop hiding it and confess it to Grandpa quickly. Lu Wen decided to make a divine assist. What's the matter? Hearing this, the old man looked at the two of them doubtfully and asked, Grandpa, it's like this. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng thought it would be better to confess as soon as possible to save trouble. And this is also what Zhou Cheng promised Xiao. Then Zhou Cheng told the old man what happened between him and Xiao. What? You said you and Xiao are getting along. Ha, good thing. When he learned the truth, the old man was shocked at first, but he soon came to his senses. The granddaughter actually has a boyfriend, and her boyfriend is Zhou Cheng. This is of course a good thing. Xiao, is this true? The excited old man couldn't help but confirm. Yes. Murong Xiao nodded shyly. Okay, great, huh? Our Xiao finally got the idea. Seeing Murong Xiao's shy expression, the old man was so happy that he almost jumped up. In the past, he always advised Murong Xiao to fall in love early. After all, she was old enough and couldn't put it off forever. But Murong Xiao refused to live or die. But today he was so happy that he fell from the sky, which made the old man extremely happy. Grandpa, look at what you said. Murong Xiao replied shyly. Haha. Seeing this, the old man laughed heartily. Half an hour later, Zhou Cheng walked out of the house. Zhao Qingdong and Qin Wenlong have not returned yet. Zhou Cheng is worried that something has really happened to them and decides to go out to look for them. Not only Zhou Cheng was worried, Lu Wen was even more anxious. Soon, Zhou Cheng, Lu Wen, and Sun Di drove off. On the way, Zhou Cheng also pushed his speed to the limit. Half an hour later, Zhou Cheng drove to the urban-rural fringe highway intersection, which was the only way back to the factory. But until here, Zhou Cheng still hadn't seen them. What's going on? Did something really happen? But even if something happens, it shouldn't happen to both of them unless they are together. Also, if something happens, why don't you set off fireworks? Zhou Cheng couldn't help but wonder to himself. Is it too late? Or is it trapped in a closed space? If that's the case, it's going to be troublesome. Zhou Cheng frowned as he thought of all the possibilities. After waiting for more than half an hour, there was still no trace of the two of them, and Zhou Cheng felt increasingly heavy. Brother, what should we do? Lu Wen asked with tears in her eyes. Lu Wen was anxious, and Zhou Cheng was equally anxious. But his reason told him not to panic now. Don't worry yet. With their strength, they should be fine. I guess they are trapped somewhere, and they should be together. Zhou Cheng consoled him. Then let's go find him quickly, Lu Wen said while crying. Forget it. That's the only way. Sun Di, go back and ask Xiao Xiao to come too, and then we'll look for him separately. Lu Wen and I will go to the south of the city, and you and Xiao Xiao will go to the west of the city. After thinking about it, Zhou Cheng finally agreed to Lu Wen's suggestion. Okay, I'll go back right away. Sun Di immediately turned around and left. Let's go. After Sun Di left, Zhou Cheng immediately asked Lu Wen to get in the car and drove towards the south of the city. Zhou Cheng guessed correctly. Zhao Qingdong and Chen Wenlong were indeed trapped. After they were sent out, they landed in an underground combat readiness warehouse. The war readiness warehouse is not the focus. The point is that this war readiness warehouse is the lair of the Corpse King. Not only were tens of thousands of zombies gathered inside, but there was also a zombie king with a level as high as 45. After the two landed, they immediately fell into a sea of zombies. If they weren't quite strong enough to break out of the encirclement in time before the arrival of the Corpse King and get into a narrow passage to hide in time, they would definitely be dead. Under normal circumstances, only professionals above level 45 can deal with the level Corpse King, and they must be gold professionals. The two of them cannot deal with it at all. Brother Zhao, why are we so unlucky to end up in such a horrible place? In the passage, Chen Wenlong wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. Damn, luckily we ran fast, otherwise we would have been doomed. Zhao Qingdong also gasped. Although they both escaped, they were both injured and now even more exhausted. Brother Zhao, what do you think we should do next? After a short break, Chen Wenlong asked. There is nothing we can do. We are underground, and the fireworks can't be set off. We can't even ask for help. Zhao Qingdong lamented. Then what should I do? Can I just wait here to die? That's all we can do now. You've seen how terrifying that Corpse King is outside. We're just looking for death when we go out, Zhao Qingdong said helplessly. The other side, Zhou Cheng and Lu Wen had been searching in the south of the city for a whole night, but they found nothing. Murong Xiao Xiao and Sun Di also gained nothing. According to the agreement, they will release fireworks if they are spotted. After searching to no avail, Lu Wen almost collapsed. He lay in Zhou Cheng's arms and burst into tears, crying so heartbreakingly. I have to say that Lu Wen has true feelings for Zhao Qingdong. It is precisely because of this that Zhou Cheng keeps helping her like this. Brother, what should we do? You have many ways. Please save them. Lu Wen cried and begged. Stop crying. They should be fine, Zhou Cheng said, gently stroking her back. What? Hearing this, Lu Wen cried even harder. Zhou Cheng really had no choice. In such a big city, it is not easy to find two missing people. Fortunately, the sky is endless. At this moment, the explosion of fireworks suddenly came from the sky. It's fireworks. Zhou Cheng's eyes widened instantly, and he shouted with joy. Brother, it's fireworks. Fireworks are in the sky. Lu Wen was even more ecstatic. It's the west of the city. Xiao Xiao should have discovered them. Let's go. Ah. Lu Wen wiped away her tears and nodded quickly. Immediately, Zhou Cheng started the car and drove towards the west of the city. The fireworks were indeed set off by Murong Xiao Xiao. But Murong Xiao Xiao did not find Zhao Qingdong, but discovered something else. After Murong Xiao Xiao and Sun Di came to the west of the city, they also searched for it all night but found nothing. Just when they were disappointed, they suddenly discovered hundreds of military vehicles full of soldiers speeding from a distance, which attracted Murong Xiao Xiao's attention. Murong Xiao Xiao then followed the convoy to a combat readiness warehouse and then overheard the soldiers' conversation. I learned that the military dispatch this time was for the war preparation warehouse in front of me. The safety zone's material consumption is huge, and the military is in urgent need of supplies to replenish it, so the combat readiness warehouse has become a military target. But it is not easy to take down the warehouse, because this war-ready warehouse is occupied by a Corpse King. If you want to succeed, you must first clear out the Corpse King and its corpses. Murong Xiao is also extremely smart. Of course, she can think of anything Zhou Cheng can think of. After careful analysis, Murong Xiao felt that Zhao Qingdong and Qin Wenlong were probably trapped here. Xiao, are you sure they are trapped here? In a shop on the street, Sun Di asked with some suspicion. I think it's very possible, because all conditions are met. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have time to set off fireworks. And we have no other clues right now. Well, you're right. Hearing this, Sun Di nodded clearly. Zhou Cheng and Murong Xiao met up an hour later. After reuniting, Murong Xiao immediately reported the situation to Zhou Cheng. After listening to the report, Zhou Cheng also agreed with Murong Xiao's inference. Zhou Cheng also judged this way. With Zhao Qingdong's current strength, Zhou Cheng really couldn't think of anything that could trap them. No matter how bad things get, there is still time to set off fireworks. All the things in front of us are most consistent with the facts. So, Zhou Cheng decided to wait here and watch the situation change. There's no way to wait. The military has already started a war with the zombies, and there's no way they can get in. Brother, are we just waiting? Lu Wen asked with a frustrated look on her face when she learned that Zhou Cheng decided to wait. I was full of joy before I came, but who knew it would be like this after I came? Well, wait. But don't worry. If you think about it carefully, if Qingdong is already in trouble, even if we go in now, it won't help. If they were still alive, they would only be safer in the situation at hand. The military is launching an attack, and the zombies will definitely have no time to take care of them. Knowing that Lu Wen was worried, Zhou Cheng patiently explained. Oh, I see. Hearing this, Lu Wen nodded solemnly. Boom! While talking, a violent explosion suddenly came from the front. The violent explosion shook the entire street and sent dust flying. It was clear that the military used heavy weapons. Ordinary guns are now basically useless, and only heavy weapons can cause effective damage to zombies. In the later stages, heavy weapons will gradually lose their effectiveness, unless it's direct fire from a large-caliber artillery or tank. We don't want to stay here anymore. This battle is probably going to last for a long time. There is a tall building there. Let's go there and stay. After looking around, Zhou Cheng pointed to a tall building 100 meters away and said, Okay. Everyone nodded. 10 minutes later, Zhou Cheng and others completed the transfer and then set up camp in a high-rise building. According to Zhou Cheng's estimation, this battle would last for 2 days. In the warehouse, Zhao Qingdong and Zhao Qingdong were excited when they suddenly heard the sound of gunfire. Ha, great, Brother Zhao, it seems we can be saved. Qin Wenlong laughed excitedly. Don't be too happy. We don't know what's going on outside yet. But with such fierce gunfire, there is a high probability that the military came in. No matter who it is, as long as the gunshots are fired, Boss Zhou will definitely hear it, and then he will definitely come to save us. Qin Wenlong said confidently. I hope so, Zhao Qingdong said after being silent for a while. At this moment, the military has advanced more than 200 meters into the warehouse. But the pressure they faced was not small. The zombies on the opposite side were not only large in number, but also generally above level dash. Zombie generals and zombie warriors are as high as level dash. And this means that the level of the Corpse King will only be higher. Upon discovering this problem, the officer leading the team immediately returned and reported to the team leader Zhou Qingdong. Report to the leader. We have discovered a new situation. What's new? Captain, based on the information we currently have, we deduce that the Corpse King may be level dash. What? Level dash? Zhou Qingdong was shocked when he heard this. Yes, it's level dash. Captain, all the zombie generals in the zombie group are above level dash. Well, I see. Report the situation immediately and ask for instructions on the next step. After hearing the report, Zhou Qingdong immediately gave orders. Yes. The officer turned and left. Damn it. Why is there a level dash Corpse King? After the officer left, Zhou Qingdong cursed secretly. This Zhou Qingdong is none other than Chu Tao's uncle. The reserves of supplies in the safety zone were gradually depleted, and the superiors turned their attention to the few remaining combat readiness warehouses. Zhou Cheng was the person in charge of this operation. Originally, he thought this operation would be easy, but now it seems that it is not. Not only that, he is also very likely to come back defeated. Recently, the military continues to crack down. Professionals emerge one after another. There are not many zombie kings left in Shin City, and the number of zombies is also decreasing day by day. The military is now free to carry out operations throughout the city. Under such circumstances, military bosses are relatively optimistic about the future situation and believe that they have the situation under control. Zhou Cheng is also optimistic, but the appearance of this level Corpse King cast a shadow on his heart. Zhou Cheng certainly knows how terrifying the Corpse King is. The level Corpse King is not that easy to deal with. The regiment under him has a total of more than 2,000 people. The highest level among them is him, level 36. In addition, there are more than a dozen people at level 25, more than 500 people at level 25 or above, and the rest are below level If all these people were put together, they might not be able to defeat this Corpse King. No, we must take action immediately. Notify the superiors immediately and ask them to send reinforcements immediately. Tell them that if reinforcements are not available within 2 hours, I will cancel the operation. After thinking about it, Zhou Cheng immediately ordered. Yes. The adjutant quickly left after accepting the order. As a group leader, Zhou Cheng still has considerable power. There are only 5 regiments in the entire safety zone, and Zhou Cheng is one of them. He is a very capable person, and he can take charge of many things. If no support was sent from above, he would of course have to order the operation to stop. The level 35 Zombie King is no joke. The highest level of the Zombie King I encountered before did not exceed level This regiment was his old base, so of course he couldn't let it go in vain. Bang bang. The fighting is still going on and getting more and more intense. Zhou Cheng and others were watching upstairs. Brother, isn't that Chu Tao's uncle? Sun Di was the first to notice Zhou Cheng and immediately shouted loudly. Ah, it's really him. Xiao, do you want revenge? Zhou Cheng took a closer look and saw that it was indeed him, and then asked. Of course, but not now. Murong Xiao said after hesitation. Well, don't worry, he can't run away anyway. Zhou Cheng nodded lightly. I don't know how long it took, but hundreds of military vehicles loaded with soldiers arrived from a distance. At the front is a jeep. When they got closer, the car door opened, and the group leader Zhou Cheng jumped out of the car. Zhou Cheng, another regiment commander in the military, received orders to come to support. Lao-Tzu, how's the situation? After getting off the car, Zhou Cheng asked with a smile. What else can I do? I'm just waiting for your support to come. If you don't come again, I will withdraw. Zhou Cheng responded. Don't retreat. I'm here right now. Besides, if we really withdraw, you and I will lose a lot. There are so many supplies. I don't believe you are not jealous of them. Zhou Cheng chuckled. Nonsense. If it weren't for the sake of supplies, I wouldn't have accepted this task at all. Zhou Cheng said with a cold snort. You? Zhou Cheng smiled and shook his head. Okay, let your people withdraw, and I will send people up to attack. But we have agreed that if we get it, our family will get half of it. Well, as long as you contribute, no problem. Zhou Cheng nodded. After the two discussed, Zhou Cheng immediately commanded his men to take over the attack. Ah, too trash. Zhou Cheng has been eavesdropping on the conversation between the two through Bone Spirit. When he learned that the two of them actually shared supplies privately, he cursed angrily on the spot. Husband, what's wrong? Murong Xiao asked in surprise. These bastards. That's right, it's absolutely disgusting. Wait until Zhou Cheng recounts the conversation. Not only was Murong Xiao angry, Sun Di and Lu Wen were also furious. Regardless of them, it's not certain whether they can take down the warehouse. You all go and have a rest. I'll continue to watch here for a while. Zhou Cheng glanced coldly out of the window. Yeah, many nodded. Late at night, the gunshots outside were getting weaker and weaker. Zhou Cheng and Sun Di stood by the window, staring not far away. Zhou Cheng didn't sleep, but Sun Di couldn't sleep and got up again. "Boss, do you think the zombies can withstand it?" Sun Di asked quietly. "Haha, that's a good question." After hearing Sun Di's words, Zhou Cheng not only smiled dumbly. What Sun Di asked was not whether the army could withstand it, but whether the zombies could withstand it. This sentence itself means a lot. It can be seen that Sun Di really does not want the military to get the supplies, and does not want the supplies to be divided privately between two garbage men. It's hard to say. I should be able to withstand it. After thinking for a while, Zhou Cheng answered. Why? Hearing this, Sun Di was slightly stunned. Because their opponent is a level-corpse king. Seeing that Sun Di didn't understand, Zhou Cheng explained. Level dash? Be good? Sun Di sighed. Well, it's level dash. So, look, no matter what the outcome is, it's not surprising. But it's best to lose both sides. Zhou Cheng said coldly. Ah. Hearing this, Sun Di nodded. Of course he could hear the meaning behind Zhou Cheng's words. Boss Zhou is thinking about it again. Time passed, and it was around 2 a.m. Snowflakes suddenly fell from the sky. Since the end of winter, it has not snowed for a long time. Seeing the snowflakes, Zhou Cheng also found it interesting. After watching for a while, Zhou Cheng turned back. Murong Xiao and Lu Wen were sleeping soundly in their sleeping bags, and Lu Wen's face was still stained with tears. Hey, I'm so infatuated. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. What age it is these days, girls like Lu Wen are really rare. Shaking his head, Zhou Cheng took out 2 blankets from the space and covered the 2 of them. He also got into his sleeping bag and rested. There were still a few hours until dawn, and he could still get some sleep. As for the battle outside, whether it can end tomorrow is a question. Early on the next morning, when the sky was just turning white, Zhou Cheng was awakened by a burst of ear-piercing cannon fire. Boom, boom. There was an explosion that shook the ground. Damn, don't you pay for cannonballs? Being woken up, Zhou Cheng inevitably complained. You don't need to guess to know this situation. The military must have stepped up its offensive efforts. The explosion was very violent, and it was definitely a heavy weapon. Since I was woken up, I definitely couldn't go back to sleep. Zhou Cheng got up and came to the window. At this moment, the situation outside has changed significantly. Yesterday, the military broke into the combat readiness warehouse, but now a group of corpses rushed outside. No wonder the military would use heavy artillery. It turned out to be unstoppable. Boom, boom. The shelling continued and became more intensive. However, although the bombardment was very terrifying and continued to destroy the corpse groups, it was still unable to stop their charge. Roar! Ouch! Gigi! The corpses roared like crazy, and Han charged outwards without fear of death. Brothers kill? Fuck that motherfucker zombie. Bang, bang, bang. On the defense line, the soldiers also tried their best and fought hard. Crack! Puff, puff! The gunshots thundered, the spells soared to the sky. Soldiers continued to have their throats bitten by zombies and fell to the ground dead, and zombies continued to be killed. For a moment, flesh and blood were flying everywhere around the entire warehouse, and people were wailing and screaming. Blood gathered into a river, dyeing it red, and corpses piled up like mountains. Not far behind, in the command post, Zhou Jiangwo and Chu Qingdong looked livid. I thought I could easily take over the war preparation warehouse. But now, out.Zhou, it seems we are in trouble, Zhou Jiangwo said with a frown. Yes, if this continues, the soldiers will soon be outnumbered, Chu Qingdong said gloomily. Chu Qingdong also realized the seriousness of the situation. The key problem is that the Corpse King has not shown up yet. If the Corpse King shows up, it will probably be even more troublesome. Lao Chu, what should we do? Zhou Jiangwo asked Chu Qingdong for his opinion. Hold on for a while and see, Chu Qingdong said. I don't believe it. There are so many of them that I can't kill them all. Hearing Chu Qingdong's words, Zhou Jiangwo couldn't help but nodded. We have been fighting for so long. It would be a pity to retreat now. It was right to hold on a little longer. Boom! Da-da! Bang, bang! Roar! The battle is still going on, and Zhou Cheng has been observing the fighting situation. Brother, when will we take action? Luwen was a little anxious. It's not the time yet. The Corpse King hasn't come out yet. Let's wait and see. Oh. Hearing this, Luwen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Husband Wenwen, come back and wash up and eat. Behind him, Murong Xiao greeted. Oh, come on. Zhou Cheng agreed, and the two of them turned back. After washing up, they sat down to have breakfast together. Husband, when will the beating last? Murong Xiao asked curiously after taking a sip of soy milk. It should be soon, Zhou Cheng replied. Oh. Murong Xiao nodded as if she understood. Oh, roar! At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the distance. This sound was very familiar to Zhou Cheng. It was the roar of the Corpse King. The Corpse King is out. You eat first, I'll go take a look. Zhou Cheng got up and came to the window. As predicted, hundreds of meters away, a huge Corpse King was rushing out of the sea of corpses. This Corpse King is completely black and covered with thick scales. It has a sharp head with fangs and red eyes. It is ferocious and exudes a strong, evil aura. Fuck. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng took a deep breath on the spot. Where is this level Corpse King? It's good to have at least level 45. The black scales on this Corpse King are obviously different from other Corpse Kings. The scales of other Corpse Kings are gray-black, but this Corpse King is dark green. In addition, the Corpse King's eyes were burning with light blue flames, which looked strange and unpredictable. Murong Xiao and the others then came to the window and were speechless when they saw the Corpse King. Right now, in the command post, Chu Qingdong and Zhou Jingwo were equally shocked. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse until now, they have been through hundreds of battles and have rich experience. The Corpse King in front of me is at least level dash. How to do? Ho 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 ho. Just as the two of them were thinking, the Corpse King has already rushed towards the defense line, his huge body like a giant beast from the wild. The Corpse King was very fast and reached the defense line in almost the blink of an eye. Roar! The Corpse King roared and slapped over a dozen zombies. The soldiers tried their best to stop it, but they couldn't do anything. Whether it's bullets or spells, hitting this Corpse King is tantamount to tickling him. Old song. It seems we can only play it. Seeing the Corpse King wreaking havoc on the defense line, Zhou Jingwo suddenly became anxious. Okay. Chu Qingdong nodded heavily. Anyone above level dash, follow me? Without hesitation, Chu Qingdong said hello, then took the lead and rushed towards the Corpse King. Zhou Jingwo followed closely behind. Other senior military professionals also followed suit. Chu Qingdong has no other choice now. It was impossible to retreat from the situation at hand. They both could run away. But what about the soldiers? We can't let them all die here, right? The only solution now is to fight to the death. After all, they're all over level 30, and there are many of them, so they are not without the power to fight. Ho ho ho! The Corpse King is still wreaking havoc on the defense line. Snapped! The Corpse King opened his mouth and spat out, and a ball of black air shot out from his mouth. SHHHHHH. The black gas was inhaled by the soldiers. Dozens of soldiers howled in pain on the spot and then died of poisoning. Fortunately, Chu Qingdong finally arrived in time and stopped the Corpse King. Be careful. Its claws are also poisonous. Don't let it scratch you. Chu Qingdong warned loudly. Ah! Zhou Jingwo and others responded one after another. Then, Zhou Jingwo held a long sword and slashed at the Corpse King. Zhou Jingwo is at the same level as Chu Qingdong, also level 36, and his profession is a Paladin. Chu Qingdong's profession was a Mage. His wrists flew and several frost projectiles were fired at the Corpse King. Other military professionals also tried their best to attack the Corpse King. Both sides are not weak. One side is the powerful Corpse King. On one side were a dozen professionals above level dash. For a time, the two sides fell into a stalemate. At the same time, Zhou Cheng also made some moves. Although the level of the Corpse King was completely beyond Zhou Cheng's expectation, but Zhou Qingdong and Zhou Qingdong deserved to be saved. Now that the Corpse King has left his lair, this is the best opportunity to save people. Immediately, Zhou Cheng took Lu Wen and others downstairs, preparing to rush into the combat readiness warehouse to rescue people. As soon as the few people showed up, they were immediately discovered by zombies, and then they were surrounded by zombies. Kill! Zhou Cheng shouted loudly and rushed forward with a long sword in his hand, followed closely by the others. Zhou Cheng could basically ignore some ordinary zombies. Within a few minutes, Zhou Cheng and others rushed into the warehouse. The speed was so fast that the military soldiers didn't even have time to see who they were. At this moment, a large number of zombies are still pouring out of the warehouse. As soon as Zhou Cheng and others entered the warehouse, they fell into a sea of corpses again. However, Zhou Cheng and others were not afraid at all. Based on their current level, as long as they hold up the shield, the zombies can't even break through the defense. Coupled with the cover of a group of younger brothers, there is no problem. Then, a group of people forced their way forward. 2 steel golems opened the way at the front, followed by a flame golem and a clay golem, flanked by 10 skeleton warriors. Zhou Cheng deliberately placed the flame golem at the end because the temperature on this guy's body was too high for people to bear. During this period, Zhou Cheng did not forget to release a firework. If Zhao Qingdong and his 2 men were trapped here, they would probably react after hearing this. Sure enough, it didn't take a few minutes. Oh! The sound of fireworks exploding could be heard from deep within the warehouse. It's them, they're still alive. Seeing the fireworks, Lu Wen shouted excitedly. Zhou Cheng and others were also shocked. Everyone, please work harder and rescue them quickly. Zhou Cheng shouted excitedly. After everyone heard this, they immediately moved forward with all their strength. In the warehouse, when they heard the fireworks, Zhao Qingdong and Wang Hao immediately realized that Zhou Cheng had come to save them. The 2 of them did not hesitate, and then attacked outwards. Both of them are level -0 professionals. As long as the Zombie King is not around, ordinary zombies are not afraid either. Zhao Qingdong slashed the heads of 2 zombies with a sweeping sword skill. Wang Hao was not idle either, activating the charging skill. The 2 of them were on a roll all the way. Soon, Zhao Qingdong and Wang Hao successfully joined Zhou Cheng and others. Quick, let's go. Seeing that the 2 of them were safe and sound, Zhou Cheng immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said hello quickly. Zhao Qingdong and Wang Hao wanted to say something, but this was not the time to speak. Of course, Lu Wen was extremely excited when she saw that Zhao Qingdong was still alive. But she didn't say much. As long as everything was fine, she could talk about it later if there was anything. After rushing out, we will go back to the same place. As he approached the exit, Zhou Cheng gave a deep instruction. Everyone nodded. They probably knew Zhou Cheng's plan. Zhou Cheng was preparing to kill the Corpse King. Their guess was right. Zhou Cheng did have such a plan. The level 45 Corpse King has a lot of experience. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Of course, in addition to Corpse King Zhou, Cheng also plans to kill Chu Qingdong. As long as this guy is alive, he is always a time bomb. Soon, Zhou Cheng and others rushed out of the warehouse. Within a few minutes, everyone rushed back to the building. Of course, there are definitely a large number of zombies following behind. But it doesn't matter. Zhou Cheng can take care of it by leaving 2 golems. Only then did everyone have time to greet each other. Are you all okay? Zhou Cheng asked. Boss, we're fine, the 2 replied quickly. Husband, Wang Hao, why were you sent to the combat readiness warehouse? Lu Wen asked. Hey, don't mention it, isn't it? Who would have thought that he would be so unlucky that he would be transported underground? And it would also be the Corpse King's lair. If we hadn't found a narrow passage to hide in time, we would have met the King of Hell. Zhao Qingdong and Wang Hao both sighed. Okay, as long as everything's okay. You are tired too. Take the time to take a rest. Once we deal with this Corpse King, we'll leave here. Zhou Cheng waved his hand and motioned for a few people to take a rest. After listening to Zhou Cheng's words, everyone nodded. Several people went aside to rest, and Zhou Cheng turned around and came to the window. The battle below is still going on. There were bullets and bullets everywhere. Of course, Zhou Cheng's focus was on the Corpse King. The level 45 Corpse King is indeed powerful, and Chu Qingdong and others can only barely parry at this time. If they hadn't been battle-hardened and cooperated tacitly, they would have collapsed long ago. But the good news is that the number of ordinary zombies is obviously decreasing. After all, there will always be a time when all the zombies will be killed. After watching for a while, Zhou Cheng turned back. Now is not the time to take action. Both Corpse King and Chu Qingdong still have some energy left. Zhou Cheng would not take action unless both sides were injured. How do you feel after the fusion? Has your strength improved a lot? After returning to sit down next to Murong Xiao, Zhou Cheng asked with a smile. After getting the silver professional gem that day, Zhou Cheng immediately convinced Murong Xiao. It takes a certain amount of time to fuse advanced professional gems. Now that a few days have passed, I think it should be almost done. Ah! Hearing this, Murong Xiao nodded excitedly. The joy on his face could not be concealed. Murong Xiao's strength has not only improved a lot, but at least 10 times. Of course, Murong Xiao was happy. Well, that's good. I feel relieved. Zhou Cheng smiled and touched her cheek. Murong Xiao became his own woman, so of course Zhou Cheng had to consider her, especially after she became a silver professional. Zhou Cheng has already included her in his plan. Are you worried that I will hold you back, or are you worried that I will be snatched away? Hearing this, Murong Xiao glared at Zhou Cheng angrily. No, I just care about you. Zhou Cheng coughed awkwardly. I don't believe it. Murong Xiao rolled her eyes at him. Hey, Zhou Cheng smiled sarcastically. Boss, it's not good. Come and see. At this moment, Sun Di suddenly shouted. What's the matter? You're so panicked. What happened? Zhou Cheng asked with a frown. Boss, the zombies are coming. Sun Di said nervously. What do you mean the zombies are here? Zhou Cheng looked at him doubtfully. No, there are a lot of zombies coming again. Sun Di explained loudly. What? A lot of zombies are coming again. How many are there? Zhou Cheng was shocked. Boss, there are so many. Too many to count. Countless? After hearing this, Zhou Cheng's face darkened, and he quickly came to the window and looked out. Sure enough, everything in the field of vision was densely packed with zombies. There were tens of thousands of zombies on the road ahead alone. There are also in other directions, although the specific number cannot be seen clearly from a distance. But a rough estimate is that there are at least tens of thousands of them. Fuck. Seeing this picture, Zhou Cheng immediately took a breath. What the hell is this zombie wave? The scene in front of me is undoubtedly the outbreak of Corpse Tide. There is no doubt about this. But not right. In the previous life, the Corpse Tide clearly broke out 5 months later. The military force also perished 5 months later. Why advance? Could it be because of his own rebirth? Zhou Cheng frowned slightly. If that's the case, you're in trouble. Because that also means that the alien creature leader may also appear in advance. Zhou Cheng realized that the world had changed after his rebirth. I can no longer reason based on my experiences in my previous life. While Zhou Cheng was thinking, Wang Hao and others also came up. Seeing the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. Oh my God! How could this happen? Brother, what's going on? It should be a wave of corpses. Zhou Cheng replied in a deep voice. What a wave of corpses! Everyone was shocked. Boss, what should we do now? Sun Di asked. Don't worry about it for now. Pack up your things and retreat immediately. Zhou Cheng made his decision without hesitation. If you don't run away when you encounter a wave of corpses, why should you stay and wait to die? While he was talking, Zhou Cheng saw more zombies coming. Among them, there are not even a few Corpse Kings. Zhou Cheng alone saw no fewer than dozens of them, and most of them were above level dash. In this case, Zhou Cheng would of course have to evacuate immediately. As for staying and defending, it was not within the scope of Zhou Cheng's consideration. Once the zombie wave breaks out, it will not end for 10 days and a half. Zhou Cheng didn't have time to waste time with them. If you have that time, you might as well find a secret place to kill monsters. But boss, how do we withdraw? Are you going to rush out? Su Wenlong asked at this time. Right now, the surrounding 3 or 4 kilometers are full of zombies, and it is extremely difficult to rush out. No need to rush out. I have a way to leave. Come on, let's go to the roof first. After Zhou Cheng said that, he turned around and walked towards the top floor. Everyone did not dare to delay and immediately followed Zhou Cheng. Here, Zhou Cheng and others are running upstairs. Outside, the hearts of many soldiers, including Zhou Qingdong, were cold. Facing the zombies and dozens of zombie kings surrounding them from all directions, everyone was in despair. There is definitely no way to survive. Now all we can do is kill one person and earn another. I'm working hard. Brothers, come with me. Kill, it will be death anyway. The soldiers rushed towards the corpses crazily, and then were submerged one by one among the corpses. Zhou Qingdong and Zhou Cheng were equally disheartened, knowing that they would definitely not survive. In this case, it is better to pull a few backers, which can be regarded as revenge. Ha ha, I'm gonna rip your head off and use it as a ball. Zhou Qingdong's eyes were blood red, and he rushed toward the corpse king ferociously. On the roof of the building, Zhou Cheng watched helplessly as the soldiers downstairs died one by one. Looking at these soldiers charging bravely, Zhou Cheng felt a soreness in his nose. Soldiers are not guilty. They're all good people. The ones who are guilty are those superior beasts. It's not like Zhou Cheng didn't consider saving them. But their defense line was too far away from Zhou Cheng, and there was no time at all. Zhou Cheng didn't even have time to cover them entering the building. Hi! After a long time, Zhou Cheng sighed. He didn't want to see this scene, but he couldn't stop it. The end is coming, people are dying every second, and there are too many things that he cannot change. Boss, what should we do now? Sun Di asked. Wait a minute, I want to watch Zhou Qingdong die with my own eyes. Zhou Cheng said 4 words calmly. Ah! Hearing this, Sun Di nodded heavily. Time passed by minute by second, and there were not many surviving soldiers left, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. At this time, the fight between Zhou Qingdong and others and the Corpse King has reached a fever pitch. You come and go, both sides hurt each other. But as the other Corpse Kings arrived, the fate of Zhou Qingdong and the others was doomed. In the end, Zhou Qingdong, Zhou Cheng, and others were torn into pieces by the Corpse King. Zhou Cheng felt relieved after seeing Zhou Qingdong being killed with his own eyes. However, the next moment, a sudden change occurred. Roar! A roar came, deafening. Then a huge pressure swept over the sky, making people tremble. Hi, Corpse King? Zhou Cheng's face changed drastically. He turned around suddenly and stared straight at something, with a strong sense of crisis rising in his heart. High-level Corpse King is the collective name given by professionals in the previous life to Corpse Kings above level dash. They are powerful and possess great intelligence. Zhou Cheng had been speculating before that whether a high-level Corpse King would appear. Corpse tides do not form spontaneously, and there are often shadows of high-level Corpse Kings behind them. Otherwise, so many Corpse Kings would be able to fight on their own. Now the speculation has come true. Boom! With a thunder resounding across the earth. Looking up, he saw a huge figure slowly walking out on a road in the distance. This Corpse King is at least 15 meters tall. It is as black as ink and covered with scales. It holds a giant axe in its hand. At this moment, he took steps, and every step he took made the ground shake, as if thousands of troops were rushing towards him. What is this? Oh my God, is this guy also the Corpse King? Looking at this behemoth, Sun Di and others were shocked. As soon as this Corpse King showed up, it quickly targeted Zhou Cheng and his party. The Corpse King raised his head and roared, then took steps and rushed towards the building where Zhou Cheng was. No, he found us. Let's go. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng roared, then immediately took out a shooting gun from the space and fired a rope towards the building opposite. Boom! The rope flew to the opposite building like a long snake and hung firmly on the roof of the opposite building. Then comes the second, third, and sixth path. Zombies are spread over 2 to 3 kilometers below. There is no other way to escape but this method. Climb over quickly. After fixing the rope, Zhou Cheng gave instructions loudly. Brother, I'm afraid. Upon seeing this, Lu Wen immediately said in fear. Murong Xiao and others also had the same expression. Climbing between two high-rise buildings that are hundreds of meters tall is simply impossible for most people. Don't talk nonsense. You don't need to crawl. I'll let the skeleton warrior carry you there. You just need to close your eyes. Zhou Cheng scolded. Oh. Everyone did not dare to disobey Zhou Cheng, so they could only nod their heads. Afterwards, Zhou Cheng summoned the skeleton warrior and asked the skeleton warrior to carry them there. Ow! At this time, the high-level corpse king had already rushed downstairs. But because of its size, it couldn't enter the building. The furious corpse king looked up to the sky and roared, swinging the giant axe in his hand, and slashed at the wall of the building. Oh! The giant axe struck straight down, instantly smashing a large hole several meters wide in the wall. Roar! As if the damage was not enough, the corpse king raised his axe again and struck hard. Boom bang bang! As the corpse king continued to destroy, in the blink of an eye, most of the front wall of the building was smashed away. Hurry up! Seeing this, Zhou Cheng quickly urged. Although Lu Wen and others were scared to death, they had no choice at this moment. Soon, they were carried on the rope by the skeleton warrior and climbed towards the opposite side. At this time, the corpse king below was still wreaking havoc, and the building began to shake. But Zhou Cheng was not worried, as modern buildings could collapse so easily. If it were a level-corpse king, it would still be about the same. Of course, if it keeps smashing like this, it can indeed be done. I just can't tell when it's time. It might take an hour. It might take a few days. But obviously, Zhou Cheng still underestimated the wisdom of this corpse king. Lu Wen and others finally arrived at the building opposite in fear, but they had not yet recovered. The corpse king persisted in chasing him downstairs of the building, and the corpses moved to surround the building. I'll go, is this a stalker? Did you get into trouble with me? When Zhou Cheng saw this, he immediately cursed. Lu Wen and others were also confused when they saw this. Brother, why is it still following? Who knows what's going on with it? Zhou Cheng continued to complain. Then what do we do now? Nothing to do, just stay here. The corpse king is so persistent that even if Zhou Cheng leaps over another building, it is estimated that it will still keep up. In this case, we can only stay here and consume it. The building below is taller and bigger, so there is no need to worry about it collapsing. Oh! When everyone heard the words, they nodded. Boss, look over there. At this time, Su Wenlong suddenly pointed in the direction of the safe zone. Zhou Cheng heard the sound and went out, only to see thick smoke billowing in the direction of the safety zone. He didn't know what happened, but the sound of gunfire that followed made Zhou Cheng immediately understand that the safe area had also been attacked. It seems there is more than one high-level corpse king. Zhou Cheng murmured. Boss, you mean? Sun Di hesitated. Not sure, probably. Husband, can they resist it? Murong Xiao asked worriedly. If it is, I definitely can't resist it. As soon as Zhou Cheng said this, everyone fell silent. It was only a matter of time before Shenshi fell. Zhou Cheng knew this very well, but the time had just been advanced. Okay, don't look at it, don't think about it, otherwise it will only increase your sadness. We can't save them either, Zhou Cheng said to everyone. Then we stay here? Lu Wen asked. Well, that's all we can do for now. Come on, let's go down and find a suitable room to settle in temporarily. This corpse king can't always stay here. Sooner or later he will leave. After that, Zhou Cheng walked downstairs. The building where Zhou Cheng is located is a business building, at least 150 meters high, and is filled with companies and hotels. A few floors down, there was an esports hotel, and Zhou Cheng decided to stay here. After searching the entire floor and killing more than a dozen zombies, everyone found a few relatively clean rooms. Instructing Lu Wen and others to clean up, Zhou Cheng went to the stairwells on both sides and blew up the stairs so that zombies could not get up. Just in case, Zhou Cheng left his younger brother under guard before returning. When I came back, the room was almost tidy. Murong Xiao also specially changed the bed sheets and quilts, which she had in her storage space. Zhou Cheng also took out the wood stove and generator from the space. The Corpse King is afraid that he won't be able to leave for a while, and the weather is extremely cold, so these are all necessary. After finishing these things, Zhou Cheng looked out through the window. Sure enough, the Corpse King was still down there, with no intention of leaving. It depends on your sister, then just use it up. See who consumes whom. Zhou Cheng complained secretly in his heart. Since there is also a tide of beasts in the safe zone, it means that there is still a high-level Corpse King. Zhou Cheng didn't believe that the person downstairs would remain indifferent. What is the population of the safe zone? How many people are there in Zhou Chengkai? Husband, I'm going to help Sister Wenwen cook. Behind him, Murong Xiao said. Well, go ahead. Zhou Cheng turned around and said. After Murong Xiao left, Zhou Cheng took off his coat and lay down on the bed. I haven't had a good night's sleep in over a month. Not long after lying down, Zhou Cheng fell asleep without knowing it, until he was woken up by Murong Xiao. Night falls. Starry. With a high-pitched voice, Zhou Cheng ended his entanglement with Murong Xiao. Husband, this Corpse King won't stay away forever. No, 3 or 2 days at most. Why so sure? The reason is simple. How many of us are there? The safety zone is the big one. Oh! At the mention of the safe zone, Murong Xiao's mood instantly dropped. The safe zone was about to fall, which made her very uneasy and couldn't bear it. There are at least hundreds of thousands of survivors in the safe zone. At this moment, the sound of gunfire from the direction of the safety zone continued. Murong Xiao knew that once the gunfire stopped, it meant, don't think too much, Shenshur will fall sooner or later. And the fall of Shin City does not mean that other cities will also fall. There will always be cities that survive. We're not strong enough right now, so we can't do anything. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng immediately comforted him. Well, Murong Xiao nodded slightly. Husband, you said you wanted to build a settlement of your own. Do you already have a specific goal? Well, there is a goal, but we have to wait and see what the specific situation will be. Where is it? Peninsula, Donghai City. It's close to the sea and has a good urban foundation. The key is the good terrain. Donghai City is built on the mountains. Once it encounters danger in the future, it will be easy to defend it. Oh, Donghai City, I know there, but I've never been there. Haha, don't worry. If everything goes well, you will see the scenery of the East China Sea soon, Zhou Cheng said with a smile. Early morning, the long-lost sunshine shines on the earth. Zhou Cheng woke up feeling refreshed. Last night, Zhou Cheng rarely had a comfortable sleep. I've been in a secret place these days. Although the RV is quite comfortable, I still can't sleep well. Glancing around him, Murong Xiao was not there, probably going to make breakfast. After getting up and washing up, Zhou Cheng came to the window. The Corpse King is still downstairs, showing no sign of leaving. Zhou Cheng ignored it, since it couldn't consume Zhou Cheng anyway. The sound of gunfire from the direction of the safety zone is still fierce. The military still has a certain level of combat effectiveness. Otherwise, the safe zone would have fallen long ago in half a day and a night. When they walked out of the bedroom, Nashia and the others were not there. Needless to say, they must have been greeted by Murong Xiao. Ever since Nashia and the others called Murong Xiao mistress that day, Murong Xiao's attitude towards them has also become much better. Nowadays, they can still live in harmony. In this regard, Murong Xiao is still wiser and knows that Zhou Cheng cannot be stopped. Of course, Murong Xiao couldn't stop Zhou Cheng. If it were another woman, it might still be possible. But Nashia and the other 3 are Zhou Cheng's mercenaries. Zhou Cheng can abandon them, but no one can abandon them, because there is no way to abandon them. This is the truth. Get out of the room. Zhou Cheng went to look at the stairs on the left and right. Although the stairs were blown down by Zhou Cheng and ordinary zombies could not get up, the height of 5 or 6 meters could not stop the zombie generals and zombie warriors. They are 4 to 5 meters tall alone and can be reached with just a hand. Fortunately, the boys were very powerful. Once they stood at the entrance of the 2 stairs, no matter how hard they charged, they couldn't get up, especially at the stairway guarded by the flame golem. the scorching high-temperature zombies did not dare to approach. Turning back, Sun Di and others also got up and walked out of the room. When they saw Zhou Cheng, they quickly said hello. Zhou Cheng smiled and nodded, then came to the kitchen. Of course, the hotel definitely doesn't have a kitchen. The so-called kitchen is just a random room, and the kitchen utensils are brought with the space. Entering the room, Lu Wen and Murong Xiao were busy, while Naxia and the other three were studying aside. Learning to cook is the task assigned to them by Zhou Cheng. Counting the time, they entered the secret realm. It has been almost half a year since Elena and Catherine came to this world. Normally, they should have learned to cook long ago. But the reality is that the food they cook is a mess. Zhou Cheng was always thinking that they might not have any talent in this area, and all their talent would be used in fighting. Elder brother, husband. Seeing Zhou Cheng come in, Lu Wen and the other two quickly said hello, and Naxia and the other three also bowed to Zhou Cheng. In terms of etiquette, Naxia and the other three have never lost their temper. This is probably their talent. What to do deliciously? Zhou Cheng looked over and asked. Millet porridge, salted duck eggs, scrambled eggs with leeks, braised pork, flour rolls. Lu Wen answered with a smile. And hanamaki? Looking at the steaming steamer, Zhou Cheng asked in surprise. Well, you steamed it when you got up in the morning? Lu Wen nodded happily. No wonder Zhou Cheng likes Lu Wen. This girl is really hardworking. Treat cooking as a pleasure and enjoy it endlessly. When she got up early in the morning, she was the only one who could steam the flour rolls. Cattle, Zhou Cheng extended his thumb in appreciation. Lu Wen smiled mischievously. Time flies, and one day passes. If the Corpse King doesn't leave, Zhou Cheng can't leave either. The whole day was wasted like this. The gunshots in the distance began to become sparse, and it was estimated that the safe zone was in danger. Just pity so many survivors. I don't know how many people can escape in the end. I wish there were more. Zhou Cheng prayed secretly in his heart. Just as Zhou Cheng guessed, the situation in the safe zone was already precarious at this time. The group of corpses continuously broke through several defense lines of the military and broke into the safe zone. The survivors who had not had time to escape became their meal. Right now, the corpses are advancing towards the Wanjiang defense line. The military is also gathering all its strength to defend. Shenshi is backed by the sea, and the Ruan River passes through the city. With the help of wide rivers, attacks by zombies can be effectively blocked. If this line of defense cannot stop the swarm of corpses, then there will be no danger behind, and the safe zone will no longer exist. There are 7 bridges on both sides of the Ruan River. The military has blown up 4 of them in advance, leaving 3 remaining. These 3 were left because there were still a large number of people who had not yet evacuated. 2 of the bridges have already been planted with explosives. Once the corpses approach, the military will detonate them. As for the remaining one, the military plans to retain it so that it can regain lost ground in the future. At this moment, the 3 bridges were like hell on earth, with countless survivors running desperately. The calls for help and cries are endless. Not far behind were a group of corpses chasing him. The second Ruanjiang Bridge is the largest highway bridge connecting the 2 sides of Shenzhou City. It was also the bridge that the military decided to keep. A battalion of the military is stationed here. The battalion commander's name is Huang Guisheng, who is in his 30s. Huang Guisheng is a mage by profession and is level 33. At this moment, Huang Guisheng is seizing the time to lead his men to repair the fortifications. Not far behind it were dozens of tanks. Further back is an artillery position, with more than 20 artillery pieces of various sizes arranged on the position. There is also a missile launch site. Said to be missiles, they are actually individual anti-tank missiles and rocket launchers. This sudden outbreak of corpses not only caught the military by surprise, but also caused serious damage to the military. The 2 regiments were completely wiped out outside the safe zone, and no one came out alive. The remaining 3 regiments also suffered heavy losses, with almost half of their personnel casualties. Huang Guisheng's battalion is one of the few organic units in the military, so he was given the task of defending the bridge from above. Huang Guisheng felt deeply pressured. At the same time, Huang Guisheng also had doubts. I don't understand why the bridge above is preserved. Do the higher-ups really think there will be a chance to counterattack in the future? In his opinion, let alone no chance of counterattack, whether the bridge in front of him can be defended is a question. You must know that there are hundreds of thousands of zombies and dozens of zombie kings on the opposite side, including a level 45 zombie king. Under such circumstances, Huang Guisheng really had no confidence. Is the above crazy? Once we can't hold on, isn't it all over? Contact the engineer platoon and urge them to deploy explosives quickly. Call the boss and ask why the shells haven't arrived yet. Hundreds of rounds of artillery shells are useless, and the attack can be completed in 3 minutes. Also, let me ask you why the support hasn't arrived yet. The more Huang Guisheng thought about it, the more irritable and restless he became, and he issued several orders in succession. Although his battalion is fully established, it only has 800 men, and the attached tanks and artillery are less than dash at best. Before coming, the superiors promised to send more reinforcements and actively recruit civilian professionals to assist in the defense. Now, seeing the corpses close at hand, not to mention reinforcements, no ammunition has been sent. This made Huang Guisheng extremely worried. If that doesn't work, we'll have to blow up the bridge. Huang Guisheng sighed secretly. It was his private decision to plant explosives on the bridge without reporting it to his superiors. He did this just in case. What Huang Guisheng didn't know was that at this moment, the military and the government in the safety zone were already at loggerheads over the issue of holding on or retreating. The military wants to hold on, while the government wants to retreat to Evergreen Island behind it. Changrong Island is located at the estuary of Reborn River. It is an alluvial island with a large area of more than 30 square kilometers. The island is mainly engaged in the shipbuilding industry, with many related supporting companies and advanced infrastructure. There is also a lot of cultivated land on the island, and it is very fertile. The government hopes to retreat to the island and eliminate the threat of the corpses once and for all. But Evergreen Island has a limited area and cannot accommodate hundreds of thousands of survivors. According to the government's wishes, only 10 people can be taken away at most. As for the rest, they can only fend for themselves. The military is of course opposed to this. The military's reason is that since the Wanjiang defense line is expected to be defended, why bother? The military probably understands the government's thoughts. There are 2 main reasons. First, there is a serious shortage of resources. As time goes by, materials, especially food, in the safety zone are rapidly depleted. If this continues, it will not be able to last for more than a few months. As a result, the government wanted to take advantage of this zombie wave to abandon most of the survivors and retreat with only a small number of survivors. Although they kept saying that they would take away 10 people, everyone knew that this was just a gimmick. It would be great to be able to take away 5 people in the end. And now, government-controlled militias control the bridges and tunnels leading to and from Evergreen Island. The second reason involves the struggle for power. Since its creation, the security zone has been dominated by the military and supplemented by the government. The reason is simple. The military has soldiers. Even if the government later formed a militia team, it was still unable to compete with the military. But now the opportunity has come. Because of the sudden outbreak of the corpse tide, the military suffered heavy losses. Under the circumstances, the government wanted to seize control. Only the government, headed by Mayor Lin Tao and Vice Mayor Liu Changshua, dared to propose this proposal. In particular, Liu Changshua was the most active, and it was he who proposed this plan. Other government leaders, including Lin Tao, also expressed support for this plan. But this plan was naturally opposed by the military headed by Liu Yulin. Liu Yulin was the top leader of the garrison and led the army to Shin City at the beginning of the end of the world. At this moment, the 2 sides are engaged in a war of words on this issue. It's impossible. We cannot abandon the people. You are running away by doing this. Faced with the government's proposal, Army Commander Liu Yulin severely refuted it. As a soldier, it is necessary to protect your home and country. He also knew what Lin Tao and others were thinking. They were not planning to escape and then set up another company. Commander Lu, how can this be considered an escape? I'll just explain it to you. You can stick to it. None of us have objections to this, right? These are completely different things. There is no delay in letting some people evacuate to the island first. Lin Tao frowned and explained. Hold on? You took away all the militiamen. How can I hold on? I have so many dozen in my hand now that I can't even count them as a regiment. Lu Yulin angrily scolded. Since Commander Lu knew that he couldn't hold it, why didn't he just blow up the second Wanjiang bridge? Why did he keep it? Does Commander Lu really think we still have a chance to counterattack? At this time, Lu Changshua stood up to argue. Leaving a bridge is to preserve a chance for the future. What's wrong with that? Lu Yulin asked immediately. Of course not. Why do you want to keep it when you know you can't keep it? Wouldn't the problem be solved by blowing up the bridge? Lu Changshua was not to be outdone. Okay, since you say so, no problem. Isn't it just about blowing up the bridge? I can order the bridge to be blown up right now. But if I blow up the bridge, will you still retreat to Evergreen Island? Lu Yulin directly counterattacked the First Army. Hearing this, Lu Changshua, Lin Tao, and others were immediately speechless. Commander Lu, our starting point for this proposal is also good. Be prepared for everything. Some people go to Evergreen Island well prepared. Since someone is going, someone needs to manage it. What's wrong with that? Lin Tao frowned and said, prepare both hands? Management? That sounds nice. What do you think I don't know? Lu Yulin snorted coldly. Hearing this, Lin Tao and others remained silent. After looking at everyone, Lu Yulin continued. Forget it. That's what we've said. There's no point in forcing you to stay. In this case, let's open the skylight and speak frankly. You can leave if you want, and I won't stop you. But you have to keep the supplies. I don't want more. We will divide the supplies according to the population. There are at least 30 people in the safety zone now. You can take as many supplies as you want. There won't be any more. Seeing that the government had made its own decision, Lu Yulin no longer forced himself. These guys are just a bunch of cowards, and even more so, a bunch of moths, so they might as well be separated. This is impossible. Hearing this, Lin Tao immediately took action. Why is it impossible? Isn't this a fair distribution? Mayor Lin, you don't have to brag and stare at me. I, Lu Yulin, am not intimidated. Don't think that just because you have militiamen in hand, you feel confident. The worst-case scenario is that we have to fight to the death, and then we all die together. Lu Yulin did his part. An agreement was reached, and the meeting was quickly concluded. Now that we've broken up, there's nothing left to talk about. After the meeting, Lin Tao immediately left in a hurry with a group of government officials. Time waits for no one. If we don't seize the time to evacuate, I'm afraid it will be too late. The tide of corpses may break through the defense line at any time, and the material transfer work has not yet begun. Without supplies, they would not be able to survive even if they retreated to Changning Island. Different from government officials such as Lin Tao. After the meeting, Lu Yulin and several other senior military officials immediately came to the command room on the third floor. The situation is urgent now, and the calls for help from the defense line on the other side of the river are coming one after another. Lu Yulin must make arrangements immediately. How is the situation on the other side? Lu Yulin asked. It's very bad. I guess I can't hold on anymore. Deputy Army Commander Zhou Chengshua said with a gloomy expression. Hearing this, Lu Yulin frowned. Commander, we can't wait any longer. We must retreat immediately and concentrate our efforts to defend the North Bank. But what about the people who didn't withdraw? Did they just give up? Lu Yulin asked. Commander, the people can no longer evacuate. The group of corpses is less than 300 meters away from our defense line. Zhou Chengshua explained. Hearing this, Lu Yulin looked gloomy. Commander, we really can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, our soldiers on the other side of the river will be dead. Seeing that Lu Yulin was still hesitating, Deputy Army Commander Zhou Chengshua said excitedly. I agree with Deputy Commander Zhao. Commander, give the order to retreat. I agree too. Several other high-ranking military officials responded. Okay then, order a retreat immediately. Order army aviation and artillery to provide full cover. After completing the retreat, blow up the bridge immediately, and then concentrate all forces to defend the second bridge. Deputy Commander Zhou, please make the detailed arrangements. Finally, Lu Yulin gritted his teeth and issued the order. Yes, everyone said in unison. Report to the commander. Captain Lu and the others are here. At this moment, a guard opened the door and reported. Let them in quickly. Hearing this, Lu Yulin quickly gave instructions. Yes. After a while, several officers entered the command room. Commander Lu. Several people immediately saluted Lu Yulin after entering. Captain Lu, Commander Li, you are here at the right time. How's it going? Is the warship repaired? Lu Yulin asked impatiently. Reporting to Commander Lu, after our hard work, the Jiangnan has been repaired. At present, the Jiangnan has successfully sailed out of the port and is expected to enter the Yuanjiang estuary in about half an hour. Captain Lu quickly reported the report. Captain Li, what's the situation over there? Lu Yulin continued to ask. Report to Commander Lu that the missile regiment is ready. Please do not worry. Captain Li reports. That's good. Whether the second Ruanjiang bridge can be defended this time depends on you, Lu Yulin said earnestly. Yes, Commander Lu. Please rest assured. At the same time, the Nguyen River defense line. Soldiers are evacuating across the bridge in an orderly manner. Armed helicopters roared and circled, and dense bullets poured out, shooting at the chasing groups of corpses. The artillery fire was also fired from the artillery position on the north bank, and the artillery shells roared across the sky and flew to the other side. On the water, the Tunjungnan frigate also rushed over. The main gun on the bow of the ship had turned its angle and was aimed at the group of corpses. Shooting. Following the captain's order, the frigate's main gun immediately started firing. Under fire from three parties, in the blink of an eye, the other side of the river turned into a hell on earth, and countless zombies died on the spot. However, there are too many zombies. Even if the military gathers all its firepower, it still cannot stop their crazy pace. Soon, they occupied the defense line. Fortunately, the soldiers had evacuated in advance. Otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous. Detonate. 10 minutes later, when all the soldiers had withdrawn to the north bank, Deputy Commander Zhou, who came to take command in person, immediately issued an order to detonate the bridge. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and the bridge collapsed instantly. Just tens of seconds later, another bridge 2 kilometers away was also blown up. So far, only the second Rouen River Bridge remains among the 7 bridges spanning both sides of the Rouen River. At this moment, there is no one on the second Ruanjiang Bridge. There are only cars scattered here and there and dense fortifications. Brothers, cheer up, the corpses will rush over soon. We are soldiers, and the duty of soldiers is to protect our families and the people. Behind you are your compatriots and your relatives. So we can't be timid, otherwise we are not worthy of being a soldier. When they come later, I will fuck them to death. Kill 1 is enough. Kill 2 to earn 1. Huang Geishing stood on the bridgehead high ground, holding a loudspeaker and constantly boosting morale. Kill! For our compatriots! In the trenches, thousands of soldiers shouted loudly. Who? 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 With a deafening roar, the corpses swarmed onto the bridge. Suddenly, an overwhelming smell of fishy smell hit his face. Fire! Upon seeing this, Huang Guisheng immediately issued an attack order. Da-da-da! Da-da-da! In an instant, tongues of fire spewed out and bullets rained. Zombies fell in droves, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and screams came one after another. The two sides engaged in a fierce confrontation on the bridge. At the same time, Zhou Cheng stood on the roof of the building and looked towards the safety zone. Next to him were Murong Xiaoxiao and others. Listening to the intensive gunfire in the safe zone, Zhou Cheng frowned. Of course, Zhou Cheng doesn't want the safe zone to fall. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of survivors in the safe zone. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling ball of light suddenly lit up in the distant sky like a firework. What is that? Lu Wen and others exclaimed. It's a missile, Zhou Cheng said gloomily. Missile? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes suddenly widened. It seems the military is doing its best, Zhou Cheng muttered to himself. If they finally did something, Chen Wenlong snorted coldly. Chen Wenjie has always hated evil, and he despised what the top government and military officials did in the safe zone. Chen Wenlong, don't say that. Everything cannot be generalized. Most officers and soldiers are good, Murong Xiao scolded. Hearing this, Chen Wenlong immediately shut up. Murong Xiao was telling the truth. Compared with the top government officials, the military was indeed doing well. Huh? Boss, look, the Corpse King downstairs is moving. It seems to be leaving. At this time, Sun Di suddenly pointed down and shouted. Okay. Hearing the sound, Zhou Cheng looked downstairs. Sure enough, the high-level Corpse King downstairs was leaving, heading towards Ruanjiang. When the Corpse King moves, the corpses will naturally move with him. It seems it can't wait any longer. Zhou Cheng touched his chin and muttered to himself. Zhou Cheng had guessed before that this guy would definitely not give up so many people in the safe zone because of Zhou Cheng and others. It seems so now. But no matter what, it's a good thing to leave. Zhou Cheng and others can escape. Boss, can we leave? Seeing the group of corpses getting further and further away, Chen Wenlong asked urgently. Well, everyone, get ready. We will leave later, Zhou Cheng said with a smile. Half an hour later, when the corpses gradually disappeared, Zhou Cheng and others immediately went downstairs. After taking out the RV, everyone got in and left. However, the driving route was not back to the factory but towards Wanjiang River. Boss, aren't we going back to the factories? Wang Hao asked doubtfully. I want to go back to the factory, but it's you who go back, not me. I'll get off at the intersection later, Zhou Cheng said with a slight smile. What? Boss, aren't you going back? Husband, what are you going to do? Hearing this, Murong Xiao and Lu Wen were immediately surprised. I'm going to help and see if I can catch any mistakes, Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. Husband, this is too dangerous, Murong Xiao immediately advised. Don't worry, I'm not going to die. Besides, don't you still believe me? Don't worry, I have a plan. Zhou Cheng caressed Murong Xiao's face and smiled. Murong Xiao and Lu Wen opened their mouths, but did not refute in the end. They knew that what Zhou Cheng decided was unchangeable. 10 minutes later, the RV arrived at the intersection. After giving Murong Xiao and others a few words of advice, Zhou Cheng got out of the car. Turning around and waving to Murong Xiao and others, Zhou Cheng quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking at Zhou Cheng's leaving figure, Murong Xiao and others had no choice but to drive back. The place where Zhou Cheng got off the bus was less than 5 kilometers away from the second Ruanjiang Bridge. After getting off the bus, Zhou Cheng followed the corpses all the way to a building less than 2 kilometers away from the second bridge. Standing on the top of the building and looking into the distance, the second Ruanjiang Bridge has become a hell on earth. The whole bridge is dyed red with hot blood, and there are stumps and broken arms everywhere on the bridge. At this moment, the zombies even submerged the bridge deck, and behind them there are still massive zombies coming from all directions. At the front of the corpse group, a huge high-level Corpse King was walking towards the bridge. It was completely black and exuded a terrifying and sinister aura, like a demon crawling out of hell. As expected, Zhou Cheng's guess was correct. This was another high-level Corpse King. Roar! The group of corpses advanced to a third of the bridge, and the Corpse King suddenly looked up to the sky and roared. The sound waves penetrated the clouds and went straight into the depths of the sky, shaking the surrounding areas. In an instant, the group of corpses seemed to have been given a shot in the arm and charged forward crazily. However, in front of them is a solid line of defense. In order to defend the second bridge, the military concentrated almost all its forces. Bang, bang, bang. The dense bullets immediately blocked the entire bridge deck, and high-explosive grenades continued to fall down. Every time a grenade hits a group of corpses, it will definitely take away a large number of zombies. Roar! The high-level Corpse King was furious, his scarlet eyes filled with hatred. At this time, suddenly, a missile pierced the sky and landed not far from the High Corpse King. Bang! There was a loud noise. The missile exploded, and endless smoke filled the sky, blocking the view. Countless zombies were blown away or killed by the blast wave. But when the smoke cleared, the High Corpse King was intact. Roar! The Corpse King was attacked and roared angrily. Immediately afterwards, the Corpse King took long strides and rushed towards the defense line. But the next moment, a series of 7 or 8 missiles struck again, falling directly in front of it. Boom! There was another violent explosion, and the fire lit half of the sky red. The thick smell of gunpowder smoke mixed with the rotten smell spread, making people want to vomit. This time, the High Corpse King was finally injured. Not only was his body covered with scars, one of his sharp claws was even broken off. Ugh! The high-level Corpse King whined, turned around, and ran back to the group of corpses. The Corpse King is not stupid. Although it is powerful, it is not willing to withstand such a violent attack. Seeing this scene, Zhou Cheng also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this high-level Corpse King didn't want to take risks, otherwise the missiles wouldn't be able to stop it. Although the Corpse King retreated, the corpse group did not. They still rushed to the bridge head regardless of their own safety. It seems it's time to take action, Zhou Cheng secretly said, then went downstairs. Wanjiang Water Park is located 1 kilometer away from the second Wanjiang Bridge, next to the river. It has pleasant scenery, beautiful scenery, and many recreational facilities. It attracted countless tourists to play before the end of the world. But now, due to the arrival of the end of the world, this place has long been deserted. After Zhou Cheng went downstairs, he ran all the way here. With such a large group of corpses, plus the high-level Corpse King, if Zhou Cheng wants to help, he can only outwit them and not force them. Otherwise, he will never be able to survive. Since it is a water park, of course there are yachts. Zhou Cheng's idea was simple. He wanted to sail up the river. The safest place to be in the apocalypse is of course the water, because zombies can't swim. It is safe and secure to make big moves on the river. As for the ultimate move, of course it is to use runes to summon the dragon. This was planned by Zhou Cheng long ago. Zhou Cheng didn't know how powerful the summoned dragon was, but wouldn't he know if he tried it? Arriving at the shore, Zhou Cheng quickly found a small yacht. Of course, the paddling kind. Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng immediately rowed into the water. Damn it! Why is there a person on the river? On the Jiangnan, a soldier spotted the yacht and immediately exclaimed. When the other soldiers heard this, they all raised their heads. Damn! There's really someone here. No way. Isn't he afraid of death? Let me go. It can't be a zombie. Who knows, but this situation is too weird. Fart, that's obviously a good person. The soldiers talked a lot. Look, what is he going to do? At this time, a soldier suddenly shouted. The other soldiers looked for the voice and saw the man raising his arms high and holding something in his hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before the soldiers could react, in an instant, a large amount of white mist suddenly rose from the river. Soon, white mist filled the area for several kilometers. At the same time, a suffocating sense of oppression swept over the entire place. It seemed like some super monster was about to wake up. The soldiers watched with wide eyes and found a huge white object rolling up and down in the fog, looming. What the hell is this? I don't know, what is this guy doing? Holy shit. Why does this thing look so familiar to me? Oh my gosh, that can't be a dragon. An older soldier suddenly exclaimed. After hearing the words of the older soldier, the soldiers observed carefully and were instantly frightened to pee. Nima, it's really a one-stop service. When the soldiers were talking about it, the 2 high-level Corpse Kings seemed to sense something. They all turned their heads, their scarlet eyes staring closely at the mist. At the same time, the entire group of corpses fell silent for an instant, as if they were aware of the approaching crisis. Suddenly, a high-level Corpse King let out a sharp and ear-piercing howl. Immediately afterwards, the entire group of corpses howled. It looked like he was demonstrating to the other party. Emma, It seemed to be a response to the Corpse King. A dull sound came from the mist. The sound was like the ringing of an ancient bell. In an instant, the whole world seemed to be shaking. Immediately afterwards, a huge and ferocious head suddenly emerged from the mist. It is a dragon head. The dragon's head is oval-shaped and covered with dense horny scales. Those horny scales glowed with a cold metallic glow, as if made of steel, which was intimidating. Its mouth opened wide, revealing rows of sharp fangs, and its bloody mouth looked like a black hole that could swallow everything. Gudu! Seeing this, the soldiers swallowed hard and almost popped their eyes out. My mother! What a dragon! The soldiers were immediately frightened. After the dragon appeared, its body only swayed slightly. Soon, it rose to an altitude of several hundred meters. Mo, with a high-pitched dragon roar. Suddenly, a vast and majestic power enveloped the sky and the earth. The terrifying and overwhelming arrogance swept across the sky, like a peerless, ferocious beast resurrected, intending to slaughter all beings in the world. Boom! The next moment, there was a thunderous roar. A dark cloud quickly gathered, covering dozens of miles in an instant. In an instant, the entire city turned into darkness. Boom ka boom ka. Thunder flashed, and rain suddenly fell in torrents. What's even more terrifying is the countless lightnings contained in the heavy rain. Lightning danced wildly in the heavy rain, lighting up the entire city white. Crackling. The next moment, countless lightning bolts fell suddenly. Suddenly, the zombies below were struck by lightning and turned into debris in an instant. Even the high-level Corpse King was not immune, and his huge body was split into pieces by lightning in an instant. This is definitely a dimensionality reduction blow. In just the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of zombies within a radius of several kilometers perished. Ah, it's done, it's done. Seeing this scene in front of him, Zhou Cheng laughed wildly. Zhou Cheng never expected that summoning a giant dragon would be so powerful. In just an instant, Zhou Cheng upgraded 5 levels in a row, and his level jumped directly to level 51. I'm going to make a lot of money this time. Ha ha! The more Zhou Cheng thought about it, the more excited he became, his face flushed. The lightning disappeared, but the torrential rain remained. Voila! The downpour washed away everyone present. But they had long forgotten the coldness, and their faces were full of fear and horror. The mysterious man actually summoned a dragon. What's even more terrifying is that this giant dragon killed more than dash zombies in just a few minutes. How terrifying this is! If we could do it again, wouldn't we be able to wipe out all the zombies in Shin City? Unfortunately, the dragon disappeared before the lightning ended. The mysterious man had already returned to the shore and then disappeared. Defensive line. Quick! Find that person quickly. No matter what the cost. We must find him. Deputy Commander Zhao recovered from the shock and hurriedly gave instructions loudly. Yes! Several guards took the order and left. Deputy Commander Zhao is of course anxious. If such a person can be found, it will be easy to regain the entire Shin City. The other side. After Zhou Cheng landed, he quickly came to a nearby building. At this moment, Zhou Cheng's excitement was beyond description. Zhou Cheng never expected that the giant dragon he summoned would be so terrifying, easily killing more than dash zombies, including 2 high-level zombie kings. You know, the High Corpse King is not a vegetarian. At this stage, it is simply invincible. But in front of the giant dragon, they were powerless to fight back. This is too strong. Holding back his excitement, Zhou Cheng opened the properties panel. Zhou Cheng had just upgraded 5 levels in a row and was now at level 51. For professionals, level dash is a hurdle. At level dash, professionals can learn ultimate skills. Open the properties panel. Occupation, Necromancer. Quality gold. Rating, 51. Attributes, strength plus 625. Agility plus 535, Vitality plus 525, Spirit plus 2975, plus 1739, plus 1894, plus 2997, plus 1950. Skills: Skeleton Summoning plus 12, Skeleton Dominance plus 12, Bone Armor plus 3, Summon Skeleton Mage plus 6, Clay Golem plus 2, Steel Golem plus 5, Fire Golem plus 6, Golem Mastery plus 6, Summon Resistance plus 8. Poison Dagger plus 1, Poison Dominance plus 8, Bone Wall plus 3, Poison Blade plus 1, Poison Explosion plus 5, Poison Nova plus 1. Teeth plus 1, Damage plus 10, Aging plus 10, Resistance Reduction plus 10, Corpse Explosion plus 1, Bone Spear plus 1, Bone Spirit plus 1, Fear plus 1, Weakness plus 1. Fire Resistance 0%, Frost Resistance 0%, Lightning Resistance 0%, Poison Resistance 170%. Occupation Mage. Quality Gold. Rating 51. Attributes: Strength plus 490, Agility plus 535, Vitality plus 420, Spirit plus 545, plus 3585, plus 1903, plus 1794, plus 1960, plus 2350. Fire Resistance 170%, Frost Resistance 0%, Lightning Resistance 0%, Poison Resistance 0%. Skills: Fire Bullet plus 4, Fire Combination plus 8, Fireball plus 2, Hellfire plus 5, Warm-Up plus 5, Economic Entangle plus 1, Healing plus 4, Ice Thorn plus 1, Ice Blade plus 1, Ice Shield plus 3, Firewall plus 2. Occupation: Paladin. Quality Gold. Rating 51. Attributes: Strength plus 820, Agility plus 605, Vitality plus 5,500, Spirit plus 445. Fire Resistance 100%, Frost Resistance 100%, Lightning Resistance 100%, Poison Resistance 100%. Skills: Shield Bash plus 8, Transmutation plus 7, Meditation plus 8, Prayer plus 10, Charge plus 8, Fanaticism plus 6, Redemption plus 8, Purification plus 8, Holy Shield plus 9. After the upgrade, Zhou Cheng's various attributes have obviously increased a lot. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that Zhou Cheng can learn ultimate skills. The ultimate summoning skill of the Necromancer is Rebirth. Rebirth. Let dead monsters fight for you. Requires level 50. Lasts 180 seconds. This skill has been automatically turned on as Zhou Cheng's level increases, so Zhou Cheng doesn't have to worry. There is no so-called ultimate skill in the poison and curse systems. The core of the poison and curse systems is support and control. Just master the 4 skills of damage amplification, aging and resistance reduction, and poison control. Zhou Cheng added 2 points to each of these 4 skills. The remaining 2 skill points are added to Poison Explosion. Poison Explosion is a mixture of Corpse Explosion and Poison Attack, and it is an absolute weapon for spawning monsters. In this way, the Necromancer profession can be solved. The ultimate skill of the Fire Mage is Meteorite, Hydra. Meteorite. Summon meteorites to fall from the sky, hit the enemy, and ignite them. Hydra. Summons a multi-headed fire monster to burn enemies to ashes. Without thinking about it at all, Zhou Cheng directly lit up these 2 skills and increased them to 3 points each. After that, he added 2 points each to the Warming Technique, Healing Technique, Fire Match, Hellfire, and Flame Wall. There were still 9 Mage skill points left before Zhou Cheng. Counting the 10 skill points obtained from this upgrade, there were a total of 19 skill points available. There are still 3 skill points left, and Zhou Cheng plans to keep these 3 skill points. As a Paladin profession, Zhou Cheng pursues defense. Zhou Cheng prioritized increasing the Holy Shield to 13 points, spending 4 skill points. The ultimate skills of the Paladin are Holy Ice and Holy Thunder. These 2 skills are extremely powerful and are group attack skills, so Zhou Cheng must master them. Later, Zhou Cheng lit it up and added it to 3 points. In this way, all 10 skill points of the Paladin are used up. Paladins also have other ultimate skills, such as Holy Light Transformation and Heavenly Fist. But Zhou Cheng didn't have that many skill points to allocate, so he had to give up. After the skill points were distributed, Zhou Cheng's strength naturally improved qualitatively. Now Zhou Cheng can be called a master in the true sense. Zhou Cheng himself was wondering whether he was a lucky person from heaven. Not only was he reborn, but various opportunities came one after another after rebirth. 3 professions: White Jade Skeleton, Summon Dragon, and Nasha, Kyanite. Everything is simply incredible. Since God favors him so much, if Zhou Cheng doesn't work hard, he might not be able to succeed. Zhou Cheng knows very well that the end of the world is a world of the weak and the strong, and strength determines everything. Without strong enough strength, everything is just talk. In order to ensure his own safety, Zhou Cheng must make himself stronger. Thinking in his mind, Zhou Cheng came to the window. Looking at the second Ruanjiang Bridge from a distance, the scene on the bridge is like purgatory. There were stumps and fragments of limbs everywhere, piled on top of each other. The giant dragon's thunder blow just now smashed all the zombies for several kilometers into crumbs. You can imagine how many zombies died. Zhou Cheng estimated that the number of existing zombies in Shen City would not exceed 15. In this way, Shenshi is almost safe, unless another high-level corpse king appears. Zhou Cheng knew that his actions might have changed the course of history. In this life, Shenshi will most likely survive. But that's a good thing, isn't it? Night shrouded the earth. While Murong Xiao and others waited anxiously, Zhou Cheng finally returned to the factory. "Husband, how are you? Are you not injured? Brother, are you finally back?" Upon meeting, Murong Xiao and Lu Wen immediately asked with concern. "I'm fine, don't worry." Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. "Boss, the safe zone has fallen." Sun Di asked. "No, the safe zone is secured." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they learned that nothing happened in the safe zone. Everyone present, of course, hopes that the safe zone will be safe and sound. "Where are the zombies? Have they retreated?" Murong Xiao couldn't help but asked again. "Well, retreated?" Zhou Cheng nodded affirmatively. "Okay, let's go back. We'll talk about it later if we have anything to do." "Lu Wen, have you cooked yet?" "I'm starving." Zhou Cheng then said. "Brother, I've already made it. I'm just waiting for you to come back." Lu Wen replied with a smile. When everyone returned to the house, Lu Wen hurried to the kitchen to serve food. After a while, the dining table was filled with more than a dozen dishes. I have to say that Lu Wen does have a good way of cooking. Soon, everyone was sitting together. After dinner, everyone continued chatting in the living room. "Husband, are you leaving next?" Murong Xiao asked. "Well, it's time to leave. Now that you've all leveled up and Chu Qingdong is dead, there will definitely be no problem with your safety, so I can rest assured." After hearing this, everyone's expressions darkened. "After I leave, the factory area will be handed over to Lu Wen." Zhou Cheng then said again, "Brother, let Xiao be responsible." Lu Wen said immediately. "No." Zhou Gua firmly refused. "Why?" Lu Wen was stunned and asked immediately. "No matter why, you are responsible if I say you are responsible." Zhou Cheng said. "Sister Wenwen, don't refuse. Don't worry, we will all support you." Seeing this, Murong Xiao said quickly, "Oh, okay." Since she couldn't shirk, Lu Wen could only compromise. Lu Wen knew in her heart that Zhou Cheng was doing it for her own good. "Lu Wen, Xiao, after I leave, you can stay here peacefully. When I finish my work, I will come back to pick you up as soon as possible." Zhou Cheng said thoughtfully. "Yes, I understand, husband." "Brother, don't worry, we will listen to you in everything." Murong Xiao and Lu Wen nodded quickly. Next, everyone chatted for a while and then said goodbye. Zhou Cheng went back to his room, washed up, and took an early rest. "Xiao, the factory has arranged for Lu Wen to be in charge, so you don't have to have any objections. After all, I promised her before." After the lingering, Zhou Cheng hugged Murong Xiao and said, "Husband, what are you thinking? How can I have any objection? I don't like to worry. It's best for Sister Lu Wen to take charge." Murong Xiao said with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Zhou Cheng nodded happily. Murong Xiao could think so, and Zhou Cheng felt relieved. The next morning, Zhou Cheng got up early in the morning and prepared to set off. Murong Xiao got up earlier and packed various belongings and clothes for Zhou Cheng in advance. Soon, everything will be settled. Zhou Cheng finally arrived at the moment to leave. The sky is gloomy. The mood of Lu Wan and others was the same as the weather, extremely dull. Especially Murong Xiao and Lu Wan. Tears welled up in their eyes. Okay, don't be sad, it's not like I won't come back. And you all, please be happy. How can you send someone off like this? Zhou Cheng half-joked. Hearing this, everyone felt better. Husband, remember to be careful. Brother, be careful on the road. Boss, don't forget us. Well, you guys take care of yourselves. Zhou Cheng smiled and waved, then drove away. Murong Xiao and others watched the car disappear before looking back. Alas, I don't know when the boss will come back after leaving. Wang Hao sighed. It's all nonsense. Didn't the boss say for a year at most? Sun Di glared at Wang Hao and said, yes, the boss will definitely come back within a year at most. Well, my husband promised us that he would not lie to us. Murong Xiao said with a smile. After Zhou Cheng drove out of the factory, he quickly got on the highway according to the guidance of the onboard map. Zhou Cheng's first destination on this trip is Jiangnan City. In my memory, a secret place once appeared in Jiangnan City. The reason why Zhou Cheng wanted to travel far was to upgrade. Since there is a secret realm, Zhou Cheng will certainly not let it go. Once this secret realm is captured, Zhou Cheng will head to Donghai City next. In the previous life, Zhou Cheng's gathering place was in Donghai City. In this life, Zhou Cheng's settlement will be built in the East China Sea. Rebuilding the settlement is only one of them. The other is that Donghai City also has a secret realm, and it is a very large secret realm. According to Zhou Cheng's estimation, if he can complete these two secret realms, his level will be at least 60. In the last life, at the beginning of the apocalypse, there were not many secret realms that came to Blue Star. Because of its danger, Zhou Cheng never paid attention to the secret realm. Zhou Cheng only knew about the two secret realms of Huainan City and Donghai City, but knew nothing about the others. This can't help but make Zhou Cheng regret a little. It would be better if he knew more. Huai City is more than 400 kilometers away from Shun City, so the distance is not too far. But these are the last days and the roads are in terrible condition. Although the performance of the RV is excellent, it takes at least a week to cover just kilometers. However, there was nothing that could be done about it, and Zhou Cheng had already been mentally prepared. The first day of the trip went smoothly, except for the bad road conditions. On the way, Zhou Cheng did not find any foreign creatures. Of course, Zhou Cheng didn't bother to solve them even if he found them. At this stage, the number of foreign creatures is still too small and the level is low. In addition, there is now a shortcut to the secret realm, so Zhou Cheng really looks down on some foreign creatures. That night, Zhou Cheng rested in the RV. It's great to have an RV. It has spacious space, complete facilities, and all food, drinks, and snacks are included. It can be said to be an extremely enjoyable experience, not to mention being accompanied by Nasha and others. Dinner is as usual hot pot, beef, mutton, piss beef balls, and other ingredients including condiments, and Zhou Cheng has plenty of them in his space. After having enough wine and food, Zhou Cheng got out of the car and walked around for a while, then took an early rest. Early the next morning, it was just dawn and Zhou Cheng set off early. Time waits for no one. Zhou Cheng still hopes to arrive in Huainan City one day early. After Zhou Cheng was reborn, many things had changed. It would be bad if something happened to the secret realm, or someone else got there first. Zhou Cheng didn't rest at noon, but just ate some bread. The trip went smoothly until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when something happened to Zhou Cheng when he passed by a service area. At this moment, in the service area near the road, a group of people were frantically grabbing something. Behind them was a little girl, crying crazily. The girl was about 13 or 14 years old, wearing a tattered cotton-padded jacket. "No, please, don't eat my mother. I beg you." "Won't." At this moment, the little girl was shouting heartbreakingly while trying hard to get through the crowd. "Go away, go to hell. If you shout again, I'll take care of you too." A strong man kicked the girl far away. The girl fell to the snow, her face covered in mud and blood. "Mommy, mommy, please let my mother go." The little girl cried out in pain, but to no avail. "Brother, let's just get rid of her too. After all, there are more than 10 kilograms of meat." A thin man said to the strong man. Well, that's fine. The strong man nodded, then took out his dagger and walked towards the little girl. The girl stared at the strong man in horror, her eyes full of despair and fear. Stop, if you dare to touch her. I guarantee that your life will be worse than death. At this moment, a cold shout came from behind the crowd. Hearing the sound, everyone turned their heads to look. I saw 4 people, 1 man and 3 women, approaching. The visitors were, of course, Zhou Cheng, Nasya, and others. Of course, Zhou Cheng knew what these people were doing. There are too many things like cannibalism in the last days, and Zhou Cheng has seen it all too often. Zhou Cheng originally didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but he couldn't stand the pleading of Nasya and others, so he had to take action. The 3 Nasya people are now wise and have their own emotions. Zhou Cheng sometimes needs to take into account their feelings, not to mention that this is a casual matter. Who are you? You actually ruined our good deeds. Do you want to seek death? When the strong man saw that there were only 4 people in Zhou Cheng, he immediately felt emboldened and said arrogantly. Zhou Cheng ignored the strong man and went straight to the little girl. Little sister, don't be afraid. Coming closer, Catherine quickly squatted down and spoke softly. Annie, please don't let them eat my mother. The little girl raised her head and looked at Catherine with tearful eyes, praying. Be good, little sister. Don't worry, and we'll help you. Catherine gently touched the little girl's head and said, you guys are so awesome. Do you think I don't exist? Brothers, kill them for me. Seeing that Zhou Cheng ignored his warning, the strong man became furious and called on everyone to attack Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng glanced contemptuously at the 3 people rushing over. Just ants. Elena, kill them all? After receiving Zhou Cheng's order, Elena, who couldn't wait for a long time, immediately took out her bow and arrow. Whizzing, more than 10 arrows were shot at the strong man and others with the roaring wind. In the blink of an eye, a sharp arrow was inserted into everyone's throat. More than 10 people fell to the ground holding their throats. He killed more than 10 people in one encounter, and Zhou Cheng had to admire the power of scattered arrows. Seeing the strong man and others falling to the ground dead, the little girl was also stunned on the spot. But then, she broke away from Catherine's arms and rolled towards her mother. You, Mom. Seeing the tragic death of her mother, the little girl was heartbroken. At this moment, the girl's mother's eyes were closed, her upper body was naked, holes were dug in her abdomen and chest, and bright red intestines were flowing all over the floor. Mom, wake up, wake up! The little girl shook her mother's body and cried heartbrokenly. Seeing that her mother didn't respond, the little girl panicked and picked up the intestines on the ground, trying to put them back into her mother's belly. Unfortunately, my mother is already dead. Finally, the little girl burst into tears. Seeing the little girl in such miserable condition, Catherine and the other 3 suddenly had tears in their eyes. Hi. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but shook his head. Zhou Cheng is not a virgin bitch, and he has no interest in saving the world. However, Zhou Cheng didn't like this scene either. Uncle, Annie, can I ask you a favor? After a while, the little girl stopped crying, stood up, returned to Zhou Cheng and others, and bowed. Little sister, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Catherine wiped the corners of her eyes and said, Annie, please help me bury my mother, please. Or if Annie has any tools, I can do it myself. The little girl begged. When Catherine heard this, she turned to look at Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng was silent for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. Okay, Annie help you. Seeing Zhou Cheng's agreement, Catherine nodded quickly. Thank you, Annie. The little girl knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly, and then cried bitterly over her mother's body. No need to bury it, just set it on fire. Otherwise, even if it is buried, the body will be found. Zhou Cheng sighed and said, Yes, master. Catherine understood the meaning of Zhou Cheng's words and immediately stepped forward to pick up the little girl. Immediately after, Elena shot several bursting arrows. Boom! Fire shot into the sky, and the scorching heat instantly turned the corpse into ashes. Whoa! Seeing her mother's body reduced to ashes, the little girl burst into tears again. "Little sister, stop crying." Catherine gently stroked the little girl's head and said, "Annie, thank you." The little girl wiped her tears, bowed to Catherine and others, then turned around and walked to the ashes. Then the little girl took off her tattered cotton-padded jacket and used her trembling hands to scoop her mother's ashes into her clothes bit by bit. After doing this, the girl stood up slowly and then bowed deeply to Zhou Cheng. "Thank you, uncle and aunt. I will remember you." After that, the little girl turned and left. Watching the girl leave, the three of them had complicated expressions. There is no doubt that Leatherlin and the other three don't want her to leave, but they can't do anything if Zhou Cheng doesn't speak. I could only see the little girl's lonely figure gradually disappearing into the distance. The only cotton-padded jacket the girl wore was used by her to wrap the ashes. At this time, the girl's upper body was naked. The night was cold and windy, and the little girl was hunched over and shivering. The weak figure is sad. "Master, we..." Seeing this, Catherine hesitated to speak. Elena and Nasha also cast expectant glances at Zhou Cheng. Of course, Zhou Cheng understood what Catherine and others meant. He was helpless about this. Of course, it was no problem to save this little girl. It was a simple matter. What Zhou Cheng is worried about is that in the future, it is conceivable that this kind of thing will only happen more and more in the future. Zhou Cheng cannot set this precedent. Just when Zhou Cheng was struggling, the little girl's feet suddenly went weak, and she fell to her knees and never got up again. Seeing this scene, Catherine hurriedly stepped forward. But the next moment, she just stopped again. She is Zhou Cheng's mercenary, and she cannot act without Zhou Cheng's orders. "Hey, go ahead, go ahead." Zhou Cheng sighed helplessly. Now that the matter has come to this, if Zhou Cheng is really ruthless and ignores it, he may not be able to bear it in his own conscience, and at the same time, he will also disappoint Kathleen and others. After hearing Zhou Cheng's words, Catherine immediately ran towards the girl quickly. Not only Catherine, but Nasha and Elena also rushed over impatiently. The three people quickly came closer and saw that the little girl's face was pale, her lips were black and blue, and she had fallen into a coma. Seeing this, the three of them were immediately anxious and didn't know what to do. "Don't worry, she's fine. She's just cold and hungry. Let's take her back to calm down for a while. Cook another bowl of ginger soup for her to drink, and she should wake up." Zhou Cheng glanced at the three people and said, "Yes." After hearing Zhou Cheng's words, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Catherine then picked up the little girl and returned to the RV. Zhou Cheng also returned together. Next, naturally, there is a busy schedule. Zhou Cheng took out red dates and ginger slices from the space and arranged for Nasha to make porridge immediately. He then ordered Lethelin to take off all the girl's clothes and throw them away, and then give her a bath. After giving the girl a bath, Catherine put the girl into clean clothes. At this time, Nasha also cooked ginger soup and quickly brought it over. "Feed her." Although the girl was still unconscious, she was finally able to eat. After drinking a bowl of ginger soup, the girl's originally cold and stiff body gradually became warmer, and then the girl slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Catherine and others beside the bed, she immediately showed doubts. But the girl reacted quickly and got out of bed. "Don't move. You need to rest." Catherine quickly comforted her softly. "Thank you, Annie." Hearing this, the girl showed a hint of gratitude. Then she looked up and looked around again, as if looking for something. "You are looking for your mother's ashes. Don't worry. My aunt has collected them for you." Catherine understood the girl's intention and said with a smile. Hearing this, the little girl nodded heavily. At this time, Zhou Cheng heard the sound and came over. Seeing Zhou Cheng approaching, the girl quickly thanked him. The girl is not stupid. Of course she can tell that Zhou Cheng is the one who calls the shots among these people. "Well, what's your name?" Zhou Cheng nodded slightly and then asked. "Uncle, my name is Tang Chi." The girl said seriously. "Ah." Hearing the girl's words, Zhou Cheng nodded again, then turned around and left without saying anything else. "Annie, uncle, don't you want me to stay?" Watching Zhou Cheng leave, Tang Chi looked at Catherine and asked, "What's the matter? You are sick now and need to rest." He just doesn't want to disturb your rest, Catherine said while touching the girl's head. Oh. After listening to Catherine's explanation, Tang Chi nodded slightly. Tang Chi actually didn't believe what Catherine said. In just a few months at the end of the world, the girl has experienced too much, and her mind has already matured. Of course, she could see that Zhou Cheng saved her entirely because of some kind ants. But she didn't expose it. After all, Zhou Cheng saved him. Okay, don't think too much. You need to have a good rest now. Catherine patted Tang Chi's head and said softly. Because of this unexpected incident, Zhou Cheng's schedule today was delayed. It was already dark outside, but there is nothing we can do about it. If we delay, just delay. Zhou Cheng's focus is not on wasting time, and Zhou Cheng doesn't want this kind of thing to happen again. So, after dinner, Zhou Cheng called Naxia and the others to his side, preparing to have a good talk with them. Zhou Cheng's expression has not been very good since he got back to the car. The reason is naturally clear to Naxia and others. As mercenaries, their behavior has crossed the line. Therefore, when they came to Zhou Cheng, the three of them lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Zhou Cheng. Seeing this scene, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. I don't blame you for what happened today. After all, it's your first time seeing this kind of scene. I just hope you can understand that this kind of thing will abound in the future. We can't save him every time, so we might as well not do anything. So, I don't want to see anything like this happen again. Understand? Zhou Cheng said lightly. Although his expression was very calm, the meaning contained in it was irrefutable. Yes, master, we understand. After listening to Zhou Cheng's words, the three of them nodded quickly. Well, just understand. Okay, let's go to bed early. Seeing that all three people understood, Zhou Cheng stopped talking nonsense. After saying that, Zhou Cheng walked straight towards the bedroom. Seeing Zhou Cheng leaving, Catherine and the other three immediately breathed a sigh of relief and felt much more relaxed. After all, Zhou Cheng still loves and protects them. Look, the master is angry. Catherine, why don't you hurry up and accompany the masters? Seeing Zhou Cheng entering the bedroom, Naxia said playfully. Catherine's face turned bright red when she heard this. She naturally knew what Naxia was referring to, but she did not agree. You two go ahead tonight, I'll take care of Tang Chi. After saying that, he ignored the two women and left in a hurry. Seeing this, both Naxiao and Naxia were a little bit dumbfounded, but they did not refuse. Early the next morning, Zhou Cheng got up before dawn. Zhou Cheng had to make up for the delayed schedule last night today. After asking Naxia and the others to get up, Zhou Cheng walked out of the bedroom first. Master, you are finally out. As soon as she walked out of the bedroom, Catherine came forward and said, What? Is something wrong? Master, this is Tang Chi. She has a fever, Catherine said worriedly. I'll take a look. Hearing this, Zhou Cheng frowned slightly and strode upstairs. Arriving at Tang Chi's bedroom, Zhou Cheng pushed open the door and entered. Tang Chi was lying on the bed, unconscious. Zhou Cheng touched Tang Chi's forehead, and it was indeed very hot. But then I checked my pulse, but it was nothing serious. When did she get the fever? Zhou Cheng then asked. About an hour ago, Catherine replied. An hour ago? Is it possible that she is awakening? A thought suddenly flashed through Zhou Cheng's mind. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng quickly looked at Tang Chi's forehead. Sure enough, there was a faint semicircular mark on Tang Chi's forehead. It seems that she is indeed awakening. It's just that this mark is a little unusual. Zhou Cheng looked at it carefully and thought to himself. Those who awaken naturally will have a fever before awakening, and there will be marks on their foreheads when they awaken. Zhou Cheng had a natural awakening in his previous life, so he knew all this. But what surprised Zhou Cheng was that the mark on Tang Chi's forehead turned out to be orange. This is unusual. Professional awakening marks usually appear in 5 colors: red, black, cyan, white, and orange, corresponding to 5 professional qualities such as ordinary and black iron. Orange corresponds to gold quality professionals. Is she so lucky to have awakened the golden quality? Looking at the increasingly clear yellow mark on Tang Chi's forehead, Zhou Cheng's face was full of surprise. There are a total of 36 gold quality professionals in the world, and only dash of them have naturally awakened. You can imagine how lucky Tang Qing is. If Tang Qing is really a gold-quality professional, doesn't it mean that Zhou Cheng has found a treasure again? As long as Zhou Cheng can keep her by his side and let her work for him, you can imagine what this means to Zhou Cheng. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng's heart suddenly became hot. Catherine, she's okay. She's awakening. You go out first, I'll stay with her here. Remember to make some porridge when you get down. Taking a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, Zhou Cheng gave instructions to Catherine on the side. Good master. Catherine responded and stepped out. The door was closed, leaving only Zhou Cheng and the unconscious Tang Qing in the room. Zhou Cheng stared at Tang Qing's forehead with burning eyes. As the orange mark became clearer and clearer, Zhou Cheng's heart was beating violently. It seems that the gold quality is undoubtedly there. I just don't know what profession she has awakened. Oh. At this moment, Tang Qing suddenly murmured and opened her eyes. Tang Qi opened his eyes, and at the same time, the mark on his forehead flashed and then disappeared. Uncle, why are you here? Seeing Zhou Cheng in front of her, Tang Qing quickly braced herself and sat up. Oh. But at this moment, Tang Qing suddenly stopped moving. Tang Qi suddenly felt a warm current surge inside her body, instantly filling her with strength. Then, more inexplicable information came into her mind, causing Tang Qi's body to feel violently. After a long time, Tang Qing recovered, and then looked at Zhou Cheng blankly. Uncle, am I awake? Tang Qi asked in disbelief. Well, you're awake. Seeing Tang Qing's disbelief, Zhou Cheng replied affirmatively. I actually woke up. Tang Qio couldn't believe it when she got the affirmative answer. But the information just now has proven everything. Uncle, I seem to have awakened the golden quality. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Qi spoke. Golden professional? Zhou Cheng pretended to be surprised when he heard Tang Qi's words. At the same time, Zhou Cheng was secretly relieved. If Tang Qing concealed her professional qualities just now, it meant that she did not trust Zhou Cheng. And Tang Qing can tell the truth to herself, which shows that she is not wary of herself. In this way, Zhou Cheng had a chance to keep her. Well, he is a gold professional. Tang Qing naturally didn't know what Zhou Cheng was thinking, but nodded very definitely. What profession have you awakened? Zhou Cheng asked. Uncle, the one I awakened is a druid, Tang Qi said without hesitation. After saying that, Tang Qing pointed her finger to the ground. There was a flash of light that a giant wolf suddenly appeared. This giant wolf is at least 2 meters tall, has slender limbs, black and slippery hair, and exudes a dangerous aura. Roar! Seemingly hostile to Zhou Cheng, the giant wolf roared immediately after appearing, revealing its sharp fangs. Shut up and sit down. Upon seeing this, Tang Qi immediately scolded him, and the giant wolf immediately sat down obediently. Of course, Zhou Cheng was not afraid of a giant wolf, but instead looked at the giant wolf with great interest. Ha! It is indeed a druid. Summoning a giant wolf is a druid's primary skill, which is certainly true. In this way, it is confirmed that Tang Qi's profession is druid. The druid profession is not outstanding among many professions, but it is superior in all aspects. It can be used for attack, defense, reconnaissance, and stealth. Uncle, Seeing Zhou Cheng thinking deeply, Tang Qi called out cautiously. Oh, sorry, I was thinking about other things just now. Zhou Cheng, who came back to his senses, quickly explained. Uncle, now that I have awakened, can you take me in? Uncle, I can wash clothes, sweep and mop the floor, cook, clean tables, chairs, and benches. I can do everything. Don't drive me away, okay? Tang Qi said seriously. Hearing this, Zhou Cheng said it was a lie if he said he wasn't embarrassed. Indeed, if Tang Qi had not awakened, Zhou Cheng would never have left him. Zhou Cheng had already planned to find a better settlement for her and send her away later. But now, no, if you are willing, Uncle will not drive you away. Zhou Cheng reassured with a smile. Well, Tang Qi is willing. Thank you, Uncle. Seeing Zhou Cheng agree, Tang Qi said happily. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng was ashamed. 10 minutes later, Zhou Cheng took Tang Chi downstairs. When they came down, Catherine had already made breakfast and cooked porridge for Tang Chi alone. Tang Chi will be with us from now on, Zhou Cheng said to Nashia and others with a smile. Nashia and others were very happy when they heard Zhou Cheng's words. Master, are you really willing to take her in? Elena asked first. Well, really? Zhou Cheng nodded slightly and said. As a golden professional, Zhou Cheng certainly wanted to stay. Great, Tang Chi, you can stay with us from now on. Elena happily ran to Tang Chi, took her hand and said, Thank you, Annie. Please take good care of me in the future. Tang Chi said obediently. Tang Chi was also very happy that Catherine and others treated her well, and she was not blind. Okay, you will have plenty of time to chat in the future. Eat quickly, and then hurry up and get on your way. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng quickly urged. Yes, master. Elena and others nodded quickly. They had vegetarian noodles for breakfast, and Tang Chi drank porridge alone. Now she can only drink porridge. But even porridge was a rare delicacy for Tang Chi. Tang Chi devoured 2 large bowls of porridge and didn't sit down until her stomach couldn't hold it any longer. After breakfast, Zhou Cheng continued his journey to Huainan City. Zhou Cheng started teaching Elena to drive a long time ago, but until now, none of the 3 Elenas can learn it. Perhaps as Zhou Cheng had thought before, all their talents were used in fighting. Zhou Cheng had no choice but to give up on this thought. On the way, Tang Chi, Catherine, and others quickly became acquainted with each other, and the women chatted nonstop. As they chatted, Tang Chi's names for Catherine and the 3 of them changed unknowingly. Instead of calling them Aunt Lethelin, they called her sister. Naturally, Zhou Cheng became the elder brother. Indeed, calling her brother or sister is more appropriate. Tang Chi is 14 years old this year, and Zhou Chengkai is only 24. The difference between them is less than 1 round. Brother, can I get out of the car during lunch break? After chatting for a while, Tang Chi came to the passenger seat and asked Zhou Cheng carefully, What are you doing when you get out of the car? I want to bury my mother's ashes. Tang Chi lowered his head and said sadly, Can? After hearing this, Zhou Cheng immediately agreed. Thank you, brother. Tang Chi quickly thanked him. At noon, Zhou Cheng stopped the car and had a meal while arranging for Catherine to accompany Tang Chi out of the car. 10 minutes later, Tang Chi came back with red and swollen eyes. Needless to say, the ashes have been buried. But Zhou Cheng couldn't say anything about this kind of thing. After lunch, Zhou Cheng continued on his way. As evening approached, Zhou Cheng drove to a service area. Of course, Zhou Cheng came to the service area not to rest, but because there were zombies in the service area, Zhou Cheng planned to let Tang Chi practice his skills. No matter how good the professional quality is, it is useless if the level cannot be improved. After getting off the car, Zhou Cheng took Tang Chi into the main building of the service area. Remember, don't be afraid when you see zombies later. I will be by your side, Zhou Cheng warned. Well, Tang Chi is not afraid. Tang Chi has seen a lot of zombies. Tang Chi nodded and said firmly. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, Tang Chi has lived with her mother in the settlement. She has long learned how to survive and has seen many zombies and even alien creatures. Otherwise, she would not dare to follow her mother into the wild to search for supplies. Well, let's go in then. Seeing Tang Chi being so calm, Zhou Cheng nodded slightly. Soon, Zhou Cheng and Tang Chi walked into the hall. Ow! As soon as the two entered the hall, they encountered several zombies. Go! Without Zhou Cheng's orders, Tang Chi immediately commanded the giant wolf to pounce. But Tang Chi was only at level 1 now, and the giant wolf he summoned was of limited strength and was no match for the zombies. Not to mention a few, none of them can be dealt with. But it doesn't matter because Zhou Cheng is here, and before the giant wolf pounces, Zhou Cheng releases various negative states first. At Zhou Cheng's current level, with just a few status spells, the strength of the zombies would immediately fall apart. Roar! The giant wolf roared wildly and immediately bit off the head of a zombie. Within a few minutes, several zombies were killed one after another, and Tang Chi quickly rose to level 2. Light up the summoning control. Seeing Tang Chi's upgrade, Zhou Cheng immediately gave Tang Chi some pointers. Zhou Cheng is not very familiar with the druid profession, but there is no doubt that summoning giant wolves and summoning domination are essential skills for druid. Regarding Zhou Cheng's words, Tang Qi did it immediately without hesitation. After adding points, the giant wolf is indeed stronger, but it is still no match for the zombies, and it still needs Zhou Cheng's help. Half an hour later, Zhou Cheng and Tang Qi walked out of the building. When they came out, Tang Qi had reached level 4 and could summon 2 giant wolves. Of course, Zhou Cheng was not satisfied with level dash, but there were only so many zombies in the service area, and Zhou Cheng had no choice. Zhou Cheng thought that he might as well not take the expressway tomorrow and take the national highway instead. Taking the national highway will pass by many villages. As long as there are villages, there will be zombies, and Tang Qi can level up. When Zhou Cheng and the two returned to the car, the 3 Catherine daughters had already prepared dinner. Of course, it was impossible to expect the 3 of them to make something delicious. The so-called dinner was just heated instant rice. But even so, Tang Qi, including Catherine, still ate with gusto, but Zhou Cheng's food was tasteless. After dinner, Zhou Cheng called Tang Qi forward, and then asked Tang Qi to tell all the druid skills. Zhou Cheng was ready to help Tang Qi find a correct plan to add points. Everything Tang Qi will do in the future will be according to Zhou Cheng's arrangements. As Tang Qi narrated, Zhou Cheng quickly had a general understanding of druids' professional skills. The druid profession is also divided into 3 systems, namely the elemental system, the transformation system, and the summoning system. As the name suggests, the summoning system mainly relies on summoned objects to fight. Its skills mainly include summoning raven, summoning wolf, and summoning giant bear. In addition, there are attack skills such as sunflower and vine, and auxiliary skills such as summoning dominance and heart of oak. Generally speaking, the druid summoning system and the necromancer summoning system are roughly the same. The transformation system is better explained. That is, professionals directly fight opponents through transformation. Transformation skills include transforming into a giant wolf and transforming into a giant bear. Attack skills include wolf claws, wolf fury, flame claws, iron hammer, etc., and auxiliary skills include werewolf transformation and wild rage. Compared with the summoning system and the transformation system, the characteristics of the elemental system are mainly reflected in the attack power. Almost all skills in the elemental system are attack skills, and there are also group attack skills. Elemental primary skills include polar ice storm, lava boulder, and firestorm. Intermediate skills include small whirlwind, tornado, and lava cracking the ground. The ultimate skill is to destroy the world. After analyzing the 3 systems, there is no doubt that the elemental system is the first choice. The reason is simple, because the elemental system has the most powerful attack power. Of course, it is impossible to study the elemental system alone. You must also study the summoning system and the transformation system. For example, summoning raven, summoning giant wolf, summoning grizzly bear, summoning domination in the summoning system, and transforming into a giant wolf and transforming into a giant bear in the transformation system. All these skills must be learned. Of course, Zhou Cheng's idea is good, but for any professional in the 3rd system, there is a dilemma of not having enough skill points. Even gold professionals are no exception. But after all, Zhou Cheng had rich experience. After some thinking, he quickly had a general plan in his mind. The first is the transformation system. You must learn to transform into a giant wolf and a giant bear, because it involves Tang Qi's defense. Druid has no special defense skills. Defense mainly relies on transformation. After transformation, the druid has extremely powerful defense capabilities. Among them, transforming into a giant bear has the strongest defense. Tang Qi must learn this skill, and it must be full in the later stage. As for transforming into a giant wolf, it can be completely discarded, but it is a prerequisite skill for transforming into a giant bear, so some skills must be wasted. Point. In the summoning system, the main function of summoning a raven is for reconnaissance. Just light it up. The main focus is on summoning a mad wolf and summoning a giant bear. Summoning a giant wolf is better in quantity, but summoning a giant bear is more outstanding in quality. Having a group of subordinates is still very good. In addition, summoning dominance and Heart of Oak must also be learned. Summoning dominance can increase the strength of summoned objects, and Heart of Oak can make Tang Qi invisible. As for skills such as Sunflower and Sunvine, they can be completely discarded. In this way, the summoning system and transformation system can be solved. The skill point save can be used in elemental systems, especially the intermediate skills Tornado, Lava cracking the ground, and the ultimate skill destroying heaven and earth. These three skills must be guaranteed first, and the points must be filled up. In order to ensure that skill points are sufficient, other skills can even be compressed, and only the excess needs can be retained. Although this will affect Tang Qi's early strength. But as the saying goes, every loss must have a gain. As long as Tang Qi is strong in the later stage and can fight side by side with Zhou Cheng to deal with the Lizardman leader. After considering it, Zhou Cheng immediately informed Tang Qi of the extra points plan. Tang Qi naturally obeyed Zhou Cheng's advice and quickly nodded in agreement. The next morning, Zhou Cheng continued to set off. At midnight last night, it suddenly started raining. But this does not affect Zhou Cheng's schedule. Zhou Cheng didn't drive very far along the highway, then got off the highway at the nearest intersection and turned to the national highway. Taking the national highway was planned by Zhou Cheng yesterday in order to let Tang Qi upgrade as soon as possible. When Zhou Cheng goes to the secret realm, Tang Qi will definitely go. If Tang Qi's level is too low, Zhou Cheng is worried that she will be in danger. According to Zhou Cheng's idea, before entering the secret realm, Tang Qi had to reach level dash and master the skill of transforming into a werewolf. In this way, Tang Qi had some means of self-protection and did not need Zhou Cheng to look after her all the time. In addition, Zhou Cheng also plans to let Tang Qi gain as much experience as possible after entering the secret realm. Compared to highways, national highways are in worse condition and are littered with abandoned cars. In addition, the size of the RV is so large that vehicles cannot pass at all. In desperation, Zhou Cheng had to put the RV into the space and replace it with an off-road vehicle. Driving along the national highway, Zhou Cheng discovered many villages along the way. If there are villages, there will be zombies, and Tang Qi can kill zombies to increase her level. However, there were not many zombies, and Tang Qi only rose to 3 levels in one day. Fortunately, in the evening, Zhou Cheng was lucky enough to encounter 2 lizardmen. After killing them, Tang Qi was promoted 3 more levels, reaching level 10. In the next few days, Zhou Cheng continued to drive along the national highway, arranging for Tang Qi to continue upgrading while rushing. 5 days later, Tang Qi reached level dash. At this time, Zhou Cheng was less than 30 kilometers away from Huainan City. Huainan City is a prefecture-level city. In its previous life, it was a fairly developed city with a population of about 120 million. In the last life, this city was finally occupied by the Corpse King, but it is unknown how it will end in this life. In the car, Tang Qi and Naxia were still chatting nonstop. Tang Qi has been in contact with Naxia and the others every day in the past few days, and their relationship has become deeper and deeper. In this regard, Zhou Cheng is also happy to see the success. Zhou Cheng's biggest wish in this life is to survive the Beast Tide 10 years from now and to kill the lizard leader. But it's not easy to do this. The appearance of Tang Qi is an opportunity. Tang Qi is a golden professional. It is conceivable that once she grows up, she will be of great help to Zhou Cheng, and she may even be able to change Zhou Cheng's destiny. Of course, Zhou Cheng had to tie her tightly to his chariot and not let her run away. Not only that, Zhou Cheng will do everything possible to help her upgrade. Right now, the secret realm in Huainan City is the best opportunity. According to Zhou Cheng's calculations, if nothing unexpected happens, Tang Qi's level can reach level dash when she leaves the secret realm. Next, as long as the East China Sea secret realm is captured, Tang Qi's level can be raised to at least 55. After reaching level dash, Tang Qi can learn ultimate skills, and the shortcoming of insufficient strength in the early stage will no longer exist. In this way, Zhou Cheng no longer has to worry about Tang Qi's safety. If you want to kill a gold professional, only another gold professional can do it. Otherwise, even dozens of silvers can't kill her. After capturing the 2 secret realms, Zhou Cheng will rebuild the Donghai settlement. Once the settlement is successfully rebuilt, Zhou Cheng only needs to wait patiently to meet the woman who once obsessed him. The woman's name is Zhao Yingyi, a silver archer and a silver assassin. In the last life, Zhou Cheng met her in the East China Sea and fell in love with her. Before meeting Tang Qi, she was actually the most important part of Zhou Cheng's plan. Of course, even if Tang Qi appears, she is still the most important part. Zhou Cheng walked all the way and soon arrived at the suburbs of Huainan City. What surprised Zhou Cheng was that the closer to the city, the smoother the road conditions became. There were many abandoned vehicles on the road, which had obviously been cleaned up and pushed to the side of the road. This made Zhou Cheng wonder, have all the zombies in Huainan City been cleared away? No wonder Zhou Cheng thought so. If it weren't like this, the survivors wouldn't have the time to clear the road. Master, look! Suddenly, Na Xiao exclaimed and pointed forward. Zhou Cheng looked along and found that there was a fierce battle between professionals on the hillside not far ahead. There is only one person on one side and 7 or 8 people on the other side. It was obvious that the party with the larger number had the advantage, and the besieged guy saw that he was already If I want to blame you, I can only blame you for being so ignorant and shameless. The man named Li Wintao sneered and said viciously, Bah! Although I, Huang Quan, can't be said to be a good person, I will never allow myself to do things that go against my conscience. If you want to monopolize food and dominate Huainan, don't even think about it. Is it? But I just want to do this. What can you do to me? It's shameless. If that's the case, then go die. After saying that, Li Wintao roared and slashed at Huang Quan with his knife. Facing Li Wintao's fierce offensive, Huang Quan had no choice but to grit his teeth and resist. Huang Quan and Li Wintao are both silver professionals. Huang Quan is a silver archer, and Li Wintao is a silver paladin. The two were originally equal in strength, but Li Wintao had many helpers, while Huang Quan was just one person. Moreover, Huang Quan was attacked by Li Wintao just now, and his shoulders and abdomen were injured, so he fell into a passive situation of being beaten. With a bang, Huang Quan was forced back by Li Wintao's knife. His face turned pale. Facing Li Wintao's aggressive offensive, Huang Quan knew that he was probably doomed. Huang Quan and Li Wintao are both the bosses of the forces in Huainan. After the apocalypse broke out, perhaps with God's blessing, Huainan City miraculously awakened 4 silver professionals for some unknown reason. Among the 4 silver professionals, in addition to Huang Quan and Li Wintao, there is also a silver warrior and a silver priest. It must be said that 4 silver professionals appeared in one city at once, which was a miracle. Because of their appearance, the zombies in Huainan City were cleared away in a short time. The 4 of them also had their own power, each occupying one side. Among them, Huang Quan occupies the west of the city, Li Wintao occupies the south of Huainan City, and the north and east of the city are occupied by the other 2. Although the 4 major forces have had a lot of cooperation before, as time goes by, conflicts and estrangements gradually arise between the 4 major forces. A few days ago, Li Wintao suddenly found Huang Quan and said that he had discovered a grain depot and wanted to cooperate with Huang Quan. Of course, Huang Quan was willing, so the 2 of them teamed up to go out of the city, intending to first explore the situation in the grain depot and then formulate a specific plan. Everything went smoothly, but on the way back, Huang Quan was suddenly attacked by Li Wintao. Caught off guard, Huang Quan was not only injured himself, but several of his men died tragically. Only then did Huang Quan realize that this was a conspiracy that Li Wintao had planned long ago. But now it's too late to regret. Huang Quan can't run away even if he wants to. Huang Quan, you must die today. Li Wintao stepped forward again. Seeing this, Huang Quan's eyes showed despair. He knew that he would definitely die today. At this moment, a long sword suddenly caught Li Wintao's sword, stopping Li Wintao's attack. Who? Li Wintao shouted and turned around quickly. Whoosh whoosh. Puff puff. What? But before he could see who it was, 3 arrows came towards him. Li Wentao was immediately horrified, but he had no time to think about it and hurriedly cut off the arrow with his sword. At the same time, several screams reached his ears, and immediately after, several of Li Wentao's men fell to the ground and died. This wasn't the end yet. Before Li Wentao could take a breath, a giant sword struck him head-on. Li Wentao quickly swung his sword to block it, but the sword was so powerful and heavy that it knocked Li Wentao away. Li Wentao stumbled to the ground, his arms in pain. Only then did Li Wentao see clearly that the sword holder was actually a woman. The woman was Leatherlin. When Zhou Cheng found someone fighting, he immediately got out of the car and came nearby. Zhou Cheng heard the conversation between Li Wentao and Huang Quan just now. Through the conversation, Zhou Cheng immediately understood that Li Wentao was not a good person and immediately ordered Catherine to kill him. Of course, Zhou Cheng had another reason for killing him. This Li Wentao was not a naturally awakened person, and Zhou Cheng wanted to explode his professional sacred stone. A silver-quality professional sacred stone is indeed worth buying. Who exactly are you? Li Wentao glared at Catherine, and Zhou Cheng, who had just appeared, gritted his teeth and asked, "The person who wants your life?" Zhou Cheng glanced at Li Wentao contemptuously and spoke indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Cheng suddenly took action and struck Li Wentao with his sword. Li Wentao was shocked and quickly blocked with his sword, trying to resolve the danger. But Zhou Cheng's giant sword was so powerful that he couldn't deal with it. With a click sound, Li Wentao's sword broke. Then a big head rose into the sky. One-shot kill. No matter how awesome the silver professionals are, there's still scum in front of the gold professionals. Zhou Cheng's sudden appearance and the powerful ability he displayed made Huang Quan on the side secretly smack his tongue. This is Li Wentao. A silver professional couldn't even take a sword. This strength is too terrifying. Huang Quan felt like he was dreaming. My Majesty Huang Quan, thank you, brother, for saving your life. However, Huang Quan reacted quickly and hurriedly raised his hands and clasped his fists. You're welcome. I didn't kill him mainly to save you, but because of this. Zhou Cheng sneered and waved the professional sacred stone in his hand towards Huang Quan. You are lucky to be a naturally awakened person. Otherwise, you will end up like him. Afterwards, Zhou Cheng said coldly. Hearing this, Huang Quan suddenly started sweating profusely. Well, no matter what, it was my brother who saved my life. I, Huang Quan, am a man who knows how to repay his kindness. I dare to ask this brother's name. I wonder if he can come to my settlement so that I can show my friendship as a landlord. Huang Quan sincerely invited. Zhou Cheng has already demonstrated his strong strength, and Huang Quan naturally does not dare to neglect him. Hey, the friendship of landlords? So you are still the boss? Well, that's right, you're also a silver professional after all. Zhou Cheng sneered. Ahem, I'm just trying to make ends meet. Huang Quan waved his hand quickly. Listen carefully, my name is Zhou Cheng. As for the friendship between landlords you mentioned, I think it's better to forget it. I just need to tell you, is there a secret realm in your Huainan? That's it. Zhou Cheng restrained his playful smile and said solemnly. Secret realm? What secret realm? Hearing this, Huang Quan was startled and asked in confusion. Why, there is no secret realm. Hearing this, Zhou Cheng frowned. Brother Zhou, I really don't know what secret realm you are talking about. Huang Quan shook his head and said, It's just a portal, about 3 or 4 meters high, shining brightly. Zhou Cheng explained. Brother Zhou, I have never seen or heard of what you are talking about. Brother Zhou, Huang is also the boss in Huainan, and he also has some people under him. If there is really a secret place, I can't possibly not know about it. Huang Quan said seriously. No. How is this possible? Does it mean you haven't shown up yet? Hearing this, Zhou Cheng's face instantly darkened. Zhou Cheng can be sure that a secret realm did appear in Huainan City at the beginning of the last world, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with this. Now that Huang Quan has sworn that there is no such thing, there is only one possibility, that is, this secret realm has not yet arrived. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but frown. If Zhou Cheng wants to upgrade, Secret Realm is the best choice. Without the Secret Realm, how could Zhou Cheng upgrade? Brother Zhou, if you really want to find some secret place, you might as well follow me back to the settlement, and I can arrange for my men to help you find it. Seeing Zhou Cheng fell silent, Huang Quan couldn't help but speak. Okay, I'll trouble you then. Zhou Cheng thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Brother, you're welcome. It's just a little effort. Come on, I'll take you to the settlement right now, Huang Quan said with a smile. Half an hour later, two cars drove into Huainan City one after the other. The car in front belonged to Huang Quan, of course. He led the way, and Zhou Cheng drove behind. Entering the city, Zhou Cheng saw survivors everywhere. These people were all in ragged clothes and had sallow faces and thin muscles. Obviously, the survivors are not having a good time. This is the disaster caused by the coming of the end to mankind. Zhou Cheng could only express his helplessness because he couldn't do anything. Not to mention they were lucky to be alive. In Zhou Cheng's memory, no city had wiped out all the zombies and restored order earlier than Huainan City. The two cars soon came to a stop in front of a building. Huang Quan got out of the car first, and a group of boys at the door came to greet him when they saw Huang Quan coming back. But Huang Quan had no intention of paying attention to them, so he quickly dismissed his younger brother and opened the car door for Zhou Cheng in person, with a very respectful attitude. Huang Quan's move attracted the attention of many younger brothers. Zhou Cheng got out of the car and scanned the building in front of him. The building has 6 floors. It should have been a hotel before, and it looks magnificent from the outside. Brother, this is my base camp. On weekdays, a bunch of brothers and I live here. Huang Quan led Zhou Cheng into the building and introduced him enthusiastically. Yeah. Zhou Cheng nodded lightly. Entering the building, you will see a hall, luxuriously decorated and magnificent. There were dozens of other people standing in the hall, both men and women, all of whom were professionals. Zhou Cheng took a look and found that most of them were bronze professionals. Brother Huang, boss. Seeing Huang Quan coming back, everyone came forward to greet him and shouted, Ah, this is my savior, Zhou Cheng, Brother Zhou. Don't be stunned, call Big Brother quickly. Huang Quan nodded and then said to everyone, Hello, Big Brother. Hello, Big Brother. Everyone hesitated for a moment and finally shouted in unison, Ah! Zhou Cheng just nodded slightly and said nothing more. Although these people are all professionals, they are nothing in Zhou Cheng's eyes, so there is no need to give them face. Brother, are you injured? Brother, where are Haizi and the others? Brother, did that guy Li Wintao do something to you? Seeing Huang Quan covered in blood and adding that Zhou Cheng was a savior just now, how could the younger brothers still not know what happened? After the introduction was completed, everyone immediately asked, Well, I was set up by Li Wintao, and Haizi and the others are dead. Huang Quan said angrily. What? That bastard Li Wintao actually dared to set up Big Brother and killed Haizi and the others. Upon hearing the news, Huang Quan's younger brothers were all furious. Brother, let's go find him and fight him. Yes, brother, let's kill that bastard Li Wintao together. Damn it, I wouldn't be a man if I didn't avenge this. At this moment, all the younger brothers were filled with indignation and wanted to skin Li Wintao alive. Shut up, everyone. Li Wintao has been killed by his benefactor. The top priority right now is to seize their territory. You must gather the people immediately. Once I have settled the benefactor, we will take action immediately. Looking at the excited younger brother, Huang Quan ordered. Before the news of Li Wintao's death was leaked, Huang Quan would of course take the opportunity to eat him. Yes, brother, we will take care of it immediately. You all remember this. You must keep it a secret. If someone leaks the news and spoils something big, don't blame me for being ruthless. Huang Quan then warned. Yes, brother, we know. After hearing Huang Quan's words, the boys nodded quickly. Brother Zhou, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. After the younger brothers left, Huang Quan apologized repeatedly. It doesn't matter, grabbing territory is a big deal, Zhou Cheng said indifferently. After a while, Huang Quan took Zhou Cheng to a presidential suite on the 3rd floor. The presidential suite is very large, with an area of more than 200 square meters, and the internal facilities are also extremely luxurious. Brother Zhou, are you satisfied with this place? Huang Quan asked Zhou Cheng with a smile. Well, it's pretty good. Zhou Cheng took a look, nodded, and said, Brother Zhou is satisfied. Then I will be relieved. Come here, arrange food and drinks for Brother Zhou right away. Serve Brother Zhou well. If anything goes wrong, see how I deal with you. Huang Quan turned around and ordered several maids. Yes, several beautiful maids agreed in unison. Brother Zhou, you should take a rest after dinner. If you have any needs, please tell them directly. I'll go and occupy the land first, and then I'll come back in the evening to take care of you. Huang Quan said with a smile. Well, I know you're impatient, so go ahead. As for Jiefeng, forget it. I don't like noisy scenes. Just remember to help me find the secret realm. Zhou Cheng replied. Okay, I understand what Brother Zhou means. Don't worry, Brother Zhou. Just leave the matter of the secret realm to me. I, Huang Quan, dare to promise you that as long as the secret realm is in our Huainan, I will definitely be able to find it. Huang Quan patted his chest and assured. Zhou Cheng nodded and didn't say much. Then Huang Quan left in a hurry and took his younger brothers to fight for the territory. After Huang Quan left, Zhou Cheng walked around the room and found nothing unusual before returning to the living room. Not long after, a maid pushed a dining cart and delivered all kinds of exquisite delicacies to the room. Looking at the food delivered, Zhou Cheng also made a sound of protest in his stomach. Tang Chi was so greedy that her mouth watered. This scene fell into Zhou Cheng's eyes, making him shake his head and smile bitterly. I haven't treated her badly these days. I eat all kinds of snacks casually, but why am I so greedy? But then I thought about it. This girl was probably hungry and couldn't control herself when she saw food. It is essential to be on guard against others. Before eating, Zhou Cheng ordered Elena to test the food one by one with a silver needle. After confirming that there was no problem, he invited everyone to eat. Poison is not only effective for ordinary people, it is also effective for professionals. Zhou Cheng is not afraid. The Necromancer himself is a poisoner, and Zhou Cheng's poison resistance is now ridiculously high. But Tang Chi, including Elena and others, cannot. I have to say that the meal arranged by Huang Quan was indeed great, both delicious and delicious. It can be seen that Huang Quan is doing well, and his living standard is still not bad even in the last days. All in all, Zhou Cheng was very satisfied with this meal, and he didn't eat less. Zhou Chengdu was like this, let alone Tang Chi and Elena. They were just gobbling it up. Zhou Cheng is not short of food. There are plenty of various ingredients in the space, but no one knows how to cook them. No matter how hard Irina studied, they couldn't learn well. What else could Zhou Cheng do? Not only Zhou Cheng was tired of eating wartime rations every day, but Leatherin and others were also tired of eating them. Seeing so many delicious foods, it's natural to eat more. Mr. Zhou, these are desserts and fruits after the meal. Please use them slowly. At this time, a young girl walked in slowly carrying a tray. The young girl is pretty and wearing a white cheongsam. Although she is not tall and her figure is a little chubby, it does not affect her appearance at all. On the contrary, she is more plump and attractive. Thank you. Zhou Cheng smiled at the young girl and thanked her. The girl smiled slightly and put down some exquisite desserts and fruits. Wow, cake apple! Upon seeing this, Tang Chi immediately exclaimed. It's not just Tang Chi, Elena, and the three of them also had similar expressions. Seeing their appearance, Zhou Cheng felt dumbfounded. I haven't treated you badly. It's just cakes and apples. What's that? I really want to eat it, but what should I do if I really can't eat it anymore? Tang Chi rubbed her belly and pouted. Haha, if you can't eat it, don't eat it. Zhou Cheng joked. How about that? When Tang Chi heard this, she immediately became anxious. Miss, it doesn't matter if you really can't eat. You can save it for dinner, the young girl said with a smile. Well, you're right. I can save it for dinner. Hearing this, Tang Chi's eyes lit up. Thank you for reminding me. What's your name? Tang Chi asked with a smile. Oh, my name is Xia Yutong. The girl smiled politely. Xia Yutong. What a nice name. My name is Tang Chi. Nice to meet you, Tang Chi said in an adult tone. Thank you for the compliment. Mississippi Yutong is also pleased to meet you. The girl laughed. While Xia Yutong was talking to Tang Qi, Zhou Cheng had been looking at her with interest. Xia Yutong cannot be said to be very beautiful, but she gives Zhou Cheng a unique charm. Every frown and every smile reveals the freshness of a farm girl. Although she is not tall, she has excellent proportions, especially the girl's hips, which are round and round, with elegant and charming curves. The chest is even more majestic, as if it can't hold it anymore, and people can't help but want to play with it. As he watched, Zhou Cheng became a little fascinated. "Brother, why are you always staring at Yutong?" Sensing Zhou Cheng's gaze, Tang Qi asked. "Ahem, I didn't look at her," Zhou Cheng said awkwardly. "Tisich." Tang Qi curled her lips, not believing it at all. When Xia Yutong heard this, she suddenly panicked. Without Tang Qi's reminder, Xia Yutong was aware of Zhou Cheng's gaze, but she never dared to say a word. Xia Yutong was afraid that if something went wrong, it would be terrible if Zhou Cheng was really interested. Xia Yutong appears to be a maid, but is actually a slave girl kept in captivity by Boss Huang. Boss Huang kept a dozen slave girls like her in captivity. The reason why Boss Huang keeps them captive is simply because she has some beauty and is ready to give them away when needed. Zhou Cheng is Mr. Huang's distinguished guest. It is conceivable that as long as Zhou Cheng is interested in her, she will definitely be given to Zhou Cheng by Mr. Huang. As a result, the more I was afraid of something, the more I was afraid of something. Tang Qi's words left her with nothing to hide. Thinking of this, Xia Yutong suddenly became even more panicked. "Mr. Zhou, if there's nothing else, I'll leave." Xia Yutong lowered his head and said in a panic. After saying that, he ran out as if running away. Behind her, Zhou Cheng's eyes couldn't help but narrowed. Of course, Zhou Cheng noticed Xia Yutong's expression and knew why she was panicking, but he didn't care at all. Zhou Cheng is interested in her, but he doesn't rush to force anyone. Not to mention that Zhou Cheng has no shortage of women at all, and every one of the three Elena is the best. Okay, everyone has eaten and drank enough. Let's find a room to take a rest. After coming back to his senses, Zhou Cheng said hello, then walked into a bedroom, lying on the bed with his eyes closed and meditating. It is said that plans are not as fast as changes, and Zhou Cheng is in such a situation now. The promised secret realm was not there, and Zhou Cheng didn't know what to say. But what can Zhou Cheng do? After thinking for a long time, Zhou Cheng decided to wait here for 10 days. If the secret realm was not found or appeared within 10 days, then Zhou Cheng would not wait. Go to the East China Sea to clear up the secret realm and settlements first, and then come back. At noon, Zhou Cheng only rested for a while. Zhou Cheng didn't go out in the afternoon, so he chatted with Tang Qi and Elena in the living room. During this period, Xia Yutong came in again to deliver fruit, but he came and went in a hurry, as if he was afraid of being missed by Zhou Cheng. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but laugh. "Are you that scary? If he can like her, that's her blessing." In the last life, many people were vying for Zhou Cheng's bed. I don't know what's going on in her head, but as the saying goes, the less you can get something, the more you want it. Zhou Cheng is really ready to make a move. The key point is that Xia Yutong really has a taste for Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng likes the wider ones, the smaller ones, the more fleshy ones. Xia Yutong conforms to all three of these. As evening approached, Huang Quan hurried back and visited Zhou Cheng as soon as possible. However, judging from his gloomy expression when he walked in, Zhou Cheng guessed that this guy's takeover of the territory was not going well. Sure enough, after Huang Quan told it, Zhou Cheng learned that Huang Quan only grabbed half of Li Wentao's territory, and the remaining half was taken away by the other two forces. But Huang Quan was okay. No matter how depressed he was, he still didn't neglect Zhou Cheng in the slightest. After chatting, they immediately held a banquet for Zhou Cheng without saying a word. Knowing that Zhou Cheng didn't like crowds, Huang Quan didn't ask anyone to accompany him, and he was alone throughout the whole process. Zhou Cheng was quite satisfied with this and thought this guy was quite sensible. What a coincidence! It was Xia Yutong who was in charge of waiting on the side during the meal. Of course, it cannot be said to be a coincidence. But Huang Quan appointed Xia Yutong to take care of Zhou Cheng's daily life from the beginning. Zhou Cheng is Huang Quan's benefactor, and Huang Quan will certainly not neglect him. Therefore, he chose Xia Yutong from among the several girls he had carefully cultivated. Although Xia Yutong is not a top beauty, she is quite charming, and maybe Zhou Cheng will like her. Of course, Huang Quan had also made preparations. If Zhou Cheng didn't like it, he would change it tomorrow. I believe there is always someone Zhou Cheng can take a liking to. To put it bluntly, all this is Xia Yutong's fate. This calamity should be in your life. The result is self-evident. During the meal, Huang Quan keenly discovered that Zhou Cheng seemed to be really interested in Xia Yutong. Since you are interested, there is no need to say anything else. It is Xia Yutong. However, Huang Quan didn't say anything immediately. After all, there were other women at the banquet table. Zhou Yutong, you go and accompany Boss Zhou tonight. You will be his man from now on. 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food. Huang Quan took the opportunity to go to the toilet and came to Xia Yutong and whispered, Boss Huai, I'm afraid I can't do it. Hearing this, Xia Yutong shook his head and refused. What did you say? No. Did I hear you correctly? Can you say it again? Huang Quan was furious when he heard that Xia Yutong said he was unwilling. He worked hard to raise them just for this day. As a result, this woman actually said no. She must be mentally ill. Boss Huang, please let me go. Xia Yutong begged. Let you go? Who do you think you are? Why should I let you go? I raised you and your family for nothing, and this is how you repay me. Huang Quan roared. Boss Huang, if you force me like this, I would rather die than surrender. Xia Yutong gritted his teeth. Okay. You want to die, right? I won't let you die today. I will throw you into the brothel, right now, and make you a bitch that will be ridden by thousands of people. Huang Quan said ferociously, and after that he was about to call his men to take Xia Yutong away. Seeing this scene, Xia Yutong immediately collapsed on the ground. Boss, I am willing. Xia Yutong agreed tremblingly. Wouldn't it be fine if I had promised earlier? I have to be shameless. Hurry up and take a shower upstairs. Clean yourself before coming back down. Remember to put a handkerchief on it at night, and bring it to me tomorrow morning. If you don't see the beauty tomorrow morning, not only will you end up in a brothel, but your whole family will die. Huang Quan said coldly, with a cruel light shining in his eyes. Xia Yutong did not dare to disobey, stood up tremblingly, and walked upstairs. She knew that she was doomed this time. Night. Zhou Cheng was just about to go to bed when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Looking back, he saw Xia Yutong standing stiffly at the door. Xia Yutong in front of her was wearing a white cheongsam. The buttons on the collar of the cheongsam were open, revealing skin as white as snow. The towering breasts, especially the round legs, are simply tempting to commit crimes. What are you here for? Seeing this, Zhou Cheng felt happy, but he still asked knowingly. Boss Huang asked me to serve you. Xia Yutong bit her teeth and replied, her pretty face stained with tears. Come and stay with me to see you crying like this? Why? You don't want to? Zhou Cheng asked indifferently, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. Boss, I am willing. Xia Yutong replied with difficulty. If you are willing, why are you crying? Do you think I'm stupid? Zhou Cheng laughed. Xia Yutong was speechless and didn't know how to explain. She really didn't want to, but she didn't dare to say it. I don't like force. Go ahead and tell Boss Huang that I appreciate his kindness. Zhou Cheng waved to her impatiently. No force. I am willing to serve the boss. After hearing Zhou Cheng's words, Xia Yutong suddenly showed a look of horror and shouted quickly. If Xia Yutong dares to leave, not only will she suffer, but her whole family will die as well. That's what you said? If you are willing, then come over. Zhou Cheng smiled evilly, grabbed Xia Yutong's slender waist, and pulled her into the house. What? Xia Yutong was frightened and struggled instinctively. Unexpectedly, Zhou Cheng ignored her at all, threw her on the bed, and then jumped on her. Xia Yutong was about to resist desperately, but then stopped. Soon, a blood-curdling moan filled the room. Zhou Cheng is a professional and has outstanding combat power. How can an ordinary person like Xia Yutong withstand it? Not long after, Xia Yutong couldn't bear it anymore and began to beg for mercy. But her begging for mercy was obviously in vain. Huge waves rushed her to the top again and again. In the end, she lay on the bed like a puddle of mud, unable to say a word. Zhou Cheng was satisfied and comfortable. I have to say, this Xia Yutong is really good. Although she is not a stunning beauty, she perfectly interprets the fruit of youth. Before I knew it, it was dawn. When Zhou Cheng woke up, he found that Xia Yutong was sleeping soundly on his chest, with tears on his face, but his eyes were full of joy. Hey! Seeing this, Zhou Cheng grinned and reached out to touch her cheek. Suddenly, Xia Yutong, who was sleeping soundly, opened his eyes with a cry. When their eyes met, Xia Yutong quickly closed her eyes. How could Xia Yutong dare to look at Zhou Cheng? The scene last night was still vivid in her mind, which made her feel ashamed. She was obviously unwilling, but in the end she shamelessly cooperated with the other party. Looking back now, Xia Yutong wished she could find a crack to get in right away. Zhou Cheng smiled mischievously and reached out to pull him over and hold him in his arms. Xia Yutong subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but in the end she allowed Zhou Cheng to move. Zhou Cheng didn't take any further action. Last night was her first time, so Zhou Cheng couldn't ignore it. After patting her back gently, Zhou Cheng stood up and walked out of the bedroom. Don't think that following me will feel like going to hell. Am I that scary? Don't you understand why Huang Quan fawns over me? If you follow me, will you suffer a loss? I really don't understand what you're thinking. Before leaving the house, Zhou Cheng left a few words behind. After hearing Zhou Cheng's words, Xia Yutong was speechless. Zhou Cheng's words were correct. From the day she was imprisoned, her fate had been determined. Sooner or later, this day will come. Even if it is not given to Zhou Cheng, she will be given to someone else. Rather than being ruined by those dirty men, it would be better to follow Zhou Cheng. At least Zhou Cheng is young, handsome, and more powerful. But even though he knew Zhou Cheng's words were right, Xia Yutong still couldn't forgive herself. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, Xia Yutong tremblingly wrapped the red handkerchief on the bed. She had to take the handkerchief back to Boss Huang for inspection, otherwise Boss Huang would not let her go. After Boss Huang finishes the inspection, she will keep it as a souvenir. When Zhou Cheng came to the restaurant, Tang Chi and others were waiting for him to eat. Brother, you are a big bad guy. Seeing Zhou Cheng, Tang Chi immediately said angrily, with sharp eyes. Zhou Cheng made so much noise in the room last night. Of course Tang Chi could hear it. Although Tang Chi is young, it does not mean that she does not understand the affairs between men and women. As soon as Zhou Cheng came out, Tang Chi immediately frowned coldly. Seeing Tang Chi like this, Elena and the others laughed. Elena and the others don't care what Zhou Cheng does. Zhou Cheng is their master, and they can do whatever they want. You girl, how dare you teach your brother a lesson? What do you know? Zhou Cheng said dotingly. Humph, why don't I understand? I know everything. Tell me, are you bullying Sister Yutong? Tang Chi shouted. What's wrong with bullying her? Is there a problem? Bullying is okay, but Sister Yutong must be willing. Tang Chi argued hard. Then don't think about it. If I don't bully her, she will be bullied by others in the future. Which one do you think is better? Forehead. Hearing this, Tang Chi was speechless. Tang Chi has also been in the settlement and has never seen anything. Of course she knows that Zhou Cheng's words are right. Okay, if you really do her best, help me enlighten her so that she won't have to think about it. Zhou Cheng said to Tang Chi with a smile. Oh. Tang Chi agreed in a muffled voice, and then immersed herself in eating. After a few bites, I felt no appetite. Finally, he ran to Xia Yutong's room. Zhou Cheng was too lazy to pay attention to her, and left the room after finishing his meal. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Huang Quan wandering outside the door. Speaking of which, do you need my help with anything? Seeing Huang Quan, Zhou Cheng asked straight to the point. Huang Quan flatters himself so much, so there is no need to think that he must be asking for something. Brother Zhou is wise. I really want to ask your help for something. Hearing this, Huang Quan showed a hint of embarrassment on his face, and said quickly, "What's the matter? Do you want me to help you unify Huainan?" Zhou Cheng asked with a half-smile. "Ah, Brother Zhou is really smart. He can guess right. Huang admires it," Huang Quan said with a sneer. "I can help you, but what can I get?" Zhou Cheng asked lightly. "Brother Zhou, as long as I have something, just ask," Huang Quan promised firmly. "Okay, then what do you need me to do?" "Brother Zhou, you are super powerful, so things don't have to be so complicated. I'll find a reason to invite the two enemies out, and then I'll just kill them. As long as they die, Brother Zhou won't have to worry about the rest." "Well, okay." Zhou Cheng nodded slightly. "Thank you, Brother Zhou, for your support." Seeing Zhou Cheng agreeing, Huang Quan said with joy, "Okay, go ahead and let me know when you've made arrangements." Zhou Cheng said, "I understand, Brother Zhou. Don't worry." Huang Quan nodded quickly and left. Zhou Cheng turned around and returned to the room. When they came back, Tang Qi and Xia Yutong were talking in the living room. Xia Yutong is actually 3 years older than Tang Qi, so it's not surprising that the two have a common language. Tang Qi seems to like Xia Yutong very much, but she doesn't know why. "Brother, are you back? Look, how's it going? I've coaxed Sister Yutong well." Seeing Zhou Cheng come back, Tang Qi immediately asked Zhou Cheng for credit, completely ignoring Xia Yutong, who was standing aside and was extremely embarrassed. "Well, my Tang Qi is still the most powerful," Zhou Cheng said with a smile. That's a must. Being praised by her brother, Tang Qi was as happy as a nympho. "Sister Yutong, look, I just said that my brother is a good person. If you follow her, just wait and enjoy the blessings," Tang Qi said sweetly while holding Xia Yutong's arm. "Xiaoqi, what are you talking about?" Xia Yutong's pretty face turned red, and she said angrily, "Brother, look at Sister Yutong. You just said it well. Why are you so shy again?" Tang Qi teased and winked at Zhou Cheng. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng smiled and said nothing. "Brother, I want to go out for a walk and visit Sister Yutong's house." Sister Yutong has been worried about her family. Suddenly, Tang Qi said, "You still have family?" After hearing this, Zhou Cheng immediately asked. Zhou Cheng originally thought that Zhou Yutong had no relatives. "Yeah." Xia Yutong nodded slightly. "Who was in the family?" Zhou Cheng continued to ask. "Brother and grandma." "Where are your parents?" "They're all dead." "How old are your grandma and brother?" "Grandma is over 70, and my brother is 13. "Oh, I understand." "Okay. Then go ahead and pay attention to safety on the road. Lather and Elena, you go with them." Zhou Cheng pondered for a moment and then gave instructions. Xia Yutong wanted to go home for a visit, but Zhou Cheng had no reason not to allow it. It's okay to ask Tang Qi to follow him and take a look. Zhou Cheng also has an idea of the specific situation. Now that Zhou Yutong has followed him, among other things, her family Zhou Cheng must be properly settled. Anyway, this is not a difficult task, just ask Huang Quan. "Thank you, brother, Sister Yutong. Let's go quickly." After receiving permission, Tang Qi quickly pulled Xia Yutong and hurriedly walked out the door. Elena and the two immediately followed. After the two girls left, only Zhou Cheng and Naxia were left in the house. With nothing to do, Zhou Cheng looked at Naxia's alluring body and was a little ready to make a move. Tang Qi and Xia Yutong did not return until the afternoon. They both looked very happy when they came back. Zhou Cheng was originally a little puzzled, but after some questioning, he found out what happened. It turned out that when Huang Quan saw Zhou Cheng taking over Xia Yutong, he made arrangements early this morning to redistribute a large house to Xia Yutong's grandmother and brother, and also sent half a truckload of daily necessities, such as firewood, rice, oil, and salt. In addition, Huang Quan also promised that he would give special care to Xia Yutong's family in the future to ensure that they would have no worries about food and clothing. Of course, Xia Yutong was happy about this and would not refuse. She got all this with her body, and she deserves it. Of course, Xia Yutong is still grateful to Zhou Cheng. Without Zhou Cheng, she wouldn't have gotten these. Xia Yutong is not stupid. Zhou Cheng's words this morning included Tang Qi's enlightenment to her, making her understand that following Zhou Cheng may not be a bad thing. As for Xia Yutong's so-called struggle before, it actually had no purpose at all. She didn't even have a boyfriend for whom to fight. To put it bluntly, she just didn't want to passively accept all this. It felt like an arranged marriage. The two parties went straight into the bridal chamber without meeting each other or having any feelings for each other. Get on the bus first, then make up the ticket. But is an arranged marriage necessarily unhappy? Maybe. After dinner, Huang Quan visited again and informed Zhou Cheng of the arrangement. Tomorrow morning, Huang Quan will make an appointment with two opponents to discuss the matter. Zhou Cheng will go with him and just take action directly after meeting. Zhou Cheng didn't object and agreed directly. But not long after Huang Quan left, Zhou Cheng suddenly thought that this Huang Quan was not a heinous guy. If this is the case, wouldn't Zhou Cheng be aiding the evildoers? You two come here. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng waved to Tang Qi and Xia Yutong, who were chatting. Brother, what's the matter? Tang Qi asked obediently. Let me ask you, when you go out today, what will the outside world say about Huang Quan? Zhou Cheng asked. Comment? What comment? Hearing this, Tang Qi looked confused. Okay, I won't ask you anymore, just tell me. Seeing Tang Qi like this, Zhou Chenggong knew that asking was in vain, and then asked Xia Yutong. Xia Yutong has been with Huang Quan for so long, so she must have the most say. This? Hearing Zhou Cheng's question, Xia Yutong hesitated. It can't be said that she was hesitant, but she was a little nervous when she saw Zhou Cheng. To be honest, when it comes to big things, forget about trivial problems, Zhou Cheng reminded. It is good. Xia Yutong took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to speak. In general, Huang Quan is a good person. Among the 4 settlements in Huainan City, he is the only one who treats the people well. The bosses in other settlements are not as good as Huang Quan. Are you sure? Zhou Cheng asked. Well, I'm sure that although Huang Quan has done a lot of bad things, if you can only choose one of the 4, it's him, Xia Yutong said firmly. After listening to Xia Yutong's words, Zhou Cheng nodded slightly. Xia Yutong was coerced by Huang Quan to accompany him, but what she said is still worthy of belief. That being the case, there is no problem. In the apocalypse, a virgin bitch cannot go far, and no one is perfect. As long as Huang Quan is generally okay and can treat the survivors well, some minor problems will not be considered problems at all. Well, okay, I see. Tang Qi, it's very late. Go to bed quickly. Zhou Cheng nodded and then sent Tang Qi to go to bed. You bad guy. Do you want to bully Sister Yutong again? Don't think I don't know. Hearing this, Tang Qi immediately curled his lips. Sister Yutong, you must protect yourself. I can't help it. He's my brother. Don't blame me for not helping you. Tang Qi then pretended to be resentful towards Xia Yutong. Hearing this, Xia Yutong's face turned red immediately. She couldn't tell that this was Tang Qi's teasing. They are brother and sister, and in critical moments, the elder brother is of course the most important. Okay, go back to sleep. Zhou Cheng had no choice but to urge. Tang Qi nodded with a smile, turned around and left. After Tang Qi left, only Zhou Cheng and Xia Yutong were left in the living room. Facing Zhou Cheng's eye-catching gaze, Xia Yutong felt at a loss. Zhou Cheng didn't mess around. He just stared at Xia Yutong quietly, making her heart beat faster and her breathing quicken. Let's sleep. After a long time, Xia Yutong finally couldn't help but say. When he said this, Xia Yutong went crazy and almost found a crack in the ground to crawl in. She swore that this was the most disgusting, embarrassing, and shameless thing she had ever said. Hearing this, Zhou Cheng smiled slightly and hugged Xia Yutong into his arms. The night is getting darker, and the spring scenery is boundless. I don't know how long it took before it stopped. After the storm, the exhausted Xia Yutong quickly fell asleep. In his sleep, there was a vague whisper, and the voice contained sadness and helplessness, but also a little joy. In the early morning, Zhou Cheng opened his eyes and turned to look at Xia Yutong, who was sleeping soundly. Xia Yutong slept extremely soundly, with a faint flush on her pink cheeks, which made people fall in love with her. This girl is so tempting. Zhou Cheng smiled evilly. Xia Yutong is Lu Ping's favorite type. Small and exquisite, fat but not greasy. After watching for a while, Zhou Cheng got up got dressed, and walked out of the room. Knowing that there was an action today, Elena and the other three had been waiting early, and even Tang Chi got up early. After breakfast, Zhou Cheng told Tang Chi to stay in the room, and then took Elena and the three of them out. Zhou Cheng couldn't take Tang Chi with him, as her level was too low. If a scuffle broke out, Zhou Cheng was afraid that she would be in danger, so he left her at home with Xia Yutong. When Zhou Cheng walked out of the door, Huang Quan had been waiting for him, and all the younger brothers were also waiting nearby. "Are you all ready?" Zhou Cheng asked. "Yes, Brother Zhou. Everything is ready," Huang Quan quickly replied with a smile. "Well, let's go." Zhou Cheng nodded. Afterwards, the group of people came to the door of the hotel. After a while, several off-road vehicles began to drive towards their destination. Of course, a safe place must be found for the tripartite talks. After all, no one can trust anyone. After discussion, the three giants unanimously chose a bank building in the city center. The building is very close to the three parties, so if anything happens, we can provide timely support. Half an hour later, the SUV arrived at the bank building. At this time, two groups of people were already standing in front of the bank. The leaders were none other than the other two bosses of Huainan City, Hao Jianping and Chen Wenjiu. Hao Jianping was probably in his early 30s, relatively thin, and looked like a gentle nerd, but his eyes were sinister and sinister. According to Huang Quan, this guy was a gangster before the end of the world and did all kinds of evil. Chen Wenjiu is a fat man with a fleshy face and a plump body. He is probably in his 40s. He was an auxiliary police officer before the end of the world. Among the two, Hao Jianping is a warrior by profession, and Chen Wenjiu is a priest by profession, both at level 42 and level dash. Damn it, Boss Huang is such a powerful person. Yet he is the last one to come. Why? After taking up half of Li Wintao's territory, Boss Huang thinks he could do it. Huang Quan got out of the car, and Hao Jianping immediately mocked loudly. His words immediately caused a burst of laughter, and Chen Wenjiu showed a smile. "Hao Jianping, shut up. The appointment time is 9 o'clock, and I'm not late. Are you just talking?" Hearing Hao Jianping's sarcasm, Huang Quan immediately cursed. "What did you say?" Seeing this, Hao Jianping widened his eyes and said, "No one has dared to speak to him in this tone since the end of the world. Even though Huang Quan is the boss of the party, he was polite to him before. What happened today? Did he take the wrong medicine? I told you to shut up. Why, not convinced?" Seeing this, Huang Quan continued to mock. Huang Quan has Zhou Cheng's support, so he is naturally confident. "You!" Hao Jianping glared at Huang Quan, blowing his beard and glaring with anger, wishing he could kill Huang Quan now. But he is not a fool. Once he conflicts with Huang Quan, it is probably what Chen Wenjiu wants. "Okay, don't make trouble." Seeing that Hao Jianping and Huang Quan were arguing, Chen Wenjiu stepped forward to stop them. "Huang Quan, why did you invite us out today? Tell us quickly. Don't waste time here," Chen Wenjiu said coldly. Good talk, good talk. Brother Zhou, that's the two of them." Huang Quan smiled, then turned and whispered to Zhou Cheng. Hearing this, Zhou Cheng nodded slightly, and then walked towards Hao Jianping and Chen Wenjiu. Seeing someone suddenly coming over, Chen Wenjiu and Hao Jianping were both stunned, and immediately they took a few steps back at the same time. "Who are you?" Huang Quan. "What the hell do you mean?" Chen Wen asked with a gloomy expression. "Nasi, you bastard, you want to play tricks on me?" Hao Jianping also shouted angrily. "Noisy!" As soon as they finished speaking, Zhou Cheng snorted coldly. The next moment, a big sword suddenly appeared in Zhou Cheng's hand, and he killed the two of them without hesitation. Chen Wenjiu and Hao Jianping were shocked and quickly resisted in panic. Boom, boom. Two muffled sounds were heard, and both of them were knocked away by the big sword, and they took 2 steps back in embarrassment. How is this possible? Being repelled by Zhou Cheng's move, the two of them were shocked. If they hadn't reacted quickly just now, they might have turned into corpses now. Who is this person? So powerful? Is he a golden professional? Boss Huang. What do you mean? Are you going to break up with us? Hao Jianping gritted his teeth and said, "Ah, that's right. Just tear each other up. Today is your day of death." Huang Quan grinned, extremely arrogant. "Boss Huang, I advise you not to do everything right. We all cooperate with each other. Why is it so rigid? Chen Wenjie said after taking a deep look at Zhou Cheng. Huh? Cooperation? Are you worthy of discussing cooperation with me? Chen Wenjie and how Giant Pain are not afraid to tell you that you too will definitely die today. Huang Quan laughed out loud when he heard Chen Wenjie's words. Huang Quan, I'm not here to listen to your ink marks. Seeing that Huang Quan was not finished talking, Zhou Cheng shouted impatiently. Okay, Brother Zhou, everything is up to you. Brothers, go up and kill them. Kill one, and you will be rewarded with 500 caddies of grain. Hearing this, Huang Quan nodded quickly, and then led a group of younger brothers to rush forward. Upon seeing this, Chen Wenjie and how Giant Pain's expression suddenly changed, and they turned around to run away. Zhou Cheng was obviously Huang Quan's helper. He had fully proved his strength just now, and the two of them were no match for each other. In such a situation, if you don't run away, why don't you stay and wait for death? Want to run? Catherine, kill the fat man. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng sneered, gave instructions to Catherine and the others, and then took the lead to stop Hao Giant Pain. Huang Quan, you beast, you're going to die a damn good death. Seeing that he could not escape, Hao Giant Pain shouted and then attacked Zhou Cheng crazily. Zhou Cheng snorted coldly and stepped forward to greet him. On the other side, Catherine, who received the order, also stopped Chen Wenjie. Although Chen Wenjie was a silver professional, he was at best a mere lad compared to Catherine. With the help of Irina and Nashia, he was quickly suppressed by Catherine. What? Huang Quan, you and I are at odds with each other. Chen Wenjie yelled angrily while resisting with all his strength. Before coming, he had discussed with Hao Giant Pain and planned to join forces to suppress Huang Quan, but he did not expect this result. A lot of nonsense. Catherine snorted coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, Catherine raised her foot and kicked Chen Wen away with his abdomen. Bang! Chen Wenjie was kicked away by Catherine, and he immediately vomited blood after landing on the ground. Seeing Chen Wenjie being knocked down, Hao Giant Pain was shocked and felt a sense of regret in his heart. If he had known that Huang Quan had found a backer, he shouldn't have come. After thinking about it, Hao Giant Pain turned around and ran away. Want to leave? Just stay with me. Zhou Cheng snorted coldly and slashed out with his sword. Laugh, laugh. Ah! Hao Giant Pain screamed, and his legs were instantly split in two, with blood splattering. With a plop, Hao Giant Pain fell to the ground. Killing you while you are sick is Zhou Cheng's consistent principle. Seeing Hao Giant Pain fall, Zhou Chengli rushed over immediately. With one slash of the sword, Hao Giant Pain didn't even scream, and his head moved. Seeing Hao Giant Pain being killed, Chen Wenjie's liver and gallbladder were split. He never thought that Hao Giant Pain would be killed so easily. Hao Giant Pain was a silver professional, but it was terrible to be beaten like a melon and a vegetable. But he had no time to think too much at this moment, because Catherine had already swung her sword to chop down again. In panic, Chen Wenjie could only resist with all his strength. But he could block Catherine's sword, but he couldn't resist the attacks of Elena and Nasha Dash. Boom! With several loud noises, Chen Wenjie was hit by arrows and frost bombs that followed, and his whole body was blown to pieces. Brothers, the overall situation has been decided. Kill them all for me. Seeing Zhou Cheng kill the two men easily, Huang Quan suddenly became energetic and raised his arms and shouted, Kill! Kill them all! Kill! Kill them all! Revenge for Haizi! Upon hearing the greeting, Huang Quan and all the younger brothers were all excited and rushed forward with shouts. The boss is dead, and Chen Wenjie and Hao Giant Pain's younger brothers still dare to stay. Seeing this, they all ran away. Huang Quan, on the other hand, led his men to chase him without mercy. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng ignored him. Once Chen Wenjie and Hao Giant Pain died, Huang Quan would no longer have any rivals in Huainan City, and there would definitely be no problem with his safety. Later, Zhou Cheng came to Chen Wenjie and picked up the professional magic stone that exploded after Chen Wenjie's death. Chen Wenjie is an unnaturally awakened person, so the professional sacred stone will naturally fall after his death. It's a pity that Hao Giant Pain awakened naturally, Otherwise, Zhou Cheng could still get a silver-quality professional sacred stone. After getting it done, Zhou Cheng immediately asked Catherine to get in the car and then drove back. As for Huang Quan, let him figure it out on his own. Soon, Zhou Cheng returned to the hotel. Pushing the door open, Tang Qi and Xia Yutong were chatting. "Brother, you are back." Seeing Zhou Cheng coming back, Tang Qi immediately greeted him. Tang Qi has been brainwashed by Zhou Cheng these days and has become more and more dependent on Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng is now Tang Qi's backbone. Tang Qi was afraid that something would happen to Zhou Cheng. Seeing that Zhou Cheng had returned safely, he finally felt relieved. Xia Yutong was equally happy to see Zhou Cheng back, but she was a little embarrassed. Zhou Cheng smiled and chatted with him for a few words, and then went to take a shower. Having just killed Hao Jai in pain, Zhou Cheng was covered in blood. After taking a shower, Zhou Cheng felt relaxed. He took out his notebook from the space and watched a TV series. As a result, not long after looking at it, the notebook was occupied by Tang Qi and Catherine. You can still watch dramas in the apocalypse. How could Tang Qi let go of such a good thing? The same is true for the three Catherines. They're just a blank sheet of paper. It goes without saying that idle dramas are attractive to them. Of course, Zhou Cheng would not fight with several women. He could only give it to them. Without his laptop, he still has ebooks to read. Xia Yutong did not join in the fun, but thoughtfully brought Zhou Cheng a cup of tea and then helped Zhou Cheng with a massage. While enjoying the massage and reading the novel, Zhou Cheng was also very happy. 2 hours later, Huang Quan hurriedly returned from outside. After entering the door, Huang Quan couldn't hide the joy on his face. Of course, Huang Quan is happy. From now on, he will be the only boss in Huainan. "Brother Zhou, thank you very much this time. I won't say thank you for your kindness. If anything happens to Brother Zhou in the future, just follow your orders. Huang Quan, will never say anything. Brother Zhou, these are professional sacred stones. There are 110 of them in total. Please accept them, Brother Zhou." Huang Quan first expressed his feelings to Zhou Cheng, and then handed Zhou Cheng the bag containing the professional magic stone. 110 professional sacred stones? After taking the bag, Zhou Cheng asked in surprise. Zhou Cheng agreed to Huang Quan's action on the condition that he get all the professional sacred stones. Therefore, it was not surprising to him that Huang Quan brought the professional sacred stone. Zhou Cheng was surprised that there were so many. "How many people have you killed? You haven't thought about killing all the professionals. What will you do if you encounter a zombie wave in the future?" Zhou Cheng said doubtfully. Brother Zhou is joking. How many people are there? To be honest with Brother Zhou, there are not many other people in Huainan. There are many professionals, at least tens of thousands of them, Huang Quan explained with a smile. Hearing this, Zhou Cheng glanced at Huang Quan, said nothing, and looked at the professional sacred stone in his hand. There are more than 100 professional sacred stones, including 8 of bronze quality, 15 of black iron quality, and the rest are ordinary. Judging from the quality ratio, nothing fishy can be seen. But Zhou Cheng knew very well that these were definitely not all, and Huang Quan must have hidden some of them. However, this was also expected by Zhou Cheng, and he had no intention of pursuing it. First, there is no evidence, and second, more than 100 professional sacred stones are already a lot. Okay, I will keep these professional sacred stones. I hope you can keep a tight grip on the secret realm. Zhou Cheng nodded and then said, Brother Zhou, don't worry. I've already given instructions about the secret realm and issued a reward order throughout the city. As long as the secret realm appears, I guarantee to receive the news as soon as possible. Huang Quan promised. Well, that's fine. Okay, that's it. You just took over Huainan, and you must have a lot of things to do. Go get busy. You don't have to come to my place every day. Everything is fine here. You don't need to worry about it. Zhou Cheng nodded slightly and then said, Okay, Brother Zhou, I understand. Huang Quan nodded quickly and backed out. After Huang Quan left, Zhou Cheng put the professional magic stone into the space and continued reading his novel. Since Huang Quan has arranged everything about the secret realm, all he has to do is wait. Zhou Cheng was not prepared to search for it himself. Who knew where the secret realm appeared in Huainan, which was so big? Therefore, Zhou Cheng only needs to wait. Time flies. 2 days passed in a flash, and Zhou Cheng didn't go out for 2 days. In addition to doing warm-up exercises with Xia Yutong all day long, I just read novels, and my life was very comfortable. But there was no news about the secret realm, which made Zhou Cheng a little anxious. But the secret realm didn't appear, so he had no choice but to wait. If the secret realm does not appear in a few days, the achievement of that week can only give it up temporarily. After all, Zhou Cheng couldn't spend time here indefinitely. Forget it. Wait a few days and see. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Cheng made a decision. Huainan City, suburban mountains. It was around 6 o'clock in the morning, and a team of professionals was walking through the forest. This team consists of 6 people, 4 men and 2 women. The leader is a middle-aged man who is an Amazon warrior by profession and level 35. Others have different professions, including warriors, mages, priests, etc., and their levels are all above level dash. This team is from Huainan City and has just returned from searching for supplies. While marching, suddenly a luminous object in front attracted the attention of the professional team. When everyone came closer and took a closer look, they discovered that the luminous object was a portal. "Captain, what is this?" The team members were surprised when they saw the portal. "I don't know him either. I've never seen him before." The captain shook his head. "Hey, isn't this a portal?" A young team member asked in surprise. "What portal?" After hearing this, one of the team members asked, "This? I'm not sure. I just think it's really similar to the portal in the online game." The young team member thought for a while and said, "As you say, can we go in? It might work." The young man answered uncertainly. "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go in and take a look." That is, hearing this, other team members spoke one after another. "Wait a minute. The origin of this thing is unknown, and I don't know if there is any danger inside. You can't go in hastily." Seeing this, the captain quickly stopped him. "Captain, what are you afraid of? Our strength is not bad. It doesn't hurt to go in and have a look. Yes, if there is any treasure inside, wouldn't we be rich? Captain, don't worry too much. If there's any danger, we'll just evacuate at worst." The team members said one after another, seeming to be very moved. Seeing this, the captain frowned. As a captain, he is still quite cautious about unfamiliar things. But then I thought about it. If there really was any treasure inside, wouldn't it be a pity not to get it? "Okay, then let's go in and take a look, but we need to leave people outside." After thinking for a moment, the captain said, "I'll stay behind." At this time, a young archer stood up. "Okay, Lu Lin, you stay and the rest of the people go in. Everyone remember to be careful and evacuate immediately if there is danger." The captain warned everyone. Then, all the team members entered the portal one after another, while Lu Lin stayed outside. Soon, 2 hours passed, and the captain and the others still hadn't come out. "Why haven't you come out yet? Did something happen?" Lu Lin couldn't help but worry. The more Lu Lin thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. So he prepared to go in and check what happened. "No, I can't go in." But then Lu Lin rejected his idea and decided to continue to wait patiently. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was night, and there was still no movement in the team. At this time, Lu Lin finally couldn't sit still and understood that the captain and the others were definitely in danger. How to do? Lu Lin was covered in cold sweat and was in a dilemma. He wanted to go in and explore, but the captain and the others were in danger if they went in. If he went in alone, he would be seeking death. The only solution now is to go back and spread the news and call more professionals to go in together. This is the safest and most effective way. Soon, Lu Lin made a decision. Return to Huainan and look for reinforcements. On the other side, in another presidential suite in the hotel, Zhou Cheng was talking to Huang Quan. Besides Zhou Cheng and Huang Quan, there was another woman in the room. The woman's name is Yi Zi, the hottest female star before the end of the world. With fans all over China, she was the dream lover in the hearts of countless men. Zhou Cheng is also familiar with Yi Zi and has watched several of her movies. Early this morning, Huang Quan hurriedly invited Zhou Cheng to this room, saying that he had something important to discuss with Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng originally thought there was news in the secret realm, but he didn't expect to see her when he entered the door. Zhou Cheng would be lying if he said he was not surprised when he met a big star by chance. To be honest, this EZ is indeed beautiful. Her breathtaking face, skin as white as snow, flawless figure, slender legs, exquisite and convex curves. Every inch of skin, every ounce of beauty is a work of art. No wonder she is hailed as a fairy sister by countless netizens. But it's completely different from the glamour in movies and TV. At this moment, Yi was a little embarrassed. Her face was pale, her eyes were red and swollen, and she was in a trance. She looked like a damaged rose, so cute and adorable. There was more despair and sadness in his eyes, especially when Zhou Cheng was led in by Huang Quan. She looked up at Zhou Cheng, and for some reason her eyes flashed with strong hatred. Zhou Cheng was confused and didn't understand why she looked at him like this. But then, Zhou Cheng reacted. The scene in front of me was very similar to the scene in Xia Yutong the day before yesterday. Needless to say, this is Huang Quan's trick again. This guy wants to help himself again, so... But how did Yi fall into Huang Quan's hands? Zhou Cheng was puzzled. Although he was full of doubts, Zhou Cheng didn't show it. He just looked at Yi indifferently and ignored her again. Brother Zhou, you probably recognize this woman. She is the big star Yi. I want to give her to Brother Zhou, but I don't know if you like her or not. At this time, Huang Quan finally spoke and said with a smile. After hearing this, Zhou Cheng thought that it was indeed the case. Giving me a gift is fake, but asking me to do something is real. Take her away, I don't need this gift. Zhou Cheng sneered and said, Brother Zhou, you misunderstood me. I give her to you with all my heart. Of course, I don't dare to lie to Brother Zhou. I do have something to ask Mr. Zhou, but if Mr. Zhou is unwilling, then just pretend I didn't say anything. But no matter what, please accept this woman. Huang Quan's face twitched when he heard this, and he quickly apologized with a smile. Oh really? She's a hot celebrity. Are you willing to give her to me for free? Zhou Cheng plays with taste. Of course I am willing to give up. Mr. Zhou has helped me so much. There is nothing I can't bear to do with a woman. Upon hearing this, Huang Quan said quickly, you also know that she is just a woman? Since she can't even impress you, why do you think she can impress me? So, don't play these tricks with me in the future. Zhou Cheng's lips curled up slightly, and he mocked. I understand, Brother Zhou. Don't worry, it won't happen again in the future. Hearing this, Huang Quan quickly laughed and said, Just understand, take her away. I don't need her. A woman who hangs out in the entertainment industry every day has been through so many hands. I don't care about women like this. Zhou Cheng said coldly. You? Hearing this, Yi suddenly trembled with anger and looked at Zhou Cheng with eyes full of anger. It is true that she is in the entertainment industry, but she has always kept her integrity. How can she bear this man humiliating her like this? But despite her anger and unwillingness, Yi did not dare to speak, let alone move, because her family is still in Huang Quan's hands. If Huang Quan is angered, her family will surely suffer. Brother Zhou, you may have misunderstood. How dare I give this messed up woman to you? Yi is different from other celebrities. She is still in perfect shape. Huang Quan explained to Zhou Cheng in a low voice. Is that possible? How do you know? Hearing this, Zhou Cheng was surprised. Brother Zhou, let me tell you the truth. I am her manager, and I am the reason why she became popular. Although I, Huang Quan, am not talented, I can still be considered a figure in the entertainment industry before the end of the world. Ever since she became popular, I have monitored her every move, word and deed. I can guarantee that she has never dated any man. Huang Quan vowed. Oh, it turns out you're still an agent. Disrespectful. Zhou Cheng smiled. Brother Zhou, don't laugh at me. It's the end of the world now. Who cares about the glory of the past? Huang Quan shook his head and sighed. While speaking, Huang Quan glanced at Yi beside him, and a hint of intimidation flashed deep in his eyes. Forget it if that's the case, then I can accept her. But I won't agree to help. So, are you sure you want to give her to me? Zhou Cheng looked at Huang Quan with burning eyes and asked. Yes, yes, Huang Quan said without hesitation. Well, okay, then I'll accept her. But looking at her look like this, she doesn't seem to be willing. Zhou Cheng looked at Yi Zi and said teasingly, Humph. Hearing this, Yi Zi couldn't help but snorted coldly. No, she will definitely be willing, I promise. Z, do you think so? After saying that, Huang Quan took a deep look at Yi Zi. I do. Yi Zi hesitated for a long time, but finally succumbed to Huang Quan's lust. Yi Zi did not dare to refuse. Otherwise her family would surely die. Are you really willing? Zhou Cheng raised his eyebrows, looked at Yi Zi with interest and asked, I'm willing. Yi Zi bit her red lips tightly and said with difficulty, Haha, okay, just do it if you want. Okay, Huang Quan, you can leave. We'll talk about other things later. Zhou Cheng laughed loudly and waved his hand to signal Huang Quan to leave. Of course, Zhou Cheng was very interested in Yi Zi. A big star was sent to his door, and Zhou Cheng didn't want it for free. What's more, she is still a virgin, and Zhou Cheng can't let her go. Like most men, Zhou Cheng also has some special circumstances. Okay, then I'll go first. Hearing this, Huang Quan nodded quickly and left quickly. Easy. Remember, serve Mr. Zhou well and don't cause trouble for yourself. Before leaving, Huang Quan did not forget to threaten Yi Zi. After Huang Quan left, Zhou Cheng came to the sofa and sat down, looking at Yi Zi with interest. Yi Zi was already wearing sexy and revealing clothes, especially the two tall breasts on her chest, which made Zhou Cheng fascinated. I never like to force anyone. Since you're staying, I think you've thought it through. In that case, what are you waiting for? Why don't you come over here? Staring at Yi Zi, Zhou Cheng curled his index finger frivolously and said with a smile. Hearing Zhou Cheng's words, Yi Zi's pretty face turned pale and her delicate body trembled. But she didn't resist and slowly took off her coat and skirt. In a moment, only the underwear was left on him. During this period, tears had already blurred Yi Zi's eyes. But she didn't stop, crying and tremblingly taking off all her underwear. Soon, a perfect body appeared in front of Zhou Cheng. A charming body, full breasts, round hips, and a soft waist. Especially the two round and slender breasts are even more breathtaking. At this moment, even though Zhou Cheng was used to seeing beautiful women, he couldn't help but swallow, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. Sensing Zhou Cheng's wanton gaze, Yi Zi despaired. But in the end, she came to Zhou Cheng's side. She had no choice but to endure the humiliation and bear the burden for her parents. Really good? Looking at the body so close at hand, Zhou Cheng couldn't bear it anymore. Roaring angrily, he threw Yi Zi under him. After a while, heavy gasps and moans filled the room. After a long time, everything gradually calmed down. Yi Zi lay limply on the bed, her heart feeling as if it had fallen into an ice cave, and it was as cold as bones. Just now, Zhou Cheng took away everything from her. Her youth, her pure body, were all ruined in Zhou Cheng's hands. Not only that, Zhou Cheng also made her do various embarrassing postures. Recalling those shameful scenes, Yi Zi wished she could die. But she couldn't die. For the sake of her parents, she could only bear it silently. Yi Zi gritted her teeth, tears sliding down her cheeks. Zhou Cheng, on the other hand, was full of energy and joy. Z, from today on, you are my woman. Don't worry. As long as you obey me, I promise I won't treat you badly. Zhou Cheng reached out and pinched Yi Zi's pink earlobe and said. Yi Zi's delicate body trembled. She didn't speak, she just cried silently. Zhou Cheng naturally wouldn't care if Yi Zi reacted like this. Women, it's like this in the beginning, but as time goes by, everything will get better. So Zhou Cheng got up and prepared to take a bath. But at this moment, Yi Zi suddenly stood up and spoke to Zhou Cheng Dao while sobbing. Can you ask Huang Quan to let my family go? Hearing this, Zhou Cheng paused. Yi Zi's family? Zhou Cheng's mind flashed rapidly, and then he realized it quickly. Sure enough, Huang Quan still used the old method of using his family to threaten Yi Zi. Of course, no problem. As long as you behave from now on, I can say anything. Now, I need to take a shower. Why don't you come over and take care of me? Zhou Cheng smiled evilly. With that said, he walked straight towards the bathroom. Hearing this, Yi Zi hesitated for a moment, but still got out of bed obediently. However, when she passed by the mirror and saw herself, tears burst out again. At this moment, her neck and body were covered with various marks. And these traces are all Zhou Cheng's masterpieces. Asshole! Zhou Cheng, one day I will kill you with my own hands. Well, looking at herself in the mirror, Yi Zi burst into tears. Soon, the sound of rushing water came from the bathtub. Yi Zi knelt on the edge of the bathtub and cleaned Zhou Cheng's body. Huh? It's really exciting. In the bathtub, stroking the proudly erect snow peak, Zhou Cheng secretly clicked his tongue. Half an hour later, Zhou Cheng walked out of the bathroom with the pitiful Yi Zi behind him. You don't have any other clothes? Zhou Cheng asked after returning to the bedroom and looking at the clothes scattered on the floor. Hearing this, Yi Zi remained silent. These clothes are for you. Put them on. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng took out some clothes from the space and threw them to her. There are a lot of clothes in Zhou Cheng's space, from underwear to coats. Ah! Yi Zi nodded silently, then bent down to pick up the clothes on the ground. However, it didn't matter that she bent over. Her graceful curves caught Zhou Cheng's attention again. Have you seen enough? Facing Zhou Cheng's unscrupulous gaze, Yi Zi finally couldn't bear it anymore, raised her head, and angrily shouted, Why? You've done it and you still don't want to see it? Hearing this, Zhou Cheng smiled coldly. You bastard! Being so humiliated by Zhou Cheng, Yi Zi almost went crazy and rushed towards Zhou Cheng with bared teeth and claws. However, how could she, an ordinary person, compare with Zhou Cheng? After 3 strikes and 2 strikes, Zhou Cheng subdued him. Then, she fell again. An hour later, the fierce battle ended and the room became quiet again. Yi Zi lay weakly on the bed, panting heavily, and her face was covered with tears. Zhou Cheng on the side was proud of himself. Zhou Cheng, don't be proud. Even if you get my body, you can't get my heart, Yi Zi said coldly. This, I know even if you don't tell me, but you can rest assured, I don't intend to take your heart. I just want to get your person. Also, you don't have to pretend to be noble with me. How dare you say that you didn't respond just now? You didn't scream? Zhou Cheng sneered, and then said provocatively. Hearing this, Yi Zi's body trembled. Looking back on what happened just now, she seemed to be really, asshole, I'll fight you. After coming back to her senses, Yi Zi sat up suddenly and rushed towards Zhou Cheng. At this moment, she wished she could eat Zhou Cheng alive. Do not move. I advise you to be honest. Otherwise, I won't care about your family. Zhou Cheng grabbed her arm and said coldly. Sure enough, after hearing these words, Yi Zi immediately dared not move anymore, and tears of grievance burst into her eyes. Seeing this, the corners of Zhou Cheng's mouth curled up slightly. The colder a woman is, the more she must be defeated from the bottom of her heart. Yi Zi obviously belongs to the typical aloof type. Zhou Cheng likes to conquer such women because he has a sense of accomplishment. Stop being so impatient. Get dressed and leave. Seeing Yi Zi calm down, Zhou Cheng let go of her hand and gave a faint instruction. Perhaps frightened by Zhou Cheng's words, Yi Zi never resisted again and silently stood up and got dressed. Finally, she took a tissue and wiped her mouth, then walked towards the door with a blank expression. Zhou Cheng watched her quietly the whole time. For some reason, Zhou Cheng suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling of guilt when he looked at Yi Zi's embarrassed appearance and her empty eyes. Have you been like this before? When did you start becoming so ruthless? Didn't what he did to Yi Zi, including what he did to Xia Yutong before, violate his moral bottom line? Are you used to seeing this kind of thing too much? And then you feel that all this is natural? Should the strong bully the weak? Should women be bullied? Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng felt a trace of regret in his heart. But soon, this feeling of guilt disappeared. The end of the world is inherently cruel, and the strong are respected. The fate of a woman like Yi Zi has already been determined in the apocalypse. Unless she can awaken and become a strong person, she is destined to be a plaything of men. Even if it wasn't Zhou Cheng, it would be someone else. This is the end of the world. At most, Zhou Cheng should treat her well in the future. Brother Zhou, you're out. How about it? Are you satisfied? As soon as Zhou Cheng went out, Huang Quan came up to him with a smile. Qianqing didn't leave at all. He was waiting outside the door. Presumably, he was afraid that Yi Zi would cause some trouble and anger Zhou Cheng, making it difficult to explain. What does dissatisfaction have to do with you? Where did you keep her family? Release them all immediately. Glancing at Huang Quan, Zhou Cheng said coldly. Mr. Zhou, you are right. Don't worry. I will take care of Miss Ye's matter right away. Like Xia Yutong, I will give Yi Zi's parents the best protection. Seeing Zhou Cheng's unkind tone, Huang Quan said quickly. After hearing this, Zhou Cheng's face softened slightly. He glanced back at Yi Zi, and sure enough, her expression was also relaxed. The reason why Yi Zi endured the humiliation and burden was not because of her parents. Okay, then I will leave this matter to you. Tell me, what help do you need from me this time? Looking away, Zhou Cheng looked at Huang Quan and said. Zhou Cheng couldn't turn a blind eye to Huang Quan's fawning over him. Brother Zhou is wise. In fact, it's not a big deal. It's the grain depot last time. I want to ask Mr. Zhou for help. Hearing this, Huang Quan suddenly became very happy and said quickly, You can't handle a grain depot? Zhou Cheng asked in surprise. Brother Zhou doesn't know something. How dare I bother you with ordinary matters? It's true that there is a level 40-plus Corpse King in that grain depot. I can't handle it. Huang Quan sighed. I see. But I can help, but I have to take 1/3 of the food. Zhou Cheng nodded and then made conditions. No problem, no problem. After hearing this, Huang Quan readily agreed. Soon, the two finalized the deal and agreed to set off the next day. After Huang Quan left, Zhou Cheng took Yi Zi back to the room. Pushing the door open, Tang Qi and others were there. Hey, isn't this the fairy sister? Oh my god, she is really a fairy sister. Tang Qi's sharp eyes recognized Yi Zi at a glance. She jumped down from the sofa with an exclamation and hurriedly ran to Yi Zi. Sister Fairy, why are you here? I'm not dreaming. Tang Qi held Yi Zi's hand and said with a look of infatuation. Facing the innocent Tang Qi, Yi Zi really didn't know what to say. There is no doubt that Zhou Cheng is a jerk, but Tang Qi is obviously not. Seeing Tang Qi's expectant eyes, Yi Zi was at a loss for a moment. Thinking of the injustice he had suffered, his eye circles instantly turned red. Oh, fairy sister, why are you crying? Did I say the wrong thing? Seeing Yi Zi crying silently, Tang Qi suddenly became anxious. Tang Qi, stop making trouble. Seeing that Tang Qi was getting more and more outrageous, Zhou Cheng quickly stopped Tang Qi. Zhou Cheng didn't expect Tang Qi to be such a nymphomaniac. She was just a star. As for being so attentive, oh my god, brother, you can't be. Suddenly, Tang Qi seemed to have thought of something and pointed at Zhou Cheng with a look of astonishment on his face. Ahem, stop guessing, it's just what you think. She will be with us from now on. Zhou Cheng coughed a few times awkwardly and explained. Brother you, how could you do this? She is a fairy sister. After getting the definite answer, Tang Qi looked at Zhou Cheng in disbelief, her eyes almost popping out of her head. Well, I didn't bully her. Zhou Cheng touched his nose and said sarcastically. You're just bullying others, otherwise why would the fairy sister cry? Look, isn't Sister Xinqian's appearance the same as that of Sister Yutong before? Big bad guy, another liar? Tang Qi said angrily when Zhou Cheng was still arguing. Zhou Cheng. Tang Qi, don't talk to your brother like that. Seeing this, Xia Yutong quickly stepped forward to persuade. Humph! Although Tang Qi was reluctant, she also knew that there was no point in making trouble. No matter how much trouble he makes, Zhou Cheng is still her brother. No matter what happens, no matter what is right or wrong, she can only turn to her brother, not even the fairy sister. But this is good. Wouldn't it be more convenient for the fairy sister to become a sister-in-law? Sister Fairy, don't worry. As long as I'm here to protect you, no one can bully you. Thinking like this, Tang Chi suddenly became happy and quickly took Yi Zi's hand and said, "Thank you, Tang Chi." Hearing this, Yi Zi showed a bitter smile. Yi Zi understood that at this point, she could only compromise. As for revenge, it was just a joke. She was not afraid of death. But what about her family? Thinking of this, tears couldn't help but well up in my eyes. Sister Fairy, why are you crying again? Sister Fairy, don't cry. Sister Fairy must be hungry. I have a lot of snacks here. Seeing Yi Zi crying, Tang Chi quickly changed the subject. He pulled Yi Zi to the sofa and sat down, and then took out a bunch of snacks to Yi Zi like a treasure. My name is Yi Zi. Don't call me Fairy Sister anymore. Yi Zi forced a smile and said to Tang Chi, "Well, then I'll call you Sister Z." Sister Z is so beautiful. No wonder my brother is attracted to her. Of course, Sister Yutong is also very beautiful. Tang Chi blinked her big eyes and said innocently. Hearing this, Yi Zi said nothing, but a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. Sister Z, don't worry. Although my brother is sometimes a jerk, he is very attentive to his girlfriend. Don't worry. He will treat you well. Sister Yutong, do you think so? After saying that, Tang Chi turned to look at Xia Yutong. Oh, Chi-Chi is right, he is still very good? Faced with Tang Chi's question, what could Xia Yutong say? He could only nod in agreement. Xia Yutong has accepted her fate, but how is it possible that she has no objection to Zhou Cheng? She was also forced by Zhou Cheng. Even if she accepted her fate, Xia Yutong would definitely remember Zhou Cheng for the rest of her life. After all, Yi Zi has been in the entertainment industry, and she still has the ability to observe people's emotions. Looking at Xia Yutong's reaction, I thought about what Tang Chi said just now. Yi Zi instantly understood that this girl named Xia Yutong must have experienced the same thing as her. They were all forced to stay by Zhou Cheng's side. This made Yi Zi feel a little pity for Xia Yutong, and also developed a good impression. After all, they share the same problem. Sister Z, you see, I'm right, my brother is quite a good person. Sister Z, come here, let me introduce you. This is Sister Catherine. This is Sister Nashia. This is Sister Elena. Of course, Tang Chi didn't know what Yi Zi was thinking, so she took Yi Zi's hand and introduced the three Catherines to Yi Zi. Seeing the three Catherines, Yi Zi said it was a lie if she said she was not surprised. I didn't expect them to be so beautiful. Yi Zi is very confident in her appearance. Now that I see the three Catherines, I know what true beauty means. And there is no need to guess that these three women in front of me are all Zhou Cheng's women. After learning all this, Yi Zi suddenly felt a little disappointed. Hello. Despite her uneasy thoughts, Yi Zi greeted politely. Hello. Catherine and the other three nodded politely as a greeting. Regardless of whether it is Yi Zi or Xia Yutong, the three Catherines only need to maintain basic etiquette. When will they be recognized by Zhou Cheng? When will they become the mistress? Now, she can only be regarded as Zhou Cheng's female friend. Sister Z, we will be a family from now on. After introducing everyone, Tang Chi hugged Yi Zi's arm and said sweetly. Although Yi Zi said nothing, she nodded gently. She couldn't help but nod because Zhou Cheng had been looking at her. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Xia Yutong hurriedly ran to open the door, and it was Huang Quan who came in. Brother Zhou, good news. The secret place you mentioned has been found, Huang Quan said excitedly as soon as he entered the room. What? The secret realm was found? Where is it? Hearing this, Zhou Cheng was startled for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. It's less than 10 miles outside the city, Huang Quan said cheerfully. Yes, not bad. You did a great job with this. After receiving confirmation, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but praise. No, how dare I neglect what Brother Zhou told me? Huang Quan waved his hand quickly. Okay, I don't have to be modest. If things are done well, I won't treat you badly. Without further delay, you can take me there now. The matters concerning the grain depot will be taken care of when I come back. There is no time to delay. Also, remember to take good care of them both. If possible, bring their families here to stay for a few days. Zhou Cheng glanced at Xia Yutong and Yi Zi and told Huang Quan. Okay, Brother Zhou, don't worry, I will explain it right away. Huang Quan patted his chest and promised. I'll go out to do errands, and you two just stay here. Hearing this, Zhou Cheng nodded, turned around and said to Yi Zi and the others. After saying that, regardless of whether they heard him or not, he hurriedly left with Huang Quan. Tang Qi and Catherine saw this and quickly followed. In front of the hotel, Huang Quan had already prepared his car. In a moment, several off-road vehicles sped away. Brother Zhou, what exactly is the secret realm you were talking about? Is there any treasure inside? Huang Quan asked while driving on the road. Huang Quan has always been curious about the secret realm. Seeing that the secret realm really appeared, it would be a lie to say that Huang Quan was not interested at all. The secret realm is an independent space. Of course, there are treasures in it. Otherwise, how could it be called a secret realm? But don't expect too much. Most of the so-called treasures are just professional equipment, or other things that are useful to professionals. And even if there are treasures, it's not that easy to get. Secret realms are generally very dangerous. There are a lot of alien creatures inside. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. What? Massive alien creatures? Hearing this, Huang Quan was shocked. That's right, it's a huge amount. Generally, the minimum number in a secret realm will not be less than dash. What? 20,000? Be good? So scary. Upon hearing this, Huang Quan suddenly took a breath of cold air. Well, at least that much. If you don't believe it, you can go in and have a look. But I told you in advance, if you can't get out, don't blame me. Zhou Cheng then said. Huang Quan must have wanted to enter the secret realm, and Zhou Cheng knew this. Since he has this idea, Zhou Cheng will not stop it, because there is no need at all. So what if Huang Quan goes in? Brother Zhou was joking. I was just curious and asked, nothing else? Hearing this, Huang Quan laughed twice. An hour later, Zhou Cheng came to the portal. When we arrived here, many professionals had gathered near the portal, got a cursory look at least a few hundred people. Seeing Huang Quan's arrival, all the professionals immediately gave way, not daring to show any disrespect. Many people even call Huang Quan boss directly. Needless to say, these people are Huang Quan's younger brothers. It can be seen that Huang Quan has completely controlled Huainan. Brother Zhou, do you want to drive them all away? Seeing so many people gathered, Huang Quan raised his eyebrows lightly and asked quickly. No need. They will die even if they go in. Zhou Cheng directly rejected Huang Quan's suggestion. Hearing this, Huang Quan nodded slightly. Afterwards, Huang Quan circled the portal twice with great interest. Did anyone go inside? After reading it, Huang Quan turned around and asked, Boss, more than a dozen professional teams have already entered, about 100 or so people. A younger brother replied, How long have you been in there? And has anyone come out? Boss, the earliest ones have been in for half a day, and no one has come out yet. Upon hearing this, Huang Quan immediately understood that what Zhou Cheng said was probably true. The lives of these guys who went in were probably at risk. Brother Zhou, are you going in now? Do you need my help? After thinking about it, Huang Quan said to Zhou Cheng, Well, I'll go in right away. As for help, I don't need it. Going in will only be a burden. And you, if you really want to go in and take a look, I won't stop you, but I advise you to wait a few hours before entering. That way the risk will be smaller. Zhou Cheng said to Huang Quan. Seeing Zhou Cheng say this, Huang Quan felt embarrassed. Zhou Cheng really spoke from the bottom of his heart. At least the secret realm appeared in Huainan. He, Huang Quan, was the boss of Huainan. It would be unreasonable not to go in and take a look. So even if there is danger, Huang Quan still plans to go in and take a look. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng paid no attention to him, and then called Catherine to go in first, followed closely by Zhou Cheng, Tang Qi, and others. Soon, the 5 people stepped into the portal and disappeared without a trace after a burst of light. After a while, Zhou Cheng entered the secret realm. Before the person landed, Zhou Cheng looked around. It didn't matter what he saw. Zhou Cheng's pupils shrank suddenly, and his heart beat wildly. At this moment, the area near the entrance was filled with densely packed alien creatures. At a rough glance, there were at least tens of thousands of them. At this moment, they were staring eagerly at Zhou Cheng and others who had not yet landed, as if waiting for their prey to be caught. Zhou Cheng never expected that there would be so many foreign creatures at the entrance to the secret realm, and the number would be so terrifying. But it's too late to think about this now. Tang Chi, transform quickly and remember to follow me closely. Zhou Cheng immediately shouted loudly and immediately took the RV out of the space. Boom! With a loud noise, the RV instantly fell to the ground, causing a commotion from the alien creatures. Quick, get on the roof of the car. Nasha, freeze the ball. Taking advantage of the alien creature's attention being distracted by the RV, Zhou Cheng roared and then summoned all of his younger brothers. At the same time, Zhou Cheng also began to brew the sacred thunder. There are so many foreign creatures that single target attacks have no effect at all, so you can only use ultimate moves. After hearing Zhou Cheng's order, Tang Chi and others quickly climbed onto the roof of the car. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Nashia's frost ball flew out. At the same time, Elena activated the scattering skill. Zhou Cheng also released the sacred thunder immediately. Hoo-ho-ho! Off! The frost ball is extremely fast, almost instantly generated, and the icy cold air quickly spreads. Elena's scattered arrows also began to show their power, and countless arrows flew in all directions. Finally, there was Zhou Cheng's holy thunder. Along with the rolling thunder, countless rays of lightning poured down. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, explosions, roars, hisses, and wails intertwined together. As long as the skill covers the area, foreign creatures will either be frozen into ice blocks, chopped into black coal, or shot to death by arrows all over the sky. In less than a minute, at least 1,000 or 2,000 alien creatures suffered a devastating blow. Bang, bang. At this time, the flame golem and the steel golem also took great strides and rushed towards the foreign creature. The remaining skeleton warriors, including the skeleton mage, were left by Zhou Cheng to guard the RV, including the 3 spirit wolves summoned by Tang Chi. Facing a large number of alien creatures, the skeleton warriors are simply not enough to watch. If they rush forward, they're simply seeking death. Only a few golems are capable of fighting, but they cannot last long. It's not that I'm incompetent, it's just that there are too many foreign creatures. Boom! The flame golem held a shield and slammed into a ghoul, instantly smashing it into minced flesh and dripping with blood. The steel golem is holding a big sword and slashing wildly. Any foreign creature that is swept by the big sword will either die or be injured. The clay golem is slightly less powerful in comparison and can only deal with 3 or 5 foreign creatures at a time. Boom! Just as Zhou Cheng expected, after a fierce collision, the 4 demon statues only lasted less than 5 minutes before being overwhelmed by a swarm of foreign creatures. With the death of the 4 golems, the alien creatures quickly turned their attention to Zhou Cheng and others. Soon, they launched an attack on Zhou Cheng and others on the roof of the car. At this moment, looking down from a high altitude, the RV is just like a lonely boat in the sea. Of course, Zhou Cheng would not sit still and wait for death. He quickly summoned the golems again and ordered them and the skeleton warriors to guard the RV to buy Zhou Cheng as much time as possible. Due to the amplified move, Nasha only had less than 1/3 of her mana left at the moment, so she could only unleash single-target attacks. Lysolin itself has no group attack skills. As for Tang Chi, she is just a spectator now. The main fighting force right now is Elena and Zhou Cheng. Elena can release scatter arrows. Zhou Cheng can release divine thunder. But neither Zhou Cheng nor Irina, obviously, they can't hold on for long. Zhou Cheng can release the sacred thunder up to 5 times. Elena is obviously worse than Zhou Cheng. But Zhou Cheng was not worried, because the portal entrance was not far behind him. Once all the mana is consumed, Zhou Cheng can retreat at any time. What followed was a melee, with Zhou Cheng releasing a sacred thunder every minute to deal a fatal blow to the surrounding alien creatures. In just a few minutes, Zhou Cheng released 4 sacred thunders, killing about 1,000 foreign creatures. During this period, Elena also kept releasing scattering arrows and harvested about 200 foreign creatures. Others did not gain much, only a few dozen in total. After persisting like this for 5 minutes, Zhou Cheng and Elena's mana quickly ran out. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng knew he had to retreat. Go, let's retreat. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng immediately gave instructions. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Cheng picked up Tang Qi and jumped into the portal behind him, followed closely by Catherine and the others. As for the several golems and skeleton warriors, Zhou Cheng would certainly not care about them and let them fight until the last moment. Soon, Zhou Cheng and others jumped out of the portal. When he came out, everyone outside would inevitably be shocked. Huang Quan was still outside. When he saw Zhou Cheng coming out of the portal in a panic, Huang Quan was also shocked. Zhou Cheng's strength is quite impressive to Huang Quan. With Zhou Cheng's strength in such a miserable state, it seems that the secret realm is really dangerous. Brother Zhou, how are you? Are you okay? What's going on inside? Huang Quan immediately stepped forward and asked. Damn, I almost died. I didn't expect all the alien creatures to gather at the entrance. Zhou Cheng cursed angrily and said, Are they all at the entrance? How many are there? If I tell you, I won't scare you to death. At least it will scare you to death. Zhou Cheng replied. Hearing this, Huang Quan was shocked. He had originally thought about going in and taking a look in a few hours, but it seemed like he had decided against it now. Okay, I won't tell you anymore. I need to recover my mana quickly. Huang Quan listened to my advice. I advise you not to go in for the time being. After that, Zhou Cheng summoned the RV again and led everyone on board, regardless of whether Huang Quan listened or not. Huang Quan was still dubious about Zhou Cheng's words. But when Huang Quan saw the dense marks on Zhou Cheng's RV, he immediately understood that Zhou Cheng was not telling lies. Zhou Cheng's RV is bulletproof, and the bulletproof steel plates are beaten like this. You can imagine how dangerous it is inside. Oh, luckily I didn't go in just now. Huang Quan was secretly grateful. Zhou Cheng doesn't care what Huang Quan thinks. He must seize the time to restore his mana. Based on Zhou Cheng's current level, it would take about 10 hours to replenish all his mana. There are about 1 to 4 creatures at the entrance. Excluding the ones Zhou Cheng killed just now, there are at least more. Calculating this way, Zhou Cheng needs to go in and out at least 3 times to eliminate them all. Excluding rest time, it would take Zhou Cheng at least 2 to 3 days to eliminate them all. Therefore, Zhou Cheng must tighten his grip. The time came to the evening in a blink of an eye. After half a day of replenishment, Zhou Cheng's mana was fully restored. Zhou Cheng opened his eyes and saw Tang Qi looking at him intently. There was a hint of anxiety and even a hint of fear on his face. Tang Qi just entered the secret realm just for fun. She did nothing except transform and summon 3 spiritual wolves. Not only that, it also scared her badly. Until this moment, this girl still has lingering fears. Why, did I scare you just now? Seeing this, Zhou Cheng asked with a smile. I'm not afraid. Hearing this, Tang Qi snorted proudly, refusing to admit that she was scared. Well, just don't be afraid. But don't worry. Even if there is danger, I will still be there. Zhou Cheng smiled and touched her head to comfort her. Ah! Hearing this, Tang Qi nodded heavily. How are you? Are you all okay? Later, Zhou Cheng asked Catherine and others with a smile. Master, we are all fine. Well, it's fine. Zhou Cheng nodded, got up, and came outside the car. When he came out, many professionals were there, but Huang Quan was nowhere to be seen. Boss Zhou, our boss has gone back and told us to stay here and obey orders. Boss Zhou, this is the meal our boss brought to you. Seeing Zhou Cheng come out, several younger brothers came forward to greet him and said. Later, several boys brought another incubator with the freshly delivered meals in it. Thanks. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng smiled and nodded. I thought to myself, this guy Huang Quan really knows how to do things. Not only do you know how to be grateful, but you are also very efficient in doing things. After moving the incubator to the car, Zhou Cheng opened it and took a look. There are more than a dozen dishes in the insulated box, which are all delicious and delicious. Just looking at them will whet your appetite. Hurry up and sit down to eat. When we're done, we'll go in for a walk and then come back to sleep. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng greeted everyone and said, immediately, a group of people sat around the table and started eating. After having enough wine and food, Zhou Cheng asked his younger brother to take away the leftovers and enter the secret realm again. 15 minutes later, Zhou Cheng and others returned. During this trip, Zhou Cheng killed a total of 7,000 foreign creatures, with more than dash left. Calculating this way, Zhou Cheng will be able to solve all the rest the day after tomorrow at the latest. After returning, Zhou Cheng quickly took a bath and rested. On the second day, Zhou Cheng entered and exited the secret realm again. When we came out for the second time in the evening, there were less than dash foreign creatures left at the entrance. Zhou Cheng can solve the rest in one go tomorrow morning. After killing tens of thousands of foreign creatures, Zhou Cheng naturally gained something, and his level rose by 1 level. Although he was promoted to a level, the improvement in Zhou Cheng's strength was limited. On the contrary, Tang Qi gained a lot. Counting her own kills and picking up missed ones from time to time, her level has been raised to level 19. So when she came out, Tang Qi was so happy. Silent all night. In the early morning of the next day, before dawn, Zhou Cheng entered the secret realm again. Because there were less than dash foreign creatures left, Zhou Cheng's battle was extremely easy. In less than an hour, they were all killed. Of course, Zhou Cheng and others' mana was once again exhausted. Taking advantage of the opportunity to recover his mana, Zhou Cheng called on Tang Qi and others to quickly pick up the crystal stones. In the end, after spending more than 2 hours, Zhou Cheng harvested a total of more than 4,000 crystals. These crystals can further enhance the intelligence of the 3 Catherines. However, this time, there were not only 3 Catherines involved in the distribution of crystal stones, but one more person. This person is Tang Qi's mercenary. After this morning's battle, Tang Qi's level has been greatly improved again, reaching level 22, so of course she also opened the mercenary option. With Zhou Cheng's consent, Tang Qi recruited a Paladin. Not surprisingly, this Paladin is a woman named Linda. As a gold-quality mercenary, like the 3 Catherines, Linda also has outstanding appearance, fair skin, and beautiful legs. Of course, none of this has anything to do with Zhou Cheng. No matter how beautiful Linda is, she is also Tang Qi's mercenary, and Zhou Cheng can't get it. Mercenaries cannot have a relationship with anyone other than their employer, otherwise they will fight to the death. Zhou Cheng didn't know why. Looking at Linda's skills, Tang Qi's luck is quite good. Linda has mastered 3 types of Halo, plus Charge and Sacred Shield skills, which is no worse than Catherine. It's just that Tang Qi's level is too low now, and Linda's strength can't be revealed yet. The strength of mercenaries is not only related to their own quality, but also mainly depends on the level of their employer. The higher the employer level, the higher their combat effectiveness will be. As long as Tang Qi continues to level up, Linda's strength will grow simultaneously. Zhou Cheng also gave some consideration to allocating the spar to Linda. Tang Qi is Zhou Cheng's key training target and the most important part of Zhou Cheng's plan. There is a huge difference in strength between mercenaries with intelligence turned on and mercenaries without intelligence turned on, usually 50% higher. If Linda activates her spiritual intelligence, she will definitely be able to cooperate with Tang Qi better in the future. Therefore, Zhou Chengkai decided to open Linda's spiritual wisdom. Of course, the more reason is that Zhou Cheng does not lack crystal stones, or in other words, he does not lack channels to obtain crystal stones. If not, Zhou Cheng would definitely not consider Linda. Tang Qi didn't know that mercenaries could also activate their spiritual intelligence. She didn't understand until she heard Zhou Cheng's explanation. Of course, Tang Qi was happy about this, but it also made her more and more devoted to Zhou Cheng. After evenly distributing all the crystals to the 4 Catherines, Zhou Cheng drove to the nearest pyramid. This secret realm is a small secret realm. Its scope is not too large, only about 50 square kilometers according to visual inspection. The secret realm is a plain environment. The terrain is relatively flat, and it is more suitable for vehicles to travel through. In less than an hour, Zhou Cheng drove to the first pyramid. Stopping the car far away, Zhou Cheng raised his eyes and looked around. There are not many foreign creatures outside this pyramid, only less than 2,000. This is normal as most alien creatures gather at the entrance. Zhou Cheng's mana has not been completely restored, but this does not affect Zhou Cheng's next actions. Zhou Cheng doesn't need to kill them all right now, he just needs to rush into the pyramid. No matter what, put the treasure in your pocket first. Immediately, Zhou Cheng drove towards the pyramid. Since there were really not many foreign creatures, Zhou Cheng rushed to the entrance of the pyramid with almost no effort. The next step was the old method. The flame golem attacked inward along the passage, followed closely by Zhou Cheng, Tang Qi, and Naxia. Catherine and Elena led a group of younger brothers to stop them. The battle also went very smoothly. The flame golem pushed all the way along the passage, and in less than 10 minutes, all the foreign creatures inside and outside the passage were wiped out. Immediately afterwards, Naxia released the ice ball into the interior, killing all the foreign creatures inside the pyramid. And Zhou Cheng also successfully harvested the treasures in the pyramid. This treasure is a piece of druid equipment, and it is a set. Professional suits are undoubtedly much more powerful than other equipment. If you can collect a set, it will definitely make the professional even more powerful. Unfortunately, sets are generally difficult to collect. In his previous life, Zhou Cheng didn't even get a set together. Either this thing is missing, or that thing is missing, but anyway, it's a good sign. The key is that Tang Qi can be used. This piece of equipment is a belt. Zhou Cheng took a look at the attributes. Wild Heart Belt Quality Gold, one of the Wild Heart sets. After wearing, Life plus 70, Defense plus 10, Magic Resistance plus 3. Overall, the properties of this piece of equipment are quite good. Let's look at the suit properties. Wearing 2 pieces gives plus 8 resistance to all magic. Wear 4 pieces. There is a certain chance to recover 300 mana points or 300 stamina points when hit. Wear 6 pieces. Increase spell damage by up to 35 points, plus 26 physical damage. Wear 8 pieces, plus 200 defense, plus 300 health. Set components: Wild Heart Belt, Wild Heart Boots, Wild Heart Bracers, Wild Heart Ring, Wild Heart Necklace, Wild Heart Staff, Wild Heart Shield, Wild Heart Jacket. Obviously, this suit is more effective. Unfortunately, it is even more difficult to collect them all. But anyway, something is better than nothing. Immediately, Zhou Cheng gave this piece of equipment to Tang Qi. Wow, I have equipment too. Tang Qi was very excited when she got the suit. Don't worry, I have another one here. Zhou Cheng smiled, then took out a staff from the space and handed it to her. This staff was obtained from Zhou Cheng's secret realm last time. Wow, another one, brother. You are so awesome. Seeing another staff, Tang Qi was almost crazy with joy. Well, as long as you like it, okay. Hurry up and equip it. Zhou Cheng smiled slightly. Well, thank you, brother. Tang Qi nodded quickly put the 2 pieces of equipment into the equipment slot. After equipping it, Tang Qi immediately felt that physical strength, mana, mental strength, and other attributes had increased significantly. Yeah, that feels great. Tang Qi waved her arms and said, Okay, don't be upset. Hurry up and restore your mana. There are still so many experiences waiting for you outside. Zhou Cheng smiled and touched Tang Qi's little face and said, Ah! Tang Qi nodded repeatedly, quickly found a place to sit down, and began to restore her mana. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In 3 days, Zhou Cheng successively cleaned 3 small pyramids and obtained 2 pieces of equipment and a rune. The equipment is a Paladin boots and a Mage necklace, respectively. The attributes are not bad, and Zhou Cheng can also use them. As for the runes, their attributes were quite average, and Zhou Cheng casually threw them to Tang Qi. In addition, Zhou Cheng's level was upgraded again to level 52. Compared to Zhou Cheng, Tang Qi's upgrade speed is as fast as a rocket. The level is directly upgraded to level 29, and the storage function can be enabled by just 1 more level. Turning on the storage function is Tang Qi's biggest wish. In this way, she can pack a lot of snacks. After taking care of the 4 small pyramids, Zhou Cheng only needs to take care of the central pyramid. This trip to the secret realm will be completed successfully. During this period, Zhou Cheng also discovered professionals one after another. Finally, some professionals could not resist their curiosity and entered the secret realm. But it was obviously too late for them to come in at this time. Zhou Cheng not only swept away the 4 small pyramids, but also reached the central pyramid at this moment. This pyramid is huge. It is about 80 meters high. It is covered with patterns and exudes a simple and desolate atmosphere. But Zhou Cheng has long been used to seeing these things and has no interest in them at all. On the periphery of the pyramid, there was no surprise that a group of alien creatures gathered. But the number is not very large, less than 1,000. Of course, Zhou Cheng was not afraid of 1,000 foreign creatures. After that, Zhou Cheng didn't even use the RV and just rushed in like this. In less than 10 minutes, he rushed into the pyramid. Needless to say, the treasures in the central pyramid are the best. After cleaning up the foreign creatures inside, Zhou Cheng hurriedly came to the long case, picked up the box, and opened it. There was a kyanite inside. This result immediately made Zhou Cheng overjoyed. What does Zhou Cheng pursue after his rebirth? The pursuit is to reach level dash. A kyanite can upgrade Zhou Cheng to a higher level. How could Zhou Cheng be unhappy? Ah, God really doesn't let me down? Looking at the kyanite in his hand, Zhou Cheng muttered to himself. Brother, what are you talking about? Tang Chi asked unclearly. Tang Chi didn't know the efficacy of kyanite, but she just thought it looked pretty. Oh, nothing. Come on, let's get out quickly and get rid of the rest. Zhou Cheng said to Tang Chi with a smile, and then led Tang Chi out of the pyramid. There are still 700 to 800 alien creatures outside, and it is not easy for Zhou Cheng to deal with this number. In less than half an hour, they were all wiped out. After everything was settled, Zhou Cheng drove back without any hesitation. On the way back, Zhou Cheng met more professionals one after another, but unfortunately their efforts were destined to be in vain. A few hours later, Zhou Cheng walked out of the portal. When we came out, it was obvious that there were not many professionals outside, with only a few dozen scattered people left. Look, you guys are out? Oh my God, they're still alive? Nonsense. Otherwise you killed the tens of thousands of alien creatures at the entrance? Seeing Zhou Cheng walking out of the portal, the professionals started talking a lot. Of course, they were more impressed by Zhou Cheng's strength. Because some professionals entered the secret realm and came out early, the situation at the entrance had long been spread. Now that Zhou Cheng and others came out, they were naturally shocked. After hearing their discussion, Zhou Cheng ignored it. Zhou Cheng has no time to take care of them now. Zhou Cheng is concerned about the rewards for clearing the secret realm. Sure enough, after a while, the reward arrived as promised. Zhou Cheng's level was directly upgraded by 3 levels to level 55. Tang Chi was even more exaggerated. Her level suddenly jumped to level dash. Gosh! Tang Chi was about to exclaim, but was stopped by Zhou Cheng. Of course, Tang Chi was not stupid, so she quickly shut up when she saw this. But the joy on his face could not be concealed. Zhou Cheng motioned her to be calm, and then called Huang Quan to him. After some questioning, Zhou Cheng learned that Huang Quan had also entered the secret realm. Zhou Cheng was not surprised that Huang Quan entered the secret realm. It would be strange if he didn't go in. Ask the younger brother to tell Huang Quan that Zhou Cheng will drive back. Huang Quan entered the secret realm half a day ago. When he saw the scene at the entrance and saw tens of thousands of corpses of alien creatures, Huang Quan was so shocked that he was speechless for a long time. It was only then that he truly believed Zhou Cheng's words and saw Zhou Cheng's true strength. But he was shocked. Since he came in, Huang Quan couldn't leave just like that. Then Huang Quan, protected by a group of younger brothers, searched the entire secret realm and discovered 5 pyramids one after another. Huang Quan understood that the so-called treasure must be among these pyramids, but it was a pity that Zhou Cheng had climbed all 5 pyramids first. Now that the matter was over, Huang Quan had nothing to miss, so he hurried back. Therefore, as soon as Zhou Cheng stepped forward, Huang Quan came out of the portal. After learning that Zhou Cheng had returned to the city, Huang Quan immediately rushed back without stopping. Here, Zhou Cheng drove into the city. On the way, Zhou Cheng also explained to Tang Qi the secret realm clearance, and only then did Tang Qi understand what level improvement was about. After returning to the hotel, Zhou Cheng immediately walked to the room. After not having a good rest for a few days, Zhou Cheng was going to take a bath and have a good sleep. But when Zhou Cheng opened the door, he was instantly stunned. At this moment, the living room was actually full of people. Except for Yi Zi and Xia Yutong, Zhou Cheng didn't know anyone else. These people included one elderly man, 2 middle-aged men, and 3 young men. However, Zhou Cheng reacted quickly and immediately understood that these people should be the family members of Yi Zi and Xia Yutong. After all, it is impossible for other people to sit here, and it is even less possible for Huang Quan's younger brother to make such a low-level mistake and let outsiders in casually. The key is that arranging family meetings was what Zhou Cheng had ordered before. Yi Zi and Xia Yutong probably didn't expect Zhou Cheng to come back so soon. Looking at Zhou Cheng, who suddenly appeared, their faces instantly turned pale, and their eyes were full of panic. Yi Zi didn't know how to explain it, and Xia Yutong was even more at a loss. Are they your family? In the end, Zhou Cheng eased his embarrassment and asked calmly. Yi Zi and Xia Yutong nodded subconsciously, but did not dare to speak. Since we are family, why are you two looking like this? Zhou Cheng said with a smile. Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Cheng. Nice to meet you. Since he is the family of Yi Zi and Xia Yutong, of course Zhou Cheng can't show off to them, and he still has to show basic courtesy. Afterwards, Zhou Cheng took the initiative to introduce himself to everyone. Seeing this scene, Yi Zi and Xia Yutong finally let go of their worries, and at the same time felt grateful. At least Zhou Cheng gave them face. After hearing Zhou Cheng's self-introduction, several people present did not dare to neglect. They stood up and shook hands with Zhou Cheng to exchange greetings. Even the old man was no exception. It goes without saying why they behave this way. They all know that it is because of Zhou Cheng that they have the life they have now. In addition, there is another reason. That is, neither Yi Zi nor Xia Yutong told the truth to their families. They only knew that their daughter was now with Zhou Cheng, but they didn't know anything else, let alone what Zhou Cheng had done to the second daughter. If I knew, I'm afraid this attitude wouldn't be the same. As for the idea of 2 women serving one husband together, it is the end of the world now. This is not a thing at all. Even if I feel a little uncomfortable, I can only recognize the reality. What's more, this kind of thing is happening all over the streets nowadays, and many professionals have more than one woman. After the greetings, Zhou Cheng asked everyone to sit down. He sat in the middle of the sofa, with Yi Zi and Xia Yutong sitting on both sides. The 2 girls had no choice but to sit next to Zhou Cheng, otherwise they would have to reveal their secrets. Fortunately for Xia Yutong, she is basically completely devoted to Zhou Cheng now. Yi Zi was different. She still hated Zhou Cheng deeply. But at this time, even if she is pretending, Yi Zi must pretend to the end. Among the people, the elder was Xia Yutong's grandfather, named Xia Cheng, and the little boy of 13 or 14 sitting next to him was Xia Yutong's younger brother, named Xia Yuandong. The middle-aged man and woman are Yi Zi's parents respectively. Yi Zi's father's name is Yi Guiqing, and her mother's name is Zhao Guifan. The other 2 young people are Yi Zi's brother and sister. The younger brother's name is Zizi Tao, and the younger sister's name is Zizan. Grandpa, uncle, and aunt, I'm very happy that you are here today. How about it? The daily necessities are still enough. After sitting down, Zhou Cheng said with a smile, Haha, that's enough. That's enough. Thanks to Mr. Zhou. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the life we have now. Upon hearing the question, Xia Cheng quickly answered. Yi Guiqing and his wife also nodded. When Yi Zi heard this, she suddenly looked at Zhou Cheng with a surprised expression on her face. Yi Zi never expected that Zhou Cheng would actually call her parents uncle and aunt. In her opinion, this was completely impossible. Yi Zi experienced firsthand how violently Zhou Cheng treated herself, and she was worse than a beast. But now he actually calls his parents this way, which is simply unbelievable. At this moment, Yi Zi felt very complicated inside. You're welcome. This is what I should do. You are all relatives of Yutong and Z. This little thing is nothing. If you still have any difficulties or have any requests, just ask. I will definitely help if I can. Zhou Cheng waved his hand, indicating that everyone was welcome. No, we're fine now. I dare not trouble you again. Yi Guiqing and Zhao Guifan said one after another, their voices full of gratitude. Brother-in-law, I want to become a professional. Can you help me? At this moment, Yi Zitao suddenly said, Zitao, what are you talking about? Hearing this, Yi Zi quickly scolded his younger brother, not to mention opening his mouth to ask for something from Zhou Cheng. Just the sound of brother-in-law almost made Yi Zi faint. What kind of brother-in-law is Zhou Cheng? Yi Zi wanted to beat him to death. Sister, I'm not lying. I just want to become a professional. Zitao seemed a little anxious and retorted loudly. Of course Yi Zitao wants to become a professional. Only by becoming a professional can he have strong strength and protect himself and his family. Haha, do you really want to become a professional? Seeing this, Zhou Cheng asked with a smile. Yes, I want to be a professional. Yi Zitao replied without hesitation. So what career do you want? I want to be a warrior. A warrior? What about you? Do you want to become a professional? Zhou Cheng nodded, then looked at Xia Yuandong and Yi Zihan. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's question, Xia Yuandong and Yi Zihan answered without hesitation. Z, stop messing around. Xiaodong, shut up. Who told you to talk nonsense? Hearing the two people answer, Yi Zi and Xia Yutong scolded at the same time. You really don't regard yourself as an outsider. Do you think Zhou Cheng is so easy to talk to? What if Zhou Cheng is angered? At this moment, Yi Zi and Xia Yutong were speechless. Sister, I'm not messing around. Sister, Brother Tao is right. I just want to become a professional. Yes, I want to be as powerful as my brother-in-law. Unexpectedly, Xia Yuandong and Yi Zihan ignored their dissuasion and continued to speak loudly. You. Hearing what the two said, Xia Yutong was dumbfounded, and Yi Zi was even trembling with anger. How much humiliation have they endured for their families? Now it's good. Zhou Cheng has become a good old man? The younger brother and sister opened and closed their mouths and shouted like brothers-in-law. This was simply a big joke. Okay, don't talk anymore. It's a good thing if they want to become professionals. At least they can be independent in the future. It's not difficult, it's very simple. Not only can they become professionals, but grandfathers, uncles, and aunts can also become professionals. Of course, including you. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng smiled and said to the two of them, What? Can we also become professionals? Yi Zi and Xia Yutong were shocked, while Xia Cheng and Yi Guiqing were also stunned on the spot. Of course, it's nothing. This is a profession's sacred stone. You can choose whatever profession you like. After saying that, Zhou Cheng took out a handful of professional sacred stones from the space and placed them on the table. My God, so many? Looking at the pile of professional sacred stones on the table, Yi Zihan and others suddenly exclaimed. Immediately, several people looked at Zhou Cheng. There's a lot of average quality here. Ordinary quality is not enough, so it has to be bronze quality. Zhou Cheng ignored them, but picked out the bronze quality professional sacred stone as he spoke. Finally, Zhou Cheng picked out 16 bronze quality professional sacred stones, which are available in most professions. Okay, you can choose the career you like. Pushing the professional sacred stone in front of everyone, Zhou Cheng said with a smile. This brother-in-law? Can you really choose at will? Yi Zitao asked cautiously. Of course, you can choose whatever career you like. Then I want to be a warrior. Yi Zitao thought for a while and said, I want a paladin. I want a mage. Xia Yuandong and Yi Zihan also said quickly. It's easy to say. Zhou Cheng smiled and nodded, then picked out 3 professional sacred stones and handed them to the 3 of them. Thank you, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is really nice. After receiving the professional sacred stone, Zitao and the other 3 were overjoyed and kept talking. Yi Zi almost burst into tears, but in the end she held back. Yi Zi is not stupid. It goes without saying what it means to them that her younger siblings can become professionals. In the apocalypse, it is difficult to survive without certain strength. If she really stopped her, her brothers and sisters would hate her for the rest of their lives. Grandpa, uncle, aunt, you could choose one too. Zhou Cheng then said to Xia Cheng and Yi Guiqing, "Ahem, I'm so old, so I don't want it anymore." Hearing this, Xia Cheng quickly refused. "You don't understand this. As you get older, you actually need it more to keep fit. In my opinion, Grandpa should choose the warrior profession. The warrior profession is best for you. As for uncle and aunt, I think a warrior and a mage are most suitable. We can also cooperate with each other in the future." Zhou Cheng finished explaining with a smile, and then handed the 3 professional sacred stones to the hands of the 3 of them. Thank you so much." After receiving the professional magic stone, Xia Cheng and Yi Guiqing quickly thanked them. "And you?" After finishing everything, Zhou Cheng turned around and looked at Yi Zi and the others. "Are we too?" Hearing this, Xia Yutong immediately looked at Zhou Cheng with wide eyes, while Yi Zi also had a surprised expression on her face. "Of course, you must have it," Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. "Then can I ask for a priest?" Xia Yutong asked tentatively. "Of course, take it. What about you?" Handing the priest profession sacred stone to Xia Yutong, Zhou Cheng looked at Yi Zi and asked, "I want an archer." Yi Zi really didn't want to accept Zhou Cheng's favor, but the temptation to become a professional was too great, and she had to bow her head. "Archers are not good. You can only choose warriors." After hearing this, Zhou Cheng said immediately, "Why?" Yi Zi asked in surprise. "No reason," I said. "You can only choose a warrior." "You?" Hearing what Zhou Cheng said, Yi Zi was almost furious. She tried so hard to lose face, but Zhou Cheng said no. How could she feel so embarrassed? "If you don't want it, I'm going to put it away." Seeing this, Zhou Cheng smiled playfully at her. "You?" Just as Yi Zi was about to refuse, Xia Yutong quickly pulled her secretly to signal her not to be impulsive. "Okay, I want to." Yi Zi took a deep breath and finally gave in. "Ha!" Seeing this, Zhou Cheng smiled and then handed her a warrior professional stone. There was naturally a reason why Zhou Cheng insisted that Yi Zi choose the warrior profession, and it was for the sake of their subsequent development. The same goes for Xia Yutong, except that Xia Yutong's choice of archer profession is just right for him. Otherwise, Xia Yutong would also have to change. Of course, Yi Zi didn't know what Zhou Cheng was thinking, so she thought Zhou Cheng was targeting it deliberately. Of course, Yi Zi's guess was correct, and Zhou Cheng did have intentions against her. Zhou Cheng wanted to cure her aloofness and arrogance. It saves you from not knowing how high the sky is and how high it is every day and thinking that you are great. Okay, now that everyone has received the professional magic stone, let's take it as soon as possible. Become a professional sooner, and you can level up sooner. After looking at Yi Zi, Zhou Cheng said to everyone. Everyone had been extremely anxious to get the professional sacred stone. After hearing what Zhou Cheng said, they quickly took the professional sacred stone. In a moment, everyone present became professionals, and they were bronze professionals. Bronze professionals are already very good. If placed in a small settlement, they will become the overlord. Even under Huang Quan, he can serve as a captain or something. This is not the key. The key is that from now on they all have the ability to survive on their own. This was the main reason why Zhou Cheng gave them the professional sacred stone. When Xia Yutong and Yi Zi were brought into the house, it was impossible for their relative Zhou Cheng to ignore them. If he couldn't even do this, Zhou Cheng himself would be embarrassed. Their family members have become professionals, and Zhou Cheng's troubles will be reduced a lot in the future. The key is that Zhou Cheng has no shortage of professional sacred stones. For Zhou Cheng, the professional sacred stone has only 2 uses, either as a gift or in exchange for supplies. Thank you, brother-in-law. Haha, brother-in-law, I finally became a professional. Thank you, Xiao Zhou. Thank you very much. After the awakening was successful, everyone thanked Zhou Cheng one after another. This kindness was really too great. You're welcome. Zhou Cheng waved his hand indifferently. Tang Chi. Go see if Huang Quan is back. Tell him I'm going to entertain guests tonight and ask him to arrange a banquet. If he doesn't come back, just tell his little brother." Afterwards, Zhou Cheng greeted Tang Qi. "It's already past 4 in the afternoon. Since everyone is here, why should Zhou Cheng treat people to a meal before leaving?" "Okay, I'll go right now." After hearing Zhou Cheng's instructions, Tang Qi nodded immediately, then jumped up and ran out. "Oh, I forgot to introduce you to her. She's my sister." Looking at Tang Qi's back, Zhou Cheng introduced with a smile. "Oh." Everyone suddenly realized that no wonder Tang Qi was able to follow Zhou Cheng at such a young age. "Brother-in-law, who are these 3 beautiful sisters?" At this time, Yi Zihan suddenly asked. Hearing this, everyone looked at Catherine and the other 3. Catherine and the other 3 are top-notch beauties, and they can't help but attract attention. Everyone has been curious about them for a long time, but they have never been embarrassed to ask. "Oh, they're my friends." Hearing this, Zhou Cheng explained with a smile. Of course Zhou Cheng would not tell them that the 3 Catherines were his mercenaries. Otherwise, the affairs of his 3 professions would be exposed, including Zhou Cheng's explanation to Huang Quan before. In fact, Zhou Cheng has exposed more than just the Paladin profession so far. "Friend?" Everyone was stunned, obviously not believing it. However, no one pursued anything. After all, too much talk leads to mistakes. On the other hand, Yi Zi and Xia Yutong looked at each other with some complexity in their eyes. The 3 Catherines are not Zhou Cheng's friends. They are simply Zhou Cheng's women. But even if it was clear, neither of them dared to say it. "Brother, I'm back. Huang Quan has returned, and I have already explained the matter to him." "Oh, he is outside the door and wants to see you." At this time, Tang Qi jumped in from outside. "Ah." Zhou Cheng nodded, then got up and went out. "Brother Zhou, are you back?" Seeing Zhou Cheng come out, Huang Quan quickly said hello in a flattering manner. "Well, I'm back." Zhou Cheng nodded slightly. "That..." When the words came to his lips, Huang Quan stopped talking. "You're probably thinking about the grain depot. No problem. Just go ahead and make arrangements. Just let me know when you've made arrangements." Seeing Huang Quan's appearance, Zhou Cheng immediately understood what he was thinking. "Real? Brother Zhou, thank you so much," Huang Quan said with excitement. "Well, no thanks. I'll go back if there's nothing else to do. I'll leave the banquet to you." "No problem, Brother Zhou. Don't worry, I will do it beautifully." Huang Quan patted his chest and promised. After that, Huang Quan left excitedly. As night falls, the living room is brightly lit. A family dinner is in progress. The huge dining table was filled with fine wine and delicacies. Everyone sat around the dining table, drinking happily, and the atmosphere was so lively. "Brother-in-law, I respect you. Brother-in-law, I respect you too. And me, and me." At the wine table, Zitao and others raised their glasses to Zhou Cheng. "Okay, I'm done." Zhou Cheng nodded with a smile, raised his head, and drank the entire glass of wine. "Ah, Xiao Zhou, let's have a drink too." Yi Guiqing also picked up his wine glass and had a friendly relationship with Zhou Cheng. In this situation, Yi Zi and Xia Yutong have mixed emotions. Especially Yi Zi. She was going crazy. The look he looked at Zhou Cheng was even more complicated. "Come on, let me toast you." At this time, Zhou Cheng raised his cup and said to the 2 girls, "Yi Zi." "Okay." Seeing Zhou Cheng holding up the wine glass, the 2 of them quickly picked up the glass in panic. At this point, they had no choice. The key is just today's matter. Everything Zhou Cheng did was impeccable, and there was nothing wrong with it. Seeing the 2 of them finishing the glass of wine happily, Zhou Cheng's lips curved slightly. Next, under the guidance of Zhou Cheng, a group of people changed cups, happily and happily. Before we knew it, everyone was almost drunk, and it was time to leave. Xia Cheng and Yi Guiqing stood up to say goodbye. Before leaving, Yi Guiqing did not forget to tell Zhou Cheng to take good care of Yi Zi, as if he would leave his daughter to you, and I would rest assured. Seeing this scene, Yi Zi wanted to find a crack to get in. Later, Zhou Cheng personally sent everyone to the door of the hotel, and then arranged for Huang Quan to send them back. When they came back, Yi Zi and Xia Yutong followed Zhou Cheng without saying a word, their expressions as complicated as they could be. Today's incident left the two of them entangled. They had no idea that Zhou Cheng would treat their family like this. Not to mention that Zhou Cheng gave them enough face, just for the professional sacred stone. This was a huge kindness. But they couldn't forget what Zhou Cheng had forced them to do. Especially Yi Zi. Zhou Cheng slept with her so many times in just 2 days. Every time Zhou Cheng showed no mercy at all, it was all forced. One can imagine how much Yi Zi hated Zhou Cheng. But now, thinking of this, Yi Zi's mind was completely confused. I'll take a shower first, and then you can take a shower. Zhou Cheng naturally noticed the change in their expressions, but didn't say anything more. Returning to the bedroom, he gave the two of them instructions, then took off their clothes and entered the bathroom. Sister Wei? After Zhou Cheng entered the bathroom, Xia Yutong bit her lips and asked in a low voice, Yutong, I know what you want to say, and I don't know what to do next. Yi Zi said with complicated eyes. Sister, no matter what, he still helped us? Xia Yutong lowered his head and whispered, Yes, but he also forced us? Yi Zi retorted, Can't. Hearing this, Xia Yutong remained silent. In Xia Yutong's opinion, Zhou Cheng forced them to do so, but this was her fate. Her fate has long been determined. Even if it is not Zhou Cheng, it will be someone else. During these days of contact with Zhou Cheng was really kind to her. Especially today, Zhou Cheng gave precious career gems to her family. Xia Yutong was even more grateful. Sister, no matter what you think, I admit it. I have thought clearly from today on. He is my man. Xia Yutong took a deep breath and said firmly, Since Zhou Cheng is sincere to him, why don't he try to accept it? What's more, she already had a crush on Zhou Cheng. You sure? Have you forgotten how he treated you? Hearing this, Yi Zi looked at Xia Yutong in shock. Xia Yutong likes Zhou Cheng a little bit, and Yi Zi knows it. However, this speed is too fast. Just because of what happened today, I am determined to follow Zhou Cheng. I'm sure, Sister Zi, he was a bit overbearing and did force me, but that's all. At least in other respects, he's doing pretty well. As long as he is sincere to me, why can't I accept it? Xia Yutong said firmly. Alas, now that you have decided, I will no longer advise you. Hearing this, Yi Zi sighed. What about you, sister? You still can't accept him? Xia Yutong raised his head and asked. Me? He? I don't know either. I understand everything you said. I also believe that as long as I am good, he will not treat me badly. But I'll never forget how he forced himself on me. Yi Zi said with a wry smile. After hearing this, Xia Yutong didn't ask any more questions. She knew that as long as her heart was open, Yi Zi would never forgive Zhou Cheng. On the other side, Zhou Cheng was taking a cool shower comfortably in the bathroom. Perhaps because he drank a lot of wine, Zhou Cheng felt hot and unbearable and needed to vent. My idea is very simple. I treat it like an arranged marriage. Get married first and fall in love later. You may think my idea is incredible, but that's what I think. Throughout the ages, how many people have come here like this? Why can't I if others can't? Sister Z, you can think like this. You can also marry him first and then fall in love. Try to accept him. Try to accept her kindness to you. Xia Yutong said seriously. Hearing Xia Yutong's words, Yi Zi suddenly fell into deep thought. Sister Z, please stop thinking about it. It will not be good for you if you continue like this, and it will not be good for your family. Now that things are like this, do you still want to leave him? Where can you go without him? Are you going to find your true love? It's the end of the world now. Even if you can find him, how do you know he's not coveting your beauty? Not to mention you are so beautiful. If you don't have a strong support, you can only imagine what will happen to you. The key point is that my husband is indeed very good, right? He must be strong and capable, young and handsome. Such a husband is rare before the end of the world. Xia Yutong gave Yi Zi a step-by-step and slow analysis. Yutong, thank you for telling me so much. After pondering for a long time, Yi Zi looked at Xia Yutong gratefully and said, You are my sister Zi. Of course I want to be good to you. Now, do you want to understand when you fall to the ground? If you figure it out, Just wait here and I'll call him over. Please beg him properly. I can only help you so much. You have to rely on yourself from now on, Xia Yutong asked anxiously. After a long silence, Yi Zi finally nodded. Sister Z, it's great that you can figure it out. Just wait, I'll call my husband here. Seeing this, Xia Yutong breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned around and went out. Outside, Zhou Cheng was lying on the sofa reading a novel. Hubby, Sister Z has figured it out. Go and see if she's okay. Xia Yutong walked closer and whispered. You figured it out? Are you sure? Zhou Cheng looked at Xia Yutong with interest. Ah, Xia Yutong nodded. Okay, then I'll go see her and hope she doesn't act so aggressive. Otherwise, I won't keep her anymore. With that said, Zhou Cheng got up and walked to the bedroom. After pushing the door open and entering the house, Zhou Cheng's eyes fell on Yi Zi. At this moment, she was sitting on the edge of the bed sluggishly, as if she had lost her soul. What? I heard you thought about it. Zhou Cheng walked forward and reached out to touch her face. Although it was just an ordinary movement, at the moment of contact, Yi Zi trembled violently, as if she had encountered something extremely scary. Zhou Cheng made no further move, but quietly waited for Yi Zi to speak. Zhou Cheng knew that this was Yi Zi's last stubbornness. After a moment, Yi Zi slowly raised her head, revealing a beautiful face. It's just that this beautiful face is full of fatigue and haggard. Yes, sorry. Can you forgive me? Yi Zi bit her red lips and said weakly. I'm glad you can say you're sorry. But if you want me to forgive you, you need to agree to a condition. Zhou Cheng said playfully. What conditions? Yi Zi asked weakly. My request is very simple. Let's do it once, but you have to take the initiative, Zhou Cheng said with a smile, and then began to take off his clothes, not giving Yi Zi any time to think about it. You. Hearing this, Yi Zi's face suddenly turned red. She didn't expect Zhou Cheng to make such a request, but after thinking about it carefully, Yi Zi felt relieved. Zhou Cheng had already obtained her body, but this was not enough. Zhou Cheng also wanted to obtain her heart. If you are not even willing to take the initiative, what kind of sincerity is that? After thinking about this, Yi Zi no longer hesitated, stood up, and took off her dress. After a while, the room was filled with spring. An hour later, Yi Zi collapsed on the bed, almost exhausted. Maybe it was because she had opened up her heart. Maybe she was the one who took the initiative just now. Or maybe it was some other reason. In short, Yi Zi went completely crazy just now. With just one look, she understood what Zhou Cheng needed and would do it for him. In the end, Yi Zi, even at this moment, Yi Zi's cheeks were flushed, the corners of her mouth were springy, and even the tips of her eyebrows were filled with joy. The limbs were tightly wrapped around Zhou Cheng, like a water snake. Are you trustworthy now? After a long time, Yi Zi came over for breath and asked softly. Well, I believe it. Zhou Cheng nodded and smiled slightly. Zhou Cheng also didn't expect Yi Zi to change so quickly, which surprised him. But anyway, it's a good thing. I'm glad you figured it out. In that case, don't lose your temper again. You hear me? Zhou Cheng patted Yi Zi's butt and said slightly domineeringly. Well, not anymore. Actually, Yi Zi was halfway through her words when she suddenly hesitated and lowered her head shyly. Her pretty face turned red. Actually what? Seeing this, Zhou Cheng asked doubtfully. Nothing. Let's get up. After hesitating for a long time, Yi Zi smiled and wanted to change the topic. No, you have to say. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng immediately said seriously. Oh, then I said, you can't laugh at me. Well, you said, actually, if you weren't so rude the first time, I would have accepted you a long time ago. Yi Zi mustered up her courage and whispered. Ah, that's what it is? Hearing this, Zhou Cheng laughed loudly. Humph, don't laugh. I haven't finished speaking yet. Seeing Zhou Cheng laughing, Yi Zi said angrily. Keep talking? You're right. I'm a bit aloof, but don't worry, I won't do it again in the future. Yi Zi looked at Zhou Cheng and said firmly. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Zhou Cheng's face, and he reached out to hold Yi Zi in his arms. Ah, that's right. It's long overdue. After another 10 minutes, Zhou Cheng and Yi Zi walked out of the bedroom together. As soon as the two came out, Xia Yutong, Tang Qi, and Catherine in the living room immediately looked over. Especially Xia Yutong. She had been worried to death, fearing that something would happen to Yi Zi. Now when she saw Yi Zi coming out with a flushed face holding Zhou Cheng's arm, and then looking at Zhou Cheng's expression, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Qi, Kathleen, and the others were a little surprised by this. It seems that she didn't expect that Yi Zi would change so quickly, and in the blink of an eye she and Zhou Cheng would be in a relationship. This is really surprising. Z, congratulations. Xia Yutong hurried forward to congratulate. Sister Z, congratulations to you too. Tang Qi also stepped forward and said with a smile, "Thank you all." Yi Zi smiled sweetly at the two of them. "Brother, because of you, I completely offended Sister Z. Okay now, how can I coax Sister Z to be better? Sister Z, please don't be angry about what I said before. You are my sister-in-law now, so you can't be so stingy. How about I apologize to you?" After muttering to Zhou Cheng, Tang Qi immediately apologized to Yi Zi with a grimace. Seeing this, Yi Zi couldn't help but laugh. "You were just a ghost. I know you do it for my own good. How could I blame you?" Yi Zi gently scratched Tang Qi's nose and said lovingly, "Hey, Sister Z still understands me." Tang Qi chuckled. "Okay, don't keep talking. It's okay now. You should be busy with whatever you have to do." Zhou Cheng hated seeing a bunch of women chattering and waved them away. Everyone looked at each other and smiled, and then they followed the drama and played games. Zhou Cheng turned around and went out and asked someone to call Huang Quan. The matter of the grain depot was settled last night, but Huang Quan has not made any move until now. Zhou Cheng is a little anxious. If the matter of the grain depot is resolved as soon as possible, Zhou Cheng can go to the East China Sea as soon as possible. "Brother Zhou, are you looking for me?" Soon, Huang Quan rushed over. "Well, when do you plan to take action on the grain depot?" "Brother Zhou, I am mobilizing manpower, and we can set off tomorrow morning." "Well, hurry up and get ready. We'll leave tomorrow morning." Zhou Cheng nodded and then said, "Understood," Huang Quan said. After finishing, Zhou Cheng returned to the room. In the room, Tang Qi and the others were happily watching TV series, while Catherine and the others were obsessed with the game console. After opening her heart, Yi Ye looked in a good mood, her face rosy, like a ripe apple. A pair of wonderful eyes fell on the TV screen, and they kept giggling. Seeing Yi Zi so happy, Zhou Cheng was also very happy. Yi Zi is indeed beautiful and suits Zhou Cheng's taste. Of course, Zhou Cheng hopes that she can return home. Zhou Cheng is not a nymphomaniac, but as long as she is her woman and she is sincere to him, Zhou Cheng is willing to give something. Of course, it is impossible to expect Zhou to make a deal. Except for Catherine and the other three, Zhou Cheng would not trust anyone. In the evening, Zhou Cheng once again had an affair with Yi Zi. Yi Zi took the initiative and went crazy, making Zhou Cheng unable to stop. At the last moment, Zhou Cheng appeared unable to resist. Sure enough, there were only exhausted oxen and no plowed land. In the early morning of the second day, at around 5 o'clock before dawn, Zhou Chenggong got up from the bed. Today, Zhou Cheng has to go to the grain depot and cannot get up too late. "Husband, you are awake." Yi Zi opened her hazy, beautiful eyes and said softly, "Well, you can sleep a little longer. I have to go to the grain depot today, and I won't be back until this afternoon." Zhou Cheng said with a smile, "Husband, I want to go too. Can you take me there?" "Husband and me, I want to go too." Xia Yutong on the side also said, "You want to go? Are you not afraid of danger?" Zhou Cheng asked with a smile. "Husband, we are all professionals now. We are not afraid." Xia Yutong and Yi Zi said quickly, "Okay, since you want to go, get up quickly. But let's make a deal first. Everything must be obeyed." Zhou Cheng touched their heads and said with a smile, "Yeah, let's go." Seeing Zhou Cheng's agreement, the two girls jumped for joy and quickly stood up to dress. In the living room, Tang Qi and the others had been waiting for a long time. Needless to say, among the three Catherines, Tang Chi has always been the most positive about this kind of thing. After breakfast, Zhou Cheng and his party walked out of the room and went downstairs. At the door of the hotel, Huang Quan is waiting. At this moment, outside the hotel, in addition to Huang Quan, there were about 1,000 professionals and hundreds of large trucks. "Brother Zhou, everyone is here. We can go." Seeing Zhou Cheng coming out, Huang Quan immediately came up to greet him. "Well, let's go then. I'll take my own car." Zhou Cheng nodded and then said, "Okay." Huang Quan nodded. Soon, the mighty motorcade drove towards the suburbs, with Zhou Cheng driving the RV at the back of the team. Yi Ziyi and Xia Yutong entered Zhou Cheng's RV for the first time, and they were shocked by the luxury of the RV. "Wow, this RV is so luxurious. It has such a big space. I've never been in such a big car." Xia Yutong and Yi Zi couldn't help but admire. "Sister Yutong, Sister Zi, there is another level above. Come on, I will take you up to have a look," Tang Chi said as if offering a treasure, and then pulled Xia Yutong and Yi Zi to the second floor of the RV. The second floor is also dozens of square meters, equipped with 2 bedrooms, an open-air bar, and the decoration is equally luxurious. "Wow, awesome. The bedroom is so comfortable." Looking at the luxurious bedroom, Xia Yutong and Yi Zi once again exclaimed, "Of course, this is my brother and I's mobile home. Next, we're going to the East China Sea. It's such a long journey, so why not feel uncomfortable?" Tang Chi said proudly. "What? Are you going to the East China Sea? Tang Chi, do you want to leave here?" Hearing this, Xia Yutong and Yi Zi's expressions changed drastically. "Yes, my brother is going to build a settlement in the East China Sea," Tang Chi said seriously. "It's true. You need to leave." Hearing this sentence, the matter was confirmed. Yi Zi and the others suddenly felt as if the sky was falling, and they were so depressed that they couldn't breathe. Zhou Cheng never mentioned this matter to them, and they didn't know whether Zhou Cheng did it intentionally or not. "Why? My brother didn't tell you about this?" Seeing that the 2 women had something wrong with their expressions, Tang Chi immediately reacted. "No, I never said that." Xia Yutong and Yi Zi shook their heads together. "So that's it. No wonder you have such expressions. If you ask me to guess, my brother probably forgot to tell you." "Sister, don't worry. Let's go down and ask brother now. Isn't this simple?" Tang Chi said with a smile, and then pulled the 2 of them down to the first floor. "Brother, didn't you tell your sister that we were going to the East China Sea?" Arriving at the cab, Tang Chi immediately asked. "Well, I haven't had time to say it yet." Zhou Cheng shook his head and said, "Husband, you really want to leave? What about us?" Hearing this, Yi Zi and Xia Yutong's hearts suddenly became cold. They originally thought that Zhou Cheng would stay in Huainan forever and live a peaceful life from then on. Who would have thought that Zhou Cheng would actually leave? "Don't worry, I'll come back to pick you up soon after I finish things in Donghai." Seeing the 2 girls looking like this, Zhou Cheng knew it would be impossible not to explain.